Others ride shared bikes to school. You ride a Ferrari because you got into college. The system gave you 10 billion. You drove the Ferrari to school for registration, only to see a rich second generation with yellow hair bullying the poor school flower. I didn't mean to. I'll pay you for the repair costs. Pay? This is a Porsche 718. The bare car costs over 700,000. With options it's almost $1 million. Can a poor out-of-towner like you afford it? Wang Gui angrily shouted. Yunqi's mind was struck like a hammer. Feeling like the sky was falling, she was the top scorer in the county entrance exam. The government rewarded her with 10,000 yuan. After deducting tuition, she should have a few thousand left. How can she afford $1 million car? Yunqi stood helplessly in place, feeling dizzy, feeling like she was doomed. The parents next to her who were registering their children also felt sorry for this unlucky girl. Someone said, "It's just a scratch on the trunk. Why talk about selling a house? You should go to the 4S store for assessment first." Yeah, the accident doesn't seem serious. Just a dent. Not enough to sell a house. Wang Gui got even angrier when he heard this. He rambled on. Do you understand anything? I just bought this car a month ago. Do I need to compensate for the depreciation of the car, my travel expenses, mental damages, and so on? I'm telling you, you owe me at least 100,000. Yunqi didn't understand the car insurance claims. Hearing that she had to pay 100,000 yuan, she lowered her head even more. She tried hard to endure, but tears still overflowed from her eyes. I will first compensate you with over 10,000 yuan, and I will slowly repay the rest by working. Can you accept that? 10,000 yuan is not even enough. Quickly call your parents to raise money. Wang Gui said sternly. He inexplicably felt a sense of joy in his heart. It seemed that he could make a lot of money from her, and this money could also serve as the starting capital for his university dating. Wang Gui looked at Yunqi, who was burying her head and not saying a word. His voice raised a few decibels. Did you hear what I said? Let your parents compensate. Yunqi, with her head down, began to tremble slightly, but still did not speak. Call your parents. Let them come. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Yunqi's body sank even lower, feeling inferior to the core. She wanted to say that she had no parents, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She didn't want to play the victim. Suddenly, the roar of a mechanical raptor came closer. A red supercar became even more dazzling under the sun. Sitting in the car, everyone's attention was focused on this fiery red supercar. The arrogant Wang Gui was also attracted by the cool and prestigious Ferrari, his eyes revealing envy. This was the luxury car he longed for. Compared to the two cars, his own Porsche 8-speed was truly industrial scrap. As the Ferrari approached, someone quickly noticed the differences in the Ferrari. Oh my, what did I see? Walking among the millions of luxury cars, one of the top 10 divine cars, the Ferrari LaFerrari, the aristocrat among Ferraris. Everyone's envious gaze following the Ferrari sports car. Like a giant shark, the Ferrari stopped at the entrance of Moda, the butterfly door of the cockpit slowly rising. You walked out of it, looking at Wang Gui with an angry face, and Yunqi with a pale face scared. You roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter in your heart. Listening to the people around me, they said that the Porsche owner was asking for 100,000 in compensation. You took a look and saw that the car was 4 to 5 years old, and the Porsche had a slight dent and some paint scraped off. And they want 100,000 for this? Before you could say anything, Yunqi, who was looking down, gathered the courage to speak up. Don't ask my parents, okay? I can work and compensate you myself. Hearing this, Wang Gui's anger rose even more. Feeling inexplicably jealous of you driving a Ferrari, jealous that all the attention was taken away by you, not only so rich, but also so handsome. Thinking of this, Wang Gui became even more angry. Work to compensate? How long do I have to wait for a poor person like you? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10 years? Wang Gui's loud words provoked the dissatisfaction of many people around him. Calling someone poor was almost like committing a serious crime. Many classmates' parents also frowned, thinking that Wang Gui was talking nonsense, driving a Porsche arrogantly as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. Looking around for a week, you slowly asked Wang Gui, "Is this car yours? What's it to you?" Wang Gui weakly responded. Then he looked at the timid Yunqi and vented all his anger on her, saying fiercely, "What are you hiding for? Many pairs of eyes saw you damage the car. Stop pretending to be innocent. Pay me quickly. My time is precious." After speaking, Wang Gui was about to grab Yunqi. He wanted to teach this sulky person a lesson. You pushed Wang Gui's hand away and said coldly, "It's an old model Porsche 718. You ask for 100,000 right away." Not afraid of being exposed. The lie was exposed, and Wang Gui, like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, Blustered. Who told you this is an old model? This is a new car I just picked up a month ago. For the sake of our brotherhood, I won't make it difficult for her. Help her pay me 150,000, and we'll call it even. Wang Gui secretly rejoiced, thinking he had found a scapegoat. The owner of a luxury car worth millions. He even added an extra 50,000 to the compensation amount. Alright, but with this 5 or 6-year-old Porsche of yours, this minor collision is not worth that price. With those words, Gu Wenqing casually picked up the brick and smashed the front bumper of the Porsche with force. Gu Wenqing looked at his masterpiece and smiled. This is what makes it $150,000. You're a bully. That's right. I'll bully you. What can I do? Joke. Are you the only one allowed to bully others? You wait and I'll report it. If you have any problems, you talk directly to my lawyer. Gu Wenqing interrupted Li Yuan Gui without waiting for him to finish, waving his hand and slapping the lawyer's business card on Li Yuan Gui's body. The rest is entirely in the hands of your own attorney. Having money is the bottom line. Bank card lying tens of billions of assets. Not to mention a second-hand Porsche sports car. Even if 100 Gu Qingwen are not afraid. So cool, boyfriendly, so secure. Mom, I'm in love. I'm in love with life as it is. Handsome, rich, and so kind. What kind of treasure boy is this? The surrounding girls, one after another, had their favoritism towards Gu Wenqing rise to max. Who would say no to a righteous, kind, and multi-millionaire hottie? Wen Xian's beautiful eyes also frequently measured Gu Wenqing. His white shirt with black slacks. A very clothing seems elegant, but the material is never ordinary, is definitely a private customized luxury brand. The white shirt plus Gu Wen's youthful appearance. Teenage sensation. It's a shame that this face doesn't play a schoolboy in a movie. Wen Xian silently sighed in her mind. Xian, my Prince Charming has appeared. I'm going to fall in love. Hey Silk School sister said. Wen Xian was filled with black lines and said breathlessly. You don't want your Porsche schoolmate anymore? Don't mention that scum. I only have Charming Hokage in my heart. Classmate, which major are you? Our school is very large, road is difficult to find. A moment after the registration sister send you to the dormitory. She's a small bear, don't listen to her. I'm the right one to send my schoolmate. I'll deliver. Countless boys around them with acceptance letters were in tears. Why were they received only by men? And all those pretty schoolgirls are scrambling to receive Gu Wenqing, who drives a Ferrari. They sighed in their hearts. Rich people are really different. Looking at Gu Wenqing, the warm reception of the sister in the heath, not only took the initiative to carry suitcases, but also bought Gu Wenqing a bottle of sparkling water nearby. At this moment, all the boys enrolled at the entire gate were envious of Gu Wenqing to the extreme. The difference is too great. Other people's 18-year-olds drive $10 million supercars single-handedly. As for their 18 years old, the better families are Magic City locals, with a family car to send each other. Slightly worse, the means of travel is the bus subway. On the first day of college, everyone felt the gap. Some are born in Rome, others are born as cattle and horses. The presence of driving a multi-million-dollar supercar is just too strong. When Gu Wenqing and sister Heiza left, everyone's thoughts returned and they opened their mouths. Bully, that's a real man. In contrast, some people just suck. Can this be compared? One is a nobleman, while the other is a suddenly rich thug. Bah! Driving a Porsche and pretending to be a nympho here. It's a disgrace to the people of Mordor. The crowd murmured one thing to the other. Hearing the words around him, Li Yuan Gui was groundless. Shame on you this time. Just now also drove a Porsche, very dejected. And even several pretty schoolgirls are ready to ask for his contact information. Who would have thought that the accident would happen so quickly? The Porsche car broke down, and the Heath schoolgirl who was his has gone away with Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing was crushing him, whether it was his face value, height, stature, and the sports car he drove. In layman's terms, the two are not even on the same level. Being pointed at, Li Yuan Gui's face turned pale and he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. This is not over. Li Yuan Gui finished, glaring viciously at Yun Weiwei. After that, he rushed to his car to get out of the way for a while. That's when someone knocked on the car window. Hello, I'm Mr. Gu's lawyer. Damn it. This is making it impossible to take advantage of myself at all. Li Yuan Gui looked at the men in suits and collars outside the car and knew that his little trick of trying to scam more money was out of the question. The host unlocks the new title, Heroic Rescue. $1 billion of incentive money has been paid out. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Invincible. On the way to the dormitory with Hey Silk Sister, the mechanical voice of the system appeared in Gu Wenqing's mind. Gu Wenqing couldn't care less about the Hey Silk school sister who had been accosting him, and directly checked the skill, Invincible. Invincible strengthens the host's body in multiple ways, optimizing the host's bones, flesh, strength, and resistance to blows in multiple ways. After Gu Wenqing felt his body shaking, the whole person became refreshed, and his small belly that was originally a bit flabby turned into perfect 8-pack abs. Not only that, he could intuitively feel that his strength had also become several times greater, and nowadays, he could completely fight 1 against 100 when he fought with ordinary people. System, you are really cowhide. As for the system's rules for unlocking new titles, Gu Wenqing hadn't figured it out yet, and didn't know if the system was random or not. After all, this was also the second time he had unlocked a title. The first time he unlocked the title was when he received the acceptance letter from Mordor University. Unlocking the title, the Noble Son of the Cold. The system's first reward was very generous. The reward was 10 billion renminbi and the $10 million luxury car Ferrari Laffa. Directly, the penniless Gu Wenqing became the existence of a $10 billion tycoon. Looks like good things happen to good people after all. Mindlessness. He just couldn't stand to see the poor Yun Weiwei being bullied and casually helped out. But he never thought that he had accidentally unlocked the title of Hero Rescuing Beauty. One thing I can say is that the service from Heise Scholar is really attentive. To the freshman dormitory, she in the face of the other 3 male freshmen in the same room. To Gu Wenqing bed. The bed is made up and then his suitcase and the clothes one by one out. Seeing that Gu Wenqing's clothes were wrinkled, he carefully re-smoothed the clothes and then put them all neatly folded into the closet. Gu Wenqing was behind her, admiring the Hay Silk schoolmate rising and falling. There's one thing to be said for Heise Senpai's body that's really top-notch. Hay Silk, wraparound apricot skirt with a pair of little white shoes, 2 different styles, sexy and charming and youthful and playful, are presented in the schoolgirl, mature and sexy with a hint of youthful vigor, fair skin, small waist, and not bad looks. Is this college life? Pretty schoolmates do have it pretty good. Gu Wenqing has a vision of her future life as a college student. He looked at his older sister who had been working so hard for him while he sipped his sparkling water and couldn't intervene. As for Heise, what's he up to? Gu Wenqing had something in mind. For this type of materialistic girl, when he was a poor student in the past, Gu Qingwen would have hated it very much. But when he has tens of billions of dollars in assets, he can't talk about hating these kinds of gold-digging girls, and he certainly can't talk about liking them. Anyway, you come and go as you please. Everyone just doesn't lose out on anyone. The ancients were true to their word. The boy who used to slay dragons has become an evil dragon. We're all going to turn out to be the kind of people you used to hate the most. Inside the dormitory, the other 3 roommates were dumbfounded as they watched the extremely outrageous scene, feeling like their 3 views were being destroyed. Grandma, a goddess-level girl making a man's bed and cleaning up his clothes. This was something they once couldn't even dream of doing. Now that it's really happening to everyone, it's completely unbelievable to them. Off the mark. In today's society, there are too many monks and not enough gruel. But any boy who finds this kind of goddess-level object, shall not be like a treasure for who's going to be babysitting and folding quilts and laundry. To be able to make a beautiful and attractive goddess behave so well, this new roommate's pickup skills are too good. The 3 are not far from the dormitory. Whispering. Do you guess their boyfriend and girlfriend? Definitely not. Girls I've seen in front of the school. Seems to be the reception of new students' schoolmates. Crap. That's so awesome. How much time has this enrollment taken? Less than half a day's time makes the senior sister so proactive. This is too awesome. A role model for my generation. If I could find such a beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to reduce my life expectancy by 10 years. +1, +2. The busy Heise Senpai's forehead was dripping with a slight fine, fragrant sweat. Wang Yanyan's heart has a kind of small expectation, thinking that he is so hard to clean up. The school brother will definitely praise his own ba, and then take the initiative to ask for their contact information. At the entrance of the stairs, Wang Yanyan looked up and tilted her head at the 180-tall Gu Wenqing, her eyes revealing anticipation. Gu Wenqing just smiled faintly. Thank you, senior sister. Next time I'm free, I'll treat you to dinner. After saying that, Gu Wenqing wanted to go back and get to know his new housemates. Ah, that's it? Wang Yanyan was filled with disappointment. No sincerity at all. You said you'd invite someone to dinner, but you don't even have contact information. So what the hell are you inviting? School brother out of email. I can be your tour guide in Magic City, Wang Yanyan said. The corners of Gu Wenqing's mouth rose. Little man, still want to play lust with me? As soon as they entered the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes looked straight at Gu Wenqing. Nice guys, they want to worship? A dormitory of 4 people in a bed and bottom configuration. Each of the 3 were at their own bedside, organizing their belongings. One was a dark-skinned, long and tall boy. There was another with glasses, a thin body, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ungainly because his smile always revealed a hint of tawdriness. The last one is a foreign boy. His hair was just done after the high school entrance exam. A yellow hair, together with a fluffy hair, a famous brand, is holding the latest model of Apple's cell phone to report to the family. You can do it, brother. You've taken down Pretty May without saying a word, and you've trained her to be so obedient. Teach us. The tall, dark boy with a mouthful of Sichuanese Mandarin said. Can't teach, we're just ordinary friends. Gu Qingwen answered truthfully. How do you teach? Unless you can also drive a Ferrari with one hand. Modest brother. School sister has been busy for you for so long, she must be interested in you. In a few days, you two might become boyfriend and girlfriend. The four of them exchanged pleasantries. The fashionable boy's name was Huang Zicheng, a native of Magic City. The dark and tall Zhou Tao, who is from rural Sichuan, always speaks with a touch of Chuanpu flavor. The other skinny man who wore glasses and showed a sayo when he smiled was called Zhang Xiaohong. Zhou Tao grinned when he heard the name. Why is this name like a pussy? Huang Zicheng also laughed out loud, and Zhang Xiaohong didn't care, instead saying that it was called being different. Everyone introduced themselves and the four of them sort of really got to know each other. As the three of them chatted, Huang Zicheng, who was holding the cell phone, suddenly cursed. Bah, this scum has really disgraced the face of manhood. Saying that, he gave his cell phone to the three people to see that the Magic City University campus forum. Some onlookers students posted the incident of Porsche claims on the campus network. Porsche 718 schoolboy arrogant remarks, poor people is a lot of things, shouting girls to claim the sky. The Porsche 718 car was so arrogant and domineering that it made the girl sell her house to pay for it. Surprise! A freshman driving a $10 million Ferrari. Saving a woman's life. Smashing is good. It'd be more gratifying if we smashed the whole Porsche to pieces. Information on the owner of the Porsche 718, Li Yuan Gue, kneeling for the contact information of my Ferrari man. About the incident that happened at the school gate today, bursting fire on the school's website. With that, the parties involved, Gu Wenqing and Li Yuan Gue, also had visibility on campus. The difference is that Li Yuan Gue is all a cuss and the internet is full of people spraying him. Crap, a $10 million Ferrari sports car. This is too bullish, Zhou Tao said with a shocked face. If I drove this kind of sports car, picking up girls wouldn't be easy. Zhang Xiaohong lewdly lamented. Huang Zicheng, a local of the Magic City, is also envious, although his family is in good condition. But do not say 10 million sports cars. Million of luxury cars in the house will not give him to buy. That's the gap. A rich second generation who can drive a $20 million Ferrari. His family must have at least over $1 billion in assets. Smaller pattern. Maybe tens of billions. People are more angry than people. So rich, the family must be in real estate, medical or something like that. Everyone enviously lamented for a while, and suddenly realized that just Gu Wenqing was sitting on the bed without yielding with. Zhou Tao grinned and said, Lao Gu, what do you think a rich second generation who drives a $10 million sports car's family does? Maybe it's an ordinary person. Gu Wenqing replied. Before he got the system, his family was indeed from the countryside and poor. Ha ha, old Gu was so humorous. Everyone laughed and laughed, not realizing that the owner of the Ferrari Lafa they were discussing was right in front of them. Gu Wenqing didn't bother to identify himself. They would know it themselves later. Gu Wenqing wasn't prepared to stay in the dormitory for too long either. Although the price of housing in the Magic City is desperate. But for Gu Wenqing, who is worth $10 billion, there is no neighborhood he cannot afford as long as he likes. Magic City is known as the first mansion of the Townsend. He can buy if he wants. 1 set. Not enough. 10 sets. Anyway, the last thing he lacks is money. When he bought a house, Gu Wenqing would have to move out. 302 girls' dormitory. The only people in the dormitory of 4 were Wen Xian and Wang Yanyan. The two were tired from receiving half a day's worth of new students and a lot of fragrant sweat. By now they had both showered and were lying in their respective beds. Wen Xian wanted to speak again and again for a long time, and finally gathered the courage to open the mouth to ask, you added to the school brother WeChat? Humph. Once my old lady's beauty plan came out, of course he obediently gave in. Wang Yanyan wrinkled her small nose and said triumphantly. Then hey forget it. Wen Xian had wanted to ask Wang Yanran for her schoolmate's V-letter, but she felt that it was not a good practice, so she had to give up. 10 days. I will definitely take down my schoolmate within 10 days. Wang Yanyan kicked her long white legs and said, can't keep Gu Pingyi's appetite hanging, time waits for no man. He's not bad looking, and he's rich. She's afraid that things will change over time. She'll have no place to cry if she falls prey to some other hottie. Wen Xian spoke up and reminded her not to eat the chicken. Wang Yanyan, however, did not care. She was not stupid. How could she lose? She opened her Vmail, took a picture and edited the words to send it to her schoolmate. Gu Wenqing and 3 dormitory roommates are discussing where to go for dinner tonight. We all get together in the south and north of the world. This night we'll certainly not be able to drink. Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. He didn't care and continued to brag and fart with Zhou Tao and the others. Huang Zicheng suddenly said, you can bring your family to the dinner tonight, right? I'll bring my girlfriend if I can. Crap, can't see that. Huang Zicheng, you thick eyebrows also betrayed us. Let me in glasses, these two single dogs embarrassed. Zhou Tao yelled. He. Low key, conditions permitting. Let her call out her dormitory roommates as well. The opportunity is yours to grasp. Huang Zicheng laughed. Gu Wenqing listened to them bragging for a while and remembered that his Ferrari was still parked in front of the school. To bring your car onto campus, you must go to the security office to register it with the university. Gu Wenqing said hello to the three of them and left the dormitory. Hot summer day. Cicadas in the trees scream summer. Gu Wenqing's favorite thing about summer. That's a lot of fabric for summer. All kinds, short skirts and long legs to dazzle the eyes. Without the attributes of a Ferrari, a handsome Gu Wenqing still attracts many female students when he walks on the university campus. Bang! Ouch! A gasp of surprise from the girls. Gu Wenqing only felt hit by a soft bump, a fresh fragrance. Before he could react, the sister who had accidentally bumped into him ran out of the arms of the Chen Yunxue. You also took the exam for Mordor University? Gu Wenqing was a bit surprised. I never thought I'd run into an acquaintance while attending college thousands of miles away from home. Chen Yunxue in a JK outfit, white shirt, sailor dress, wearing a light blue bow tie at the collar, bulging in front, the lower body light blue plaid short skirt, to the calf of the white short silk set off the legs white and tender. How do you know me? May I ask who you are? Chen Yunxue asked suspiciously. She had no memory of the somewhat handsome boy in front of her. I'm also from Yeyang First Middle School. Gu Wenqing smiled bashfully. The other party is in high school. Yeyang, a recognized school flower, inside and outside the school like her boys countless. And since he was just a mediocre poor student in high school, it was normal for Chen Yunxue not to recognize him. Their only previous encounter was when they played badminton together in the same gym class in both classes. Gu Wenqing thought the schoolgirl would have some impression on him. It seems that he was overthinking it. Gu Wenqing said no more and left directly. So what if he's a schoolgirl? There's no way he'd be a lickspittle when he's worth $10 billion. Restick Snow. Who was that man just now? Behind the schoolgirl, a lighter-skinned, Korean white boy type walked up and asked. This boy is called Chubo Trace. High school and Chen schoolgirl is classmate. Is also Yeyang First Middle School famous rich second generation. He has been pursuing Chen school flower for 3 whole years. And when he learned that Chen school flower was going to take the examination of Mordor University, he filled in the volunteer as Mordor University in his ass. As soon as he came out, he met a longer and taller than himself male who hit on his goddess, and he was a bit jealous in his heart. High school alumni, Chen Yunxue said. Smell. A hint of gloom flashed in Chu Bo Trace's eyes. The first thought was that someone had also enrolled in the same university as him to continue pursuing schoolgirl Chen. What a nerve! Who in Yeyang No. 1 high school doesn't know that Chen Yunxue is his hand-picked girlfriend? Chu Bo Trace thought to himself. I must give that kid a little color when I have the chance. Chen Yunxue hadn't wanted to agree to eat with him. Nay, Chen Yunxue and Chu Bochuan's 2 parents are family friends. It wasn't good to keep rejecting him. So he simply agreed to Chu Bo Trace's softly approach. In her heart, she hated Chu Bo Trace very much, but she just didn't show it too obviously because of her feelings. The two walked out of the school door one after the other. Chu Bo Trace recognized Gu Wenqing at a glance. It was him just now. Chu Bo Trace laughed coldly in his heart, but pretended to be a gentleman in front of Chen Schoolflower. Classmate, Rhyme Snow said that you're also from Yeyang First Middle School? He didn't notice that schoolgirl Chen had a disgusted look on her face when she heard him call herself Yunxue. Yes, Gu Wenqing said. Are you waiting for a car here? It just so happens that I have a BMW 5 Series, so if it's on the way, I can give you a ride, Chu Bo Trace said in a pretentious manner. In particular, the words I have a BMW 5 Series were said so loudly that they could be heard by people not far away. Sensing everyone's shock, his expression grew dejected as he continued. Don't be embarrassed, we all come from the same hometown. We have to help each other. It's always more comfortable to ride a BMW than to squeeze the bus and subway. After the words, Chu Bo Trace's face written with complacency and bragging color, took out the BMW key and pressed the roadside BMW 5 Series lights flashing. I'll go. The surrounding college students were shocked. You can afford to drive a BMW 5 Series in college. Not as good as a Ferrari, but it's pretty dang good for the average person. They looked at Chu Bo Trace, their faces filled with envy. No wonder he was average looking and the girl beside him was a national treasure. Enjoying everyone's expressions of envy and jealousy, Chu Bo Trace was extremely pleased in his heart. Getting back the thrill of once pretending to be in high school and pretending on the first day of college is really cool. Oh, no need. Gu Wenqing shook her head in rejection. The other party's words are all hidden mysteries. On the surface is a good intention to send yourself, but behind the scenes is to pretend to hit the face. Use Gu Wenqing as a backdrop and a stepping stone for him to pretend to be a pimp. I paid over $500,000 for my BMW 5 Series. I don't think you've ever been in a car that expensive enough to experience it. Chu Bo Trace's face is written with arrogance. Kid, you and we are not even a world of people still want to pursue Chen Yinxue. Simply Toad want to eat swan meat. I have my own car. What car? Riding a shared bicycle in such a hot day you're not afraid of heatstroke. Chu Bo Trace slightly sneered. Gu Qingwen strides forward. The fire-red Ferrari vehicle dazzlingly lit up. Not far from the crowd of people watching, the millions of sports cars know that the owner has come, so they had to disperse to make a road. I haven't sat in a BMW 5 Series car, and I never sit in a car that costs less than $5 million, Gu Wenqing said as he walked. Gu Wenqing opened the butterfly door and leaned over to sit in it, and with a roar, the beastly roar of the engine rang out, telling that it had top-of-the-line power. For a moment, the air turned quiet. 3 seconds later, the cacophony of crap. The Ferrari owner is so young. A $20+ million Ferrari Laffa is so enviable. He's literally at the top of his game. The crowd looked at the dazzling Ferrari Laffa. Everyone was envious, and they couldn't wait to replace Gu Wenqing's identity to try to drive the charm of 10 million supercars. Witnessing his love rival driving a Ferrari sports car, Chu Bochuan seemed to have eaten a rat turd, and his face was hard to see. Himself to be crushed mercilessly. Just now, he was pretending to be a bully in front of Gu Wenqing, showing off vigorously that he owned a BMW of more than $500,000, disparaging Gu Wenqing for not being able to afford a $500,000 BMW. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Gu Wenqing was driving a $20 million Ferrari supercar, in front of a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. A $500,000 BMW 5 Series doesn't even compare to one of the Ferrari's wheels. Gu Wenqing, which cannot afford to sit on the $500,000 BMW, that is, others simply do not see this low-end car. At this instant, Chu Bo Trace was embarrassed to the extreme. He had lost his face in front of Chen's school flower. It was so hard for him to ask schoolgirl Chen out. But unfortunately, the meal was not going to work, and he ran away in the gray while everyone's attention was still on the Ferrari. In the car, Gu Wenqing was supposed to register the vehicle into the school, which had thought of half pushing and half faking it. In that case, why don't you just take a spin around Magic City to familiarize yourself with your new surroundings? Boom! The engine exploded and the car thundered into traffic. On the road, seeing this brand new Ferrari with no license plate, the old drivers have no more road rage, lest they accidentally hit the luxury Ferrari. On the way, Gu Wenqing received a call from his mom, and after asking him about some enrollment things, he told Gu Wenqing to go to his uncle's house sometime. Among Gu Wenqing's relatives, the one with the most successful career belongs to his own uncle. My uncle's career was booming. He married a local woman from Mordor and had a daughter. In these 10 years, uncle's family also occasionally returned to Yeyang for New Year's Eve, and I remembered that every year my aunt and cousin were all arrogant, and they looked down on Gu Wenqing's family from the bottom of their hearts. Gu Wenqing would never go to his uncle's house without his mother calling, and he was annoyed when he remembered the blank stares and dislike of that mother and daughter. Worship my ass. Now that you have money, you just want to live recklessly, Gu Wenqing said in his heart. Magic City University. Female Dormitory 302. Wang Yanyan waited for a reply and waited until she was almost asleep, and she didn't see her schoolmate pay attention to herself. She was aggravated in her mind. It's not like anything you've ever seen before. The rich kids, or guys in the past, were returning their messages in seconds, and she was still in love with them instead. Often when she sends a comment, the boy Lickspill across the room sends back a long list of chats. Result: it's not working today in front of my junior. The scene reversed. She had already sent 20 or 30 messages throughout the day, and her schoolmate hadn't replied to any of them. To top it all off, she sacrificed her color and took a few pictures that she herself looked at and thought were so scrubby and hormone exploding. Is the schoolboy with another woman? A sense of crisis welled up. No, she couldn't just sit back and wait. Wang Yanyan gently bit her shell teeth. Her heart crossed, and she clicked on the voice call. On the other side, Gu Wenqing was cozily enjoying the pleasure brought by the supercar when his cell phone rang. Gu Wenqing, hey, what's up? When faced with a tea ceremony woman, one must have the upper hand or the other will get more and more pretentious. School brother, I know there is a super delicious restaurant in Magic City. Let's go eat together. Okay. Wang Yanyan's gentle voice came from the cell phone. Okay, you wait for me at the school entrance. Gu Wenqing just didn't have lunch, and when she said that, she did get a little hungry, so she agreed. Yeah. Not being rejected by Gu Wenqing, Wang Yanyan was delighted in her heart. A smile plastered her white face. That smile was the same smile those dog-licking boys had after they got her reply, commonly known as the dog-licking fanatic smile. The people in the bureau can't appreciate it. Wen Qian in the same dormitory, however, saw it clearly, and she sighed in her heart to degree even the department flower Wang Yanyan can't escape from becoming a licking dog. If the boys who are pursuing her see this scene, I'm afraid that the boys will go crazy. Wen Qian and Wang Yanyan are known as the two golden flowers of the dance department of the Magic University, and in the forums are called by the boys as the flower of the dance department. With their soft body and long legs, I don't know how many male compatriots they have charmed. After Gu Wenqing answered the voice, he realized that there were dozens of unread messages on Vmail. How do you like it? Figure. Today's original flavor of this. Schoolmates can take it to their favorites. Sister, I have several styles of socks that I can show my schoolmate. Picture, a dozen or so various selfies. Various colors of silk. Goblins. Damn. How am I supposed to top this? Gu Wenqing heart a burst of fire. This is the most energetic age. It is the opposite sex is curious, like to explore new things. Encountered these rubbing the edge of the seductive selfie pictures. Who tops the? Let you fool around first. There will be a time for you to cry later. Gu Wenqing suppressed his desire and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari rushed in the direction of Magic City University, for a beautiful woman who was delivered to his door. Gu Wenqing said that he wouldn't refuse. He now has $11 billion in savings on his card, and living recklessly is what he was meant to do, and being happy is what matters. What are men's pleasures? Lots of money, success in business, and beautiful women throwing themselves at them? Gu Pingyi replied directly, where? The main entrance of Mordor University. There was a steady stream of cars coming and going. At this time Wang Yanyan is sat on their own frugal to buy Hermes bags now big road intersection. A head of long, slightly curly hair was draped over her, and her already proper features were covered in exquisite makeup, with a bit of light pink eyeshadow and lipstick, plus a little bit of blush, making her look very innocent and desirable. The light brown slimming small short jacket highlights the upper body amplitude, revealing the enchanting small waist. The slender long legs are wearing a light-colored mini skirt, and the plaid net stockings are attached to the white long legs. She's sexily dressed. Let the opposite sex passing by. Can't help but watch her. Not bad for a dance student. Wang Yanyan's figure and appearance were definitely considered to be the top group. Wang Yanyan was precocious enough to know that she had a high face value and knew what she wanted, and she never hid her desire for money. But her requirements are also surprisingly high. She added a lot of rich second-generation V-letter, but did not in any of the rich second-generation rumors of love gossip. At this time, a Maserati pulled up next to Yanyan Wang. Wang Yanyan, the weather is so hot. Don't stand there. Come sit in my car for a while. Where are you going? I'll send you there. The boy who drove the Maserati is called Du Ziting, a senior student in Mordor, and a relatively famous rich second generation. Du Ziting is most keen on picking up girls. With the Maserati, he has dated many girlfriends, and only recently broke up. Just when he was single, he looked at Wang Yanyan more and more pretty. It was discovered that the visitor was Du Ziting. Wang Yanyan's calm face changed slightly. She had a very bad impression of Du Ziting, who was showing mercy everywhere. She didn't say a word, and simply switched to the sidelines and waited. Du Ziting wasn't annoyed. Instead he hemmed and hawed and drove the car to Wang Yanyan's heels again. My family owns a high-end restaurant in the neighborhood. Would you like to join us for dinner sometime today? Du Ziting said with a bit of bragging. He flashed his financial power and fought to take down Wang Yanyan today, and it was enough for him to blow countless bulls in school. Excuse me, I'm meeting someone, and I'm not free today. I'm not free tomorrow, and I won't be free in the future, so find someone else. Wang Yanyan iced her face and ruthlessly refused. Having been rejected twice, Du Ziting was furious in his heart. He cursed in his heart. The whole school knows that you are a gold-digging girl. Why do you pretend to be pure? A date? I know all the rich kids at Mordor University. Which one are you dating? Du Ziting's tone was tinged with a bit of envy. Martyr. This kind of yukai was even shortchanged by someone else. Wang Yanyan had a cold face and didn't want to care about him. Why are you afraid to say his name? Is it because he's not as rich as me and his car isn't as nice as mine that you're embarrassed to say it? Du Ziting got the wrong idea? Thinking that Wang Yanyan was having trouble speaking because her date was not as good as he was, he said with a smug look on his face, it's okay to have a date that's a little bit worse. After all, students like me who drive a million Maserati sports cars in college are few and far between, so there's no need to compare anyone else to me. Wang Yanyan mouth. Feel this around the side of the buzzing fly annoyed to death. Why hasn't Hakuba Scholar come yet? I wore something he liked. A red Ferrari was traveling fast from a distance. Holy shit, a Ferrari Lafa. Du Ziting was in the car, overwhelmed by the sight of the Ferrari, and screamed out instantly. Hang on, it's super cool. Du Ziting is already a car lover. and his favorite brand of supercar is Ferrari. At this moment, Du Zitung, who drove a million Maserati, had envy in his eyes, envious of the owner who drove a Ferrari Lafa. And then he froze as Yanyan got into the passenger side of the Ferrari. He was stunned, especially when he thought of pretending in front of Wang Yanyan before. Is he not as rich as I am and his car is not as nice as mine? Now that he remembered these two words, Du Ziting could not wait to give himself 2 slaps in the face. Martyr. He is a starter sports car, but want to compete with other people who drive millions of top supercars more money than the car good head what? In this instant, Du Ziting was enlightened. No wonder Wang Yanyan didn't even look at him. So he had found a super rich noble gentleman. The woman he had his eye on got into someone else's car. Du Ziting's face was ashen as he looked at the shadow of the faraway Ferrari. Ding! The host unlocks the new title, Taking People's Favor. Awarded a room in a high-class Western restaurant. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, one-handed super running. One-handed supercar substantially improves the host's supercar driving ability, track experience, and equips the host with the qualities of a racing athlete. Strike reward, 1 magic A license plate special leopard license plate. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. As soon as the system's beep finished, Gu Wenqing froze. So unlocking titles doesn't just reward money and skills, it also rewards stores, license plates and all that? There may be more unexpected rewards in the future. One-handed overdrive is a slutty skill better suited to pretending to be a girl, and is especially good for flirting with girls. Imagine one-handed drift, high-speed driving under the S-corner. Think of all feel exciting. This skill with supercars I'm afraid to be able to stimulate the girl to the top guaranteed to make people want to die. Gu Wenqing's driving level was very much improved as he had a large additional driving experience in his mind. Pity. It's in the city and the speed limit is very severe. He had an empty skill set but nowhere to put it to use. Ugh. Gu Wenqing sighed, and his lost hand slapped on the co-pilot Wang Yanyan's long round net stocking legs. It's true that I'm a practicing dancer. And it's a really great touch. You're bad. Wang Yanyan's face flushed red as she reached out and smacked away the salty pig's hand. What? Just now on the internet is the king of mouth high, teasing my blood. How come you wimped out as soon as we met? Gu Wenqing said while driving. It's developing too fast. I'm afraid, Wang Yanyan said weakly. Gu Wenqing frowned. Fear is obedient. Send me less of those rubbing photos a day. Just make fire not care about extinguishing it. He. I don't care. Wang Yanyan stretched out her long legs and continued. Dang am I pretty in tennis socks? Wang Yanyan's leg length is really long. The leg type is not like a bamboo pole kind. Her type of leg rounded and straight. Belong to the kind of not thin and not fat type of. There's something about those legs with the fishnet stockings. It had to be said that her leg shape was the best Gu Wenqing had ever seen. Why are you stretching your legs out so far? It's all the way to my side. Just tell me if you want me to touch your leg. Gu Wenqing shamelessly touched a few more times to get over it. Wang Yanran's red face, humph. Don't you just want to see the net stockings? I'm so obedient you not only don't praise people, but also take advantage of me. So bad. Hungry. Ha? Seeing as you're so obedient, I'll treat you to a big meal. Gu Wenqing laughed. Just past a 5-star hotel. There were many luxury cars parked in front of the hotel. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and a few sports cars. In front of such 5-star hotels, only ultra-luxury class vehicles are allowed to park on the ground level, and vehicles that are not qualified can only park in the underground parking garage. Gu Wenqing drove the $20 million Ferrari Lafa straight to the entrance of the hotel. The porter took a look at the Ferrari and hurriedly removed the "no parking" barricade from the empty parking space. When she arrived at the 5-star hotel, Wang Yanyan was apprehensive in her heart. What is her schoolmate doing? Getting a room? Though she acquiesced that the two would come to this sooner or later as time went on. But opening today? That's too fast of a development schedule. Wang Yanyan stiffly found a lousy excuse and stammered. School brother, my great-aunt is still not finished. What's your head thinking about all day? Gu Wenqing felt both angry and amused, and directly gave her little head a finger snap. Who says coming to a hotel has to be about getting a room? There are private kitchens here, okay? We're only eating in peace today, not talking about non-vegetarian matters. Oh, okay. Wang Yanyan nodded her head obediently. She's a materialistic girl, but she's a good girl. She usually likes to post scrubby pics. In fact, she even still has her first love. The two came to the restaurant, and Gu Wenqing handed her the menu. Wang Yanyan took a look and called out that it was really expensive. She looked at the menu that could easily cost hundreds or thousands of dishes, and just felt dizzy. She is just a student from an ordinary family. On the back of the Hermes bagger she saved a year or two to buy, which had thought of 5-star hotels randomly a private chef's special signature dishes, are fast top her a bag of money. It's a shame to come here and not eat the signature dish. Price is not an issue as long as it tastes good. Gu Wenqing saw that she was hesitant to make a move. He directly ordered 5 or 6 special signature dishes. Wang Yanyan only saw her schoolmate taking off a few of the most expensive dishes, and finally taking off 2 bottles of red wine. On the price list, the price of the wine startled her. The unit price of a bottle is 88,888. 2 bottles is close to $180. 000. Wang Yanyan felt that her eyes were blurred, and she repeatedly looked at it for a while before she dared to believe that it was true. My schoolmate spent nearly $180,000 to order 2 bottles of red wine, together with those signature dishes. Wouldn't this meal cost over $200? 000. One meal for a schoolmate costs the savings of others who have worked hard for a year or more. Is this the life of the rich? Splurge on the money. Schoolboy is too handsome. Wang Yanyan's little head was even more dizzy. Her face flushed like she had only just drunk red wine. Wang Yanyan felt like she was living in a dream. This kind of high-quality life was something she didn't even dare to think about before. After ordering their food, the two sat down and chatted pleasantly about interesting things. After a while, the waiter pushed the food cart and served all the dishes. Gu Wenqing asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine, and the other bottle he was going to bring back to try occasionally when he couldn't sleep. Gu Wenqing asked, "It is said that those who learn to dance have soft bodies." Hearing her schoolmate ask this question, Wang Yanyan's first thought was, more poses can be unlocked. Feeling Wang Yanran's odd look, Gu Wenqing frowned. "What were you thinking again? I'm asking a serious question." Wang Yanyan skimmed her lips. "Then can you remove your hand that is placed on my leg?" "Can't help it." Wang Yanyan was shy. Bad egg. A meal 2 people eat very satisfied. Gu Wenqing took advantage of some hand. The intention is not exhausted. Ding dong. Gu Wenqing's Apple cell phone rang. At this time, the good people on the side of his hand is not empty. Then let Wang Yanyan open the speakerphone. A nice female voice came from the phone. "May I ask if this is Gu Wenqing?" "Mr. Gu?" Receiving an affirmative response, she continued, "Hello Mr. Gu. I'm a staff member of the Magic City license plate auction. The license plate Shanghai A11111 that you won with a 20 million premium. And after that, the transfer and licensing will be handled by the auction house for you. The system rewards the special license plate." Gu Wenqing is very satisfied with this cowhide license plate number. If there is no system operation, this kind of Magic City's leopard license plate out of more money also have no chance to buy. Mordor is one of the 4 first-tier cities in China, and it is the economic center of China. The local license plate of Mordor is very difficult to shake, and the winning rate of shaking the license plate number is even more difficult than that of the capital of China. Having a local license plate in the Magic City is far more difficult to achieve than buying a car. How many Magic City locals shaking a number is to years as a unit, and finally really cannot shake can only retreat to buy new energy vehicles. After all, buy new energy vehicles do not need to shake the number. It can be imagined that the ordinary license plate in Mordor is so difficult to shake. Not to mention the Shanghai A11111 this kind of cowhide license plate. This is how many rich and powerful people can't wait to pretend to be a good weapon. Opened the speakerphone. Wang Yanyan heard clearly. She opened her mouth. The whole person was stunned. What did she hear? The schoolboy bought a license plate at a premium of $20 million. And that's only a $20 million premium. So the total price of the deal would be in billions of dollars? The $20 million in premium alone would buy a large apartment in the busiest part of Mordor. Schoolboy, this is too rich. Wang Yanyan felt that her imagination was lacking. Before she just thought that rich people, nothing more than food, clothing, housing and transportation luxury some of the, but would not have thought at all that someone would buy a license plate for hundreds of millions of dollars. This world is too crazy, isn't it? She can't imagine the life of a rich man. She was still in a state of surprise, not realizing that someone had touched the soft. The call is still going on. Are you still there, Mr. Gu? I am. Our auction house also has a star license plate LUAZ 8888 up for auction. May I ask if Mr. Gu is interested? The staff of the auction house was afraid that Gu Wenqing wouldn't understand, and even explained a little. There are only 2,000 Shanghai AZ license plates. In the 90s a Shanghai AZ license plate was auctioned for 300,000. Shanghai AZ license plate in addition to its economic value also has a historical value. Gu Wenqing heard that the license plate is so rare, and with his financial strength will buy more luxury cars in the future. There is no reason not to buy. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation. Just say the price directly. The price for the Shanghai AZ 8888 license plate is $5 million. Gu Wenqing directly said, so cheap? Buy it. I'm at the Shilai Lu 5-star hotel. You come over directly. The staff of the auction house, after hanging up the phone, was full of respect for Gu Wenqing. A $5 million license plate is still cheap? Was 8888 compared to his premium of $20 million to buy the license is indeed not worth mentioning. to 5 million is not a small amount of money. How many families can't earn $5 million in their entire lives, while Mr. Koo is quick to spend $5 million on a license plate that is of little use? She thought quietly, if I had $5 million, I'd buy a house. In this instant, she was curious about Gu Wenqing. Listening to the voice on the phone, Mr. Gu should be younger. She picked up the mirror and started to fix her makeup. But she was going to meet Mr. Gu later. She had to dress herself to perfection. Shilai Lu 5-star hotel. Before Wang Yanyan could slow down, she heard that her schoolmate had bought another license plate for $5 million. With a $1 billion license plate in front of her, $5 million for another license plate doesn't surprise her too much. She came back to her senses, only to realize that her body was tingling, and gently slapped the massaging hand off the soft on the. She blushed bright red. Don't move. Gu Wenqing laughed. I'll just put it on top and not move. Ugh. Stinking shameless. The two flirted with each other, and the middle-aged men who heard the call not far away from them spoke with sarcasm. Ha ha, but also a premium of 20 million yuan to buy the Shanghai A11111 license plate. Put aside this singing double, read it? Young people nowadays are too impatient. Daydreaming all day long, not doing anything practical at all. One of the men swung on the man with the Bentley keys, smelling of alcohol, and said, "Little girl, don't be fooled by this kid. The license plate of Shanghai A11111 is not possible to auction at all. The person who owns this license plate is a prestigious figure in the business world of Mordor. He's not bad at all. So this is a show in front of you." The Bentley man finished, and intentionally revealed his Bentley keys hanging on his pants. A few of them drank some white wine. A few drunkenness. Wine is a knife on the head of the word color. Found Wang Yanyan so beautiful. More or less have some other ideas. Seeing Gu Wenqing pretending blindly there again, they went straight up to poke at the lies. It's best to make the girl disgusted with the guy, they'll have a chance. Young man, see you so young. I as a passerby to remind you a word, or to take the right path. To do things on the ground, to do things, the Bentley man said in the tone of an elder, but his eyes kept staring at Wang Yanyan's long legs. You see, I work diligently. Now I have 3 suites in Magic City, multiple cars under my name, and a few days ago I even brought up a new Bentley. The Bentley man was pretending to be happy, but Wang Yanyan was shocked by his lewd expression and was very disgusted with him. She thought to herself, it's better to be a schoolmate, unlike him who is such a colorful lot. Gu Wenqing sat calmly, quietly listening to the Bentley man pretending in front of him. Yeah, my oldest brother is Cowhide. Big Brother's company makes more than $10 million a year in profits. Big Brother is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Young man, you should learn more from our Big Brother. A few of the people who were eating with him were also kissing the Bentley man's rainbow ass. The Bentley man smiled arrogantly. He was just rich. Wang Yanyan wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing said slowly, have you said enough? Done playing pussy? You're worth hundreds of millions of dollars? You make $10 million a year? Is this achievement worth bragging about? Gu Wenqing said disdainfully. Gu Wenqing throws the Ferrari keys on the table and opens his mobile bank balance, smiley face. A year's interest on my savings is more than a year's profit for your company. At the sound of that, a couple of the men froze in their tracks. When they saw the series of numbers on the bank card, the Bentley guy couldn't believe it was real. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 100 million, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 100 million, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 100 million. He counted the whole thing 3 times, and it really was an 11-digit deposit. What did they see? A young man has tens of billions of dollars on his bank card. My goodness. All of them were scared enough. They can't imagine that they've kicked a steel plate in the head of a big brother by just pretending to be a pussy. At this moment, they only felt weak. The wine also sobered up, lost their minds and collapsed on the ground reciting 10 billion ah. End of vignette. The Ferrari was undrivable due to a little red wine. Gu Wenqing took a taxi and let Wang Yanyan go back to school by herself. He has to deal with licensing next. In front of the Ferrari, the beautiful woman from the auction house wearing a professional outfit and black silk high heels was waiting for Gu Wenqing with the information clutched to her chest. Inside the cab, Wang Yanyan was deeply shocked again. Tens of billions of 11th place deposits. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes though. She had heard it all from the men. Does he really have $10 billion? Wang Yanyan believed it or not. The letter is because Gu Wenqing drove a supercar of more than $10 million and spent more than $200,000 on a simple meal. Purchase license plates at a premium of $20 million. All these show that the student's family is not rich at all. Don't believe it because, how absurd is it for an 18-year-old freshman to have tens of billions of dollars in savings on his card? Even if his family is very rich, it's not possible to give a child tens of billions of dollars in pocket money. How did I become hesitant? She used to be the character who dared to love and hate. Wang Yanyan smiled. What is there to guess? Directly asked the schoolmate. Wang Yanyan took her cell phone and directly typed, what those old colorful bastards said just now is true. Fake. Webcam. Receiving the news, Wang Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her whole being became lighter. After learning that her schoolmate didn't have $10 billion in savings, not only did she not lose heart, but her mood turned pleasant. Fake is good. I'm afraid I'm even more unworthy of you, Wang Yanyan said silently in her heart. She has nothing but beauty to show for it, and in front of her juniors she always has a bit of an inferiority complex. Shilai Lu 5-star hotel. Yang Yamo waited quietly. She saw a handsome young boy, walking towards himself. The boy's own clean and full of youthful dress, with the 180 height, teenage feeling, very handsome. She could not help but look at it more. However, the closer the handsome boy came, Yang Mo's little heart couldn't help but beat fiercely. He wouldn't be Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu, would he? Yang Mo couldn't help but ask in his mind. It shouldn't be possible for someone who casually pays a premium of 2,000 to purchase a license plate and then like a sprinkle of 5 million to get his hands on another license plate to be this handsome, right? In people's deep-rooted hearts, they always think that people can't be perfect, and there should be few rich, handsome, tall and perfect people in the world. But when the boy came up to him and said, how did you guess my car was a Ferrari? She was thrilled that Mr. Gu was so young and handsome, simply the prototype of the domineering president in the novel. Yang Yamo reacted sluggishly for a moment, her tone with a bit of stuttering. Mr. Gu Gu? Gu Wenqing nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Yamo smiled and said, because Ferrari isn't licensed as far as here is concerned. Gu Wenqing felt stupid for asking such an idiotic question. It's his own fault for forgetting that the Ferrari Lafa doesn't have a license plate. I've had some wine. You drive. Gu Wenqing threw the car keys to her. I didn't bring any flats. Yang Yamo was dumbfounded. Gu Wenqing subconsciously looked at what she was wearing. A very ordinary professional outfit. A black suit with a skirt and a white shirt on the inside, with waves of black stockings plus high heels, so that Yang Mo's body plus the tall and sexy, although the features are not as good as Wang Yanran, but is also a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing frowned. The Supra is a two-seater, and there's no way to call a valet. Looks like the only thing left to do is buy a pair of shoes. Gu Wenqing Wenjun, what size shoes do you wear? 38 yards. Alright, wait for me here. I'll go buy you a pair of shoes. Gu Wenqing finished speaking and went to find a shoe store. Yang Mo was touched. Mr. Gu was really a gentleman. Seeing the high heels he was wearing, he told her to wait where she was, and instead he went to buy shoes for himself. If you do other rich second generation, surely you will not do this. Auction house work. Yang Mo will inevitably contact some rich people. Many rich people just use women as a tool to show off. Venting. Soon, Gu Wenqing came back from buying shoes. Janma sat down in the Ferrari and stuck her leg out of the alibi, keeping her head down as she prepared to change her shoes. Boo! A slight disconnecting sound. Gu Wenqing saw that because she bent down. The soft pressure in front of her body was super large. The shirt simply could not withstand the raging waves, and the buttons directly bang open. Yang Mo's face turned red. So humiliating, she hurriedly pressed her shirt with both hands to prevent herself from being softly exposed. In a flash of lightning, Gu Wenqing's mind flashed to big, white and tender. Excellent. When he saw Yang Mo covering his shirt with both hands, he squatted down his body, one hand resting on the slender calf wrapped in black stockings, and removed the high heels from his feet. Yang Mo's body trembled in shock. What? Gu Wenqing deliberately said. Don't move. It's not like I mind that your feet stink. I didn't. My feet don't stink. Don't believe you smell it. Yang Mo was shy and angry, stretching her legs straight and lifting them towards Gu Wenqing's arms. Gu Wenqing looked at the black silk legs and small feet in front of him, and directly reached out and tugged on Yang Mo's small feet, putting the flat shoes on her. After Gu Wenqing's jab, the accident of her chest crumbling was cushioned, and Yang Mo wasn't as embarrassed as she was just now. She buttoned up the outside thin blazer to cover the shirt on her chest. Faced with a $10 million Ferrari sports car, sitting in the driver's seat, Yang Mo could not do anything. Cars she's driven quite a bit. Ferrari sports car. First time I've driven one. Sitting in a Ferrari with my hands full. I don't know how to drive. Gu Wenqing was watching from the sidelines. Yang Mo is kinda cute when he's being silly. First you fire it up like this, then the handbrake is here and then. Gu Wenqing had to be next to Yang Mo, hand in hand to teach her. On the way will not inevitably have some physical contact. Yang Mo and made a few big red face. It only takes half an hour to navigate. But Yang Mo drove nearly an hour to get there. I don't know how many car owners on the road are cursing. Ferrari sports car driving at turtle speed. It's really a waste of such a good sports car. On the road, Gu Wenqing shouted at her to speed up and told her to step on the gas pedal. Yang Mo directly said, "I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it if it's broken." Gu Wenqing joked, "If you can't afford to pay for it, you'll have to credit the person to me." Yang Mo, you don't mind that I'm old. A woman is a big girl. Not to mention the fact that imperial ladies are popular in this society nowadays. Humph. Men's mouths lie to ghosts. Yang Mo beamed. Saying this with his mouth, his heart was happy. Rich, beautiful and tall with such a sweet mouth. It's over. It's over. What woman can stand it? Time passes. The license plate was ready when Gu Wenqing sipped his tea. HUA 11111 on a Ferrari Rafa. The other Lewis 8888 is reserved for now and will be up next time I buy a car. Bah, the tea is still so bad, Gu Wenqing said. Looks like I'm only good for a little fattening water or something at my age. You're surprisingly only 18 years old. Yang Mo knew Gu Wenqing's real age when he was on the license. Yeah, it's weird? I am just asking. I thought you weren't very old before, but I didn't realize that you weren't even 20 years old alas seeing your age. I feel that I'm really old. Yang Mo was a bit emotional. How old are you? Gu Wenqing asked rhetorically. 24. Gu Wenqing laughed and said, 6 years older than me. Won't I earn a lot to hold Diamond Mountain? You're annoying. Everything is busy. The two exchanged V-mails. Yang Mo had to go to work, so he left. Gu Wenqing's alcohol had also sobered up, so he drove the Ferrari back to Magic City University. At the entrance of the school, the Ferrari was again greeted by many people's astonishment. Gu Wenqing got out of the car and registered the vehicle, and the Ferrari roared and drove through the school. Before he even entered the door after parking his car he heard the sound of ghostly voices in the dormitory. As soon as Gu Wenqing entered, Zhou Tao walked up and said loudly, "Old Gu, you've picked up a treasure. That good-looking sister today is famous in Mordor University. She's known as one of the art department's school flowers. Grandma's bear. No wonder she looks so pretty." At that time I thought it was the high quality of the girls in Mordor University, which had thought that the face value of that senior sister was the top of the handful. Good guy. The department flower is chasing after you. Lao Gu, this time you've earned a lot. As soon as Gu Wenqing returned, the three of them in the dormitory kept talking, their faces full of envy for Gu Wenqing. Ahem. After envy, Huang Zicheng still had a slight scruple in his heart. He spoke up and reminded, many people say that the department flower sister is a bit of a gold digger, so you can take it easy and spend your money sensibly. Gu Wenqing smiled and said that he and Wang Yanyan were just ordinary friends. Zhou Tao eye sharp saw Gu Wenqing brought red wine. He smile ran to the toilet, took out the mouthwash cup. The corkscrew to the red wine open. Gulp 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 gulp. A full cup of red wine. Zhou Tao drank it straight from the cow and burped afterward. Crap, this red wine tastes okay, much better than the $35 a bottle we have in town. Zhang Xiaohong poured a cup and drank it with style. Huang Zicheng, who has seen the world, fixed his eyes and saw that this brand of red wine was familiar as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was at a party for a friend of my cousin's sleepover. This brand of wine costs at least $20,000 to $30,000. Crap, waste things recklessly. Tens of thousands of dollars of red wine should be savored, not like drinking Coke vigorously. Huang Zicheng looked at the small half of the red wine that was still left and was heartbroken. What? Tens of thousands of dollars of red wine? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded, shocked and said, so didn't I just drink 5-6K in one sip? I drank a semester's worth of living expenses. Zhang Xiaohong was also surprised. Lao Gu, is this red wine really this expensive? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Wenqing said in a low-key voice, it's not expensive. Don't worry about drinking it. 888 of red wine is not expensive at all for him now. Huang Zicheng took a small sip and tasted it. The wine tasted authentic. The texture was even better than the taste in that banquet. Glancing at Gu Wenqing, who was full of concern, Huang Zicheng didn't say any more. It turns out that being from Mordor, he was originally a bit proud of himself, thinking that his family should be the richest among the few people in the dormitory. After this bottle of wine he knew he was wrong. The real thumper in this dorm room is Lao Gu. Night creeps in, a city of lights, where the nightlife begins. As soon as Gu Wenqing's few people left the dormitory, they saw several sets of girls coming and going. The weather was hot, and they were either wearing shorts, or short skirts, all of which exposed their pair of white jade legs to the outside. A pair of small white shoes or loafers, simple to wear, but overflowing with youthfulness. Zhang Xiaohong looked at the eyes, smiling, whispering that the quality of the girls in our Magic City University is not bad. Zhou Tao agreed. grinning widely. I've been in my hometown for so long, and I haven't seen as many beautiful women as I've seen in one day today. Huang Zicheng skimmed his lips and said, girls in big cities will dress up a bit, as long as the foundation is not bad, casually messing around with makeup. It is definitely more attractive than those plain-faced girls in small cities. The four of them walked around and found a barbecue stand not far from the school's main entrance and sat down. Huang Zicheng's girlfriend is also in the Magic City local university. Attending the school is a 2. From the Magic City University distance is not far, more than 10 kilometers. Huang Zicheng talked to his girlfriends on the phone, and they were already on their way here. Did her roommate come? Zhou Tao asked hurriedly. Huang Zicheng laughed, don't worry about it all. The opportunity to seize it yourself. The four of them started by ordering some barbecue, beer, and waiting. About 20 minutes or so, the four girls got out of the cab. Wenhuan, here, Huang Zicheng shouted excitedly in the direction of the girls. Zhou Tao and the others saw from a long distance away, a tall girl with a high face value, followed by 3 girls walking towards them. Zhou Tao's eyes glowed. Lao Gu, beautiful woman. She's also too pretty. I've got my eye on the one at the top first. You guys aren't allowed to grab it. Gu Wenqing followed the direction to look over. The lead girl is really long and good looking. A head of long brown hair, pink blouse, the lower body of light gray denim shorts, white straight long legs wrapped in white socks, feet stepped on a pair of Adidas small white shoes. The girl's eyes are really good looking, eyes that look like they could smile and make one's mood a little happier when one sees those eyes. Huang Zicheng said with some resentment. Damn, a friend's wife is not to be bullied. That's my girlfriend. What? Your girlfriend? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded. Zheng Xiaohong was also a bit confused. If Gu Wenqing had a girlfriend with this kind of face value, the two of them wouldn't be surprised. After all, old Gu was a handsome mess, and Huang Zicheng is so average looking that his girlfriend's face value is so high. Li Wenhuan led his 3 roommates to the barbecue stand, and when he saw the dirty and messy environment, his brows furrowed, and he was somewhat not very happy. It was hard for her to call out her 3 roommates and ride more than 10 kilometers by car, but it turned out that Huang Zicheng chose such a poor restaurant to eat. Inside she felt humiliated in front of her roommates. Zheng Xiaohong is still the first time to contact such a beautiful girl from a distance. Originally wanted to say more words, but the result of the tongue spinning, dryly said a sentence. Hello brother and sister. Zheng Xiaohong was the oldest in the dormitory, so she called Huang Zicheng's girlfriend her younger sibling. What did you call me? Li Wenhuan frowned, his tone a bit bad. Huang Zicheng smiled awkwardly, touched his nose and said first, he's older than me. It's right to call you sibling. A temporary boyfriend is also a boyfriend. Li Wenhuan had a condescending look on his face. You haven't turned yet. Don't publicize all day. Zhou Tao froze. What? City people really know how to play. Male and female friends and temporary. Huang Zicheng smiled bitterly. Alas, it's hard to say. It hasn't been converted yet. Smell. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong looked at each other and smiled. No wonder it is not yet a boyfriend and girlfriend. Huang Zicheng dresses up like a non-mainstream one day. Want to chase such a beautiful girl must be a lot of effort to do. The 4 girls sat down next to each other. The 3 roommates of Li Wenhuan had wanted to come and see if the men of the Magic University were handsome. If all aspects of the conditions are good, you can first add each other's contact information to talk. As a result, from a distance, people black clothes soil Zhou Tao, and thin with a monkey like Zheng Xiaohong. 3 people are full of disappointment. After sitting down and seeing Gu Wenqing, that's a good-looking guy. The gazes of the 3 of them frequently looked at Gu Wenqing, who had the highest face value, and Li Wenhuan followed suit and looked at him twice more. Li Wenhuan's dormitory. It can be said that the value of the face are very good. 4 people's face value is relatively high, and a look at all the city girls. Dressing style, makeup are dressed up well, the style is different, each with its own style. Su Qiuqiu was wearing a long white dress with a fairy-like temperament. Mo Lu wearing sports tights, plus sports shorts, usually like to work out, skin slightly wheat color, but the body and appearance is very positive. The lowest face value is Dai Shi, wearing a small white t-shirt, underneath is a short denim skirt, her skin white to shiny, that exposed in the air white arms and jade legs special attract people's attention. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but sigh, a white color hides 100 ugly. Dai Shi's face value was slightly lower compared to the other 3, but with this white to glowing skin, she was instead the most attractive girl among the 4. We all introduced ourselves to each other and made an initial acquaintance. Halfway through the drink, Mo Lu suddenly asked, Gu Wenqing, do you work out a lot? Gu Wenqing took a sip of beer and asked rhetorically, why do you ask? After living for 18 years, Gu Wenqing hadn't entered the gym once in those 18 years. Mo Lu's eyes glowed as she said, I can see the 8-pack abs. Oh, streamline such great muscles. It's impossible for people who don't work out often to have them. When everyone was drinking and chatting just now, it was a bit hot, and Gu Wenqing lifted the corner of his shirt slightly upwards, which was noticed by Mo Lu. Gu Wenqing couldn't say that it was rewarded by the system and said with a smile, "It's all obvious to you that I'm particularly fond of working out." "Wow, that's great. I have a fitness companion. Meet up and exercise together sometime." "Ah, I just got an annual fitness card. We can both use it together," Mo Lu said happily. "Good. You're too much. Trying to flirt with big handsome Gu so soon." Li Wenhuan giggled. Su Qiuqiu bumped Daishi's arm and whispered, "Eyes are sticking to others. If you like him, chase him before it's too late. Can't you see that Mo Lu has made the first move?" Daishi's fair face reddened. Her tone soft, "No, only met him for the first time. How could I possibly like him?" "Ha, woman, don't ever regret it later." 2 dorm rooms, 8 people chatting away. Suddenly there was a loud bang. All of the people in the store looked in the direction of the loud noise. The table and chairs in front of them had been overturned on the floor. F***ck. What the F***ck are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Give me a face. Right. Several men cursed as the leader slapped the short-haired woman on the head. Gu Wenqing frowned. At this time the short-haired girl was knocked to the ground. Gu Wenqing's eyes shrunk. The long-haired girl behind her he recognized. Chen Yunxue, the school beauty in high school. Just a few minutes ago, a couple of drunks got horny at the sight of the innocent young girl. One of them reached out and tried to pull schoolgirl Chen. Smiling lewdly, "How much does it cost to accompany a drink for one night?" This can make Chen Yunxue angry. Her fellow short-haired girl Lu Yao scolded nervous. It directly pissed the man off. A straight right to the head of Lu Yao. Then the other few drunks joined in. Countless punches and kicks landed on Lu Yao. Lu Yao endured the severe pain and blocked Chen Yunxue behind her. So that schoolmarm Chen was not affected. The leading drunks didn't stop, yelling as they fought. "I've given you a fucking face. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes that I've taken a liking to you." The leading one yanked hard on Lu Yao's hair and dragged him over to a couple of drunks, and he held up the table to slam it hard. The schoolgirl who was never the one to be swarmed and ingratiated had never encountered anything like this before. Schoolgirl Chen was helpless and desperate. The people around the dinner were also startled. Some took out their cell phones to call the police, and some took cell phones to take pictures and record video. It's so rampant. It's a disregard for the law. "You guys go help them," a red-headed girl said, looking around at the boys for help. The men glanced at the 7 or 8 tall, drunken men on the other side, and their hearts were full of cowardice. Who doesn't want to be a hero to save a beauty? But the other party is so many people and so strong in combat that none of them dare to go forward to help. "I'm calling the police. Let's wait for them. They are so hateful. I hope justice comes soon." "Mud. It's all because I'm dizzy from drinking and my body has no strength left," someone said. Some of them were students of the Magic University who directly recognized one of the girls as Chen Yunxue, the school flower-level goddess on the school's intranet. At this time, they were all like shrunken turtles, hiding far away, not even thinking of coming forward to help. The red-haired girls saw the men shunning them, 1 or 2 of them dodging their eyes and not even trying to come forward to help. Her eyes reddened with anger. "There are so many men on the scene. If we work together, we can definitely stop the drunks from being violent. It's a shame that all the men here are cowards." The table was about to hit Lu Yao. Gu Wenqing stood up. The 3 roommates shouted, "Lao Gu, don't go. Already called the police. Don't try to be brave." Gu Wenqing ignored it and rushed straight towards the charge. "Don't worry, I've practiced." Gu Wenqing was the one who possessed the skill. What goes around comes around. He didn't give these punks a second thought. The hanging hearts of the girls in the room were given a small measure of comfort. The red-headed girl saw hope. At the moment of crisis, it is better to show the quality of a person's delivery, with a sense of responsibility. In this instant, Gu Wenqing alone instantly overwhelmed all the men present. He seemed to be the light in the darkness. The girls had only one thought: it's hard not to love it when it really warms your heart. Gu Wenqing had already rushed into the middle of the 8 drunks. He was very fast, and when he saw that the drunkard was about to slam down with the table raised, Gu Wenqing flew over and did a whip kick. Before the drunkard could react, he was kicked in the face and lay on the ground like a dead pig. With that he reacted to the drunks beating around him. "Fuck you. Looking for death." The remaining 7 swarmed up and swung their casserole-sized fists, facing the 7 big men coming at him head-on. Gu Wenqing advanced instead of retreating, not caring about the countless fists hitting his body. Each of his swings hit the drunkard hard in the head. Boo! Boo! There was a loud bang. After 7 punches, all 7 big men were knocked to the ground. Nearly instantly, they all lost consciousness, a face full of blood. This is still Gu Wenqing purposely stayed his hand, or else their jaws would be dislocated. The drunk, who was first kicked off, clears his head. "Fuck, I'm going to cut you up," said Knife rushed towards Gu Wenqing. Chen Yunxue, Lu Yao, the red-haired girl, and Li Wenhuan. They saw the scene. Their hearts tightened, and they prayed in their hearts that nothing would happen to him. Gu Wenqing frowned. It seemed that he was still too kind and used his strength sparingly. Gu Wenqing instantly rushed up. With the invincible skills, he is not comparable to this kind of drunken bag on the opposite side. Split second. Gu Wenqing swung dozens of punches and beat the drunkard directly until he vomited blood and fell to the ground before giving up. In the distance, Huang Zichang was shocked with his mouth hanging open. In just a moment, Lao Gu had squared off 8 big men. Crap, that's too much bull. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also shocked and nodded in agreement. Gu Wenqing stood at the very center, with 7 or 8 drunks lying on the ground. At this moment he was like a god of war. People have a feeling that Gu Wenqing is like an ancient invincible general who rushed into the enemy army. Gu Wenqing's white shirt was torn, revealing his lean body. Mermaid line, 8-pack abs. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Seeing this scene made many girls resist swallowing their saliva. So manly, so secure. The sound of sirens came from a distance. After learning what happened, and with the testimony of the crowd, the crimes of 7 or 8 drunks were listed. The righteous Gu Wenqing went to the police station to make a statement, and soon finished and walked out of the police station. The few people who accompanied Gu Wenqing saw him walk out. Li Wenhuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she stepped forward and touched Gu Wenqing's abs, giggling, "Okay, you, surprisingly so powerful, causing us to worry for half a day for nothing." Mo Lu was pleasantly surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have practiced martial arts, so you can teach me in the future." Daishi quietly didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of worry. After this one incident, several girls were even more impressed with Gu Wenqing. It turns out that the face value is so high that they will be impressed, coupled with the fact that just now that one person rushed forward to bravely face the abuser, so that Gu Wenqing in the hearts of the women's image to a higher level. Feeling everyone's concern, Gu Wenqing smiled. "I can't just stand by and watch them get beaten up." Gu Wenqing was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze with justice in his heart. "Hey, wait for me." Gu Wenqing and his roommate, with 4 girls, were about to leave. A girl's clear voice came from behind her. A cute-looking red-headed girl huffed and puffed. "Phew, I'm exhausted. You're lucky you didn't leave." A head of red hair Lin Yingying, a dress with a high price, dressed in a very hot, black lace edge dress. Feet stepped on Valentino's high heels, wrapped around the body of the black dress in front of the convex and curved. The body burst good. She's holding a new dress shirt in her hand. "Nah, it's for you." Gu Wenqing didn't refuse and took it and put it on directly. Lin Yingying swept her gaze over the 4 Li Wenhuan girls with a bit of hostility in her eyes. These girls couldn't be looking up to him as well. "You were so handsome back there. Can you leave me your contact info?" Brush, brush. Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zichang had envy in their eyes. Lao Gu was a real bullshitter, and was again approached by a pretty girl who offered to ask for V-mail. Alas, is this the gap between us and Gu Wenqing? Gu Wenqing, good figure and face value, can also do martial arts, more importantly, has a sense of justice. If I were a girl, I'm sure I'd like him too. They thought so. Okay, Gu Wenqing agreed. Gu Wenqing passed her friend request and went back to her dorm room alone. As for Zhou Tao, 3 people, they are to send the girls back to school. Just happened this stall. Temporary boyfriend Huang Zicheng also do not feel at easily when one them a few female back to school. The Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao both locked up their prey, saying that it was safer to have more people, so they cheekily followed and sent them. Ding! The host unlocks a new title, Seeing Righteousness and Courage. Incentive for 10 sets of storefronts on Wahi Commercial Street. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character attribute enhancement, Warmth and Elegance. Warm and literary elegance, temperament and demeanor. Enables the host to have the temperament of a young man with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Enabling the host's face to be improved to a certain extent. Temperament? Gu Wenqing muttered to himself. He thought he wasn't bad looking, with some air of youthful teenage sensibility. Now that you've gotten the when you boost, wouldn't that face value be handsome out of the sky? I'll go. How else is this going to keep the other boys on the planet alive? Bulbous grass, as the name suggests. It is the most beautiful boy on earth. After a while, Gu Wenqing was able to calm his excitement. Gu Wenqing transferred $5,000 to Lin Yingying with V-Mail. The dress is a luxury brand. Quite expensive. Remarks, money for clothes. Lin Yingying replied in a second. Why? I do not want. It's just a piece of clothing. This is my reward for your bravery. Gu Wenyi, the clothes are nice, but I don't like to owe people favors. He then thought, the girl is also a good intention. The tone is too hard, easily hurt her heart. He typed a string of words. Just invite me to dinner when you have time. Lin Yingying obediently replied, good. Then dinner you can't refuse again. Oh, a certain villa area in Magic City. After Lin Yingying collected the money, she felt that she had met the treasure boy. In a happy mood, she couldn't help but hum. A Ferrari, bank card deposits of over $10 billion, 10 sets of storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street, a fine Western restaurant, 2 valuable Magic City celebrity license plates. In the short time that he had acquired the system, Gu Wenqing had unknowingly possessed so many possessions. Any one of the things on it, individually taken out at random, would be a fortune that could be envied. Gu Wenqing, on the other hand, has all of them, and there's more wealth to come. Today's reward for 10 sets of facades on Huaxin Street. Huaxin Street is the most luxurious commercial street near the Magic City University City. Usually the first choice of nearby students shopping will go to Huaxin Street. Therefore, Huaxin Street has a huge flow of people, and the huge flow of people makes the frontages on Huaxin Street also rise in value. If an ordinary person owns a set of storefronts on Huaxin Street, as long as he rents out the storefronts, it will cost him several $1 million a year, and he can spend his whole life without doing anything but collecting rents. And this kind of facade, Gu Qingwen owned 10 sets at once. After a tiring day, Gu Wenqing quickly went to sleep. The next day, the counselor reminded the class group yesterday about military training today. Gu Wenqing got up early. Hey, old Gu, why do I feel like you've suddenly become handsome? Huang Zicheng, who was tending to his hair, noticed the change in Gu Wenqing. Zhou Tao grinned enviously and said, yeah, oh, I feel the same way. Zheng Xiaohuang yelled with jealousy, Uggo, is there any justice in this? You were already handsome enough, but after a nap you've become much more handsome. Does this even let us live anymore? Gu Wenqing laughed, fuck off. Laozi has always been this handsome. It's just that you guys haven't noticed. With that, he went into the restroom to wash up. Gu Wenqing washed her face, and when she looked up, she was also startled to see herself in the mirror. Crap, is the remodeling that obvious? The facial features are still the same, but it's been optimized by several levels overall. You can tell at a glance that you've become more handsome. No wonder the 3 kids in the dormitory were so surprised. The Gu Wenqing of the past was indeed handsome, but not handsome enough to reach the realm of human and God's wrath. And after the system, when Erwinya won optimization, the face value instantly advanced several grades. Before it was optimized, Gu Wenqing's face value could be equal to that of Bai Gu Tianla, Wu Yinzhu, and Cheng Guanxi. After optimization, they are all scummed directly by Gu Wenqing's seconds of existence. The September sun is blazing. The playground of Mordor University. Thousands of freshmen stood in military position in camouflage uniforms. It was sweltering hot and everyone was sweating non-stop. It's like being washed in water. Okay, all hands, rest in place. The instructor glanced at his cell phone. Time was up, and blew the whistle for rest. The students in military training were all paralyzed as if their bodies had been emptied. Gu Wenqing took off his hat. His body had been strengthened, he wasn't tired, but the heat was really hot. Gu Wenqing felt her panties getting wet. See that everyone is seated. Gu Wenqing also sat down obediently. Huang Zicheng ghostly shouted, holy shit, I just blew my hair out in the morning. Gu Wenqing took a look at the hair oiled into a strip, and the hair was also hooked by the hat into a tight band. Looked quite funny. Gu Wenqing was glad that he had cut his hair short and dry, and when he took off his hat, his hair was unchanged. Wow! There were cries of alarm from the front square. The voice was wanting, drawing everyone in the playground to look up. Even the instructors, as well as the older siblings who specialized in gloating and watching the freshmen's military training, couldn't help but look over. As far as the eye could see, the boys' eyes were straight at this point. Isn't that the art department girl from the posting? It's senior sister Wang Yanyan. What's she doing in the playground? Eyes in the spotlight. Wang Yanyan was wearing a white strapless t-shirt, a light-colored ultra-short skirt underneath, and the lower part of her body was replaced with a pair of fishing net socks and small white shoes. Her long hair was tied up in a playful ball gag and her tight makeup was eye-catching in the bright sunshine. She was striding her long black silk legs with a bit of imperial style and a charming smile on her face. Her appearance caught everyone's eye. The boys, who had been shrugging their heads without spirit, were instantly energized as if they had been drinking pulses. Yanran Wang, sophomore at Mordor University. She is known as the only flower of the art department on the school's intranet. The newly admitted freshman, who had long seen Wang Yanyan online, exclaimed that the real person had more temperament than the photo. Wang Yanyan walked to the front of the playground with her long legs. In her hand she carried a bottle of sparkling water. It's a schoolboy favorite. Seeing Wang Yanyan who was carrying water, all the people in the playground became surprised. The departmental flower is there to deliver sparkling water to some freshman? It can't be, can it? It's only one day into freshman year and a freshman has captured the heart of a department flower girl? Sister Wang Yanran, that's so beautiful. Who's so charming as to get the department flower to bring water? Looking at Wang Yanyan, the boys in Gu Wenqing's class talked excitedly. Hey, you guys don't know yet? Wang Yanyan likes Gu Wenqing from our class. Lao Gu. Here comes the schoolmarm's attentive service. Hey, Lao Gu was really enviable. A few people from the same dormitory said in an envious and jealous tone. Wow. What? It's actually for Gu Wenqing? It's impossible. Although I admit that Gu Wenqing is handsome, it's not possible to charm senior sister so quickly. I don't believe it either, said the male students in several of the classes in the square. The boys in the class all revealed impossible expressions, thinking that Zhou Tao's few were bragging. It was rumored all over the internet that Wang Yanyan was more of a gold digger and could not be taken down at all by being good-looking. But when Wang Yanyan got closer and closer until she came in front of Gu Wenqing, they recognized the reality that the pretty and sexy schoolmate was indeed here to look for Gu Wenqing. Their hearts are empty and they feel like they've lost their love. Wang Yanyan playfully winked. Schoolmate, you're sparkling water. The weather is so hot, drink ice water to relieve the heat. The scene shocked everyone present. Departmental sisters braved the sun to deliver water to freshmen. Everyone's looking at this in shock, unable to believe it was real. After Wang Yanyan's vociferous water delivery, the girls on the playground all realized that there were such good-looking boys in Magic University. Mom, yeah, I'm in love. This face is too high. He's so handsome. No wonder the pretty schoolmates would take the initiative to bring water. Obviously everyone was wearing the same camouflage. Next to him were two men, one wearing glasses as thin as a monkey, camouflage uniforms on him and pseudo-military-like. And there's a guy with yellow hair and a long afro. So a comparison of short inch head, plus camouflage clothing. Gu Wenqing more dazzling inch head are so good this how cannot let the girls love it. Most of the post-00s generation are face dogs. Sisters not far from the stands, grimly remorseful. Why didn't I find him sooner? Handsome guy got shortchanged by that gold-digging girl. Mommy, I'm in love. Mommy, I'm out of love again. Someone stole a few photos of him and posted them to the school's forum with the caption, the most handsome freshman of this class. There's a candidate for the Magic University schoolboy. It quickly made the forum's hot list. Gu Wenqing was completely on fire now. Before the Ferrari incident, Gu Wenqing only shot a blurred side face. In the school, Ferrari owner, although the fire. But everyone does not know who the Ferrari owner is. And in the short video app outside the school, the video of Gu Wenqing's courageous act of fighting down 8 drunken men by himself has also been uploaded to the net. And the incident is festering. Wang Yanyan noticed the change in him. You've become handsome again. Schoolmate. Right. That handsome man and beautiful woman were quite a match, Gu Wenqing said smilingly. Wang Yanran smiled back. I feel the same way. Why don't we try it? Yeah. I won't see you tonight at Shilai Lu. Wang Yanyan pretended to be angry. Get lost. After the two of them had a small chat together, Wang Yanyan left. The male students in the class were jealous of Gu Wenqing to the extreme at this moment. The same freshman year. Why is Gu Wenqing so good? I've got a sister to bring me drinks for military training. It looks like it's still the department flower chasing Gu Wenqing backwards. It looks like we're going to have to work hard for our college sex life, too. And many of the boys shake their fists and pump themselves up. Suddenly, there was another pleasant sound. Gu Wenqing, here's your milk tea. One thing leads to another. Chen Yunxue was wearing a JK uniform, white shirt, light blue skirt, white stockings half the length of her calves, and stood in the sunlight with a face of innocence. Because of last night's incident, she was in the hospital taking care of Lu Yao, so she didn't participate in the military training. Another beautiful girl who took the initiative to give Gu Wenqing warmth. The boys in the room, their eyes were red with envy. Fucking hell, do we even have a chance to live? A flower girl is fine. We'll just put up with it. There are other pretty girls in the school anyway. Results. Damn it. Chen Yunxue, the so-called most beautiful freshman in this class, has also brought water to Gu Wenqing. There were only a few girls with top face value, and Gu Wenqing alone had captured the hearts of 2 schoolgirl-level beauties. How does that not make everyone angry? Confused. He's scum. It was only a moment ago that senior sister Wang Yanyan brought him water. He's got his feet in 2 different boats, so don't you fall for it. Several boys from Chen Yunxue's class came over and said one by one. At the beginning of the school year, the boys were still very excited to know that the most beautiful freshman was in the same class as them. Some guys think that being close to the water is a good idea, and that the most beautiful freshman might be looking at them. The goddess of his class was not yet happy enough to bring water to a boy from the other class. They couldn't let the schoolgirl jump into the fire. Chen Yunxue's tone was icy cold. None of your business. She sends hers. I send mine. It's not a conflict. She handed Gu Wenqing the milk tea and left. She had to go to the hospital to take care of Lu Yao. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong's gazes gathered on Gu Wenqing. Crap. A model for my generation. Bull. I can't believe that I have 2 beautiful women delivering water at the same time. Wang Yanyan and Chen Yunxue shouldn't both be competing for Gu Wenqing, right? This student, since you have a schoolmate, please stay away from Chen Yunxue, a small handsome-looking boy said. His name was Wang Yanyan and he was in the same class as Chen Yunxue. Wang Yanyan is Chen Yunxue's admirer and fell in love with her at first sight from the first moment he saw her. He saw that the goddess he adored was giving water to other men, and Wang Yanyan had strong animosity towards Gu Wenqing. Do you think you can have 2 feet in 2 boats just because you are handsome? Wang Yanyan voiced his question. Gu Wenqing said blandly, I'm sorry, I'm single. What's with having 2 feet in 2 boats? Wang Yanyan said in a loud voice, anyway, in the future you can't let Chen Yunxue bring you water anymore. You don't deserve her. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng stepped forward and said, are you fucking sick? First realize that Chen Yunxue took the initiative to send water to Gu Wenqing. If you have the ability to let Chen Yunxue not send off, Wang Yanyan was also not willing to show weakness. Chen Yunxue is still young now and was mesmerized by his superficial face value. When she's born into society, she'll realize that good looks don't make a meal, and that only money is everything. As if he had found great confidence, Wang Yanyan said loudly, do you know how much a suite in my house costs? A suite in my house? You guys struggling for your whole life can't afford a suite in Magic City. Hear these words. The surrounding students were silent. Although Wang Yanyan's words were not nice to hear, he didn't talk nonsense. Only when you come to Mordor do you realize how poor your family is. Magic City housing prices can easily be 80,000 to 90,000, 100,000 a square foot. A 1-bedroom apartment in a slightly more prosperous area will cost at least $3 to $4 million. Not surprisingly, in the future many of them will leave the Magic City where they struggled because they simply can't buy a house. Even if you bite the bullet and empty your family's 4 wallets to review the down payment each month, not a low monthly payment can be overwhelming. Some students suddenly envied Lu Songyang. At least he didn't have to be anxious about the exorbitant house in Mordor. Wang Songyang's tone became very dejected. My family's house is worth $8 million. And there are 4 sets of such houses in my family. He sneered at Gu Wenqing. What are you comparing me with? When he had finished, he stood very godlike. And he was very cool inside. And, so what if you are handsome? The most important thing in this world is still financial strength. For houses worth $8 million, the total price is $32 million. What a concept. Straight up you can buy 30 or 40 high-rise homes in a small city. A few girls heard Wang Songyang home 4 suites, secretly to Wang Songyang's secret eyes. Even if Wang Songyang long general, but others have 4 suites in the Magic City, directly let Wang Songyang in the eyes of some girls into the meat and potatoes. Just as everyone was still shaken by Wang Songyang's words, the school's defense walked to the playground. The uncle of the security guard shouted loudly, is the economics student Gu Wenqing here? Gu Wenqing stepped out of the pile and replied, it's me. Your Ferrari is parked under a tree at the school, obstructing the school's landscaping trim. So go move your car. Yes. After Gu Wenqing finished speaking, he went to move the car, ignoring Wang Songyang's provocation the entire time. Watching Gu Wenqing pull out the Ferrari keys, Wang Songyang was confused. How is that possible? Out-of-towner Gu Wenqing actually drove a Ferrari to school. The lowest-priced Ferrari sports car lands at over $4 million. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, Zhang Xiaohong, with the entirety of the playground, were stunned. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. Gu Wenqing was driving a Ferrari. It took a few moments for everyone to digest before they came back to their senses. Someone took a breath of air and said, what's the standard for driving a multi-million-dollar sports car as a freshman? Ceiling standards. The family has billions of assets to say the least. Crap. Born at the finish line. Hearing everyone's words, Wang Songyang was embarrassed to the core. Not long after, Gu Wenqing moved the car and came back. Zhou Tao went up to ask, Lao Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth? Are you asking about the price of the car? Or the license plate? Zhou Tao didn't understand. Of course it's the price of the car. What am I asking about the license plate for? Ferrari Lafa 20 million plus. Wow. More than $20 million in the Magic City and the Prosperous Point. Buy 2 suites. The boys looked at Gu Wenqing sourly. Their moods complicated to the extreme. At this time, Wang Songyang hated to find a hole in the ground to drill into. He himself brags about his family's house being worth $32 million, while the car he drives is worth more than $20 million. How can the family of someone who can afford to drive a $20 million car have financial resources that he can't match? Wang Songyang stretched out his face for Gu Wenqing to beat him. And after he was beaten, he even shouted good. It's really bad luck that the mother opens the door for the bad luck. Old Gu, is this your Ferrari? Huang Zicheng found the picture in the forum. Gu Wenqing replied. Yes. Gu Wenqing replied in the affirmative. He was the only one who drove a Ferrari Lafa in the entire Mordor University. Or rather the entire university town. Nima. Huang Zicheng really admired Gu Wenqing this time. Crap. The Ferrari's license plate is Shanghai A11111. Gu Wenqing, you are just too bullish. What did they hear? The Ferrari's license plate is Shanghai A11111? Even girls who don't know anything about cars know how expensive this kind of license plate is. License plate more expensive than car series. A $20+ million Ferrari Lafa doesn't cost as much as its license plate. Is this how rich people play? Look at the news on my cell phone. Some media has reported that Shanghai A11111 was sold at a premium of $20 million. The total selling price is $168 million. The moment. They have truly realized what it means to have a gap between the rich and the poor. What do you mean? Society's beating? A license plate can buy a dozen suites in Magic City. $168 million in the bank. 1 year's interest alone would make them wealthy and free. Everyone's eyes looked at Gu Wenqing with infinite jealousy. This is the real God's man he is, isn't it? Wang Yanyan was desperate. Feeling the strange gazes around him made him uncomfortable. He's even pretending to be in front of the God's hose. Is a $32 million house a big deal? No. A license plate from Godhawk is worth over $32 million. Comparing yourself to Gu Wenqing is like comparing a firefly to the sun. Making a fool of yourself. Wang Yanyan lowered his head and grayly ran back to his class square. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates gathered around, and among the 3, Zhou Tao said, "Holy shit, that bottle of red wine I had last night was really worth tens of thousands of dollars. Huang Zicheng, you were the one who drove the Ferrari to heroically save the girl when Lao Gu enrolled, right? I have to say, you really laid low and had us all fooled. I'm going to go show off to my high school classmates that my roommate drives a $10 million Ferrari." Online, the 2 short video platforms, Douyin and Blockhand, are extremely hot for the event. Once the video was shown, it instantly ignited the anger of the crowd. It made the hearts of the viewers who swiped the video clench. As soon as things festered, they quickly became highly regarded by everyone. The full version of the store's surveillance video, too, soon exploded. The people in front of the screen all broke out in a cold sweat. Surveillance footage continues to play. The young man in the white shirt suddenly got up and ran towards the leader. A flying charge kick makes the save. And then everyone saw that countless fists, slaps, all landed heavily on the body of the white shirt boy. His white shirt was torn to shreds by the tugging of several large men. Faced with several big men, the boys did not have the slightest bit of timidity. A punch, 3 punches, 5 fists, 7 fists, knocked out a drunken man with 1 punch. At this very second, it was as if the boy standing naked in the darkness of the night were the light of heaven and earth. Dude, good for you. Isn't that more worth chasing than some celebrities? The world has no Ultraman, no Deja, but plain white shirt boys. I'm an old man and I think he's handsome. This dude, he's mean. I hope you and I will be white boys from now on. The light comes at the end of the video. Countless people were moved to tears. The world is still saved. Look at that young man on his own. Justice may be late, but it is never absent. Things started to fester. Of course Gu Wenqing was unaware of all this. He was still in the middle of his bitter military training. For a while, searching for white boys spread all over the internet. How hot is it? Microblogging hot search list top 10 all about white boy. 9 out of 10 videos swiped by Racer in Douyin are about white boy. Countless girls across the country idolize white boy. Through this video, the girls realized that choosing a boyfriend, money and looks is not the most important thing. What matters is the sense of responsibility and accountability. A certain office building in Magic City. At the very front of the conference hall, an old man looked at the soldiers under his hand and spoke in a serious tone. It's a good thing someone stood up. Otherwise where would Mordor's face be? And how would compatriots from all over the country look at Mordorians? Without this teenager's outburst, I'm afraid the image of Mordor is in tatters. Give me a strict investigation, and the provocateurs will be given special treatment and pursued to the end. As the meeting was about to break up, the old man's tone became slightly calmer. We can't turn a blind eye to a teenager who is brave and deserves a commendation. Magic City University Playground. The freshmen had just finished military training and were resting in the shade. Zhou Tao enviously asked, Lao Gu, what is the life of a rich man like? Gu Wenqing smiled and replied, just like you, eating, drinking, and sleeping. Nima, can it be the same? Your tens of thousands of dollars for a bottle of red wine is more expensive than my family's yearly income. Zhou Tao, who came out of the countryside, sighed for a while. You can't compare people to people. Huang Zicheng spoke, you can't even imagine the life of a rich man. Zhou Tao, through a day of getting along with the 3 roommates, did not have a gap because of Gu Wenqing money, but instead felt that the old Gu, this person is too good. Old Gu Ming's family was so rich, but he never flaunted his wealth in front of everyone, nor did they look down on any of them. Zhou Tao, who came out of the countryside in particular, felt it especially deeply. Coming from a penniless land, he always felt out of place in the big city of Magic City. Walking along the road, he always had the feeling that he was being pointed out by people. They say he's as black as carbon and dresses in dirt and rags. Zhou Tao is usually cheeky on the surface, but at heart he's very sensitive. He'll be sad too. Some self-righteous townspeople always discriminate against him. On the contrary, Gu Wenqing, who can drive a multi-million-dollar luxury car with hundreds of millions of license plates. The old Gu is humble to people and has never looked down on him, even when he drank half a bottle of wine that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Lao Gu said, "It's not expensive. Let him drink whatever he wants. Gu deserves to be rich. He deserves to be popular with the girls." Suddenly, 5 or 6 uniformed government agents appeared on the playground. There seemed to be cameras behind them, with interviewers with microphones. "Classmate, may I ask where Gu Wenqing is?" the uniformed police officer asked. "Oh, their class square is over there. The one with the most handsome face is the one." The boy was a bit timid when he saw the police. Thanks to the blessing of Wang Songyan's pretense just now, he realized who Gu Wenqing was. Looking for Gu Wenqing? What are so many cops looking for Gu Wenqing for? What would a freshman have to do with the police? Suddenly, someone said, "Crap, it can't be Gu Wenqing who committed a crime." The person who said that was Chu Bo Trace. Yesterday he was swept off his feet by Gu Wenqing. Also lost a solo date with schoolgirl Chan. He's a man who eats softly and is afraid of hardness. Just now he quietly watched Wang Songyang provoking Su Wenqing. The mind hated both of them to death. But Chu Bo Traces cannot afford to mess with. One driving 10 million Ferrari. Another home house 32 million. He only stoically. Now, Chu Bo Trace had finally found a chance for revenge. While at Yeyang First High School, Chu Bo Trace was also a resounding figure in the school. And he had never even heard of such a person as Gu Wenqing in the school. If Gu Wenqing's family was really so rich, it wouldn't be possible for him to be unknown in Yeyang First Middle School. That's it. Chu Bo Trace felt like he had caught the truth. There is only one truth. Gu Wenqing's family has no money at all. And now all this money is all the stolen money that Gu Wenqing has gotten by breaking the law. Chu Bo Trace continued loudly. The fact that the police are here means that Gu Wenqing's money came from the wrong source. Boom! The words exploded in the playground like a bomb. Some of the students came to a realization. He's not getting his money from fraud, is he? I told you, even if the family is very rich, they shouldn't spend $168 million on a license plate that serves little purpose. No wonder he keeps a low profile. So he uses dirty money. A good-looking man who turns out to be a criminal. Some of the people who were upset with Gu Wenqing were talking about it. You and I. They finally found superiority. Gu Wenqing brought them too much pressure and handsome and God's hero, making them red in the eyes. Now they were happy as hell to see a male god fall from grace and eat prison food. Especially the suitors of Wang Yanyan and Chen Yunxue. It was as if they had seen the light. These people were very confident that Gu Wenqing must be finished this time. The facts are right in front of us. The police are here in person. And he's definitely committed a crime. Moreover, the number of people who turned out was enormous. 5 or 6 police officers, the school leaders of the Magic City University, as well as the video recording of the reporter staff can see that Gu Wenqing committed not a small thing. Shouldn't it be a fraud of a few $100 million? When the police and the others reached Gu Wenqing's face, the 2 police officers in charge had already put their hands on his shoulders. The arrests have begun. They laughed so hard at the ha 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 ha, ha ha, big time. Mud. Let's see what you're pretending. Handsome looks are for nothing. There won't be any more goddesses who like him. A single word of gloating filled the playground. The 2 policemen put their hands on Gu Wenqing's shoulders and gently patted them down. Then said with a smile on their faces, "Hello there, white boy who sees justice. President of Mordor University, you are a good student Gu Wenqing. You have won honor for our Magic University and are a role model for all of our teachers and students in Magic City." What? Seeing justice? For the school? Aren't the police here to arrest Gu Wenqing? Isn't Gu Wenqing a fraudster? Upon hearing the words of the police, those who had fallen on hard times were so groundless that they could not speak in shame. What's wrong with us? Jealousy seems to have twisted the mind. I can't believe that I misunderstood my classmates who did a good deed by seeing the right thing. And they're all smearing Gu Wenqing. Damn. It's really embarrassing. Who is it? Who started the rumor in the first place? Their eyes finally locked on Chu Bo Trace. The eyes of the crowd scared Chu Bo Trace a shiver. Finished after the inevitable retaliation by them. It's you. How dare you slander a hero? And obfuscate? The sound was so loud that everyone looked at Chu Bo Trace. Chu Bo Trace was so anxious that he cried and died on the spot. Especially those girls. The unkind gaze. Chu Bo Trace knew that for some time to come, he won the right to choose the last spouse. It's getting harder and harder to get married. The school leader, who just happened to profit from this free time, delivered a commendatory speech. Our freshman economics Gu Wenqing, in order to save 2 girls from the same school outside the school, alone and defiantly went up to fight with the abuser, and finally succeeded in subduing the abuser, avoiding the deterioration and escalation of the situation. The entire faculty and students of Mordor University should learn from Mr. Gu Wenqing. After a unanimous consultation, our multi-unit will jointly contribute money to reward Gu with a bonus of $200,000 as an encouragement. After finishing, Gu Wenqing went to an empty classroom with the reporter to do a separate interview. Magic City upscale villa area. The Lin family. Lin Yingying's family was having dinner, and the television was playing Magic City TV. After college you run around all day and don't come home to your person. Remember, you can't fall in love until you graduate from college. Stay away from those boys at school. Many boys nowadays like to cheat on simple rich white girls like you. Lin's mom bitterly educated her daughter. In her opinion, her own daughter is very excellent, looks like a fairy, and does not have much heart. She is afraid that her baby will be cheated by a man to cheat money and sex and so on. Lin Yingying huffed, "Huh? I know. What year is this? How can you stop college students from falling in love freely? And the dormitory where I live when I don't go home. I have to make good relationships with my little sisters." Lin's father also smiled. "You have to keep your eyes peeled when looking for a partner. There are too many unsavory boys in your art department, so make sure you protect yourself." Lin Yingying skimmed her mouth. "Well, I know myself. I have a favorite person, and he is especially handsome and responsible. Even if it is mom, you cannot stop me from falling in love." "Humph." Lin's mother spoke out against her daughter. "What's the use of being handsome? The most important thing is to look at the character of the person. It's okay for the family to be poor as long as they have good character. And we don't lack money in our family anyway." As he was talking, suddenly, the video of the security camera footage of the beating was shown on the TV. On the TV, just hear the host say, "Yesterday, 7 or 8 men harassed and assaulted 2 female college students at a food store in front of Mordor University." At this moment of crisis, Gu Wenqing, a freshman in economics at Mordor University, stepped forward to see justice done, fought the abuser alone, and successfully subdued the drunkard. I appeal to this video to awaken more people's passion to help more people in need when they can defend themselves, like the red-haired girl in the video, with the white boy. Inside the villa, Lin's mother recognized her cub at once. "That red-haired girl is you? Girl pride, humph. That's for sure." Lin dad laughed. "Good job. My Lin family just can't do without this sense of justice. Yingying dad is proud of you. Mom's proud of you, too." The news continues. A reporter from our station, who also interviewed the brave teenager, is shown below. Gu Wenqing appeared in the picture. His crisp, clean inches and camouflage uniform caught the eye of everyone in front of the TV. Mosaic? The reporter thought the teenager wanted to be famous and show off, so he quickly said, "No fight." "Oh, I'll wear a mask then." Soon, Gu Wenqing, wearing a mask, reappeared in the picture. The girls in front of the TV, their mood changed for the worse. "Ah, how so? Wannabe mouthpiece. I'm not with you." Watching the news, Lin's mom exclaimed, "Not only is this teenager responsible, he's also quite good-looking." Hearing Gu Wenqing being praised, Lin Yingying's eyes curved into a crescent moon in delight. "Right. He's super handsome." Lin father looked meaningfully at his daughter, who was giggling. In his heart, he felt a sense of crisis that his daughter was going to be robbed. Dressed in camouflage clothing, Gu Wenqing, a vibrant spring temperament, although with a mask, but his stunning face, but deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless viewers. But do good deeds, don't ask questions. Even if it wasn't for me, I'm sure there would be countless others who have seen the need to come forward. Everyone's only noticed me, the white boy, but everyone ignored the red-haired girl who was ready to rush up to help. Her name is Lin Yingying. Heart is very kind. May you and I be white boys from now on. Gu Wenqing is very humble and speaks with positive energy. Let the people in front of the TV set to watch the blood boiling. Cannot wait to the scene to do a good deed of bravery. People who had been scared and timid in the field, see the news and be ashamed of your heart. They asked themselves why they were so selfish and cold-blooded at the time, and if it had been a loved one close to them who had been hit, would they have been so indifferent? The news concludes with a question from a reporter. $200,000 of bravery bonus. How does Gu student intend to spend it? Young people in front of the TV were envious when they heard about the $200,000 prize for bravery. The young people who have dropped out of school to work, in particular, have been shocked beyond words. They worked their asses off and didn't save $200,000 in 4 or 5 years of employment. For an 18-year-old, the prize for bravery is $200,000. It's really enviable as hell. In front of the TV, they wondered how they would spend the $200,000 if they were rewarded. I'm taking it to buy a house. I'm going to buy a nice car to show those who look down on me that I'm not a bad mix. You can buy so many cosmetics, branded clothes and bags. People unconsciously fantasize about how they would spend their $200,000 if they had it. Gu Wenqing's voice came from the TV. First of all, I would like to thank the government and the school for the award. This $200,000 I am going to give to those in need. The children in the poor mountainous areas need this money the most. Crap. Holy fuck. Grid. What's the pattern? That's the pattern of a person. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Gu Wenqing's qualities. A true role model for contemporary young people. Young people who fantasize about having $200,000 and how to spend it are also shocked by Gu Wenqing's noble qualities. They blush with shame. Small. They've got a small frame. Magic City Villa District. Lin's father meant it, this baby can be. And the person is also long and decent. That's. Don't look at who she likes. Man, Lin Ying finished and then covered her mouth. Finished on the file. Lin's mom changed her mind and said with a smile, if you want to be with this boy, mom supports you. Ah, you're not stopping me from falling in love anymore? Talk to him. Mom agrees. Yay, long live mom. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Tonight, all of the internet's hot searches have been dominated by Gu Wenqing. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Say the important thing 3 times. Mom will never stop me from falling in love again. Gu Wenqing, wait for me. Stars and whatnot all go away. Little brother Gu Wenqing is the ever-dropping god. Crying, trying to go to brother Gu, but it's so far away. When I saw the upstairs, I was like, wow, are you as far away as I am? I'm abroad. Gu Wenqing is so handsome in his camouflage uniform, used as recruitment material. Wouldn't that make countless women join the army? I sign up. Me too. Go with +1, 000, 000. One of the hits, We All Owe the White Boy a Shirt, sends sales of white shirts skyrocketing in Taobao stores this evening. Many stores are said to be sold out of white shirts. The girls purchased white shirts online and couriered them directly to Mordor University. Addressed to, received by Gu Wenqing, a young man in white, seeing righteousness, high quality, and outstanding face value. A variety of factors made Gu Wenqing become the idol of countless young people overnight. A secondary school. Wang Chong ran happily to school in his white shirt. He's going to announce in front of the whole class that he's also a white boy. As soon as I stormed into the class, I realized there were 48 people in the class, all wearing white shirts, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. They were all Brother Gu's fanboys and fangirls? Class. That's when the homeroom teacher walked up to the podium wearing a white shirt. Class. Magic City University, boys' dormitory. Gu Wenqing lying on the bed. Want to cry. He really do not want to be famous. Ah, the reporter, this asshole, said that the front did not wear a mask that cut out the dog. Reporter words are not faith. Ah, ding. The host unlocks a new title, Reputation. Reward 10 Chinese-style songs in parallel space. Arranging the music, making the lyrics, which have been deposited in the host's mind. Reward 2 top movie theaters in Magic City. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Another new title has been unlocked. In just 2 days Gu Wenqing had already unlocked 4 new titles. For this reward, it's more of a chicken help. Not only do you not have skills, but you're rewarded with songs that don't relate to you. Chinese style? Why haven't I heard this style of song before? Gu Wenqing searched the extra memories. Not to mention, quite good. A song can kill the current showbiz all the fresh meat scent records. He couldn't help but hum softly. The name of the song is Blue and White Porcelain. The blue and white brush strokes turn from thick to light. The bottle depicts peonies in their original color. Rendering the rhyme of ladies' drawings is privatized. And you smile sweetly like a bud in bloom. Gu Wenqing sighed in admiration in his heart. The lyrics and the mood are really beautiful. Huang Zicheng suddenly spoke up and said, Old Gu, what the hell are you humming? It's really hard to hear. Stop singing. Zhou Tao said with a bit of scorn as if he had discovered a new continent. Crap. I can't imagine that such a handsome Lao Gu can sing like this. I'll go. It's awful. No one is perfect. Lao Gu, listen to my brother's advice. Don't sing. You can't grasp it. Zheng Xiaohong also agreed and said, Gu Wenqing, is he really bad at singing? That being said, how does he sound good to himself? He went on to try The Sky is Green and Waiting for the Rain. The 3 people in the dormitory covered their ears and shouted, Old Gu, stop what you're doing. You're committing murder. F***CK. Wait for me when I have the singing skill. I'll make sure you guys see what it means to be a singing god. The next day after military training, Wang Yanyan, who had been waiting for a long time, said that she wanted to go outside the school with Gu Wenqing. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing and the departmental flower walked side by side towards the Ferrari. Both boys and girls couldn't help but look at Gu Wenqing and the others for a few moments. The boys were incredibly jealous that Gu Wenqing had a sexy and beautiful schoolmate. The girls, on the other hand, envied Wang Yanyan. He envied her for being so ambiguous with Gu Wenqing, and even more so for being able to sit in the co-pilot of Gu Wenqing's Ferrari. Gu Wenqing said, Where to? Wang Yanyan said, Let's go to Huaxi Street. It's quite fun there. Gu Wenqing nodded just in time to check out the 10 sets of storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. It just so happens that the upscale Western restaurant is also on Huaxi Street. Ferrari driving down the road. Gu Wenqing sized up Wang Yanyan. Her schoolmate's outfit was really impressive. She wore a white slimming camisole on top, revealing a small waist without flab, and a short denim skirt underneath, revealing rounded long legs wrapped in black halfney stockings, sexy campus style. The perfect outfit, with the pink Pure Lust makeup, made Gu Wenqing look a little bit itchy. Gu Wenqing drove with one hand and unintentionally put his hand on Wang Yanyan's long legs. Wang Yanyan looked down at him helplessly. The big bargains have been taken, so let him be. After a while, Gu Wenqing was no longer confined to one place, and his hands moved a few points. Wang Yanyan was shy. Not now. Gu Wenqing inquired, how long can that be? Wang Yanyan humph. Only when I say it's okay. Gu Wenqing did not force the issue, and soon drove to the underground garage on Huaxi Street. Let's go check out my facade first, Gu Wenqing said. Wang Yanyan nodded obediently. It is not surprising that Gu Wenqing is so rich to have a storefront on Huaxi Street. According to the system's prompts, Gu Wenqing quickly found his 10 sets of facades. The location of the facade is very good. In the very center of the commercial street. The location is the best and most expensive location in this commercial street. Each frontage is over 200 square feet. And at the current market price for these frontages, the average price is $80,000 per square foot. A 200 square foot storefront is worth $16 million. 10 sets is $160 million. The rent alone for these 10 stores is $10 to $20 million a year. This kind of frontage in a popular business district is completely priced to sell. After all, who would sell such a lucrative frontage? Is this your storefront? Yan Ranwine looked at a high-class milk tea store and inquired. Right. Wang Yanyan surprised said, wow. This front is also too big. Right. And is still a prime location. The flow of people so big to do what business is good to do. Inside an upscale milk tea store, Du Ziting was blowing the air conditioner and drinking milk tea when he inadvertently spotted Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanyan outside the door. Du Ziting put on a smile. Hi. Wang Yanyan, come in, I'll treat you guys to milk tea. Although he had given up pursuing Wang Yanyan, he still looked at Gu Wenqing in his heart. Hearing a familiar voice, Wang Yanyan realized that it was Du Ziting and wanted to leave. Gu Wenqing wrapped his arm around her small waist and walked in. Gu Wenqing said, it's too hot outside, isn't it? Plus I'm really a bit thirsty, so let's sit down for a while. Gu Wenqing wore sunglasses and a mask to hide his face so that he would not be afraid of being recognized by passers-by as a white boy. He's going to wait for this heat to pass before showing his full face. After sitting down, Gu Wenqing sent a locate to the agent of the stores with the owner of the original stores, and he was free today to sign the 10 sets of storefront contracts. What would you guys like to drink? No need to be polite with me. I'm the owner of this milk tea store, Du Ziting said with a smug face. At the sound, the customers of the milk tea store all looked at Tummy Tang in surprise. To be able to open a milk tea store in this prime location store, the rent alone is close to $1 or $2 million a year. Coupled with this upscale and atmospheric decoration, this milk tea store has invested no less than $5 million. A few of the milk tea drinking girls couldn't help but look at Du Ziting a couple more times. Is the owner so young? He's really young. The milk tea delivery clerk, who just happens to be passing by, pats Du Ziting on the back. Our boss is awesome. Using his business model, our milk tea store has a net profit of over $4,000 a day. Our boss says he's going to open a second branch next year, and we're aiming to top 100 stores nationwide within 5 years. Hearing the clerk's words made the young girl drinking milk tea adore Du Ziting. Wow. Little brother is awesome. The owner doesn't look too big. He's the same age as us. When we were still asking for money from our families, everyone else is making $4,000 a day and close to $1.5 million a year. So that's awesome. So business savvy. I so love men with successful careers like this. The girls didn't mince words in praising Du Ziting. Du Ziting was happy in his heart, invisibly pretending. He held back the expression on his face, skimmed his lips and said, starting a business is really difficult. We encountered countless troubles in the early days of opening the store. The store almost could not be operated. Luckily, after I worked hard to find the problem, I was able to get the milk tea store on track and successfully make a profit. After saying that, he glanced at Wang Yanyan, but unfortunately Wang Yanyan's expression remained the same and she didn't show admiration like the other girls did. Du Ziting gave Gu Wenqing another disdainful glance. Scum, good casting. If it wasn't for the money in his family, Gu Wenqing would be a worthless piece of trash. Unlike myself, I was already in business before I even graduated from college, and I had a little success. Du Ziting secretly said in his heart, degree waste who only relies on his family. Let you know how far apart we are. Gu Wenqing, I really envy you. Your family is so rich. You can buy whatever you want. You don't have to do anything in this life, just gnaw on your old age. Du Ziteng pretended to be envious, and I'm different from you. My family is not as good as yours, but I'll work hard to start my own business, and I believe that one day I'll become a business tycoon. The two young girls next to her marveled. Boss, you're brilliant. You're a million times better than those nibblers. Du Ziteng said so many things. It is to emphasize 2 more points. You Gu Wenqing are a loser who only chews up old people, and he, Du Ziteng, is very motivated and business-minded. Du Ziteng kept belittling Gu Wenqing just to set off his own excellence. At that moment, an old man walked into the milk tea store, followed by a man in his 30s in formal attire. As soon as Du Ziteng saw the old man, he immediately curbed his own smugness. Hurriedly, he got up and respectfully went to greet the old man. The old man was his landlord, but of course this was not enough to make Du Ziteng so respectful. The reason that could make Du Ziteng so respectful was that the 10 facades in this row all belonged to this old man. 10 of the busiest storefronts on Huaxi Street, with a market value of $160 million. In this money-oriented society, Du Ziteng certainly honored the old man. The old man's surname is Lu. A few days ago, his business in a foreign country suffered a devastating blow, almost bankruptcy in one fell swoop. He had no choice but to put up for sale Huaxi commercial street facade, sold the money with the relief of foreign pressure. When a man is unlucky enough to drink water, someone learns that he is in dire need of money and squeezes him hard on the price of his facade. The market value of $160 million of frontage, direct ruthless cut $40 million, want to take over at a low price of $120 million. What's even worse is that the other party is somewhat powerful and has used some tricks to deter many people who are interested in buying. After a period of time, Lu Lao's facade is unattended, and he is in urgent need of money. Although the heart of grief and anger but the other side of the strength of the strong, he was helpless, almost compromised. Just then, someone premium $40 million directly cool purchase his storefront. The whole $200 million directly can revitalize his business overseas. In his most crisis moment, the usual business partners all fell down the well. Only the mystery man in the snow to send charcoal to solve the Lu Lao's urgent needs. He was grateful to the mystery man who had bought his facade at a premium. Entering the store and facing all kinds of people, with Lu Lao's experience in reading people, he recognized the identity of the mysterious man at the first glance. Sunglasses teenager, an unassuming temperament, especially a British royal private customized clothes, to the unassuming teenager gilded with a noble atmosphere. Before Lu Lao could go forward to greet him, he saw Du Ziteng walking over with a fawning face. Lu Lao frowned, not wanting to pay attention to the groveling Du Ziteng. Lu old man, how you personally come? This can trouble you. Rent this small matter, how can waste your time? Xiao Du should send the rent you to the hand is right. Du Ziteng said curtly. It was a busy time of year and there were no empty seats in the store. Customers can't be offended, so we have to let Gu Wenqing give way. He couldn't stand Gu Wenqing anyway. Solely, Du Ziteng took a big step over and said, Gu Wenqing, you get up and make room for Elder Lu. As a result, Gu Wenqing ignored him, and Du Ziteng became anxious, but Lu Lao owns 10 of these facades here, and has hundreds of millions of assets overseas. To be able to give up your seat to someone with $1 billion worth like Lu Lao is a blessing that you, Gu Wenqing, have cultivated. If Elder Lu is happy, he might teach you some ways of doing business or introduce you to some contacts, which would be good for your family's business. Quickly get up. Elder Lu has come before you. Why are you still sitting? Do you know how to honor your seniors? Du Ziteng said anxiously. Lu Lao trembled as he walked to Gu Wenqing's table, and was about to thank him when he saw and heard a load of uninformed nonsense from Du Ziteng. His words filled with contempt for his benefactor. What, giving up one seat is a blessing for the benefactor? He also introduces contacts and teaches business. Listening to Lu Lao's fire instantly went up. What kind of existence is the benefactor? Easily come up with 200 million in cash, and easily solve the big shot who wants to buy the facade at a low price. It's no exaggeration to say that with money and connections, Mr. Lu knows that he's not as good as he should be. Nonsense. Lu Lao's beard was crooked with anger. A handful like benefactor needs me to introduce contacts? Quickly apologize to benefactor. When Du Ziteng heard Lu Lao's angry voice, his entire body was confused. Gu Wenqing is Lu Lao's benefactor. How is that possible? Gu Wenqing was just a freshman student with some money at home. How could he be the benefactor of business magnate Lu Lao? It just doesn't make sense. It must be that Lu is old and his old eyes have misrecognized the wrong person. Du Ziteng kindly voiced out a reminder. Elder Lu, are you recognizing the wrong person? He is a freshman student in Mordor, not your benefactor at all. Elder Lu's eyes looked around the circle, and then he said loudly, recognize the wrong person? The old man hasn't gotten Alzheimer's yet, and with so many people in this store, the only one who can come up with 200 million in cash I can see is Jean. One of his royally customized dresses costs more than your entire milk tea store. So how do you think I could be mistaken? After finishing his words, Lu Lao walked over to Gu Wenqing, his body slightly lowered. Benefactor. Thank you. Gu Wenqing hurriedly stood up. Elder Lu. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't punish my juniors. Make, if not benefactor to 200 million cash premium 40 million to buy the 10 facade, solve my immediate needs, or my old Lu late family broke Lu old tone very excited. Elder Lu, who even the owner of the milk tea store had to curry favor with, was actually respectfully referring to a young man as a benefactor. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on here? A person who has significantly helped SBLs. This was what Elder Lu had just called the young man. What's going on here? The young man is the benefactor of billionaire Lu Lao? Gu Wenqing looks like a college student. How can he become the benefactor of a billionaire? This is outrageous. And what 200 million to buy 10 facade? Huaxi Street facade so valuable? Fools will only lay golden eggs chicken sold this old and young. Afraid not in this sing double read. At this instant, only Du Zitong, who knew Elder Lu's identity well, was greatly alarmed. What? Gu Wenqing bought 10 storefronts for $200 million? And it was also acquired at a premium of $40 million, helping to bring Lu's business overseas to life. That's why Lu called Gu Wenqing his benefactor. 200 million in cash directly can be this 200 square meters of milk tea store filled with. 200 million is not $2, not 200,000, much less 2 million. How terrifying is the existence of someone who can easily come up with 200 million in cash? Lu is worth more than $1 billion, but his liquidity is just over $1 billion at most. And Gu Wenqing, a freshman, can easily come up with $200 million. Du Zitong was embarrassed to death. He was playing a big sword in front of Guangong to humiliate himself. Is this what real rich people do? Dressed in a $5 million customized British Royal. Feel free to shell out $200 million for 10 storefronts for fun. Du Zitong knew that he had completely lost, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood. There's a world out there that he can't imagine. Soon, the agent in the suit took out the contract, and Gu Wenqing and Lu Lao took a pen and signed it. At this moment, the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street officially changed hands. Bang, bang, bang. Gift flowers filled the sky. The Wahid Street property owner waiting outside the door pulled the salute on his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Gu has become the owner of Huaxi Street. This is the rich man's platoon. Huaxi Street side of the contribution of 200 million to buy the front of the Gu Wenqing is very important. The scene to engage in the grand atmosphere. Outside the door of the gongs and drums, lion dances and so on. Lively and extraordinary. Seeing the Huaxi Street property welcomed Gu Wenqing with great fanfare. A hard slap in the face of those people just now. Oh, my God. This young man literally spent $200 million on 10 sets of storefronts. It's just too crazy. For the ordinary people in the milk tea store, the milk tea store owner Du Zitong is the successful person they envy. Elder Lu was even an existence they looked up to. And Gu Wenqing, who was even more bullish than Lu Lao, made them directly look up to them. So young to have a huge fortune. Your son, a true godly man. All of the girls in the milk tea store all looked at Gu Wenqing in fascination. He's the archetype of the legendary bully. Sunglasses can't even cover his good looks. The temperament is absolutely stunning. It makes you feel so good. Many of the boys at the milkshake store were heartbroken. Their girlfriends looked at Gu Wenqing with adoration in their eyes, which made their mood as cool as the weather in Antarctica. Wang Yanyan was also confused. She thought it was one set of storefronts, but she didn't realize it was 10 sets. Her entire body was taken aback. 15 of the busiest storefronts on Huaxi Street, and Gu Wenqing alone had monopolized 10 of them. If the girls at school found out, I'm afraid they'd all go crazy and rush after Gu Wenqing. Hey, the schoolmate is really too good. Can she really catch it? What are you waiting for? Quickly go and collect the rent. Gu Wenqing said. Oh, good. Wang Yanyan casually replied. Up to now her head was still confused. All she could think of was why her schoolmate was so outstanding. It was time for dinner. Both were hungry. Gu Wenqing and Jiareng casually strolled around and went straight to their Western restaurant. The location of the Western restaurant is right across the street from the only movie theater in the business world. The location is not as good as your own 10 storefronts, but the location is definitely not bad. Debonair Western Restaurant. A total of 2 floors. The store has a total area of more than 800 square feet, and is the most well-known Western restaurant in the Magic City University town. Wow, you're so great, schoolmate, to know that I like to eat at this Western restaurant. The last restaurant I said was good was this Western restaurant. It tastes amazing. The only bad thing is that it's so expensive. I only dare to come here once a semester. Came to as long for Western restaurant. Wang Yanyan was in a happy mood. Her hands embraced her schoolmate's arm, and she didn't pay attention to the fact that her entire upper body was attached to Gu Wenqing's body. A softness, with the unique body fragrance of a young girl, intoxicated Gu Wenqing. He suddenly had a burning desire to go further. Not in the future. You can come if you want to eat. I can afford to feed you even if you eat every day, Gu Wenqing said softly. Humph. Bragging. This store business is very hot. If you don't make a reservation in advance, there is only a queue, which is 3 or 4 hours. I don't want to wait so long. Wang Yanyan didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing said, don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. You lose and listen to me all day today. Wang Yanyan wrinkled her cherry mouth. Then what if you lose? There's no way I can lose. Bullshit. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll buy you 100 debonair westerns. Wang Yanyan giggled. Deal. Ha ha. Schoolboy is still too young. He'll know he's lost when he gets into the store. As soon as the two of them entered the store, the cool air-conditioned breeze of the Western restaurant swept the heat from their bodies. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran had only just entered the store when another couple followed behind them. The girl spotted Wang Yanyan. Hey, Wang Yanyan. Such a coincidence that you came here to eat too? The girl's name is Zhu Yu, and the boyfriend with him is Yang Kuan. Zhu Yu is also from the art department of Mordor University. Yang Kuan glanced at Gu Wenqing beside Wang Shanhua, then nodded at Wang Yanran as a greeting. The three also have a history. Freshman year Yang Kuan chased Wang Yanyan for a whole year. Eventually love but not retreat and Zhu Yu fell in love. Her friends around her often tease her that she is not as good as Yanyan Wang and is her replacement. For so long, Zhu Yu had been haunted by this incident. Hello, the restaurant is now full and you will need to queue in order to dine, the waiter said politely. Wang Yanran asked, how much longer do we have to wait? The waiter said gently, there are still 35 tables of guests waiting in front of you. It will probably take about 3 hours. Wang Yanyan said, ah, so long, let's go eat somewhere else. School brother, the heart was overjoyed. Ha ha, this bet schoolboy lost. The other side, heard from Huma Wang that he'll have to wait another 3 hours. Zhu Yu's face smiled as she said to the waiter, I'm an acquaintance with your restaurant manager. Let's tell manager Zhu that her cousin is here and ask him to arrange a meal for me right away. After the words, Zhu Yu looked at Wang Yanran with a very superior feeling, obediently queue up. While she herself was privileged and did not need to queue up to dine right away. The waiter went inside and went to tell manager Zhu. Before long, another waiter came up and invited Zhu Yu and his boyfriend inside to dine. Zhu Yu smiled smugly. Wang Yanran, you guys wait slowly. I'll go in first to dine. Zhu Yu felt exhilarated. Later than Wang Yanyan, but directly without any wait to dine. Wang Yanyan must be envious of herself. Privilege, that's the beauty of having privilege. Gu Wenqing's brows furrowed under his sunglasses. Why would such a good Western restaurant have a dumbass like manager Chu? How dare you have the audacity to open the back door for your relatives and just skip the line? Chu Wen. He's just a manager. How did he come to be so privileged? As far as Gu Wenqing knew, this Western restaurant of his would keep a luxurious private room no matter how busy it was, which did not receive any guests. There was only one person who had the right to use this private room, and that was the owner. He, Gu Wenqing. This manager Zhu is so bold that he dares to use his private room to entertain his relatives. Wait first. You go ahead and have Zhu and come over to me. Gu Wenqing's voice was icy cold. Zhu Yu was dissatisfied. How can you call my cousin by his first name? It has to be manager Zhu. She continued. My cousin is the manager of this fine Western restaurant, and he must be respected here. Ha! Gu Wenqing sneered. I respect him? He's nothing. Gu Wenqing removed his sunglasses and mask, exposing his face to the air. Old boss. The waiter was dumbfounded. The man in front of me turned out to be the godforsaken boss. Then the violation just now, he was instantly frightened at the thought of it. The Western restaurant rewarded by the system was the property that belonged solely to Gu Wenqing. The business license legal person of the Western restaurant is Gu Wenqing, and the entire staff in the restaurant is also implanted with the memory that Gu Wenqing is the owner. The owner has been Gu Wenqing since we opened, but he rarely shows up at the store. Boss? The waiter called Gu Wenqing boss? What's going on? Gu Wenqing was so young, a student at first glance. How could he become the owner of a high-class Western restaurant? It's not scientific. Pity. Is he really the owner of Debonair? Zhu Yu's voice was tinged with trembling as she looked at the waiter. When she saw the waiter nodding, her entire body was like a frosted cucumber. Her body's strength was emptied, and she directly collapsed and sat on her knees. It's all over. She screwed her cousin over. After a while, when he learned that his boss had arrived, Zhu Wen flew out. Upon seeing his paralyzed cousin, he knew that his boss knew all about his fake public service. Manager Zhu Wen trembled as he walked to Gu Wenqing's front, his eyes weak and evasive. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Zhu Wen doesn't want to lose the job. Not only is it easy to work for Dupont, but it's not bad for a whole $500,000 a year. More importantly, Zhu Wen liked the freedom. And the boss didn't come often, so he was the king of the land in the store. Forgive me for once for doing my job to the best of my ability. At the sound, Gu Wenqing sneered, pack up your things and leave. Gu Wenqing has already asked the waiter. Zhu Wen late for work, early retirement sneaky. This kind of employees do not lay off. Do not still stay for the new year. Zhu Wen cried out in pain, knowing he had lost the job forever. And he glanced at his cousin with all the hate in his eyes. Blame her. It's all her fault. I'll teach her a lesson when I get home. Zhu Yu knew that she had caused her cousin to lose his job, so she went home to be whipped by her parents. That's a big price to pay. She suddenly envied Wang Yanyan for finding a handsome boyfriend with such a successful career. The customers in the waiting area watched enviously as Gu Wenqing and the two of them walked into the owner's exclusive box. The owner of Debonair restaurant is so young? Awesome. A Western restaurant with a per capita consumption of 700. Wouldn't it earn $10 million a year? That's awesome, to realize wealth freedom at such a young age. It feels like he looks like a white boy. Successful career and amazing girlfriend. I envy him. A word of exclamation echoed through the waiting area. At this moment, everyone was envious of Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanyan sat in the luxurious box. At this point it's still hard to believe that the schoolboy is the owner of Debonair West Restaurant. This Debonair restaurant has been open for 3 years. If you do that, you opened this restaurant when you were 15 years old. That's not too far-fetched. Schoolboy, did you open this store when you were 15? Gu Wenqing responded blandly, who told you that? I acquired it. Wang Yanyan frowned and pretended to be angry. Well, what a big bad egg. Obviously he is the boss of Debonair Western Food, and also gave me a set to make a bet with me. Gu Wenqing hemmed and hawed, with some anticipation in his heart. Who told you not to ask? You lost anyway. Don't ever forget our agreement. Wang Yanyan's small face was slightly red. Bad egg. I'm going to eat hard today, and I'd better eat until you go bankrupt. The backroom learns that it's the owner's dinner, and they fight 200% to make the food to satisfy the owner. It wasn't long before a full table was served. Foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine grouse, roast turkey, orange roasted mallard duck, American steak, and many other famous Western dishes were placed on the table one by one. It looks colorful and appetizing. And a bottle of red wine in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The price of this table of food ran to more than $300,000. And the two of them couldn't even finish it. These were all famous dishes that Wang Yanyan used to crave but couldn't afford. So of course Gu Wenqing would satisfy her. Who asked her to be so pretty and obedient? Gu Wenqing was worth a lot of money nowadays, and he didn't care about using some money for a woman. Gu Wenqing ate a little of each. It's really worthy of being the leading Western restaurant in the university town. And this flavor is really good. Gu Wenqing said, is it good, sister? Wang Yanyan's cheeks puffed out and she answered directly, yummy. If it's good you'll eat more. Aha, good, sister. From now on I'll bring you here to eat every week, okay? Wang Yanyan didn't even raise her head. Aha, good, sister. I want to see erotic lace net stockings tonight. Aha, okay, it's a deal. Wang Yanyan, who had been eating and eating, suddenly turned her brain around. No, I've just been eating. Didn't even hear what you said. In short, no. Gu Wenqing held Wang Yanran on his lap. No? Wang Yanyan's face flushed red. No. Woman of your word, I'm going to teach you a lesson. No, it tickles. A meal that Gu Wenqing ate was refreshing, although the last line of defense has not yet broken through. But the upper part of his schoolmate's body was already open for him. It was 7 o'clock at night when the two finished their meal. Passing by a store, Wang Yanran asked Gu Wenqing to wait outside while she went to buy some personal items. After the purchase, the two of them aimlessly held hands as they strolled along Huaxi Street, hand in hand with the two. Wang Yanyan height 170 and Gu Wenqing 180 height. Very much the perfect couple height sense. This pair of high-color men and women attracted the eyes of an unknown number of young boys and girls. I know a lot of people at school say I'm a gold digger, but I never argue because they're right. I just want my future boyfriend to be young and golden. There are quite a few rich kids chasing after me, but I don't like any of them, except that I met you, schoolmate, and I genuinely like you. Everyone's pursuit is different. I just like a high quality of life because I want to buy a lot of things, and I want to go to a lot of places, Wang Yanyan said in one breath. 1,000 words. Wang Yanyan finally turned into a sentence. Will you look down on me? You hate my gold-digging behavior. Gu Wenqing looked into the distant starry sky. No, life is just a few short decades. Do what you want to do. Not in vain to go on earth. I'm so rich. Why would I hate you for being a gold digger? Gu Wenqing smiled and said, I'm so rich. You spend as much as you want. You can't spend it all in your life. Wang Yanyan revealed a charming smile. Humph. It's not like I'm a loser. Gu Wenqing held Wang Yanyan in his arms, and the two of them looked at the earth together. When he didn't have money, Gu Wenqing must have been annoyed with gold-digging women. After all, if the girl he liked was a gold-digging woman, he simply couldn't afford to support her. After being worth tens of billions of dollars, it's fine to worship gold. Dad has endless money to spend anyway. Dad's gonna have a lot of women anyway. Just as he was thinking, Gu Wenqing's hand touched into Wang Yanyan's softness. Over time, boing. Wang Yanyan's face was peachy red, but what she said was a big deal. The relatives are here. Gu Wenqing moved his hand down a few centimeters. Sure enough, Gu Wenqing's face could not hide his disappointment. Soon Gu Wenqing thought of the method of the movie plot. Gu Wenqing got up and pulled Wang Yanyan towards the hotel. Not far behind them, however, two girls happened to see it. Ha, isn't that Wang Yanyan? I can't believe he went to a hotel with a man. Seeing this scene, one of them flew to his cell phone and took a picture. The two were just happened to come to Wahi Street for dinner. Just accidentally discovered Yanyan Wang. They had also seen Wang Yanyan this morning and recognized the clothes she was wearing at once. Wang Yanyan is taken down here? An average-looking girl said. Her record of never spreading gossip after dangling a golden boy for so long has been broken. Another asked. Who's the boy next to her? It should be freshman Gu Wenqing. And she even gave Gu Wenqing water during military training. In school, everyone knows that Wang Yanyan worships gold. But there are still countless rich second-generation, entrepreneurial students and so on kneeling to her. Not just because she's beautiful, but because she's never once been in love. The first love of the department flower. Many well-endowed boys in the school racked their brains, all wanting to be Wang Yanyan's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, for the entire year of her freshman year, Yanyan Wang had never eaten alone with a boy. That's why it got the nickname of a gold-digging goddess. Gold-digging means that Yanyan Wang is very picky about the financial strength of the man. Goddess refers to Wang Yanyan's uncommon face value. With her ice-clear body, Gu Wenqing's hand wrapped around Wang Yanyan's small waist and walked into the hotel. Seeing this scene, the two girls inexplicably envied Wang Yanyan a little. This is the super-rich Gu Wenqing. Has a good face value. Driving a multi-million-dollar sports car with a license plate in the hundreds of millions. The most important thing is that white boy is the dream of many girls. They stared at Gu Wenqing's back in fascination. In his heart, he was envious of Wang Yanyan. Inside the hotel, beauty out of the bath. Wang Yanyan was shy. This outfit made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. The headlights are bulging. It's hard to get someone's eye people out of the way. The atmosphere is baked to perfection. The personal items that his schoolmate had gone to buy, Gu Wenqing finally saw. Long black stockings. Gu Wenqing revealed a hint of a smile. How could he let go of such a charming and beautiful girl? A seductive Wang Yanyan, feeling the hot eyes of her schoolmate, became even more bashful. It's also the first time I've ever worn something so revealing in front of a guy. Love is naturally thick in the depths. Gu Wenqing picked up Wang Yanyan and walked inside. Wang Yanyan in her arms was as shy as an ostrich, burying her face in her schoolmate's arms. After a long time, Wang Yanyan frowned with a small, pitiful frown. Drinking water and holding a cup makes your hands sore. You're so bad. Schoolmate. Wang Yanyan took the soft pillow and knocked her schoolmate's head. And then, the exhausted Wang Yanyan wrapped around him like an octopus. Like a kitten curled up in his arms, he went to sleep. West Restaurant fires Zhu Wen and the system has an unlock prompt. Gu Wenqing is now free to read it. Ding! The host unlocks a new title, Kill the Chicken. Make an example of the monkey. Awarded a Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Celestial Music. Heavenly Voice, strengthens the host's singing skills, changes the host's pentatonic voice, and equips the host with the qualities of a professional singer. Soon, Gu Wenqing also entered Dreamland. Early the next morning, Gu Wenqing drove his Ferrari straight to the school. 10 minutes or so, to the school, Gu Wenqing pulled into the parking space. Early morning was the time for freshman military training, and early college classes, so it was very crowded. After seeing the Ferrari Lafayette and the extremely racy license plate Shanghai A11111, everyone knew that it was Gu Wenqing who had come. Nowadays Gu Wenqing was the absolute man of the moment in Magic City University, the center of everyone's attention, and not just because of bravery, more because of his godly status. The butterfly door of the Ferrari slowly opened and the handsome man and woman stepped out of the car. When seeing the girls' faces, all the boys in the room were all like, holy shit, oh, my god. In the morning, the department flower Wang Yanyan actually got off Gu Wenqing's car? The two went to a room last night? Did she give it to him? At this moment, all the boys' moods sank to the bottom. Gold-worshipping goddesses, taken down so quickly. Mordor University, recognized as one of the 4 goddesses Wang Yanyan, became someone else's. All the boys looked at Gu Wenqing with super jealousy in their eyes. Soon after, someone found out that in the forum of the school's intranet, there were photos of the Wyoming seemingly departmental flower going to the hotel together with Gu Wenqing. In the photo, Gu Wenqing intimately wrapped his arms around Wang Yanyan, and Wang Yanyan leaned her body against his arms in a bird-like manner. See this photo and combine it with the two getting out of their car early in the morning. Basically solid. She gave it to him. Countless rich, potential men chased the goddess for more than a year into the arms of others. What's more, it's only been 3 short days since school started. In 3 days, they've taken the goddess they've been longing for. The boys who were there were heartbroken. Wang Yanyan, who got out of the car, did not care about other people's eyes. Her character has always been straightforward and dared to love and hate. She's already been honest with her schoolmate. Is she afraid of what people will say? I'll go back and catch up on my sleep, and you get to military training. Wang Yanyan left after she finished speaking to her schoolmate. If you take a pen and write today, you may not even be able to. Old Gu, did you really have a room with Wang Yanyan yesterday? Huang Zicheng asked. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohan were also curious and listened with their ears open. Yes, Gu Wenqing replied. Crap, so she really gave it to you? Naya, freshman year is just starting and you've hit a home run against the departmental flower girl. Really envious. The 3 roommates were crying with envy. They hadn't even touched a woman's hand, while Gu Wenqing had already ended his virginity. That's too big a gap. After waiting for his roommate to calm down, Gu Wenqing continued. 2 rooms opened, 1 for each person. 3, why didn't you tell me before? They've been envious for so long. The 4 of them chatted and bragged for a while, then walked together toward the playground. Just know for yourself about women. No need to share it with others. Let them guess for themselves. The sun shines. The air smelled of heat. For a freshman in military training, hot underwear can squeeze out sweat. After 2 days of military training, everyone had learned the hard way to bring their own water bottles. When resting in place in military training, you can hydrate. It wasn't like they were like Gu Wenqing, who had 2 schoolmates who took turns delivering sparkling water and milk tea. Many of the gazes of the boys on the playground looked toward Gu Wenqing. I heard that Gu Wenqing went to a room with the department flower yesterday? The school's intranet is exposed to pictures. Mud. Seeing that salty hand in the picture makes me angry. This recalls that Wenqing and the departmental flower have officially declared their romance. So Chen Yunxue shouldn't be sending her water again, right? Che surely won't send it again. It is said that Chen Yunxue High School is the school flower. How can the school flower be a licking dog? How can a schoolgirl go and be a third party? That being said, schoolgirl Chen is really good looking. The feelings of everyone in the freshmen were both heartbreaking and celebratory. The heartache was because the school's sexiest departmental goddess had become Gu Wenqing's girlfriend. Fortunately, after Gu Wenqing had an affair with the departmental flower sister, Chen Yunxue shouldn't like Gu Wenqing anymore. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Gu Wenqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Is Wang Yanyan so influential in Magic University? It's not just getting off the bus with Yanyan Wang. Why is everyone making such a fuss? Besides, their relationship isn't what everyone thinks it is. Although Gu Wenqing quite want to, but the actual situation, Wang Yanyan came to relatives. Military training in situ. After being in the sun for so long, everyone's mouths were dry and they all took out their water bottles to drink. Gulp, gulp. Everyone felt much more comfortable after one drink. Gu Wenqing also had a dry mouth. He came to the military training after getting off the Ferrari and didn't bring any water. Buying water was not an option, and resting in place was not an option to run out of the playground. Gu Wenqing had to ask his 3 roommates, do you still have water? Zhou Tao shook the empty bottle. Old Gu, you're too late. It was finished by us. Holy shit. At the sound of his voice, Gu Wenqing felt his mouth go even drier. Seeing that Gu Wenqing had no water to drink, the boys on the playground all gloated and laughed. Ha ha, he has his day. It always balances my heart to see him without water. Let him fool around. Now it's bad luck. He must still think to himself that he thinks a goddess will bring him water. Great. Schoolgirl Chen has finally seen his scummy face. Everyone was happy to see Gu Wenqing's mouth dry. 2 days ago, 2 major goddesses delivered water. One was the department flower of the university. The other had been the school flower of the high school. Both girls at the top of the face value gave water to Gu Wenqing, envying the others. Boys who look at it and don't go crazy. Who don't envy it? Had him loaded to the hilt 2 days ago. Everyone was certainly happy to see Gu Wenqing without water today. Many girls actually wanted to give Gu Wenqing water. But when they thought of the 2 goddesses who had given Gu Wenqing water before, there was invisible pressure in their hearts. They didn't have the kind of face value that goddesses had. A lot of girls are struggling with whether or not to send water to Gu Wenqing after all. Who can bear to see a handsome guy with a high face value suffer? Just as the boys were happy in their hearts, a very whispered word came from the playground. If you don't mind, drink my water. The girl who spoke was dressed in camouflage and had white canvas shoes on her feet that were washed and slightly yellowed, but clean. The girl had black glasses and her cheeks were all but blocked by her black hair as she kept her head down. Yun Weiwei carefully, handed Gu Wenqing the water bottle. Gu Wenqing looked at the kettle in front of him, its surface worn and varnished, the old kettle stating that it had accompanied its owner for a long time. She is the girl who looks to learn how to help herself. Gu Wenqing recognized it right away. Yun Weiwei saw that Gu Wenqing didn't take the water bottle. She lowered herself even lower, disgusted again. Yun Weiwei's tiny voice, the boiling water I received in the cafeteria is clean. Also, if he's so rich, he shouldn't care to drink cold white water from the cafeteria. Suddenly, the water bottle in his hand was taken away by the male Gu Wenqing. Gulp! Gulp! Gu Wenqing drank the water in one gulp. Gu Wenqing smiled freely. It's too late to thank you. How could I dislike you? Yun Weiwei held the empty water bottle and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. That's when the wind picked up. The breeze blew the cloud's slight hair, and a flash of white, pretty face, stunning Gu Wenqing. Who would have thought that the girl who kept her head down all the time possessed a face value not lower than Chen Yunxue and Wang Yanyan? Intimidated by Gu Wenqing's eyes, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and walked away. Gu Wenqing was drunk and happy. The boys on the playground were not. Holy shit, there's a water delivery. The girl who delivers the water is so long and tall. Mud. It's a pity we can't see Gu Wenqing thirsty. My joy is gone. It's okay, as long as it's not Schoolgirl Chan delivering the water. Don't worry, Schoolgirl Chan definitely won't come. As they were talking, a silhouette appeared at the entrance of the playground. At this time, Schoolgirl Chan changed her usual JK campus style. She wore a tight little tank top today, and a short light gray skirt, straight long legs, wearing a black silk, wrapped in black silk legs shadowed to reflect the white complexion. Beautiful people and great bodies. The breeze blew Chen Yunxue's hair, and her long hair fluttered like a young girl coming out of anime. The one in Chen Yunxue's hand was no longer milk tea. It was replaced with sparkling water, fresh from the fridge. The bottle of sparkling water is still covered in frost. Schoolgirl Chen, again. It wouldn't be bringing water to Gu Wenqing again, would it? I don't think so. Definitely not sent to the scum. The first 2 days are sent Gu Wenqing milk tea. Today changed to sparkling water shows what? It means that Ms. Chen has changed the object of water delivery. Dude, fine. After this parsing by the big brother, everyone thought it made sense that the milk tea was replaced with sparkling water. Didn't it mean that Schoolmarm Chen had changed the person she was delivering the water to? It must be that the schoolgirl knows that Gu Wenqing has a sister. Disappointed in him, the schoolgirl will also change people to deliver water. The gazes of the boys followed Schoolgirl Chen's figure as they thought to themselves, how I wish it was myself who was being served water. The carefully dressed Chen schoolgirl, whose beauty was comparable to that of a fairy, looked at the boys dumbfounded. 1 step, 2 steps. In everyone's line of sight, Schoolmarm Chen walked over to the class square that Gu Wenqing belonged to. The boys' hearts were hanging in the air. Chen Yunxue's eyes searched around and quickly spotted the prettiest pup in the crowd, Gu Wenqing, who also happened to be looking at her. Look at each other in all directions. Without changing her face, Schoolgirl Chan shifted her gaze. When Schoolgirl Chan walked up to Gu Wenqing, she handed Gu Wenqing the sparkling water. This moment, it was as if all the boys in the playground heard the sound of their hearts breaking. I heard you like sparkling water and bought it especially for you. Coming in front of Gu Wenqing, Chen Yunxue handed Gu Wenqing the sparkling water. Thanks. Gu Wenqing took the water from Schoolgirl Chen. He just drank a lot and he's not thirsty yet. But sensing the expectant eyes of Schoolgirl Chen, Gu Wenqing opened the bottle cap and took a sip with a gulp. Seeing that Gu Wenqing drank the water she sent, Schoolmarm Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Instantly, the boys directly exploded at the sight of Schoolgirl Chen's charming smile. I'm convinced. It's for Gu Wenqing again. Schoolgirl Chen is confused. Gu Wenqing has a date. Why did Schoolgirl Chen choose to hang herself from the tree of Gu Wenqing? I was just laughing at Gu Wenqing, but it turned out that Schoolgirl Chen came to deliver water again. The crowd murmured as you and I talked. They didn't know why Schoolmarm Chen loved Gu Wenqing alone. Although Gu Wenqing is handsome and rich, but others already have schoolmates. And why does Chen Schoolmarm prefer not to let go? They do not want to know. Gu Wenqing saw the courage to save the girl in the middle of the Chen Yunxue. The monitoring screen blurred. Cannot see the girl's appearance. The school also didn't make a big deal about who the rescued girl was, resulting in people not even knowing that Gu Wenqing had this connection with Chen Yunxue. The two walked forward and backward to the shady spot. Gu Wenqing said, "There's no need to deliver water every day just to thank me. No matter who was beaten that day, I would have gone up to help." Chen Yunshua's tone is icy cold. I know. I sent me. Not you like not drink is. Gu Wenqing was speechless. It really deserved to be called an iceberg beauty in high school. So arrogant in every word and action. Gu Wenqing responded directly, drink. As long as you send me I'll drink. Send it. He's not the one in trouble anyway. Whoever marries her in the future will get an iceberg and save on air conditioning in the summer. Ding. The host unlocks a new title, The Crane. Awarded 10 shares of Huafeng Real Estate. Reward doing platform doing 10000000000. When the military training returned to the dormitory, Gu Wenqing opened the system. The rewards for unlocking a new title aren't reliable this time around. Even stuff like doing virtual currency can be used as a reward. The system's been a little perfunctory lately, hasn't it? The rewards do look pretty bluff though. Huafeng Real Estate. As we all know, the market value of real estate companies are not low. 10 of the shares even less is worth more than $1 billion, right? Gu Wenqing opened the browser and searched for information on Huafeng Real Estate. Founded in 1996, Huafeng Real Estate grew up in the Magic City, and the company's size was limited to the Magic City. The business covers real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, smart services, housing rental and sale, and housing renovation. As of 2022, Huafeng Real Estate has a total valuation of $8 million and has taken 7 pieces of land with great development value around Magic City. And the land in Magic City alone is worth $40 billion. At a time when the nation's real estate is thundering with tens and hundreds of billions of dollars owed in bank loans, Huafeng Real Estate has more money on its books than liabilities. One of the reasons is that Huafeng Real Estate step is not big. Not everywhere in the country to take land. Only Snail in the Magic City of a city West Hardwork. With a market value of $80 billion. 10% of the shares is $8 billion. Gu Wenqing read in his mind. Today, in one day, he earned 80 mini-goals. And I have to say that the life of an open mind is really cool. At this point, a call came in for an interview for the manager of Debonair West. Gu Wenqing drove then to Huaxi Street, parked the car in the garage and walked into the store. Could clearly feel that the atmosphere was much more positive than yesterday. The applicant was a man in his 30s. By his own account, he was a manager at a star hotel. He saw that the owner of the Western restaurant was so young and was a bit contemptuous in his mind. Mr. Gu put 100 hearts. I used to be a management manager in a star hotel. My ability to manage this store is not difficult at all. Gu Wenqing frowned and listened to the man blah 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 a bunch of words. Really cannot stand it. Directly interrupted the man's words. Said, thank you. Our temple is too small to accommodate you, this big Buddha. The man was stunned on the spot. He was a former hotel corporate executive, willing to condescend to such a small Western restaurant, completely blessed by the boss. I thought I had the job in hand, but I was rejected on the spot. Gu Wenqing walked out of the Western restaurant. Her mood all changed for the worse. Mud, you're a corporate executive. Don't you even know the basics of humility? One comes and blows his skills to death and looks down on the small Western restaurant. Then I want you to hammer. Low-eyed guy. He might as well have recruited someone with little management experience, but with his feet on the ground. And the store wasn't big enough to need any executive talent anyway. Gu Wenqing a garage. Just saw a sexy dressed anchor woman. More live next to a Ferrari Lafa. Audience, is a flagship super sports car launched by Ferrari? The world only limited to 499 units. Priced at 10 million level Yuanan said. Then turned the camera of the cell phone. Adjusted to face the Ferrari Lafa. Yuanan looked at the screen and continued. As the face anchor, I came across this rare Ferrari Lafa today. And I'm guest anchoring the commentary on the sports car today. This Ferrari Lafa is powered by a 63-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine that produces 588 kilowatts of maximum power and an electric motor that independently delivers 120 kilowatts of power, giving the Lafa a combined output of 708 kilowatts. A powerful engine that allows it to be on the road for seconds and seconds and seconds of air, with no taillights for you to see. After the explanation, Yuanan looked at the multi-million-dollar supercar. Yuanan joked and continued. Brothers, you have to work hard to drive a Ferrari in the future. And the little lady will do it for you. Yuanan's popularity as a small anchor on Douyin was very low, so low that her monthly income was just enough to cover her daily expenses in Mordor. Without a big brother in the live room, it's hard for even the prettiest of anchors to catch fire. After all, nowadays, in the era of universal live broadcasting, without some fame, who will go to see you live? Yuanan had a chance to make it big before, and there was once a big brother in the live room who swiped $100,000 for him in one day. Yuanan was overjoyed, her efforts finally waiting to be rewarded. Add the Big Brother V letter. The Big Brother directly sent a location, reported the hotel room number. Yuanan was so disgusted that she directly blacked out her Big Brother's WeChat. Big Brother swiped the money, did not get the benefit, certainly not dry. Everywhere nonsense publicity, said Yuanan promised to go to bed. He would brush so many gifts. After a few days of fussing, finally Yuanan lost $100,000 before things settled down. 100,000 gifts. After the platform divided in half, to the hands of Yuanan only 50,000. She went around to raise money to borrow 50,000. which is enough to raise 100,000. She worked hard on her own live broadcasts and didn't do anything, but she also lost $50,000, which is equivalent to 3 months of her live salary. That day, Yuanin cried her eyes out. The number of people online in the live broadcast room of the Douyin named and Most Lovely showed more than 1,000 people. Crap, if I could really afford to drive a Ferrari, I'd high and low brush a 100,000 gift for the anchor. Love the anchor so much. Want to hug it away. Ferrari Rafa's handsome batch of explosions. I didn't come here to see your face. Point the camera at Ferrari. Tiny anchors are ridiculously ridiculous. Fucking became an anchor and refused to get a room with Big Brother. Pretending to be a Nimrod. Not many pop-ups. Both fans and black fans. Yuanin after the incident of rejecting her Big Brother's rooming incident. The less gifts she receives every day now. The Big Brothers who used to swipe gifts like crazy were all spying on her body. And after realizing that there was no profit to be made, then no longer give Yuanin brush gift. All become black powder one day in the live broadcasting room black Yuanin. Some viewers who genuinely liked Yuanin saw the pop-ups and they blew a gasket. Protection. Our anchor woman. And is not one of those bad women who crawl into bed at the sight of money. Brothers Meng, and recently lost her Big Brother. Everyone brushed more gifts to an. For a while, the viewers who loved and swiped a crazy wave of gifts. Thank you, a mosquito Big Brother, for the 66 lollipops. Thank you, cat misbehavior, Big Brother for the 10 bishops. Thanks, 66 beers from Big Brother, safe at home. Thank you, like Little Anon, Big Brother for the 2 hot air balloons. Yuanin saw the gifts from everyone and thanked the audience for the gifts in a clear voice. Though she was smiling happily on her face, she was on the verge of crying inside as she watched these. Dozens of people swiped gifts, and the most valuable ones were just 2 hot air balloons from, like Little Anon. 1 hot air balloon is worth $52, 2 is only 104. Yuan is powerless. Now the gift list. The flow of water is not more than $400 a day. She doesn't even have 200 in her hand. And this income of a few thousand a month doesn't even cover her rent for a month. Not to mention having to eat and pay off tens of thousands of dollars in foreign debt. Gu Wenqing stood at a distance and waited for a while, letting Yuanin live-stream the club Ferrari. Seeing that Yuanin had no intention of leaving yet, he had to walk towards the Ferrari. In the An's cutest live room, pop-ups were rolling in from the viewers. Unknown man appears behind the anchor. Crap, coming towards Anne. It can't be Anne's boyfriend. Crybaby. And went behind our backs and found wild men. Oh, no wonder he rejected Big Brother. So he found a little white boy. The anchors are shameless. Stupid anchor. Young and unaware of the goodness of money. Yuanin looked at the pop-up screen, directly ignoring the black people who sprayed themselves, and curiously turned back and, seeing a boy in a white shirt, black baggy slacks, and white loafers on his feet walking towards him. Although the sunglasses and masks the boys wore hid their faces, she was sure that the boy's face was definitely not bad. The teenage sense of invincibility and those long, slender legs. The hardware is simply unbeatable. Yuanin thought to herself, boys can't be looking at her good looks and come over to hit on her. Thinking of this, Yuanin's face blushed slightly. So do we give him the-mail later or not? I don't blame Yuanin for being self-absorbed, but she often meets guys who come up to her and ask for her contact information when she walks on the street. While Yuanin was struggling with himself, Gu Wenqing came in front of Yuanin. Excuse me, can you move over? I'm in a hurry. Yuanin, what about the promised hit me up? Yuanin was inexplicably a little disappointed inside. And then there is a little bit of aggression. The road is so wide. Who am I blocking? Yuanin's soft and clear voice. The garage is so big. Why don't you go next to it and have to let me make you? Seeing that the situation is not Yuanin's underground boyfriend, the water friends in the live broadcast room also blew up the sky. Smiley face. Mud. Is this man sick? Blind eyes. Such a big garage had to say and was in his way. He's just there to show his presence in front of Anne. The actual hammer is an old color batch, and might have met a perverted sex fiend. Gu Wenqing was directly speechless. Beauty, you're standing in front of the front end of my car, blocking me from driving. Hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room directly went crazy. The pop-up screen don't want to taunt. Smiley face. Oh, that's a raw pussy. Young man, I would like to call you the world's #1 pusher. I give this pussy a score of -100, for no other reason than it's so fake. Stop dreaming, young man. Get to work on the assembly line. Inflatable dolls. Pussies are still waiting for you to be installed. This brother is awesome. In order to show his presence in front of Anne, bragging doesn't even have a draft. Not only did the pop-ups not believe it, Yuanin also didn't believe that the tall boy in front of him was the Ferrari owner. How can he drive a Ferrari when he's so full of schoolboy youth? Looking up, there is no arrogant and domineering plunkiness, and the rich kids did this to get her attention. That's it. Definitely. Yuanan brushed the bangs on her forehead and sighed slightly in her heart. The fact that he was so handsome was enough to attract her. Why use such a hard way to get her attention? Gu Wenqing saw Yuanan still frozen place, simply took out the car key directly and pressed the unlock button. The Ferrari's dangling lights instantly lit up, illuminating the garage by a degree. Wow. Seeing this scene, all the people who had been there froze in their tracks. What did they see? The boys took out their car keys and the Ferrari was unlocked. Oh my god. The boy wasn't pretending. The Ferrari was really his. Thanks to the fact that they had just made it a point to taunt the boys, the scene was being hit hard in the face by the boys. For a while, Yuanan's live broadcast popularity directly reached more than 3,000, and the pop-ups were overwhelming. Crap. Blinded my dog's eyes. Holy shit. This young man. Live in the face? Oh, my god. The little anchor has met the big man. He's got a lot of money. Must be nice to drive a $10 million sports car. Damn. I'm envious. He's definitely a nobleman. His family's assets are conservatively estimated to be over $1 billion. The audience swiped the screen as hard as they could. They're all shocked. I can't believe they sprayed a rich kid in a Ferrari just now. Luckily the man couldn't see the pop-ups. From the moment Gu Wenqing pressed the car key, the online audience, along with anchor Yuanan, was deeply shocked. Yuanan is so confused she can't even speak coherently. Is this Ferrari really yours? After saying that, Yuanan regretted it. She cursed herself in her mind for being an idiot, asking such an idiotic question when everyone else had pulled out their keys to unlock the Ferrari. This does not blame her. The main she is really too shocked. So handsome young boys, driving a car worth 10 million Yuanan in front of the god wholesome embarrassment. At the sound of the voice, Gu Wenqing felt that the beautiful anchor woman in front of him was a bit cute. How silly she was. As in fake. You're live on Douyin? Gu Wenqing asked curiously as he glanced at his phone screen. The anchor's nickname, Anan, is the cutest. Gu Wenqing subconsciously looked at Yuanan. Yoo-hoo. Or a secondary cute girl. In a black and white maid's outfit. With huge breasts. I'm afraid she's a G-cup. Under the skirt of the maid outfit, the white half-length stockings were just up to the knee. And the high heels under her feet made Yuanan's figure look even taller and sexier. Cute features, big eyes with a head of pink hair. Old second-time cute girl. Gu Wenqing took a couple more looks at the supersized G-soft. These two were indeed overly cute. Right. Yuanan responded. Do you usually play Douyin and watch live broadcasts? Play Gu Wenqing took his cell phone and searched for Anan's cutest live room. And took a look at more than 3,000 people. Look at your popularity is not high. Small anchor, continue to work hard. Strive to early become the audience online 100,000 plus big network red. Gu Wenqing looked at her G-rated softness and gave her a follow. Yuanan grunted, humph. Sooner or later there will be that day. Gu Wenqing glanced at the pop-up. Kneel down and beg the camera to focus on the Godhawk. So I can see what the Godhawk looks like up close. Anchor still can't afford to know? Kneel down to God's hoe. Anchor quickly licked the God hoe. He's so rich. Just a little leak in his hand is enough for you to live a few months of income. It's over. I always had a feeling and would run off with the big guy. Bullshit. Is An the kind of woman who sees money? And is a good girl and won't mess around at all. Gu Wenqing then looked at the gift list again. Today's list, one brush of Soundwave is only $100 or so. The entire Soundwave of that day at Anan added up to less than $200. That's a bit of a mixed bag. With a face as cute as hers and unrivaled G-rated softness. This shouldn't be. Gu Wenqing inquired, little anchor. You're mixing it up too poorly here. I'm afraid the world will end the day you become a big internet star. Yuan froze for a moment. Pitifully, he said, it wasn't like this before. It was the refusal of Big Brother's excessive demands that made him mix so badly. In the live room, the pop-ups take off. Crying, heartbroken for my Ann. And don't be upset. When I get my paycheck, leave $500 for me to eat noodles for a month and I'll swipe all the remaining $2,500 for you. That's quite a show upstairs. Anan, you don't bend over for money. Good for you. Oh duh. Dog anchor? What a bitch to act like. No way. No way. There are still people who believe in an anchor with an innocent persona? Spicy chicken thing. What's the point of pretending to be pathetic in front of God ho? F***ck. People are beautiful and soft and they don't give a F***ck. Why should I give you a brush off? Gu Wenqing looked at the screen and understood the situation. Big Brother rewarded the money. Want to sleep in the small anchor. The small anchor is reluctant. And then the Big Brother are no longer brush gifts to her. Big Brother is greedy for Anan's body. And she doesn't give through. Only fools will make an effort to give her gifts. It was the first time Gu Wenqing had seen a full-time anchor who was mixed up so badly. Those big netizens, a day's live income of 1,000 millions. And then look at the small anchor Yuan, and such daily water flow is not more than 1,000. It seems that all walks of life are drought death. Flooding floods die. Yu Anan, who can't pay the rent, is dying of drought. Gu Wenqing had unlocked the new title, Crane Standing Out, yesterday, and the system had rewarded him with 1,000,000,000 Do coins. It's not like the recharged virtual currency can be exchanged for real money. Do coins or chicken help pennies to Gu Wenqing. For the sake of your G-rated boobs, let's give you a shallow brush. Gu Wenqing glanced at the white and tender waves, and blogged in his heart. Gu Wenqing started swiping gifts. Gu Wenqing hadn't rewarded anyone with a gift yet, and opened the interface to look for it. The most expensive gift, Supreme Salute, was found. Supreme Salute, 666 do Rico, equivalent to 66 renminbi, 666. At this time, and in most lovely, live room was greeted with another wave of small gifts. Yuanan was looking at the screen and shouted in a soft voice, "Thank you, 66 beers from brother, love beauty. Thank you, cat misbehavior, big brother for the 66 bishops. Thank you, I have money, big brother for the 20 little clouds. Thank you, like little Anan, big brother for delivering 2 hot air balloons again." Yuanan's budding voice echoed in the garage. A wave of operation as fierce as a tiger. A look at the income of 250. Still, for the recent Yuanan, there were a lot more gift rewards today. Today's gift flow has exceeded 500 yuan. Yuan Xin is still a little happy. Since the refusal of the big brother, today's gift list is already the highest record. Suddenly, Yuanan saw a burst of dazzling special effects. The glow of the special effects was taking up the entire phone screen. As we all know, the more expensive the gift, the cooler the effects and the more it takes up the phone screen. This is the special effect of the Supreme Salute. Supreme Salute, 166, 666. And the last time she was rewarded with a Supreme Salute was the time when her big brother asked for a room. It was important to realize that with her recent daily flow, it would take a full 20 days of live streaming to be able to one Supreme Salute. All Yuanan saw was a flurry of screens blasting away, dangling cool effects that cover the entire phone screen. The special effects of Supreme Salute whistled in her livestream one after another. 1st, 5th, 10th, 60th. At this moment, Yuanan first felt a lack of oxygen in her head, and then a wave of excitement from the bottom of her heart. Mommy Mia, she is a developed Mordor's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan the most adorable. Supreme Gift Canon X1. Mordor's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan the cutest. Supreme Gift Canon X10. Magic City's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan is the cutest. Supreme Gift Canon X20. Magic City's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan the most adorable. Supreme Salute X40. Magic City's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan the cutest. Supreme Salute X66. Magic City's first deep love. Presenting Anchor Anan the cutest. Supreme Gift Canon X100. The 100 consecutive Supreme Salutes not only exploded in Anan's cutest live room, but also made the entire Douyin platform like an atomic bomb had been dropped, causing a huge shock. For all Douyin online users, a banner appears at the top of the screen. The first deep love of the Magic City. In the Anchor and the most adorable live room gave away 100 Supreme Gift Canon. Everyone quickly go to grab the box. The first deep love of the Magic City. In the Anchor and the most adorable live room gave away 100 Supreme Gift Canon. Everyone quickly go to grab the box. The first deep love of the Magic City. In the Anchor and the most adorable live room gave away 100 Supreme Gift Canon. Everyone quickly go to grab the box. 3 whole gold-colored banners floated across the screens of all online users. It's all about the platoon. The entire 100 Supreme Salute giveaway. Douyin official also gave enough scenes of God's hero, Magic City's first deep love, pretending. This time, countless people were shocked. What did they see? Supreme Salute worth 66 renminbi, 666. Supreme Salute is not rare. Everyday people will give the Anchor brush, but 100 Supreme Salutes. Since the founding of the Douyin platform, such a feat has rarely occurred. How can these 100 Supreme Salutes not shake them up? 100 Supreme Salute, converted into real money is more than 600,000 RMB, over $600, 000, many people don't save that much in a lifetime. At over $600, 000, you can buy a suite in a small city. For over $600, 000, you can pick up a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class Highlander. Douyin platform anchors, also crazy, cannot wait to be rewarded more than 600, 000 anchor is their own. Nah, I'm uneducated. One line of crouch goes everywhere. Crouch, crouch, crouch. $600,000. Doesn't it smell good for spending? God ho, his world is one we don't deserve to understand. With one crouch representing 10, 000, It takes me a lot of effort to shout 100 crouches, but it's easy for a godly man to brush 600. 000. Paralyzed. My eyes are red with envy. Biggie, cowhide. Long live the first deep love of Mordor. A group of people exclaimed in admiration, all of them pouring into Yuan's live broadcasting room. The number of people in Yuan's live broadcast room instantly soared from 3,000 directly to 50,000 plus popularity. With a popularity of 50,000 plus, it's considered a second-tier anchor in Jitterbug. Yuan looked at the popularity of her live room for a moment as if she was dreaming. She hurriedly said, "Thank you. 100 supreme salutes from the number one affectionate big brother of Magic City." She continued, "Deep love God Ho Cowhide, mighty and mighty, the world's first dangling." The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at this time. "Crap, and is standing up. Bullshit." The anchor easily earned 300,000 RMB. Coming from the banner, I have to say that the anchor's face is really worthy of the more than $600,000 of God's honor. Magic City, the first deep brother in the brush so much money a beach is not proud to repay, or give you a song. Or how about a song and dance? Yuan's soft and sticky voice rang out. Once bitten, twice shy. Since being rewarded 100,000 and then recovered. Yuan's heart was elated and fearful when she saw a large reward. If this big brother makes another rude request, how should she politely refuse? That's why she tried to sing and dance for big brother in return for his reward of more than $600,000. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she blushed with shame herself. The pop-up screen is also full of airborne bar. Thousands of miles to send. Raise prices thousands of miles a day. At the sound, Gu Wenqing was speechless. "Thank you. Come over here and brush yourself. My hands are pointing painfully." Yuan was confused. Confused. Yuan's voice trembled. You are the first deep love in Magic City? Gu Wenqing said. "What else? Come over here and help me press my gift. It's not like the bucket coins are of any use to me anyway." Yuan walked over obediently. The camera was accidentally aimed at Gu Wenqing's Douyin account. A series of numbers. Ducoin 999333340? In this instant Yuan's entire body froze. Not only Yuan, the 50,000 plus viewers within the live broadcast were also shocked to death. What images did they see? Holy crap. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 100 million, 100 million. The account of the number one deepest love in Mordor has bucket coins measured in billions of dollars. More than 900 million bucks. Magic City's number one deep love. The total amount spent on the 100 supreme salute that he had just rewarded was 660 doujinshi. 999333340 plus 6666660 equals 10000000000. Meaning, the account of the Magic City's number one deep love possessed 1 billion do coins, which when converted into RMB was a whole billion. Crap, how rich should the number one deep love family in the Magic City be to top up 100 million in cash at Douyin? What's the concept of a $100 million cash recharge into Douyin? Now many people are not moving are worth several hundred million, billions of dollars, but most of them are stocks, real estate, etc. Many seem to be worth more than a billionaires. In fact, the pocket simply cannot take 100 million in cash. Even if a billionaire worth over $1 billion could come up with $100 million, he definitely wouldn't be able to recharge into Douyin either. What do I see? A true godhawk. A barrage of numbers that made my eyes glaze over. Marred. The little anchor is so lucky to have met a godly man in reality. Driving 10 million Ferrari supercars. Douyin recharged 100 million. This fucking God's rich family at least must be tens of billions of hundreds of billions of assets. Right. The little anchor is still not quick to go eat chicken. Eat well. The God Ho absolutely arranged for you know what? I was like wow. I'm going to lose my sweet hand. It's rich. I'm really sour on this life. 50,000 plus people in the live room. Countless pop-ups. People of all shapes and sizes making their statements. Yuan looked at the balance of more than 900 million do coins and was terrified. She said in a crying tone, "Brother, I'm afraid. If she accidentally pressed the button a few more times, she wouldn't be able to pay for it even if she sold herself." "Not afraid. Come brother teach you." Gu Wenqing pulled Yuan in front of him, one hand holding the cell phone, the other hand capturing Yuan's small white hand. The small white hands were as soft as her voice. Gu Wenqing smelled the young girl's fresh scent and hugged her hand. A few more times, countless viewers felt as if their cell phones were stuck, only seeing the dangling special effects keep flashing repeatedly on their phones. Mordor's first deep love. Presenting anchor Anan the most adorable, Supreme Gift Canon X1. Magic City's first deep love? Presenting Anchor Anon is the cutest. Supreme Gift Canon X20. Magic City's first deep love? Presenting Anchor Anon the most adorable. Supreme Salute X40. Magic City's first deep love? Presenting Anchor Anon the cutest. Supreme Salute X66. Magic City's first deep love? Gifting Anchor Anon the cutest. Supreme Gift Canon X100. Another 100 Supreme Gift Cannons whistled and smashed into the live broadcast room. And the popularity of Anon Most Lovely S live broadcast room directly soared to 200,000 plus. With 200,000 plus viewers, Anon had a top anchor addiction. Crap. Another 100 Supreme Salutes. Everyone yell with me, Shamrock Biggie Bully. I'll go. Magic City's #1 Deep Love directly sent over 1.3 million gifts in An's live room. The rich man's world is horrible as hell. Big Boss is confused. How many women can 1.3 million penetrate? Why do you need to reward Anon? Kneel down and beg Big Boss to spare the simple Anon. Anon was shocked and happy. Everyone must testify for me. It was Shinhao who took my hand and pressed it. It wasn't me who wanted to press it. And then, she continued, brother, you shouldn't be looking for me to get it back. Gu Wenqing nodded, don't worry. I don't even care about such a small amount of money. $1 billion of doujinshi converted into yuan is 100 million. Although Gu Wenqing could find someone to cash out 50 million renminbi by rewarding him. But Gu Wenqing was too much trouble. Gu Wenqing is now worth close to $20 billion. To say the least. There are countless properties to his name. 11 billion bank deposits. A Ferrari Lafayette and a Porsche Cayenne. 10 sets of frontage on Huaxi Street. 800 square feet of high-grade Western restaurant. 2 top movie theaters in Magic City. A $168 million license plate. Wafeng Real Estate shares worth $8 billion. The total amount of property in bits and pieces definitely adds up to over $20 billion. Douyin on $1 billion. For him is the dregs. There is absolutely no need to spend time set 50 million out of the. It's not like he's short on change. Yes, $50 million in the current Gu Wenqing view is equivalent to the previous 50 cents or $5. Thrown to the ground he was too lazy to bend over to pick up. Wow, such a small amount of money? Oh, my god, $1.3 million is a small fortune. Is this the pattern of the God Ho? It seems like the world of the Godhawks is something we really don't understand. Anon also said that she had been shocked by the forced heir. What's 200 royal salutes? It's over 1.3 million renminbi. After splitting 50/50ths with the platform she's all set to get over $650,000. It was no exaggeration to say that she had never seen so much money in her life. In the eyes of Mordor's first deep love. It's chump change. Also, Brother Douyin is all topped up with $100 million in cash. $1 million or so is not worth mentioning to Brother. Anon said curtly. She was not realizing how licked her expression was. It was so close to hugging Gu Wenqing's thighs and calling out to his father. Alright, turn off the live broadcast. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, after swiping so many gifts for you, you don't have to sing and dance if you want to thank me. Just accompany me to the mall to buy something. Okay, brother, Anon will accompany you for an all-night stroll. Anon's voice was still soft and sticky. When she finished, she went straight off the air at light speed. The 200,000 plus viewers watched the black screen, but the pop-ups never stopped either. That's off the air? Crap. Accompanying the godly man on a shopping trip to buy what? Black silk, high heels, Durex. On the top floor, this time An's body is not safe. Driving a Ferrari, Douyin recharged $100 million, but also so young, and then gave the anchor a reward of 1 million or so. May I ask will you refuse? If my brother gives me a reward for my words, I will directly kneel and lick. I am beautiful and alive. Is it too late for a sex change? Gu Wenqing brought the secondary cute girl, Anon, back to Huaxi Street. At this time, the lights were brightly lit. The busiest Huaxi Street in this area. Eating, drinking, playing and having fun. All kinds of commodities. Affordable, expensive, luxury, everything was available in this huge commercial street. Brother, what are you going to buy? Anon asked curiously. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing wanted to tease this budding anchor woman. Gu Wenqing replied, buy condoms. What was that? Anon's head didn't react for a moment and asked after him. Gu Wenqing laughed, Durex. Ah. Anon lost her face in shock. Brother, no. I'm not that kind of person. Gu Wenqing saw Anon's face turn white with fear, and could not imagine that Anon really did have a bottom line. Maybe, plus money. Gu Wenqing gently shook his head. Why would one challenge a girl's bottom line with money? Maybe there will be a price for all of them? But that would be a real downer. Gu Wenqing suppressed the thoughts that flashed through his mind and inwardly laughed at himself for being inflated with money. It's important to keep your heart. Of course more women are better. But he doesn't just want their bodies, but more importantly, he wants to get the girl's feelings. A woman who has no feelings for herself is just a body at his mercy. No different from The Walking Dead. Ha ha, just kidding. I want to go buy a watch, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Gu Wenqing also wants to buy a watch to play with. Oh, brother, you scared me to death, said Yuanan as she patted her chest in relief. Gu Wenqing's eyes, however, looked straight. Baby, it seems you really don't know your own charm. Giant Soft is slapped with the flow. Feeling Gu Wenqing wearing sunglasses, but the direction has been straight face to face their own. He is staring at themselves? Yuanan's face turned red, but she did not hate Gu Wenqing's gaze. Do other people? Her heart must have cursed a old colorful batch, because Yuanan is a real face dog. Look at people only by their face value, and although Gu Wenqing's face was obscured, it was definitely not bad. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Wenqing followed the street sign and found the gathering place of luxury brands. The entire mall here has 7 whole floors, all selling domestic and international luxury brands. Does Gu Wenqing have a little research on famous watches? Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, all just heard of the name, but never really seen. Enter the mall. Gu Wenqing then went straight to the second floor, which was the gathering place for luxury watches. Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Lang & Son are among the world's most famous watches with stores here. It's a pity that Patek Philippe doesn't have a store on Huaxi Street. Otherwise Gu Wenqing would have just bought Patek Philippe, for no other reason than the fact that the brand is famous enough to be pretentious. Especially with Patek Philippe's tawdry tagline, no one can own a Patek Philippe, only keep it for the next generation. Listen to this advertisement. Not more upscale than this year's New Year's gift. Receiving gifts also receive platinum brain, cowhide? Gu Wenqing had just walked to the transparent glass door when a uniformed female sales clerk opened the door with a smile. Hello, Mr. VIP, and welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. The store's decor is decorated in a light and luxurious style, and the air in the store is filled with a light fragrance. Inside the store is a huge billboard with Vacheron Constantin's advertising slogan on it. You can easily own time, but you can't easily own a Vacheron Constantin. Gu Wenqing sighed in his heart when he saw it. I have to say that these luxury brands do have a pattern. Even a mediocre jingle can be designed in such a high level. It seems that a watch not only needs a history, it also needs an awesome jingle to be pretentious. May I ask if the gentleman has an appointment? The sales clerk inquired. An appointment? You need an appointment to buy a watch? This time, Gu Wenqing was a bit baffled. He had only heard of buying a luxury car that required an appointment in advance for allocation, and had never heard of buying a Vacheron Constantin that required an appointment. At this time, there happened to be a middle-aged man. Also walked in. The middle-aged man greatly grinned and said, last name King, 5 o'clock appointment. By the way, he came and went as he pleased. He was obviously a regular here. Wang Qin, the salesperson who received Gu Wenqing, hurriedly left Gu Wenqing to greet the middle-aged man who had just entered. The middle-aged man has come to Vacheron Constantin a few times to buy watches, and Wang Qin knows his strength, consuming watches that are $1 million or more. Sell a multi-million-dollar watch and the salesman gets 50-60k in commission. Wang Qin isn't going to mess with money. She is not stupid. Gu Wenqing is so young. Even if he is a rich second generation at most, he will only spend $400 to $500,000, while the middle-aged man's spending power is in the millions. With that comparison, she definitely chose the middle-aged man. Gu Wenqing also thought that the reception of their own sales and middle-aged man booked, so he took Yuan himself to look at the watch at Vacheron Constantin. The first time to look at luxury watches. For the price Gu Wenqing indifferent, mainly to see the watch face value. Yun Jing was a salesman who had only just come to Vacheron Constantin, not supposed to be a trainee salesman. She'd have to sell a Vacheron Constantin watch within a month to take the word internship off. The internship lasted for a month, and if she didn't sell a single watch in a month's time, she would be fired. Vacheron Constantin, this kind of watch can easily be tens of millions of dollars, which is so easy to sell. Today is the last day of her internship. If she doesn't sell a watch in a few days, she'll be out of a job. VIP, what kind of watch do you like? Yun Jing walked up and asked Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing said, expensive. Yun Jing was shocked in her heart, and it was hard to hide her disappointment in her heart according to her experience like this. People who generally just come in to watch, out of professionalism. Yun Jing then led Gu Wenqing to the glass counter with the lowest price of watches. It wasn't that she looked down on Gu Wenqing. She just thought that Gu Wenqing was so young. Even if he wanted to buy a watch, he definitely wouldn't buy one that was too expensive. Vacheron Constantin 25250/D01A9123 for 88,000. Vacheron Constantin 25015/000G9233 for 89,000. Vacheron Constantin 25093/000 or 8741 for 93,000. VIP, these several watches, they are all loved by young people. You can see which one you like. Yunjing Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Wow, these watches are so expensive, said Yuanin in surprise. Gu Wenqing frowned, looking at these tens of thousands to $300,000 of Vacheron Constantin. I feel that these watches don't fit and always have a small family feel to them. Being worth tens of billions of dollars, he could not wear a more distinctive watch. On the other side, Wang Qin has taken care of the middle-aged customer. The middle-aged man purchased a 1.5 million Vacheron Constantin. Selling this watch Wang Qin to the hands of the commission is more than 70,000 yuan. Wang Qin smiled smugly at Yunjing. The newcomer was still too tender to look at people, which is like selling a $1.5 million watch in 2 or 3 minutes by yourself and making $70,000 easily. Especially when she saw Yuanin saying that the tens of thousands of dollars of Vacheron Constantin was expensive. And Gu Wenqing's furrowed brow. She wanted to laugh. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Vacheron Constantin are considered expensive. Then the 1.5 million he just sold is not expensive out of the sky? Thinking about this, she was even less optimistic about Gu Wenqing being able to buy a watch. VIP, is it that you don't like these series of Vacheron Constantin? Yunjing inquired softly. A small family spirit that doesn't suit me at all, nodded Gu Wenqing, and then he continued. Don't save me money, as long as the watch looks good and has character. Being expensive is not a problem. How can Gu Wenqing not know that the young salesman in front of him was worried that he could not afford to make a fool of himself? So he took him to look at the cheapest watches. Her good intentions Gu Wenqing appreciated, but this tens of thousands of dollars of watch style, he really does not like. The clothes that the system gave Gu Wenqing as a gift from the British Royal Private Order were all priced at over $5 million, with assets of more than $20 billion, driving a $10 million luxury car, and a suit worth $5 million. It would be very incongruous indeed if he wore a watch of a few tens of thousands of dollars. Upon hearing this, Yunjing then introduced Gu Wenqing one counter at a time. VIP, this Vacheron Constantin 30110/000P9999, priced at 2,660,000 RMB. The case material is platinum, which is loved by Chinese watch fans and is also highly collectible. Yunjing introduced the watch. Here a watch more than 2 million. Yuanin whole or frozen, this is equal to bring a sweet in the hands of horror like this. Gu Wenqing shook his head, the look is too old-fashioned. Then this Vacheron Constantin Ma 30682/S21G9477. The price is 610,000. The material is platinum with diamonds. Yunjing has chosen another young style to introduce. The appearance is okay. Then see if there is anything else. Gu Wenqing said. To this Vacheron Constantin Horse 30682/S21G9477. Gu Wenqing is quite satisfied, thinking to other not good, simply by this one, cut STH, really good at pretending. At this time, those salesmen in the store thought as such, a $6 million watch is just okay? The salesmen are almost laughing off their teeth. Pretending to be a bully is not such a pretending wait if you do not buy, it is not awkward to die. More than 6 million watches, 1.4 billion people in China, there would not be more than 10,000 people wearing watches worth $6 million. And the youngster in front of you is still a bit of a looker? At this moment, the people in the store, they don't think Gu Wenqing will buy a watch. He mostly just came to look and pretend in front of that secondary cute girl. Even the middle-aged man who had bought a good watch stood in the store and didn't leave, wanting to see how Gu Wenqing would step down later. Just then, Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up as a watch within the clear glass attracted him. Gu Wenqing pointed to the watch and said, "Show me this watch." VIP, this Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899. The case material is 18K platinum set with diamonds, 228 baguette cut diamonds. Hidden setting, Yunjing said patiently, accompanying Gu Wenqing to look at the watch for such a long time. She didn't show a trace of impatience, and had always been patient and gentle in her explanations. In its transparent crystal case, the Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899 exudes a mysterious, noble aura. Can I wear it? Gu Wenqing said. VIP, of course. Yunjing was careful and gently took out the wristwatch from the box. She didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy. In case of an accident by mistake, she wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if she sold her house. Yunjing wanted to help him put it on, but Gu Wenqing wasn't used to it. Gu Wenqing took the watch, unlike Yunjing who was so careful, straight away, with a big grin like you're carrying a couple $dozen electronic watch. You bring the Vacheron Constantine to your hand. He wiggled his arms. And they still looked really good. With its 228 baguette-cut diamonds in a concealed setting, this timepiece is instantly recognizable for its noble value. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. That's the one. Swipe your card. Ah, Yunjing was confused. This was bought. VIP? This Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630/S22G9899 is priced at 10,121,000. Yunjing put out the price. Gu Wenqing was full of concern. I know. I saw the price tag. Quickly swipe your card. I have to go back to school. Boom. Wang Qin's mind was like being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. She still couldn't believe it. This young man who is still studying can really afford a watch worth $10 million. Not only Wang Qin. All the sales in the store didn't believe that Gu Wenqing could come up with $10 million. The middle-aged man also looked at Gu Wenqing with skepticism. Yunjing trembled as she walked to the cashier and swiped her bank card. Inwardly she was not willing to believe that Gu Wenqing, who was still studying, could afford it, but she hoped that Gu Wenqing would have the financial strength to do so she won't lose her job. On the scene, only the young anchor Yanyan, who knew Gu Wenqing well, looked at Gu Wenqing dumbfounded. He bought a $10 million watch. Mamma mia. Not 100,000, not a million, but a whole $10 million watch. Yanyan's eyes were full of stars. The watch worth $10 million. Gu Wenqing bought it without blinking his eyes, and he looked as if he had bought a handful of vegetables on the street. As simple as that. If she had 10 million renminbi, what would she buy? Yanyan would definitely choose to buy a house. She was fed up with the helplessness when moving house. $10 million will buy you a 2-bedroom apartment in the busiest part of Magic City. Gu Wenqing is carrying a suite of rooms in Magic City. Just thinking about it makes her people feel trenchant. As the little ticket grunts out of the machine, meaning 10121000 was successfully deducted from the card. Hiss. The entirety of the store sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 million really swiped successfully. Crap. This is too unbelievable. Especially the salesmen, who are used to seeing customers buy $1 million watch. They are not surprised anymore. But today they were all shocked when the $10 million Vacheron Constantine that had been in the store since it opened was bought. The middle-aged man was also shocked. Mad. I thought I was a winner in life with $1 million watch. But it turned out that people are more angry than people. A current student bought a $10 million watch that cost 6 times as much as his watch, which made him envious of him. There was no one present who regretted it more than Wang Qin. She was gutted. If she hadn't been so smart just now, the commission on this order would have been hers. For a $10 million watch, the salesman's commission alone is $500,000, and there are all kinds of bonuses. A thought that put her on the wrong side of $500,000. She slid to the floor at once, her whole body disoriented. On the contrary, Yunjing, at this point, she couldn't find peace in her heart for a long time. She receives VIPs who buy a 1 kilowatt watch and her commission is $500,000. And with the bill out, she kept her job. The thought of making $500,000 when she was only out of the community made her whole body giddy and she felt like she was dreaming. Soon she adjusted her excitement and said, "Congratulations to the VIP, who has purchased his favorite watch. The guest of honor is still young and talented." Listening to the sales patting himself on the back, Gu Wenqing was happy. "The service is very good. I'll look for you next time I buy a watch." A simple sentence that made Yunjing happy as hell. Walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Wenqing admired his newly purchased watch as he walked. Expensive is expensive for a reason. The 228 baguette-cut diamonds are handsome with a little sparkle in the night light. And Yanyan was still giddy, having been immersed in the shock of buying a watch for $10 million. After buying the watch, it's already past 7 o'clock. "Brother, I'm hungry," Yanyan said as he rubbed his stomach. "Come on then, I'll buy you a nice meal." "Going to eat what?" "Debonair Western restaurant." Gu Wenqing's face was wearing a smile. He was quite happy to have bought a watch he liked. The two walked towards the Debonair West restaurant. There were frequent male eyes on the road looking at Yanyan, making Yanyan a little uncomfortable, so the two of them quickened their pace. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yanyan saw many people lining up and was a little disappointed. It seemed that they were out of luck and couldn't eat the most famous Western food in the university town. Just as she was losing her mind, she saw Gu Wenqing skillfully walking towards the inside of the store, and the waiter respectfully invited him into the private room. Snap! There was a loud tap on the table. A bald man said angrily, "Everyone's is properly in line. Why can he just cut in and dine? You guys are engaging in privilege." After someone took the lead in questioning, other customers were quite critical of Gu Wenqing for cutting in line. At that moment a waiter calmly said, "Please don't be angry. Sir, that one is the owner of our Debonair, and you don't have to worry about being cut in line, because the boss has exclusive boxes that aren't open to the public." At the sound of the voice, the bald man got embarrassed. scratched his big bald head without hair, and said heatedly, "That's fine." Yu Anan, who was about to follow Gu Wenqing's footsteps, just happened to hear it. Oh, no wonder he rushed inside even when there was no room. So he's the owner of De Guilleres. This is just too good to be true. The two hadn't been in the box long. A beautifully prepared dish of French favorites was brought to the table. Marseille bouillabaisse, foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine mountain chicken, chicken Sauvignon Blanc, chicken liver steak, and so much more. Once mingling on the breadline, how could she have the money to eat at such a light and extravagant restaurant? The young anchor Yu Anan's mouth watered at the sight of these dishes. It was also the first time for Yu Anan to use a knife and fork, and she appeared to be fumbling and a bit embarrassed. "Ha, you look so much like my idol, the white boy." Gu Wen also took off his sunglasses and mask at this time, and Yu Wen got a good look at his appearance. "Is it? How similar?" Yu Anan took out the picture she had painstakingly intercepted on the video, and finally intercepted the full picture of the white-clothed boy. There was one thing about this picture that made Yu Wen lick his screen for a long time. Eyes like, nose like, the mouth is also similar. Yu Anan took the pictures and compared them, muttering to herself as she did so, "Even the temperament is the same, it's practically carved out of the same mold." "So, Gu Wenqing anyway, so you are the white boy, right? Wow, I'm also too lucky to meet my idol and even have dinner together." Yu Anan's eyes twinkled with little stars. Being with her favorite person, Yu Anan's words also turned out to be more. "Idol, I want your autograph." "Granted." "Idol, I want a picture with you." Gu Wenqing said. "Yes." "Idol, I want a hug." "Okay, hug." Gu Wenqing had already taken the initiative to embrace Yu Anan in his arms without waiting for her to do so. A wave. Very nice. With a huge breast in her arms, Gu Wenqing even shamelessly said, "What else do you want? I'll satisfy you." "Don't." Oh. Yu Anan's feet went limp and soft. All good things must come to an end. After a meal, the two became acquainted. After dinner, Gu Wenqing sent Yu Anan home. Looking at Yu Anan's back in a maid's outfit, Gu Wenqing said, "Aren't you going to invite me up to have a seat and a glass of water?" At the sound, Yu Anan secretly spat, "Rascal." She then ran back home. Gu Wenqing was about to drive when Yu Anan ran over in a hurry. Gu Wenqing only felt a dazzling swaying. "Really big." Gu Wenqing teased. "What? Figured out to let me go up for a drink?" Yu Anan huffed and puffed and gasped for breath. The softness fluctuated up and down along with the panting. "It's not. Just now I forgot to add your V-mail." After Gu Wenqing passed his best friend, he drove back to Mordor University. Yu Anan returned to her rented apartment, feeling like she was dreaming today. Not only has someone gifted herself $1.3 million, but next month she will earn over $650,000 and escape her current poverty dilemma. The happiest thing is to meet the idol that you have been longing for, and the money is also rewarded. Yu Wen's heart is happy. She was in a very good mood and posted a selfie with a screenshot of the white boy's front face on Mail, and with the caption, "Super happy to be idolized for the day." There were soon many likes and comments, but they were all ignored by her. Gu Wenqing drove his car and suddenly realized that there was a familiar back not far from the road. The camouflage uniform of military training, coupled with the yellowed white canvas shoes, was always Yun Weiwei with her head slightly bowed. Gu Wenqing was really afraid that she would accidentally crash into a pole. Yun Weiwei finished her military training and was ready to pick up the money. There were only industrial and commercial banks in the Magic City University, and Yun Weiwei used the postal service. Across the line to withdraw money. Is to handle the fee, Yun Weiwei had to ask passers-by. A person walking and asking, walked 8 or 9 kilometers finally found the money, only to find that the sky is dark. There were also fewer pedestrians on the road who could ask for directions, and that, combined with the onset of darkness, got her lost in this strange city. She was a little helpless, but managed to make her way to the school bit by bit, using her fuzzy memories. Suddenly, the loud roar of a sports car engine whistled past and a red Ferrari pulled up in front of her. A familiar head drilled out of the car window. "Hey, get in." Cloud hesitated for a moment, walked to the passenger door and stood aside without getting into the car. Gu Wenqing knew that she didn't know how to open the car door, so he opened it for her. But Yun Weiwei still stood outside the car. Gu Wenqing continued, "Get in the car." Yun Weiwei spoke very quietly. I just came to ask you for the way back to school." Gu Wenqing laughed. "I'm just going back to school. I'll take you back on my way." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and said, "I'm dirty." She had sweated all over her military training, and had walked 8 or 9 kilometers in the sun, and her military training clothes were already sore. It'll stink up his car. Gu Wenqing's heart ached for this girl who thought of others in every way. She really didn't know what she had been through before. Gu Wenqing said loudly, "Dirty? What's dirty? The dirtiest thing is the human heart, not people." At the sound of the voice, Yun Weiwei froze for a moment, then carefully got into the car. When she got in the car she also sat honestly, not daring to touch the interior or things in the car. A girl at school said this car is very expensive and she can't afford to pay for it if it gets damaged. En route, Gu Wenqing asked, "What's your name?" Yun Weiwei. Gu Wenqing praised from the bottom of his heart. "Good name. It's so beautiful." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and didn't say anything. "By the way, did that Li Yuan Gue come after you?" No. Gu Wenqing instructed, "If he bullies you, come to me, don't be afraid of him." Yun Weiwei lowered her head, fumbled from the small bag she was carrying, and after a while took out a pile of money and put it on the car. This is $5,000, and I'll be sure to pay you back the rest of the $450,000 slowly. The small voice hid stubbornness. Gu Wenqing surveyed her off-gummed, yellowed canvas shoes and inquired, "So how much money do you have left?" Yun Weiwei answered honestly, "After paying the tuition, I still have more than 300 left." Hearing this, Gu Wenqing, inexplicably a little angry, spoke a little louder. $300 you enough to buy what? You don't even have enough money for food. Can't you take care of yourself first? What are you in such a hurry to pay me back for? Am I worse off than your $5,000? The words were a little loud and mean, scared Yun Weiwei. Her nose was a little sour and she didn't dare to speak again. Gu Wenqing pulled over to the side of the road. Inexplicably, he wanted a cigarette. Usually he didn't have much of a smoking habit, just the occasional one. There were cigarettes in the car, and after Gu Wenqing pulled them out, he inquired, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei gently shook her head and whispered, "My old man often smoked it right in front of me." Yun Weiwei muttered very quietly, "Smoking is bad for your health." "Then don't smoke." Gu Wenqing put out his cigarette. "Take the money and pay me back slowly when you graduate and have a job. And the cost of repairing the car is $10,000, not $150,000. Li Yuan Gue deliberately said it was that high in order to pit the money. "Really?" Seeing Gu Wenqing nod his head, Yun Weiwei's heart wasn't as suppressed as before. In fact, that Porsche was repaired to 60,000, and Gu Wenqing certainly would not tell her the truth. $150,000 was too much, and lately she had been losing sleep every day. 10,000 is a lot of money, but if you work hard and get a part-time job, you should be able to pay it off in one semester. Yun Weiwei suddenly felt a little hopeful about the future again. Yun Weiwei stubbornly said, "I don't want the money." Gu Wenqing's sullen voice, "I said for you to take it." Yun Weiwei still stubbornly lowered her head. Gu Wenqing knew that he wouldn't be able to do it without coming up with something tough. He pawned the window. "It's fine if you don't want it. I don't want it either." Gu Wenqing tugged the thick wad of money in his hand and placed it outside the car window, saying in a frightened voice, "Since no one wants it, I'll just throw it away. Consider this money returned to me." "Ah!" Yun Weiwei was taken aback, nervously waving his hands. "No way. No way." Gu Wenqing sighed and took the money into the car with a commanding tone. "You must take the money back or I'll do what I say." Yun Weiwei was startled by his tone, really afraid that Gu Wenqing threw the money, had to tightly pinch the money in the hand, making the strength of a little big fingers are pinched out of white marks. Gu Wenqing said gently, "Be good. Be obedient." Gu Wenqing started the car and arrived at the school in 10 minutes or so. Yun Weiwei got out of the car, whispered a thank you, and walked towards the girls' dormitory with her head down. Upstairs in the girls' dormitory, Jean Yu, who was drying her clothes on the balcony, just happened to see Yun Weiwei coming down from the Ferrari. Back to the dormitory, Gu Wenqing then took a shower, and the whole person became refreshed again. Just after lying on the bed, I heard the pleasant sound of my cell phone ringing. It was the voice call made by my senior sister, Yanyan Wang. Gu Wenqing picked up. "Hello? What for? A day did not see you, miss you. By the way, just sent you a message, why you do not reply?" The tone of the school sister with a little bit of a grudge. Gu Wenqing said unconcernedly, "I was in the shower just now and didn't look at my cell phone." "Really? Sure you're not with any other young ladies? I did hear that schoolgirl Chen brought you water again today. It's a little jealousy." Gu Wenqing could feel his schoolmate's jealousy through the screen. Gu Wenqing directly hung up the phone and called through the video. The schoolteacher got through, but there was a black screen on the other side. Gu Wenqing was dissatisfied. "Crap, only letting you look at me. I can't look at you. So won't I lose out? Humph. Just don't show you who made you ignore me all day this afternoon." Gu Wenqing rightfully said, "I have business in the afternoon. The manager of Dupont was fired by me and went to interview people." Gu Wenqing spoke without a trace of weakness, all but selectively forgetting the encounter with Yu Wenwen. The senior sister arrogantly said, "Humph, count you out this time." After the words were spoken, Gu Wenqing saw the original pitch-black screen. A pair of long legs appeared, wrapped in erotic lace net stockings. "I'll go," Gu Wenqing exclaimed in admiration, his eyes straightening. "Before I could look at her more, she hung up the video call with a humph." As expected, The older sister still had the same flavor, just making fire but not eliminating it. Crap, the manager has been fired by you. Lao Gu, you are the owner of Debonair Western Restaurant? Huang Zicheng, who heard the call, inquired in surprise. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be too high profile, so he said, I'll help with the family business. My family also owns a Chinese restaurant next to Debonair. I can't imagine such a coincidence. Huang Zicheng sighed. At the sound, Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. Open next to the Debonair West? If I remember correctly, 10 of the 15 storefronts in that row are under Gu Wenqing's name. It's a small world. He's even the landlord of Huang Zicheng's parents. Zhou Tao had just come in from the shower and heard the conversation between the two. So he asked, what's a Debonair thing? Huang Zicheng said, an upscale Western restaurant in the university town. Zhou Tao sighed, crap. Lao Gu bullish ah. The family is open Western restaurant. I grew up so big has never tasted Western food as what flavor? Gu Wenqing said, I'll invite you guys to eat sometime. Zhang Xiaohong set up a thumbs up, open. Buddy enough. Zhou Tao grinned with a big mouth and laughed. I can't imagine that there are two big tycoons in our dormitory. One whose family owns a Western restaurant and one whose family owns a Chinese restaurant. So I won't worry about not having a place to work on vacation in the future. Magic City University. The girls' dormitory. Yun Weiwei returned to her dorm room and pressed the small bag containing the money under the bed, then went into the toilet to take a shower. When the bath was over, the bucket was placed on the floor to rub the dirty clothes. There is a washing machine at school, but you have to put money in to wash it, $2 at a time. Yun Weiwei chose to hand wash it to save some money. At that moment, sitting on the bed, Jin Yu asked, where did you go after military training? Yun Weiwei's movements of washing clothes slightly stopped, and then said, something went outside. Gold Moon, you're alone? Yun Weiwei nodded her head aha. Jin Yu suddenly overbearingly said you lie. I just saw you from Gu Wenqing's car down. Military training after you and Gu Wenqing must have gone to do something unseemly. For a while, the other two girls in the dormitory also looked at Yun Weiwei and Jin Yu. Yun Weiwei stopped talking and lowered her head to continue rubbing her clothes. Seeing that she was ignored, Jin Yu became even more angry in her heart. You don't think that just because you're quite good looking, you can catch a godly man like Gu Wenqing, and you don't look at yourself to see if you're worthy. Your clothes don't add up to $100. And you only drink plain water from the cafeteria every day. Someone who only picks cheap vegetarian dishes for dinner. Who can't even afford a $2 washing machine and washes his clothes by hand. Do you think you're worthy of Gu Wenqing? Jin Yu, you've had enough. Another chubby girl in the dormitory said loudly. Her name was He Yuan. Humph. It's none of your business if I talk about her. Jin Yu arrogantly said, and plugged in her headphones to listen to the song. Yun Weiwei, who was washing the clothes, didn't change much, still rubbing the clothes. As if those words just now hadn't even come out of Jin Yu's mouth. The four of them in the dormitory were not on good terms. It's mainly because of Kim Moon. She has a bad temper and picks everything. And He Yuan and the other girl don't like her either. Jin Yu, who was lying on the bed, remembered Yun Weiwei's stunning face and got a burst of anger. It's really a shame that God gave such a perfect face to Yun Weiwei. I wish I'd gotten it. Military training is not hard, so you might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. The life of the military training is the same as always. Gu Wenqing will receive bubble water from his schoolmates. Chen Yunxue, every day. People feel tired for the first few days and get used to feeling that way. Under everyone's envious gaze, Gu Wenqing received 2 more bottles of sparkling water today. Especially when Chen Yunxue changed to wear different stockings every day. The eyes of the boys on the playground were dumbfounded. Gu Wenqing frowned, thinking, how did Chen Yunxue know about his proclivities? And who on earth secretly got wind of it? Huang Zicheng said Lao Gu, drink less carbonic acid. It kills sperm. Gu Wenqing laughed and scolded. Scared shitless. I'm fucking energetic. Squads of classes huddled together during a break in military training. I don't know which class who took the lead and performed a talent show that drew a lot of hoots and hollers. One of the girls put on a Duyo hot track, and as soon as the music started, winks were thrown, heads were tossed, and bodies were twisted. You can feel the sexy body of a girl even in a fat camouflage suit. Zhang Xiaohuang said excitedly, crap, it's so damn sexy. Huang Zicheng agreed. Which class is this girl from? How come I haven't noticed her before? The girls' hot dance brought the atmosphere to a climax, and some of the boys whistled excitedly. The noise at the bottom also rang out. I'll be damned. A really good body. The university prioritizes access to mate selection. Isn't this better than those demonic bitches at doing? In one word, absolute. Sheen Mounin with the beat of the music, twisting the small waist, to the surrounding coaxing boys do not care. Hot dance eyes while looking at Gu Wenqing. Eyes have always been on his body, never moved away. After the song was finished, Qin Mernan gasped slightly. At this moment, Qin Maonen's name spread like wildfire in Mordor University. Qin Maonen's long hair was scattered. Her fair forehead was slightly sweating fine sweat. Her camouflage top was sweating and clinging to her body. Her beautiful figure was hidden. At the bottom, excited boys wailed as they were wowed. What's that girl's name? Good looking. Hey, Qin Maonen from our class. Got a date yet? Big bro, you're thinking about fart eating. Whether it's there or not, it's not your turn. Damn, I can't get off if I want to. How can I top this look and sleep at night? Hearing the murmurs, Huang Zichang also said excitedly, white moonlight, ah, it's the feeling of first love. Zhou Tao yelled in dissatisfaction, holy shit, you have Li Wenhuan, eating from the pot and looking into the bowl. Huang Zichang scolded, what do you know? Laozi is just appreciating. Besides, Lao Gu has both a schoolmate and a schoolgirl, so it's okay for me to masturbate? Gu Wenqing was speechless. He was watching the show in peace and quiet, and the flames of war could reach him. Zhou Tao looked disgusted. F***ck. You also dare to compare yourself to Lao Gu. Lao Gu is so handsome. Look at you again. Huang Zichang bristled. What's wrong with me? Seeing a handsome Korean guy like me makes you jealous. Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong, Gu Wenqing. It's like the Korean guys are being insulted. All around are cheering for Qin Wanan. Gu Wenqing just sit there quietly, and school sister together what big storms have not seen. On this little trick has long been unable to raise the passion. Over there, Qin Mernan finished his song and looked at Gu Wenqing there in a daze. She danced as hard as she could, but it wasn't for him, not understanding at all. She herself wasn't as attractive to Gu Wenqing as Starsky was. Qin Maonen didn't have the reason to be a little emotional. She looked around and suddenly shouted, economics Gu Wenqing, come one, boom. Hearing the goddess shout, everyone's newly calmed emotions were once again exhilarated, especially those girls. Hearing the words Gu Wenqing was like chicken blood. In the Magic City University, as long as the mention of Gu Wenqing, between the girls there is no shortage of topics, whether it is a freshman or junior, and even graduating senior girls are not unfamiliar with the Gu Wenqing. When Gu Wenqing was mentioned, they thought, ah, it's the one with the Ferrari. Made the news with a 1-2 punch for that white boy. It's sophomore Yanyan Wang, the one who took a turn delivering water with schoolgirl Yunshu Echin. Oh, it's the best looking one at Mordor University. Privately, many girls secretly discussed that the most handsome boy in Mordor University was Gu Wenqing from economics. It was no exaggeration to say that the girls of Mordor University could not know any teachers professors but they definitely would not know Gu Wenqing. There's no limit to what a girl can do when she's mad. Someone took the lead and shouted Gu Wenqing, and soon more girls joined in. For a moment, the playground was filled with neatly organized girls shouting, Gu Wenqing come one for Gu Wenqing of economics. Many of the boys at the bottom joined in, coaxing and shouting together. The instructor saw it and waved his hand for everyone to chant. Instructor, 123. Everyone, come 12,345. We waited so hard. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. We waited so anxiously. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Did you guys? Or did you not? Did you? Economics. Gu Wenqing's class. Zhou Tao was shocked. Crap. When did you ever mess with Qin Maonen? Lao Gu. Huang Zichang was also dumbfounded. Marred. I'm afraid you've become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Zhang Xiaohong gloated. Ha ha, Lao Gu will go up and perform a ghostly cry. The three of you said, no, can't sing. In the face of everyone's shouting, Gu Wenqing didn't fall for it. You want me to sing? I'm not going to sing. Gu Wenqing stood up and commanded the economics students, starting loudly with let me sing. I'll sing. Where is my face? I'll sing if I have to, but I won't. What can you do to me? How so? Shoo, shoo, shoo. There was a playful hush from across the room. Everyone was also having fun and the atmosphere was set. At this point the instructor said at the right time, everyone else's class performed a talent show, so our class can't be left behind. Gu Wenqing, so many girls shouted you. It is the desire of all. You do not let the other girls down. At this time, Zhang Xiaohong kindly said, Lao Gu you cannot sing If you know how to dance, do a street dance, mechanical dance or something, or even worse, tell a joke. Zhang Xiaohong remembered the horror of being dominated that night. Zhou Tao also gathered around, don't ever sing or the image of the perfect male god in the girls will be ruined. Huang Zichang nodded his head straight. Yes. Singing you can't grasp. Hearing what the three people in Gu Wenqing's dorm room said, the students within the class were shocked. Could it be that Gu Wenqing sang very hard? The class next to me heard it. Some people who were jealous of Gu Wenqing were immediately happy in their hearts, eager for Gu Wenqing to make a fool of himself in such a big scene. It is no exaggeration to say that the freshmen were all dominated by Gu Wenqing during their military training. The one who came out on top was Gu Wenqing. He was also the one who was served water by the goddess. Now even the dancing white moon seems to be interested in him. Oh, my god. Why do all the good things come to him? Everyone had a loaded, showy face from him. Everyone was quite looking forward to seeing Gu Wenqing make a fool of himself today. Gu Wenqing wouldn't have stage fright, would he? Maybe he doesn't have a talent. I hear he sings like a thief. Ha ha, it's his turn to be humiliated this time. Poor thing. That's what happens when you're famous and no one else gets a chance to perform if they want to. Shrinking head. At the bottom, especially Li Yuan Gue, Chubo Trace and the other boys who had problems with Gu Wenqing were now happy in their hearts. I can't wait to jump up and down and cheer and applaud. Gu Wenqing, you kid also have today. Making a fool of yourself in front of the public. This is the only way to relieve your anger. Better screw up the show better. Economics class squares. Gu Wenqing borrowed a guitar all the way and tried out the sound. The scene scared the three roommates. Crap. Old Gu, you really go to sing? Take our advice and don't get bent out of shape, okay? Do you really not realize that you're a pentatonic? It's over. This time old Gu is going to be disgraced. The three of them surrounded Gu Wenqing and tried to persuade him to change his performance program. Gu Wenqing's class next door dormitory. A few boys were also full of panic. The walls of the school are not very soundproof. They had also heard the ghostly cries of Gu Wenqing, a duck's voice and a pentatonic voice that sounds like a ghost hissing in the middle of the night. Duck voice, horrible as it is. He usually talks like a spring breeze, but for some reason he sings with a duck's voice. It seems no one is perfect. They're also talking. Gu Wenqing, change your talent. It's over. I'm afraid the girls will be scared to death if you start singing. Ugh, why do you have to sing? There's really no talent. Let's change to someone else's. Gu Wenqing held his guitar and listened to everyone's kind words. Could it be that he was really hard to sing in the past? Gu Wenqing frowned lightly and scolded with a laugh. Get lost. Lousy sings so well. Don't make up rumors. Ha! Bunch of scum. He's not what he used to be. Gu Wenqing glanced at the system rewarded, heavenly music. Heavenly voice, strengthens the host's singing skills, changes the host's toneless voice, and equips the host with the qualities of a professional singer. Everything was perfect. Who's afraid of who? The truth is Gu Wenqing can't play the guitar at all. But as long as he sang the 10 Chinese-style songs, rewarded by the system, he was invincible. Arrangements and lyrics are deeply imprinted in his mind, and he can sing whatever he wants. To put it simply, when he sings a song rewarded by the system, he can use all kinds of instruments, piano, violin, guitar, even suona and eru. The playground was bustling at this point. The girls waited expectantly for Gu Wenqing. Why don't you come now? He shouldn't be embarrassed. Should he? Look. Gu Wenqing is holding a guitar. Wow, and he knows guitar? Really excellent. Really handsome. Gu Wenqing took down the hat on his head, revealing a slightly longer inch head, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. A gentle and elegant lesser breath from within. Short inches are the hairstyles that test a guy's true face. Gu Wenqing with an inch hair. Even if he does nothing, he is pleasing to the eyes of many girls. Not only the girls, but also the boys were sighing in their hearts that he was really handsome. Chen Yunxue was also curious. He also plays the guitar? In the small city of Yeyang No. 1 Middle School, any boy who can play the guitar is bound to be the man of the school. How come she'd never heard of anyone named Gu Wenqing playing guitar in her 3 years of high school? It's just a bluff, Chu Bo Trace said with certainty. At the sound of the voice, Chen Yunxue frowned. Chu Bochuan's score in her heart lowered a few more points. Chu Bo Trace looked at Gu Wenqing, and extremely hated him in his heart. For one, it was because Chen Yunxue, whom he liked, seemed to have a crush on that boy. Secondly, he hated Gu Wenqing stole the limelight from him, thinking that Chu Bochuan has been the man of the hour since he was a child. But when he came to the university, he became Gu Wenqing's backdrop. How could he not hate it? Gu Wenqing welcomed the breeze and walked to the very center of everyone's circle. Many girls whispered, "He's so handsome," holding his guitar. As Gu Wenqing fluctuated the strings, the originally noisy playground also quieted down. A long, beautiful intro, and everyone is hooked. The intro is so cozy. There's something classical about it. Nice intro. Shu, listen with your heart. There was a long prelude, and Gu Wenqing looked out in the direction of his hometown. Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng and others have covered their ears. Although the prelude is good, but it cannot change the old Gu pentatonic whose family's light was stolen by the chiseled walls of my childhood. The past is not combed to remember the bitter 10 years of hard work. Nowadays, I read red sleeves idly under the lamp. Half a lifetime of fame is nothing but vanity. March all the way to the smoky warbler. I saw my hometown in the willows. I don't know if the you in my heart is still in Luyang. A strand of silk to treasure for a lifetime. Lovers in pairs on the bridge. This song is the parallel space's Luzhou Moon. In the parallel space is known as a Chinese-style song. But in China now there is no such style. Gu Wenqing's heavenly voice was added. His voice was clear and pleasant, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's ears, and some of the girls looked at him in fascination. A feeling of heartbeat. The lyrics are really beautiful. The moonlight shines on Gu Wenqing's three-dimensional features, adding some mystery to it, and attracting more girls to be curious and want to get to know him. Extinction. Here comes the climax. Gu Wenqing thought in his heart and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face as well. Lush moonlight spills over the heart. You don't look the same under the moon. Too many hurts are hard to tell. Sigh, a line that was only commonplace at the time. The moonlight pair blossom rain cools in Luzhou. Who are you with today? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply burned into my heart, but I can't shed the tears of that year. The lyrics are beautiful. The tune is catchy. And the man is handsome. It was as if the crowd was transported into the lyrics of the Lashutsid Moon song. A scholar studied hard for 10 years and got his degree. Later, after seeing fame and fortune, March returned to his hometown. Looking at the couples on the bridge, I remembered her from before. Is she in her homeland? Or has she married a woman? Standing in the coldest place under the moonlight lamps, she looked away from home, but suddenly realized that she was no longer her under the moonlight. A song Lushu Moon, thinking of home, but also missed the woman I once loved deeply. The moonlight pair blossom rain cools in Luzhou. Who are you with today? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply burned into my heart, but I can't shed the tears of that year. Playing the guitar, Gu Wenqing face with a faint sadness. Luzhou, and fat alias, Gu Wenqing's hometown. At the bottom, a song that was light and fast but went on to speak of a faint sense of separation made many sentimental girls shed teardrops. Listen quietly, it's really a good sad song, especially the various kinds of homesickness that correspond to them at this time. Most of them left their hometowns and came to Magic City to go to school, leaving their parents far away for the first time and missing home. I want to go home so bad, missing my parents so much. I miss him. Teenage girls are always sentimental and find their stories in songs. The song was over and everyone was silent. They were still immersed in the song. Half a rate later, Zhou Tao said in shock, "Damn, is this really Lao Gu's singing? He's not possessed by a ghost, is he?" Zhang Xiaohong was dumbfounded. "I can't believe it." Huang Zicheng shook his head and said, "It seems like we were all fooled by Lao Gu before. In fact, now is his true level." Wow. For a moment, the rattles rang out. The economics boys frantically shouted, "Gu Wenqing cowhide! Gu Wenqing, you're damn good." The girls at the bottom were asking each other the same thing. What's the name of the song? Why haven't I heard that before? I didn't look it up online either. This song is called Lushu Moon. Luzhou refers to Hefei, my hometown. Gu Wenqing said. A girl asked curiously, "Gu Wenqing, did you write this song?" Gu Wenqing replied, "Sort of. Anyway, it's a song from a parallel world, and besides, the system has registered the copyright for itself." What? It's really his own original. It was unbelievable. Hearing with their own ears that Gu Wenqing said she created it, the girls' eyes twinkled with light and they exclaimed at the bottom, "Oh, Gu Wenqing is so talented. What to do? Who could say no to such a nice little brother?" It's over. I feel like I'm going to have a hard time finding a date in the future. Once you meet Gu Wenqing, you'll be wrong for life. Listening to the girls around them praising Gu Wenqing, the boys who came back to their senses couldn't help but cry out in their hearts, "Damn it! It's been loaded by this kid again." It couldn't be helped. They were willing to bow down to Gu Wenqing's excellence. It was just that he was so awesome, rich, beautiful, and a singer-songwriter. How can you compare? There's no comparison. Chen Yunshue's eyes kept following Gu Wenqing, becoming more and more curious about him. After it was over, Gu Wenqing rejected several girls who came to ask for V-mail. Follow your roommate on the way back to your dorm room. Old Gu, cowhide class. Damn it, making us worry for nothing. The four of them were talking and laughing. Gu Wenqing, stop. A female voice came from behind her, and Qin Mernan stood under the streetlight by the tree. Gu Wenqing said helplessly, "You guys go first. I'll be back later." Huang Zicheng had an envious look on his face. "Old Gu, you're blessed with a lot of lust." Zhou Tao was envious and jealous. "Crap. The white moonlight of the whole school." Zhang Xiaohong said, "Lao Gu, take it easy. Don't start a fire in the backyard." The three patted Gu Wenqing's shoulder and went back to the dormitory first with an envious face. "I don't seem to recognize you." Gu Wenqing spoke. A schoolmate at Mordor University and a Chen Yunxue was already enough of a headache for him. He really didn't want to mess with girls anymore. The girl in the yellow light had her camouflage t-shirt tied up, revealing a small waist and long legs underneath. "Humph, I know you just fine." The girl grunted. "Okay, now that we know each other, I'll just go you first." Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Suddenly, Qin Manan ran to Gu Wenqing's body. The entire persons were zoomed in close in front of his eyes. Look carefully and closely. Do you really not remember me? Gu Wenqing looked at her for a while, thinking that she might have recognized the wrong person. I really don't know you. Qin Manan looked at Gu Wenqing's aggrieved face as he dumped himself and walked away. Dumbass. Asshole. Dumbass. I haven't seen her in 7 or 8 years and I've forgotten her. Ding. The host unlocks a new title, 10,000 attractions. Reward a Magic City Game Studio. Bonus skill Face Value Forever. Face Value Forever boost the host's anti-aging skin and their own spirit to get a certain enhancement, and with will not be bald. System, stay up as late as you want. So, simply unlocked another new title. Game studios are good. They're legendary cash cows, like a Goose Factory game that brings in tens of billions of dollars a quarter in cash revenue for the company. Gu Wenqing made up his mind, go and take a look tomorrow. When Gu Wenqing saw the Face Forever skill, he was a bit shocked. System cowhide, anti-aging and never go bald. It's fucking awesome. To say that the man's biggest worry than the bald, and then handsome people as long as a bald. No matter how high the previous face value, baldness directly after the negative score into the ugly people. When Gu Wenqing returned to her dorm room, she hurriedly took a look in the mirror to see how she had changed. I noticed that my skin has become much smoother and rosier and has improved elasticity with a face full of collagen. In the past, Gu Wenqing's skin was more or less acne prone because of staying up all night, and at this time, the few small pimples on his body disappeared without a trace. Under the Face Value Forever enchantment, Gu Wenqing's face value had become a little higher again, but it wasn't particularly noticeable. After all, his face was already high enough that he couldn't be much more handsome. Gu Wenqing happily walked out of the dormitory toilet. Huang Zicheng is unpacking his newly purchased watch. Zhou Tao, who has not seen much of the world, also went over to watch. Zhou Tao inquired, the packaging is so exquisite. This watch is not cheap. Average. I'm a Longines watch. Huang Zicheng was dejected. Longines is a world-famous watch. The brand has a long history. It is a must for successful men. Hey, I like this watch for a long time. It's just a little bit expensive. I considered for a long time before I made up my mind to buy it. The newly purchased watch arrived. Huang Zicheng just wanted to show off in front of everyone. That is, to pretend. After buying such an expensive watch, if you don't pretend to talk about the brand and price, it wouldn't be a waste of so much money to buy it. Zhou Tao frowned and inquired, Longines, why haven't I heard of it? How does it compare to Wenchuan brand watches? Huang Zicheng was confused. What's a Wenchuan card? Oh, the electronic watches sold at the commissary in our hometown are quite expensive. A watch costs $200 or $300. Huang Zicheng felt like he had just been talking to a cow. White pretend. Zhou Tao. This old man of the soil do not understand anything. He yelled loudly, don't fucking compare those miscellaneous brands with Longines. Pulling down the grade of my watch. Longines is more than a couple $100. Is it that expensive? Zhou Tao had heard people bragging before, mentioning that Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin were expensive, and he remembered it. Zhou Tao pondered for a while and continued, whose watch is more expensive than your watch and Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin? Huang Zicheng wanted to cry without tears, I'm fucking talking shit to you. Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are much more noble than Longines. How can you compare them at different levels? He just wants to show off and be envied. How come it's so hard? Zhou Tao, who had nowhere to pretend, happened to see Gu Wenqing walk in. Gu, what do you think of my watch? Longines yo. Huang Zicheng said, flinging his arm around so that the Longines glinted in the light. Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly, oh, it's quite pretty. Longines, this one is quite suitable for young people. You can also buy a piece. Old Gu. After Huang Zicheng finished speaking, he subconsciously went to look at old Gu's wrist. Crap. His jaw dropped in shock. What did he see? Vacheron Constantin. This is fucking outrageous. As a native of the Magic City, Huang Zicheng has studied all kinds of luxury brands. What Lao Gu had in his hand was not an ordinary Vacheron Constantin. Diamonds set in platinum through the case of the watch. Baguette-cut diamonds, with diamonds in a discreet setting. He was sure this. Gu Wenqing with Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899. The asking price is a whole lot more than $10 million. His own roommate wears a watch worth $10 million. It's so damn scary. Huang Zicheng had considered buying a Vacheron Constantin before, but the lowest price for a Vacheron Constantin was close to $90,000. It exceeded his mental budget by too much before he finally opted for a $20,000 plus Longines watch. Huang Zicheng's trembling voice asked, Lao Gu, are you wearing a Vacheron Constantin Malta? Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also looked over. They had all heard of Vacheron Constantin. Old Gu, that's a handsome watch. Vacheron Constantin diamonds shine nobly in the light. It made Zhang Xiaohong look dumbfounded. Zhou Tao curiously asked, Old Gu, How much did you buy into such a handsome watch? I'd like to buy one if it's cheap. Not waiting for Gu Wenqing to reply, Huang Zicheng directly said, you buy one too? You're thinking about fart eating. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantin Malta costs? A whole $10 million. What? $10 million? Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao couldn't believe what they were hearing. How is that possible? A watch is worth over $10 million. How can a watch that small be so expensive? Old Gu, did you really buy this watch for more than $10 million? Zhou Tao asked with a trembling voice. Gu Wenqing replied, yeah, it's pretty good looking, isn't it? Crap, Lao Gu was really wearing a watch worth $10 million. What kind of concept is that? $10 million can buy a suite in the center of the Magic City. $10 million buys 2 regular Ferraris. $10 million can clothe and feed the average person for the rest of his life. Gu Wenqing hand wearing where is the watch? Clearly is the Magic City inch of gold a suite. Huang Zicheng also stared flabbergasted at the Vacheron Constantin Malta. It's a mixed bag of emotions. Just now he himself said that he would let Lao Gu buy Longin's. Gu is wearing a $10 million Vacheron Constantin Malta. I was going to show off the $20,000 Longin's watch I bought in my dorm room. Turns out the roommates are carrying multi-million-dollar watches. If he flaunts another $20,000 Longin's, wouldn't he be playing with a big sword in front of Guangdong? At this moment, Huang Zicheng had an illusion. Compare him with Gu Wenqing. Instead, he, a native of Mordor, looked like he was from a small place, and Gu Wenqing is the one who looks like a Mordorite. Look at the $168 million license plate, the $10 million Ferrari sports car, $10 million of Vacheron Constantin watches. All of these made Huang Zicheng die of envy. Gu Wenqing was lying on the bed and was chatting with Wang Yanyan. Sister, I saw the video of you singing on the school intranet. Hey, 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 listen well, you're so talented. Senior, I like you more and more. Gu Wenqing, I like you too. What do you like about me? Gu Wenqing, black silk and long legs. Wang Yanyan, in addition to black silk, can you like me other? Oh, I also like that you don't wear everything. Oh, early morning, the 3 of them, Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao, washed up and went to the cafeteria to eat. Cafeteria number 1 goes through a stretch of girls' dormitories. Old Gu, look, it's the girl who brought you water earlier. She seems to be crying. Zhou Tao's sharp eyes were the first to spot Yun Weiwei, and he said loudly. At this time, Yun Weiwei was sitting on the curb steps, her whole head buried in her 2 arms, choking softly, her shoulders shrugging. Gu Wenqing was furious when he saw this scene. She's being bullied? Who could bear to bully such a kind and simple girl? Gu Wenqing stepped forward and asked, Yun Weiwei, is it possible that Li Yuan Gue has found you in trouble? Yun Weiwei cried, no it isn't. When she saw Gu Wenqing, the strength in her heart was all shattered, and she leaned on Gu Wenqing's shoulder and cried out loudly with a wow sound. Tears wet the dark hair on her cheeks. It vaguely reveals her pretty face. The boys passing by saw it and were awestruck. The pearly look is really something you can't help but pity. Who's that pretty girl who's crying? So pretty. It feels no worse than school beauty Chen Yunxue. Crap. It couldn't be that Gu Wenqing made her cry. Doggone Gu Wenqing. Having a schoolmate and wanting to mess with other girls. The male student who came in the back. Unsure. It was thought that Gu Wenqing had bullied Yun Weiwei. They gathered indignantly not far away. Someone exclaimed, Gu Wenqing, you're a man. Bullying a woman? It's simply too much. If you don't give the guys an explanation today, we'll go to the principal's office and sue you. Don't cry, pretty girl. We'll do you justice. A bunch of yakking. Gu Wenqing uttered an angry scolding. You guys make a few noises. All be quiet. For a moment, the air froze. All of them were shocked by Gu Wenqing. All of them were frightened by the fuming Gu Wenqing. Usually Gu Wenqing gives people the feeling of gentle and elegant, but today he is angry. His eyes are scary, like a mad dog that is about to bite at any time. And then, Gu Wenqing turned back and used his hand to gently stroke away the tears on Yun Weiwei's face. He said gently, don't cry, it won't look good if you cry like a kitten. Don't worry, no matter who bullied you, I'll make him look good. That's when a chubby girl came out of the crowd. Hope said, the money Vivi pressed under the bed is missing. I accompanied her to look all over the dormitory but couldn't find it. At the sound, Gu Wenqing became even more irritated. Yun Weiwei lost the $5,000 she withdrew yesterday? He knew well what $5,000 meant to Yun Weiwei. Maybe for other college students $5,000 may be just a month or 2 of living expenses. Lost, although heartbreaking, but also can still ask for home. For Yun Weiwei, who hiked 8 or 9 kilometers to get money in order to save a few dollars in fees, $5 $10,000 might be a semester's or a year's worth of living expenses or even the entire university's. Gu Wenqing looked at Yun Weiwei's canvas shoes that were a bit off the rubber. He frowned. Did anyone else come into your dormitory today? Seeing He Yuan shaking her head, Gu Wenqing continued. Then it's your dormitory insiders who took it. Go find the other 2 people in your dormitory. Even if the King of Heaven stands in the way today, I'm going to find the thief. As long as it's not an outsider committing the crime, the thief won't be hard to find. There are only 4 people in the dormitory, excluding Yun Weiwei who lost the money. There are only 3 suspects. At this point, school playground. Goldmoon is sitting in the playground with his male-licking dog waiting for military training. Jinyu said, I want to buy Apple 13 Pro Max, still missing $1,000. Can you lend me $1,000? Didn't you say yesterday that you were 6,000 short? Jinyu's eyes didn't fluctuate as she said, oh, my family gave me 5,000. Before the male lickspittle could speak, Jinyu then saw Gu Wenqing leading a group of people and walking in front of him with great vigor. When she saw Yun Weiwei following behind Gu Wenqing, she was inwardly horrified, but her face feigned calm. Gu Wenqing stood in the playground without speaking, waiting quietly. Jinyu, who already had a weak heart, crumbled a little inside. Soon, another girl in the dormitory, Yang Lihua, also arrived. Go, find a place to talk, Gu Wenqing said. He was furious, but he still didn't want to make too big a deal out of it. His intention was to find a place where there were fewer people and a few parties to talk to. Jinyu refused. I'm not going. Gu Wenqing suppressed his anger. I don't want things to get out of hand. Goldmoon's male licker asked loudly at this point. What are you doing? Jinyu's male licker got up and blocked Gu Wenqing from taking Jinyu away. Gu Wenqing patiently said, nothing, a little thing. Who do you think you are? You just say go? You're a fucking asshole. The male lickspittle shouted angrily. If you dare to force Jinyu today, I will be at loggerheads with you. In front of Goldmoon, the male lickspittle acts especially manly, because Goldmoon had said she liked guys who could bring her security. At the sound of his voice, Gu Wenqing also became angry. The 2 sides are incompatible? What are you? Compared to force, I can beat 8 by 1. More than money, I could crush you into dust with the money out of my bank card. I say again, get out of the way. Hearing this, the male-licking dog suddenly woke up. The boy across the street is Gu Wenqing. Ah, seeing the righteousness is known in the Magic City as a 1 for 8. Drives a multi-million-dollar luxury car with a license plate of $168 million. Thinking about this, the male-licking dog suddenly felt weak all over. He can't fight, and he's not as rich as Gu Wenqing. Seems like all you do is talk tough. Gu Wenqing's stern eyes swept over the male-licking dog. See the male lickspittle silent. Gu Wenqing then left with the 4 people from Yun Weiwei's dormitory. Inside the empty stairwell, Zhou Tao, you guys take Yun Weiwei away first. Gu Wenqing spoke. Zhou Tao nodded his head as he and the other 2 in the dormitory took Yun Weiwei to military training first. At this time, in addition to Gu Wenqing in the hallway only remains He Yuan, Jinyu and Yang Lihua. To make a long story short, I'm sure you all know why I brought you here. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's $5,000 must be among the 3 of you. And I hope the one who stole the money won't make the same mistake again. Gu Wenqing swept his eyes over the 3 and said indifferently. Jinyu sneered, you knew it was the 3 of us who stole it? What if it was Yun Weiwei herself who lied? Maybe she didn't lose the money at all? Gu Wenqing, you don't know. Yun Weiwei is stingy as hell. The cafeteria meals are green vegetables and rice with plain water every day. In order to save the $2 for washing clothes, she laboriously rubbed the clothes by hand every day. As well as the clothes and shoes are old and can't be used anymore, and she is stingy not to change the new clothes. For a stingy poor person like her, do you think she can afford to take $5,000? She's framing us. She's just jealous that we're doing better than her. Snap! A crisp clang echoed down the stairwell. Shut up! Jinyu covered her face, unable to believe that Gu Wenqing, who had always had a gentle image, would hit a woman. What qualifications do you have to look down on Yun Weiwei? Gu Wenqing's eyes looked like they wanted to eat people. Don't be full of shit here. I'm afraid I can't help but slap you again. Jinyu shed tears. How can you hit a woman? Gu Wenqing frowned, regardless of gender. If you make a mistake, you deserve to be beaten. He already had an answer in his mind. There was a 90% chance that the person who stole the money was the Jinyu in front of him. But everything has to be proven. The dormitory was that big, and there were people in it all the time. So he didn't believe that Goldmoon could have stolen the money without a word. 5,000. As long as whoever reports the thief, I'll give her 5,000 as a reward. Gu Wenqing looked at the 3 and slowly said, of the 3, Hope shakes her head and says she really doesn't know. Gu Wenqing looked at the other 2 and continued, 10,000, 30,000. Gu Wenqing continued, $50,000. Whoever names the perpetrator, I'll give her 50,000 immediately. I'm sure you won't doubt my strength. Jin Yu was already scared and anxious. She glared fiercely at Yang Liwa who wanted to speak. It scared Yang Liwa so much that the thought of opening her mouth was dismissed. Jin Yu's family is the Magic City locals. His brother and social mixing. Before the beginning of the school year his brother with a few tattooed brothers to send Jin Yu each other. Yang Lifa also have seen. Yang Lihua, who was a good student since she was a child, is most afraid of social people. Gu Wenqing cursed angrily, stare at your ass. And then he said to Yang Lihua, don't be afraid. I guarantee she won't dare to do anything to you, as long as you say $50,000 immediately transferred to you. Sniffing, Yang Lihua hesitated for a long time. $50,000. That's half a year's worth of her father's income. How could she not be impressed? But she was genuinely afraid of Goldmoon's retaliation. Her insides were struggling hard. Half a minute later, she let out a stuffy breath. She had a choice. $50,000 is not a small fortune. With this money, she can buy the cell phone, computer, etc. that she wanted to buy earlier. Yang Lihua's heart crossed and she opened her mouth and said, the money was stolen by Jin Yu. In the morning when she took advantage of Yun Weiwei and He Yuan going to wash up, I saw her go and get Yun Weiwei's bag that was pressed under the bed. Jin Yu was furious, you're talking nonsense. Since she had already opened her mouth and had already offended Jin Yu, Yang Lihua simply stopped hiding it. The money was put in her military training pants. Gu Wenqing looked down. Jin Yu's right purse was bulging. It should be the money it contained. With her lies demolished, Kanayuki cried and sat down on the ground in a flash. Gu Wenqing said, take it out. Considering that it's your first time, we'll keep this matter of you stealing money a secret for you, and we'll forgive you this time. Turning the tables, Gu Wenqing said fiercely, if you still dare to bully Yun Weiwei once, I guarantee that the whole school will know that you're a thief, and Magic City University will definitely expel you, so be honest to me in the future. Hearing this, Jin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and had a trace of gratitude to Gu Wenqing. Fortunately he did not rush to the end, or else he would definitely not be able to study in this university. Even if the school didn't expel her, she herself wouldn't have the face to stay in the school once word of the stolen money spread. Gu Wenqing did what he said he would do and directly transferred $50,000 to Yang Lihua and instructed Yang Lihua and He Yuan not to spread the word about Jin Yu stealing the money. And I'm not allowed to tell Yun Weiwei about the fact that I spent $50,000. It's not that he's a saintly mother, he's just giving Goldmoon a chance to change her ways. People make mistakes. Give Kim Moon a chance and maybe she'll make it right. The moment, Yang Lihua and He Yuan rise in admiration for Gu Wenqing. A slap and then a candy. Jin Yu would still be grateful to him after being cleaned up by Gu Wenqing, doing things completely unlike a college student who thinks of everything. It's really good to be protected by Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei was too lucky. They were suddenly especially envious of Yun Weiwei in their hearts. As for the 50,000 for 5,000 thing, not only did they not think Gu Wenqing was stupid, but they felt that he favored Yun Weiwei, and that in order to get back the money that belonged to Yun Weiwei, he would go 10 times as far as he could. It's like a novel. He's a man to fall in love with. Gu Wenqing left with the money in his pocket. He had to go to military training. $50,000 is crumbs to him. He goes up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars for a meal and doesn't care about $50,000. In fact, he could have taken $5,000 for Yun Weiwei himself and lied to her that the money had been found, and she was so naive that she would not be suspicious. But Gu Wenqing did not choose to do so. 1. Is that the source of the matter is not resolved? What if Yun Weiwei keeps losing money? The second, was that he really didn't want to cheat? Yun Weiwei, this simple girl. Gu Wenqing rushed to catch up, but he was still late for military training. Gu Wenqing, the instructor shouted. Gu Wenqing, here, you're 10 minutes late for military training. Against school rules, you're fined 10 laps of the playground. F***ck. A plant came to mind in Gu Wenqing's mind. The instructor continued. Any objections? Gu Wenqing blinked at Yun Weiwei in the crowd of squares and replied loudly. No. On the sweltering hot playground, Gu Wenqing was alone in his military training uniform, sweating like rain as he ran. Yun Weiwei stood in the crowd, her nose a little sour. Why was he so good to her? The playground, with the instructor's whistle, all the freshmen were relieved and all sat down on the ground to rest in place. At this time, Gu Wenqing was still running laps around the playground. After Chu Botrace took a sip of water, he said freely to the surrounding boys in the same class, he just deserves it. How dare he be late for self-inflicted military training? Being able to see Gu Wenqing's bad luck, Chu Bochuan was overjoyed. He's always in the limelight, and it's time for him to be unlucky. 10 laps. Ah, run him to death. Ha ha, look how he runs like a dog. A couple of the boys next to him taunted as well. They had long been looking at Gu Wenqing with displeasure. The the most beautiful girl in his class, Chen Yunxue, was always sending bubbly water to the other side. He was jealous of Gu Wenqing to death. They were more than happy to see Gu Wenqing punished. At this point they were feeling happy. At this point, the girls in the class cringed with a look of displeasure. A couple of girls said out loud, "Any psychopaths? What are you talking about here without knowing what happened?" Gu Wenqing was late because he was helping the girls find money. He's a helper. And you guys still have the face to laugh here? That's right. A bunch of stupid straight men. How can they understand Gu Wenqing's romance? Hey, how come Gu Wenqing is so nice? Yeah, it's not like they just gloat. If eyes could kill, the girls' eyes would have turned Chu Bochuan and the others into ashes. Chu Bo Trace and the others were dying of embarrassment. A few bad words about Gu Wenqing and they become bad people? They were crying tears of joy. Why the fuck are these girls so mean? After 10 laps of the playground, Gu Wenqing's whole body was wet. It felt like she could squeeze water out of her underwear, and her camouflage top was tightly attached to her body. His perfect abs could be vaguely seen, which really attracted the attention of countless girls. Gu Wenqing, who was sweating, walked over to Yun Weiwei, stuffed the money into Yun Weiwei's bag, and walked away. Huang Zicheng came over at this time and gave a thumbs up. "Lao Gu, you're this." Zhou Tao also went up to ask, "Lao Gu, why didn't you explain at that time? Maybe the instructor let you off the hook. You know shit. Some people don't like to be noticed by too many people." Gu Wenqing said. Yun Weiwei, that girl, so low self-esteem, and very afraid of students, often lowered her head and blocked her hair from her face. If she was noticed by so many students in the military training, she would certainly be frightened. Not far away, Yun Weiwei looked at Gu Wenqing, who was lying on the ground in a big shape. She hesitated for a long time and finally overcame her inner desire to go and bring water to Gu Wenqing. As a result, another girl appeared in the line of sight, dressed in a pretty dress, with light makeup and delicate makeup, holding the sparkling water and giving it to Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei looked down at her faded water cup, and her heart was a little lost. Chen Yunxue stood in front and watched Gu Wenqing drink water. "Can we get a different kind of sparkling water?" Gu Wenqing frowned. "Day after day, it smells like orange." He's on the verge of vomiting. Sniffing, the boys in the playground couldn't wait to jump up and beat the bastard Gu Wenqing to death. The schoolgirl herself delivers the water, and he's still picky about his taste? I wish I could strangle this asshole. If the schoolgirls brought them water, they'd be happy as hell. Definitely won't pretend to be like Gu Wenqing and pick and choose. Military training complete. Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. As soon as he picked up, a crisp female voice rang out. "Hello Mr. Gu. I'm the sales of the Magic City Porsche 4 store. The Porsche Cayenne top of the line that you booked has already arrived at the store. May I ask what time you are free to pick up the car?" "It's the Porsche Cayenne that the system rewarded earlier," Gu Wenqing said directly. "I'll be right over." If it wasn't for Porsche sales making this call, Gu Wenqing would have almost forgotten that he had a Porsche Cayenne. Gu Wenqing dialed Wang Yanyan's phone number. "Is schoolteacher free?" Wang Yanyan giggled. "As long as my schoolmate is looking for me, I'm free even if I'm not." "Okay, then I'll walk me out." Gu Wenqing went downstairs and started the red Ferrari, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Not long after, Wang Yanyan walked down. Ferrari co-pilot, Wang Yanyan wearing a one-shoulder denim jacket, revealing the fragrant white collarbone and shoulders. The lower wearing the same color denim skirt, revealing the super long and rounded jade legs. White stockings length just did not exceed the calf. A pair of Nike Air Force small white shoes. Her makeup is still in the pure lust style she loves, like a ripe apple that you can't help but bite into. Passing the traffic light, Gu Wenqing naturally put his hand on Wang Yanyan's jade leg. Wang Yanyan was still made a big red face, and said shyly, "Senior, don't be like this." Gu Wenqing said, "Don't be shy. We've been honest with each other anyway." "Humph," pouted Wang Yanyan, her eyes scraping Gu Wenqing, not saying anything. Gu Wenqing touched it for a while. He asked, "Why aren't you wearing stockings today?" "It's worn." "It's not." Wang Yanyan lifted her leg up, letting Gu Wenqing look at her half-length white stockings. "Worn? How come I didn't see it?" Gu Wenqing said. Directly lifted the denim skirt. A lift. The result is in the eyes is black bottoms. Pete, what about trust between people? What dumbass who invented the bottoms thing? Ugh, pervert. Wang Yanyan knew Gu Wenqing's behavior. She liked to take advantage of herself. Gu Wenqing ruthlessly touched the long round legs a few times before giving up. Gu Wenqing drove the navigation and quickly arrived at the Porsche 4 store. The two had only just entered when they heard a boy's voice. "I thought there were no existing cars? Why is there one parked in the showroom? I'm a man who never likes to wait. Just read the Porsche Cayenne. Swipe my card." Lu Yanwei hugged his sister with one hand and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne with the other. At this time, the salesman rushed forward to explain, "Sir, This Porsche Cayenne was booked in advance by other customers, and it's also paid in full. So if you want to pick it up today, you can trade it in for one of our other Porsche models. Hearing the sales words, Lu Yangwei's face clouded over. At this time the girl in her arms said in a whiny voice, "Wei, I like Porsche Cayenne. I don't want any other car." Lu Yangwei looked at the girl in his arms in front of him, listening to her whiny voice, felt that the whole person was much more spiritual. He just loved the way she was so birdlike and pampered every day. Lu Yangwei and this girl to know has been 2 or 3 months. This girl is not like other girls so easy to deal with. This thought today to buy a Porsche Cayenne. Give her a few days to drive. May be able to succeed with her bed. Yes, Lu Yangwei and not stupid. Millions of dollars of cars said to send. He is ready to car license. Insurance all on their own names. Porsche Cayenne just to the sister to open. One day when this girl is tired of playing, just kick it. The car is still their own. Nothing to lose. Lu Yangwei has been craving for this girl's body for a long time. He knows that today is the best time to take her down. And if he misses today, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait again. After thinking clearly, Lu Yangwei frowned and shouted, "My dad knows your boss. Mr. Su, don't be ungrateful. Swipe the card." "I'll take the car." Lu Yangwei handed the card to sales and signaled for her to swipe it. The girl whispered, "Wei, you are so bossy." Lu Yangwei said with a winning face, "I'll show you a more domineering one tonight." The girl had a flirty look on her face. Yuck. Looking at the girl's hot body, Lu Yangwei could not wait for tonight to come. The saleswoman stood with an aggravated look on her face. In a dilemma. "Why don't you go now? Believe it or not, I'll make you get fired from Porsche Force directly with one call." Lu Yangwei roared at the saleswoman who was not moving in place. "Mud, what kind of stuff? Something that gives a shit about your face. What did I say to you?" Lu Yangwei continued, "Let me tell you, buying this Porsche Cayenne in my capacity is an honor for the original owner." At this time, the female sales in the store did not dare to go forward to help. Lu Yangwei's background they could not afford to mess with. The reprimanded saleswoman was on the verge of tears. She was only following the rules of the 4S store. Why did this person still want to make things difficult for her? "Oh, that fool's pants didn't stay on tight enough to let you out," Gu Wenqing said as he stepped forward with a disgusted look on his face. Treating this kind of unqualified rich second generation, Gu Wenqing would not be polite. Scolding and finished. "When you see a man, you speak to him. When you see a mad dog, you take a mallet to him, and that's the end of it." "Who the hell are you?" Lu Yangwei said with a gloomy face. Upon seeing Wang Yanyan's appearance, a hint of greed appeared on his face. This woman was so beautiful. This comparison, the girl in his arms is trash. The value of the face is simply a heaven and a hell. Not at all the same level. The sister in one's arms was not even worthy of being compared to Wang Yanyan. "Just now, you said that it's your honor to buy my car. How come now that I'm here? How do you want me to be honored?" Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice. "Here is the owner of a Porsche Cayenne." And the other guy had more or less energy with such a beautiful girl. Lu Yangwei was silent for a while. "No longer arrogant and domineering," said in a calm tone. "I'll add $10,000 to the original price of this car. How about it?" Gu Wenqing coldly laughed. "Are you a comedian sent for monkeys? My Porsche Cayenne tops out at more than $3 million. Lacking you this $10,000? When Wang Yanyan heard it, she also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Even the sales ladies at the Porsche Force store couldn't help but smile. What a departure. Someone who can buy a Porsche for $3 million is looking at that $10,000? I've spent $3 million. I don't care about $10,000 in change. This Lu Yangwei is really stupid and cute. Anyway, I don't care. I want this red Porsche Cayenne," the girl said unforgivingly, blowing hot air into Lu Yangwei's ear. Lu Yangwei saluted directly. Mad. For the sake of tonight's sexual happiness, Lu Yangwei gritted his teeth and said with heartache, $100,000. I'll add another $100,000 and let me have the car. Mud. That's a lot of bleeding. Using the excuse of doing business to cheat from his father's $3 million. I wanted to buy a Porsche Cayenne white whoring this little anchor. Used up her kick. The car is still there, he is not a loss. As a result, an extra 100,000 was added, his heart was dripping blood. Damn Botsy today. Must let this bitch serve herself well. 100,000? Gu Wenqing frowned. He opened a bottle of red wine for dinner is more than 100,000 yuan. Listening to him blow himself up so much, I thought he was some kind of character. But this turned out to be a pussy. What's more, Gu Wenqing wouldn't even let him have the Porsche. Gu Wenqing calmly stretched out 3 fingers. Lu Yangwei was shocked. $300,000? Gu Wenqing said loudly, "No. It's $30 million. It's your honor to buy my car for $30 million. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you." Damn. Are you crazy? Crazy about money. Let me tell you, my dad is Lu Guoliang. Lu Yangwei introduced himself. He continued. I told you not to be rude. Gu Wenqing does not care. I go, you paralyzed. Get the hell away from me. You're the one who wants to buy my car. If you can't afford it, don't talk crap here. My father is Lu Guoliang. This real estate is all developed by my family. Even this 4-store rented frontage are my company's. Kid, it's not too late for you to apologize to me, or else I'll call someone over, and you won't be able to withstand the beating. Lu Yangwei frowned viciously. This neighborhood was developed by Huafeng Realty. Lu Yangwei's father owns 5 shares of Huafeng Real Estate. The total value of Huafeng Real Estate is $80 billion. 5 shares is $4 billion. Lu Yangwei, he has arrogant capital, and with one phone call, he could call out countless construction workers to come over and sound the bluff. So why should he be afraid? Schoolboy, why don't you sell it? I've heard about Huafeng Real Estate. It's best if you can stay out of trouble. Wang Yanyan spoke out. Huafeng Group has been in the limelight lately. There is a villa cluster of houses for sale in the prime location of the university students. And Wang Yanyan has also heard of the great name of Huafeng Real Estate. She doesn't want her brother to get in trouble with the business tycoons. The salesgirls in the 4-store also pinched Gu Wenqing in a cold sweat. They were well aware of the terror of the Huafeng Group. With total assets of more than $80 billion and deep-rooted connections in the Magic City, it was simply not something that ordinary people could shake. It's over. Handsome really made Lu Xiao angry. Hey, I blame Lu Yangwei for being too overbearing. Little brother, he won't be spared a beating from the construction team. The sales lady whispered. Lu Guoliang? Why does that sound so familiar? Gu Wenqing pondered for a while. Isn't Lu Guoliang a minority shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? Because of the 10 shares of Huafeng Real Estate gifted by the system. The system's counterintuitive function allowed the top management of Huafeng Real Estate to know the existence of shareholder Gu Wenqing. Likewise, Gu Wenqing knew all of their information like the back of his hand. Looking at the arrogantly laughing Lu Yangwei, how did Lu Guoliang give birth to such a stupid thing? And you're buying and selling? Gu Wenqing walked up and was snapping 2 slaps, scraping Lu Yangwei's eyes. Without waiting for Lu Yangwei to react, Gu Wenqing dialed his father. Lu Guoliang. Hey, old Lu Gu Wenqing, you really gave birth to a good son. Forced to buy and sell to my head? In 2 more years won't you be so bullish that you'll directly force buy the Huafeng Group? As a business partner, I really can't help but educate him for you. Don't take it to heart. Well. I'll take the phone to that kid. Boom. Lu Yangwei, who covered his face, was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Shocked. The whole thing was speechless. What did he hear? The kid in front of me. I think he called his father? And call your own father old Lu? Lu Yangwei had a moment of fear. He was finished. No. On second thought, how could the boy across from him, so young, know his father and brag about being some kind of business partner? Fuck that shit. You're playing with my head. Lu Yangwei burst of cold smile. A big grin took the phone. In order to prove to everyone that the person on the other side is definitely not his father, he simply opened the speakerphone directly. Lu Yangwei arrogantly said, Hey, foolish thing. How dare you impersonate my father Lu Guoliang? Do you know how serious the consequences are? I impersonate you paralyzed. Lu Yangwei, are you wings hard? Or think the old man's belt is soft? One day do not fight to get carried away, right? The familiar voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone, making Lu Yangwei's feet soften uncontrollably. He cried out shakily, Dad! There was another torrent of curses on the other end of the line. Don't call me Dad. I don't deserve to be your dad. Do you know that you have made a monstrous mistake today? Usually I turn a blind eye when you are arrogant and bossy, but today you have even messed with Lao Gu? Your Uncle Gu has 10 shares in our Huafeng Group and plays a pivotal role. How can a junior like you offend him? We both depend on him for our livelihood. So apologize to your Uncle Gu. Boom. After hearing his father's words, Lu Yangwei felt like his head was about to explode. What did he just hear? The teenager in front of him owned 10% of Huafeng Group's shares. What kind of concept is that? The Huafeng Group was worth $80 billion, which meant that the teenager in front of him had a value of $8 billion, twice as much as his house. Moreover, he could sense that his father had special respect for Gu Wenqing. I guess his background must not be simple. At this moment, Lu Yangwei was scared to death. And Gu Wenqing, than the money, his family is very different than the background. Then the background. His family's background is the Huafeng Group. And in front of the teenager's network is not only the Huafeng Group. There may be other forces. Lu Yangwei held the phone with both hands and respectfully handed it to Gu Wenqing. He revealed a smile that was even worse than crying. Uncle Gu, I'm sorry. My juniors have eyes but don't realize that I've bumped into you. Please forgive me. Gu Wenqing nodded and educated in the tone of an elder. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. Don't be so arrogant and domineering. One day, Be humble and low-key. Next time I see you outside still being this bossy, I'll just holler at you twice on your father's behalf. Lu Yangwei was like a chicken pecking at rice. Nodding his head, Uncle Gu is right. Lu Guoyan's voice came from the phone. Lao Gu, today this matter is a yang's wrong. Next come back to the company, we drink a couple of cups, face to face to you to make amends for a wrong. Lu Yangwei heard his father's posture was so low. The little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Gu Wenqing directly disappeared. Lu Yangwei, who was arrogant as hell a second ago, was like a docile lapdog at this time, nodding his head and admitting his mistake with a good attitude. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, Yang Wei, why don't you go apologize to the sales lady? You scared her. Lu Yangwei, when he heard Gu Wenqing call himself Yang Wei, his face turned green to the color of pig liver. If that group of foxes and dogs outside dared to call it that, Lu Yangwei would definitely let that person know why the flowers were so red. But Gu Wenqing called him that. He could only resign himself to it. Who asked Gu Wenqing and his father to be business partners? Had to dutifully say I'm sorry to the saleswoman. Seeing this dramatic scene, the salespeople at the Porsche 4S store were all shocked. It turned out that the always arrogant and domineering young Master Lu would actually apologize to a female salesperson. This teenager is also too powerful. Can be Lu Dishao to fix the heart. Not only receive 2 slaps, will also apologize. From what I heard on the phone, he's also a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. Still owns 10 shares of Huafeng, worth a total of $8 billion. It's just too much money. If he didn't already have a dumpy girl by his side, they would have come up and asked for contact information. Who doesn't like a young, golden man? I'm so jealous. That girl beside him. $8 billion. How will this money be spent? According to this calculation, wouldn't this teenager's family have hundreds of billions of dollars in assets? They thought of the handsome young man in front of them as worth $8 billion. Beautiful eyes looking at Gu Wenqing. Legs are all a little uncontrollable soft love. Uncle Gu. Gu Wenqing frowned. Stop. Don't left a mouth Gu uncle, right Gu uncle. You look up the age than me or older. Don't be so shameless it. Call me Gu brother. Lu Yangwei. Gu Wenqing patted him on the shoulder. Get lost and go home to play in the mud. Yeah, brother. Why? My Porsche Cayenne. Snap. Lu Yangwei raised his hand and slapped her face. Card your mom's head. If not for you lousy cannot offend brother Gu. Martyr. The night does not pose for me to cool. I'll get you dead. The little anchor cried. Oh. Inside the Porsche 4 store, Wang Yanyan was still immersed in the shock of what she had just seen for a long time. The schoolmate is actually a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. This is too crazy. The schoolboy is already so powerful. Wouldn't his family be an even greater presence? When she saw the information about Huafeng Group that she looked up on her cell phone, her schoolmate's 10 shares were worth $8 billion. She had a deep sense of powerlessness. Her schoolmate was so outstanding. Did she really deserve her? I remember a dormitory girl dating a boyfriend who bought a villa in Huafeng Real Estate, and the girls all bragged about it in the dormitory for months before they stopped. Then my schoolmate is a shareholder of Huafeng. I'm afraid they wouldn't believe me if I told them about this. At this time, Gu Wenqing patted her small waist and signaled to go see the car together. Wang Yanyan put what had just happened behind her and looked at the Porsche Cayenne in front of her. The appearance of fashionable and dynamic. The overall lines are more complete, smooth and sporty. The appearance of tall and powerful. The front face looks very imposing. Cayenne top of the interior workmanship is relatively fine, configuration is more complete, seat comfort is better, automatic heating of the steering wheel and seat next to the armrest design and other configurations are more humane, panoramic sunroof and so on. Wang Yanyan did like it a lot, and sighed in her heart how often she could drive this kind of luxury car would be good. She touched the shiny paint of the Porsche Cayenne and said, Schoolboy, the red Ferrari suits you, but the red Porsche Cayenne is nice to look at, but it doesn't really suit you. Why don't you pick a different color? Gu Wenqing said, because it's not like I'm driving this car. Wang Yanyan was suddenly nervous and was afraid that she had guessed wrong. Could it be that? Exactly. It's what you think it is. School brother, I really love you. Mouth 1. Wang Yanyan took the initiative to kiss Gu Wenqing a few times, and then the surprise of watching the Porsche Cayenne. She felt like she was dreaming right now. Just now she was fantasizing about when she could drive a Porsche, and then her schoolmate gave her one. Wang Yanyan is now happy in her heart. Her schoolmate a luxury car of more than $3 million, indicating that she is still very important in her schoolmate's heart. And when she thinks of this, she has a fulfilling sense of satisfaction. At this time Porsche sales came up. Sir, please provide your ID card. We will help you with the registration and insurance. Gu Wenqing said directly. Use my schoolmates. Hokage. That's not good. Gu Wenqing said gently. Be obedient. The car sent to you is yours. Don't think too much. At this moment, Wang Yanyan's eyes were as gentle as water, and her heart was in love with Gu Wenqing, to the deepest level. He's his own man in this life. As the saying goes, a man can die for his friend. So can a woman. After the car was taken care of, the two of them drove out of the Force store. One by one, two red limousines that looked like couples' cars. Gu Wenqing called Wang Yanyan. Sister, let's go to the movies. Wang Yanyan, yes. I like watching movies the most. Okay, then you're more in my car and I'll take you to a nice place. Gu Wenqing directly navigated to Magic City International Cinema, which was the premium movie theater that the system rewarded him with. The movie theater is located in the old business district of Mordor, the 5th and 6th floors of Lomeo Business District, which is not only the 5-star deluxe movie theater with the largest area, the largest number of projection halls, and with the largest seating capacity in Mordor, but also one of the most deluxe movie theaters in Huaxia at the present time. As the top-ranked mega cinema in the country's luxury movie theaters, it now has 17 screening halls, including 14 ordinary halls, a 600-person super hall, and 2 VIP halls, with a total seating capacity of about 3,500 seats and a building area of about 15,000 square meters. The system rewarded him with 2 such top-notch movie theaters. At this time, it was 7 or 8 o'clock at night, which was the busiest time in the shopping district, and the flow of people was huge. The Magic City International Cinema was also packed. Waiting in the lobby, many men, women and children bought movie tickets and waited for their favorite movie to start. The service attitude of Magic City International Cinema is super good. There are 2 reception ladies at the main door. Once they see customers, they will kindly greet and ask what they need and so on. As usual, they saw a couple approaching and cordially shouted, "Welcome." A glance up met the teenager's gaze. The two of them were startled and hurriedly shouted, "Good day, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded to them. Worthy of being a top movie theater. The service attitude and awareness was very good. This time the surprise inspection wasn't as bad as the debonair West. Gu Wenqing understood that it was again the invincible existence of the system that had directly used unscientific means to assign this studio directly to his name, and that all the employees had memories of him and knew that he was their boss. System, you're a real bully. Hello boss. Good evening boss. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Wherever Gu Wenqing passed, all the employees in the movie city greeted him. The countless people in the waiting area were caused to look at Gu Wenqing in surprise. I want to see the true face of the owner of a big 5-star luxury studio. It's not a middle-aged man with a big belly, is it? At first glance, the first impression was of height and a decidedly young temperament. The heat hadn't come down after the incident of seeing justice, and Gu Wenqing frowned and put his sunglasses back on when he saw so many people looking at him. It was a moment that made many girls squeal for it. I'm going to be so bossy. Especially the moment he raised his eyebrows. I even thought of a name for the baby. So excellent. So young to be the owner of a big studio. I'm going to give him a monkey. Save your breath. Can't you see the little dainty wife beside the bully? The boys also looked at Gu Wenqing with envious faces. Not just envious that he was rich, but also envious of the girl behind him, who was just too pretty to look at. Wang Yanyan's appearance overpowered the crowd and eclipsed all the girls in the theater. Coming to his own studio? Gu Wenqing wouldn't be polite. Direct VIP hall package. Any movie you want to watch, it's all there. What specialty snacks are available in the studio? All on one of each. Wang Yanran looked at Gu Wenqing frequently with her beautiful eyes from the side. Since she was with Gu Wenqing, she realized what kind of man was called excellent. No matter where she went, she was the attention of the whole audience. There were always people who would curry favor with Gu Wenqing no matter where they were as well. That's awesome. With her schoolmate, she felt a high quality of life that she had never had before. VIP hall. Within the immense and incomparable space, there was only Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran. A teenage romance movie was playing on a huge screen. Wang Yanyan was attracted to the movie and tilted her head without looking up. Going to the movies is just a front. He is drunk. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Yanyan's super hot body and impactful long legs. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth, and he directly wrapped his arms around her thin waist. Wang Yanyan was startled by Tu Ru's other actions. Looking at Gu Wenqing's evil smile, she curled her mouth as if she was pampered. Gu Wenqing slowly moved his head closer to Wang Yanyan's ear and, feeling the sound of Gu Wenqing's hot breath, coupled with the romantic yet passionate place of the movie theater, Wang Yanyan's body trembled a little, and her entire body went soft. The atmosphere arrived, and Gu Wenqing's hand moved down a few centimeters. The plot of the movie is still playing. Wang Yanyan's face was flushed at this moment as she put her hand over her face, her denim blouse slipping slightly. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be shallow this time, though he knew that Yanyan Wang's relatives hadn't left yet. But there are many ways. Love is naturally strong. Half a rate later, looking at Wang Yanyan's face of pure desire, Wang Yanyan instantly understood. This was a long time to watch this movie. Back to the dormitory. By this time, the other 3 people in the dormitory were in the dormitory as well. summer mosquitoes a little more. When Xian was about to light mosquito coils, but did not find a lighter, she had just seen Wang Yanyan's Porsche key and inquired, "Yan Yan, lend me your lighter." She didn't even realize it was an actual loaner key, thinking it was just a lighter. Isn't it all the rage these days on Douyin? That kind of lighter for the keys to a luxury car. And she swipes that kind of video all the time. "Ha, I don't have a lighter," Wang Yanyan replied seriously. "Humph, I obviously saw it." When Qian said and picked up the Porsche car keys on Wang Yanyan's table, and looked around for a lighter to open the gate, but did not find it. When Qian had to inquire, "Yan Yan, how do you use this lighter?" Wang Yanyan opened her big eyes and said, "Qian, do you believe me when I say that's the car key?" When Qian teased, "This joke is not funny at all," she was certain it was a lighter. Wang Yanyan's family conditions when Qian knows, belongs to a well-off family. A Porsche must cost at least $600,000. Wang Yanyan's family couldn't afford it, let alone buying Wang Yanyan a Porsche. For her best friend Wang Yanyan, she also knows very well, although gold worship, but she is very self-love. Men in her body simply cannot take advantage of. So there should not be a man will send him a Porsche sports car. Wang Yanran led Wen Qian to the balcony and pressed the unlock button of the Porsche. Downstairs in the dormitory, the red Porsche Cayenne, its headlights dominantly lit up, illuminated the darkness ahead. When Qian looked downstairs at the red Porsche Cayenne, one of her very favorite cars. Girls like bigger cars, especially the kind of big subs that can bring girls enough security, and Wen Qian is no exception. Her favorite cars are the Mercedes Big G, Porsche Cayenne, and Jeep Wrangler. At this moment, she looked downstairs at the luxury car of her dreams and inwardly envied Wang Yanyan. But she was immediately a little alarmed again. Girlfriends don't go down the wrong path, do they? The one who sells out her first time, or the one who's adopted. Where else would she get the money for a Porsche Cayenne? When Qian said painfully, "Yan Yan, you wouldn't have been begged by a rich man, would you?" At the sound of the voice, Wang Yanyan was like a kitten that had exploded its hair. "How can that be? It's not like you don't know my character. I'm very demanding of my future other half. Not only do you have to have a little bit of money, your face has to be my favorite. You have to have a good personality, and you have to be responsible." She was talking all gu wenching, when Qian snorted coldly and continued to inquire, "Then tell me how you got this Porsche Cayenne? This car has to be over $1 million for the lowest match. Don't say you bought it yourself." "Wang Yanran, my schoolmate gave it to me." "Gu wenching? Then you gave it to him. Relatives are still around." When Qian continued to ask, "The car is in your name?" Seeing Wang Yanyan nod her head, when Qian admitted that she was envious. What kind of godly man is this? Bathroom? She looked at the mirror, her own uncommon face and body, and Wang Yanyan's style is different from each other. Boys' dorm room. When Huang Zicheng saw that Gu Wenqing was back, he went up and said, "Old Gu is back so late? Went out with your senior sister, right? How did it go?" "Crap, don't you care about my progress for a day? Face Li Wenhuan before you turn yourself into a proper boyfriend." "Shit, Lao Gu doesn't bring up people's scars like this. Besides, Li Wenhuan and I are still in a pure relationship," Huang Zicheng retorted. As a passerby, Gu Wenqing imparted his experience. "You're just a wimp. Temporary boyfriends have to have the right to exercise their rights as boyfriends. Don't be afraid to start by holding hands with Li Wenhuan." "Alright, I'll give it a shot next time. I'll try it out." Huang Zicheng had a determined face. At that moment Huang Zicheng's Apple cell phone rang. Huang Zicheng was in a happy mood when he saw that it was Li Wenhuan calling. Towards Gu Wenqing, he sold a dejected look. "See, Wenhuan must have missed me." Huang Zicheng answered the phone with a smile on his face. Li Wenhuan split his head and said, "Why did it take so long to answer my call?" Little Yellow humble, "Oh, I was just talking to Lao Gu about something. I didn't hear the bell." Li Wenhuan spoke coldly. "You send Gu Wenqing's V-signal. Mo Lu wants it." "Okay, I'll send you right away." After Huang Zicheng sent Gu Wenqing's V-mail business card to Li Wenfang, he said, "Wenhuan, let's go play together when military training is over." He was ready to try if the method Gu Wenqing had taught him worked. "Tell me more." Li Wenhuan asked for Gu Wenqing's V-mail and directly hung up the phone. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong both laughed. "Real on earth." Huang Zicheng touched his head in embarrassment and said, "Wenhuan's character is like this. I've long gotten used to it." After lights out in the dormitory, Huang Zicheng tossed and turned on the bed. Unable to sleep, he asked weakly, "Old Gu, have you held hands with your schoolmate yet?" Gu Wenqing skimmed his lips and said, "You tell me. The mouth is all kissed." Zhou Tao said enviously, "Crap, Lao Gu, you cowhide." The faint moonlight, the heart of a single dog ripples and calms. Zhou Tao hesitated for a long time and said, "Lao Gu, can you give me Mo Lu's V-mail?" Zhou Tao was quite fond of Moloch, looking so pretty and treating people well. Zhou Tao just kinda wanted to contact him. Huang Zicheng couldn't bear to hit his roommate. He politely said. Mo Lu is not an oil lamp. Usually can't grasp it. Zhou Tao, I just want to try. Gu Wenqing said I pushed you. Huang Zicheng skimmed his mouth. This Zhou Tao heart does not have some B number? Mo fell all active Gu Wenqing's V letter. Must be interesting to the old Gu. Besides, Zhou Tao's family conditions were too different from Mo Li's to be possible. Huang Zicheng silently sighed in his heart. It seems that the only way for Zhou Tao to turn back is to let him hit the southern wall. Zhou Tao quickly added Mo Lu's WeChat. Scrolling through her circle of friends, it's all about fitness and food routines. The picture of Molok in a tight workout outfit made Zhou Tao a little hot. Shodo asked Molok if he knew who he was. Mo Lu said she knew, and she thought to herself that if she hadn't shared a dorm room with Gu Wenqing, she wouldn't have added Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao and military training must be tough. Molok General. Zhou Tao, always remember to put on more sunscreen so you don't get sunburned, showing your teeth. Molok, well, I'm resting. Zhou Tao, good night. Have a good dream, bye. On the other hand, Magic City University of Commerce and Industry, the girls' dormitory. After chatting with Zhou Tao, Mo Lu took out the screenshot from his phone and watched it intently. Gu Wenqing's toned muscles made her lick her screen. Liking to work out, she often encountered muscular men at the gym, but it was really rare to see them as coordinated and streamlined as Gu Wenqing. Mo Lu thought that after going through friends, Gu Wenqing would soon look for himself to chat, but as a result, he waited and waited for a very long time. But he didn't wait for Gu Wenqing's text message. She then had to take the initiative to find Gu Wenqing. I picked up my cell phone and didn't know what to send. Usually it was the guys who initiated the conversation, and she instead had a selective reply. Molok racked his brain and posted a military training must be tough. Ha! Smiles. Gu Wenqing was looking at the benefits sent by her schoolmate. Black silk and long legs. Straightforward and perfunctory, general. Mo Lu UV rays are strong in summer. Make sure to wear some sunscreen. Showing teeth. Gu Wenqing, well, I'm going to sleep. Mo Lu, take an early rest, good behavior. Gu Wenqing chatted with his schoolmate again. Wang Yanyan, in 2 days my relatives will be finished. Shy. Gu Wenqing, he. I've been looking forward to this for a long time then. Make up for it. Wang Yanyan, overthinking you. I mean you can eat hot pot when your relatives are done. Showing teeth. Gu Wenqing, want to get cleaned up? Wang Yanyan, come on. I'll wait for you. Kisses. Gu Wenqing, oh. I'll make sure you call your dad in a couple of days. Day 2. Sunrise. Seeing the pale and frail Huang Zicheng, Gu Wenqing spoke out to remind, pay attention to your body and do less needlework in a day. I fucking didn't. Zhou Tao pointed to the side of Huang Zicheng's bed. The trash can a bucket full of paper balls, so what's with these? Huang Zicheng's sophistry, lousy, that's a cold. Zhou Tao looked contemptuous. You still have a cold in summer? I've got heat exhaustion. Can't I? Gu Wenqing patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder. Okay. No matter if you have a cold or not, it's always right to pay attention to your body. Huang Zicheng was in tears. How could people not believe his words? Seeing Zhang Xiaohong entering the door after washing up, he runs up to prove his innocence. You said it's not normal to have a summer cold with snot coming out of your nose. Zhang Xiaohong said without hesitation. Decent people who catch colds in the summer. A sentence that made Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao in the dormitory laugh. 1 day of military training is over. Red girl Ying Lin called V-voice. Gu Wenqing, come out for dinner. You've promised me, so don't refuse. Lin Yingying's clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. Send me the location. I'll be there in a minute. Ha ha, I'm already in front of your Mordor University. Come on, you drove the car yourself? Gu Wenqing inquired. The clothes that Lin Yingying had sent before were not cheap, and her family should be in a very good condition. Plus, the Magic City Conservatory of Music wasn't close to Magic City University, which was why Gu Wenqing guessed that she drove the car. Okay, then I'll be right out. Lin Yingying had arrived at the entrance of Mordor University. Gu Wenqing was too lazy to change his clothes, and directly wore his military training outfit out of the school. Gu Wenqing had only just left the school gates when Lin Yingying recognized her at once. Lin Yingying rolled down the window and waved her hand. Gu Wenqing here. Gu Wenqing looked at the Bentley Luo GT in front of him. The car's selling price was more than $3 million. It seems that the guess was right. Lin Yingying is a rich white woman. Gu Wenqing sat in the car. Where to eat? Lin Yingying smiled and said, what do you want to eat? Western or Chinese food? Chinese food. Gu Wenqing had recently vomited from Western food. Lin Yingying said yes and lightly drove the Bentley through the traffic. Lin Yingying wore a black slim-fitting dress today, and her long legs were wrapped in Parisian black silk under the dress. It was thought that a rich white beauty like Lin Yingying had no shortage of suitors at school. Lin Yingying, who was driving, felt Gu Wenqing's gaze and blushed slightly. She pretended as if nothing had happened and concentrated on driving. Shanggong Fu Restaurant, located in the Magic Bay National Forest, Spends 4,000 per person. If someone does not lead the way, the probability is that first-time guests will get lost in the green sea of Shanghai Bay Forest Park, smoke-blocked pond willows, Peachwan Jinhu embankment, green bricks and gray tiles with horse-head walls, carved beams and painted flying eaves. The Huizhou architectural complex of Shangongfu is said to have a history of over 400 years, and all the architectural objects are antique and exquisite. The upstairs hall, where the honorable elders of the former Wang clan deliberated, has a large round table with a dragon pattern carved by Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. The seat is the Ming dynasty's Zen meditation couch seat, the plaque inscribed by the master. Carved wooden screen, Han pottery and Jin porcelain each will be the Hui culture to show the best. The two of them ordered a lot of food. Kai Hua duck, chopped chicken, yellow smothered shark's fin, steamed crispy straw mushroom, sesame sauce cashew flour, fish rolls and chicken soup, mushroom pork cake, steamboat chicken, peach blossom pan. When the table is filled with a beautifully presented dish, not to mention the flavor, it looks like a work of art just by looking at it. Gu Wenqing, how does this taste? Lin Yingying came over and asked. Due to his proximity, Gu Wenqing could feel the fresh scent of the young girl's body. It was good, colorful, and I really enjoyed it. Lin Yingying giggled. He, it's good that you like to eat. I'm just afraid that it's not to your liking. Even if I don't eat anything, just looking at you is a showstopper. Lin Yingying Long is really good. Whether it is the appearance, or the body is the top, and her personality is distinct, obviously is the Magic City people, but has a Sichuan and Chongqing girl's unique flavor of small pepper. Milk fierce. Earlier at the barbecue, if Gu Wenqing hadn't been there, Lin Yingying herself was afraid that she would have rushed up to save the others. In particular, Lin Yingying's outfit today was again especially the flavor that Gu Wenqing liked. Gu, just likes women with high face value wearing black silk. As the saying goes, whether a woman is beautiful or not directly depends on her thighs. Lin Yingying's legs weren't much worse than her schoolmates. They were top-notch. Lin Yingying blushed. Wasn't her careful dressing today meant to show Gu Wenqing? Feeling Gu Wenqing's gaze, she was a little pleased in her heart. The two ended their meal talking and laughing. On the way back, Lin Yingying drove the car and prepared to send Gu Wenqing back to school. Received a call from her friend, saying that she lost her love and was getting drunk alone at a bar, and asked Lin Yingying to go pick her up. Before the phone was hung up, a man's voice came from the other end. Pretty girl, are you alone? Worried about her friend's safety, Lin Yingying spoke up. Can we go to the bar to find my friend first? She's drunk and the situation isn't very good. Gu Wenqing immediately said there was no problem. I'll drive, Gu Wenqing said at that moment. He explained, your friend's situation is not promising, and I'm still a pretty good driver. Lin Yingying nodded, so she stopped the car and swapped places with Gu Wenqing. Her friend is at the tax bar. Gu Wenqing hit the navigation and spoke out to remind, you have to sit tight Since obtaining the skill, one-handed overdrive, Gu Wenqing had yet to use it. After acquiring this skill, Gu Wenqing's driving level was already on par with that of a professional racer. Buckle up! With the roar of the engine, and the fierce pushback feeling came instantly. The body was like a flash of thunder violently rushed out. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the car went straight to 200 and continued to rise. Gu Wenqing maintained super high speed all the way. Traveling and turning, weaving back and forth through the pile of traffic was like seeing a needle in a haystack. What would have taken 40 minutes to navigate, Gu Wenqing arrived in 20 minutes. It is true that driving a little fast, especially when overtaking, the throttle is wide open. I'm afraid that Lin Yingying is not very scared. Gu Wenqing parked the car and asked with concern, are you okay? What he expected didn't happen. At this time, the co-pilot Lin Yingying's face was flushed. The whole person was excited. She said loudly, it's so much fun. It's so exciting. Always the good girl. She is very rebellious at heart. Today's drag race had given her an unparalleled experience. It was so exciting. Lin Yingying couldn't help but to the thin lips imprinted on them. Gu Wenqing passively hugged her. Tax is the top nightclub in Magic City. Since its opening until now, every night on both sides of the road are luxury cars piled up. Tax has 3,000 square meters of oversized venues, can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. A door is a wall full of ace of spades. The style of industrial cold wind, with 3D stereo surround sound system, 4D holographic projection, 12 meters long bar, a collection of electric festival, underground club, indoor music festival in one. Magic City many rich second generation, petty young people, all like the night in the tax to indulge in life. The day's unpleasant efforts to release. Gu Wenqing and blushing Lin Yingying walked into the tax. The promenade of extreme shimmering light dazzles, and the further in you go, the more ear-splitting the music becomes. The walls were covered with the ace of spades earthy atmosphere pervaded, and the road was filled with men and women traveling in pairs. The arrival of Gu Wenqing and Lin Yingying attracted even more attention from countless people. Handsome men and women are a favorite at nightclubs. Gu Wenqing's clean and short hair, coupled with his three-dimensional features, had a more enchanting feel under the flashing lights, attracting countless girls to throw winks at him, especially when he was in camouflage, the two somewhat conflicting temperaments of teenage sensibility and manliness, yet both were reflected in him. To sum it up in one sentence, he's not like the other sultry bitches in there. Gu Wenqing waved his hand to reject the marketing girl who walked up and said that he was looking for someone. Lin Yingying then looked around with Gu Wenqing to find it. At this point, TAXX is on the loose seat. Wang Min was wearing a revealing black suspender belt. The fabric only covered the softness. The collarbone and the small waist were exposed in the air. The lower body was flush with small shorts. The stockings wrapped around the rounded long legs. A pair of black thigh-high boots the length of which reached below the knee. She was dressed in this outfit. Proper nightclub style. Wang Min was in a bad mood. She talked about 3 years of her boyfriend cheated on her. The mistress of the long than their own several times worse. She questioned her boyfriend why so stupid. To cheat also find a good looking than her at least she lost not complaining. It's not insulting to end up cheating on a crooked woman. My boyfriend said, it's been 3 years. I've been talking to you for 3 years. And you only let me hold your hand. You don't even touch your mouth. And the mistress, she gave him everything within a few days of meeting him. Hearing this, Wang Min felt incredibly ridiculous. A woman's self-love is also wrong? I fuck love. She must have been blind to find such a trashy guy in the first place. Wang Min, who is out of love, comes to a nightclub alone to get drunk. After drinking for I don't know how long, she felt her head spinning a bit, and used what was left of her sanity to call out for Lin Yingying to come pick her up. The nightclub was a mixed bag, and she didn't want to have an accident here. But accidents happen. The three men at the opposite table had been staring at Wang Min, who was drinking alone for a long time. Wang Min has a good face, dresses revealingly, and is alone, making her the perfect prey for men in nightclubs. Wang Min had just finished her phone call when one of the three, a man who thought he was very handsome, walked up to strike up a conversation. You're alone, beautiful? Wang Min didn't pay any attention to him at all and remained alone, drinking mulled wine. The man is not angry, playing the nightclub, without some thick skin how to hang girls? Besides, the Wang Min in front of him is so excellent. How can he easily miss? He just sat not far away from Wang Min quietly watching Wang Min make his drink. The man had an inexplicable smile on his face. Drink up, get drunk, I'll serve you later. He waited for about 20 minutes or so, and Wang Min was already visibly drunk, so he was about to call his other two brothers and take Wang Min away with him. Without waiting for them to do so, a man and a woman came into view. When they saw the red-headed girl, they saluted straight away, fueled by alcohol. Fuck, it's so fucking hot. And the body is sexy. They looked enviously at the man next to him, envying him for getting his hands on such a decent girl. The woman led the man closer and closer until she reached Wang Min's deck. Lin Yingying frowned and inquired, who are you people? Why are you sitting here at my friend's place? At the sound, the three men knew that the drunken woman's friend had arrived. But how can they easily let go of the hunting moment? The prey themselves are drunk, just short of taking away to get a room. Three guys had a few drinks and yelled, you say it is? What proof do you have? We're still her boyfriends. Ha ha, yes. The three of them laughed out loud, and the taller one even pointed his finger at Gu Wenqing and said, brother, control your own woman. If you really can't, brothers can help you control it. At the sound of the voice, the other two men also got horny and said, hey, I just like to help people. Looking at that little redhead is a real head turner. Hearing this, Lin Yingying said disdainfully, a bunch of stinking hooligans. You guys are also worthy of being Wang Min's friends? She's known each other for so long. I can't help but know what friends she has around her. Gu Wenqing on the side wasn't idle either. He raised his eyebrows and was about to carry out Wang Min, who was at the innermost part of the card table. At the sight of this, the three men growled like mad dogs. Fuck off. Don't move her. She's ours today. Try moving her. Gu Wenqing laughed disdainfully. Just try it. With a princess hug, he picked up the drunken Wang Min. Eyes swept sternly over the three horny men. It was all a group of young men who had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and Gu Wenqing could have fucked them all in a second or two. At this point, the atmosphere was tit for tat. Gu Wenqing faced the three of them with an aggressive attitude alone, scaring them instead. Okay buddy, tough enough, it's fine if you want to take her away, but she drank so much from us, there's no way this money will just go away? The tattooed man said nonsense. Anyway, the girl had drunk herself into unconsciousness, and if they said they bought the wine, then they bought it. Right, this table of wine is not cheap, a whole $100,000, as long as the brother money arrives. You want to go brothers will never stop. Another man chimed in. The three were private, making eye contact. They thought to themselves, although they lost the drunken woman, but as long as they got $100,000, the three of them went directly to the foot wash massage, a dragon and so on. Not the same dashing. Although Gu Wenqing does not play nightclubs, but fools also know that on the table this point of wine is certainly not worth 100,000. These people in the lion's share. No problem, 100,000 is 100,000. Lin Ying opened her mouth at this time. $100,000 is not much for her. She thought that it is better to do more than less. Simply give 100,000 to go away. Most of all, she was afraid that Gu Wenqing would have an accident. At this time Gu Wenqing was holding Wang Min. His hands were not free, and he might not be able to beat the three hooligans. The three of them hemmed and hawed, and were about to say their bank card numbers. At this moment, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, Ying, wait, I'll take care of it. Gu Wenqing laughed coldly. Is it enough for me to compensate you $1 million? The three men were confused. This young man's head what? Which people still like to take losses, like more and more losses. It's not enough to pay out $100,000 to directly double it tenfold and pay out $1 million. Gu Wenqing didn't wait for them to speak. He signaled the marketing girl not far away, who immediately came over. What's the most expensive wine you have here? The marketing girl shyly looked at the handsome man in front of her and said, the price of a set of the 5-colored divine dragons of the Ace of Spades is 78,888 inch. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, give me 20 sets first. 2 or 20 sets? The marketing girl stammered in fear. Could it be that the music in the venue was so loud that she got sidetracked? Word for word, she continued to ask, handsome, sure it's 20 sets? That's right. The marketing girl's face was ecstatic. She heard something. The handsome to the core man in front of him ordered 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. As the most expensive and valuable of the nightclubs, the 5-colored divine dragon package is worth 78,888 for just one set. And 20 sets of 5-colored dragons is 15,777,760. The total value is as much as $1.5 million. Her commission alone came to $150,000, more than she used to make in a year's worth of work. Usually when a guest ordered a set of 5-colored divine dragon set, it could cause a stir. And the handsome man in camouflage clothing in front of me, in one breath, I want to order a whole 20 sets. This night is not going to let tax burst the scene. The marketing girl was in an overwhelming mood and ran to the front desk to get the POS machine. The three tattooed men frowned in place. Did not say to compensate them 1 million? How to turn back and shout 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons? They didn't think much of it. Instead, the heart became more excited. He could afford to order 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. So that would prove that Gu Wenqing had money. So wouldn't it be true that he had just said that he would compensate them $1 million? Ha ha, good luck running into an ingrate today. The tall man waved his hand. Alright, as long as you compensate $1 million for the drinks today, the few of us definitely won't make things difficult for you. And at this point, although Lin Ying didn't know why Gu Wenqing was doing this, at this time she didn't think about anything else. Her heart was only raising money. A set of 5-colored divine dragons is 78,888. 20 sets is 157,7760. $1.5 million. She only has $1 million or so on her card right now, and she's still $500,000 short. She ran out of the club and yelled at another girlfriend to lend her $500,000. The three tattooed men turned a blind eye to Lin Ying who ran out. As long as the drunken woman in Gu Wenqing's hands was still here, the running monk couldn't run away from the temple. White rich Lin Ying. Girlfriends are also not poor lord. Very cool to Lin Ying card transferred $500,000. After borrowing the money, Lin Ying came back huffing and puffing, consuming more than $1.5 million. It is definitely not possible to do loose seats. Marketing immediately arranged Gu Wenqing and others to the A1 area card seats. It just so happened that the marketing girl also came to the card table with the POS machine. Lin Ying was about to pull out her bank card. I shouted for a drink. Swipe me. Gu Wenqing wrapped one hand around Wang Min. The other hand took out the card and swiped it. And in no time it spit out the consumption list, which showed the amount was 157,7760. Marketing girl looked at the consumption list. Feel like a dream. She is so simple today to become the daily sales of millions of alcoholic beverages elite sales. The three tattooed men on the side, their eyes also looked dumbfounded. Holy shit, it literally swiped over 1.5 million. If she's so rich, wouldn't she have their $1 million today? Hey, $1 million later, the three of us will split 300,000 or so each. I'm excited as hell just thinking about it. With $1 million, we can get as many girls as we want. The three couldn't help but get excited and whisper. Brushing the card, the marketing girl didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and said into the intercom, A 1 area 205 card, 20 sets of Shenlong package, speed. After that, she continued to ask Gu Wenqing what his last name was. Gu Wenqing replied directly Gu. In nightclubs, the privileges of the rich are extremely obvious. Not even a minute or so after swiping the card, the exclusive music for the arranged dragon package played. Exclusive shocking music bursts, brilliant lighting, eye-catching dazzling color, directly the whole TAXXX atmosphere. Wow! Whether it's a card holder, or is it the bar vibe group that beats to the beat, or men and women who come to the hotel specifically to have fun, all of them were aghast. Some of the big boys have opened the 5-colored dragon set. Everyone thought a set of 5-colored divine dragons is 78, 888, 888, so damn luxurious. A group of maids suited, black silk wrapped, long-legged dance crews held up lighted signs and stepped to the beat, their multi-luminous lighted signs flaunting their eyes. Behind them clapped a long line of 5 whole sisters, each with a drink in each hand held high, bringing 5 different colors of the ace of spades. At this moment, all the people in the nightclub were mesmerized by it. This is the rich man's row. It's just too dangling. A long line of people made their way to the A1 deck, where 2 tall security guards stood on either side of the deck, one on each side. Their job was to block the girls who tried to come and rub their cards together, and only when the VIP nodded would the security guards let anyone else into the card table. Then there was the dance crew in black and white maid outfits, filling up around one of the A2 decks and gyrating their bodies to the beat. The 5 sisters respectfully placed a set of 5-colored divine dragon sets on the tabletop. At this point, more powerful music was also playing on the DJ stage. At the climax of the music, the DJ's microphones were shouting at the top of their lungs, "Welcome Mr. Gu from my A1 card seat. Consume 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons tonight. Welcome Mr. Gu from my A1 card seat. Consume 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons tonight. Welcome Mr. Gu from my A1 card seat. Consume 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons tonight." The DJ's magnetic voice filled the entire TAXX. Wow! The whole crowd cheered at this moment. The entire nightclub was directly bursting at the seams. Countless girls scrambled toward the A1 card seat, wanting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Gu's true face. And more than that, they wanted to get on the big money. People in the arena swaying to the music. All of them were not calm at this time. Watching another round, a dragon serving drinks, a dance crew holding up lighted signs, and behind them a pretty girl holding up the ace of spades. One night, $1.5 million spent. Who isn't crazy? Who isn't shocked? At this time, at the A1 card seat, Gu Wenqing was sitting blandly on the card seat, and the drunken Wang Min was also placed in a corner of the card seat. He ignored the growing number of young boys and girls who were coming here. Gu Wenqing directly transferred $5,000 to each of the 2 security guards, then said to the 2 bodyguards, Gu Wenqing's icy tone, "This wine is my compensation for these 3 idiots. You must keep an eye on it. And from now until 7 o'clock tomorrow, at all hours of the day and night, let them drink it for me, and as long as they don't drink themselves to death, drink them to death for me. If they don't drink, just give me a good beating. As long as they don't get killed, I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Save up any leftovers for me. I'll come back down and drink them." The 2 security guards, who were tall, nodded their heads hurriedly, indicating that they would definitely do as they were told. This is a lord who spends $1.5 million a night. They don't dare to offend, and God ho do everything. Also gave them a daily transfer of 5,000 tips, which can be fast top their month's wages. They must be done for God's ho. Thinking this way, they looked at the 3 tattooed men still standing stupidly, went up and gave a big slap to one of them. "Fucking days, drink. God ho treats you all to such an expensive drink. Giving the ace of spades is your honor." 3 tattooed men facing the tall security guards, fear in their hearts. They would have been the street gangsters and ruffians, without any background. At this time by the 2 security guards easily pinch. "I'll pay for the wine. Compensate you or best." Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly, "You all heard what I said just now. Anyone who dares not drink will wait for a beating." Gu Wenqing's voice sounded like the devil to the 3 of them. When had the 3 of them ever seen such a scene? At first they were just trying to take a drunk girl, and then, to extort $100,000, and then later, to split $1 million equally. As a result, the other party directly chose to compensate more than $1.5 million in exchange for 20 sets of 5-color divine dragon packages. The other side is so rich they simply don't dare to offend again. Only 1 glass of wine to swallow. The noble ace of spades, which they envied and couldn't get enough of, is now like a death wish in their eyes. How can they top that when they have to drink for 8 or 9 hours all the time? For a while their cries were heartbreaking and their hearts were full of regret. "Gu Wenqing is you honor me and I honor you." Gu Wenqing hugged Wang Min and took with Lin Yingying left TXX without looking back. The man who ordered 20 sets of dragon sets has left. but the nightclub is still buzzing with people for him. Crap. This is too damn handsome. Bullskin. Ordering such an expensive drink just to get back at those 3 guys and make those 3 guys drink until dawn. Is this the godly hero? Take $1.5 million and hit someone if you don't want to. This small amount of money is just crumbs to the godly man. Envious. When will I be able to act with such debauchery? Dude. Dream on. The men were all impressed by Gu Wenqing's tactics. Money really could do whatever it wanted. And the young girls in the room, still screaming at this point. The handsome batch explosion. Turns out face punching can be so expensive. Money is really just a string of numbers to a god. That handsome man is really dominant in what he does. $1.5 million just to punch 3 idiots in the face. The rich man's handiwork really shocked them. Many thought to themselves, if only I had $1.5 million. You can buy a Porsche Para or put a down payment on a suite in Magic City. From this night onwards, the legend of Mr. Gu has been circulating in TAXX nightclubs. $1.5 million to wildly buy 20 sets of divine dragons just to make those who offended him drink until they vomit. $1.5 million of wine. Mr. Gu, don't drink it. Feed it to the dogs. The two exited the nightclub. Gu Wenqing asked whether to send Wang Min to the hotel or home. Lin Yingying said to open a hotel directly. Gu Wenqing took a look at the watch early in the morning. The school is not able to go back. Directly in the nightclub next to open 2 rooms. The 2 of them sent the drinking Wang Min to the room and left. Gu Wenqing walked Lin Yingying to the parking lot. She still had to go home. Lin Yingying inquired, is it worth spending so much money? Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't say anything. Having just unlocked a new title, it was certainly worth it. I wanted to treat you to a meal. How could I have thought that there would be this kind of accident? Not only did it cause you to not be able to go back to school, but also wasted 1.5 million for nothing. Lin Yingying sounded a little embarrassed. You give me your bank card number. I'll transfer 1.5 million to you. You were supposed to relieve Wang Min. You can't be made to pay for this. Gu Wenqing shook his head. No need. I'm the one who put up the pussy. How can I let you pay for it? Besides, I don't lack money. Lin Yingying sighed and compromised. That's fine. If you're short of money, just tell me and I'll just give you the money. By the way, I took a cab back. You can drive me to school tomorrow. Lin Yingying flung the Bentley keys to Gu Wenqing, and without waiting for Gu Wenqing to refuse, she got into a cab and left. Rather take a cab back myself and give him the Bentley right there. Gu Wenqing shook his head. Lin Yingying's sister was really reliable. Gu Wenqing took the hotel elevator and reached room 602. After taking a shower, I wanted to give my schoolmate a chat about life, only to realize that my phone wasn't there. It seems like it fell onto Wang Min's bed when she was carrying her back to her room just now. Fuck. What a fucking fuck up. Young people nowadays can't sleep at all without their cell phones. Gu Wenqing hardened his head and went out, hoping that now Wang Min had sobered up a bit so he could knock on the door and get his cell phone. Wang Min's room is next door. Number 601. Gu Wenqing knocked on the door and waited quietly at the door for a long time. Just as he was getting ready to go back to his room in disappointment, the door was opened. Then Gu Wenqing's mouth was gagged. I have to say, Wang Min does wear a band. Black suspenders, revealing the white collarbone and jade back. The lower body of the chief wore small short skirt, round long legs wrapped Parisian. This outfit really made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Wang Min also has a high face value, and she is wearing Gu Wenqing's favorite black silk. The black halter with minimal fabric is choppy. Gu Wenqing wouldn't refuse at all. Wang Min, who was drunk, regains some of his senses. Disappointed in love at this point, she just wants to let loose. She's going to get back at that scumbag hard. What you can't have in 3 years, I'll let someone else have it all in one day. Instead, her heart wasn't quite as hard as it had been just now when she thought about it that way. With her mesmerized eyes, she glanced at Gu Wenqing. It's handsome. Ridiculously handsome. Especially after touching. He was covered in perfect muscles, mermaid lines, 8-pack abs, nice collarbone. He's like the comic book guy who came out of the middle of a ripped comic book. For the first time, it's not a bad idea to give it to him. Gu Wenqing picked up Wang Min as he walked towards the room. For the first time, Wang Min exhaled hot breath in Gu Wenqing's ear and said softly, feeling the soft voice in his ear. Gu Wenqing's body stopped slightly, and then, without hesitation, he headed inside the room. The moon is captivating. Ryoko. Gu Wenqing looked at the system. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, by any means necessary. Reward a top Magic City nightclub tax. 1 billion in cash rewards. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Here's the nightclub's reward for hitting those 3 tattooed guys in the face with money. From today onwards, the famous top nightclub TAXXX in Magic City became the property of Gu Wenqing. Incidentally, $1 billion in cash was awarded. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. With these alone, the $1.5 million he spent at night was steadily earning madness. The system popped up with rewards too. Gu Wenqing continued to check the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, first time in the battlefield. Bonus skill, scouting for favorites. Probe favor, can probe the opposite sex that is associated with the host for favor with the host. Bonus skill, golden gun. Golden shot, drastically improves some of the host's qualities. Gu Wenqing gave it a try. 85 in favor of. No wonder girls always have deep feelings for their first guy. Now Wang Min has forgotten the cheating man who has been together for 3 years. Full of heart in Gu Wenqing's body. Gu Wenqing had a deep understanding this time. When he saw, golden gun, Gu Wenqing's calm surface revealed surprise. Gu Wenqing's face was calm, but his heart had long since exploded. The system is indeed awesome. I'm afraid that's a skill all guys want. The icing on the cake of golden shot takes Gu Wenqing's kung fu to another level. Gu Wenqing was ready to try this new skill again. Looked at the time, 7 o'clock. Gu Wenqing has military training at 8 o'clock. Suddenly heard Wang Min, stomach grumble sound. Wang Min made a big red face and buried her face in the quilt. Hungry? I'll order something to eat. Gu Wenqing directly take the menu on the table, using the guest room phone to order a lot of dishes to replenish blood. Chicken stewed mushrooms, pig's feet a big tonic and other soups. The two hadn't known each other long, but he was Wang Min's first boyfriend in the true sense of the word. And now that the sister's heart and body are all in Gu Wenqing's body and mind, Gu Wenqing must be right for her as well. Let her make up more. I love you so much. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing, lazily stretched her small waist, and used her hand to gently Gu Wenqing's nose. Your name is Gu Wenqing. Wang Min whispered his name. Originally, yesterday, she lost her love. She once broke down to the point of wanting to go to the other side. She was trying to drink to strengthen her courage. And then I took a look at my best friend Lin Yingying again. She'll have no regrets. But after meeting Gu Wenqing, she regained her courage and figured out that it's just meeting a scumbag. So what's the big deal? Besides, she now has the more handsome and taller Gu Wenqing. How do you know? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He hadn't told Wang Min his name, and she was drunk as a dead cat yesterday, so how did she know his name? Wang Min blinked. Although I was drunk yesterday, I'm still a little bit conscious, and I still have a little bit of memory of what happened at the nightclub. You were really bossy and handsome yesterday. I was simply mesmerized by you. Gu Wenqing smiled and quietly listened to Wang Min. Her brown hair strands were scattered over her collarbone and back, peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a small red mouth. Her appearance alone carried a hint of immortality, classical beauty. If she were to play Little Dragon Lady, or the evil Sadaji, she'd be an absolute hit. Now this woman belongs only to herself, Gu Wenqing thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you to that cheating brother for leaving such a good woman to imbu someone. A short while later, the room's doorbell rang. Gu Wenqing is not bad money. Open 8888 a night presidential suite. The waiter pushed a delivery cart and placed a dish on the table in the living room. Took a love bath. Gu Wenqing walked out refreshed. Wang Min's lipstick has gone bad again. Was touching up her lipstick in front of the mirror. Table. Min, where are you studying now? Hearing Gu Wenqing's inquiry, she replied, I got bad grades. Went to junior college. Studied hospitality management. Gu Wenqing said as he ate, this specialty is quite promising. No, you pretty much graduate as a hotel waiter, delivery boy, or something like that. It's one of those majors where you're unemployed upon graduation. Gu Wenqing said proudly, who said that? I'm here. If you really can't, you can go to my store and become a lobby manager. Not only is the annual salary high, the work is also easy. Oh, husband, you still have a store? Yeah, there's all kinds of industries. Wang Min grunted in disbelief. Humph. Bragging. Gu Wenqing laughed. Then I'll definitely take you to see it later. Gu Wenqing asked again. By the way, is your family in Magic City? Wang Min's mood is a little low. My parents are not in the same relationship, have divorced and combined their respective families. I have no place to go. Usually I live in my grandmother's house. Wang Min's father divorced when she was a child, and because she was a girl, neither mom nor dad wanted custody of her, and she ended up being raised by her grandmother. Gu Wenqing frowned. Let bygones be bygones. You have me in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I, Gu Wenqing, will be your toughest backing. Wang's sensitive blurred with tears of emotion. Hubby, you're so good. I'll always love you. Receiving the promise, Wang Min wept with joy. She was abandoned as a child and had the great luxury of a complete home. Because of her unfortunate childhood, she was wary of people, including her boyfriend of 3 years, who never really came into her heart. Now, she had shed her defenses and opened her heart for Gu Wenqing, whom she had known for just one day. Karma is truly a magical thing. Gu Wenqing suddenly remembered that he hadn't called home for a while, so he dialed his parents' number. When he had just been rewarded 10 billion by the system, Gu Wenqing lied that he had won the lottery and left several $100,000 for his family. After greeting his parents for a while, he hung up. Gu Wenqing ate her meal and enjoyed the world of two. Gu Wenqing looked at the dazed Wang Min and gently caressed her hair as he said, "You stay at the hotel for 2 days, and when my military training is over, we'll go look at rooms together and buy one if there's a suitable one." Buying a house? Magic City housing prices are too expensive. We are still students mortgaged every month to pay the monthly payment pressure is very big. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Wang Min slightly frowned a little, although she quite wanted a nest of her own. But more than anything, she didn't want Gu Wenqing to take out a loan at a young age. Although Gu Wenqing does not seem to lack of money, but he is a student. The money comes from home. Magic City to buy a suite at least 7 to 8 million. Such a large sum of money Gu Wenqing's family will not just give him. Buy a house this thing, Gu Wenqing has long been considering a long time. Have always wanted to go to see the house, but unfortunately recently has been in the military training. Either something delayed has been delayed to see the house. Gu Wenqing's hometown is on Hue. In fact, thousands of miles away from the Magic City. Sooner or later, you have to settle down in the Magic City. Why don't you buy one early and live in it, and then change it later if you don't feel comfortable living in it? Since having money is not a problem anyway. Although with the 3 comedians in the dormitory, get along well, but bought a house can get along with the good people. Why choose and a few stingy man together? Don't worry, my little baby. Your husband has a lot of money. Buy a house will not mortgage. Direct full payment does not smell good. Gu Wenqing said smilingly, it's so nice to have money to solve the 999 hunger worries of the world. Honey, awesome. Wang Min, who was on the side, looked at Gu Wenqing adoringly with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that face of his, Wang Min's heart was poofing, full of love. Gu Wenqing couldn't give him exclusive love, but he would do his best to give the best to her, or to them. Gu Wenqing's value has now exceeded more than $20 billion, with more than 10 billion in cash, and the remaining 10 billion in stocks, real estate, and so on. Gu Wenqing's worth was second to none in the first-tier city of Mordor. Besides, he was only 18 years old. In the future, he could also unlock new titles through the system for more rewards. Money is just a string of numbers to him these days, and he just wants to be happy and live a spontaneous life, both in love and in business. In the future, when there are more women, the big deal is to move the people. Isn't that what happens in many urban novels? Gu Wenqing thought to himself that he might be able to try it. Under Wang Min's fond gaze, Gu Wenqing left. There's no way around it. You can't skip military training. The morning rush hour in Magic City is crowded with traffic. Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Luo GT, utilizing the skill, driving a supercar with one hand, to the extreme. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be late for another 10 laps of the playground penalty. After rushing, I finally reached the playground before the military training. 1 to the class squares. The 3 comedians in the dormitory greeted Gu Wenqing when they saw him. Zhou Tao grinned and said, "Crap, old Gu, you're really awesome. You dare to stay out at night before the military training is over. Aren't you afraid of disciplinary action?" Gu Wenqing laughed. "Hey, with you guys helping me beat a dead horse, I'm definitely not afraid." Zhang Xiaohong barked, "Good to know. Don't forget to treat me to a nice rub." Huang Zicheng also yelled, "You can't forget your Uncle Huang." Gu Wenqing gave him a punch in the chest. "Milky little brat. How dare you discuss seniority in front of adults? You're the milquetoast brat. He, I'm already different from you guys," Gu Wenqing said with a mysterious face. At the sound, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong in the dormitory all looked at Gu Wenqing in shock, associated with the fact that he didn't return all day last night. Crap, all 3 were shocked in their hearts. Is it true that last night he was with his sister? He's got the most beautiful girl in the world? Old Gu, did you really get schoolmate that? Zhou Tao asked what the 3 people in the dormitory wanted to know the most. Who gave you the word that it was a schoolmate? Is that school beauty Chen Yunxue? The white moonlight Qin Mu Nan? The girl with the red hair? Zhang Xiaohong urged Gu Wenqing to say exactly which girl. Gu Wenqing shook his head and said, "Old man's personal affairs you know so much why?" Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng all looked jealous. Honestly, they all envied Gu Wenqing, becoming the first in the dormitory to taste a woman. Huang Zicheng in particular had a resigned look on his face, thinking that he must ask Li Wenfang out on vacation. "That red Porsche Cayenne at school is so nice. Is that the one parked under our dorm room?" "Yeah, I heard that Porsches cost at least $1 million. I heard that it belongs to senior sister Yen Ranwang." "Oh, is that the schoolmate who brought water to Gu Wenqing?" The freshman girls were gossiping, talking together about the brand new, not yet licensed Porsche downstairs. A moment later, Someone said that Sister Wang Yanyan's family was really rich. Another girl disdainfully stated that Wang Yanyan was evening a rich man. Crap. Have you heard? Lao Gu? Schoolmate bought a Porsche. Huang Zicheng was astonished. He heard a girl say it just now. Did the senior sister give up pursuing Gu Wenqing and was won over by some other guy? At the sound, there was an uproar all around the class. Sister Wang Yanran managed to find a golden son-in-law? Isn't senior sister chasing after Gu Wenqing? He's tangled up with so many girls. The schoolmarm must not like him anymore. It's a pity that such a pretty schoolmate is cheap for someone else. The freshman boys looked regretful. If they were young and not inferior and had some more money in their bags, wouldn't they have missed their departmental flower sisters? The crowd's Wang Sonyang, Chu Bo Trace, and the others were in a soothing mood when they heard it. Gu Wenqing, you have your day. Serves you right. Let's give you a taste of what it's like to have green on your head. 2. Everyone thought that Gu Wenqing had been abandoned by his schoolmate. Being able to witness the loss of the high-flying Gu Wenqing, some of the boys still had a little bit of joy in their hearts. Old Gu, don't be sad. Women can be found again when they're gone, while brothers are for life, said Zhou Tao with a look of emotion, patting Gu Wenqing's shoulder to comfort him. Brothers for life? Fuck. Gay? Gu Wenqing had a chill. Lousy is not gay. Zhou Tao, neither am I. Then you incited a few. Huang Zicheng said, I can understand that senior sister has become someone else's woman. You must be hurting a lot inside. Who told you that? Old me a watch worth $10 million. Like someone who can't afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Wenqing looked around and said loudly, a $3+ million Porsche that I bought. At the sound, the people in the playground stared in disbelief. Oh, my God, what did they hear? The schoolmate's red Porsche Cayenne was a gift from Gu Wenqing. Did sister really give it to him? And that watch she's wearing is worth $10 million? $10 million for something that small? That's crazy. Gu Wenqing didn't care about everyone's shock. $3 million or $10 million. In his eyes it was all just pocket money. Like $3 or $10 for an ordinary person. It's not worth mentioning at all. Hearing Gu Wenqing personally admit that his schoolmate's Porsche was bought by him, everyone present was dumbfounded. While they are still thinking about saving some money for their living expenses and saving up for a new cell phone or computer, Gu Wenqing did not even blink an eye directly spend more than $3 million to buy a luxury Porsche for the Department of Schoolgirls, when they hide under the covers at night, saying so expensive. Looking at the cell phone can easily be tens of thousands of tizat. Longines. These brands of watches. A $10 million world luxury watch was being worn on Gu Wenqing's hand. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness rose from the hearts of all the boys in the playground. The gap between Gu Wenqing and them was like a gulf between heaven and earth. Gu Wenqing was the sky and they were the earth. Chu Bo Trace, who drives a BMW 5 Series, and Wang Sonyang, whose family's 4 houses are worth $32 million. Then there's Li Yuan Gue, who drives a used Porsche sports car, and they're considered to have the best family situation among the freshmen. They usually walk around with their noses up in the air, high and mighty, but the condescending ones, they were disciples among disciples before Gu Wenqing's heel, and at this time, they were also extremely envious and jealous of Gu Wenqing. In contrast to the boys, the girls were all aghast. Gosh, I'm so envious of senior sister Yanran Wang. Gu Wenqing is also too good blah, favoring his senior sister so much. I'm crying. I'm so sorry. I should have gone after him first. Wake up upstairs. Don't daydream. The real-life version of a dominatrix's petite wife. What girl fantasizes? Compared to Prince Charming in the past, the new generation prefers to have a domineering CEO. And Gu Wenqing, tall, handsome, rich and spoils women. He fulfills all the fantasies girls have about their other half. Countless girls' eyes gazed at him in fascination at this moment. Qin Maonan in the crowd was different. She looked at Gu Wenqing with a face of indignation. Xiao Gu, this asshole. When I was a kid, I promised to marry myself when I grew up. Now that she was standing in front of Xiao Gu, he didn't recognize himself. I forgot about myself. And now I'm even messing with other girls. And I'm sending my sister a Porsche car. So I'm really upset. Make sure you identify yourself to him someday. She was his big sister when he was a kid. The other side of the square. Chu Botre stirred up trouble and said in a dark voice, Yunxue, you see Gu Wenqing is the scum. Not only did he not reject you, but he also sent schoolmate Porsche. Schoolgirl Chun frowned. How many times have I said? Call me Chen Yunxue. Chu Botrace ate a defeat, but was not discouraged. He had long been accustomed to it, and it did not affect his ability to continue to speak ill of Gu Wenqing. Gu Jagoff is the one who has 2 feet in 2 boats. First he picks up his schoolmate and gets tired of playing with her, and then he comes back to you afterward. Schoolgirl Chen's cool voice, enough? It doesn't matter what he did, and it has nothing to do with me. Having said that, Schoolgirl Chen walked towards Gu Wenqing. The sparkling water in her hand changed to apple flavor. Damn it! Chu Bo Trace tugged his fists tightly. Chen Yunxue mumbled that it had nothing to do with her and turned around to deliver the sparkling water again. Chu Bo Trace was about to blow a gasket. Gulp! 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 The boys watched enviously as Gu Wenqing took a sip of the sparkling water given to him by schoolgirl Chen Yunxue. Thank you. The apple-flavored one is much better than the orange-flavored one, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Hearing his slightly raw name, Chen Yunxue was dissatisfied with a slight cocking of her mouth. Still in a clear and cold voice, just call me Yunxue in the future. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Okay, Chen Yunxue. After schoolgirl Chen left, Huang Zichang walked up with an envious face. The water sent by the schoolgirl is different. One bite and you drank it all? Gu Wenqing said, to be honest, it's quite average. At the sound, the boy next to him turned green with hate. Water from the schoolgirl of their dreams. Gu Wenqing, however, said it was average. Gu Wenqing is just blowing smoke. How can the water sent by schoolgirl Chen be ordinary? F***ck. Not to mention the sparkling water. The plain water sent by schoolgirl Chen must be sweet. Her foot wash smells good. Hey, Gu scum is too much. Yeah, I can't believe you're saying that the water sent by the schoolgirl is average? The boys were talking about it down below, itching to replace Gu Wenqing so they could drink the water sent by the schoolgirl, as the freshmen enjoy a rare break in place during military training. A man with long, center-parted hair walked and looked around, eventually locking his eyes on Gu Wenqing and striding towards him. The visitor was Niu Tianqi, a junior, who was the vice president of the student union, and moreover, Wang Yanyan's loyal suitor. He was dressed in lavish Burberry clothes, showing off his extraordinary family fortune. One of the military freshmen inquired, "Who's that flirty man?" A knowledgeable person said, "You don't play the school forum? His name is Niu Tianqi. He is a famous rich second generation in school, and he is also the vice president of the student council." No wonder. The nostrils are up in the air. It can't be helped. Others have the capital to be condescending. Someone said with dissatisfaction, "Che, to be honest, his looks are not a star and a half worse than Gu Wenqing's, so what the hell?" As soon as Niu Tianqi, who was high and mighty and looked down on anyone, appeared on the stage, some of the boys got tired of calling him pretentious monster. Of course, some girls didn't think so and instead felt that Niu Tianqi had the capital to be condescending. A bunch of pickles. I think the seniors are classy. He's the vice president of the student council, so he should be pretty good in his own right. Niu Tianqi was very angry, but in front of so many freshmen he pretended to hate the gentleman. But in reality, his heart was burning with anger. He saw in the forum that someone had posted that a freshman had given sophomore Yanyan Wang a luxury Porsche Cayenne. He was dismissive at first, not believing it at all, because at the end of last year's semester, he had followed Doyen's confession routine by pulling a trailer with a clear glass, a luxury car inside the glass, and a sticker on the outermost glass that read, "Huma, please accept my love," soundly launched a confession attack on Wang Yanyan at the entrance of the school. As a result, Yanyan Wang said, "Sorry, I don't like Porsche cars." Unfortunately, the car he confessed his love for was a Porsche Cayenne. He always thought that he was too hasty, so he secretly poked around to find out what type of car Yanyan Wang likes and planned a second confession. So his first thought when he saw the forum post was, ridiculous and funny. Yanyan Wang doesn't like Porsche Cayenne at all. But with more and more posts, a rumor spreads. What Wang Yanyan sends water to her schoolmate. Wang Yanyan sits in the co-pilot of her schoolmate's Ferrari, and so on a series of rumors. Niu Tianqi directly confused. Just a summer vacation time. He went back to school. How the forums are. Gu Wenqing, this freshman dominated the list, and he's been rumored to be with Yanyan Wang. The school forum was full of gossip about Gu Wenqing and Wang Shanghua. This annoyed Niu Tianqi. Mud. This must be the water army Gu Wenqing hired. It's nothing more than the petty tactics Gu Wenqing used to pursue Wang Yanyan. He felt the need to warn the boy. Niu Tianqi came to Gu Wenqing. When close to see the face value of Gu Wenqing, heart thump, heart instantly sank to the bottom. And then he was glad that Wang Yanyan was not a yin dog. It's hard to look at this kid, but I have to admit he's really quite handsome. Marred, little white boy. Niu Tianqi cursed. He said with an unpleasant look on his face, I heard that Huma brought you water, and you gave Huma a Porsche Cayenne? He finished with disdain in his mind. These must be rumors. Gu Wenqing was joking with Zhou Tao and the others in the dormitory, and saw that Niu Tianqi simply ignored. Who cares? If he explains once when someone asks him, with so many curious people at school, I'm afraid he won't have to do anything else for a day. Seeing that Gu Wenqing didn't say anything, Niu Tianqi thought that Gu Wenqing had wimped out. He continued, why are you too weak to speak? I'll tell you the truth. Yanyan Wang doesn't even like Porsche cars. The forum is full of posts from your hired mercenaries, isn't it? In order to woo Huma's tricks, Gu Wenqing didn't open his mouth. He didn't want to argue with the sand sculpture. Instead, Some of the surrounding students heard it and looked at Nyo Tianji with mockery. Mud. So I'm a sailor. Crap. I just posted I'm a merc too. I'm your grandmother. Eyeballing this guy is a shark apocalypse. In the face of these minor characters, Nyo Tianji simply ignored them. He still said to Gu Wenqing, don't rely on your face value to think that Yanyan looks at you differently. She still likes capable people like me after all. Nyo Tianji condescendingly straightened his extravagant Burberry outfit with a disdainful look on his face. A freshman who doesn't know any better. Just came to the school to provoke the department flower Wang Yanyan. Also do not know who gave him the courage. Gu Wenqing in the shade looked at Nyo Tianji like a fool, raised his wrist and looked at his watch. This shark hangs standing under the sun for more than 10 minutes is not hot? Nyo Tianji just happened to see the watch and said in a mocking tone hee. Cowman, carrying a Vacheron Constantin Malta, I admire your ignorance. With a piece of fake watches do not know to inquire about the price of the real thing. You a student with a piece of 10 million level of watches. A clear-eyed person will know that it is a fake. Say it. He raises his hand to reveal an exquisite Rolex watch. And he flaunts. This Rolex of mine is not expensive. Just over $150,000. In the future you may be able to afford to buy it after you graduate and work hard. But by then I should be carrying $1,000,000 watches. Nyo Tianji's face showed arrogance. Whenever he used to say the price of his own watch, it would surely cause a gasp of surprise, with the envy of countless people. At this moment, he was waiting for the group of unseasoned freshmen to reveal their shock. Everyone was silent. Although they felt that 15 watches were indeed very expensive, Gu Wenqing's jewel was in front of them, and they instead felt that Nyo Tianji, who was wearing a 150,000 watch and gloating about it, had a smaller pattern. Other people Gu Wenqing with a $10 million watch is not as pretentious as Nyo Tianji. 1 second. 3 seconds. For a whole minute, no one marveled, no one envied, and no one came up to brag about Nyo Tianji, making Nyo Tianji a bit overwhelmed instead. Well, it should be that all of these Daichi's earth dogs must have been scared silly. Huang Zicheng couldn't look at it anymore. This person is pretending to be Nima. He spoke out. First of all, you have to make it clear that it's senior sister Wang Yanyan who chased Gu Wenqing, not Gu Wenqing who pestered senior sister. And you're a watch appraiser? You say a fake is a fake? Huang Zicheng is most annoyed with pretentious Mordor people. It is because of dog-eyed locals like Nyo Tianji that many people think Mordor people are xenophobic and like to pretend. Nyo Tianji's face was grim with $20,000 of spicy chicken longchin. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Nima. Huang Zicheng was about to explode with anger. Nyo Tianji looked at Gu Wenqing, who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, frowned and spoke in an arrogant tone. Can't hear me? Are you mute? Or deaf? Gu Wenqing hadn't wanted to ignore him, but the other side is just too overbearing. Gu Wenqing finally spoke up. I'm your father. You're wearing a $150,000 trash watch and deserve to talk to me? Nyo Tianji said. Oh, it's better than wearing a fake watch. You're still proud of wearing a fake watch? Gu Wenqing said blandly. What's true can't be false. What's false can't be true. Do I need to prove it to you? Nyo Tianji laughed off his teeth. The more Gu Wenqing said so, Nyo Tianji more he thought he was wearing a fake watch. He felt with the brain to think about it. How can a college student wear a watch of 10 million? It's outrageous to think about. Special forums and what? 10 million Ferrari luxury car. 168 million license plate. Nyo Tianji simply did not see with their own eyes. A little bit do not believe that there are really people will be so cattlebatch these light think. All think it is false. Right. This was Gu Wenqing's fucking tactic. Using forum opinion to package himself as a super rich second generation to trick Wang Yanyan's heart. Because you can't prove it at all. You're just a poor loser who packages himself as a rich second generation at school and cheats on college girls' feelings. Nyo Tianji said with certainty. Gu Wenqing suddenly frowned. Nyo Tianji just happened to see it, and he let out a loud laugh. Haha, being exposed by me. Are you annoyed? Gu Wenqing ignored the silly eagle as he gazed at the visitor not far away. An acquaintance. Lu Yangwei heard his friend say that Chen Yunxue, a freshman at Mordor University, had a high face value. Today he deliberately drove more than 30 kilometers to Mordor University. Lu Yangwei slowly and leisurely walked towards the playground. He simply came over to check out the quality of the freshman girls, especially listening to his friend said that there is so-called Chen Yunxue got beautiful as if the fairy general. He is going to take a good look at Chen Yunxue's face value is how heavenly. The depression of the previous few days had been swept away, because that night he tasted the flavor of the small anchor. It was also a blessing in disguise. 3 million yuan did not spend, equivalent to white whoring comfortable. Now that there was 3 million lying in his card, he felt that it was only a matter of time before he could take down Chen Yunxue if he used the sugar coating. When Nyo Tianji turned around, he also found Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei's family is not simple. His family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Niu Tianxi's dad opened the construction company. Which business volume? Most of them come from Huafeng real estate. It's no exaggeration to say that Niu's family relies on Huafeng real estate for their survival. Brother Yang, just now also cowhide rushed to the sky. Niu Tianxi became a face of pandering, jogging forward to Lu Tianxi handing cigarettes. Light the fire. His movements were smooth and fluid, and he didn't kiss Lu Yangwei's ass. Lu Yangwei smoked a cigarette with a face of enjoyment. The vice president of the student union of Mordor University lit a cigarette for himself. Is he a big poker player? The new students also looked at the thin Lu Yangwei in front of them with a surprised face. Everyone was more or less surprised in their hearts. Niu Tianxi, who wore a 150,000 Rolex on his hand, was the vice president of the student council, and had hundreds of millions of assets at home. Would actually grovel so much? One boy asked. Is this boy a big deal? To be able to make Niu Tianxi so humble, he shouldn't be simple. Indeed, people like Niu Tianxi like to step low and hold high at a glance. The identity of the person who can make him kneel down is definitely not ordinary. Some girls, on the other hand, were disappointed in a straight-up plunge. The arrogant vice president of the student union was like a dog's errand boy who lit a cigarette for a two-bit gangster and followed him with a smile on his face. The image that Niu Tianxi had just set up and their hearts collapsed. Lu Yangwei felt everyone's shock and his heart was so cool. It's really not good. This Niu Tianxi still has some eyes. And then, he said with a big grin, Xiao Niu Ah, which one is that freshman girl named Chen Yunxue in your school? I'm sorry Xiao Lu, I've only returned to school today as well, and I'm not familiar with the freshman class. Lu Yangwei raised his eyebrows. Then you are also specialized in coming to see the sister today? Mr. Lu misunderstood. I just happened to pass by today and saw a schoolmate with a fake 10 million Vacheron Constantin Malta. I just happened to have the time to educate him, so that he knows that you can't be a human being and compare yourself indiscriminately, and that you should keep your feet on the ground in the future. Niu Tianxi said with a smile. Niu Tianxi hid the fact that he had come to trouble Gu Wenqing because of Wang Yanyan. Lu Yangwei is an old colorful guy. If he knew the existence of a goddess like Wang Yanyan, he would definitely lay his hands on Wang Yanyan. At the sound of the voice, Lu Yangwei also frowned. His family assets of more than 4 billion, but also only with 400,000 yuan of watches. A 400,000 dollar watch, or he cried to his grandpa and begged his dad to buy it for him. If everyone wears fake watches, what's the point of the 400,000 dollars he spent on it? How can he pretend in front of people? Lu Yangwei, who had a cool love of face all his life, frowned and said, which pussy brat is it? I'll educate him as well. Niu Tianxi pointed at Gu Wenqing and said loudly, Lu Xiao, it's this pussy brat who is pretending to be a pussy with a $10 million fake watch. Lu Yangwei held his head high and fixed his eyes. Crap, Gu Wenqing is from Mordor University. He was so scared that his soul flew away. Brother Gu Gu. Lu Yangwei stuttered a bit in his speech in shock. Just now a group of green pressurized camouflage uniforms. Military training, everyone wears the same. He did not notice Gu Wenqing. And then, anger rose in his heart. Lu Yangwei sad face? Oh, he had been punked himself by this pussy Niu Tianxi. Just now, he insulted Gu Wenqing as a pussy. No, he had to remedy that. Lu Yangwei swung his arm round and fiercely huffed Niu Tianxi's slap. Niu Tianxi was directly struck dumb. Not waiting for Niu Tianxi to speak, Lu Yangwei pointed to his brain, staggeringly said, You're the fucking pussy. Your whole family is pussy. With that said snap, 2 more slaps left and right. Do you know who he is? Brother Gu is an existence that you and I look up to. How dare you make up stories about Brother Gu wearing a fake watch? Lu Yangwei continued to say loudly, Brother Gu's family is very big. Worse than these 3 melons and 2 jujubes? Not to mention a $10 million watch. Even if Gu wears a $30 million watch, a $100 million watch, I think it's normal. Wow. This statement was made. It left most of the students shocked to death. Is Gu Wenqing's family so powerful? Lu Yangwei, who even pleases the vice president of the student union, even called Gu Wenqing Brother Gu. Wouldn't that mean that Gu Wenqing's background was even more impressive? Gu Wenqing said lightly, I heard that you want to educate me? Lu Yangwei was scared shitless, ran to Gu Wenqing in a puff of smoke, pulled out a cigarette, and then lighted it, and also smiled and said, If I had known it was you, Brother Gu, I wouldn't have dared to lend me 100 guts. After saying that, he waved his hand, Calf your mom's handle, you're afraid that you're tired of living. My brother Gu is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. He owns 10% of Huafeng Group's shares, worth a total of $8 billion. What kind of watch can't you afford? How dare you rumor that Gu is wearing a fake watch? Hearing Lu Yangwei's words, Niu Tianxi was shocked. The freshman that he had messed with was a shareholder of the Huafeng Group, also owns 10 shares. At this moment, he wanted to die. Lu Yangwei's family has 5 shares of Huafeng, and he needs to bow and curry favor. And today, he offended another shareholder of Huafeng Group. What's even more scary is that Gu Wenqing owns 10 shares of Huafeng. Looking at the cold-faced Gu Wenqing, thinking of the words he had just said, Niu Tianxi was already sweating coldly. Just now, he was sarcastic about Gu Wenqing carrying a $10 million family watch. He even tried to go after Mr. Gu's woman, Wang Yanyan. How could he possibly imagine that a freshman is a shareholder of Huafeng and is worth $8 billion? Now you've offended Mr. Gu to death. It's finished, completely finished. It must be remedied. Otherwise, Gu only needs to say one word, and his family's construction company will immediately go bankrupt. Gu Shao, it's all my fault. It's my fault for not recognizing the authenticity of the watch. With that, Niu Tianxi slapped himself twice, and then, he snapped and continued with 2 slaps. I'm even more shouldn't go to mess with the woman that brother Gu has his eyes on. It's true that I've lost my eyes and made a mistake. I deserve to be beaten. Gu Shao begs you to raise your hand and spare me. Niu Tianxi cried a lot. He was afraid. He was afraid that he had provoked such a big man as Gu Wenqing. All it took was a quick hello and his family's construction company ceased to exist. Niu Tianxi doesn't want to live in poverty. When you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. It's not as bad as your family, so don't worry, I won't fix your family's company, Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice. At the sound of the voice, Niu Tianxi let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Gu Shao, for raising your hand. After that, he removed his $150,000 watch, and with 1,000,000 hearts, he smashed it hard on the ground and broke it, and then, left and right, slap yourself so hard that you're ready to slap yourself a whole 100 times. When he slapped the 10th one on the ground, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, that's enough, get lost, just punish moderately. Niu Tianxi fled as if he had been pardoned. Oh, my god. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. They never expected that facing Gu Wenqing, the vice president of the student council whose family had assets of over $100 million, would be as wretched as a dog. What did they just hear? Gu Wenqing is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. It's fucking too much of a hang-up. Some unknown students, pulling out their cell phones and searching, had their jaws dropped directly. Holy shit, the Huafeng Group is worth a total of $80 billion. Crap. Doesn't that mean Gu Wenqing's 10% stake is $8 billion? Gu Shao, please accept my knee. Mad. Huafeng Group University Town Villa sells 300,000 square feet. Who would have thought that as Gu Shao's industry got hoa, low-key, so damn low-key, if it wasn't from someone else's mouth, we wouldn't even know that Gu Wenqing is so awesome. The group of boys had mixed feelings in their hearts. While they were still struggling for their future, Gu Wenqing had already stood at the top of the social level. Think about the shareholder of Huafeng Group, the whole $8 billion worth of Gu Wenqing. I'm so envious of everyone. The girls looked at Gu Wenqing, already flushed with excitement. This was the real noble gentleman. Niu Tianxi was not even worthy to mention his shoes to Gu Wenqing. They looked at Gu Wenqing with eyes that could not wait to eat Gu Wenqing. If they could embrace Gu Wenqing as a big tree, wouldn't they not need to struggle in their lives and become rich wives of the rich families? The girl who thought she had some good looks threw winks at Gu Wenqing frequently, hoping to catch his attention. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing was familiar with them. Gu Wenqing saw the second-rate Lu Yangwei. He gracefully took a drag on his cigarette and said, Yangwei, what are you still stupidly standing here for? Get lost. Okay, brother. Lu Yangwei smiled and finished, also slipped away. He is really afraid of Gu Wenqing and called a complaint. Home is inevitably a meal of belt-fried meat. More cannot afford to smash their own 400,000 watches. The arrogant and domineering Lu Yangwei, such a bullish existence, was like a little brother in front of Gu Wenqing, fearing and respecting him, and everyone had a clearer understanding of Gu Wenqing's strength. After the military training, back to the dormitory. The 3 roommates in the dormitory were also shocked at this time. Who would have thought that their roommate, who had been laughing and joking with them, was a shareholder of the Huafeng Group and was worth billions of dollars? How does this not shock them? Old Gu, why didn't you identify yourself earlier? Huang Zicheng was the first to ask. Gu Wenqing said, you didn't ask. F***CK. My family just bought a townhouse in Huafeng real estate a few days ago, and Huafeng doesn't give any discounts based on the fact that the house is selling well. Gu Wenqing inquired. Who bought it and what's its name? My dad bought it. The Emperor in Yellow. My day. That's a pretty awesome name for your dad, Gu Wenqing teased, picking up his cell phone and making a call to the Huafeng real estate sales headquarters. Hello, this is Gu Wenqing. Is there a person named Huang Zhonghuang who is the owner of a townhouse recently purchased in Huafeng? When the sales department heard that it was Mr. Gu who called, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and quickly checked the information. Mr. Gu, this customer is purchasing a townhouse in the University City development. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation. He's my friend's elder. Directly give them the biggest discount for purchasing a home. The sales department lady heard. The buyer and Gu's acquaintance. And Gu's total opening. She dared to slow down. Directly to the Huang Zhonghuang internal price of 70% off the purchase of the house. After the call hangs up, the sales department hoofed it to the instructions of Mr. Gu, to be the fastest to Huang Zhonghuang's purchase of housing concessions to implement. Magic City. Yuan Wei Xin Chinese Restaurant. Huaxi Street. University Town. Huang Zhonghuang suddenly received a phone call from Huafeng Real Estate. The opposite tone is very polite. Said he previously bought a house in Huafeng. Can be based on the original price of 70% off. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Huang Zhonghuang directly hung up the phone. Nuts! Huang Zhonghuang cursed. His wife inquired, "What's wrong with old Huang?" Huang Zhonghuang said, "That guy called pretending to be Huafeng Real Estate and said that we could get a discount on that townhouse we bought. You say scammers nowadays are hilarious." Her wife also thinks it's ridiculous. Nowadays the crooks can really do anything. And they don't bother to inquire about the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate. It is no exaggeration to say that the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate in the Magic City can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Huafeng's house is never short of people to buy. Simply in short supply. How can it be sold at a discount for no reason? Besides, they have bought the house with full payment. The contract has been signed. And the money has gone to Huafeng Real Estate's account. So Huafeng can't possibly spit out the money that they have eaten. Not long after the phone called again. Huang Zhonghuang impatiently connected. The opposite side rang a clear voice. "Hello Mr. Huang. I'm really from Huafeng Real Estate." Snap. Huang Zhonghuang directly hung up the phone, thinking that this liar is really persistent. Half a rate later, the salesman who showed Huang Zhonghuang the house called. "Crap. What's wrong with you? Huafeng Real Estate gave you a discount and you still don't want it? Do you think you have too much money? And you know friends who know Mr. Gu didn't say so earlier. What really gives me a discount?" Huang Zhonghuang stared in disbelief. "Sales, yes. It's still fucking 30% off. I'm envious." The two blew off some steam and hung up. He and his wife were thrilled. A 30% discount on a house. Huang Zhonghuang deposit out of a few million, plus the family's old house relocation compensation of 10 million. A total of 18 million to buy a house. The townhouse he purchased was over $100,000 a square foot with 180 square feet of built-up area, totaling over $18 million. The total for the 70% discount is $12,600,000. The whole thing saved him $5.4 million. How could he not rejoice? It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He thought for a while and called a few of his friends who he thought were good friends, asking if any of them knew Mr. Gu of Huafeng Real Estate. Inside the boys' dormitory, Huang Zicheng also didn't take Gu Wenqing's call to heart, thinking that everyone was just playing around just now. "Okay Lao Gu, you're awesome. Just now in the playground is simply forced gas pole full. Not to mention those little girls. I am a big man, think you handsome batch explosion. The shareholders of Huafeng Real Estate. Just thinking about it makes me feel very advanced." Zhou Tao danced with his hands, his tone unusually envious. Zhang Xiaohong is equally envious and jealous. Smiley face. "Old Gu, you're too low-key to be worth $8 billion. It really makes me envious to death." Seeing them in this state, Gu Wenqing smiled faintly and said in a low tone, "It's all family properties. Not worth mentioning. There's no need to envy me, because you can't envy me either." Dormitory 3, holy shit. It's solid. It's just too much. In the middle of the four of them talking and laughing, Huang Zicheng's Apple 13 rang with a ringtone. Huang Zicheng pulled out the phone and saw that his dad was calling. Huang Zicheng directly picked up the phone. "Hey, what's up dad? Son of a bitch, do you recognize Mr. Gu?" Huang Zhonghuang's voice came from the phone. He asked all of his acquaintances, and no one knew Huafeng's Mr. Gu, just missing Huang Zicheng's phone call. Although he felt that Huang Zicheng was a student and the chances of him knowing Mr. Gu were very low, he still asked, "Mr. Gu?" Huang Zicheng looked confused. "Which Mr. Gu?" "Mr. Gu of the Huafeng Group. Someone from Huafeng Group called just now. Straight up, we got a 70% discount on the house we bought earlier, and the whole $5 million or so was returned to Dad's bank card." "Crap, that Mr. Gu you're talking about is my roommate." Huang Zicheng stared with wide eyes, shocked in his heart. Huang Zhonghuang instructed his son, "Turn around. Dad will give you $1 million to the card. You have to thank Mr. Gu. Remember to make good relations with Mr. Gu." After hanging up the phone, Huang Zicheng still couldn't believe it, as if he was dreaming. The whole $5 million is equivalent to his dad's income from business for a year. And with one word, Lao Gu saved his family $5 million. That's too scary. Moreover, Lao Gu just called but more than 10 minutes. So fast to give a discount refund. Lao Gu, this is simply rowdy. The dormitory was not large. and the call was heard throughout the dormitory. Zhou Tao enviously said aloud, Lao Gu, nothing to say. You are really brotherly and righteous. One phone call, directly to Huang Zicheng this pussy to save $5 million of the purchase price. Only you have this ability. In the future, when I have the strength, I will definitely buy a house in Huafeng, and I have to give me a 30% discount too ha. Zhang Xiaohong also looked at Gu Wenqing with a look of adoration. Old Gu doesn't say anything. Is it too late for me to recognize my father? Gu Wenqing skimmed his mouth. Roll. Huang Zicheng came up and said that his dad's $1 million had arrived and asked Gu Wenqing for his bank card number. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and refused. You keep it. I'm not that bad. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng thought to himself, old Gu is so rich, not to mention 1 million, even 10 million in front of him is considered pocket money. Afterwards, his eyes were shining, and he said to Gu Wenqing, nothing more. When the military training is over, I'll treat you to the biggest nightclub in Magic City. You just spend money. I'll buy the bill. Hearing this, the dormitory of Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao Face smiled open flowers to Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Gu Wenqing took a shower and changed into clean clothes. White t-shirt, black shorts, white shoes, very simple to wear. In Gu Wenqing's body shows both high level, but also handsome. Lao Gu, I bought a pair of Nike too. Zhou Tao was holding a pair of gray and white patchwork Nike plate shoes. The last time he got together with Li Wenfang, he saw that the Nike that Mo Lu wore was very nice, so he spent a few $dozen on the internet to buy a pair. Huang Zicheng went up to take a look. This Nike hooks are crooked. You even Putian goods are not as good as dozens of buy. Zhou Tao, however, didn't care. He thought it looked great and said, 68 in shipping. Gu Wenqing smiled as he stepped forward and patted Zhou Tao's shoulder. It doesn't matter if it's genuine or not, as long as it's comfortable to wear. Zhou Tao hemmed and hawed. He thought so too. It was only then that Zhou Tao realized that Gu Wenqing was all dressed up. Crap. You're not going on another date, are you? Good to know. If you check the dormitory, just say I'm in the restroom, Gu Wenqing said as he left the dormitory. The remaining three were wide-eyed. They were envious of Gu Wenqing. They didn't need to guess. They just knew that Gu Wenqing had gone to taste the girls again. Mud. The contrast is really going to piss me off. The three of them haven't even held a woman's hand and Gu Wenqing already has the youth of one girl, oh no, maybe many. Gu Wenqing had not yet gotten into the Ferrari when the cell phone V-mail suddenly vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, he found that it was a message from Wang Min. Gu Wenqing tapped on the unread message. Wang Min, honey, I miss you. Crying. Wang Min, are you coming over today? I'll be waiting for you at the hotel, with picture a seductive selfie. Wang Min, hubby, what's your genus? Kissing, a slight smile. Then Gu Wenqing typed back. Wash aroma and wait for me. And I was born in 2004 as a monkey. Why do you ask? Wang Min, no, you belong to me. Shy. Gu Wenqing looked at the earthy love story and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Gu Wenqing, you don't look like a monkey either. Wang Min, I don't care. You just belong to me. Angry. At that moment, the schoolmate also sent a message. Wang Yanyan, did Niu Tianji give you trouble today? Skimming her lips, Gu Wenqing, yeah, and mocked me. How are you going to compensate for your schoolmate's broken heart? Wang Yanyan, schoolmate, does it look good? Picture, shy, schoolmate's art photo. Gu Wenqing, any benefits? Bad smile. Wang Yanyan, bah, little pervert. Pictures, hey silk. Seeing his favorite tone, and thinking about Wang Yanyan's perfect figure, the fire in Gu Wenqing's heart rose. Goblin. All fire making and no fire suppression. Gu Wenqing walked up to the Ferrari, palmed the steering wheel with one hand, and the Ferrari roared thunderously, rushing into the darkness of the Magic City. On the way, Gu Wenqing remembered that he still had a Magic City game studio. The industry is getting more and more, and if you don't pay attention, you'll forget about it. When I'm free in a couple days, I'll go to the game studio to inspect the work. Magic City University, the dormitory where Wang Yanyan was, one of the girls, named Li Jinxiu, looked at the school forum with her cell phone. Exposed. Freshman Gu Wenqing is actually a shareholder of Huafeng. At the top of the post is a fire pattern, proof that this post is hot right now. The messages at the bottom are also very strange. Li Jinxiu automatically filtered out those spammers and envious messages. She learned that Gu Wenqing had given Wang Yanyan a Porsche, and that the watch Gu Wenqing wore was worth $10 million. At this moment, she was jealous of Wang Yanyan. Li Jinxiu opened her mouth and inquired, Yanyan, is the family of that schoolmate you're chasing really the shareholders of the Huafeng group, and your Porsche was really bought by him? Yeah, last time he said that. The car was bought by him for over $3 million. Wang Yanyan was also reading the forum and returned without lifting her head. Oh, that villa of theirs is quite expensive. Li Jinxiu froze for a moment and said, expensive? It's not expensive at all for Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanyan replied casually. Li Jinxiu bristled and didn't say another word. Climbing was very serious before the girls. Li Jinxiu's boyfriend had previously bought a townhouse in Huafeng real estate, and Li Jinxiu had been showing her superiority in the dormitory for a month or two. One will say that the villa is to be decorated in a new Chinese style. A moment later, he said the villa is so big, 2 people live too empty, how to do. It also says that there are 3 parking spaces at the villa, so shouldn't she ask her boyfriend to buy her a car? Li Jinxiu looked at the car on the phone for almost half a semester, and as a result, he did not buy. The boyfriend said that he wanted to renovate the house and did not have any extra money. She looked at Wang Yanyan, thinking that Wang Yanyan already drove a Porsche Cayenne. Her heart was envious to death, and her schoolmate is so handsome. The family is also a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. The property is incalculable. Duo Kai Duo billion schoolmates. How to cheapen Wang Yanyan? Half a rate. Li Jinxiu said, Yanyan, last time Niu Tianqi gave you a Porsche, didn't you say you didn't like the Porsche Cayenne? I just don't like the guy who gave me the Porsche. Gu Wenqing drove to the Radisson Hotel, found the garage blocked, went up to the front entrance of the hotel and turned around. The surface parking spaces were filled with luxury cars. Simply, go around to the underground parking garage again, thinking that there should be no more traffic. It turned out to be still blocked, with the entire entrance to the underground garage blocked by about 10 cars. Gu Wenqing wanted to change the entrance again, only to have several more cars come behind his ass, instantly blocking the Ferrari. Gu Wenqing got out of the car and went to the entrance to check the cause of the traffic jam. 3 minutes ago, Yang Mo drove her own BMW 1 Series and came to Radisson Hotel. Today her classmate got married and held a banquet in Radisson Hotel. The entrance to the parking lot was generally downhill, so she parked on the high side and waited for the previous car to pull into the basement. The Mercedes-Benz S400 in front, perhaps in the wrong gear, hit Yang Mo's BMW directly with a foot of gas. Zhou Shenghang, who drove a Mercedes, got out of the car and falsely accused Yang Mo of tailgating, and she took full responsibility. In the face of false accusations, Yang Mo, aggrieved, almost cried. There are no witnesses. Her car is not installed driving recorders, which makes her helpless. She was panicking. She rushed to the phone and called out to her classmates to come over and help her with it. As a result, the students came down and saw Zhou Shenghang, who was wearing a large gold necklace and driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. They all became silent. Among those male students who chased Yang Mo, one of the boys said weakly to adjust the surveillance video. At the sound, Zhou Shenghang was furious. A slap directly called the male students cannot find the north. Zhou Shenghang revealed his muscles. At this moment everyone dared not speak even more. I won't make it difficult for you. Just take the insurance, Zhou Shenghang said with sharp eyes. Yang Mo directly refused. It's not like I hit you. Why should I compensate? There's no way I'm going to report insurance to compensate a shameful scum like you. Zhou Shenghang laughed loudly, disdainfully said, joke. You tailgate, full responsibility. Compensation for me natural and rightful. Next to them, drivers who got out of their cars to check out the cause of the traffic jam chimed in, saying, you're in full charge, pretty girl, so you should pay. Yes, it should be compensated. Do not block the garage. Delayed a guy's time. Why are you such a scoundrel when you look so pretty? I don't know how I got my license. I don't even understand full responsibility for rear-end collisions. This woman's a couple of really annoying. Everyone had a word for you and a word for me, and the words were all accusations against Yang Mo. Yang Mo's eyes reddened as she listened, tears of aggression welling up in her eyes. The false accusations of the Mercedes owner, the silence of his classmates, the random curses of strangers who don't know what happened, makes Janmore a little desperate. I thought to myself, I'll take my chances. At this time, Zhou Shenghang opened his mouth and said, it's not impossible not to lose money. Beauty, you can actually use other methods. Zhou Shenghang looked at Yang Mo with colorful eyes. This woman is really superb. At the sound of the voice, Yang Mo's entire body became even more aggrieved and helpless, tears streaming down her face. Gu Wenqing strides forward just in time to hear Zhou Shenghang's colorful words and see Yang Mo's aggrieved tears. Gu Wenqing asked softly, Sister Foam, what's wrong? He asked as he took out a paper and wiped away Yang Mo's tears in passing. Wow, brother Gu, I was framed by her. Upon seeing her acquaintance Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo cried even more fiercely with a wow sound. While crying, he grunted and told Gu Wenqing what had happened. Both sides say they have a point. Although Gu Wenqing did not know what happened, the man said that Yang Mo chased the tail while not allowing the point to adjust the surveillance. Anyone with eyes can tell there's something fishy going on, and Yang Mo was absolutely innocent. Unfortunately, in the face of Zhou Shenghang, who drove a luxury Mercedes-Benz S-Class 400, everyone chose not to provoke. Gu Wenqing frowned and said sternly, find the property to adjust the surveillance. I'll tune your mom. Try tuning one? Zhou Xianghong looked at Gu Wenqing in front of him and shouted angrily. He thought he could shock the young Gu Wenqing like he had shocked the others. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Wenqing didn't give a damn about him and directly dialed the wall property number and informed the situation. You want to fucking die? Zhou Xianghong stepped forward and was about to use violence, wanting to give the rash a few big slaps. Gu Wenqing, who possessed the invincible skill, had a cold smile on his face. He towered over him with a handsome spinning flying kick. Put. Only the crisp sound of flesh being struck could be heard as Zhou Xianghong was directly kicked by Gu Wenqing and rolled to the bottom of the garage. Gu Wenqing's sturdy kick directly caused Zhou Xianghong to cry out in pain. You fucking pussy. Little pussy. You dare to hit me. I'll make you lose all your money. Zhou Xianghong endured the pain and screamed. Gu Wenqing grimaced, 3 times. You greeted my family 3 times. Snap. 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 Gu Wenqing showed no mercy, and the crisp 3 big slaps hit Zhou Xianghong's face hard. Zhou Xianghong's face was instantly, fleshly swollen particularly large. This time Zhou Xianghong is really afraid. Too damn painful to be arrogant. At that point, the hotel property arrived in time. The security chief took a look at the familiar Mercedes-Benz license plate, and the face has been swollen Zhou Xianghong. He went forward and asked tentatively, Mr. Chu Chu? It's the old man. Don't you recognize the old man? The head of security didn't say a word. I'd be surprised if I recognized you after being beaten up like that. At this time, Gu Wenqing said succinctly, call the surveillance and check the accident. Zhou Xianghong saw 5 or 6 security guards coming and had a bottom line. He made a glance to the security guards. The head of security, being a man of the people, immediately understood. The head of security coughed lightly and said, I'm sorry, the camera in our garage is broken. Zhou Xianghong glanced scornfully at Gu Wenqing, his eyes thick with all mockery. Brother Gu, count me unlucky. I'll report it to the insurance. At that moment, Yang Mo spoke up. She's not stupid. It's obvious that the hotel security is wearing the same pants as Zhou Xianghong. Since there were no witnesses, no car recorder, and the hotel wouldn't provide security footage, even if the other party is maliciously framed, she has no choice but to choose to obediently compensate and then endure. It's too late. It's not just about the car anymore. It's about the violent beating I got from this pussy. I'm going to the hospital to get my injuries checked out. Kid, this is a society of law and order. You're just waiting to dump your family to compensate me for all kinds of damages. Zhou Xianghong gritted his teeth and said, treatment costs, medicine costs, lost wages, moral damages, etc. must make the other party compensation for a family empty. You know it's a society of law and order after taking a beating? Who was the one who arrogantly went around beating people just now? Gu Wenqing's tone was flat, casually patting the dust on his clothes as he continued. As for compensation, I will never shirk what is due. And then, Gu Wenqing's words turned and his tone turned icy cold. Want me to lose my family's money? Your dog's life isn't worth that much money. The security chief saw that the two parties were at odds with each other, and the cars blocking the door of the hotel garage had formed a long line. In order not to arouse the anger of the leaders above, he stepped in and said, oops, little brother, no matter what happened, you first hand is not right. We first vehicle accidents dealt with, and then sit down to talk properly. What to do on how to do. You see how? The security chief's tone is kind, but his words defend Zhou Xianghong, who drives a Mercedes-Benz, at every turn, who called Zhou always Radisson Hotel Platinum members, often come to Radisson Hotel high consumption, in order to maintain the old customers in the sense of reason. He will be biased in favor of Mr. Zhou. Radisson Hotel's membership card uniforms are, ordinary membership card, silver card, gold card, platinum card, diamond card. To upgrade to platinum membership, you must recharge 1 million renminbi. Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice, am I not handling this? If you have time to beat around the bush with me here, why don't you hurry up and pull out the surveillance video? The head of the security guards bit the bullet. The surveillance equipment is broken. At the sound of the voice, Gu Wenqing walked to the surveillance, pointed at the several cameras that glowed brightly, and said mockingly, do you think I'm blind like you? Or do you think I'm stupid? The light from this fucking camera is brighter than the oil on your face, and you're giving me the bad word? Don't play tricks on me. Go get me the video. Smell. The security chief remained unmoved by the dismantling of the lie, and he said with a straight face, I'm sorry, but according to the company rules, you don't have the qualification and right to tune the video. And please, you and the lady in the BMW, deal with the accident and drive away from the garage entrance as soon as possible so as not to create more congestion. When the security chief said this, many car owners who were waiting anxiously also spoke out. That's right, move the car first, and you'll work it out amongst yourselves in private. Yeah, I'm still waiting to go to the hotel for dinner. Mud, it's clogging up my piss. This couple looks like human beings. Why are they so unreasonable? Move the car. Get the garage entrance out of the way. Everyone said out loud. You and I. At this moment, Zhou Xianghan's swollen face also revealed a smug smile. Huh? I'm a platinum member of Radisson Hotel. How can you compare with me? The words were filled with disdain for Gu Wenqing. He's a platinum member. That's why the Radisson side is helping him. He's a platinum member. That's why the security guards don't pull the security footage. Money is the most important thing in our society. And having money gives us privileges. Zhou Xianghan was dejected, thinking that he must make Gu Wenqing, who had beaten himself, pay a heavy price. The two sides have been deadlocked for so long. Janma had been disappointed, and she conceded the point. She stabilized her lost emotions and said softly, Brother Gu, let's move the car first. Let's pay for it. It's fine. Everything is with me. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Gu Wenqing raised his eyebrows and asked, having a platinum card in your hotel gives you privileges, right? The security chief subconsciously nodded. How much does a platinum membership cost to get? The guards looked at him with contempt. Top up $1 million. None of them believed that a youngster like Gu Wenqing could come up with $1 million in cash to recharge his card. Gu Wenqing continued to ask, what about above platinum? At the sound, both the security guards and Zhou Xianghan laughed out loud. Ha ha, little pussy, just you also want to apply for a platinum membership? A poor student, I'm afraid you don't even have the money to top up 50,000 yuan for a regular membership. Diamond membership is a $10 million recharge. Can you afford it? Zhou Xianghan's face was full of mockery, and his heart was filled with contempt for Gu Wenqing, a face wearing a crappy mask and so young, a poor student at first glance, and learning to pretend to carry a fake watch. The other woman drove a hot-ass BMW 1 Series and looked like she was broke too. If I don't bully you, who will I bully? I am going to bully you to the end today. Sniffing, Gu Wenqing simply ignored it. This kind of social trash. He pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Governor Long? This is Gu Wenqing. I'm here at the Radisson Hotel garage now. Find a branch near you and bring me 100 million in cash. Be quick. I need it urgently. Facing Long Zippen, the chief banker of the Magic City Bank, Gu Wenqing spoke in a nonchalant tone. The opposite side of the chief banker of Mordor was also a character with a heavenly wrist, but not only did he not get annoyed in the face of Gu Wenqing's tone of voice, instead, they put themselves in a very low posture not only to say yes, but also to say that the money will soon be sent over. The reason that could make the chief governor of Magic City so pleasing to the eye was because of the more than $10 billion in cash that Gu Wenqing existed in the Magic City Bank. What's the concept of over $10 billion in cash? Those tycoons on the Chinese rich list who are worth tens of billions of dollars are not necessarily able to easily come up with $10 billion in cash. A lot of those rich people's assets are stocks, company valuations, houses and real estate, etc., with little cash flow instead. In comparison, how scary is Gu Wenqing, who can bank 10 billion in cash? In the face of Gu Billion, how dare the head president of Magic City Bank have the slightest bit of slackness? In case Gu Wenqing gets upset and changes banks to deposit money, not only will the Magic City Bank lose its own high-quality and wealthy depositors, even Governor Long's hat will be hard to protect. Gu Wenqing's voice on the phone was not loud, and the people around him could just about hear it. Everyone felt like they were being thundered out of their minds. What did they just hear? Take 100 million in cash? This is too ridiculous. This young man is afraid that his head is in the water. There should be a limit to telling lies. He opened his mouth to take $100 million in cash. It's not possible that the currency Gu Wenqing used wasn't Chinese currency. It used Zimbabwean dollars. 100 billion Zimbabwean dollars is only enough to buy 6 peanuts. Everyone can't help but smile at the thought. Zhou Xianghan felt his stomach hurt from laughing, and his swollen face was torn by the grinning pain, and he laughed with a crooked mouth and a monkey's cheek, which was obscene to the extreme. Crap, taking $100 million? It's so fake. Ha ha, it could be taking 100 million Zimbabwean dollars. This young man may have misunderstood the unit of billion. Pretending should also be realistic. The first time I saw pretending to pretend to be so raw. Take 10, 000 or 100, 000 and I'll believe it. I'm sorry, take 100 million and I'll really both queue. This young man is wasted. He doesn't daydream much at first glance. $100 million? That's a bit of bragging. Hearing Gu Wenqing fetch $100 million, everyone present had their jaws dropped in shock. Nima, taking $100 million? It's really thanks to this teenager to think of this. This is too fake. Some of them blushed for Gu Wenqing. In front of so many people, how could he have the nerve to say such hard and thoughtless words? Standing next to Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo's classmates also subconsciously backed away, awkwardly not wanting to stand with him. Everyone thought to themselves, even if he was trying to be a hero in front of Yang Mo, he shouldn't have blown such a big cowhide. Too much is too little. It's a travesty. opened the door for the outrageous. There were a few female classmates, although they admitted that Gu Wenqing's unbelievably handsome made their hearts flutter. But this kind of full-of-mouth behavior of his was really low. One of the chubby girls said to Yang Mo, "Mamoru, don't be fooled by him. Once you hear this person talk, he's not trustworthy." A few others nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, don't just look at face value when looking for a date. And don't choose one who brags and talks big. AI. It's a pity he has a good skin. Bring me 100 million in cash over." I can't help but laugh when I think about it. Hearing the students around her sneering at Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo could not bear it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Enough said." For the first time, the students were shocked to see the usually gentle and virtuous Yang Mo, who was furious, and they shut their mouths. Yang Mo walked forward and stood with Gu Wenqing, saying softly, "I'm sorry." Gu Wenqing smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Yang Mo was a little disappointed in her classmates. When she had an accident, one of them was scared to death of offending the man who drove a Mercedes-Benz. No one came forward to help themselves. It's their right not to help. And Yang Mo was aggravated at best, but not angry. What made her so angry was that even if she didn't help, why did she have to badmouth Gu Wenqing who had helped her? Although mentioning 100 million is a bit of an exaggeration. You can ridicule, but you cannot speak out to mock. After all, just now they are the same camp. Besides, Yang Mo knows the strength of Gu Wenqing, driving 10 million supercars. The light license plate is to spend 168 million to buy. 100 million in cash he is absolutely have the strength to take out. There were also a few in the crowd who noticed Gu Wenqing coming down from Ferrari Rafa, and they too were not questioning Gu Wenqing's strength to fetch $100 million. However, apart from those few people, everyone present, all of them were looking at Gu Wenqing as a joke, thinking that he was bragging. At this time, Zhou Xianghong also said in a mocking tone, "And mentioning $100 million? You're not afraid of flashing your tongue. If you can really come up with $100 million, I, Zhou Xianghong, will directly kneel down and call you father." Zhou Xiong stood in front of a few security guards, his face covered in contempt. "Gu Wenqing, what did you call me when I took out $100 million? Call your father." "Hey, son, fuck, I'll let you take some verbal advantage first. You'll regret it later. You just fool around for now. Wait for me to go to the examination of injuries have you cry." Zhou Xianghong gas crazy, just about to scold the nationalists, remembered Gu Wenqing before a few big slap hit the face is still painful to death. He couldn't help but shiver, and the nationalist that was on his lips was swallowed right back into his stomach. Magic City Bank. Long Zippin was glad that the Magic City Bank was in a big first-tier city like Mordor. If it was in a small city a branch's cash was very little, a few million at most. But in a first-class city like Mordor, the Mordor branch usually has tens of millions to over $100 million in cash sitting in the vault. This also happens to be the point in time when the money trucks are transporting the bills to the vault. At the order of Long Zippin of the Magic City head office, countless nearby money trucks reported the funds in their vehicles directly to the bank, adding up the cash in many of the money carriers. They just managed to come up with $100 million in cash, and then dashed to the Radisson Hotel. How much cash is $100 million? To 100 yuan denomination RMB. A 100 yuan RMB weighs about 115 grams. 100 million yuan, that is 1 million. So 115x 1000000 equals 1150000 grams equals 1150 kilograms. That is 115 tons. If an individual uses a private car for transshipment, he or she should have at least 4 to 5 vehicles, based on the current load of 375 kilograms for a private car. A pile of 100 million yuan in cash would be 100 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 30 or 40-story building. Soon, dozens and dozens of 20 money trucks, with different amounts of banknotes being transported in them, arrived at the Radisson Grand Restaurant one after another. The garage was blocked, so they parked on the street next to the Radisson Grand. 30 or 40 suits isolated bank staff who had been waiting here for a long time in advance, got into their cars with sacks of money and rushed in the direction of the Radisson Restaurant's garage. Half a rate. What the fuck? I've been stuck here for 20 minutes. Martyr. This man and woman is also too rogue. Cell phone a photo accident scene to determine the responsibility on the line. Have to be blocked here. What's the hurry? Big brother? Isn't it good to see a play? Ha ha, I think so too. I'm waiting to see how this young man rounds up the bull today. Waste of time. I don't think he'll come back at all. The crowd of onlookers and eaters exchanged words. There are those who are waiting anxiously, and those who are laughing to see the fun. That's when the first person in the crowd noticed the difference. A group of similarly uniformed men in sight, straining to hold their marijuana bags, were rushing toward the garage entrance. He muttered incredulously, "Hardly is it. One by one, more people noticed the anomaly. One of them yelled, "Holy shit, look behind you guys." In an instant, everyone turned around. Everyone in the room was frozen in shock. What did they see? A group of white-shirted uniformed little brothers, each carrying a sack on his shoulder. Looks like they are so strenuous. The sack must not be light. Crap, shouldn't be carrying cash. At the thought of it, everyone was no longer shocked, but appalled. Could it really be the teenager who called to deliver the money? This is outrageous. At this time, after Zhou Xianghong noticed the group of people carrying sacks, there was also a hint of panic in his heart. He kept comforting himself in his mind that it was simply impossible for Gu Wenqing to take out $100 million when he was so young. The group of sack bearers just happened to be passing through. That's right, just happened to be passing by. Zhou Xianghong muttered to himself in a cold sweat. The bank staff, in full view of the crowd, ran from far to near and soon ran to the crowd here. The bank staff who arrived first, tiredly huffing and puffing, asked anxiously, "Which one is Gu Wenqing?" "Mr. Gu?" Gu Wenqing said flatly, "I am." Searching for the voice, the bank staff fixed their eyes to take a look, and their hearts were shocked. The person who withdrew 100 million in cash was so young? This is too powerful. It should be a super rich second generation. Gu Xiao, I have to confirm your identity first. No problem. I'll give your governor Long a call. Gu Wenqing could understand. He knew full well that with such a large sum of money, the bank would be careful and would have to confirm his identity to make sure that the money would not be misplaced. Gu Wenqing picked up his cell phone and made a call. After confirming Gu Wenqing's identity, the bank staff said in a respectful tone, "Gu Xiao, the 100 million in cash you withdrew is arriving here one after another. Please be patient for a while." Gu Wenqing nodded. Hard work. After seeing Gu Xiao nod his head, the bank staff turned around and ran toward the road again, where countless sacks of cash were waiting to be carried. Ignoring the crowd's shocked demeanor, Gu Wenqing opened the sack, revealing the top layer of banknotes, and the bundles of banknotes made everyone's eyes straighten. A bundle is $100,000. Doesn't this sack contain more than $1 million? Without waiting for them to be shocked, more bank staff, one after another carrying sacks, arrived one after another. After placing sacks and sacks of money beside Gu Wenqing, they similarly turned and ran toward the road again. 100 million in cash is just too much, and they'll be moving it back and forth for a long time. Boom! Those who were present to see a scene had their minds blown like 5 thunderbolts. Everyone was incredibly shocked, staring blankly at the countless sacks. The sacks are full of money. One sack, even if 1 million, Gu Wenqing behind 40 or 50 sacks, is not 40 or 50 million. And the money is still being shipped in. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The teenager wasn't kidding. Did he really fetch $100 million over here? This is outrageous. Those who had just questioned Gu Wenqing and ridiculed him were now embarrassed to death. Damn! It's embarrassing. How mocking their words were just now. How wretched they were now. Gu Wenqing directly used his actions to tell them what it meant to hit them in the face on the spot. Those few car owners who knew that Gu Wenqing drove a Ferrari Lafa also said, "Just now I told you that this young man is rich. You didn't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded." Seeing him drive a Ferrari, I knew he must have it in him. Driving a $10 million Ferrari Lafa. Must be cowhide. Yeah, and the license plate hangs a bunch. Shanghai A11111. Rich young men like them don't lack money at all. Haha, laugh me to death. The person who just said someone else was pretending is now too scared to say anything. The excited words of these men were heard by everyone present. Hearing their words, the people who had questioned Gu Wenqing were even more mortified. I'm so embarrassed. I can't wait to find a hole in the ground. For the first 10 minutes or so, they all taunted Gu Wenqing, using Zimbabwean dollars, pretending to be raw, and so on. As a result, I didn't expect Gu Wenqing to be a real big shot. Not only did he drive a Ferrari, but he also made a phone call and really took $100 million in cash. Looking at this momentum, Gu Wenqing, whom they had just treated as a laughingstock, was not only rich, but also not generally rich. God's honor. It's horrible. Ha ha ha. Dog's head for life. The more they thought about the scandalous manner in which they had just taunted divine greatness, the more they felt groundless. It's embarrassing as hell. The security guards at the Radisson Hotel are scared to death of what kind of big shot they've offended. Zhou Xianghong looked at the road spread on the side. A bag of money at this time has been scared almost crying. He is a demolition household with a little money, coupled with the senior management of the construction company. Usually Foxfake Tiger is used to. How has he ever seen this kind of big scene? It is important to realize that the owner of the construction company he works for has just over $100 million in assets with his entire family. And the teenager he offended. He just a phone call. The bank's people to the whole 100 million in cash, carried to the teenager's back. Opposite the ho-hum impersonal god ho. Now what should he do? He regretted it so much. How was he going to end it this time? It was ridiculous. Just now he wanted to see how the pretentious teenager would end up, but it ended up with him now considering how to end up. Someone who can easily take out $100 million in cash is not an existence he can afford to mess with, especially remembering what he said just now. "I'll make you lose everything," kept echoing in Zhou Xianghang's mind. They are simply too stupid. Can easily come up with 100 million people? Assets more than $1 billion or so, at least worth tens of billions of dollars. He had just clamored for Gu Wenqing, whose family had tens of billions of assets, to lose everything. Just thinking about it makes Zhou Xianghang feel foolish to the core. He tried to remedy the situation. He said in a horrified tone, "Degree, I was the one who put it in the wrong gear and crashed into the front end of this beautiful woman's car. It's all my fault for having a crooked mind. I know now that I'm wrong how much money I'll pay for the car repair. I only ask that your young master, Your Honor, forgive me for my unwarranted offense." Gu Wenqing was unmoved. He took out a thick pile of money from the bags of money and dumped it on Zhou Xianghang's body. The weight of the money smashed on Zhou Xianghang's body, painfully making him grimace. "Enough or not? Not enough to pay again. I'll pay you as much as you want today." Gu Wenqing slowly stepped forward and after looking around, his eyes rested on Zhou Xianghang and continued. 10 million if 1 million isn't enough. 100 million if 10 million isn't enough. I'll pay you as much as you dare to ask for. The faint voice shook everyone to their core. Listen to this. It is truly dominating. Zhou Xianghang's legs trembled with fear, and Bean-sized sweat flowed from his face to the ground, and the sweat was not from heat but from fear. He was scared to death to hear the words of a man who was so inhuman. 100 million or $10 million is enough to buy his life? Let's not talk about 100 million, 10 million, or 1 million. He doesn't even dare to ask for a penny of compensation now. Where would Zhou Xianghang dare to ask for money from God's Ho? Facing a big shot who could take out 100 million in cash. How dare he think about the compensation for the beating he received? What compensation? I'm afraid your young master has misremembered. Zhou Xianghang bowed his head and said without any shame, "Obviously it was my face that scratched your young golden hand. It's only right for me to compensate you." A chill ran through the hearts of the people around them who heard this. Holy shit, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Especially they are to see. Before everyone dared not provoke Zhou Xianghang, a change in the previous arrogant and domineering, swollen face with a smile, praying for Gu Wenqing's forgiveness when the heart is not shocked. How could they expect Zhou Xianghang, who drives a Mercedes-Benz S400, to concede so quickly? It has become a stinky fish and shrimp on the table to be slaughtered. Gu Wenqing also had a smile on his face, a mocking smile. It's only right to pay for a beating. I, Gu Wenqing, am not an unreasonable person. And afterward, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a tone in his voice that brooked no refusal. Now it's time to settle what you owe me. My time is not cheap. Gu Wenqing believes that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, but if they do, I will offend them. As the saying goes, do not do unto others what you don't want them to do unto you. And Gu Wenqing is going to use Zhou Hangshang's rogue methods to bully Zhou Xianghang in turn. Gu Wenqing snapped his fingers. A bank professional beside me immediately understood and said directly, "If Mr. Gu's 10 billion RMB makes a demand deposit, the interest for 1 day is about 82,000 RMB. The interest rate for large certificates of deposit is even higher, with a 3-year interest rate of about 4. So a $10 billion deposit would earn as much as 1,900,000 yuan in interest a day. Then it means that Mr. Gu earns 1,090,000 RMB a day just by doing nothing. What's more, Mr. Gu's bank deposit in our Magic City Bank is not only $10 billion, the rest of those bits and pieces of 10 to 20 billion I won't count in." After the bank staff finished talking, for a moment, the air turned quiet. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds. What did they hear? $10 billion in deposits? A day's interest income from Quang Li could buy a luxury Maserati. If it wasn't coming from the mouths of bank insiders, no one would dare believe a teenager with over $10 billion in cash on his card. Just thinking about that string of numbers can make one's head feel numb. It was a full half minute or so before the cacophony started. $10 billion. This is too unbelievable. Damn. Listen to what this is a human being saying? I'm not counting the bits and pieces of billions and billions of dollars. To the knees, big brother, please accept my knees. Is this the strength of a true divine hero? Truly the pinnacle of life. Everyone looked at Gu Wenqing dumbfounded. Everyone was no longer just envious of him. Now they were close to being on the verge of kneeling down and worshipping the godly hero. Facing the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing's face had no fluctuation. He looked at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist and continued. So far, you've delayed me by almost 30 minutes, rounded up to half a day. So the compensation you should pay me for the loss of time would be around $500,000. 30 minutes, rounded up to a straight half day? Gu Wenqing is just so unreasonable and overbearing. That's the way it's done. Gu Wenqing would never be merciful when dealing with a gangster like Zhou Xianghang. Boom! Gu Wenqing's words were like a bomb that exploded in Zhou Shanghong's mind. It blew his mind. $5.5 million? Zhou Shanghong was so scared that he stuttered a bit in his speech. He usually spends a lot of money. Where else would he have such money on his card? The Mercedes S400 was something he bit the bullet and bought for the sake of pretending. Radisson Hotel's platinum card is not his at all, but his boss's. He's fine to borrow the card to pretend to be, so that Radisson Hotel's bottom minions, thinking he's a rich man, a mouthful of the total of Zhou called. Let him get lost in Mr. Chow. Where's he gonna find that kind of money? It's the word of a billionaire. If you can't get that kind of money, you're dead. He knew how powerful the tricks of the rich could be. He could hire a lawyer who could say anything, and he could turn black into white. Besides, the black side is Zhou Shanghong himself. False accusations of libel and attempted extortion are charges that if a lawyer slapped a big hat on him, he'd go in there for sure. Thinking about this, Zhou Shanghong's face turned white with fear. He clenched his teeth and said in a trembling tone, "I'll pay for it. It's really my fault for delaying Gu Xiao's precious time. Gu Xiao mustn't take it to heart." When he finished speaking, he called the company's owner and advanced more than $200,000 of his salary, which, together with the $200,000 he had on his card, was just enough to make up $500,000. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and asked the bank staff next to him to come over, directly transferring $500,000 to the staff's card. And then, Gu Wenqing looked around for a week at the dozens of bank staff transporting the $100 million in cash, and the 40 bank security guards who were really armed with weapons. Gu Wenqing opened his mouth and said, "Everyone has worked hard. This $500,000 will be taken as my hard-earned money for everyone's traveling." Heard. The little bit of resentment in the hearts of the staff members who came to deliver the money in the hot weather disappeared. Bold, open, cowhide crass. At this moment, the hearts of the staff members who had been working for half a day were tinged with joy. Gu Xiao is really atmospheric. Things to consider all aspects, so that the people underneath the work will not suffer. $500,000 of them 80 to 90 people equally divided down to one person also shared a close to $6,000. Soon, the insurance company came. Zhou Shanghong takes full responsibility for this accident. As the dust settled, order was restored to the garage, and a long line of people blocking it drove into the underground garage one after another. Ding! The host unlocks a new title. Shocker! Reward Radisson Blue 5-star Hotel. Reward $30 billion worth of Mordor clan land. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. The matter of fetching $100 million in cash was over, and Gu Wenqing duly unlocked a new title, Radisson Blue Hotel. The 5-star Radisson Blue Hotel is a 47-story building with 520 rooms offering guests a range of convenient facilities including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 meeting rooms, a multifunctional grand ballroom, gym, indoor swimming pool and spa. The hotel is topped by a revolving restaurant and the Star Lounge. This award is valued at $5 billion for the Radisson 5-star hotel alone. Upon seeing the second reward, Magic City Clan land worth $30 billion. Ha! Gu Wenqing let out a cry of surprise. A $30 billion worth of land? You know, Mordor's second batch of centralized land sales this year. Due to Mordor's obvious rise in the quality of this land supply, real estate enterprises to participate in the auction enthusiasm, and ultimately nearly 40% of the land parcels touched the suspension price. The total amount of transactions amounted to 78 billion yuan. The total transaction of the 4 pieces of land was only $78 billion, while Gu Wenqing's piece of land was worth $30 billion, implying that the land belonging to him was not only in an excellent location, but also had a much larger land area. The land parcels are located in Shuzhou District, covering 28 land parcels in Shuzhou District such as the southern extension of the Huangpu River, involving a variety of business formats such as commercial offices, catering and hotel industry, culture and sports, commercial residences, social leasing residences and plaza land, with a total area of more than 320,000 square meters, and a total development volume of approximately 1.8 million square meters. The location and size of this parcel is also unrepeatable. The area of this land is located in the center of the city where land resources are scarce, and it is one of the only remaining areas in the center of the Magic City, especially along the river, where large-scale, high starting point, and piecemeal planning and development is available. As a matter of fact, the large parcels of land in the center of the Magic City have long been extinct in the land market, and Shuzhou District's protective development policy for the riverfront has made the land value of Shuzhou's riverfront needless to say. The clan land along the river in Magic City worth $30 billion made even Gu Wenqing's jaw drop. Upon obtaining the reward, Magic City clan land worth $30 billion, Gu Wenqing visibly froze, although he had already obtained $10 billion in cash from the system. A Ferrari Lafa supercar, high-end Western restaurants, movie theaters, and a series of other rewards by unlocking the new title before, and his value could be described as considerable. He was still shocked by the value of the magic capital Zondi for a moment. It's not just because of the price. With scarce land resources like this, usually without deep connections and background, even if you have more money, you are not qualified to participate in land bidding. Besides, a piece of land is worth $30 billion, and the profit from development is more than tens of billions of dollars. 10 minutes ago, Magic City, Shanghai Land Exchange, 24 real estate companies from across the country gathered. The star property of the Magic City, Huafeng Real Estate, is among them. The 7 plots of land recently developed by Huafeng Real Estate in Magic City have all been completed, and most of them have already been handed over, with only some high-grade villas and houses still unsold. The funds from the purchase of the land have been repatriated, and today the company has sufficient cash flow on its books. Lin Hongtian, the founder of the group, had originally come here with full confidence, determined in his heart that he would definitely shoot 2 pieces of land back. As a result, the reality gave Lin Hongtian a hard slap in the face, because the land king of this land auction is the incredibly rare Shuzhou Riverside clan land. That's why it attracts a lot of nationally known real estate. Huafeng Real Estate in the Magic City reputation. The development of the community are very high-quality projects, but the competitors are famous in the country's real estate giants. In front of these giants, Huafeng simply not enough to look at. This land auction total auctioned 15 pieces of land, of which 14 pieces of all by the big real estate enterprises in the bag. Huafeng a piece of land did not grab. At this moment there is just one last piece of land king, Shuzhou Binjian's own land. At the moment, the bosses of the companies that have won the land are smiling. I, Hong Jin, am determined to win this piece of land. We, B Guy, must take it too. Ranked one of the top real estate companies in the country of Huaxia, the fists are rubbing their hands, all ready to win the mindset. The bidding went directly from the initial reserve price of $12 billion to $20 billion in an instant, and it was still going up. In the back row, a few local real estate companies in Mordor said to Lin Hongtian, "Old Lin, don't look at it. A piece of land like this that's worth more than $20 billion at every turn isn't something we can afford to play with at all. Yes, all these big businesses are coming for this land, or we wouldn't be unable to get a single piece of land. Fear not. Fortunately my company still has land in development." Listening to their words, Lin Hongtian frowned tightly, his heart very helpless. These large real estate enterprises are not moving as a premium of more than $1 billion to take the land. These medium-sized real estate enterprises are very passive. The auction of the zone was a large enterprise premium acquisition to engage in the food tasteless abandonment of the pity. Hey, Huafeng doesn't have any land anymore, and we'll have to wait for several months for the next land auction. Lin Hongtian thought with disappointment. 22.3 billion, 22.6 billion. Bigui Real Estate is bidding $25 billion. The $25 billion offer was made. All the properties were all silent. The Shuzhou Binjian land is valued at $23 billion, which means a full $2 billion premium for BGI Real Estate. Many of the real estate companies present have the strength to add more money, but the bosses have to consider their own enterprise's capital chain, bank loans, under construction and many other factors, and ultimately everyone gave up the bidding. 25 billion at a time, 25 billion the second time, 25 billion just as the hammer was falling. Someone spoke up, $30 billion. The one who spoke out was the person in charge of auctioning the land, and he continued, "Mr. Gu from Huafeng Real Estate is offering $30 billion. Just now he received a phone call that Mr. Gu of the Huafeng Group had offered $30 billion to purchase the Land King, and that the $30 billion had all been transferred to the government's account. The system is so unscientific. Gu Wenqing did not have to come forward. The system directly helped him to shoot the land. Wow. $30 billion? A whole $7 billion premium? Crazy. Play it that way." The bosses of the real estate companies were dumbfounded. At this point they were all uninterested in this Land King as well. The premium was too high. 30 billion at a time. 30 billion twice. 30 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Gu Wenqing of Huafeng Group for taking the land title of this land auction. Snap. The following veterans clapped their hands symbolically. Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group? Who's this guy? He's so cool that he took the Land King at a premium of $7 billion. Lin Hongtian said while clapping. Bull indeed. This Huafeng Group is awesome. Slapping these big real estate companies in the face. Other local real estate companies in the Magic City are also talking. The moment the words were said, everyone was shocked. Lin Hongtian, crap. Huafeng? Isn't that my fucking business? Other Magic City real estate, crap. Huafeng Group is Lao Lin's real estate. Returning to the scene. Someone opens their mouth to ask. The Gu Wenqing who auctioned the land is a shareholder of your group. Lin Hongtian also replied with a complicated mood. Yes, a small shareholder. Lin Hongtian's mood at this time is complicated to the extreme. The development of 7 pieces of land of Huafeng real estate. At this time the valuation of about 90 billion. And a minority shareholder of his group went so far as to fund $30 billion at his own expense to take a king of land. Mud. This is too crazy. 30 billion? That's a third of Huafeng's valuation. Don't look at Huafeng Group's valuation of $90 billion. The actual available liquidity on the books is less than $20 billion. Old goo. There's more money than I thought, lamented Lin Hongtian. The implantation of the system allowed Lin Hongtian to have the memories of the company's shareholder Gu Wenqing in his memories as well. Radisson Hotel. Xiao Gu. No offense, please don't take it personally, the security chief said moodily. The few accompanying security guards didn't dare to utter a word. They were apprehensive, and more than anything, they cursed Zhou Xiangheng. Mud. Those handfuls of people actually offended a 10 billionaire. The brothers have suffered an unmerited disaster. A cold smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. An unmitigated disaster? He didn't think so. On the other hand, in the manager's office of the Radisson 5-star hotel, the hotel manager suddenly received a call from his boss. Hearing his boss's words on the phone, the manager was suddenly confused. The owner told him on the phone that the Radisson 5-star hotel had been sold by him, and that from now on, he was not the owner of the Radisson Hotel. Okay, got it. After hanging up, the manager didn't look back for a moment. Business has been booming at the Radisson 5-star hotel. So how come the owner sold it? This practice is tantamount to killing the chicken to get the eggs. Ding dong. A profile was sent to the manager's email address. A message from the former boss. Above is the new owner of the Radisson 5-star hotel. I'll go. Looking at the new boss's profile, the manager was a little dumbfounded. You're only 18? Being young enough to buy the Radisson Hotel. It seems the new owner has quite a formidable fortune at home. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Opening the office, Ming Wan, the lobby manager, walked in. Manager, the traffic jam at the garage entrance has been taken care of, Ming Wan said. The manager frowned. It took half an hour to deal with a small matter. What are those security guards for? The manager then forwarded the email to the lobby manager and said, the Radisson Hotel has changed owners. Get to know the new owner's information. I'm emailing it to you. Oh, Ming Wan, the lobby manager, was also horrified in her heart. $5 billion for a 5-star hotel just to buy it? The new boss is too posh. With that in mind, she clicked on the profile. One look at the photo made her eyes drop to the floor in shock. Well, if it isn't the one from the garage disturbance she had just watched from a short distance away. And even though the boys were wearing masks, their hair and eyes were exactly the same as in the picture. What did you say? The manager asked in a rush. Sure. Mingwan nodded. Seeing Mingwan nod, the manager stood up violently, unable to believe what he was hearing. His mind was already bleak. It was only the first day that the new owner had acquired the hotel, and he himself had offended the new owner to death by giving him a hard time. He's a dead man walking. No, it must be saved, the manager said in a hurry. Quickly notify all the managers and go to the garage together to greet Mr. Gu. Good, Wen Wan said, and went off to give the notice. Garage entrance. Order was restored to the garage and a money truck drove in, loaded $100 million in cash and left. Although a few security guards had offended Gu Wenqing with their words, they were also dead pigs at this time. Since Gu Wenqing didn't accept their apology, so be it. So what if their family is rich? So what if they have tens of billions of dollars in assets? It's none of their business. They're still getting paid $40,000 to $50,000 a month anyway. Xiao Gu, then we'll leave first. However, before the security chief's words fell, several hurried footsteps suddenly came. Soon, the manager of the Radisson Hotel came over with a group of managers. Boss, you're here, the manager respectfully said to Gu Wenqing. Behind him, a group of executives greeted with respect. Welcome home, boss. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. What's going on here? The manager of the Radisson, with all the management out to greet them? They even called Gu Wenqing boss. Yang Mo was shocked in his heart. The security guards, on the other hand, are already in shock. How could things have turned out this way? They simply didn't want to believe it. They're just defending the privileges of platinum membership as usual. And they've offended the new owners? What's funny is that before they questioned Gu Wenqing couldn't afford to charge $1 million and get a platinum membership card for the hotel. As a result, Godho bought the $5 billion 5-star hotel outright. Is it too late to admit you're wrong? The security guards immediately bowed and apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. Gu Wenqing's face was expressionless as he reached out and pointed at the hotel's manager. You and these few security guards of yours are all fired. Pack up your things and go to finance to get your paycheck. The leader is not taking the lead and creating privileges indiscriminately. This experience must be expelled. Gu Wenqing's words seem to be like 5 thunderbolts, exploding in their minds. They're unemployed, especially the big-bellied manager, who sat on his butt in fear. He lost his $1 million a year job. He couldn't help but cry. Yang Mo asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Gu, did you really acquire the Radisson Hotel?" Gu Wenqing unthinkingly said, "Right. Seeing that my sister has been wronged, of course I can't bear to be a younger brother, so I'll just buy the hotel and directly fire those scum." Sniff STH. All of Yang Mo's college friends were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? To fire those security guards? That's why they bought the Radisson 5-star hotel? Crap. It's also so fucking awesome. Just for firing a few security guards, they spent a huge amount of money on the $5 billion Radisson 5-star hotel. Really ho, God's ho. Doesn't go soft. Acquiring a $5 billion 5-star hotel is as easy as going to the food market and buying a cabbage. Who wouldn't envy this kind of life where you can do whatever you want? And those few girls who had badmouthed Gu Wenqing had all been convinced by Gu Wenqing when the bank actually sent the 100 million in cash. They were born in society for 2 years. After the social baptism of the heart has become realistic, between love and bread, they will not hesitate to choose bread. Their gazes were frequently placed on Gu Wenqing's body. Rich and beautiful. Easily take 100 million in cash. At the drop of a hat to buy a 5-star hotel, the bank card is stored tens of billions of deposits. Especially angry hair for the red face. Direct acquisition of the hotel fired security guards. This approach is simply overbearing to the point of bursting. The girls felt so secure. It was a pity that they had just called Gu Wenqing unreliable and mocked him recklessly. Their minds exploded at the thought. It feels like I've lost my chance to get close to your son Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing's eyes swept over them. Ugly people. He didn't bring his eyes to linger at all and directly placed them on the choppy Yang Mo. Yang Mo has changed his previous professional style. Today, she wore a black, floral embellished dress that was slightly tight, accentuating the curves of her perfectly shaped, S-shaped front and back. The collarbone of the dress that has a small hollow design, white and transparent collarbone exposed, adding a touch of sexy and charming. The length of the dress came down to the upper thighs a little bit, and the white and tender jade legs were exposed to the air. Sexy slightly curly hair, coupled with exquisite mature style makeup, makes the imperial style Yang Mo very eye-catching. The beauty of it was that she was wearing a pair of flats due to driving. If you change into high heels, sexy imperial style, who looks at who does not love Yang Mo certainly didn't believe Gu Wenqing's bullshit. But after this, it was true that the favorability of Gu Wenqing had skyrocketed. Highly handsome and thoughtful. How could she not be impressed? Feeling Yang Mo's hot eyes, Gu Wenqing touched his face. Is my face good looking? Awesome. Gu Wenqing joked. Then give me a kiss. Yang Mo at the moment has a super high favorability towards Gu Wenqing, but with so many people around, she was embarrassed. She said in a small voice, in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Next time, too many people. Buzz. Just then, a vibration came from the cell phone in Gu Wenqing's pocket. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a message from Wang Min, and it's been posted so many times that the first unread one is 10 minutes old. Yang Mo also had to attend the wedding banquet. Gu Wenqing said that there was something V-letter contact, and then walked toward the Radisson Hotel. Read the information as you go. Wang Min, hubby, aren't you there yet? Aggrieved. Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit? Shy. Wang Min, hubby, why are you ignoring me? Wang Min is stinky man, plucking birds without feeling. Angry. Watch the messages. Sent at intervals. It showed that Wang Min did miss him. Gu Wenqing was dealing with Yang Mo just now and didn't notice Wang Min's message. The mind wants to tease her. Gu Wenqing, something came up at school today, so I couldn't come. Wang Min, who was looking forward to Gu Wenqing's reply, waited for the news with great difficulty, and when she saw that it was bad news, the light in her eyes dimmed. Badass. White-eyed wolves. I'm sorry that I have prepared all kinds of silks and benefits with so much care. Wang Min huffed. Mr. Gu. Well, hello, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. Welcome home. Upon seeing Gu Wenqing enter the hotel, the employees greeted their boss. Gu Wenqing saw lobby manager on Mingwan's badge. It just so happens that the general manager of the hotel has been removed. Just promote a random one to the top first, and then replace it if it's not up to snuff. Gu Wenqing asked knowingly. You're the lobby manager here. Yes boss. My name is Mingwan. How many years have you been working? 5 years at Radisson. Mingwan was a little excited inside. The general manager was sacked, and the boss let ask himself this at this juncture. It can't be a promotion. Gu Wenqing lived up to her expectations. Okay, you try the general manager position for now. Gu Wenqing's words were casual, and Mingwan could hear his words. The interim general manager is equivalent to the interim It was her boss's way of checking her sub-competence, and she thought to herself that she must sit better than her predecessor in order to do so. Gu Wenqing took the elevator to the presidential suite. Raise your hand and knock on the door. Bang bang. Who is it? Wang Min checked in the cat's eye. The perfect face of Gu Wenqing outside the door entered her line of sight. Wang Min's loss was swept away. Happily opened the door and hugged Gu Wenqing without letting go, softly and tightly against him. Wang Min's entire body was hanging onto Gu Wenqing's body as she grunted. Big liar. Hubby, I've washed and sent it. Oh. Gu Wenqing leaned over and slowly brought his head close to Wang Min's ear, saying in a tantalizing tone, then I'll smell it. Feeling the close, hot breath, Wang Min's body went a little soft. She snuggled her body against Gu Wenqing's, in a posture of refusal. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Min, who was close by. Today Wang Min was wearing a white tight dress with white half-knee stockings underneath. The innocence comes through underneath the delicate makeup. The flirtatiousness of this sexy outfit is coupled with a little face of pure sweetness. This outfit really made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. It looked like the little ninny had put a lot of effort into dressing up. Gu Wenqing revealed a hint of a smile. Seeing as she was so attentive, he must reward her himself. Gu Wenqing picked up a handful of them and walked towards the suite. Ryoko, Gu Wenqing said, next time you are not allowed to wear nightclubs so short. As much as he liked to look at it, he didn't have a fetish for letting people see his women wearing it. Yeah, that's not me falling out of love. I won't wear it anymore, Wang Min said as she wrinkled her cute little nose. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. No, you have to wear it. Wang Min smiled brightly. Good, wear it just for you. Gu Wenqing sipped his water and saw the black thigh-high women's boots. He inquired, although it looks good in these boots, is it true that my feet don't stink when I wear these in the summer? How can my feet smell when I wash them every day? Said Wang Min like an exploded kitten, smiley face. It's not like you didn't see it the other night when we drank. It didn't stink. Stink. Wang Min's mouth curled up. Beating you. Obviously it doesn't stink. Swinging her small fists, she lightly punched someone's chest. Gu Wenqing downwardly squeezed the small hand. His eyes sizzled, gently exhaling hot air. I don't believe it. A long time. Wang Min was paralyzed with exhaustion and went straight to sleep. That's when Janmore sent the V-mail message. Yang Mo, what is brother Gu doing? Cute. Gu Wenqing long night with no desire to sleep. Thinking of you. Laughing badly. Yang Mo knowingly asked, what do you want from me? Question mark. Gu Wenqing made a double entendre dry. Half a minute later, Yang Mo replied, little pervert, shy. Gu Wenqing, owe me a kiss. Let's see when I'll pay it back. Yang Mo waiting for the next meeting, looking forward to it. Gu Wenqing, profit rolls up. But it's more than just a mouth. Laughing. Summer in September. Youth always carries a parting. Military training at Mordor University is over. Gu Wenqing and his group said goodbye to the instructor. A small number of sentimental girls even cried, and some others reluctantly embraced the instructor. The first part of the military training is bitter, the middle part of the military training is laughable, and the later part of the separation is faintly sentimental. So much for military training. That time in military training, Wang Yanyan sisters black silk, Chen schoolgirls bubbly water, the white moonlight Qin mountain, with the Gu Wenqing that touched the hearts of countless young girls, also dusted into the memories of countless people with the end of the military training. Hey, let's go see the Pearl of the Orient. I'm going to eat the magic pan-fried buns. Going to the magic bun bar to play. Huang Zicheng from the dormitory also said excitedly, let's go. Go to TAXX at night. Zhou Tao curiously inquired, what is TAXX? Huang Zicheng lewdly hammed and hawed, top nightclub in Magic City. I heard the girls inside are very good looking. Zhou Tao was a little excited. You've been in there? I haven't been to a nightclub since I was a kid. Huang Zicheng replied without hesitation, you're not talking nonsense. Without having been there, how do I know the quality of the TAXXX girls? Crap. I can't believe you're still a veteran. It's awesome. Zheng Xiaohuang stared with wide eyes and thumbs up. Huang Zicheng sensed the shock of the two men, and felt some secret pleasure in his heart that he was bragging that. Just heard my cousin bragging about the high quality of TAXX girls. He's never even been there. But the $1 million lying in the card gave him a bottom line. Huang Zicheng said, Lao Gu, you're so rich. You should have been to TAXX, right? Tell them if TAXX is good. Gu Wenqing, I've been there once. It's just average. I'm quite familiar with their owner. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, the first time I went, I took one blood from Wang Min. The first time I went, I became the owner of Tax, the top nightclub in Magic City. Shit, bragging, my cousin said that the boss of TAXX is in his 40s, and with such a big age gap between the two of you, it's impossible for you and him to play together. Huang Zicheng didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't say anything. The four returned to the dormitory. Huang Zicheng hurriedly took off his camouflage uniform and threw it into the trash, took a shower, and changed into what he thought was a handsome outfit. Zhou Tao said on the sidelines that camouflage clothing thrown a pity. He is ready to wash and dry. Back home to do farm work can wear. Huang Zicheng was dressed in a white shirt with slightly tight suit pants underneath. The shirt was tied into the suit pants, deliberately revealing a kooky belt, and his feet were on Nike loafers. Once his clothes were changed, he looked in the mirror and mashed his yellow hair. Zhang Xiaohong said, "Crap, what are you being so flirty for? What do you know? To go to a nightclub is to dress up a little more handsome, in case something happens with any young lady." Huang Zicheng said while fantasizing, a face of masturbation. Zhou Tao frowned on the sidelines and, Huang Zicheng's this dress, he really cannot understand, was thin with a monkey, but also tied the shirt into the waistband of the pants, even more thin with a piece of paper like people, especially also love to wear tight pants. The crotch that strangles the two balls tightly and protrudes a little bit in the middle, which really isn't unpleasant. Money for nothing, such a strange outfit. Zhou Tao spat in his mind, or Gu Wenqing is handsome. Lao Gu didn't even need to deliberately dress up. Standing there was the protagonist. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment and asked, Huang Zicheng, will Mo Lu and the girls be there too? Seriously, Zhou Tao envied Gu Wenqing for having so many adoring girls. He also longs for a relationship. And Mo Lok is not only beautiful, but also easygoing. Zhou Tao's family conditions are not good. Both parents in the family farming, from the countryside, did not go to college before he even went to his hometown of the city have not been. Zhou Tao had some low self-esteem when he first came to Mordor, and after this period of military training he regained his self-confidence. Famous universities, Zhou Tao did not think he would be bad. Anyway, he would get better and better in the future. He thought that Mo Lu must be interested in him as well. Otherwise Mo Lu wouldn't have chatted with him. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Big brother, who the hell goes to a nightclub and calls girls together? We are a few big men together to get high, not more opportunities. Recently, Huang Zicheng's heart throbbed inside. Li Wanfang's side made no progress, and he felt envious and jealous of Gu Wenqing's daily taste of women. He couldn't hold back. I just kinda miss Moloch. Okay. Wait for a few days and then ask them out, okay? And don't tell Mo Lu about going to the nightclub. Huang Zicheng yelled. He was afraid that if it ended up in Li Wanfang's ears, he would be finished. For the evening trip to the nightclub, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also started to dress up. Zhou Tao changed into his 68-pack Nike. Zhang Xiaohong used gel water to pour her hair back and combed it into a big back head, and also said beautifully, if you want a man to mix well, your hair must be poured back. Gu Wenqing was a bit speechless as he looked at the three slutty outfits. He said, it's not just a trip to a club. Can you guys dress normal? Huang Zicheng yelled in dissatisfaction. Holy shit, Lao Gu, you're just jealous of my good looks. Envious that I stole your thunder. Zhou Tao grinned. I think you're a bit of a pussy. You're worthy of comparing with Lao Gu? Why don't you deserve it? I'm a handsome Korean man. At the sound of the voice, the three Gu Wenqing people vomit. Zhang Xiaohong asked, have you guys gone to the school forum? The forums are discussing the 4 goddesses of Mordor, which have now become the 5 goddesses. Oh, who's the new one? Zhou Tao asked. The one recognized by all of the many wolves is Chen Yunxue. Huang Zicheng said with disdain, you go away. The white moonlight Qin Mountain is the eternal god, okay? She is more than enough to be the school flower. The 4 recognized goddesses of Mordor University before, Wang Yanyan, Wen Qian, Lu Shiyao, and Yu Man Meng, now being on the forums. The LSBs are going crazy about who the freshman girls are most likely to be goddesses. Most people support the high-flying goddess Chen Yunxue. Once she jumped to fame and was considered by many boys as a white moonlight. Qin Monan also had many die-hard fans. The two groups were arguing online for a while. Zhang Xiaohong asked, Old Gu, which one do you think looks better, Chen Yunxue or Qin Monan? Gu Wenqing was busy chatting with his schoolmate at the moment. He directly said, both look good. Each has its own merits. Chen Yunxue's face was high and cold, and her looks were not bad, giving the boys a great desire to conquer. Qin Monan's character is more on the lively side, with a small waist and long rounded legs, which makes one's blood boil at a glance. Each flower has its own view. Each flower has its own fragrance. Huang Zi inquired, if you had to choose the best looking one, who would you choose? A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. Smell. Huang Zicheng and others are dumbfounded at the very least, but also you Gu Wenqing ah. The pattern opens right up. All of them, returning to their senses. A sudden wave of absurd thoughts sprang up in Huang Zicheng's in their hearts. It's time to say no. Lao Gu really has the power. During military training, Chen Yunxue had been giving Gu Wenqing sparkling water. Even if he was thanking Gu Wenqing for his bravery, he couldn't send it every day. Schoolgirl Chen definitely had Gu Wenqing in her heart. The other white moonlight, Qin Munan, was also somehow involved with Gu Wenqing. Military training took the initiative to ask for Gu Wenqing's V signal. It's true that Gu has a lot of luck. Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong were envious of Gu Wenqing in their heart of hearts. Buzz, buzz. While bragging with his roommates, Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang and vibrated. Speak of the devil. Take out your cell phone and take a look. A message from White Moonlight Qin Mernan. Qin Manan, I'm downstairs in your dorm room. It's been a tough few days of military training. I bought you some fruit. Qin Manan, come down and get it quickly. The door to the boys' dormitory is not far away. Qin Manan was wearing a white tight short jacket, white collarbone and small waist exposed in the air outside. A blue loose jeans. Jeans legs on both sides of the slit shape. Can be seen vaguely long legs wrapped in black silk. With her pretty face and sexy hot body, the boys passing by around her can't help but look at her twice more. There are even some LSP eyes looking hotly at the hidden black silk. The eyes hate to swallow Qin Manan alive. Someone in the boys' dormitory yelled, White Moonlight is downstairs. The boys in the building that led to it wailed with excitement, and word spread, and soon many of them were sprawled out on their balconies, looking down at the White Moonlight. The White Moonlight Qin Munan is just too beautiful. Changing away from the uniformed military uniform, the White Moonlight was even more beautiful today. Many of the boys looked away for a moment. Is that fruit on the ground next to White Moonlight? She's delivering fruit. Looking at Qin Manan, they were very puzzled. Is Qin Mernan delivering fruit to some boy? It can't be. Most likely the watermelon is too heavy and she's resting in place. Bullshit. The girls' dormitory doesn't go through here. I don't believe White Moonlight sends boys things anyway. The boys exchanged words. At this time there was a bold boy downstairs who went up to ask, Miss, are you tired of carrying? Where are you going? I'll help you carry the fruit. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Manan finished her sentence and shook her head in direct refusal. The boy was walking hurtfully towards the boys' dormitory when another boy tapped him on the shoulder and inquired as to what White Moonlight had said. White Moonlight says she's waiting for someone. What? The words came out. The boys were in an uproar. Is it true that White Moonlight is here to find someone? How? Is it fashionable for goddesses to give things to boys these days? In the past, schoolgirl Chan delivered sparkling water every day. And today, White Moonlight bought fruits to give to the boys. They were all incredibly surprised in their hearts. How good that boy should be to deserve the weight of the white moon. The hearts of the boys who saw this scene sank. They're already jealous as hell. The only two goddesses in freshman year, one Shen Yunxue is obsessed with Gu Wenqing, and the other Qin Manan seems to have a crush on someone else. Boys hang their heads in shame. Why they are not so lucky to be liked by the goddesses. Gu Wenqing's dormitory heard the commotion. Huang Zicheng was the first to run to the balcony to watch. He is a loyal fan of the White Moonlight. Just now also because of the Qin Munan and Chun schoolgirls fans in the forums to spray each other. The first time I saw Qin Manan in private clothes, Huang Zicheng had been stunned by, and only then did he see the fruit next to her. Huang Zicheng said in shock, crap, Qin Manan really came to deliver fruits to the boys. At this time, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also came to the balcony. Zhou Tao said with a sorry face, it's a pity. Qin Munan took the initiative to add Lao Gu's V-mail during the military training. I thought she had thoughts about Lao Gu. Zhang Xiaohong skimmed her lips and said, who at Mordor University doesn't know that Gu Wenqing already has a schoolmate? And there's also a Chen schoolgirl who acts as old Gu's lickspittle every day. Qin Manan isn't stupid. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng also felt that Zhang Xiaohong was right. Huang Zicheng said approvingly, I also think that Qin Manan is definitely not looking for Lao Gu. Old Gu is already deep in flowers. Qin Manan looks like a self-loving girl. It's impossible for her to like old Gu again. Having said that, Huang Zicheng sighed and lamented. I don't know who's so lucky as to obtain the favor of the White Moonlight. Zhou Tao glanced at the monkey like Huang Zicheng and said, not you anyway, your sister. If you can't talk, talk less. Huang Zicheng really thought that Qin Manan was good looking. If he didn't have Li Wenfeng, he would definitely go after Qin Manan. The three roommates were sighing on the balcony when the naked Gu Wenqing got dressed and went out of the dormitory. A little while later, the trio in the balcony bedroom saw a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng was puzzled. Lao Gu, what are you doing down there? Zhang Xiaohong was also puzzled. He couldn't have thought that Qin Manan was looking for him. Zhou Tao sobered up on earth. Crap, it can't really be looking for old Gu. Huang Zicheng said in a cold voice, impossible, absolutely impossible. Downstairs, Gu Wenqing was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to mess with girls anymore. In Mordor University, one schoolmate, one Chen Yunxue was enough to give him a headache. And then there's Qin Monam. He's not the Eastern Han. He's afraid of falling over if he divides the three kingdoms. Why does this Qin Monan have to send herself into the tiger's mouth? You don't understand the reasoning of a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Nah, I bought the fruit for you specially, Qin Manan said with a pout, noticing the helplessness on Gu Wenqing's face. She felt a little aggravated in her heart as well. The fruit in the school supermarket isn't fresh. I picked out fresh fruit for you off campus. It was not a short walk from the main entrance of the school to the boys' dormitory, and she was tired enough to carry a fan of bananas and a large watermelon by herself, with a lot of fine sweat on her forehead and tiny nose. Looking at Chin Maonan, who was hot, was using her little hand as a fan and kept waving her little hand. Gu Wenqing also could not bear to reject her good intentions. After seeing the fruits, Gu Wenqing was a bit puzzled. How did she know that she loved watermelon and banana the most? It's probably a coincidence. Gu Wenqing touched the watermelon. It might have just been bought not long ago from the fruit store. It was still a bit cool. Gu Wenqing split the watermelon with a slap, and broke a fan of watermelon into 2 halves, handing half to Chin Maonan. See how hot you are. Eat a piece. Chin Maonan happily ate the watermelon Gu Wenqing had broken. She was very satisfied, and the small grievance in her heart disappeared. The boys who saw this scene were not calm. Some of the students' eyes were rounded and their mouths were wide open in disbelief. What's going on here? The school's white moonlight, Chin Maonan, took the initiative to give Gu Wenqing fruits? Didn't she know that both Sister Yen Ran Wang and schoolmarm Chen liked Gu Wenqing? Chin Maonan was hasty. Gu Wenqing's scum is so obvious, and she's still leaning on him. The boys are so red-eyed and envious that they can't envy them anymore. In this instant, Gu Wenqing became the public enemy of the freshmen. The 2 goddesses of freshman year both like Gu Wenqing. This is fucking outrageous. Why is it that all good things come from Gu Wenqing? All the boys were blue in the face and heartbroken. I can't wait to rush down and beat Gu Wenqing's head as bad as a watermelon. At this point the noise of the crowd rises up. The Gu Wenqing, that bastard, teased the 2 best-looking girls. Gu Wenqing is so awesome. All 3 goddesses in school are interested in him. Really, big brother. I really want to worship him to learn the skills of picking up girls. How can you learn? Gu Wenqing is rich and handsome. If you have his condition, you're not bad for a woman. Damn it, it's just that he's handsome and tall and has a little money. I really envy Gu Wenqing. The boys were theorizing about it. They were inwardly jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Who made the gap between them and Gu Wenqing too big? Anyone in the audience? As long as they compare with Gu Wenqing, will have a small inferiority complex in their hearts. The dormitory room where Gu Wenqing was. On the balcony, Huang Zicheng was embarrassed. One second he was saying that Chin Maonan would never like Gu Wenqing, only to be slapped in the face by the 2 people downstairs the next second. He looked downstairs suspiciously. Gu Wenqing and Chin Maonan were sitting on the edge of the flowerbed terrace eating watermelon, thinking when did they hook up. Zhou Tao patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder and said, "Don't be envious. Lao Gu is an existence you can't envy." Huang Zicheng. Gu Wenqing didn't care about his image as he took a big bite of the watermelon. Chin Maonan felt as if the 2 of them had returned to their childhood, when they were both 11 or 12 years old, when her name was still Yang Mu. She was torn between telling Gu or not. Gu doesn't know she's Yang Mu yet. It always feels weird to tell him now. Wait until Gu likes her, just as a surprise for him. Chin Maonan gently said to eat slowly, then took out a napkin and personally wiped the juice on Gu Wenqing's face. Mr. Chin Maonan. Suddenly there was a sound from the side and a boy walked quickly over. Chin Maonan said politely, "Hello, Senior Wang." Wang Hongliang glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was burying his head in watermelon, and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" At the sound, Chin Maonan frowned, a little tired of him in her heart, and out of politeness replied, "Not yet." The mind faintly added, "Later, that is." Wang Hongliang's vigilance rose in his heart, looked Gu Wenqing up and down, and cursed in his heart, F***ck. Isn't this the Gu Wenqing from the forum? Why is he hooking up with Chin Maonan again? Wang Hongliang, a sophomore, had a crush on Chin Maonan, and he wanted to slowly launch his pursuit of her. But now after seeing Gu Wenqing, he knew he had to be quick about it. Wang Hongliang spoke out to remind, "Chin Maonan, you don't want to be fooled by him. There are quite a few women around Gu Wenqing." Gu Wenqing did not say anything. One look at Wang Hongliang. This pussy, is the old yin and yang monster, and this kind of person to talk. Gu Wenqing also feel pulled down their own grade. Eat a watermelon and there's a dog barking. Go sit in the car. Gu Wenqing unlocked the Ferrari downstairs, turned on the air conditioning, and the 2 sat in it. Wang Hongliang pinched his fist. "Martyr, rich terrific? I will definitely expose the true face of your scum, so that Chin Maonan can see through your essence." Gu Wenqing and the 2 of them sat in the car and chatted for a while before leaving separately. On the way back, Chin Maonan was quite curious in his heart. After 7 or 8 years of absence, Gu Wenqing's family was so rich. Back to the dormitory, Huang Zicheng asked with a face full of curiosity, "Old Gu, what is your relationship with Chin Maonan?" Gu Wenqing said honestly, "Ordinary friends." After all, he really didn't have anything with Chin Maonan, and the 2 of them hadn't talked much since they added V-mail. Zhou Tao had a bad smile on his face. "I don't believe it. Lao Gu, you're not honest. Zhang Xiaohong also pushed up her glasses and said, an ordinary friend who would send you fruit on such a hot day. Obviously. They all felt that Gu Wenqing and Qin Maonan must have a story. After all, the sun is so hot in September that a girl is willing to brave the heat to buy fruit for a guy. They must be more than just friends. Gu Wenqing shook his head and ignored them. Regardless of whether it was Chen Yunxue or Qin Maonan, he didn't take the initiative to find and provoke them. Gu Wenqing felt that emotional matters were left to the will of God. Magic City. An apartment. Yuanan was a bit anxious. It was time to pay the rent again soon, but she had no money on her at all. The money Gu Wenqing rewarded can only be raised next month, and distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. She tried to borrow some money from her friends, but most of her classmates her age were studying and didn't have much money at all. Yuanan finally thought of the idle Gu Wenqing. He's so rich, borrow some from him to pay the rent first, and then pay Gu Wenqing back when the gift proceeds arrive next month. With that thought, she stopped hesitating and took out her cell phone to type and send. Yuanan, idle. Are you there? Gu Wenqing happened to be playing with his cell phone as well, and when he saw Yuanan's message, his mind came to G-rated soft, childlike breasts, straight back to the tart in seconds. What's wrong, little baby? Miss me? Yuanan, I want to borrow some money from you to pay the rent, and I'll pay you back when I get my paycheck. Is that okay? Gu Wenqing directly transferred 100,000. Yuanan was shocked. Why did brother turn so much? Yuanan, it's too much spin. I'll refund you some. Gu Wenqing, you take it and use it first. I'm not short of money, what I'm short of is you. Bad smile. Yuanan blushed. Did her brother like herself too? Yuanan, a liar. Then you are not even looking to play. Gu Wenqing, when I have time, you must invite me upstairs for a drink. At that moment, the schoolteacher also sent a message. Wang Yanyan, does this look good for schoolmates? Photo. Gu Wenqing thought it was a benefit and couldn't wait to click on it. Crap. The picture is a Porsche's passenger side. Unlike the new car, the passenger side is labeled, Gu Wenqing's little brother's exclusive seat. Gu Wenqing cried and laughed as he watched. Time passes in an instant. Night is coming. At night the magic city lights red and green wine, paper and gold drunk. Gu Wenqing and his three tart roommates went out of the dormitory. Just saw several sets of girls coming and going. In the September heat, they all wore shorts or skirts, exposing their fair legs to the air, and some wore tights on top, with dimpled breasts. A special summer view, overflowing with youthful energy. Huang Zicheng looked at the eyes, smiling, whispering that a sister was looking at him. Zhang Xiaohong isn't shy about saying that Ming Ming is looking at him. Zhou Tao looked at the two skinny monkeys with disdain and grinned. Obviously they are looking at old Gu. The four came to the parking area. Old Gu's Ferrari can only seat 2 people. Zhang Xiaohong, you and Zhou Tao take a taxi to TAXX, said Huang Zicheng. Ferrari Huang Yicheng never sat. This time there is an opportunity to experience it for sure. Zhou Tao frowned. I want to ride in a Ferrari too. Zhang Xiaohong also skimmed her lips. Me too. The $10 million luxury car Ferrari Lafa. They all want to experience it, and later when they brag with others, they can also brag that they have sat in a Ferrari. Seeing this scene, Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face. Then I might have to disappoint you. I'm not taking the Ferrari today. Take the other car. Gu Wenqing pressed the Bentley's unlock button, and the Bentley Land Oval's headlights coolly lit up, extraordinarily conspicuous in the dark night. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong were all slightly shocked at the sight of the Bentley Land Europe. Gu bought another car? Is this the world of the rich? Zhou Tao scared and exclaimed, Lao Gu, your car is really handsome. Zhou Tao surveyed the Bentley Land Oval. Flawless noble coupe pedigree. The car's domineering front end, mesh electroplated grille, 4 round lights, large wheels and strong wheel arches, all of which symbolize vitality and passion. He thought to himself that if he also had one, how nice it would be to take Mo Lu together for a ride. Huang Zicheng couldn't wait to sit in the passenger side. I'll look at the car's accessories, and the perfume inside. I go, Lao Gu, this car looks like it's not yours. Right. It's which rich woman's? Gu Wenqing let out a light laugh of friends. And I'll have to return it in a couple of days. Gu Wenqing also contacted Lin Yingying before, and Lin Yingying said that he should let him drive it first. Zhang Xiaohong, who got into the car, yelled, I don't want to work hard. Lao Gu introduced me to a rich woman. Huang Zicheng also had an expectant look on his face as he said, the doctor said I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food. Gu Wenqing said, get lost. She doesn't like monkeys. Zhang Xiaohong, Huang Zicheng. The Bentley Louis Yu rode out of Mordor University with the roar of the engine, straight to Magic City's top nightclub TAXX. Gu Wenqing, who was driving with one hand, made Huang Zicheng envious. As the top nightclub in Magic City, the outdoor parking lot of TAXXX is full of luxury cars every day. Ferrari sports cars, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce and so on are very common in TAXXX. Gu Wenqing drove a Bentley Luo GT here. which was outstanding but not particularly expensive. Around a circle full parking more than 400 million luxury cars. See the rich second generation of Magic City nightlife. Colorful Gu Wenqing parked the car not far from the TAXX gate and told Huang Zicheng to get out of the car for them to book a table. When they got out of the car, Gu Wenqing drove alone to find a parking space. At night the TAXXX is full and the surface parking is full of cars. Gu Wenqing drove around the parking lot in a big circle and it was all full. At this moment, he noticed that beside the main entrance of TAXX, there was an open space. Gu Wenqing thought it would be good to park directly beside the main entrance. Without waiting for Gu Wenqing to act, a Lamborghini Big Bull engine roared to a halt right in front of TAXX. As soon as the Lamborghini car parked in, the security guard of TAXXX frowned and came over, uttering a reminder. "I'm sorry sir, parking is not allowed here in front of TAXXX. Please drive away as soon as possible." At the sound, the Lamborghini owner frowned and said, "I came here to spend money, can't I even park here?" The security guard said righteously, "I'm sorry, it's a company rule." The rich kid in the Lamborghini was upset, but he came to TAXX so often that he actually knew that you couldn't park by the gate, because there was no parking space today. The rich kid thought of parking in front of the entrance to try, but the security guard really came to evict him. The Lamborghini owner glanced at the beautiful girl on the passenger side and thought to himself that he couldn't afford to lose face in front of her. The owner of the Lamborghini then took a bunch of money out of his bag and said loudly, $3,000 and I'll park it for the night." The guard shook his head no, saying he couldn't. 5,000 then. The security guard still refused. "I'm sorry sir, it's not a matter of money, company rules don't allow it." At the sound of the voice, the Lamborghini owner's face was gloomy as he scolded, "Having money and not knowing how to earn it. You deserve to be a watchdog for the rest of your life." After cursing, the rich kid drove his Lamborghini and quickly left the entrance of TAXX. The rich kid in a Lamborghini left with great difficulty, and before the security guards could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a Bentley Continental GT parked in again. The security guard is angry in his heart and is about to curse his mother. Why are these rich young men obsessed with this place today? The security guard strides forward and in formulaic words, "I'm sorry sir, there is no parking here in front of TAXX. Please drive away as soon as possible." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and opened his mouth to inquire, "Can't anyone?" "I'm sorry company." The security guard hadn't finished his sentence when he realized how the person getting out of the car looked so familiar. He fixed his eyes and a gasp ran through his mind. Crap! The person coming is actually Tax's new boss, Mr. Gu. His whole body was a little confused. The one driving the Bentley turned out to be the owner. After he returned to his senses, he said with a compensatory smile, "Of course Mr. Gu can stop. The location in front of TAXX is also the only place where Mr. Gu is qualified to park his car. The entire Tax nightclub is owned by Mr. Gu, not to mention the entrance of the nightclub. Even if Mr. Gu blocks the Bentley at the entrance of the nightclub, the security guards wouldn't dare to say a word." Gu Wenqing sighed in his heart. It seemed that after the system rewarded him with TAXX, it also implanted his information to the employees. "Okay, watch the car for me." Gu Wenqing got off in a bemused tone and continued, "Go to the finance later to receive the $10,000 reward. Just say I said so." Gu Wenqing walked into the nightclub after saying that. Hearing Mr. Gu's voice was like heavenly music, making the security guard's heart ecstatic. He'd be heartened by the $5,000 for the Lamborghini owner. It's almost a month's salary for him, but in the way of the company's rules he could only refuse. The loss of $5,000 in the heart of the security guard more or less some heartache. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, his boss rewarded him with a $10,000 incentive. It showed that the results of his work had been recognized by Mr. Gu. Thinking of this security guard spirit, thinking that he must Gu's Bentley look good. Do not let any ungrateful drunken man bump touch the, in front of the TAXXX nightclub. Two coolly dressed female marketers with hot, shapely bodies. Before Gu Wenqing even entered the door, he heard the girls shouting in sweet voices, "Good day, Mr. Gu." One of the sisters was called Su Mu. She had witnessed Mr. Gu's elegance last time, directly ordered 20 sets of pentacles at once, spent as much as $1.5 million in one night. For this Su Mu also got $150,000 in liquor commission. The coolest thing is that he doesn't drink the wine he spent so much money on. He feeds it to his dog. I can't imagine that the second time we meet again, Mr. Gu has already become the boss of TAXX. It's really luxurious and unrivaled. Tax's reputation is flourishing in the Magic City, with countless high-end guests, and the venue is bursting every day. Tax is literally a day in the life. How could the former owner sell? With this kind of gold-sucking nightclub, it must be that Mr. Gu offered a price that the former owner couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Sumu and the other marketing girl looked at Gu Wenqing with adoring eyes. There were three of them just now. One of them was yellow. Which table did they book? Sumu sweetly inquired. You mean the two skinny ones and one tall, strong, black boy, with one of the skinny ones having yellow hair? Seeing Gu Wenqing nodding, Sumu continued, Area A3, Cardinal 036. After saying that, Sumu took the initiative to lead the way to Area A3, Card 036. The other side, driving a Lamborghini rich second-generation genie, finally waited for the parking space, parked the sports car. He took a beautiful girl to head to the nightclub to get high. Today is his friend's birthday. A few people meet at tax to drink and tease. Genie had just walked to the entrance of TAXX, and saw a Bentley Continental GT parked peacefully in the empty space that the security guards had not allowed to park just now. And the security guard, like a lapdog, was wiping the car. The girl next to Genie also looked at the Bentley with a surprised face. In an instant, the anger in Genie's heart rose. He loves face so much that he let the security guard fool him and lost face in front of his beautiful girl. He said angrily, "Didn't you tell me that you can't park here? Then why is this Bentley parked here? A broken Bentley can park here. My old Lamborghini of over $7 million doesn't deserve to be parked here?" The security guard, who was rolling up his sleeves to wipe the Bentley, shook his head and responded, "Not worthy." Genie's face turned blue as he said loudly, F***CK. My old man's Lamborghini is enough to buy 2 Bentley Continentals. Why don't you deserve it? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't spare you. Genie's face was full of anger, and his eyes stared viciously at the security guard. This is our boss's car. Only he is qualified to park here. Besides, TAXX nightclubs are all owned by Mr. Gu. It's fine for him to block the main entrance of the nightclub. Do you dare to park it? Here, literary. Although Genie was angry, there was nothing he could do. Damn it. There's no place to be angry. After all, the guard was right. Tax nightclub owners must be privileged. The clubs all belong to the owner and the owner can park wherever he wants to. It's his fault he's not the boss of tax. Besides, to be able to open the top nightclub in Magic City, the TAXX boss's money and connections must be deep, and it's simply not something he can afford to mess with. That's why he didn't dare make trouble with the nightclub employees when he wasn't in the right. Genie only knocked out his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach, and huffed and puffed and took the pretty girl into the TAXX. He thought to himself that as long as he got this girl with a face value of 90 points or more today, it was nothing to be angry at him. Gu Wenqing followed marketing Sumu's back. Sumu's body was perfectly exposed in front of his eyes, his legs were good, and his hip ratio was tantalizing, especially when Sumu, who was wearing a short plaid skirt with a twisted ass, was even more seductive. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but sigh. Last time he was in a hurry. He didn't even realize that this girl had such a good figure. This is the time when the nightlife is at its peak. There are all kinds of people walking into the clubs, from excited little girls looking for a thrill, to well-dressed office workers, to middle-aged men with big bellies, to hot girls with great bodies. Deafening music explodes in your ears. Colorful laser lights that shook the entire tax. People entering the club are bloodthirsty and excited, waving their hands after the sexy DJs. Tax, which is divided into private rooms, booths, and casual seating. Huang Zicheng booked a card table. The placement of the card holders. A1 card is best closest to the DJ table. A2 next and finally A3. Minimum spending prices are also worlds apart. A1 has a minimum spend of 200,000 a night. A2 has a minimum spend of 80,000, and A3 has a minimum spend of 50,000. Huang Zicheng then booked the A3 card seat, but this is also sky-high spending for students. At this time, card 036 in area A3. Zhou Tao sitting on the card seat has been dazzled. Those women's white thighs, fabric less sexy clothes. Look at him straight swallowed his mouth. When he learned that Huang Zicheng had ordered more than 50,000 drinks, his entire body was shocked. Crap, Huang Zi, the amount of money you consumed in one night is more than what I used in 4 years of college. Zheng Xiaohong was also staring in disbelief. Huang Zicheng glanced at the sexily dressed female marketing and said very dejectedly, "It's only more than $50,000. Dude is not bad." After saying that, Huang Zicheng glanced at the female marketing, and seeing her expression of adoration, Huang Zicheng's entire body floated. This feeling of pretending is really too good. Maybe with a little more effort, you can do some lovey-dovey stuff with female marketing. Before he could fool around for long, an even prettier female marketing respectfully led Gu Wenqing to the card table. The female marketing who had just had a face of adoration for Huang Zicheng changed to a shocked face in seconds after seeing Gu Wenqing. "Good evening, Mr. Gu." Ever since Gu Wenqing appeared, the female marketer's eyes had been following Gu Wenqing closely, directly ignoring Huang Zicheng. The previous second also dejected Huang Zicheng. The whole person turned into a frosty eggplant. Zhou Tao, a face of heartache, patted his shoulder. Huang Zi, don't take it personally. Who made Lao Gu more handsome than you? Huang Zicheng. Zhou Tao's comforting words made him feel even worse inside. All of Tax's employees wouldn't dare to treat Mr. Gu's presence here with disdain. The drinks, fruits, and snacks were respectfully placed on the tabletops as quickly as possible. Zhou Tao's eyes looked around the week. The decks that came before them hadn't even served drinks yet, and then all of theirs had already been served. He thought it was because Huang Zicheng consumed so much that the waiter served the wine quickly. He gave Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Huang Zi, cowhide. Huang Zicheng, depression at this time also swept away, dejectedly said, look at the speed of this on the wine. Buddy, I still have a row. At the sound, the two female marketers covered their mouths and snickered. Suemo thought to herself that spending $50,000 a night was common in TAXX. $50,000 of regular spending doesn't even come with the privilege of serving drinks early. All this is not because Mr. Gu is here. Thinking of this, Sumu subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. Under the misty light, his three-dimensional features were like perfect carvings, and the light from the inadvertently swaying laser lamp added a mysterious flavor as the light hit him. For a while, both marketing looked a bit mesmerized. On the card seat, old Gu, you've only come to play once and you're so familiar with them? Said Mr. Gu on the left and Mr. Gu on the right. Huang Zicheng inquired with some amusement. Huang Zicheng felt that the girl who was obviously a bit mean to him just now was much more enthusiastic about Gu Wenqing than he was since Gu Wenqing came. Especially that even prettier Suemo not only took the initiative to pour wine for Gu Wenqing, but also the waves of softness was pleasing to the eye, which really made him envious and jealous. Most of all, the two marketing girls hadn't gone anywhere since they saw Gu Wenqing, and their asses were glued to the side of Gu Wenqing, flanking him left and right. It wasn't just because Gu Wenqing was the TAXX boss. It was also because the entire room couldn't find a man who was more attractive than Gu Wenqing. As for Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong, they were lonely and drinking wine. They were so envious of Gu Wenqing. Before Gu Wenqing could reply, Zhou Tao spoke instead. Hi, old Gu is so rich, last time consumption must not be low. They call Gu always honorific. And then, Zhang Xiaohong whispered that Sumu beside Lao Gu was really good looking. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao also nodded in agreement. Under the dim light, Sumu's makeup was exquisite. She was wearing a tight gray super short t-shirt, and the curves of her perfect body in front of her made it so that she couldn't even see her Geo when she looked down, and was more than up to the challenge of drinking a Wangjai with her head down, as well as the plaid skirt underneath. That waist-to-hip ratio really makes the male blood run cold. The only beautiful thing that might be missing is the stacked pair of white legs, short of a pair of black silk. What man wouldn't salute this outfit if it was paired with a pair of legs wrapped in black silk? Although her face value was not as good as Chen Yunxue and Wang Yanyan, she was still a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing was not a willow lover. For the beautiful girl who was sent to his door, he talked, and his hand inadvertently placed on the rounded thigh. Sumo's body trembled slightly and paused for a moment, and then she smiled sweetly and poured wine for someone every now and then. Sumo, a student of a specialized school in Magic City, works part-time at night from time to time, taxes bar marketing, relying on her not bad looks. Her performance in TAXX is also good. Every month from time to come to the session class, less close to nearly 10,000, more tens of thousands of income. Suemo is also a popular figure in the specialized school. Not only is she pretty, but her body is also hot, especially her very seductive dress, making her the much anticipated goddess of the schoolboys. When is a girl most attractive? Not when she's naked. It's when a woman is hidden that she's most seductive. Sumo understood this very early on. She wore it like a shadow and had countless LSBs mesmerized by her. And she's so reserved that she keeps her distance from all men. She knew there was a layer that was very important to the girls. She has always been a high-profile presence in the specialized school, and many seniors, or rich daughters who like to pick up girls, have pursued her, but none of them got their hands on her. In the nightclub, many men of considerable worth sent designer bags and luxury cosmetics, and there was even an old boss who threatened that as long as she was willing to be a canary, the car and house would all be matched for Sumu. Suemo refused through and through. Although she also quite liked money, she admitted that she still preferred a high face value. She was a face dog, especially that old boss who threatened to bag her. Sumu wanted to vomit just by looking at him. While Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao went to the restroom, the female marketing looked at Sumo's red face and asked in a low voice, "The first time I saw you willing to let a man take advantage of you. How? Have some thoughts about Mr. Gu?" Suemo subconsciously nodded her head. "I think Mr. Gu is very handsome. It's too on my aesthetic. Inches can look so good. I really love it." Another female marketing laughed and cursed. "Yen dog shall not die." She envied Suemo to death. Why God rewarded Suemo so much? Just her face, as long as she was willing to nod. Countless rich people for her to bend their knees. Previously, she also felt that Sumo did not know how to appreciate the second generation of the rich, successful career bosses do not see one. If they grow her so beautiful would have become a rich wife, which still need to come to the nightclub to do marketing every day. I didn't realize that Sumo is for sale. Face value and money all want to be even worse. She even want to fuck the boss. My goodness. This is too much excitement. At this time, Sumo's mood was also not calm. Her body could not help but be soft and fluffy. For the first time with the opposite sex knee contact. This feeling inexplicable. She didn't resent Gu Wenqing's intimacy. After all, the boss is so good looking and worth a lot of money. He's just like the boss in the novels she reads. Toilet. Zhou Tao stared at it and cursed. Marred. Lao Gu, you're making me feel inferior too much. Gu Wenqing said blandly. Hey, God rewards food. After draining the water, the two walked out of the walkout restroom one after the other. Walked to the mouth of the deck. A girl in a dress with a great body just happened to be passing by. The dress girl looked at Gu Wenqing a couple more times, especially after seeing Gu Wenqing's face. Feeling the eyes, Gu Wenqing also glanced at the dress girl, resulting in the frightened girl running towards the A1 card seating area with a blushing face. Gu Wenqing, you've come to a nightclub to play. Why are you still shy? Zhou Tao sat on the sidelines. Many nightclub girls dress up although seductive, but feel are not Mo lock figure well. Gu Wenqing also thought of the often fitness Mo Lu, that hot very visual impact S-shaped body, wearing a dress, that is not to charm how many men. Recently, Mo Lu had been sending messages to Gu Wenqing without a beat, and Gu Wenqing would occasionally reply to her. The two men headed towards Sector A3, card 036. In the short distance, Zhou Tao could feel the gazes of many girls towards them. The alcohol fueled the women's gazes with a slight sizzle. Let usually as a small transparent Zhou Tao is uncomfortable. In the eyes of the opposite sex, he felt that his walking posture has become a little strange. It was the first time in his life that he had attracted the attention of so many sexy, good-looking women, though he knew in his heart of hearts that he was just an accessory. The women are all looking at Gu Wenqing, but he had to admit that Gu Wenqing was indeed excellent. Even the tools for draining the water are so beautiful. The manly Zhou Tao was ashamed of himself. Just as she arrived at the card table, she saw that another female marketing had already mingled with Huang Zicheng, and the two of them were talking and laughing. Huang Zicheng glanced at Lao Gu's hand, which was casually resting on Sumo's body, or on her white and tender thighs. He was envious. Huang Zicheng's family condition is not bad, but in high school he was all over Li Wenhuan, and Li Wenhuan was very strong. He simply did not dare to make indecent demands on her. Huang Zicheng, who had never even touched a girl's hand, had a tangled look on his face from time to time, wanting to be as dashing as Gu Wenqing, but never being able to take the first step. He had to sulk and drink with the female marketing. Zhou Tao hunkered down in the corner eating fruit and took out his cell phone and kept sending messages to Mo Lu. Zheng Xiaohong saw that both Gu Wenqing and Huang Zicheng were accompanied by female companions, and he was restless in his heart. He took a large sip of his drink and was just about to look down on the pretty young ladies when he saw three youthful and beautiful girls walking in the direction of the A3 area. His eyes glazed over when he saw the face value of two of the girls. 2 minutes ago, the girl in the dress. Back in section A1, Cardinal 006. She glanced at the two men sitting next to her, before leaning down to whisper in both sisters' ears. What? You're telling the truth? The two sisters were agitated and their tone was excited. Seeing Lai Yan in a dress nodding his head, the two sisters sat down and said, where is he? Ri Yan says she peeked as she was running and the idol seemed to be in section A3. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go get him. It's really boring here. The two girls directly got up and pushed Ri Yan to head towards the A3 area. The two men in the A1 card were even drinking and discussing how to take down the three student girls, when they looked up and saw the girls running towards the A3 section. And they took their bags with them, so obviously they didn't see them, not even giving them a chance. The two men were dumbfounded. The consumption of a one area card seat is not low, plus the location of a one area 006 is directly opposite the DJ stage. In today's pop-up day minimum consumption of 300,000 to be able to show strength in front of three sisters. They're the ones who ordered 5 sets of pentacles. One set of 5 colorful divine dragons is 78,888, and 5 sets is 394,425. That's a little over $400,000 a night on drinks alone. Ordered 5 sets of 5 colored dragons. Rowdy. The dance group held up lighted signs and danced to the beat in front of the card table, feeling the adoring glances around them as they were pleased with themselves. With such a profligate use of money, they thought to themselves that they would be able to take down these 3 unseen schoolgirls. As a result, these 3 schoolgirls actually ran off to the A3 district. What the fuck is this? The two looked at the quality of the many girls who wanted to come and rub their cards together because of the 5-colored divine dragon. which were no match for the student girls who ran away just now, and they looked slightly gloomy. At this point, the released gold leaf returned to the A1 Area 006 card. He saw the lone two friends drinking, and the three sisters were nowhere to be seen. And Genie staggered. Crap, where did the old girl go? The group went to the toilet? One of the white-faced companions, who had been emptied of alcohol, said. It seems to have run over to the A3 area. Sniffing, Genie was furious, but to his cousin he spoke quite politely. Then why don't you stop? What if Lousy's so beautiful sister ran away? Jinhua said weakly, it's not like they don't have legs. I can't stop them if they want to go. Jinhua was a timid and fearful master. He was afraid that if he went to the A3 district to make trouble, what if he was beaten up? After all, he knew that his height and physique didn't have much fighting power at all. Mard Bako, Lousy dang, more than 400,000 yuan of a one area card seat is not enough for them to play. Even thought of running to the A3 kind of garbage card to go. Lousy cannot afford to lose this face. Jin Yi roared angrily. He continued to question another companion loudly. Old ox, it's fine for little shorty to be afraid of things, but why are you such a wimp today? This is not like your previous character? At the sound of the voice, the old bull took a sip of wine, greatly grinned and said, Lousy has been in a lot of trouble lately. What's so good about this little thing? Wait and go directly to rob people is. The old men brought over the girl. Who the hell dares to color the fingers? Old bull, I've been in a very bad mood lately because I've lost my fortune and my love. And I feel like I've had a boring birthday today. And then the old ox turned his words around, rubbed his stomach, and said, I've got a bit of an upset stomach. So when I come back from the restroom, I'll go to area A3 and get them back. Genie is full of care. Just you motherfuckers have a lot of shit. I and Xiaohua go first, to ensure that when you go to the toilet back, the girls I also get back. The old bull waved his hand. That would be best. Genie has his arrogant capital. His old man is in the steel business. The family assets of about 2 to 3 billion. Genie grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and his family bought him a $7 million Lamborghini as an adult. Genie took a lot of effort to ask out the girl with a face value of at least 90, and before he even touched his hand, he ran to someone else's card seat. What's even more infuriating is that people go to higher places. The three girls even abandoned their 400,000 spending A1 area and ran directly to the 50,000 spending A3 area. How the fuck can this be tolerated? Thinking of this, Genie angrily walked towards area A3, with Jinhua goose-stepping behind Genie. Genie was furious, roared, you fucking at least family assets are hundreds of millions. Can not a little bit of momentum? Jinhua Goon weakly replies oh. Genie was even more angry in his heart and sighed in his mind. If not for the fact that Jinhua was his cousin, he would not have said anything to play with this kind of goon. Zheng Xiaohong looked at the three sisters who were walking towards him. Two of them are really pretty. One of the girls was not even close to the sumo on the old goo. The nightclub hormones, combined with the alcohol, made him extremely bold, and he pushed up his glasses, raised his hand and wiped his big back hair with what he thought was a handsome smile. He got up to hit on the girls, but of course he certainly wasn't aiming for the prettiest one. Zheng Xiaohong was still self-aware, and he had his eye on the second prettiest sister of the three. Li Yan took Wang Yang Ru. The two soon saw the idol. At this time Sumo just got up to pour wine. The reality of the white boy so suddenly broke into their line of sight. Gu Wenqing raised his head, and his eyes just happened to meet those of the three girls. Yikes! The three girls were thrilled inside. What a pair of eyes. Deep, charming, as if the whole starry sky was in his eyes. One look made them deeply uncontrollable. The idol was handsome throughout, with a touch of gentleness in his juvenile sensibility, and his body seemed to have a complex aura, domineering and arrogant when he raised his eyebrows, and gentle when he pursed his lips. The white boy is so much better looking than on TV. They were so excited that they were a bit confused, not knowing whether to go up and ask for an autograph, or a photo, or something else. Just as they were hesitating, they saw a man with glasses and a lewd smile approaching. Zheng Xiaohong stared at his target. He ru, as he spoke out, did you guys come to the nightclub to play as well? Why don't you join us for a drink or a chat? It's more fun when there are more of us. The three girls skimmed their mouths at the somewhat lewd Zheng Xiaohong, but he was walking out of the same deck as the idol. They won't say no. Who would refuse to get up close and personal with their idol? The three were just about to nod their little heads in agreement. At this time, the tall Genie caught up, and he took a big step forward. When he saw that Zheng Xiaohong was actually hitting on the woman he brought out, the anger instantly grew even greater. Feeling that his face had been greatly insulted, he rushed over and slapped Zheng Xiaohong on the head. Zheng Xiaohong, who was accosting him, was overwhelmed by the sudden slap, and not only was his head confused, but even his glasses were knocked off. Genie stomped the glasses that flew to his feet, and when the long accumulated anger in his heart was released, a cool evil smile appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, "You a fucking slut glasses also dare to hit on my sister? Will not take a piss and look at their own doggy appearance? Imbecile to death. Who gave you the fucking courage? Is it Jennifer Leung?" The sudden clash froze everyone in the room. Lai Yen, Wang Yanyan, Yang Ru freaked out driving a Lamborghini. Jin Yi, what is this doing? He is violent. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao also looked at this scene confused and thought it was a hallucination. Zhang Kuji, why was he beaten up in a good way? And after that, the two were a wave of anger rushing to their heads. Martyr Botzi, dared to hit their brothers? They're all young men of 18 or 19 years old, so they can't just stand by and see their buddies being beaten up. Coupled with alcohol to the head, the two get up and try to fuck the gold leaf. Nevertheless, Gu Wenqing acted first. He grabbed, with one hand, the hand that Ken A had heaved up again. Gu Wenqing first, a slap thrown over. By the skill, strength and power directly hit the gold leaf. Starry-eyed head is almost fainting death. Gu Wenqing dragged Jin Yi to the side of the card seat, his eyes signaling the security guards who wanted to go forward to help. The security guards saw that it was Mr. Gu, and knew that this could not be resolved today. Soon, a couple of security guards came over and surrounded the card table, so that they could try not to disrupt the other customers' excitement or cause unnecessary panic. In fact, the deafening nightclub really didn't have many people noticing the chaos here. The people in the next deck did see it, but they were not surprised. In nightclubs, there are often drunken young people who cause trouble. They are not surprised, and the security guards of tax are not being solved, so they just ignore it and continue to swallow the wine. Jin Hua, who was brought inside the card table, his legs were trembling with fear. He was afraid of being beaten up. He hurriedly explained, "It's none of my business. It's my cousin who insisted on coming." As soon as Gu Wenqing took a look at Jinoa's wimpy appearance, he knew that he couldn't make any waves, so he just stopped caring about him. Gu Wenqing frowned at Jin Yi, who was still unconscious, and Zhang Xiaohong, who had come back to her senses, took a bottle of wine and poured it vigorously into Jin Yi's head, shouting as she did so, "What the fuck? You psycho! What did I do to you?" Zhang Xiaohong was furious as hell, being beaten up for no reason. Even if he hit on the girl you brought to the club, just give him a heads up. Guilty of straight up hitting? Soon, under the influence of alcohol, confused Jin Yi had awake. His first reaction is that he was actually beaten, or in front of the girl he wanted to pick up was slapped hard in the face, and having a full glass of wine poured all over me. It's a disgrace. He was arrogant and domineering. When did he receive this kind of aggression? He roared viciously, "You losers, know who I am. I just drive the car is worth 7 million. Hit me, you all do not want to stand out of the tax." At this moment, Jin Yi was facing the three Gu Wenqing people, and he was scared in his heart. Especially Gu Wenqing, just that slap really hit him not light. He almost thought he was going to be accounted for here. His anger and the alcohol in his head sobered up. He knew that now he absolutely could not do it, and then do it again inevitably be a beating. He simply yelled directly said, "My family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. It's not something losers like you can afford to mess with. I just opened a random card and spent $400,000 on drinks. Do you guys know what kind of being you're messing with me today? I drive a Lamborghini that costs more than your family's house." He's been preempting them by saying that his family is rich and Gu Wenqing and the others can't afford to mess with them at all. When he saw that he couldn't beat them, he used money to pressure them. After all, in this society nowadays, rich people with hundreds of millions of assets are really not something that ordinary people can afford to mess with. Smell. The three girls' family conditions are not bad, but they think Jin Yi is too low. Instead, Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao, as well as Zhang Xiaohong, did have concerns in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohong, who had wanted to pour more wine on Jin Yi's head, also stood frozen in place, not daring to be impulsive again. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao's clenched fists gradually loosened, in the face of Jin Yi's big words. With the flaunting of wealth, they did have to be shocked. In today's money-oriented society, the rich do have privileges. If the Golden Leaf family is really so rich, they certainly do not dare to mess around again, in case they hurt the Golden Leaf. The Golden Leaf family is so rich and has a wide range of contacts. Just a phone call, there are countless people for him to sell their lives. Then they will be finished. Old Gu, what to do? Zhou Tao asked with a worried frown. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng also had gloomy faces. Although Gu Wenqing's family was also rich, this trouble was always caused. They all knew that regardless of whether or not Gold Leaf had started it, with Gold Leaf's staggering personality, it wouldn't be a simple matter to turn over the page. Smell. Jin Yi saw, with pale faces, Zhang Xiaohong, Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng. He gave a maniacal laugh and said, "It's a pity it's too late to know the aftermath now. Messing with me was the biggest mistake you've ever made in your lives. I will definitely make all of you pay. Especially you." Jin Yi said in the end, his eyes glaring at Gu Wenqing. It was Gu Wenqing who had just slapped himself to the ground, and now Jin Yi's head was still spinning. He stood up and said angrily to the 4 TAXX bouncers at the mouth of the deck, I'm a platinum member of TAXX. I've recharged my card with a whole $3 million. And you assholes are just going to stand by and watch your platinum members get beat up? I'm going to file a complaint against you, and fire all of you useless hot-ass security guards. The reprimanded security guards remained stoic. Joke. The Gu who slapped you is the boss of TAXX, still a platinum member. Even if Jin Yi is a diamond member with a $10 million recharge, he should still be beaten. Sumu also looked at the ridiculous Jin Yi at this time. This rich kid is drinking himself silly and can't see the situation now. Use your brain to think about the characters who can make the TAXX bodyguards are so obedient. I think the energy is not small. Jin Yi he even went crazy so recklessly. Seeing as how you can't even lift your TAXX platinum membership to be of any use, Jin Yi had to take out his cell phone and staggeringly shouted, I'll fuck you up. You dog dare to hit me. The bodyguard doesn't care, right? I'll call someone myself. At the sound, Gu Wenqing's brows furrowed. Before Chief Gu could have a seizure, one of the tall security guards, swinging his arm as a big ear, only to restore the arrogance of the golden leaf to the confused. He was confused and stunned again. The phone fell to the floor and both hands covered their faces at the same time. His eyes were round and wide, and his whole body could not believe it. How dare the security guard? He was the son of a billionaire, and he was slapped by someone from the bottom of the heap? You kid, watch your mouth. Is our Gu always in existence you can insult? The security guard scolded in a stern voice. Jin Yi looked up and glanced at the security guard with eyes full of hatred. This security guard Jin Yi recognized. In the past, whenever he came to tax, this security guard always treated him with respect and addressed himself as Jin Xiao at all times. But Jin Yi never looked at the security guard. Just a fucking watchdog. Jin Yi felt that to speak with this lowly person will fall off their own identity. Who would have thought? At this moment, he was slapped by the little man he despised. At this moment his face was the color of pig's liver, and his whole body was about to go mad with anger. He doesn't care about the other side's crowd, let alone Mr. Gu. He just wants revenge. He reached for the cell phone on the floor. His mouth kept chanting, make sure you cripple them for touching me and break all their hands. Kaboom! Gu Wenqing stomped Jin Yi's Apple 13P into thin air. Zhang Xiaohong saw, heart inexplicably rose a trace of touching. Lao Gu, this person really can deal with the step on my glasses and my brother will step on your Apple 13P phone. I don't lose money. I make money. Want to call? I'll meet you. Gu Wenqing's face showed a touch of ridicule. He waved his hand. And soon there was a security guard who meant it. The security guard took out his own cell phone and handed it to Jin Yi. Gu Wenqing continued in a cold voice, I believe that people do not offend me. I do not offend. If people offend me, I will offend. Give you the last chance to call someone, no matter who comes today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't be stopped. Gu Wenqing's words were very domineering, but not without reason. Gu Wenqing was also annoyed when his friend was assaulted in his own territory. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, Su Mu, Lai Yan, Wang Yanyan, Yang Ru, and another female marketing were all infected by his words. Girls love strong men. At this time, Gu Wenqing for his friends at the expense of offending the rich second generation. This approach is simply handsome to burst, and the other women's hearts are very safe. This kind of men who are not afraid of danger can bring them a complete sense of security. Gu Wenqing's raised sword brows seemed to carry a hint of gangliness. At this moment, Gu Wenqing changed her gentle temperament and was overbearing, as if she didn't have anyone in her sights. Jin Yi was too scared to meet Gu Wenqing's eyes. His eyes panicked as he dialed a phone, saying, Brother Yang help your little brother I've been beaten up against in TAXX. Jin Yi was relieved to learn that Yang would be here soon. Brother Yang's family has billions of dollars in assets, not to mention his family's extensive connections, and he knows many friends from all walks of life, and I've heard that he has a relationship with the boss of tax. As soon as Yang comes, all these clowns will be taken care of. Thinking of this, Jin Yi seemed to see Gu Wenqing and the others kneeling in front of him to admit their mistakes. He had a cruel smile on his face. He would make sure to ruin this handsome mess of a face in front of him later on. Snap! The security guard slapped again. Smile my ass. Respect Mr. Gu, Jin Yi. And then the eyes of the manly security guard swept sternly over the goon Jinhua, also warning him to be respectful to Mr. Gu. And then the security guard's a look scared cousin Jinhua almost piss. The cowardly Jinhua afraid of being beaten, come up to the front of the trembling said, Brother, smoke a wazoo. No smoking. Wazi is good. Everything else chokes. Snap. The security guard slapped Jinhua on the head again. Didn't you hear me say no smoking? Do you know what respect means? Scattering cigarettes should first scatter Mr. Gu. You fucking give me cigarettes first. Is it in front of the leader Mr. Gu to give me eyeballs? Jinhua were struck dumb. I fucking just respect Mr. Gu to pull out a cigarette to light although the order is wrong. He's still getting beat up. Unwarranted disaster little goon online storm crying. Gu winching smoking Huazi, looking at the gold leaf standing aside. This kid is really not until the Yellow River heart will not die. I really do not know how many people he has scourged with this arrogant and domineering character. Zhang Xiaohong saw the situation develop more and more bad. He walked up and whispered, "Old Gu." The other side shouted, "People. 36 plans to go as the best strategy." Zhang Xiaohong is the cause of the incident, and Lao Gu helped himself to the feud with Jin Yi. Jin Yi momentum so arrogant, powerful. Zhang Xiaohong heart really do not have the bottom in case the old Gu was hurt. He is the sinner. Zhou Tao also looks serious. Lao Gu can tolerate it. And it's already taught us a lesson back. It's not like we're at a disadvantage. F***CK. If I had known that something like this would happen today, I shouldn't have come to drink. Lao Gu withdraw. Huang Zicheng also stopped being playful in a rare way at this time. The three roommates' tones were full of worry. The fact that the beaten Jin Yi is still so arrogant means that the rescuer he called is definitely not a good guy. It would be wise to hold off for a while. Although everyone knew that Gu Wenqing's family wasn't bad, it was best if they could keep things from making a big deal out of it. Besides, Jin Yi has been clamoring that his family's assets are in the hundreds of millions, which is really quite bluffing as well. Smell. Gu Wenqing's face was still unreadable. Endure? What to do about enduring a moment that gets more and more angry the more you think about it? Endure? Tolerating being a green turtle? A teenage mutant ninja turtle? As a man with a system, inside his own field, why should he hold back? It's alright. He can't become a climate. Gu Wenqing, who was silent for half a second, said blandly. Hearing Gu Wenqing say this, none of the three Huang Zichengs left, and just sat in the card seat and drank mulled wine from time to time. At that point, the old bull, who had gone to the bathroom, also found card 036 in zone 3. His eyes crossed over the security guard to see his friend Jinya's swollen face, and there was some anger in his heart at this moment. What kind of pussy is so ungrateful? Dare to hit my buddy? He and Jin Yi were close friends. How could he see his best friend being beaten? Moreover, the three of them family assets are hundreds of millions of dollars. It is no exaggeration to say that in TAXXX they are the existence of the top handful of people. He who cannot afford to mess with? The old bull didn't care. So he pushed past the security guards who were in his way and stormed into the card room. The old bull was filled with rage. Looking between the crowd, the leader, Gu Wenqing, had Huazi burning in his hand and swallowed clouds. Why is that handsome face so familiar? Crap! Gu Wenqing. Niu Tianzi was shocked. How dare Jin Yi mess with Gu Wenqing? Niu Tianji's face, which had been furious a second before, instantly turned uglier than a cry. Is he digging his own grave? Niu Tianji's sudden intrusion caused Huang Zicheng's trio to be a bit surprised. Jin Yi, this arrogant and domineering rich kid, actually knew the vice president of the student council? It's also true that both of their families are in the hundreds of millions of dollars and they stink, so it's not surprising that they know each other. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Good timing. A clean sweep. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Niu Tianji almost directly gave a knee. Gu Wenqing's connections and money. Niu Tianji could deeply know how terrifying it was. It was simply not an existence he could mess with. Gu Shao. It's me who was reckless. I'm very sorry. I'll go and have my friend make amends and apologize to Gu Shao. Niu Tianji wimped out in seconds, and then walking over to Jin Yi, he whispered in horror. Crap. How did you mess with Gu Shao? He can clean us up with just a word. Jin Yi disdained. Don't be a wimp. It's not like your temper before. I've already called for Brother Yang to come. We must get this back today. Brother Yang? Lu Yangwei? Right. Hearing Jin Ye's words, Niu Tianji hated it. Scourge It's not enough to harm himself, but he's brought himself and Lu Yangwei into the pit as well. Niu Tianji's tone trembled. Do you know who Gu Shao is? Gu Shao is a figure that even Yang has to look up to. You've gotten me and Yang killed. Smell. Jin Ye's entire body was unsteady on its feet. What did he hear? The man in front of me is actually someone that even Brother Yang respects? How is that possible? Lu Yangwei's family is a shareholder of the Huafeng Group, and his family has assets of more than $4 billion. Assets are more than 10 times that of Jin Ye's family normally. Niu Tianji and Jin Yi are both Lu Yangwei's juniors, looking up to Lu Yangwei, and Lu Yangwei was already a big shot in Jin Ye's eyes, and the young man who beat him up in front of him was even more powerful than Yang? He couldn't believe it. What? Jin Ye's face was covered in cold sweat and his tone was horrified. You're telling the truth? Don't tease me. I kid you not. Niu Tianji. At this time the mood has also long fallen into the bottom. For the second time. This was the second time he'd messed with Mr. Gu, so he could only hope that this time Mr. Gu would be magnanimous as well. At this time, 24 people vociferously found card 036 in area A3, the card seat where Gu Wenqing was. Get out of the way. The leader, Lu Yangwei, roared sternly. On the deck, all the security guards stood firm. At this point, the escalation of the conflict attracted the attention of everyone at the TAXX nightclub. All of them were watching the action. This kind of conflict usually happens in nightclubs from time to time. And the first thing that happens is that it's stopped by TAXXX security. So they don't bring any fear at all. The brothers behind me are not very good-tempered. I'll say it one last time. Get out of my way. Lu Yangwei bullishly shouted in a loud voice. Feeling all the gazes gathered on him, Lu Yangwei was dejected in his heart. He loved this kind of big occasions, and all the gazes gathered on him the most. Lu Yangwei was enjoying himself, thinking that he must be cool as hell right now. It is also true that as he thought, at this time some people in the nightclub looked at the leader of the Lu Yangwei. There are people who do not know him surprised to ask, "Who is this man? How dare you seek trouble in TAXX?" Someone replied, "Brother, you're out of the loop. Brother Yang's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and I heard that he knows the boss of TAXXX. Brother Yang is a regular here. His family has a deep background. His family's assets are in the billions." Someone who understands, with a look of envy, said. Hearing this, some people were a little appalled at Lu Yangwei in their hearts. Some girls even wink at Lu Yang. Feeling the awe of many people and the favor of beautiful women, Lu Yangwei's heart was refreshed. He said, "This is the kind of platitude that a true hero should have." At this time, the voice that made Lu Yangwei familiar came. "Yangwei, do you remember what I said to you last time I was here? I told you, next time you're this bossy out there, I'll holler at you for your father. It's Gu Shao." The magnificent Lu Yangwei died before he could make his mark. Lu Yangwei's body was respectful, bowed his head and walked to Gu Wenqing's front, and said with a compensating smile, "Gu Shao, why it's you, the powerful Lu Yangwei." The moment he appeared on the scene, he groveled and called a teenager Gu Shao with a pleasing face. Boom! It was as if the crowd's minds were bombarded by loud thunder. Shocked to the core. What did they see? A noble young man like Lu Yangwei would have such a humble moment? His family is sitting on billions of assets. What kind of person is that teenager? Can he be so revered? The scene in front of me left everyone present dumbfounded. Aha! What happened to Yang? Who came out as a dominating force, and became impotent? Wasn't that a bullish clamor just now? What's with the groveling and lighting the guy's cigarettes? Especially that pandering smile. It's really humble enough. They were both shocked and amazed. Who is that handsome teenager in section A3? Card 036? Those who were very familiar with Lu Yangwei followed the crowd's gaze and were even more frightened in their hearts. Nima, Brother Yang, who has always been the only one in the world who was afraid of everything but his father, even showed his fear in front of a young man. My God, this can't be a hallucination, can it? They looked dumbfounded and couldn't believe that this was real. Yang, how impotent, an existence that even Brother Yang has to flatter. Imagine how terrifying it is. One said a big guy can be so low-key that he sits in section A3. The magnificent Brother Yang finally had his time to be cleaned up. Some people murmured. And A3 area cardinal 036. Gu Wenqing did not say a word, quietly smoking a cigarette. The whole atmosphere in the card seat is tense. Lu Yangwei stared hard at Jin Yi. I blame this kid for not recognizing the mountain with his eyes. As a little bit of time passes, Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianji, Jin Yi and others have been sweating profusely. All of them are scared. The more silent the big man became, the more apprehensive they became in their minds. Feeling Gu Wenqing's unruly eyes, with a stern aura, they were terrified. I've been thinking about what Mr. Gu would do with them. Lacking arms and legs? Or is it death? Lu Wei Yang, the more they think about it, the more outrageous they are. They are about to scare themselves silly. This is no exaggeration. Gu Wenqing's strength and connections were unfathomable in Lu Yangwei's mind. He'd only heard from his father earlier that Gu Shao had used $30 billion alone to auction off the Land King of Mordor. A whole $30 billion in cash. That's a lot of money. Gu Wenqing kept quiet. They'd been scared to death inside. I don't know how much time has passed. They were so afraid that they forgot the time. Or rather, in front of the overbearing Gu Shao, every minute and every second seemed like a year. Ding! The host unlocks the new title, Sound and Fury. Reward 90 shares of Huafeng Group. $5 billion of reward money has been paid out. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Note, general real estate companies cannot be one person holding shares. It is unreasonable. But the most unreasonable system in the novel appeared. So this 100 shares everyone is reasonable, author dog had to save his life. The system's voice was like heavenly music. Gu Wenqing's face did not change, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Excited to the extreme. 90 shares of Huafeng Group. The total valuation of Huafeng Real Estate after developing all the sites is around $90 billion. Except for the 10 shares he already owned. The total value of those 90 shares is $81 billion. Not 80 million, not 800 million, not 80 billion but the whole 80 billion. With the 10 shares awarded before plus the 90 shares awarded today. Today, Huafeng Group truly belongs to Gu Wenqing's private property. In the face of such a luxurious reward, Gu Wenqing, who was worth a lot of money, could hardly be calm in his heart. It's just so exciting. Then look at the next bonus. 5 billion in cash? SOSO. It's better than nothing. With more than $80 billion in the bank, $5 billion in cash doesn't seem so valuable. A minute ago, all the shareholders of Huafeng Group received mysterious calls. Premium for the shares held by the shareholders of Huafeng. The price offered to all the shareholders could not be refused, and they simply nodded their heads in agreement. Huafeng Group's founder Lin Hongtian, at first, is not agreed to bite the bullet. What a joke. He fought for a lifetime of Huafeng Group has been his spiritual pillar. As if his own son. How can he be willing to sell his son? But his stubborn heart wavered a bit under the other side's monetary offensive. Lin Hongtian, founder of Huafeng Group is my hand pulling up. Like my own son. No, have to add money. In the end Lin Hongtian got what he wanted. He realized his freedom of wealth, got his full billions of things, and lived a life of early retirement. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianqi, Gu Wenqing received all the information about Huafeng Group from the system. Aha! No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi both have always flattered Lu Yangwei and have always looked up to Yangwei. It turns out that Lu Yangwei's father, Lu Guoliang, has been in charge of the construction site of Huafeng Real Estate. Jin Yi's family's steel business, Niu Tianqi's family's construction company, all have to go through Lu Guoliang's consent before they can be stationed at Huafeng Group's construction site. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi home business, extremely dependent on the Huafeng Group. As long as the Huafeng Group cut off their business, and then in the Magic City real estate circle to say hello, then they're two companies with the passage of time absolutely cool. After all, those nationally renowned big real estate, have their own specialized suppliers? Simply do not need. The Jin family and the cattle family of these two small shrimp, the low-end real estate, on the other hand, can't feed the king and bull businesses. It could be said that the survival of the Jin family and the Niu family was at the whim of Gu Wenqing. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianqi, Gu Wenqing dialed a phone number, and he said in a bashful tone, "Yes, I'm Gu Wenqing. From today onwards the group cuts off all cooperation with the Jin family and the Niu family, and directly pulls them into the blacklist, never giving them any more cooperation." Smell. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi looked at Lu Yangwei with puzzled eyes, as if to say, Huafeng in charge of site affairs is not your old man Lu Guoliang. Lu Yangwei is also a bit confused. Although Gu Shao has many shares, he does not have the right to take charge of the construction site. All the division of labor within the enterprise is clear. Without his father Lu Guoliang's nod, the people under his hand simply do not dare to do things recklessly based on a phone call alone. At this point, the cell phone in Lu Yangwei's pants bag rang. He first timidly glanced at Gu Wenqing, and only after Gu Shao nodded slightly did he dare to take out his cell phone. The caller ID says it's his old man, Lu Guoliang. Lu Yangwei picked up the phone. "Hey, Dad. What? You're no longer a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Premium bot. Let me go back and count how many zeros are on my bank card. Okay, I'll be back later." Hanging up the phone, Lu Yangwei felt like he was still sleepwalking. Holy shit, shares turned into cash, or a premium offer. When he learned the news, he didn't feel lost, but instead had a hint of joy in his heart. Business valuation is all a sham. Only the real money in the hands of the real. Wouldn't it be? He really and truly has billions of dollars at home. When he thought about it, he was a little smug in his heart. A smile could not help but appear on his face, and he ended up just meeting Gu Wenqing's line of sight. His neck craned in fear and his eyes rested on the floor. Even if his family has billions of dollars, so what? Gu Shao is the king of Magic City with $30 billion. Compared to Mr. Gu, how can he compete with the moon? And then, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi's phones rang. With the same pitiful face, he glanced at Gu Wenqing and saw that Gu Shao was not displeased. Jin Yi picked up the phone. "Jin Yi, you asshole. Did you offend Xiao Lu? Just now Huafeng Group stopped all business of our family? How many times have I told you to suck up to Xiao Lu? Get the hell out of here and apologize to Xiao Lu. You've caused a huge trouble for the family. If we lose the cooperation with Huafeng Group, our family company will be finished." Niu Tianqi's cell phone rang, and the same questioning voice rang from the other end of the phone, questioning whether Niu Tianqi had upset Lu Xiao's Niu family. Jin family and Huafeng Group's cooperation has always been very pleasant. Huafeng Group said to stop the business stopped. The first thing that people of the two families thought was that their son broke the law and offended Lu Guoyong's son. After answering the phone, the two lost their souls. How they flattered Lu Yangwei was too late. How could they possibly offend him? Besides, Lu Yangwei was lowering his head to make amends to Gu Shao. Just like them, they weren't stupid. And combining the three men's calls, things soon connected. That's it. Yes, Mr. Gu. A phone call from Mr. Gu to release cooperation. Lu Yangwei's family's Huafeng shares were bought at a premium. Subsequently, the Jin family and the Niu family also had successive calls indicating that the family's business with the Huafeng group had been unilaterally cut off entirely. And the source of it all is because they messed with the young man in front of them. Think about it. Everything at home is fine with Lu Yangwei, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi have been almost scared to pee. Poof, plop, two dull sounds, made by the heavy contact of knees with the ground. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi directly kneeled as they tried to pray for Gu Shao's forgiveness. And Jin Yi is the most fearful now he finally understands the terrifying energy of Gu Wenqing. No wonder Niu Tianqi and Lu Yangwei were scared to death when they saw Gu Wenqing. So Gu Wenqing's background connections were so deep. He's got panic in his eyes. It's over. It's all over. I'm so blind that I've messed with such a horrible man. At this moment, his heart was filled with remorse for having known that. Snap, snap, snap. Niu Tianqi knelt down and kept slapping himself hard on the face, hoping that Gu Shao would be accommodating one more time. For a while, the crisp sound kept resonating in the A3 area. It's as if they're in a slapping contest. You're in 3 seconds. No, I have to be faster than you. I'm in 2 seconds. Wang Yanyan, 3 people in the cart seat, with Su Mo and so on, were shocked. Is the idol, boss, S energy so powerful? Just one phone call made the arrogant and domineering Jin Yi turn into a downtrodden dog's appearance. Huang Zicheng and the 3 of them were also surprised and dumbfounded. Gu Shao, just let go of me like I'm a fart. Gu Shao, the trouble is not as bad as my family. You can deal with me however you want, just please leave our family a way out. Niu Tianqi and Jin Yi cried bitterly, and their hands did not forget to slap themselves violently. They don't cry because it hurts. Rather, it was because their own family's industry was in jeopardy, and the two men's family's business practically revolved around the Huafeng group. The Huafeng group abandoned them, then the business of the family company directly diving like a drop in no time will absolutely bankruptcy. Used to living the rich life of a young master, losing the source of huge amounts of money would simply make Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi worse than death. Ha! Gu Wenqing let out a cold laugh and stared at the two men whose faces were covered in blood. Cherish the last of your young master's life. You'll miss it in the future. And then the words turned. Gu Wenqing's eyes became stern. Already, for your father's sake, only a small, insignificant, and minor punishment was done to you, or else. Gu Wenqing came to a short distance away from the two men and said icily in a tone that only they could hear, or you will never see the sun tomorrow. Boom! Gu Wenqing's voice was like thunder from 9 heavens that made the two men paralyzed with fear. The yellow liquid eventually came out. A few of the girls frowned and ran away with blushing faces. I'll never see the sun tomorrow. Tomorrow's sun. Can't see. They were terrified. Truly terrified. Gu Wenqing was like the devil in hell in their eyes, making them tremble. They had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's words. Even Lu Yangwei, such a ruthless character, met Gu Shao, asked for forgiveness. Then these scum. A sinking Huanpu river, who knows? Lu Yangwei on the side of the sharp-eyed. See Gu Shao's huazi burned out. He smiled pleasantly and stepped forward. To Gu Wenqing lit another. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth. His words just now were just to scare Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi. I can't imagine they are so cowardly as to believe it, but this is the best. Now they are so fearful, I'm afraid that in the future, when they see Gu Wenqing from afar, they will have to spread their legs to save their lives. True fear of a person is never submission by force, but an indelible, horrifying memory in the other person's mind. That way, they won't dare to make a fool of themselves in front of Gu Wenqing again. And, after tomorrow, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi would fear him even more when the news of Gu Wenqing's acquisition of the Huafeng group broke out. The whole real estate industry in Magic City will be shaken. Not to mention these two worthless, fearful, timid cockroaches, 2 men on their knees, frantically slapping themselves. Seeing this, everyone in TAXX was no longer shocked, but appalled. Someone in particular recognized the identity of the 2 men who were on their knees. One is a gold leaf with $200 to $300 million in family assets, driving a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini and usually arrogant as hell. The other one is also a frequent guest of tax, Niu Tianqi. His family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and he's sinister and vicious. These 2 are simply the scourge of tax. With their money and power, they don't know how many women they've wooed and awed over. Besides, they're always stealing pretty girls from other people's decks. Everyone dares to be angry. Who makes the 2 Jin Yi very rich? Now the arrogant duo are on their knees slapping themselves furiously. It's an absolute bombshell. They're rich kids with a lot of money. Now, but kneeling at the feet of a young man, self-mutilating viciously. Those who were closer could still faintly hear their mouths chanting, "Gu shall spare your life." Oh, my God. This is crazy. Even 2 billionaire eunuchs are on their knees begging for mercy? I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh, those two are nothing. That teenager is an existence that even Lu Xiao wouldn't dare to mess with. An unknown person inquired. A weak question. Who is Lu Xiao? The son of a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. His family is sitting on billions of dollars of assets. Get it? How powerful is that teenager in front of you? Smell. Everyone present had a hint of awe for Gu Wenqing. This was an existence where even the young master with billions of assets in his family had to bow down and apologize. It was evident how powerful the teenager was. Especially some of the girls present. Eyes uncontrollably want to look towards section A3. Cardinal 036. There sat a young big man. The way he smokes, especially in the dim light, is really imposing. If they could fall in love with this young man, wouldn't they be rich? Gu Wenqing faced the complicated gazes of countless people, some envious, some adoring, etc. He still had the same expression. Things are settling down. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi, for their own arrogant nature, paid a serious price, but also dragged down the business of the family company to lose the business of Huafeng. They are not far from bankruptcy and closure. Yang Wei ah! Gu Wenqing shouted. Hey, Waco's here. Gu Wenqing frowned. Remember what I said last time? Do you need me to do it myself? No. I'm afraid of dirtying Brother Gu's hands. I'll do it myself. Lu Yangwei's tone was tinged with tears. Snap. Lu Yanwei along with the dynamic DJ beat. Hard to hit the face DJ move times. The accident, after all, affected the mood of many customers. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, and Tax's manager ran over with a bow. Gu Wenqing said, "Go tell the front desk that I'll pay for the entire consumption today." And then he didn't forget to add, "Except for those assholes from Gold Leaf." Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, the manager's shocked eyes went round and his speech stuttered a bit. Mr. Gu, today is the day of the explosion. The manager means the whole place is spending a lot of money today. Gu Wenqing smiled with the corner of his mouth and patted the manager's shoulder. Consider us TAXXX, apologizing to everyone for today's farce. Mr. Gu. Atmosphere. The manager was completely bowled over by his new boss. The manager knew that as soon as word got out that Mr. Gu of TAXXX was buying the whole place, it will definitely explode in the Magic City nightclub scene, and Tax's reputation will be taken to the next level, with more and more customers coming in the coming time, and it will continue to explode for some time, and the millions of dollars that Mr. Gu paid up front will be earned back many times over. Mr. Gu is truly amazing. What the manager doesn't realize is that he's the one who's overthinking it. Gu Wenqing simply felt that he had disturbed everyone's pleasure before he bought the whole show. Max's drinks are only a couple million a night. For Gu Wenqing, whose assets are already counted in the hundreds of billions, even tens of millions, not to mention a few million, is just a drop in the bucket. Tens of millions of dollars to Gu Wenqing is equivalent to a piece on an ordinary person. A 10-piece. It's not even worth mentioning. Furthermore, Gu Wenqing has only been rewarded close to $100 billion in assets through the system, and the money for treating the whole room to a drink is as simple as sprinkling water. Tax, which had restored order, was buzzing again with people swallowing wine, slow rocking, and waving their arms vigorously. Suddenly, the sound of the dynamic music became smaller. It made the people who were having fun look at the DJ table. What's with the airplane? Forget about the fight just now. What's with the atmosphere and all this? It really affects the atmosphere and mood. Many eyebrows were furrowed and hearts were very upset. Ahem. Anam, whooping sound. At this point, the sexy DJ in the sexy suit tried the microphone. Her voice with a bit of smoke voice, based on the chaos just now. It has more than a little impact on everyone's mood. So our TAXXX boss, Mr. Gu, has decided to. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TAXXX. When she finished, she motioned the music to its loudest, took the microphone, and yelled 3 times. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TAXXX. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TAXXX. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TAXXX. Boom! The atmosphere instantly pulled to a climax. Everyone present shouted in unison, Mr. Gu, cowhide. Mr. Gu, atmosphere. Mr. Gu's cowhide. Mr. Gu's atmosphere. At this moment, all the people present in the room happily pulled to the peak. Tax really fucking fun. Next time must come back to play. Some people who had heard of Mr. Gu's great name, their eyes went to a 3036 card. That mysterious teenager is Mr. Gu? That's the Mr. Gu who spent over $1.5 million on drinks in one night and fed it to his dog? Now he has turned out to be the owner of TAXX. It's almost scary as hell. Even the famous tax in Magic City has been bought by Mr. Gu. His connections and financial power are extraordinary. No wonder even an arrogant young master like Liu Yangwei would be afraid of Mr. Gu. Liu Xiao, he is still in the A3 area. 036 card frantically slapped his face. They feel pain just looking at it. The drinking game is over. Despite the mishaps, the ending was pretty good. The troublemakers also paid a heavy price. The three little fans took pictures with their idols and then left reluctantly. Zhang Xiaohuang drank a little too much and yelled, "Hey, Lao Gu, I have not asked for that girl V-letter-it." Shoto was holding up the wobbly, slutty glasses. Huang Zicheng also added to the V-mail of another female marketing. The name of the female marketing is Wang Yanyan. After successfully adding the girl's contact information, Huang Zi's face expression was a bit dejected. The group walked out of the tax. A bit of a cool breeze blew through, carrying a slight chill. Drinking doesn't drive. Driving doesn't drink. You can't drive a Bentley Landau GT. Huang Zicheng used his cell phone to call a cab, and a few people waited by the side of the road. "Hey!" Huang Zicheng tilted his head to indicate Suimo behind everyone. Then he said, "Old Gu, you don't go and add that girl's V-mail? So pretty it's a pity not to add it." Zhou Tao also hemmed and hawed, nodding in agreement. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face as he responded faintly, "I don't even need this step." Smelling the body, Huang Zicheng not sisterly. He bristled, "Although we recognize that you are excellent, but not all the girls are like Wang Yanyan. With the same as Chen, schoolgirls will take the initiative to pursue you. Some of the higher value girls are still more subtle and, for example, Wanya is the implicit type. In fact, I have long seen that she wants my V-mail. She is just too embarrassed to open. So I will take the initiative to open the mouth to ask for her contact information on the line." Zhou Tao on the side of the face of disgust. This Huang Zicheng said this much nonsense. Do not just want to say that Wangya like him to fool a hammer ah. Hey, fuck, where the fuck are you spitting at? Fuck, my new Nike shoes. Zhou Tao heartbroken looked down. Was spit full of dirty broken shoes. Want to cry. Fuck, when Zhang Xiaohuang wakes up, high and low will have to make him pay for a new pair of Nike. Zhou Tao took a paper and scribbled and wiped his shoes. And that's when the internet car came. Zhou Tao helped Zhang Xiaohuang sit in the back row. Huang Zicheng was disgusted, pulled open the passenger door, and sat down on his butt. His eyes looked at Gu Wenqing with complacency, as if saying again, "Old Gu will just aggrieve you and squeeze into the back row with them." Gu Wenqing slammed the back door. He's still standing across the street from tax. "Good old Gu. You guys are fucking up all night again, aren't you?" Huang Zicheng tore his heart out and yelled from the passenger side. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Gu Wenqing's words just now. What's the point of adding a V-mail? Strike while the iron is hot. Holy shit, Lao Gu is also too awesome. He was so dejected after adding Wang Ya's V-mail just now. People are compared to one another. I, Huang Zicheng, am still a bit weak. In the back row, Zhou Tao was also full of shock. He grinned and said, "Tonight is Lao Gu going to have a meat dinner tonight?" As soon as the words fell, the driver of the car, Huang Zicheng and others all revealed a heartfelt smile. Men understand, all understand. Tax doorway. Those who should go have gone, and those who should stay have stayed. Under a dim streetlight, Su Mo, wearing a tight gray t-shirt, stood playfully, the breeze blowing her hair. The shadows of the lights emphasized the glamour of her chiseled figure. A tight gray t-shirt gives the softness more dimension. It made Gu Wenqing, who was slightly drunk, a little restless in his heart. Looking at the beautiful woman, Gu Wenqing said indifferently, "Go accompany me for a stroll. Sober up." Suemo naturally took Gu Wenqing's arm, then asked, "Where to?" "Gu Wenqing, where can I go at this late hour?" "To the body." Sumu did not say anything with a slightly blushing face. The man is in love. The concubine is in love. Both were a bit mesmerized by each other, fueled by alcohol. The two walked on and reached a small wooded area in the dead of night. Gu Wenqing did not move on the surface and slowly wrapped his arms around the sexy thin waist. "I'm afraid of being seen. And it's so dark in here. I'm a little scared." Although Suemo said this, her body leaned towards Gu Wenqing's embrace, with a look of refusal. And then Sumu glanced at Gu Wenqing. Which person's first time is in the grove of the... But she really didn't want to turn down the boss. Who let the boss is really too handsome, too domineering, really want to be the boss's little stepford wife. Boing boing. Gu Wenqing was simply the nemesis of the face dog Sumu. What am I afraid of here? Listen. Gu Wenqing's head was close to Sumu's ear, and his low magnetic voice said, "Fear not. We have the boss here." Feeling Gu Wenqing's hot breath, coupled with the charming cheeks, Sumo's legs were a bit uncontrollably weak. Suemo snuggled up to Gu Wenqing's body and said angrily, "Boss, let's go to a hotel." Gu Wenqing didn't say anything and moved his hand down a few points. Sumo's entire body was snuggled in Gu Wenqing's arms. and there just happened to be a 5-star hotel nearby. She had only just made up her lipstick as well, her thin lips with a hint of bright red, showing off her fairer skin. On the way, I came across a certain self-service store that was open 24 hours a day. Gu Wenqing stopped next to the store, his mouth exhaling hot air. You're especially charming today. The only thing missing is a magic weapon. Facing Sumo's surprised eyes, Gu Wenqing's head slowly approached Sumu's ear and spoke 2 words. Sumo gave the boss another blank look. I can't imagine that the seemingly serious boss is so playful. Of course she'll satisfy the boss. She went in and bought certain items. Unfortunately for this kind of sale store, there was no Valentino or Parisian house, and she thought that she would have to make up for it next time. The room resounded with the sound of water running. And then, Sumo, who had changed her outfit, walked out. A black lace garter belt reveals her sexy collarbone, and underneath is a short skirt that wraps her legs in long stockings. A costume that made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Maybe the dress was too small for the top few buttons to be buttoned up, revealing a perfect career line. This one, together with Sumu, who had only just made up her makeup, her pretty face shone more and more charmingly under the light. A leprechaun. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. He didn't hesitate to stride forward. Ryoko. A splash of red mums on the white sheets. Gu Wenqing thoughtfully poured Sumo a cup of water. She was exhausted just now. The moon is captivating. All this night, spiders have been trying to climb the web. Boing! Sumo woke up, the softness in her body letting her know that what she had last night was not a dream. 19 years of treasured possessions. Give it to him. She subconsciously glanced. Next to her boss. 3-dimensional features and picturesque appearance. This appearance properly makes her as a face dog cannot stop. She looked a little smitten. Buzz off. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, her cell phone vibrated. It was her roommate who called. Sumo took her cell phone and saw that there were 24 missed calls, all from her roommate. Sumo pressed the answer button. Foamy, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back? A caring voice came from the opposite side. I was at work yesterday. You know I work part-time at tax marketing. Sumo responded softly. Lie to me. You've never stayed out at night at work before. You must be with a man. Foam, you won't be tempted to go with a big money, right? Roommate said in a joking tone. And later, the roommate added nosily. I'll tell you what. Senior Billing waited downstairs for you all night yesterday, and I saw him go back this morning. TSK, love but not love. Senior Bilin is also too sad. I feel sorry for him. The roommate's mouth said that she felt sorry for Senior Bilin, but in her heart, she was gloating. Who's calling? Gu Wenqing woke up at that moment and asked. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, a girl's shriek came from the phone. Man. Foamy, you're really lying to me. My old lady is at war with you. Sumo's little face reddened and she hung up the phone directly. Roommates. She's got a crazy personality, and she's calling because she's worried I'll have an accident out there. Sumo responded sweetly. Is it this kind of accident? A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's mouth, squeezing the softness, patting the back of Sumo's head with his hand. Sumo understood and pouted her lips gently. After some time, Gu Wenqing was refreshed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After breakfast, Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT to send Sumo to the entrance of the school. Eyes on Sumo walked into the school. The two had a deep friendship. Gu Wenqing can then use the skill, probing favor. 99 points? Is Sumo really good for herself? Wang Min's previous favorability towards him was 85. In contrast, Gu Wenqing couldn't figure out why Sumo's favorability towards himself was so ridiculously high. Divided according to the system's favorability. 0 to 20 favorites are strangers. 20 to 40 favorites are casual friends. 40 to 60 favorability for best friends. 60 to 80 favorability for like. 80 to 90 good sense for the love of a lifetime. 90 to 100 good sense for till death do us part. Then, Wang Min is the love of his life. And Sumo is straight up outrageous for till death do us part. Gu Wenqing couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it, so he just stopped thinking about it. Sumo was already his anyway. The more favorable you are to him, the better. Car. Thinking back to last night's madness, I didn't realize that Sumo was still a fledgling. When Gu Wenqing saw a red flower on the bed, he was in a happy mood. Yesterday, I drank some wine and lost my mind. Plus Sumo is indeed very beautiful. Inadvertent impulse did not think that she is still innocent body. Gu Wenqing made a phone call to Taxes Finance and asked for Sumo's bank card number. Transferred $1 million to her first. First give a little money to Sumo to use. Suddenly give too much. I'm afraid it will scare Sumo. Maybe she will think that Gu Wenqing is drawing a line between the two. Spoil your own woman. In addition, Wang Min's side should also be a bowl of water. Although compared to Sumo, Wang Min's favorability is slightly lower, but with time favorability will certainly be enhanced. Suddenly there is a woman who is faithful to herself to the end of her life. Gu Wenqing's heart is still more or less very happy. He parked his car, hummed a little tune, stopped by to bring breakfast for the three of them, and went into the dormitory. No school in the morning, and all three sons are still huffing and puffing. Rise, get up, the sun is shining on your ass. Gu Wenqing placed breakfast on the table. Hello Gu, you brought us breakfast? Fucking hell, you had a good time last night? Come back today? Finding Gu Wenqing back, Zhou Tao, who had gotten up, had envy on his face. Huang Zicheng, also wearing a pair of panda eyes, took a few buns and said as he ate them, old Gu is not blessed with good luck. You easily took her yesterday? Huang Zicheng was filled with curiosity. Although Gu Wenqing is a little bit better than myself, but to take down such a beautiful girl in just less than a day's work, Huang Zicheng still felt that it was somewhat impossible. Mostly, Lao Gu was pretending in front of them. The truth is that he must have gotten a room all by himself last night. Empty room with one hand. Gu Wenqing glanced at Zhang Xiaohong, who was still huffing and puffing, and the smile on his face was meaningful. Guess. Huang Zicheng frowned with the appearance of an emotional master, his face in a serious manner, and said, I guess you definitely didn't take advantage of it. You still have to take it step by step. Like me, it's important to take your time and increase your goodwill towards each other. I think that's the most reliable. Zhou Tao heatedly laughed. When you emotionally chat in place, the girl does not know in whose arms. You cannot even touch the girl's hand. Huang Zicheng. At the sound, Huang Zicheng's brows furrowed and his expression twisted. I damn well want you to come and stab me in the heart. Gu Wenqing just smiled and watched the two emotional whites hurting each other. Magic City, a certain university. Su Mo limped back to the dormitory. At this time, Xiao Qiu was alone in the dormitory. Xiao Qiu, the sister who had just spoken to her, looked at Su Mo with an odd expression. She asked, what's wrong with you? Sumo's small eyes twinkled. I was doing exercises at the gym last night and my body flashed. Yeah, you lied to me again. Really? Yesterday I practiced deep squats and leg lifts for a long time. Xiao Qiu was also a veteran driver and understood in seconds. With whom? Strong or not? You're not really in love, are you? Xiao Qiu was as curious as a cat scratching, his heart itching. As a bosom friend, she still understands Su Mo better, and she definitely can't look at the tycoon and big money Su Mu, who is so face doggy. Well, the man who spent the night with Su Mu last night must have been very handsome. Sumo said sweetly, our boss. Ah, at the sound, Xiao Qiu was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, two eyes round and full of disbelief. Oh, I vaguely heard Gu Wenqing's voice through the phone in the morning, and I couldn't guess his age because it was rather vague. Xiao Qiu couldn't believe that the heavily face-controlled Su Mo had also changed. Could it be that she looked away and chose bread? Xiao Qiu had heard from Su Mo that the boss of tax was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Xiao Qiu stared wide-eyed in shock. So you really gave it to him? Sumo said mischievously. Why not? Think of that image. A 19-year-old flower goddess, with a 40-year-old man hot eyes off. Foamy you fallen. Where's the promised heavy face control? Ha! Our boss is handsome as hell. Fart. How handsome can a 40-something-year-old man be? Besides, can he satisfy you? Bah! Yuck! Blah 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 blah. Suemo spat lightly. Her mouth pouted. Who gave you say more than 40 years old? Our TAXXX changed boss. I give you say can handsome. Xiao, is there a picture? Seeing Suemo shaking her head, she bristled. Next time I'd like to see how handsome. To be able to charm you like this. Suemo smiled sweetly. It's pretty anyway. I'll believe you. If you don't look good, I'll knock your head off. The two girls fooled around for a while. Sumo looked at her cell phone and saw an unread text message. She opened it and her eyes widened. She has an extra $1 million on her bank card. The first thought that came to her mind was that the boss gave it to her. What did that mean? Fledgling night fee? Thinking of this, Sumo's face paled a little. She tapped on the V-mail and wanted to ask the owner what was going on with the money. Gu Wenqing, use a good lipstick. Laughs, don't refuse, or you'll be tortured. Remember to thank me verbally next time. Seeing the message, Sumo's tense body relaxed. It's not as if you don't want to be yourself. Then, thinking of the Grove last night, she lightly spat in her mind. Boss, really too bad. She replied, humph. Then you go with me to buy, dog's head. Afternoon microeconomics course. Gu Wenqing and the three people from the dormitory sat in the back row, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A beautiful view from the window went by and swung the hearts of countless boys. A boy said it's the school beauty. Chen Yunxue. The boy's words fell. Chen Yunxue then walked into the classroom playfully. Schoolgirl Chen was wearing a white slimming t-shirt, revealing her white arms, and underneath was a pair of slightly loose jeans, which not only showed her small waist to be sexy, but also made her more youthful. Tied up a head of hair, with her footsteps gently swaying, Only put on a light makeup schoolgirl. Pure and playful flavor. The boys are swooning. It's so good to look at. With it came a wave of heartache. It's not like schoolgirl-chan is in economics. The fact that she would appear here could only be for Gu Wenqing. A goddess would come to dabble in a class for a guy. Crazy, crazy. Schoolgirl, you have to be reserved, unsurprisingly to everyone. Chen Yunxue walked over to Gu Wenqing's side, her brows furrowed. Gu Wenqing sat on the far side, and sitting next to him inside was Zhou Tao. There is no location. Hey, schoolgirl Chen, I'll give you a seat. Zhou Tao grinned and gave up his seat. When he left, he also made a wink to Gu Wenqing, as if to say, buddies are interesting enough. Gu Wenqing sat on her but in Zhou Tao's original position, and schoolmarm Chen gently sat next to Gu Wenqing. At this moment, feeling the envious and jealous eyes of the boys in the class, Gu Wenqing seemed to hear the sound of many broken hearts. Gu Wenqing skimmed his lips and asked, why did you come over? Chen Yunshue's body was always icy cold and felt like an iceberg. Obviously she looks so purely lustful. Why is her nature so cool? Chen Yunxue did not hide her purpose, to see you. Gu Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as soon as this schoolgirl opened her mouth, it destroyed her iceberg temperament. What he didn't know was that Chen Yunxue was only like this in front of him. We all have one nose and two eyes. What's there to see? Chen Yunshue's playful eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Wenqing. See how good you look. No fair. I want to see you too. Gu Wenqing teased. Then he was generous and appreciated Chen Yunxue. There were also two deliberate tisk-tsk noises of praise. Feeling what looked like Gu Wenqing's scrutinizing eyes, Chen Yunxue was defeated. She stopped looking at Gu Wenqing and her eyes drifted to the blackboard. Her face flushed slightly. He's supposed to see it. Gu Wenqing admired schoolgirl Chen up close. Bright white cheeks, delicate features and a bulging forehead. There will be no shortage of milk for the baby. While the small waist is also very tempting. In sight. Schoolgirl Chen, who was sitting with her legs squarely on the ground, had the bare feet of her jeans revealing the black silk wrapped around her white skin. It's still Balenciaga. Boy, the black silk-controlled Gu Wenqing is in high spirits. Pantyhose. Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but look twice more. Looking good? Chen Yunxue asked shyly. Gu Wenqing bargained and said, big deal. How can you wear it like this? He said seriously. It must be hot to wear jeans on such a hot day. Yeah, but I'm not hot. Chen Yunxue finished, slightly lifting her loose jeans upwards, revealing her sexy calves wrapped in black silk. But seeing you makes me feel a little hot. Gu Wenqing was dumbfounded. Brother was teased by schoolgirl Chen? Snap. The pen in Gu Wenqing's hand dropped without notice. Gu Wenqing's eyes widened as he buried himself and lowered his head to pick up his pen. In this class, he picked up his pen bare, and then came to the conclusion that schoolgirl Chen's panty lining was really top. Wrapped in Parisian legs, you can slightly see through the white skin tantalizing heartstrings. Classroom. The teacher was lecturing from the stage. Many of the students were distracted and turned around to see schoolgirl Chen in the back row with a blush on her face. And that asshole Gu Wenqing. What is he doing raising and lowering his head so often? The girls, on the other hand, looked enviously at Chen Yunxue beside Gu Wenqing. I have to admit, the man and the woman. It's like the cover of a comic where the hero and heroine are simply a match made in heaven. Ryoko. Class is over. Some students took their belongings and left the classroom. Chen Yunxue hesitated and said softly, does it look good? Seeing Gu Wenqing nodding, she said, then I'll wear it next time. Gu Wenqing froze for a moment. I'll go. Is this still a high-flying goddess? How do you feel so alive in front of yourself? It's not right. How did she know that I like sparkling water with black silk control? Obviously. She used to wear school JK style. After microeconomics is over, schoolgirl Chen had a class and left reluctantly. After class, Gu Wenqing called the secretary to inform him that all the executives of the Huafeng group would meet at 5 p.m. It's time to launch the $30 billion Shuzhou district along the River Clan. Gu Wenqing had no management experience, but Huafeng group had a complete operation system, so the management difficulty was relatively low. Early this morning, the Magic City real estate circle exploded. Huafeng group has been bought by a mysterious person. According to the shareholders of Huafeng group, the buyer offered them a price they couldn't refuse. When this news came out, it caused an instant uproar. Huafeng group is valued at more than $90 billion. If you buy the shares at a premium, wouldn't it all cost at least 1,000 small goals? Rich people. Capricious. All the bigwigs in the real estate industry are curious about Huafeng's mysterious buyer. A lot of the big guys, who seem to be worth millions and millions, are just in stocks, real estate, etc., and don't really have that much liquidity. These bigwigs are really envious of the cowman who can take out at least $100 billion. Gu Wenqing didn't care so much. He was ready to show up. And in the meantime, let them discuss the preliminary land design plan first. And the Ox family, The King family also learned the news, and from his own son, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. 3. He learned that it was a phone call from Mr. Gu that broke off the cooperation. Then, what was Mr. Gu's role in this acquisition? But there's no mistaking that only by restoring the rift with Mr. Gu can their company be resurrected. The heads of the Niu and Jin families ordered their sons to please Mr. Gu no matter what methods they used, and to pay all costs to repair the gap with Mr. Gu. When Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi heard this, they broke down emotionally and cried out on the spot. They even have to go to face the demon. Just think about it, feel fearful, not to mention to go to the side to please the bad will be dead. Zhou Tao said enviously, Lao Gu, how does it feel to be at the same table as Chen's schoolgirl? Ha ha ha, I can see the eyes of those boys in the class, can't wait to eat you alive. Actually, I think old Gu and schoolgirl Chen are quite a good match. On the way to the cafeteria, the 3 people in the dormitory spoke one to the other. Zheng Xiaohong glanced enviously at Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, you're so powerful. Feel free to teach me 2 tricks so that I can get off a single 2. I'll buy you dinner for a month. Huang Zicheng said disdainfully, shit, Lao Gu is so rich, lack of you this 3 melons and 2 jujubes? Besides, the flavor of the cafeteria is fine once in a while, but if you eat for a month, you'll die of boredom. And then, Huang Zicheng said with a smile on his face, help me wash my socks for a month like this, and I'll teach you 2 tricks to make sure you get off the hook. Hearing Huang Zicheng's words, Zheng Xiaohong wore an odd expression on her face. I won't even learn from you if you fall back and wash my socks for a month. You don't even dare to hold a sister's hand. And you still dare to come out and take on an apprentice? Zhou Tao's mouth grinned. I think Huang Zi is not forced to count. They do not have a clear understanding of what paragraph. Huang Zicheng yelled in protest. Lao Zi just doesn't want to touch Wang Ya. I can't get past that hurdle in my heart when I think of Li Wenhuan. I'm not like old Gu, who goes around showing mercy. Gu Wenqing was speechless. Don't fucking yell and disturb my reputation. Zhou Tao said disdainfully, Huang Zi, I do serve you. A day does not pretend to be hard to heart, is not it? Lao Gu's family is excellent. If I were as rich as he is, I would be willing to find a few more beautiful women to accompany me. And you, skinny as a refugee, bluffing all day long. Day, tube you bird business. Don't call me Huang Zi. Sounds like the Qingming grave sweeping yellow paper, really hard to hear. Okay, yellowy, Huang Zicheng. The 4 made their way to the cafeteria. It was mealtime and crowded. There was a long line at every window. The 4 had to pick a lesser in order to line up. The second floor is a small pot of fried food. The flavor is much more fragrant than the large pot of food on the first floor, and the price is much more expensive. Usually consumed by teachers and staff. Gu Wenqing started school or the first time to eat on the first floor of the cafeteria. Thinking to try the taste, they did not go upstairs. Special fried dishes window. Eyes on the front of the line moving as slow as a snail. Huang Zicheng spat out. Holy shit, these people aren't active in class, and they run faster than anyone else to eat. The tall Zhou Tao, who was already hungry, yelled, Sister, it's going to take a long time to line up. I'm really hungry. Huang Zicheng nodded in agreement. In the front row, a girl who was about to take her meal spotted Gu Wenqing among the 4 of them. Not long after, she carried 2 large dinner plates and carefully walked to Gu Wenqing's front, her voice low, I've beaten the meal for you, with both hands holding the food. Yun Weiwei was afraid of accidentally knocking it over as she continued. Go eat over there. Gu Wenqing nodded and took the dinner plate in her hand, and the 2 of them left the group one after the other. Gu Wenqing walked in front, and Yun Weiwei followed Gu Wenqing closely like a little daughter-in-law. Being in line, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were dumbstruck. A traitor who favors his friends over his wife. Looking at the backs of the 2, they were envious. I thought that with 4 people in the same miserable line, we could all have fun and brag about it. But they couldn't be happy when Gu Wenqing walked away with a big plate of food that Yun Weiwei had bought. Mud, Gu Wenqing is a real dog. You have to show your superiority in front of them even for a meal. Zhou Tao sighed. Lao Gu fucking stabbed the goddess's nest? This Yun Weiwei seems to be quite good looking too. In short, the 3 of them were envious of Gu Wenqing, who was able to eat ahead of time. The 2 men found a corner and sat down. Gu Wenqing's plate was full of meat, eggs, and 2 vegetables. Gu Wenqing looked at Yun Weiwei, who had small green vegetables with dry rice. Feeling Gu Wenqing's eyes, Yun Weiwei felt a little uncomfortable all over, her face slightly peachy as she whispered, just thank you, and then she looked up with a firm tone. I asked someone and looked it up on the internet. That car is expensive. It should pay more than $10,150. $000. I'll pay you back. I'm going to work after class. There's money in it. Yun Weiwei appeared to have a soft character, but her bones were very stubborn. Gu Wenqing switched the 2 of them and shaved a few bites of vegetables. There's a lack of vitamins these days. I need to eat more vegetables. Not 150,000. That was Li Yuan Gui's lion's share of nonsense. Don't care how much I paid. That's nothing to do with you as I smashed it. That little bump on the Porsche you hit, 10,000 bucks would have been enough. After Gu Wenqing finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Weiwei, who was sitting quietly across from him, and was still really looking good. Wow. Yun Weiwei responded dully. As far as someone's gaze went, Yun Weiwei flushed red and lowered her head to vigorously shave rice into her mouth, the sides of her cheeks bulging like a hamster's. Gu Wenqing laughed. Yun Weiwei, do you have a grudge against rice? Ah. Yun Weiwei was dumbfounded, confusion on her face. Gu Wenqing thought to himself that she was looking for a part-time job. Should he help her arrange a part-time job? Whether it's a Western restaurant, a movie theater, or a 5-star hotel. As long as Yun Weiwei likes to go and choose which part-time job is fine. In the end, Gu Wenqing dismissed the idea. Girls who are stubborn to the bone and closed off inside. Gradual is best. Besides, Yun Weiwei, she had her own ideas. Gu Wenqing, who had finished eating, was in a good mood. As he prepared to leave, he saw that his 3 roommates had only just finished their meals and were looking at him with a somewhat sultry look in their eyes. They all went into the cafeteria together, and Lao Gu had finished eating, and they were just getting their meals. That's the difference. Gu Wenqing smiled and left the cafeteria. Noon magic big, a lot of people, many wearing hot pants, short skirts, revealing the long legs of the girls walking on the road, is also considered to be a beautiful scenery of the hot weather. Gu Wenqing returned to his dormitory and prepared to take a lunch break before going to inspect the Huaphone group. Buzzing. A vibration came from the cell phone. Gu Wenqing opened his cell phone. It was a Vmail message from his schoolmate. Wang Yanyan, what are you doing? I just took a shower. Oh, shy. I miss you. Day. This leprechaun. Don't you know that freshman year is the age of teenage excitement? Do you really want to turn people on? It was this routine again. Gu Wenqing was too lazy to care about her, hanging her out to dry. She's been a little jumpy lately. 3 days without a fight. Except for the news about Huma Wang. A red-haired Ying Lin also sent a Vmail. Lin Ying Gu Wenqing. Are you free this afternoon? My girlfriends and I have an appointment to go shopping together. And they've both brought male companions. I'm so lonely. Can you walk me around? Poor. Gu Wenqing remembered Lin Ying's car. Still in their own place. To meet just also returned the Bentley to her. Gu Wenqing typed. What time in the afternoon? Ying Lin, I have a 3 o'clock appointment with my girlfriends. Looking forward to it. Huaphone Group's high-level meeting is at 5 o'clock, and the times don't overlap. Gu Wenqing replied directly to, yes, send me a location and I'll come pick you up directly. Magic City. Inside a villa. Lin Ying, who had received Gu Wenqing's message, leaped and cheered. Inwardly, I was hoping that time would move faster, preferably to 3 p.m. soon. There were some other messages on the cell phone Vmails from Mo Lock. Gu Wenqing ignored it and directly locked the screen on his phone. With his head resting on his hands and lying on the soft bed, Gu Wenqing looked at the ceiling and contemplated the assets he owned. Except for the $16 billion in cash lying in the bank card, various assets rewarded by the system in the name of Gu Wenqing's business. Debonair Western Restaurant, 2 top movie theaters in Magic City 2, Huaphone Group, Magic City Game Studio, 10 sets of Wahi Street storefronts, Radisson Blue Hotel, Tax Bar. Without realizing it, he already had so many assets under Gu Wenqing's name. Any one of them is a quality asset that many people can only dream of, and can enable the average person to lead a nourishing life. Gu Wenqing, on the other hand, has all of them, especially Magic City Studios. Gu Wenqing has always forgotten about this little transparency. Today, I suddenly remembered that I realized that I had been talking about inspecting the Magic City Studio, but I had been just talking about it and not taking action. Gu Wenqing shook his head inside. Hey! I can only blame it on the fact that there has been so much going on lately. I've been busy with my girl all day. At this point, the cell phone, sitting on the bed, buzzed again. Gu Wenqing took a look, and his schoolmate had actually been swiping the screen. Ha! Woman! Wang Yanyan, schoolboy, why are you ignoring me? Crying. Wang Yanyan, you're cold to me after you've eaten and cleaned up, aren't you? Scumbag, aggrieved. Gu Wenqing skimmed his lips. The last line of defense has not been breached. How can you say eat dry? Those before were appetizers at best. Unfortunately, this entree has been still muffled in the pan and delayed in being served. Gu Wenqing hasn't been so difficult lately. After all, there's already Wang Min and the girls, playing the game. Add Gu Wenqing output thief J8 fierce, so that the 2 auxiliary sister happy screaming to the end of the game. The fact that her schoolmate had dragged her feet for so long had made Gu Wenqing, who was no longer a fledgling, no longer so impatient. After all, the classical beauty of Wang Min, Sweet Sumo, and Wang Yanyan overall rating is not much difference. Our rare beauty. The 3 casually walk out. is to attract a large swathe of LSB's attention is the focus of the crowd. Sister, it's not that I, Gu Wenqing, am ignoring you. It's you who's been whetting my appetite and causing me to be picked on by other women. I, Gu Wenqing, really don't want to talk to you today. Wang Yanyan, schoolboy. Does this look good? Picture. And this one is Parisian. This is a black silk stocking. And this is the black lace trim. A dozen or so assorted every day. Out of different outfits. The only thing that is the same is that pair of long round legs wrapped in various stockings. True to form. I studied dance. Those tantalizingly long, round and straight legs, relatively evenly coordinated. That one different outfitting that. Gu Wenqing watched with rapt attention. His attitude still bland. Gu Wenqing blurted out, that's it? Disdain. Ryoko. Wang Yanyan on the other side seemed to be shy or hesitant. Wang Yanyan, then how about you help me refer to this one? Schoolmate? Specially bought for you. Figure. Gu Wenqing skimmed his lips and clicked in. Picture 1 zoomed in. This who suffers. That tiny waist. Those long sexy legs. The firm and soft. Okay. Schoolgirl YYDS. Gu Wenqing, address. I'll be right there. Wang Yanyan, location, still in class. You like this last one so much? Then I'll make sure to save it for you and wait for you. Then I'll tell you AJ8. Gu Wenqing, I'll wait. I'll make you cry one day. Angry. Huma Wang, why not today? Shy. Gu Wenqing, I've got a lot of things to do later. The other side of the dormitory. Huang Zicheng's cell phone also rang. A look at the message sent by the note. Goddess Wan Huan, sent a email message. Huang Zicheng's heart burst into laughter. Usually it was him who took the initiative to find Li Wenhuan, while the other party sought him out pitifully few times. Huang Zicheng thought to himself that Wenhuan should have asked himself out after military training. He clicked on the message full of joy. Li Wenhuan Emo Lu asked me to ask why Gu Wenqing ignored him. Nima. Huang Zicheng was greatly disappointed when he saw the message. I thought to myself, Mo Lu chased Gu Wenqing. Why do you always come to instruct me to do things, Huang Zicheng? But as a senior licker of Li Wenhuan, he would not refuse the goddess's request. Huang Zicheng typed his response. Huang Zicheng, okay, I'll help ask. Huang Zicheng, Wenhuan's military training is over. Let's go out together when there's no class. Question. Li Wenhuan, let's talk about it. It's not convenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng, oh, you're right. It's really inconvenient to go to faraway places, showing teeth. The message went out, and it took a long time to get a response from Li Wenhuan. Huang Zicheng thought to himself that she should have taken a nap. Huang Zicheng bristled. Old Gu, what's going on with you and Mo Lu? Wenhuan asked me to ask you. Hearing Huang Zicheng's voice about Mo Lu, Zhou Tao's ears perked up on the side. Zhou Tao just now he also sent a message to Mo Lok, but also stones sinking into the sea. Gu Wenqing casually replied. Nothing, she asked me out to work out and I didn't want to go. Gu Wenqing genuinely didn't want to go. And he didn't reply to Mo Lu because the two of them couldn't talk about the same topic. Mo Lu is always talking about fitness, but Gu Wenqing doesn't know anything about fitness. Besides, his body has been transformed by the system to be quite perfect, so he doesn't need to work out at all. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Zhou Tao came into the spirit and grinned. If Mo Lu asked me out, I'd hate to fly there. And Zhou Tao was relieved in his heart. It looked like Gu Wenqing didn't have any other thoughts about Mo Lu. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao felt that he shouldn't be shy and should be more proactive. Zhou Tao grinned. He sent a message to Molok. Are you working out? I can join you. Not long after Mo Lu replied. Not going. Huang Zicheng out of the mouth to remind said. Zhou Tao, you are realistic point good. Mo fall kind of girl family conditions are not bad. The requirements are relatively high is not good to chase. Huang Zicheng saw Zhou Tao's dog-licking smile and skimmed his lips. Zhou Tao was fucking bewitched by Mo Lu. Zhou Tao did not care about it. Said. We are also a student of the Magic City University. The education is not bad, and will be mixed very well in the future. P.S. The roommate will not be involved in Gu Wenqing's business or anything, at least not before graduation. There will not be any cooperation with the roommate or anything. It's a pure roommate father and son relationship. At the sound of that, everyone stopped talking. Gu Wenqing thinks that we are all young people. Dare to love and hate, quite right. The big deal is to change the target when you fall out of love. Looking at the two staring at the cell phone days two and roommates, Gu Wenqing sighed. Ask what is love in the world. At this point, Huang Zicheng also remembered what Li Wenhuan had just said. It's not convenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng pondered whether he had gone to buy a car. Although his family has a car, but usually are his father Huang Zhonghuang on the shift to drive. The car is also not the turn of Huang Zicheng use, especially when I think back to the way to the bar. When Lao Bu drove the Bentley Continental GT single-handedly and handsomely, he became even more excited inside. Martyr. No wonder I can't compare to Lao Gu. So there's only one car between me and Gu. At this moment Huang Zicheng stared at Gu Wenqing. His heart was enlightened and he seemed to have found a breakthrough point. It just so happens that Huang Zhonghuang hit the money in the bank card is not much use. And he also took the driver's license in the summer. Why not buy a car to drive? Huang Zicheng then opened the app to look at the car. Gu Wenqing opens the skill, favor scouting. The favoritism of the two girls who crossed his pipe and bowls showed up as follows. Wang Min, current favorability to host, 91%. Su Mo, current favorability to host, 99%. Before the day Wang Min broke the chick, the good sense of Gu Wenqing is 85. After a few days of understanding each other, the feelings are extremely warming up. Directly broke through to 91. Both of them had feelings for Gu Wenqing until death. Rain or shine. Gu Wenqing also transferred 1 million to Wang Min and told her to use it first. $1 million is not much for Gu Wenqing, but for other college students it is a huge amount of money. $1 million is not a small amount for Wang Min and Su Mo even more. Gu Wenqing was well aware of this, so giving them money was considered restrained. Let's use it first. We'll pay again if we don't have enough. Wait a few days, then let them get a driver's license and buy a mobility scooter. A school in the Magic City. Wang Min's cell phone was charging on the table. Suddenly the phone vibrated and the screen lit up. The roommate sitting next to him looked curiously. It's a message. Your account 0328 has an income of 1 renminbi. 0000000 and a balance of 1 renminbi. 022 01959 Alipay income. Magic City Bank. So many zeros? The roommate thought he was seeing things. Rubbing his eyes he continued to look twice. And yes, it was 7 figures. A whole $1 million. Her whole body was confused. What she saw. Someone transferred $1 million to Wang Min? After the roommate was confused, the whole thing was shocked. She said to herself, a whole $1 million. What a million. The other two roommates saw her shocked expression and came up to look at her. Rumble. Their eyes were rounded. Their heads as if bombarded by loud thunder. So shocked that they could not speak. Is it really $1 million? One of the girls with short hair thought to herself. Did the bank transfer the wrong money? Or did Wang Min do something unseemly? $1 million is a huge amount of money for them. And they are breathing hard. At this point, Wang Min, who had just finished washing her hair, walked in with her wet hair. Seeing the three roommates who were frozen in place, she asked curiously, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you all standing around like logs? One of the girls who was close to Wang Min said, Minmin, you're rich. The other two roommates looked at Wang Min with envy. If only they had $1 million. I'm rich? Wang Min wasn't sure what they were talking about, and only realized it when she picked up her phone and saw the bank card information. Then I saw the unread message on the Vmail note, husband. Hubby Gu Wenqing transferred $1 million to him. She typed a reply. Hubby, how did you give me so much money for ducks? Scared. Wang Min didn't know how much money Gu Wenqing had. Gu Wenqing had only revealed to her that he wanted to buy a house, but she hadn't put it on her mind either. When she received $1 million from Gu Wenqing, she realized that Gu Wenqing wasn't teasing her. He seemed to be really rich. $1 million is not a small amount of money for a husband of freshman, is it? At this moment, she had a feeling of being valued in her heart. Gu Wenqing, give you pocket money. Want to buy what? To buy what? Husband is not bad money. Parisian family to buy a few more. Or not enough s. Wang Min, okay de. I'll buy a whole box full and wait for your husband. Shy. Roommates have read about this on the internet. News stories about bank errors transferring the wrong account. And hearing that they have to pay it back. There's no way it could have been money from Wang Min's family. It's supposed to be an operational error on the part of the bank. They know that Wang Min is a native of Mordor. And her family is well off. Although both her parents don't want her in their divorce. However, Grandma was so nice to Wang Min that she often gave Wang Min a lot of pocket money. Otherwise Wang Min wouldn't have had the money to spend at TAXX. But this outrageous $1 million, no matter if her grandmother has so much money, she won't give it to Wang Min, right? At this time, the girl who was close to Wang Min asked curiously, Minnie, I think the bank made a mistake with this money, right? The other two girls also pricked up their ears and waited for Wang Min's answer. Wang Min didn't hide it. She said softly, it wasn't a bank error that transferred the wrong money. It was my boyfriend who gave me pocket money, she said, all a little sweet inside. What? What did they hear? Pocket money from Wang Min's boyfriend. The three of them were full of disbelief. College students in love directly transfer $1 million to a girl as pocket money. It's outrageous. The short-haired girl grunted lightly. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Do you need to tell such outrageous lies? The other girl next to her said that it was not honest at all. Wang Min laughed. I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you guys. After that, she stopped paying attention to the two girls and turned on the hairdryer and buzzed her hair. The two girls bristled and walked away with a cold snort. Unlike boys, Girls' dorm rooms usually have their own cliques. The two girls who left gossiped softly. One girl said, "It looks like she's just lying to us. Didn't she just break up? Did she really find someone new so quickly?" The short-haired girl said disdainfully, "I don't believe in giving Wang Min $1 million of pocket money for falling in love. But what if you're being adopted?" The other girl covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. Wang Min has been adopted? Doesn't seem unreasonable. So $1 million is the package deal. That should do it. Afternoon. Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT and navigated to a villa area. Summerview Villa. The average price of villas here is close to 20 WA square foot, and they are detached villas inside. Jijing Yuan Beauty Villa has 81 single-family villas. 81 villas are different from each other. 81 styles, 81 appearance patents, each with its own style, each with different. The villas in Jijing Yuan, the lowest area of a set of more than 700 square feet, means that casually a villa is worth at least 1.4 billion more than. Each building comes with its own basement, finely landscaped gardens, swimming pool, and the people who live here are either rich or rich. Lin Yingying all clothes are worth a lot of money. Just a car is a few million. Bentley Continental GT. Live in Jijing Yuan, this kind of super luxury villa area. He is not surprised, and he didn't envy it in his mind. Gu Wenqing himself has a not bad real estate group. What kind of villa can't he develop if he wants to? With land and money, he should be envied by others. Since the Bentley was originally Lin Yingying's, the entrance was automatically recognized as the owner's car, and Gu Wenqing arrived at the navigation location unhindered all the way. Gu Wenqing looked at the ancient villa in front of him, which possessed a distinctly unique style, and thought to himself that in a few days he would also have the villa can be used without the. Besides, you don't even have to buy it. Just go to one of the projects developed by Huafeng Group and choose the best one. The time is now 14:52. Gu Wenqing arrived a few minutes early. He contacted Yingying Lin. Soon Lin Yingying ran out cheerfully. She still had a head of red hair, a slimming black dress, her breasts and hips protruding, making her small waist even hotter, and the whole dress seemed to be worn by her as if she had a S-shaped hot body. Underneath is a pair of high heels. Look at that sexy and unique shape that stretches the legs so long, wrapped around the lower body of the black dress length. Straight thighs under the root of a little bit, white tender long legs exposed in the air, high-heeled shoes, so that Lin Yingying, this is not bad body, look up more and more tall, especially those legs, they're so long and round. Lin Yingying pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. She sat in the car a little happy. This dress she had picked out for a long time. If she couldn't attract Gu Wenqing's attention, then she would have to cry to death. Lin Yingying said that she would go to the gate first, and that her two girlfriends would be there soon. Pulling up to the door, the two made small talk about interesting things. Gu Wenqing teased Lin Yingying as she covered her mouth and giggled. Her large, good-looking eyes were filled with Gu Wenqing. Boom! Boom boom boom! Two deafening sports car engines rumbled from far and wide as they blew up the street. Soon, a blue Ferrari 488, with a silver Aston Martin. Two sports cars pulled up next to each other. The guy in the Ferrari 488 is called Yan Yun. The other Aston Martin's name is Zheng Jihong. Madden, see this under this comment. Ha ha ha. Both families are very well off. Lin Yingying opened her mouth and introduced herself. Zheng Jihong smiled kindly at Gu Wenqing as a greeting. Gu Wenqing nodded to him as well, a sort of preliminary acquaintance. As for Yan Yun, who drove the Ferrari, he had a lofty look, and with the windows up, he didn't even give Gu Wenqing a bird's eye. His girlfriend next to him frowned, said this is not good. After all, Gu Wenqing is Lin Yingying's friend. To see the face of Lin Yingying also cannot be so ignored. Gu Wenqing Yan Yun's sad face? Oh, Yan Yun hummed disdainfully. Is he worthy? In Yan Yun's eyes, even driving with Lin Yingying's Bentley Continental GT, at a glance, it was not the same kind of person as them. For this kind of man who relied on his face to eat soft food, Yan Yun didn't give a damn. Yan Yun decided that Gu Wenqing was just eating Lin Yingying's soft rice based on his good-looking face. The co-pilot's girlfriend said, but he looks like a white boy. The full picture of Gu Wenqing on the news had only flashed by, and she wasn't sure if it was. Plus the heat of the white boy has dropped and dusted off many a. Yan Yun revealed a touch of mockery. Who cares who he is? Anyway, he's a soft eater. He must be rushing at Lin Yingying's family being rich and wanting to climb up to the rich. At the sound of that, the girlfriend stopped talking. The target this time is Huahi Street. In no time, the three luxury cars drove to the underground garage of Huashi Street. All of Lin Yingying's girlfriends are second-generation rich, and their boyfriends are all door-to-door rich young men. The shopping is also done in the high-luxury sales area. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Dior, Versace and more. As soon as the group walked into Chanel, a sales clerk enthusiastically came up to introduce the various clothes. After working at a luxury brand for a long time, I've practiced a pair of fiery eyes, and Gu Wenqing's line of people seemed to be a few $1,000s or a rich young man. A sales clerk led Lin Yingying towards the advanced ready-to-wear women's clothing area, and she then introduced Lin Yingying. From long skirts, dresses, or short skirts t-shirts, Lin Yingying watched blearily as Gu Wenqing chose for him. A woman is a woman, and she didn't buy it because she wanted to wear it for him. So which one does he like? Do I really have to choose? Lin Yingying was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her head obediently. Then we won't buy it here. Gu Wenqing took Lin Yingying and ran to other stores. In no time, Valentino, Balenciaga, Victoria's Secret. Seeing Gu Wenqing's preference, Lin Yingying comprehended. So that's what he likes? I should have worn Balenciaga today. The two broke away from the main group and bought some of Gu Wenqing's favorite tunes, and then rendezvoused with Lin Yingying's BFF. When Zhang Jihong and Yan Yan saw Gu Wenqing carrying a large bag, especially the brand logo on it, surprising both Zhang Jihong and Yan Yun. Mud's egg, Paris house, fashion designer. All men are good at it, but they don't have the guts to tell their girlfriends what to do. They want them to wear Balenciaga and Valentino too. The two of them stared enviously at Gu Wenqing. In his heart, he was envious of Gu Wenqing to the extreme. Lin Yingying was already very pretty. If she wore a sexy outfit again, she would simply charm the crowd. Zhang Jihong gently gave Gu Wenqing a punch, smiled and whispered, "Brother, you can really good." So fast to Lin Yingying chased into the hands of also trained so obedient. Can really cow. Gu Wenqing smiled without explaining. As long as Lin Yingying didn't tell the real relationship between the two, he couldn't tear Lin Yingying down. Instead, Yan Yun became even more disgusted with Gu Wenqing. The word hate was almost written on his face. Gu Wenqing didn't care. He wasn't a RMB. He didn't need to make everyone like him. A group of people in shopping for a while. Lin Yingying to Gu Wenqing bought a lot of luxury clothes, spent more than 500,000. Gu Wenqing is ready to pay for their own. Lin Yingying directly pull out the membership card. Let the receptionist deduct the balance of the card. Gu Wenqing is not a twisted person. Courtesy, but also gifts back on the good. This scene in the eyes, let Zhang Jihong and Yan Yun envy and jealousy to the extreme. Shit. The two of them accompany their girlfriends shopping as a human-shaped ATM. Girlfriends buy what they just pay. On the other hand, Lin Yingying, who was a girl, instead bought Gu Wenqing more than $500,000 worth of clothes. The contrast is too big a damage blitz. In particular, when Lin Yingying buys clothes for herself, she has to ask Gu Wenqing what style she likes her to wear. Gu Wenqing buys whatever type she likes. An obedient Lin Yingying especially gives a man a sense of satisfaction and pride. It made the two rich young men jealous of Gu Wenqing. Unlike Yan Yun's condescending, Zhang Jihong fell with Gu Wenqing. Through the chat, learned that Zhang Jihong family do decoration company. Gu Wenqing smiled and said that they could work together in the future. And Zhang Jihong nodded in agreement. Yan Yun heard, put a laugh. Others Zhang Jihong home is to receive a large project. Your home to engage in a renovation. Brush a little white powder and so on. Looking for others Zhang Jihong dry? Funny? Smell. Lin Yingying frowned and looked at Gu Wenqing somewhat apologetically. This boyfriend of her best friend was also too rude. The BFF was also embarrassed as hell. Gu Wenqing's brows also furrowed. But it was just passing by the Vacheron Constantin store. Gu Wenqing had noticed that Lin Yingying didn't have a wristwatch. Gu Wenqing didn't like to owe favors, so he simply bought a wristwatch for her. Plus, after Gu Wenqing took a shower at noon today, he forgot to bring his watch. So by the way, he bought himself another one. He then took Lin Yingying and pushed the door into the Vacheron Constantin store. Behind, Zhang Jihong also followed with his girlfriend. Yan Yun saw that everyone had entered. He scoffed as he walked away and said, "Che, what a big tail you're pretending to be, trying to get Lin Yingying to buy him a luxury watch again. I've really had enough." His girlfriend pinched him from the side and told him to shut up. Instead, Yan Yun got louder. "What's the point of pinching me? It's not like I said anything wrong." He was supposed to be eating women's soft food on the basis of his good looks, and his behavior was disgusting. His voice was so loud that it caused all the gazes in the Vacheron Constantin store to look at Gu Wenqing and his group, especially after seeing the leader, Gu Wenqing. Several people in the store were stunned. "Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao!" Several people's voices rang out in the store, and the words were filled with respect for Gu Wenqing. Sales Yun Jing, who had served Gu Wenqing, was all surprise in her tone. Lu Yangwei's tone was filled with respect. As for Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi, they were both in awe and fear of Gu Xiao. Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi had come to Vacheron Constantin to buy a watch. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi are going to buy a luxury Vacheron Constantin watch to make amends to Gu Xiao. With funds from their families, they came to Huaxi Street with their elder brother, Lu Yangwei, and went here to choose a wristwatch. Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianxi have both seen Gu Wenqing's $10 million Vacheron Constantin watch. Thought Gu Xiao liked the Vacheron Constantin brand. The three of them came to Vacheron Constantine to choose a modest watch to give to Gu Xiao, to talk about their apologies and to slightly salvage their relationship with Gu Xiao. Gu Wenqing faintly said, "Little Yang Wei, it's you again." Hearing Gu Wenqing call out to him, Lu Yangwei hurriedly ran to him and respectfully said, "Gu Xiao, you're here to choose a watch too?" And then Lu Yangwei swept a glance at Lin Yingying, daughter of Lin Hongtian, former chairman of Huafeng Group. Before Lu Yangwei had the honor of seeing Lin Yingying from afar, a glance left him stunned, but unfortunately he knew that his reputation stinks. Do not dare to approach Lin Hongtian's daughter, she is Lin Hongtian's scales. Gu Xiao and Lin Yingying seemed to have an uncomplicated relationship. Bertie stood behind Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying seemed to have a marvelous attitude towards Gu Wenqing. Even Lin Hongtian's daughter can be taken down. It's really worthy of being Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, little Yang Wei? Hearing Gu Wenqing and Lu Daoxiao address each other, everyone was shocked. Lin Yingying's two girlfriends were even more dumbfounded, their eyes looking at Gu Wenqing. Is he some kind of big shot? Especially Yan Yun, who looked down on Gu Wenqing. His expression was already horrified at this moment. Did he hear right? Mr. Lu called the white boy Gu Xiao. Yan Yun still knew something about the infamous Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei is definitely a ruthless and vindictive asshole like a vicious wolf. But now in front of Gu Wenqing, who was eating soft rice, this evil wolf had turned into a tail-wagging pug that was as well behaved as it could be. Yan Yun's heart sank to the bottom. Gu Wenqing's clothes were not even a luxury brand, and he could not see any names. How could he be called Gu Xiao? And the car she's driving is Lin Yingying's car. Then why did he make Lu Yangwei respect him so much and call him Gu Xiao? Yan Yun's face was gloomy. Unexpectedly he had misread the situation. Lu Yangwei and Yan Yun are acquainted with each other, and their relationship is somewhere between nodding acquaintances. Behind Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianqi and Ji Ni swept Yan Yun with fierce eyes. How dare this man mock Mr. Gu? We'll take this blind Yan Yun first, and hopefully ease Gu's relationship. It's better for you to introduce us to the watch, Gu Wenqing said to Sales Yun Jing. Gu Wenqing pointed at Lin Yingying behind her and said to Sales Yun Jing, "Pick a watch for her first. The price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it." Hearing this, Yun Jing said respectfully, "Okay, Gu Xiao." Yun Jing, her mind kept recalling those domineering words, price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. In his heart, he worshipped Gu Xiao to the extreme. It was simply too handsome. Many of the women present also cast envious looks at Lin Yingying, and all the sales in the Vacheron Constantine store were envious of Yun Jing, and Yun Jing was happy in her heart. It seemed that Gu Xiao still remembered herself. The sales clerk, Yun Jing, took Lin Yingying to choose for a while, and in the end, Lin Yingying chose a watch that was more than $600,000. $600,000 was a very clever number, not too far off from the price of the clothes she bought for Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying took the jewelry off her hand and put on the Vacheron Constantine watch, which she viewed with a heart full of delight. "It's very pretty. I love it." Lin Yingying's heart was happy, not because of the price of the watch, but because the person who sent the watch was Gu Wenqing. And then Gu Wenqing also casually chose a $6 million watch. When Gu Wenqing successfully swiped his card, Yun Jing respectfully bent her knees and slightly lowered her body to hold the bank card in both hands and handed it to Gu Wenqing. Yan Yun was dumbfounded as he watched Gu Wenqing retrieve the bank card, his eyes glaring extremely wide. Brush was successful. $7 million for 2 watches? Yan Yun was greatly shocked in his heart. 2 watches that cost more than the Ferrari 488 he drives. This is fucking outrageous. Although Yan Yun's family is rich, it's a waste for him to buy a watch with $7 million. If his family had given him $7 million, he would have gotten a better sports car instead of these 2 little watches. This is the gap. Yan Yun and Gu Wenqing were simply not on the same level. Gu Wenqing is in control of his own money and can spend it however he wants. And although Yan Yun's family has more than $1 billion in assets, he wants to use the money but also depends on the family's willingness to give him. Lu Yangwei and the others, along with Lin Yingying's 2 girlfriends, also stared blankly at Gu Wenqing's Vacheron Constantine. With a complicated heart, Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianqi are okay. They already know that Gu Xiao is not poor in money. Last time Gu Xiao brought a watch worth $10 million. This time the 2 watches are only more than $7 million. This small amount of money was not even on the table for Gu Xiao. On the contrary, 2 of Lin Yingying's girlfriends were envious of her boyfriend, who was really generous. They thought for a moment that Lin Yingying's family was originally super rich, and they heard that after selling their shares, the family had tens of billions of dollars in real money. Since ancient times, rich girls are usually from the same family. I think Gu Wenqing's family and the Lin family is not bad, and may even be better. Although their family's conditions weren't bad, compared to Lin Yingying, it was like a world of difference. Anyway, they and their boyfriends can't buy a $6 million watch in style, not to mention $6 million, maybe even $600,000. The saying that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches comes through. In this moment, Yanyan was embarrassed. On the way here, he was laughing at the fact that Gu Wenqing is a soft eater with his face. Gu Wenqing, who thought he was driving a multi-million-dollar Ferrari 488, looked down on Lin Yingying's Bentley. He even openly and loudly mocked Gu Wenqing as a soft eater who only cheats women for money. I can't imagine that Gu Wenqing is the kind of person that a young man like Liu Yangwei should fear. 2 random Vacheron Constantin watches are worth more than his Ferrari 488. He even taunted Gu Wenqing as a poor guy. He also fooled around with his Ferrari in front of his girlfriend. And that little white boy could only rub up against Lin Yingying's car to drive it. As a result, other people casually wear a watch. It is worth more than $6 million. This is where to wear a watch. Simply wear a Ferrari on the wrist. I'm a clown. Shame on you. Yanyan's face turned green to the color of pig's liver, and his entire body was embarrassed to the extreme. Gu Wenqing paid no attention to a jumping clown like Yanyan. He led Lin Yingying and his group out of the Vacheron Constantin store. Yanyan had just stepped out of the store when Liu Yangwei put his arm around his neck and cursed. What the hell did you just say? Be respectful to Gu Xiao. Otherwise you'll end up miserable. Liu Yangwei said as he walked towards the hallway, followed by the two of them, Niu Tianji and Jin Yi. At this moment, Yanyan, who was stuck in the head, all of his arrogance was gone, leaving only a face full of panic. Liu Yangwei, that bastard, even went so far as to offend him, Yanyan, in order to curry favor with Gu Wenqing. At this moment, Yanyan still does not understand. Gu Wenqing is not an existence that he can afford to mess with, but unfortunately, it is already too late. Niu Tianji and Jin Yi followed behind, cursing and swearing. Is Xiao Gu something you can insult? I'm going to bust my mouth for you. Liu Yangwei. 3 people took Yanyan to the building to friendly exchanges. When Gu Wenqing saw the scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a touch of ridicule. Wicked people have their own grind. Gu Wenqing could spare Yanyan, but Liu Yangwei, Niu Tianji and Jin Yi, who wanted to curry favor with Gu Xiao, would never let Yanyan have a good time. Yang Wei can still get along. The 3 girls, with Zhang Jihong, also did not care. Zhang Jihong had long been unable to look at the condescending Yanyan, and seeing that Yanyan could be bullied, there was even some small pleasure in his heart. Yanyan's girlfriend, at this time also has long been disappointed in Yanyan. The two originally also dating not a few months, fortunately did not give him through Yanyan. This person is really arrogant. Most importantly, Yanyan did not speak without thinking, knowing that among the 3 of them, Lin Yingying was the leader, and even openly mocked Lin Yingying's side of the people who really have no eyesight. She thought to herself why her vision was so poor. Comparing it with Gu Wenqing, Yanyan was simply going to be second to slag points must be scored. Gu Xiao, why don't you add a V-mail? Zhang Jihong didn't want to give up the opportunity to get to know Gu Wenqing. In his heart, he was glad that he hadn't been as dog-eyed as Yanyan, who had just chatted with Gu Xiao quite a bit. Maybe what Mr. Gu just said about cooperation is really possible. Seeing Zhang Jihong's sincere eyes, Gu Wenqing agreed. They also happened to be walking out of the mall at that point. Gu Wenqing lifted his wrist, looked at the time, and said, Ying, I still have to go to the company for a meeting this afternoon, so I'll make an appointment when I'm free. Lin Yingying subconsciously nodded her small head. The heart leaps for joy. What did he just call someone else? Ying Yi is such an affectionate name, haha. Lin Yingying, greater than over equal to less than over equal to backslash. Gu Wenqing looked at the dumbfounded and giggling Lin Yingying suspiciously. She couldn't have gotten a heat stroke. He reached out and ruffled Lin Yingruan's hair, his hand lingering for a moment in front of her pale forehead before touching his own. The temperature is normal. Lin Yingying's expression remained unchanged, but her cheeks turned blushing red. Lin Yingying, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The 2 girlfriends who are also girls do not know the changes of Lin Yingying. She is in love brain. Done. I'm afraid Yingying is not far from falling into the trap. Unexpectedly, the rich girl that countless men had loved but could not find, would now be charmed by a man into this infatuated look. I'm afraid those people wouldn't believe it if I told them. After all, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Lin Yingying would be so infatuated with a boy. They subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. He had a fair complexion, a touch of coolness in his 3-dimensional features, and a touch of gentleness in his temperament. He has such a complex aura that radiates from him, sometimes gentle, sometimes debonair. The 2 girls were reminded of the saying, the stranger is like a jade, and the male is worldly. Even though Lin Yingying was reluctant to let go, Gu Wenqing still left. He first went to the debonair Western restaurant on Huaxi Street, put all the things that Lin Yingying bought for him in the debonair, and later interviewed a female manager, with a more humble attitude, a lot of experience in catering work, and no lion's share of the annual salary. Gu Wenqing is quite satisfied. Gu Wenqing assured with his personality that he was definitely not dazzled by the manageress headlights, and was really quite recognizing her ability. Give her 3 months to try to manage the restaurant, prove her ability, then we'll talk about pay. Although Gu Wenqing's money came like a gale, he wasn't generous to everyone, though he does like to give generously to her, especially if it's a big one. For example, the young anchor Yuanin is quite good. Due to driving a Bentley Continental GT, the car has been returned to Lin Yingying. Nowadays, you are the chairman of Huafeng Group. As long as Gu Wenqing makes a call, there will be a special driver to drive to pick him up. Gu Wenqing was fine and took a taxi straight away. To inspect is to be immobile, saying that the meeting was at 5 o'clock. Gu Wenqing just had to arrive early so that he could scrutinize what he normally couldn't see. Otherwise, the group car driver, the whole Huafeng Group know that the new chairman has come. All the good side of the show, the bad side of how to inspect? After all, when he became the chairman of the Huafeng Group, an inspection was still necessary. Think about it. Gu Wenqing was also very emotional. After getting the system, he went all the way back from a poor student and is now worth over $100 billion. Who would have thought that Gu Wenqing, who was still a freshman at the beginning of the university, would now become the chairman of the Magic City Huafeng Group? 18-year-old chairman of the group. Ordinary people can have their blood boiling just thinking about it. And the 18-year-old Gu Wenqing was such a being. Now he has assets under his name that span restaurants, entertainment, and real estate assets that have also skyrocketed to $100 billion. Today's value is something Gu Wenqing never dreamed of. It's not just the money, it's the company. That's when the Netflix came. Gu Wenqing sat on the car and said to the driver, Huafeng Group, Huafeng Group. Sitting on the side of the Huangpu River, Huafeng Headquarters Center has reached the Energy Saving 65 standard. Comprehensive application of dozens of green technology measures. Good transportation system. Maximize the use of public transportation for employees to commute. The office building of Huafeng Group has an elegant appearance, just like a piano standing on the bank of Pujiang River, with extraordinary grandeur. Less than half an hour, Gu Wenqing arrived in front of the Huafeng Group. At 4:30 p.m., Gu Wenqing entered the gate of Huafeng Group. Before Gu Wenqing could even walk to the main building, he could see a Mercedes-Benz parked next to the main door of the Huafeng Group's main building. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. Huafeng Group had its own underground parking garage. For the safety of pedestrians, parking is expressly forbidden on the company's internal grounds. It seems that the inspection was somewhat fruitful. How long has it been since Huafeng Group changed ownership? Lin Hongtian just left and some of them got their wings? Gu Wenqing took a big step forward. A woman was heard saying arrogantly, "The doorman at the entrance doesn't dare to stop my car. Are you sure you want to stop and not let us in?" The security guard said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry, outsiders are not allowed to enter as long as I haven't received instructions from my superiors." Superior orders? Do you know who he is? Xiang Mei pointed at the man beside her, and then, angling her condescending neck, she said, "He's the son of your group's vice president, Du Lifeng." Here. The security guard was a bit overwhelmed. It was the first time he'd ever been in such a situation. People who are not from the company, who do not have a company magnetic card, are not allowed to go inside the company building at all. Normally, when anyone else comes to him except company insiders, he receives instructions from his superiors, and then let them go. In fact, it was a very simple thing. As long as they made a phone call to the vice president Du Shang, they could go in unimpeded. As a result, Xiang Mei was very upset after being stopped by the security guard, and chopped off his head to criticize and educate the security guard. The vice president, Du Shang, was usually extremely official, relying on the fact that he was a patriarch under Lin Hongtian's hand, always disdaining them. Du Sheng likes to take it out on his subordinates when he's in a bad mood. The security guards don't have the guts to call the vice president Mr. Tsang. The official big-level pressure dead people. Not to mention the vice president Du Sheng level, then he is much higher. Easy to say a word can decide his this small security guard stay or go. Hearing that the man was the son of vice president Du Lifetime, the security guard eventually compromised. Seeing the security guard let go, Xiang Mei also aggressive, "You have no eyesight. Do security is really bad. I say a word you can let you lose your job. Do not believe that we will see." Xiang Mei was very angry. His boyfriend's dad is the vice president of the group. In the group, it can be said that under a few people, 10,000 people above, how could they let a little security guard stop them from entering? It felt like it embarrassed her in front of her friends. There were 4 of them in the group, and apart from Xiang Mei's boyfriend, the other 2 girls were Xiang Mei's friends. Xiang Mei 3 are fresh graduates, ready to use their boyfriend's relationship, through the back door, into the Huafeng Group position. Xiang Mei boasted in front of her friends that she would guarantee them a successful job at Huafeng Group. As a result, I couldn't even get into the company building. It's all your fault. You gave your dad a heads up in advance. Xiang Mei counted out her boyfriend again. Boyfriend coyly accompanied the smiling face. He is so hard to chase the goddess to the hand, but must not be provided for. A group of 4 people walked into the Huafeng building. Xiang Mei still did not forget to turn around and threaten, wait for me. Immediately let you roll away. The security guard's heart was filled with helplessness and grief after hearing this. At that moment, a large, strong hand patted him on the shoulder. The security guard looked up and shouted in both surprise and awe. Hello Chairman Gu Gu, Gu Wenqing said. No need to be discouraged. You did the right thing. And then, Gu Wenqing said word for word, don't worry, no one dares to fire you. Gu Wenqing, say so. Hearing this, the security guard was almost moved to tears. Both are big shots in the company. Vice President Du likes to bully his subordinates, while Chairman Gu is so kind. That's the difference. Afterward, Gu Wenqing walked into the Huafeng building with great strides. All of Huafeng's employees were systematically implanted with information about Gu Wenqing's acquisition of the Huafeng group. At this point, just as soon as you go in the first floor of the company, there were a few receptionist girls at the front desk who immediately got up and respectfully shouted at Gu Wenqing. Hello, Mr. Gu. Good day, Chairman Gu. Hello, Mr. Gu. Witnessing the absurdity of the doorway, Gu Wenqing was in a bad mood and nodded slightly before picking the most eye-catching receptionist and saying, take me to the conference room. Okay, Mr. Gu. The female receptionist who was picked was slightly happy in her heart, and in her professional attire, her buttocks wiggled as she led the way in front and pressed the elevator. Gu Wenqing had a cold look on his face and frowned slightly. A few other receptionists, after witnessing Mr. Gu get on the elevator, they eased out the breath they were holding in their hearts. Mr. Gu's aura was just too strong, and that cold face made them not dare to breathe too loudly. Chairman Gu is still really young, and so handsome. What a cold, realistic bully. Mamma mia. I'm really envious of Xiaolu who leads the way, so I can stay with Mr. Gu for a while longer. Mr. Gu is not only handsome, but also young and rich, simply the dream lover in their hearts. Unfortunately, they are self-aware and can only think about it in their hearts. Xiaolu led Mr. Gu all the way to the conference hall, a twist from time to time. But they were all ignored by Gu Wenqing, who simply looked at her favorably and asked her to lead the way. Mr. Gu has gone to the conference room. The receptionist on the first floor must notify all the people who need to go to the meeting. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part to keep the chairman of the hallowed company waiting for the others for a long time. At this point, most of the executives had also been informed that Chairman Gu had arrived at the company. Soon, the company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction and economic department and other management personnel were all present. Several vice presidents and general managers of the administration have been sitting quietly in the conference hall, waiting for the new owner's arrival. It's not really a new owner. Before Gu Wenqing is the company's director, owns 10 shares of Huafeng Group, just often see the dragon's head, often do not come to the company, but also do not participate in the company's business management. Nowadays, an original minority shareholder, but wholly acquired the Huafeng Group. Like now think of it, their hearts are full of respect for Mr. Gu. It's so awesome. A real estate group worth more than $90 billion. Say acquisition. It was self-evident how much energy was behind Mr. Gu. At this moment, all the people in the conference room, the heart inevitably rises in awe, with a trace of apprehension. They are about to face a brand new chairman. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires, and I wonder if this first fire will ignite on myself. Regarding Gu Wenqing's acquisition of the Huafeng Group, most of the executives were still relatively happy. At least Gu, who acquired the group, was an old acquaintance, having been a shareholder of the group before. Otherwise, if an outsider acquires Huafeng Group, I'm afraid their management will be purged. Waiting quietly in a crowd of executives, the huge conference room was not a bit noisy, much less will anyone cross their fingers. They all want to make a good impression on their new boss. Maybe they'll be rewarded by the boss and fly high. The receptionist Shola first brought Mr. Gu to the chairman's office. As soon as Gu Wenqing stepped out of the elevator, the former assistant to the chairman of the board, Li Jiawei, had been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time. Hurriedly, he used a clear and crisp voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. Li Jiawei was wearing a gray white-collar uniform, a white shirt in a thin gray jacket, a gray wraparound skirt that bucked where it should, and a hip shape that rounded out the skirt, black silk stockings and black heels with even, shapely legs. Li Jiawei's long hair tied into a pill head, simple makeup, peach blossom eyes, slightly red thin lips, a white collar work outfit, coupled with the black framed glasses she wore, had a familiar ring to it. It's like a teacher or a boss in an action movie. Gu Wenqing looked at it twice more. This Li Jiawei, in the information given by the system, was 26 years old, graduated from a prestigious overseas school, and was extremely capable of working, and the rest of her profile, unmarried. What the hell is no boyfriend? Gu Wenqing nodded and walked into the chairman's office. The first thing that comes to mind is that the office is big, about 400 square feet. Don't inside the decoration style is unique, both luxurious but not vulgar. Classical leakage of flaunting elegance without losing the noble. Pen and ink is difficult to describe the opulence. Floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors provide a relaxing view of the not-so-distant Poo River. Sitting on the boss's chair, the chairman's assistant, Li Jiawei, made tea and gently placed it on the table. With peachy eyes, she took a few glances at the new chairman. So young and handsome. The profile says it's only 18 years old. 18 years old, $30 billion to shoot the king of the land. 18 years old, wholly owned acquisition of Huafeng Group. Before they met, the legend of Mr. Gu had been circulating in the group. She had been looking forward to her meeting with Mr. Gu. At this moment, Mr. Gu was sitting in front of her, and his aura was really too strong. The pressure was a little too much for her to breathe. The slightest breath bulging the headlights and shaking them up and down as she breathed. Gu Wenqing looked at the tea in front of him. He didn't know tea, and he didn't like drinking tea. Gu Wenqing, who was only 18 and in her best years, would be even less willing to learn about the tea ceremony. A dislike is a dislike. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. From now on, I'll only put sparkling water in my office. At the sound, Assistant Li moved. With her sexy legs, she went to prepare sparkling water for Mr. Gu. She thought in her heart really deserved to be the young chairman of the board of directors. Unique, very domineering. Gu Wenqing, who owns the system, lives recklessly as his true heart. As long as you like it, who cares what others think? Gu Wenqing got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors, with a wide view of the scenery and a view of the mountains, especially with the Huangpu River close by. A spacious and luxurious 400 square feet office with a view of the Huangpu River at your fingertips and a beautiful female assistant standing beside you is not too much to ask for a winner in life. Gu Wenqing looked at the time. It was time to go to the meeting. Headquarters of Huafeng Group. Huafeng's conference room was large, but it was packed with people at the moment. The company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction and economic department and other management personnel were present. At this moment, no matter how high the position in Huafeng Group is and how many years of working experience, all of them are sitting quietly in the conference room waiting for the inspection of the new chairman. Seeing Gu Wenqing step into the conference room, the crowd exited in greeting. One time, the voices of Mr. Gu or Mr. Gu are incessant. Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded without saying anything, striding forward towards the chairman's position at the very front. Gu Wenqing just sat there, his eyes looking around. Was there anyone who hadn't come? For example, the vice president, Mr. Dushanbe, or maybe other managers. And then, the first thing Gu Wenqing said when he opened his mouth was, roll call first. Those who are not present are dismissed, and those who are late are penalized with a 3-month bonus. Smell. Crash STH. The crowd was shocked. The atmosphere was not right. Firing at the drop of a hat is too harsh. The conference room instantly fell silent again. Questions on all faces. Assistant Lee hesitated for a long time before speaking. The sales director is still supervising the sales department, because the sales department is too busy. Really can't come. He has called in advance to ask for leave. Gu Wenqing stared at her and said indifferently, except for the leave of absence. Roll call. Li Jiawei didn't understand why Gu Dong was so strict, but she just had to do her job. Pick up the list and start taking names, excluding the sales director, who called in sick. 4 people ended up not arriving. Gu Wenqing looked at his watch, paused for a moment and said, the time I notified was 5 o'clock sharp. I think, now it's 5:10 inch. Even for something as simple as a meeting, there is no execution. So how high can the execution be for more complex work on the group? The crowd was silent because Mr. Gu was right. Each one of them looked at each other, feeling how the young general manager Gu had such a strong aura. He doesn't look like a young man at all. Moving to dismissal. Whenever you say something, it's a bonus deduction. It's so decisive to kill. And then they were glad in their hearts that they were not late, much less absent. Gu Wenqing didn't say anything. His eyes swept over the crowd with complex faces, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. That bullying scene downstairs had made Ben uncomfortable in his mind. The meeting was notified in advance, but there were also people absent from the meeting. This kind of employees with no execution don't want it. Besides, if he doesn't get stronger, how can he keep the old foxes at bay? The old foxes have been in the workplace for many years, and they have not done a lot of things in front of the face and behind the back. If Gu Wenqing is not stronger, they still think that young Gu is always a soft persimmon with stupid money and can be pinched by others. Seeing that Mr. Gu was unkind, the crowd stopped talking. A few people, in particular, changed their faces slightly. At first, some people did have a fluke, thinking that since Mr. Gu was only 18 years old, he should also be relatively easy to fool. Plus before, when Gu Wenqing was a shareholder, he didn't participate in the management of the group at all. This kind of person should be quite good to talk to, which had been expected to come up with a downer that really caught many people off guard. Some smart people, but not surprised. Since ancient times, the new official three fires, as long as they do their own work, the group change the boss is not much to do with them. Gu Wenqing was silent for a while before he spoke out. The meeting will now begin. The main purpose of this meeting, 1 is to fill the empty position of Huafeng shareholders. We ability to speak. If you have the ability, you'll be on top. 2 is for the 30 billion auction of the Shuzhou district along the River Clan land. The development of the specific plan to implement. Hearing General Manager Gu's words, everyone's hearts were suddenly excited. The original Huafeng shareholders in the group's position are not low. Almost all of the departments of a hand, now empty position, cannot be on the top of the people are generated among them. And the king of the land in Mr. Gu's hands. The site is located in Shuzhou district, covering the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou district. The location and size of this parcel is also unrepeatable. The area of this land is located in the center of the city where land resources are scarce, and is one of the only remaining areas for large-scale, high starting point, piecemeal planning and development in the center of the Magic City, especially along the river. It can be directly constructed into commercial offices, restaurants and hotels, culture and sports, commercial residences, social rental residences, plazas, etc., with a total land area of more than 320,000 square meters and a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. This piece of land for the Huafeng Group is the odds-need quality land. If properly developed, will make Huafeng Group's statement to a higher level, coupled with the river. As long as Mr. Gu is willing to spend money, he can take the high-end route and make this piece of land along the river the kingpin of Huafeng Group's industry. Thinking of this, all the people present were full of hope for the future of Huafeng Group. As long as Huafeng Group got better and better, and with that, their income would also grow. Squeak! The door to the conference room was pushed open. Du Sheng, the group's vice president, stood in front of the door. Gu Wenqing frowned and looked at his watch. His tone serious. Mr. Du is really a busy man. He's more than an hour late for the whole thing. The gazes of the people in the conference room were also fixed on Du Sheng in the doorway. No one was surprised when the former director Lin Hongtian was in charge. Du Sheng, relying on his status as the company's senior employee, was also often late for meetings, and they were all already surprised by this. Although we are not surprised, but in their hearts, they are cursing Du Sheng stupid. Have reached the vice president. How do you still do not know the rules? The first day of the new boss's inspection. How dare he be late and not give Chairman Gu any face? It seems that this Du Shan was really used to getting away with it, and now he doesn't know how to correct himself. At the doorway, Du Sheng, who was watched by everyone, remained unchanged. He explained, Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry. Just now I was busy with my work, arranging jobs for the newcomers and explaining some of the company's rules and regulations to them. No need to explain, Gu Wenqing said coldly, and then looked around the week. A hint of sternness appeared on his face. What's HR doing for food? A group vice president needs you to condescend to arrange jobs for newcomers and introduce group affairs? Then why don't we just directly remove the HR department and give all the tasks of interviewing new people to you, Mr. Dudu? Hearing Chairman Gu's words, HR Human Resources Director stared out of his cold sweat. He knows well that Gudong, such a strong person, is really likely to do so. After all, just now the tactics are thunderous. Did not come to the meeting on the dismissal, late on the penalty bonus, kill and decisive awe. The HR director was so scared that cold sweat came out. He hurriedly got up and explained, Mr. Gu, our group recently stopped recruiting. Fresh graduates and interns we have already recruited in advance in June/July recently. The development of the group's zone land has also been completed. The group is not short of people at all. Gu Wenqing sneered, oh, then you should explain to me where our vice president Du's talk of newcomers came from? In fact, he already had an answer in the bottom of his heart. It's just those people he met downstairs, through Du Sheng's relationship, through the back door to the people. Du Shengli, who was standing at the door, was already red in the face and dying of embarrassment at this time. The heart cursed, Gu Wenqing, this little young, aggressive group backdoor Cypriot is a very normal thing. Gu Wenqing, why must be such a big deal? Smell. HR Human Resources Director stared at the doorway. Du lifetime. At this point the HR director is also in a dilemma. Chairman Gu, Vice President Du are not something it can mess with, but between the two, he definitely sided with Gu Wenqing without hesitation. He's not a fool. Chairman Gu is the one who holds the power of life and death, and the usually glamorous Vice President Du is nothing in front of Chairman Gu. A moment later, the human resources director said directly, "It's the people brought by Vice President Du. He didn't go through our human resources department and directly arranged jobs for them." And then he continued with a difficult expression on his face, "As you know, Mr. Gu, I can't do anything about this kind of thing." Gu Wenqing nodded without saying anything and looked towards the vice president Du Shengsheng at the doorway. Du Shengsheng knew that he had to be soft in front of so many people, or else he would definitely not have a good time if he swept Chairman Gu's face. Du Xingli's face showed an awkward smile. "Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry. The family boy's girlfriend is looking for a job, so I thought of arranging it in my own group, so I can also take care of it." "Say no more." Gu Wenqing doesn't want to listen to Du Sheng's ramblings any longer. Gu Wenqing interrupted him and said coldly, "Anyone who has some relatives at home can arrange for their friends and relatives to join the group. I, Gu Wenqing, am not a person who doesn't show mercy. I want to recommend. I, Gu Wenqing, support it, but the internal referral has to pass the HR interview. At least the internal referral must have the ability, can get the job done. Don't pass the HR interview. If the internal referral is a loser who can't do shit, take the company's salary for nothing? Remember, my money doesn't pay for crap." Smell. Du Sheng was in a cold sweat by now. The group has clear rules. The group internal referrals also need to pass the HR Human Resources Department interviews. Not waiting for Du Sheng to speak, Gu Wenqing added, "The Mercedes at the group's front gate. It's also parked by that group of people, isn't it? You also aggressively raised the prestige of your vice president Du and pressured the security guards to bow down. You really have a great official authority." Du Shengsheng wiped a head full of sweat. "Gugu general manager, you listen to my explanation." "Explanation? There's nothing to explain. I've notified you in advance of this meeting, right? Re-emphasizing that there's no lateness, no absence. Are you taking my words for granted? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get lost." What Huafeng Group doesn't lack is talent. Du Shengsheng's head was full of cold sweat, and he blushed at Gu Wenqing's words. He was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole in the ground. As the patriarch of Huafeng, he's always the one who scolds others. Who would have thought that he, as the vice president of the group, would one day be rebuked by someone else in front of everyone's eyes and be speechless? It wasn't that he was afraid of Gu Wenqing, but what Gu Wenqing said was so reasonable that he simply couldn't refute it. He can only be a clown and let Gu Wenqing lecture him at will. He knew that the new chairman, Gu Wenqing, was making an example of him to establish his authority. Things had come to a head, and he knew he couldn't stay at Huafeng Group. Du Lifeng gritted his teeth and turned around to walk out of the conference hall. Gu Wenqing didn't care and said lightly, "This is the best. Don't forget to ask him to hand in his resignation report when you turn back to the personnel department." Gu Wenqing then asked, "There are still 3 who didn't come. Which departments are they from?" Assistant Li Jiawei said, "The head of the property department, the administrative director, the planning director. None of them have taken a vacation either." Gu Wenqing said indifferently, "Open them all and re-promote them from within." And then, Gu Wenqing swept his gaze around. The Huafeng Group is a large family, and the last thing it lacks is talent. "Everyone, please behave yourselves." Gu Wenqing continued to ask, "Do you all have any objections?" The chairman's words had reached this point. How could they dare to have any opinions? Even General Manager Zhang Jingyin didn't dare to express her opinion, and the management underneath didn't dare to say a word. However, although the crowd was indeed shocked by Chairman Gu's thunderous approach, the vice president of a company that says it's open, however, everyone's heart is also cool. Usually acting as a bully asshole, Du Sheng finally rolled away. This tumor in the company do not know how many bullying things. The former chairman of the board, Lin Hongtian, turned a blind eye to him for old time's sake, and the new director, Mr. Gu, does things without mercy, firing when he says, "It's true, one day at a time." And then, Gu Wenqing swept a glance at the group's general manager Zhang Jingyin. According to the system's information, in the Huafeng Group ability is still very good. Gu Wenqing said to Zhang Jingchu, "With so many empty positions out of the group at once, and those with the ability to rise to the top, these decisions are all up to Mr. Zhang." Zhang Jingchu hurriedly said that it was what she should do. Gu Wenqing only participated in the group's formulation of the company's strategy, letting go of other things and letting Zhang Jingchu do it. After all, Huafeng had been well organized under her management for the past few years. At the end of the meeting, Gu Wenqing probably looked at the information on everyone's salary, compared to those national real estate companies or worse. And how can you want a horse to run and not give it grass? Gu Wenqing big hand. Let Zhang Jingchu go to do a table of the performance growth of each department. As long as a certain degree of standard, salary directly up 10. The tasks of each department are also realistic and achievable goals that can be accomplished by everyone if they work hard. It means that as long as they are not lazy, most of the employees in the group will get a 10% increase in their salary. on top of the original one. Wow. The executives in the conference room were in an uproar. All the executives present were thrilled. This is not a pie in the sky. Solid salary increases. As soon as Mr. Gu took office, he pulled full benefits for everyone. Although Mr. Gu was relatively strong and overbearing, it was only when the other party made a mistake. This is not a turnaround to announce benefits for everyone. Conscientious boss. Mr. Gu was really cowhide. The employees present, their favorability towards Mr. Gu bristled and skyrocketed. What do you work hard for? Isn't it for the money? As long as the wages have gone up, they are happy in their hearts. Meaning that there is one more share of money available for distribution each month. How can they not be excited? With Gu Wenqing's dismissed, the group executives all walked out of the conference room in a happy mood. 3 pieces of good news. Du Sheng, the company's powerful vice president, was fired. 2. Any positions vacated by the company will be filled among them. 3. With a little bit of effort, the salary can go up by 10. It's only the first day of Mr. Gu's tenure, and he's made big changes to the Huafeng group. At this moment, everyone was filled with respect for Chairman Gu. Mr. Gu handles people with thunder and decisiveness. It is very generous when it comes to employee paychecks. Anyway, the first time we got along, everyone stopped belittling Chairman Gu on the basis of his young age. The meeting was adjourned. The group's initial strategy has taken shape. The group tumors that should be cleaned up have been cleaned up. Chairman's assistant Li Jiawei made a call to the group's driver, informing him that the driver was at the group's entrance, picking up and dropping off Chairman Gu. A group of people, in great numbers, complimented the chairman. Just walked downstairs. A man could be heard, now beside the Mercedes, questioning loudly. Didn't you just say that Mini and the girls' jobs had been implemented? Du Sheng patiently said to his son. Yellow. At the sound, the man became even more angry. Dad, you're a company vice president, but you don't even have the right to arrange a few people? Who has that much power to stir up all the things you've arranged for? Gu Wenqing, heart of a vice president's son, is also quite helpless. Martyr. In front of his girlfriend Xiang may goat like a dog, but in front of his own old man temper is quite big. Gu Wenqing sneered and returned. Me. Hearing a sudden voice behind him, the 4 young men, along with the former group vice president Du Lifeng, all looked behind them not far away. A group of company executives. The man looked at Gu Wenqing's young age. He questioned loudly. Just you? You know my father is. Gu Wenqing directly interrupted the man. He blandly said, I know your dad's a VP. So what? And news for you. As of today, your father is no longer the vice president of the group. At the sound, the man frowned angrily at Gu Wenqing. What the hell are you talking about? Looks like you don't want to work at Huafeng anymore. Right. My dad is a dignified vice president. Who has that much power to fire him? I think you are really young and ignorant. Hearing the man's words, all of the executives present, all of them had odd expressions on their faces. It seems, Vice President Du's son really can't see things clearly. Feel the jeers of a group of people, especially some of the executives, many of whom he had bullied and looked down on as ants. Those ants that he used to be able to play with his hands are now mocking him for the rest of his life. Du Sheng's face flushed red, not wanting everyone to see his downfall. He hurriedly tried to get into the car. Seeing that the position in hand is gone, Xiang Mei is anxious. Xiang Mei stabbed her boyfriend with her hand, and the man meant it. Dad, Mei and the others are working. Snap. There was a crisp slap. Dewey clenched his teeth in anger. Your old man's vice president position was lost to you, and you still have the face to mention their jobs? Boom. Upon hearing Du Sheng's words, it was as if the man and Xiang Mei and the girls were struck by loud thunder. They were full of disbelief. What? What did they just hear? Lin Sheng, who is the vice president of Huafeng Group, has been fired? It can't be, can it? Who could have that much power? The only person who can fire a vice president is the chairman of the group. Xiang Mei quickly thought of the security guard. It must be you. You snitched on the boss? Did you add fuel to the fire and tell many lies? Smell. The man beside Xiang Mei sighed, his eyes red with anger. As a nibbler, he relied on his father, Du, for a lifetime of unimpressive income. Now his dad, the vice president of the group, has lost his job, which means that the family has lost their financial resources. He is used to living a life of luxury. How can he not have a seizure? Besides, the little things that happened before the doorway weren't enough to lay off VP Duchenne for life. So, it must be the little security guard who made up some bullshit charges and snitched on his father, leading to his dismissal. How else could his father have been fired when he was doing a good job? And they'd only just messed with the security guard. With that in mind, he rushed towards the security guard, ready to question him about what the hell was going on. Xiang Mei, who had lost her position in Huafeng Group, was also furious and surrounded the security guard. The security guards are at a loss for words. A cold smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Still dare to be arrogant? Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Blast them all out." "Yes, Chairman." A few security guards not far away answered, "Chairman?" Rumble. 3 simple words, in Xiang Mei's ears, were like thunder in the sky. The man's eyes rolled up in a horrified look. "The chairman of Huafeng is so young? He doesn't even look 20. You're the chairman of Huafeng Group at less than 20 years old? And the one who fired his father is undoubtedly the young chairman in front of him. Ridiculous." Just now he threatened to ask if Gu Wenqing still wants to work at Huafeng, and mocked him for his youthful ignorance. It's ridiculous, threatening the chairman of the group. He should be the one who was young and ignorant. Besides, even if there was a slight chance that the matter of his father's position would be settled after he had made such a mess, it's over. It's all over. The more he thought about it, the more the man crumbled. His legs went limp and he sat down on the floor. As for Xiang Mei and the 3 girls, they were also filled with shock. Chairman Tang? Really? The young man in front of him looked younger than all of them. How could he be the chairman of a huge real estate group? The 3 of them were dumbfounded when they saw the good-looking Gu Wenqing in front of them. No matter how much they try to avoid reality, they already have the answer in their hearts. That teenager stood steadily at the C-seat, with countless Huafeng executives clustered behind the teenager, plus the silent Du Lifeng. They knew that the young man in front of them was the chairman of Huafeng Group. For a moment, their little faces turned pale. Without the chairman's order, even if the vice president Du Sheng was sacked, they wouldn't dare to come forward to help. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Now that Mr. Gu has given the order, the security guards directly drove a man and 3 women out of the building. The crowd saw that the original vice president Du Sheng fled in extreme distress. Many people's hearts were inexplicably refreshed, especially those employees who had been bullied by Du Sheng. At this time, they could not wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Mr. Gu is really a fiery eye. On the first day he came to the group, he swept this tumor Du Sheng out of the door. Many of our employees are crying out in their hearts, "Gu Dong, cowhide, Gu Dong, good job." After tidying up the group's vice president, Du Shixian, Gu Wenqing's prestige and hearts had reached an unprecedented peak within the group. Huafeng Group's special car had already parked at the group's main entrance in advance. With smiles on their faces, the executives flanked Chairman Gu to the car. Without waiting for the white-gloved driver to open the door, one of the executives had already snatched it open. Another executive is also a horse's ass. Seeing Gu Dong to get on the car, hastily put his hand under the roof of the car to prevent Chairman Gu's head from touching the roof of the car. The special car of the chairman of Huafeng Group is a Rolls-Royce. The executives looked at the Rolls-Royce that was riding in the dust, and the breath they were holding in their hearts was finally loosened. The aura is too strong. It's simply horrible as hell. Before the meeting, the executives, some people inevitably have some contempt for the chairman of the 18. After all, the age is there. Not enough experience should be very good to fool the. Who would have thought that the young chairman would come up and take everyone by surprise? What's even more exaggerated is that it directly made an example of the group's vice president, Lin Sheng, and got him out of office. After that moment, everyone didn't dare to underestimate Chairman Gu anymore. Even the vice president of the group fired him when he said so. Wouldn't they be even more humble then? These mole crickets who are even lower than the vice president's position. Although the new chairman is indeed decisive, but the staff should have benefits is still very generous. We're all human beings. We all know it's a slap in the face and a piece of candy, but that's the kind of setup they love. After all, the wages have increased. The actual money in hand is also more. I really hope that Mr. Gu more of this kind of setup. Come to think of it, now, everyone in the group is convinced by Gu Wenqing. Li Jiawei, assistant to the chairman. Her peach blossom eyes are full of curiosity. Curiosity about the 18-year-old Chairman Gu. At this time, it was 8 o'clock at night. The sun is sinking in the west. Autumn still has some residual heat. After class, Wang Min first took a shower and changed into a pretty dress. She was wearing a light gray t-shirt with a one-piece collarbone cutout design that slightly revealed a bit of her collarbone. Underneath was a pair of plain jeans, rounded and shapely hips. The short-haired girl in the dormitory, seeing Wang Min, who had purposely changed her clothes for a long time, revealed disdain in her heart. Wang Min was most likely going to meet her gold master. Wang Min was also quite famous in school, and was called a classical goddess by many boys in school. Wang Min has a slim figure, big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, skin like snow, long black hair draped in front of her body, just short of a Chinese dress. With such a look, wearing a Chinese dress is definitely going to charm many boys. Unfortunately, no one in the school had ever seen a classical beauty in vintage-style clothing, much to the regret of the school's crowd of old colorful critics. Wang Min, who has only put on lipstick and a plain face, is still youthful and beautiful. It made the short-haired girls in the dormitory envious for a long time. I bet she's going to meet the gold master. The short-haired girl whispered to the girl next to her. but she does have the capital to look this good and make more money while she's young, so she won't have to worry for the rest of her life. At the sound of that, another sister said, if the boys at school knew about this, I'm afraid they'd go crazy. And that ex-boyfriend of Wang Min's, absolutely furious. A mysterious smile appeared on the short-haired girl's face. Glancing at the pretty Wang Min, she said in a lower tone, how long will it be before a lot of people know about this? The short-haired girl anonymously posted many posts on the school's intranet to discredit Wang Min for being adopted. For girls with short hair, this is not called blacking out. What she posted was true. Wang Min 1 million are in the account. In addition to being adopted, short-haired girls cannot really think of what Wang Min can earn 1 million yuan a day from. I don't think there's any other way to do it than to get bagged. Is there? What do you mean by that? I didn't get it. The other sister looked confused. Another, although she envied Wang Min for having $1 million and suspected that Wang Min was being kept by the gold master. She never thought of making this secret public. After all, Wang Min hadn't offended her, and she was too lazy to mind her own business. The short-haired girl smiled mysteriously. You'll find out before long. Let the bullets fly in the forum for a while. Wang Min looked in front of the mirror for a while, thinking that this look was conservative enough to wear. Hubby told her last time that she was wearing too much. Looking at her cherry mouth in the mirror with a bit of lipstick, suddenly it occurred to me that hubby particularly liked her verbal rewards. With lipstick on, it's a little inconvenient. Solely she just took out a tissue and wiped the lipstick off her lips. It's much easier to give your husband a reward this way. And then, pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Wenqing. Learned that he was coming to his school soon. Wang Min then went straight downstairs and walked out of the school, waiting playfully in front of the school. At this time, Wang Min stood on the curb in front of the school, concentrating on chatting with her husband on her cell phone. But even so, the classical beauty's fame attracted many males' gazes, with eyes hotly placed on Wang Min. I heard that the classical goddess Wang Min just broke up with her boyfriend. Many people's hearts jumped at the chance to think about whether or not they could have a kiss. Some guys have just worked up the courage to move forward to hit on the goddess. Squeak dash. Just then, a convertible Audi stopped in front of Wang Min. With that, the window of the convertible Audi was lowered, and inside was a man wearing sunglasses with a bit of a sizzle in his eyes. Ms. Wang, would you be so kind as to join us for dinner? The boy who drove the convertible Audi was in the same school as Wang Min, and had long coveted Wang Min for her beauty for a long time. Nay, Wang Min had always had a boyfriend before, and he simply couldn't find an excuse to approach Wang Min, now that her boyfriend is cheating on her. The goddess Wang Min dumps the cheating man, and it's a big deal at school. Almost everyone in the school knows about it. Now that Wang Min is back to being single, it's the perfect time to take advantage of her sadness and take advantage of the situation. The man driving the convertible Audi had a confident look on his face as he thought that Wang Min would definitely not reject him. After all, Wang Min's ex-boyfriend is a loser, and Wang Min is all dead set on being in a relationship with her ex-boyfriend. And he's a man who drives a convertible Audi, several notches higher than Wang Min's ex-boyfriend. As long as the girls with eyesight know for themselves that they will choose their own. Wang Min is waiting for Gu Wenqing like a stone looking out. She keeps her eyes on the road and doesn't look back and says, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Kaboom! Countless boys' hearts resounded with the sound of broken hearts. The goddess is off the hook again and again? It's only been a few days and you've got your heart set on something so soon? This is fucking outrageous. Learning of the news of the classical goddess Wang Min's breakup, many boys in the school who thought they weren't bad fists and hands were ready for a big fight, dreaming of taking down the goddess. As it turned out, the big guy hadn't even struck yet. The bad news then came that Wang Min had a boyfriend again. That's nifty. And too swift. The big guy was furious. What asshole had taken advantage of the situation and taken the goddess? I'm afraid this man is going to be the public enemy of the boys. What? That can't be right. You didn't just break up. The Audi convertible man dropped his sunglasses in shock. And this Wang Min wouldn't have found another poor guy, would she? Why does she always like to fall in love with losers? The Audi convertible man skimmed his lips and glanced at Wang Min's miscellaneous branded bag as he said, you can get rid of your boyfriend even if you have one. If you promise me, I'll buy you the new LV bag. Wang Min slightly furrowed her small brows. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? It's all rejected and stalked. Wang Min took long strides and stayed away from the Audi man. What if my husband sees it and gets the wrong idea? Seeing Wang Min pulling away from himself, the Audi convertible owner froze slightly, seeming to be somewhat puzzled as to why a girl as beautiful as Wang Min wouldn't take advantage of her own strengths in favor of some penniless boyfriend. He simply got out of the car, walked to Wang Min's not far away and said, you're so beautiful, you shouldn't waste your youth on those losers. They can't even afford to pay for you to go to Debonair West. What's the point of this kind of relationship? His eyes were dead set on Wang Min, who had her back to herself. The perfect proportion of her buttocks wrapped in her jeans revealed greed in his eyes. The other side, On the way to Wang Min's school, the chauffeur with white gloves, seeing Chairman Gu squinting and faking sleep, drove the Rolls-Royce more carefully and steadily. In the back of the Rolls-Royce, Gu Wenqing was looking at the system. Gu Wenqing had just thrown a fit at the Huafeng group and unlocked the system's new title. Ding! The host unlocks a new title, Mighty Wind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Basketball Master. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Secondary Development of Height. Basketball Master, substantially enhance the host's basketball technical ability, enhance the host's bounce, confrontation, etc., so that the host has the NBA professional basketball player literacy. Secondary body development, can increase the host's height that has been stereotyped, guiding the host's height secondary development. According to the passage of time, the host will slowly increase in height by 3 to 5 centimeters. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. As soon as the system's beep finished, Gu Wenqing was a bit confused. That's the reward this time. 2 bonus skills, basketball mastery, and height secondary development. What's going on? Does the system still want him to play in the NBA? Although the skill, basketball master, is not generally used, but there is no such thing as too much skill. Something is better than nothing. As for the second reward, secondary development of height, this reward was quite good. Gu Wenqing's net height was just about 5 feet 8 inches, and growing another 3 to 5 centimeters would be quite good. The system is still as reliable as ever. Height secondary development, there is a note to increase height by 3 to 5 centimeters. Otherwise, it'll just keep growing like a bamboo, and that'll be the end of it. The school gate. Wang Min carried her bag and waited pitifully for Gu Wenqing to pick her up, and the man in the Audi convertible stood far away, guessing that Wang Min must have gone to meet her new boyfriend privately. He wanted to see if Wang Min's new boyfriend was another loser like her predecessor. Many males in the neighborhood, also intentionally or unintentionally they would like to see Audi convertible male, in the end, can successfully tease the goddess. At that moment, a luxury car in the cluster of cars on the road attracted everyone's attention fantastically. The towering flying goddess in front of the car, a sign that the luxury car was worth a lot of money. A Rolls-Royce. Some people who love cars even recognized the car as a Rolls-Royce own Phantom model, and a long wheelbase version. For fuck's sake, their car price quotes are more than 900 W. Due down on the road are at least tens of millions of dollars. What makes Rolls-Royce most distinctive is its extensive use of manual labor, which inevitably leads to high production costs, which is one of the reasons why Rolls-Royce is so incredibly expensive. It takes 15 hours to make a steering wheel, 31 hours to assemble a body, and 6 days to install an engine. Because of this, it can only move 6 inches per minute on the assembly line. It takes 2.5 months to make a 4-door car, and each car is tested over 5,000 miles. So the average customer ordering a Rolls-Royce has to wait patiently for more than 6 months. The annual production of Rolls-Royce motor cars is only a few thousand units, which is not even a fraction of the production of the world's major automobile companies. However, from another perspective, it is more expensive than rare. The reason why Rolls-Royce sedan becomes a symbol of status and identity. People see the unique and dominant appearance of Rolls-Royce. The body seems to still carry the air of excellence. At this moment, many people enviously couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. If only I could have one. I'm not as greedy as I am upstairs. It would be nice if I could let go and have a seat. Really nice pulling, crane car, and only the big boys get to ride in this kind of car. I would love to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the experience." Come on, with your temperament, people will only think you're a chauffeur if you drive a Rolls-Royce. Just when everyone was envious. Squeak! The sound of tires scraping slightly against the ground rang out. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was the envy of them all, was parked right in front of their eyes. The boys who drove the Audi were also attracted to the dominating Rolls-Royce, which was simply racy to the core. Compared to the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of me, the Audi A5 convertible that I've always been so proud of is simply weak. A Rolls-Royce Phantom could buy, straight away, a dozen or 2 Audi A5s with the top down. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he could own a Rolls-Royce Phantom someday, wouldn't he be able to pick up all the girls at school if he wanted to? At the thought, his eyes filled with envy for the Rolls-Royce owner. It's a real big shot who's riding in this car. On the side of the road, Wang Min also took a look at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She usually does not pay attention to the car, not very knowledgeable, and felt that why this car is so long, and ugly, like a moving coffin. Wang Min thought to himself, although the car is not pretty, but such a big car must be very expensive. After looking at it for a couple of moments, she shifted her gaze and stared at the cell phone chat log, hoping that Gu Wenqing would come earlier. As the crowd watched, the driver, who wore white gloves on both hands, got out of the car and, gently opening the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, He said in a respectful tone to Wang Min on the side of the road. Ms. Wang, Mr. Gu is waiting for you in the car. At the sound, Wang Min first took out her cell phone and asked if Gu Wenqing was in the car, and received an affirmative answer. Wang Min was bursting with joy. Finally she could see her husband. She happily jumped up and down and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Rumble. Witnessing the school's goddess sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone in the room seemed to be struck by thunder. They were dumbstruck. All of them so shocked that they forgot to speak. Looking at the goddess riding in a multi-million-dollar limousine, all of them felt bad in their hearts. At that moment, a song came from the next storefront. If I were young and not inferior. Ka-ching. Everyone's already fragile hearts broke directly into powder and fluttered in the wind with the song. There was a half-dozen moments of silence. One of the boys sighed as he said, "Alas, the goddess just ran off with someone else." There are also students who say, "Sister Wang Min is really good looking. It's a pity that she has a boyfriend again." Who says it's not? Wang Min followed that scumbag for so long with her heart and soul, but in return she cheated. Wang Min should have broken her heart, so she only chooses bread nowadays. Drive out EA5 boys. The heart of the superiority of the heart also swept away. This fucking how to compare? Others drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, while he just drove a small Audi, which was not in the same class at all. The two are nothing compared to each other. He's the mud under the ground, while Gu Wenqing is the cloud in the sky. No wonder from start to finish, Goddess Wang Min didn't even look at herself. That's the gap. Seeing the Goddess Wang Min get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave, the scene was again chaotic. Crap. Date night? The hell knows what for. It's over. My goddess is impure. Another girl who fell for money. Alas. In today's society, the rich have Rolls Royces and the poor labor to death. Wrong, brother. The big man on the Rolls Royce tonight is going to work himself to death tonight too. At this moment, just the thought of a goddess spending the night with a guy complicated the mood of all the boys present to the extreme. Rolls Royce Phantom on. The driver in front of him drove without looking away. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing's arms. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but move his hand downward. He looked at Wang Min, who was wearing jeans. In a voice only two people could hear. "Why aren't you wearing my favorite today?" Warn. Wang Min cocked her mouth. The silk in her pants. Rolls-Royce Phantom at speed. It's approaching nightlife and there are more cars on the road. Rolls-Royce traveling is quite smooth, because the road cars are avoiding Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, accidentally scratched this car. Cannot afford to pay. The car pulled into Huahi Street. The driver who had gotten Gu Wenqing's order also drove off. Gu Wenqing and Wang Min got out of the car, and the two of them hadn't eaten yet. Gu Wenqing asked Wang Min what she wanted to eat. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing's body. Her body was soft from the teasing in the car just now. She said, "I haven't thought about it yet. What do you want to eat?" Gu Wenqing's mouth popped up. Verbal reward. Hearing this, Wang Min froze for a moment first, seeing Gu Wenqing's line of sight, where she did not know what her husband meant, playfully winking her eyes. "See here, where can Gu Wenqing still suffer? What else is there to eat? You don't have to think about it to know the lesser of the two. Got a hotel close by." Wang Min ran into the bathroom. Wang Min, who was trotting, made Gu Wenqing, who liked the tone, light up in his eyes. "That's just where it's at." Gu Wenqing followed suit and opened the bathroom door and walked in. Ryoko. Gu Wenqing sat in front of the computer in a refreshed state. Just at this time, the cell phone Gu Wenqing had placed on the table suddenly sent out a vibration. Gu Wenqing took a look at the caller ID and it was Huang Zicheng calling. He then pressed the answer button. "Good old Gu. You guys stay out at night again? I'm going to turn you in sooner or later. And didn't you read the message in the group? It's the welcome party for the new students soon. We economics also had to put out a program. And finally we all agreed that you, Gu Wenqing, are so talented that you will represent our economics on stage." As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard Huang Zicheng on the other end of the line say many things. "Old Gu, you have to prepare for this. Rehearsal tomorrow, show day after tomorrow, you don't want to screw up." Among the calls also came Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong's voices. Hearing their words, Gu Wenqing slapped his head. It seemed that there was really such a thing. The class president did look for him before because of the freshman party, but he refused on the grounds that he didn't have time. It had never occurred to me that, after half a day of not reading the group's messages, the task of performing on behalf of economics had still fallen to him. Gu Wenqing bristled and said, "Forget about rehearsal. I'm not free tomorrow. You guys talk to the class monitor directly. It's fine if I want me Gu Wenqing to perform, but I'm not going to waste time rehearsing to see if she still lets me perform. Just kidding. Just a small school performance and you want me, Gu, to rehearse it." He is a billionaire who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How would he be in the mood to waste his time on such things? It would be better to spend the rehearsal time on playing the game. Besides, The parallel space songs rewarded by the system had already been memorized and shaped in his brain, so how to perform them wouldn't be wrong. So what's the point of rehearsing? That's fine. I'll talk to the class president, but I think with your talent, Lao Gu, you're a shoo-in to perform on stage. You'd better think about what kind of program you're going to perform. If you perform a good show, the three of us will have more face when we walk around the school, and won't it be much easier to pick up girls? Huang Zicheng's tone revealed the slightest hint of winning. Old Gu, boys have to protect themselves outside. And remember to be safe and bring Tao. On the phone, there was another tawdry conversation between Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong. Gu Wenqing laughed. Sister, screw you're full of men. After saying this, Gu Wenqing hung up the phone. Who called? Seeing her husband hang up the phone, Wang Min's big eyes were full of curiosity. Gu Wenqing touched the softness and said, college roommate. Wang Min crossed her lips and said, oh, I really envy your boys' friendship. Unlike us girls. Hey, what kind of friendship do we boys have? It's purely a father-son relationship. The three of them have always thought of me as their father. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Wang Min blushed shyly and said in a shockingly loud voice, you are my BB alone. Sniffing, Gu Wenqing was dumbfounded. I'm a father now? Wang Min is driving directly. The wheels of the car ran over his Gu's face. Good. Then I'll make sure to teach you how to play the game today and boost your gaming experience up. Gu Wenqing said with fiery eyes. Wang Min's face was peachy red, an expression of desire. Wang Min's double strands tightened. After playing the game, Gu Wenqing felt a bit hungry. He touched the softness and opened his mouth to ask, what would you like to eat, Min? Wang Min pondered for a while and said softly, I want to eat debonair Western food. Debonair Western restaurant is famous in Huaxi Street. Many of the Magic City's netizens will be famous door-to-door card. Wang Min also brushed on the Douyin. Has always wanted to try debonair Western food is good. Hearing Wang Min's words, a smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Then I'll make a call and ask debonair Western restaurant to send us food up. Wang Min cocked her mouth with a pitiful expression. Hubby, debonair Western restaurant doesn't deliver takeout. As far as she knew, debonair Western restaurant was doing a brisk business, with long queues of customers in the store. So wouldn't debonair Western restaurant be working its staff to death if it did takeaways again? Gu Wenqing's finger scraped on her little nose. Who said that? Do Yum Scouting netizens are talking about it, and saying something about how the debonair West is so busy in the restaurant. Where else would there be delivery? A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. In the past, maybe there wasn't a takeaway service at debonair Western restaurant, but as long as we, Min, want to eat, then there will definitely be one today. Wang Min heard, the heart is beautiful, regardless of whether debonair delivers takeout or not. Having this thought from her husband touched her. Gu Wenqing made a direct call to the front desk landline of Dupont. Inexplicably, the new manager who had applied for the job came to mind. What's the name? I forget. Let's just call her the first manager. The big manager's bulging thing is indeed a match for Yuanin. It reminds Gu Wenqing of a saying, when a woman looks down and doesn't see her toes, she is already the best on earth. Subconsciously stared at the beautiful person next to him, and in contrast, it seems that he still need to continue to develop to be able to Between Gu Wenqing's thoughts, the phone went through. Hello, this is Debonair West Restaurant. What can I get for you? Crisp voice from the front desk woman. Oh, send me a takeout to the Celestial Green Hotel, 5 to 520. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have delivery service at Debonair West. Wang Min, who was sitting next to Gu Wenqing, gave her husband a look through the air. It seems to be saying, see, the internet was right. Debonair West doesn't deliver. Gu Wenqing smiled and continued. I'm Gu Wenqing. Ah, it's Mr. Gu. After a shocking cry, the receptionist was scared and silent on the phone for half a second. OMG. It's actually Mr. Gu who made the call. And then, the female receptionist said softly, the takeout privileges of Debonair Western Restaurant are only available to Mr. Gu. What would you like to order? Mr. Gu? Gu Wenqing said there were two of them. So just let the kitchen watch the arrangements. The female receptionist at the Debonair Western Restaurant hung up the phone, thinking that it was fortunate that her tone just now was courteous and there were no errors. The meal that Mr. Gu wants cannot be delayed. The female receptionist said directly on the intercom that Mr. Gu wants a takeaway for two people to eat, and the cuisine kitchen is casually arranged to be sent to the Tianqing Hotel. The kitchen received the order, heard that it was Mr. Gu's meal, and instantly got up 200 spirit to do something. That's when the new manager heard the word takeout from afar. She stepped forward with a choppy stride and said, Little Moon, we don't deliver at Debonair. This takeout is for Gu Wenqing. Mr. Gu wants it. Upon hearing that, the female manager said without hesitation, oh, that's fine. Let the back kitchen seize the time to put out Mr. Gu's meal first. Inside the Celestial Green Hotel, Wang Min's good-looking eyes were wide open. Debonair Western restaurant had made an exception for takeout delivery. Moreover, the employee across the street addressed her husband as Mr. Gu. Wang Min curiously inquired, "Hubby, are you a shareholder of Dupont?" Gu Wenqing replied faintly, "Let go of the pattern a bit. Could it be that you're the owner of Debonair West?" When Wang Min saw Gu Wenqing, who nodded his head, his entire body was a bit confused. Is hubby that good? Doesn't that mean, when I want to eat at Debonair West from now on, I won't have to wait in line? If Gu Wenqing knew she was thinking like this, he would have given her a brain crash, so small that she just knew how to eat and eat. With the expediting of Dupont's backroom, Gu Wenqing's dishes were quickly delivered to the hotel. Outside the door, Debonair's waiter, pushing a small food cart into the room, brought a dozen dishes, and 2 bottles of red wine to the table. "Mr. Gu, these dishes were specially prepared by the back kitchen according to your previous tastes." "Okay, good work." Gu Wenqing casually tipped the waiter $1,000. Gu Wenqing didn't have any cash. He took the $1,000 from Wang Min's bag. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." "You're welcome, Mr. Gu. This is what I should do." The waiter bowed to Gu Wenqing as a sign of gratitude and walked backwards out of the door, gently bringing the door with him. When he left the room, the waiter was still a little excited. It was the first time he had ever received such a large tip. "Oh hubby, it's so delicious," Wang Min said with puffed cheeks, her cheeks bulging like a small hamster's. "Then you'll eat more." Gu Wenqing had just finished when a vibrating sound came from his cell phone. Gu Wenqing opened his cell phone to see that it was the class president who added him to the V-mail. Gu Wenqing passed the friend. "Class president, I heard from Huang Zicheng that you don't have time to rehearse tomorrow?" "Doubtful." Gu Wenqing, "I don't have time tomorrow. Class president, I've already submitted your name to the student union's publicity department. What if you don't rehearse and mess it up?" Seeing this, Gu Wenqing frowned. "I didn't say I was going to participate. I didn't say I was going to participate. You just took the liberty and made me rehearse. You've got a lot of face, don't you?" Gu Wenqing directly disliked back. "If you're afraid of screwing up, change the person. I don't think I said I'm going to participate, right? Say it." Gu Wenqing then put down his cell phone and focused on his meal. To talk about the position of class president, originally everyone elected Gu Wenqing. After all, experienced the incident of bravery and courage. The students in the class were familiar with Gu Wenqing, and most of them voted for Gu Wenqing when selecting the class president. Gu Wenqing alone received 95 votes in the class, and the class president position was his. As a result, Gu Wenqing himself refused. The reason why Gu Wenqing refused was because he himself was often late and absent from class throughout the day and stayed out late at night, completely unable to lead by example. This class president was not suitable for him at all. Furthermore, there were many things to do as class president, so Gu Wenqing was not as free. That's why Gu Wenqing rejected it outright, which led to the birth of the current female class president. Gu Wenqing already had some grievances about the class president's private decision to let him perform, but he was forced to go to the rehearsal. There was no way this was something he was going to agree to. But then again, it seems like ever since he was rewarded by the system with, 10 Chinese-style songs, there are still 9 songs in his head dusted. Mainly Gu Wenqing himself is not bad money. There is no need to release an album to earn that hard-earned money from the mouths of employees within the wafer. After a day or two of this fermentation, much to the horror of many businesses in the Magic City that are tied to real estate, the mysterious person who spent all the money to acquire Huafeng Group surfaced. It was Mr. Gu Wenqing Gu, the former shareholder of Huafeng Group, who wholly acquired Huafeng Group. According to the revelation, Mr. Gu's actual age is less than full 20 years old. At this moment, countless Magic City real estate workers directly felt crazy. A young man under the age of 20 bought the Huafeng Group. He became the chairman of Huafeng Group at the age of less than 20. Moreover, many people are no strangers to Gu Wenqing, who is the one who took the clan land along the river at a cost of $30 billion. Not long ago, turn around Mr. Gu and Huafeng Group all the money into the arms of simply luxury unmanageable. For a while, the 3 big words, Gu Wenqing, became famous in the Magic City real estate circle. Gu Wenqing Mr. Gu is the real big brother. More than 90 billion Huafeng Group plus 30 billion along the river zone land. Less than a month. Spending huge sums of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to enter the field. The connections behind Mr. Gu, with the liquidity, can be imagined how huge. There were curious real estate bigwigs who wanted to check Gu Wenqing's background, but they couldn't find out anything. This moment further convinced the bigwigs that Mr. Gu's means were heavenly, probably a descendant of one of the big shots in Kyoto, an existence they couldn't afford to mess with anyway. In fact, they thought too much. Gu Wenqing's all the information has been protected by the system, so that everyone has no way to explore. Both the Jin family and the Niu family were the first to get the news. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi were greatly shocked. Was this the segment of Gu Xiao? At this moment, they feared Gu Wenqing to the extreme in their hearts. If segmented bits, Gu Wenqing is undoubtedly the strongest king, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi are just silver dregs at the top. There is no comparison with Gu Xiao. Magic City, Ji Jing Yuan Beauty Villa, the Lin family. Surprisingly, it's Gu Wenqing. Lin Hongtian frowned, muttering to himself. In his impression, Gu Wenqing was not bad looking. I don't know if his ability was strong, but he wasn't very interested in the group's affairs in the past. Lin Hongtian thought Gu Wenqing was a young man who liked to be dashing. I did not expect that just such a young man, but actually from his hands to the Huafeng group to buy. Lin Hongtian had to admit that it was he who had looked away. And Lin Hongtian knew more information than anyone else. On the first day of Gu Wenqing's inspection of the group, he dismissed Du Shang, the group's vice president, and several other executives who were usually arrogant and unruly. The young man was ruthless enough to do his job without delay. Lin Hongtian himself cannot do Gu Wenqing so decisive. He is a more nostalgic person. As long as the people under the hands is not touching the bottom line of the group, he will not pursue the responsibility to the end. Gu Wenqing had cleaned up those people of Vice President Du Shengsheng without mercy, and Lin Hongtian had a little admiration for Gu Wenqing in his heart. This young man did what he wanted to do before but never did. Thinking of this, Lin Hongtian sighed alone. It seems that I really should retire to old age. Yo! At that moment, the door to the villa opened. Lin Yingying, who had a crazy day with her girlfriends, walked into the house. Lin Yingying saw Lin Hongtian in the living room. Smoking alone, she inquired, "Dad, you're still awake?" When Lin Hongtian saw his daughter who was standing in the doorway, and thought that Gu Wenqing's kid seemed to be only 18 years old, a crazy idea came to his mind. Lin Hongtian said tentatively, "Yingying ah, do you know about Dad's group?" Lin Yingying replied in disbelief, "I know. Didn't you sell it? Well, do you know how big the mysterious person who bought the Huafeng group is?" Lin Hongtian looked at his daughter with doubt written all over her small face. He continued, "Spending huge sums of money to acquire the Huafeng group. That kid is only 18 years old. And like you are in the freshman year, Yingying, you can understand this kind of heavenly pride." Lin Yingying still do not understand what his father Gord is selling drugs. Nothing more than now some regret to sell Huafeng. Only, he wants to take the chairman of the board who bought Huafeng group as his son-in-law, so that Huafeng group can be considered to be coupled with the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying skimmed her small mouth and said unhappily, "Dad, you said before that you wouldn't allow me to fall in love with other boys. Why are you pushing me towards other men now? Aren't you afraid of pushing your daughter into the fire pit?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hongtian awkwardly touched his nose and coughed twice before saying in a serious tone, "I'm just letting you and him get to know each other, just in case you see eye to eye. Besides, if you're not into him, just ignore him. More exposure to great peers is still necessary. The white-clothed teenager you mentioned before, Dad does appreciate it quite a bit, but once you compare it to a young man who can take charge of $100 billion conglomerate at the age of 18, the white-clothed teenager can't help but still fall behind. No, I'm not going to listen to you." Lin Yingying covered her ears and ran back to her room in a flash. I won't give Lin Hongtian a chance to talk about her anymore. Lin Hongtian looked at his fleeing daughter and sighed softly. Yingying is still too young to know how terrifying the energy behind the young man who was in charge of $100 billion group at the age of 18 is. It was no exaggeration to say that, with regard to Gu Wenqing's two large sums of money, the number of families that could have the financial resources to be so profligate in the Magic City could be counted on one hand. It's not too much to call Gu Wenqing a true magnate. There are countless women who want to climb up Gu Wenqing's ladder, but Yingying is not even interested in this kind of pride. Lin Hongtian thought to himself, it's just a matter of letting nature take its course. Gu Wenqing, who was well known in the Magic City real estate, was now sleeping with his arm around his beautiful woman. The darkness fades slowly. The sun slowly climbed into the sky. A new day. Gu Wenqing was woken up by Wang Min's special bed calling service. It's a new day. And it's a new day. And it's a new day. And it's a new day. After a long time, Gu Wenqing woke up refreshed. I thought to myself, this unique approach worked. No wake-up call at all. So I guess I'll have to try it more often in the future. Gu Wenqing first called the front desk of the hotel and ordered some meals. The two ate breakfast and got ready to go look at houses. Walked out on Waxy Street to the garage. Gu Wenqing slapped his head, marred, forgetting that he didn't drive. The Ferrari Lafa is still parked at the school eating dust. Gu Wenqing had wanted to call his assistant, Li Jiawei, to call for a special car, but in the end, he thought better of it. Let Li Jiawei send a car driver. From Huafeng Group to Huaxi Street can be a distance. Have this free time, might as well take a car. And take a car faster. Gu Wenqing pulled out his phone and called an online taxi on the app. Wang Min took his hand and the two of them waited by the side of the road. Magic City University. Every year there is an orientation party at Mordor University. In order not to make any mistakes in tomorrow's performance, the publicity department of the student union will rehearse in advance, cut the substandard programs, save only some of the great, fun programs. Wang Yanyan, the head of the propaganda department of the student union, was looking at the program list with several propaganda department officers. Economics reported the program as a one-man show, strangely without a song title. Minister Wang Yanyan's eyes are not raised a bit, said directly, "Oh, what the hell is this demonic ghosts and monsters dare to come cut, so that economics re-report a program?" At that sound, a female officer next to her, said sadly, "This is the program of economics Guwenching. It's a pity." The female officer has long admired Guwenching, especially the video of the military training on the school's intranet. That song, Lu Shu Moon, is so good. Unfortunately it's just not a clear recording and the sound quality is poor, but the lyrics and vocals are, indeed, beautiful beyond words. Ugh, what a shame about my Guman god. Minister Wang Yanyan's eyes narrowed. It's that kid. There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you break in. Ever since Qin Maonan sent the fruit to that scum Guwenching, Wang Yanyan was having a hard time sleeping through the night. Whenever he thought of Qin Maonan riding in a Ferrari with Guwenching, he couldn't help but feel jealous in his heart. Mud. It's so hard for old me to have a goddess youth. And Guwenching, this kid, on the basis of money can have many goddesses of youth. In the University of Magic City alone, those who are known to be entangled with Guwenching include Wang Yanyan, Chen Yunxue, and Qin Maonan. All three of them are first-class goddesses, but they all go for Gu's scum. Thinking of this, Wang Yanyan hated that Guwenching kid with a passion. If I could make this kid, Guwenching, make a fool of himself in front of the whole school. At that thought, Wang Yanyan's eyes lit up. Guwenching's solo has no song title and no soundtrack. That's not exactly what he wants. Wang Yanyan clapped his hands together and put on a kind face, saying, "Since you want Guwenching to perform on stage so much, little cloud, then Guwenching can skip the rehearsal and directly advance internally. Just come and perform tomorrow." The female officer, Xiao Yun, replied joyfully, "Okay day. Thank you Minister. Minister, you are super nice." A smile appeared on Wang Yanyan's face. Guwenching wanted to play with originality like the freshman military training again? Guwenching would be fine if he played well, but if he didn't, he would be a laughingstock in front of the whole school. Anyway, Wang Yanyan was not optimistic about Guwenching and felt in his heart that Guwenching would most likely become a clown. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Wang Yanyan's face. He had finally shaded Gu Jiaman. At this moment, Wang Yanyan's heart was cool. Guwenching and Wang Min were sitting in an online car. Wang Min was so tired yesterday that she fell asleep on Guwenching's shoulder. For the convenience of Wang Min, Guwenching is ready to buy a suite of rooms around her school. Usually Wang Min on and off class home is also convenient. The Wafeng Realty House is farther away from Wang Min's school. Solely just go ahead and pick a suite at one of the other properties. It's not that bad of a deal anyway. Skyjoy 1. Tianyue 1 is located not far from Wang Min School and is considered a well-reputed project in this neighborhood. Located in a busy area, the surrounding commercial facilities are also mature. The neighborhood has a high green ratio, so that the environment and air in the neighborhood is very good. Tianyue number 1 is also a local real estate development in Mordor. With a grandiose project, the whole land is divided into two plates. One plate for high-rise buildings and houses, and the other plate is the high-grade villa area. The net car sped along and soon arrived at Tianyue 1. Boing boing. Wang Min, who had been woken up by Guwenching, had hazy eyes. She looked around in confusion at her familiar surroundings. "Isn't this next to our school?" Guwenching smiled and said, "Yes. Isn't buying a house for convenience?" Wang Min was so moved that she hugged Guwenching and said, "Hubby, you are so good to me." Guwenching said, "Just so dry a sentence how to do." The evening verbal reward. Wang Min glanced shyly at Guwenching and didn't refuse. Anyway, she had tried every trick in the book, and as long as Guwenching liked it, she wouldn't refuse. Wang Min saw the sales department. The magnificent atmosphere of the Tianyue number 1, for big words. A thought, no, absolutely not cheap. I remember when Tianyue 1 first opened before. The sales staff even went to their school to distribute flyers. Of course their target is not the students. The teachers and professors of the school are the target of sales. After all, many of the teachers at Wang Min's school are local demolition crews. And salespeople certainly don't forget the meat and potatoes of these demolition crews. The flyers scattered on the school floor. Wang Min also picked up and read. The price on the flyer has stopped countless people. Sky Hyatt high-rise buildings from $100,000 per square foot. Sky Hyatt townhomes from $150,000 per square foot. The Tianyue single-family villas. with the smallest square footage of over 400 square feet. Start from as low as $96 million. The expensive price at the top of the flyer is still haunting Wang Min. Tianyue won. This location is not the top. Are sold so expensive, now the Magic City prices are rising so fierce? Wang Min is a local of Magic City, although occasionally heard people around the discussion of housing prices, but has not been too concerned about it. It wasn't until she saw the flyer for Tianyue number 1 that it became clear to her how expensive the prices in Magic City were. Hubby, why don't we wait for the price to drop before we buy? Wang Min said with a small frown. Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, she always felt that it was uneconomical to spend more than $10 million on a house. Without buying a house, the two of them could do a lot with $10 million. It's hard to say if prices have come down or not, but we're all here to get in and see what's going on. Gu Wenqing pulled Wang Min and headed inside the sales department. On the way, Qin Xuan had just broken through the general rank and had relied on special items to kill the demon spirit before, so his own strength should still be relatively weak. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a scene that made his eyes widen. The demonic spirit had been pulled into hatred by Qin Xuan and was also ready to be furious, but its anger had not yet been emitted. What greeted him were Qin Xuan's continuous attacks. Dragon Tiger Blade Volume 2 strongest single killing move Raging Dragon Chop, with the enhancement of the blue secret treasure level weapon, Broken Army, and Qin Xuan's current strength. A sword chopped out, the blade energy directly pulled to more than 10 meters, and the ground was torn out of a huge gap when the sharp waves of air erupted. However, the target of this blade chi was not the earth, but just happened to pass by to attack the demonic spirit. The blade energy rushed wildly, like the whistling of an angry dragon, instantly tearing apart the body of this demonic spirit, cutting it into countless pieces of broken flesh, and spilling blackened blood all over the earth. Qin Xuan didn't say anything more, and just after killing one head, he was staring at the other two. These two fourth-ranked demonic spirits immediately seemed as if they were being stared at by a demon, and their entire bodies frigidly trembled. The Major General swallowed hard, and it was then that he felt the jaggedness of the world. It turns out that people can be so different from each other. The three demonic spirits that had caused a life-threatening problem to themselves were just killed by one. That slash was so clean and unrivaled. This Major General knew that if he were to face it himself, he wouldn't be able to block it at all, and would only end up like this demonic spirit. However, it was fortunate that his enemy was not Qin Xuan, and even more fortunate that this person was still his teammate. That's great. And that's when he also realized that these two generals actually directly ignored themselves, and then faced Qin Xuan with full concentration and caution, with a strong fear in their eyes. After being ignored by the demon spirit, this Major General rubbed his head as if he should be ashamed. This was the demon spirit's naked humiliation of his personality. This was someone looking down on him, but for some reason, it was a good feeling. A kind of cozy feeling of touching a fish. He looked at Qin Xuan again and realized that the other party didn't seem to put these two fourth-ranked demonic beasts in his eyes, and the long knife in his hand even casually pulled a blade flower. And then the next moment, the blade aura spread out. Dragon Tiger Blade Volume 2 the most ferocious and swiftest killing moves. Tiger swings 1,000. Qin Xuan's body moved at a rapid pace, leaving a trail of residual shadows in its place. Countless marks of saber chi instantly spread across the field of vision, and a moment later, the world was suddenly quiet. When this Major General opened his eyes again, Qin Xuan was already using his spiritual power to resist the blood on the blade, and behind him, the two peak demonic spirits were torn apart bit by bit starting from their upper body, black blood flowing out before their heads fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, their bodies collapsing with a loud bang, splattering smoke and dust rolling out. The watching Major General swallowed a mouthful of saliva once again, then watched dumbfounded as Qin Xuan left. Then watched as he ran to the next battlefield and set his eyes on the next pitiful demonic spirit. Qin Xuan was like a savior, and every time he came to a battlefield, it would become safe and peaceful there. All the way under the darting and skimming, there were demon spirits who would somehow see their corpses separated without knowing why. The nearby cultivators could only look at Qin Xuan's disappearing back and kept uttering their thanks, not caring whether Qin Xuan could hear them or not. Qin Xuan's target was only general-level demonic spirits and only ordinary general level. If he encountered a weak mid-general level demonic spirit, he would be able to kill it as well, but his efficiency had dropped a lot. Moreover, the number of demonic spirits at this level was very small now, and the other lieutenant generals didn't have enough manpower for one, so it wasn't his turn at all. Nowadays, with the addition of the two blue-grade secret treasures as well as the full range of various martial arts, his combat power was probably around the 5th or 6th level of the general grade. This strength is already very strong. Perhaps it was because his questioning process was harder than others, having gone through the trials of life and death, so his own basic strength was stronger than others. Even if he didn't have a blue-level secret treasure to add to his power, he was still at least equivalent to a strong general grade 3, which was quite good. This level was extremely tough for even a leap 1 realm to fight against, let alone leaping several levels. He was like a hunter who just chased after general level demon spirits and killed them, and every major general he saved was a bit unresponsive. How is it that the few powerful guys that one's own thousands of difficulties and dangers are fighting against, why are they so unbeatable in front of Qin Chuan? However, after they freed their hands to kill those commander-class demon spirits, they understood why. The reason is simple. As long as the strength is stronger than the other party, is it not long easy to kill? However, after knowing the reason, all of them smiled helplessly and bitterly. After all, that would mean that this major general, who had just broken through on the battlefield, was already far beyond their strength. Of course, no one would have any grievances against Qin Chuan. They were more reflective of themselves. For Qin Chuan, these people had nothing but gratitude in their hearts. They were still alive now, all because of this teenager. And what reason is there not to be grateful? As time passed, the demonic spirits on the battlefield were cleared out head to head. Whether they were general-level demonic spirits, commander-level, or guard-level demonic spirits, wherever there was a sea of corpses and blood within sight, there was not a single living standing demonic spirit. After the battle on this side, on the other side, Grand General Lu Xiang also picked off the bath bucket-sized head of the demon spirit leader with a single shot, killing it completely. The group of cultivators didn't immediately clean up the battlefield. They all converged together, their faces full of fatigue. Their clothes and battle armor were already broken. Even the weapons in their hands were all open to the air. They stood together and looked at Qin Chuan, who was standing with Senior General Lu Xiang, and they all bowed and thanked him. Looking at everyone's exhausted faces, Qin Chuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest. Only then did the group of cultivators lie down on the ground, taking their beast pets back into the soul sea space. Then, not minding it, they fell down together with the corpses of the demon spirits and fell into a deep sleep. They also wanted to find a clean place, but there were ruins all over the place, and the corpses of demonic spirits as well as the corpses of their comrades were everywhere. So where could they find a clean place? They were tired and didn't want to move. Looking at the group of cultivators who were sleeping on the spot, Senior General Lu Xiang also revealed a smile before patting Qin Chuan's shoulder, the admiration inside his eyes unconcealed. "You saved us all this time. You're our hero." Qin Chuan revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the scattered cultivators lying on the ground resting, making the average person unable to tell whether they were dead or alive. Everyone is a hero. Then he walked over to Red and picked up the sleeping Suzaku. Talking to myself. I'm just trying to guard what I want to guard. General Lu Xiang also followed. Looking at the unconscious Suzaku, his eyes showed surprise, then relief and envy. This child is naturally awakened, and will definitely become a strong party in the future. It seems that what she has awakened should be a talent related to healing. The party should have been the one that she depleted her own lifespan to drive her talent to save your life. Just by looking at Suzaku, Senior General Lu Xiang had gotten a lot of information. Qin Chuan, however, did not know the specifics of it, and hastened to ask. And General Lu Xiang answered carefully. It turns out that it's not just beast pets that have talents, but humans as well. The so-called talent is a certain ability given by God. It may be that it can make your certain martial arts attack power greatly increased. It may be that it can accelerate your cultivation speed. As for Suzur, this was an awakening of a talent related to healing. So as long as she was prepared with another awakening crystal, she would be able to awaken her beast pet ahead of time, and then prioritize the start of her cultivation. Moreover, according to General Lu Xiang, those who are able to awaken in advance are generally at least a party of emperor-level powerhouses, and those who are slightly better can step into the emperor level, and those who are even more powerful are saint level. Once at the beginning of the imperial beast era, there were quite a few human cultivators who were naturally awakened before they ascended to the highest realm in a short period of time, preserving peace on the side of the state of Kyushu. General Lu Xiang promised Qin Chuan that he would specially arrange for Suzaku's awakening after the reinforcements arrived and Fengqing's stability was restored. As the group of cultivators began to rest, Grand General Lu Xiang did not stop but busily began various tasks. First, he informed the whole city of the crisis contacts and personally settled the people on the radio. All the people who heard this news are a little bit unbelievable, and there are even people with big brains who say that General Lu Xiang will not be taken over by a demonic beast to fool them. However, after seeing with their own eyes the arrival of General Lu Xiang and a group of generals, everyone was now completely convinced that the crisis was lifted. Then the crowd was boiling, and the cheers spread all over the city. The low-ranked cultivators who were not involved in the frontline battles began to search around to see if there were any missing demonic spirits, and the residents whose residences were not destroyed also began to return home one after another, and Fengqing Bay City began to gradually recover. It's just that those residents whose homes have been destroyed will have to stay put and wait for the official arrangements to be made, but they're considered lucky that some of them died before they could escape. The moment Fengcheng base city was attacked, the news had already traveled back to the nearby base cities, with countless reinforcements rushing towards this side. Nowadays, the distance between each base city was very far apart, and at full speed, even a general-level powerhouse that was faster than a car would have to take at least 24 or more to arrive. As for the king-level existences, they were all guarding various dangerous stargates and various front lines, and generally couldn't get away at all. And as far as the dangers encountered in Banxiang Base City were concerned, a few great generals had been able to take care of it. The few generals closest to Fengcheng Base City headed this way at full speed. Those with flying beast pets were faster. Those without either ran by their beast pets, which would be difficult if the beast pets weren't yet the kind that excelled at speed and weren't as fast as their masters. Then it's just as well to run on your own two legs. Among them was Grand Admiral Song Yan from Dejiaga Base City, whose beast pet wasn't good at speed either, but luckily, his beast pet had a special ability that prevented him from running on two legs. That's what it was, a land shift. He sat perched in the mouth of the great dragon that flamed in his own rock, the latter's body merging into the earth as the ground continued to shrug and the mountains and rocks parted for it like flowing water. So his traveling speed, instead, was the fastest of them all. It was just too much of a drain on demonic power. Song Yan threw bottle after bottle of high-quality potions dedicated to the recovery of demonic power of beast pets into the mouth of the fire rock great dragon. Calculating the distance, it should be arriving. On the outskirts near Fengcheng Base City, a large fire rock dragon broke out of the ground, and then he was greeted by the sight of demonic spirit corpses all over the ground and countless human cultivators lying among them. Alas, still late to the party. Looking at the tragic battlefield, Grand Admiral Song Yan sighed, but the next moment, he just suddenly froze. Several of those human cultivators lying in the pile of corpses actually rolled over and yawned. He hastily released his breath to probe, and only then did he realize that all of these guys were actually still alive. And by the looks of it, it seems that this demonic beast attack has been lifted, but according to the calculations of Grand Admiral Song Yan, the ending shouldn't be like this. There must be some key to it. Grand Admiral Song Yan narrowed his eyes before reaching the ground and waking up a cultivator to begin questioning. The cultivator was a bit dissatisfied at first, but after seeing clearly that the other party was a great general, he didn't dare to slack off and told everything he knew. Grand Admiral Song Yan was stunned to hear this, not expecting the process to be like this, and muttered to himself, Qin Chuan, seems to sound a bit familiar. P.S. 12,000, equivalent to 7 chapters for others, is offered. Some guys seem to think it's easy to get 10,000 plus words a day, which makes the author's daily efforts to update seem a bit like a fool's errand that's not only unappealing, but also subject to being yelled at by some guys for slow updating. Simply heartbreaking. Asking for gifts and positive reviews. The more gifts the more 10,000 words or more per day. After the inquiry, Grand General Song Yan arrived at Feng City's Central Hall, which was the place where the Jinghua Grand General was in charge of dealing with the affairs of various cultivators. As he expected, Senior General Lu Xiang was busy with various staff members handing over various things after the Battle of Fengcheng. Seeing the arrival of Grand Admiral Song Yan, Grand Admiral Lu Xiang also revealed a smile, and the two of them entered the waiting room together. The two of them were also considered old acquaintances and had a pleasant conversation. And Grand General Song Yan also obtained more information about this demonic beast invasion from Grand General Lu Xiang, and he finally remembered why he felt familiar with the name Qin Chuan. That is the soldiers he once led. That is, Lu Jiyang once told him about the Dezhao Base City Mountain Deer Group passing demon, of which the source of information is Qin Chuan. At that time, Song Yan General also specially sent people to investigate the information of Qin Chuan. By virtue of the general's memory, now looking back can still recall a 7 or 8. That Qin Chuan seems to have come to Fengcheng as well. It can't be the same person, right? That Song Yan General couldn't help but read it in his mind, but then he dismissed it on his own. That Qin Chuan was nothing more than a soldier-level minor cultivator in the investigation, and his talent was still average or even said to be poor, while this Qin Chuan was a major general in the hall. According to General Lu Xiang, the combat talent shown by this guy is still extremely excellent. The gap between these two is just like the difference between the heavens and the earth. That Song Yan General could not help but lament in his heart. It seems that it is still true that the same people have different lives, both named Qin Chuan. One is now a major general, while the other is unknown and did not survive this demonic beast attack. For the other Qin Chuan, he also had a good feeling. After all, the other party had provided himself with a very important piece of information. After receiving Lu Jiyang's report, Song Yan General is secretly people have checked, indeed found a trace of clues. Unfortunately, This mountain deer group is extremely secretive and no more useful information has been obtained. And according to his findings, someone in the crown is doing it a favor. If we don't get to the bottom of this person or these people and then eliminate them all in one go, these guys are going to be a major tumor in the country of Kyushu. Of course, regardless of whether this Qin Chuan was that Qin Chuan or not, Grand Admiral Song Yen would still choose to meet with him. Wouldn't it be a shame not to meet such a great hero who saved an entire city in person? And as time passed, the great generals from each of the other base cities in the vicinity of Fengchang arrived one after another. After seeing the condition of Bangchang Base City, the group of generals were surprised, but they hadn't come in vain. Anyway, the recent martial arts examination was the big one, and they had been preparing to come to Fengchang to conduct a meeting, and now it was just as well that they had settled it together. In previous years, the great examination of martial arts was held in Fengchang Base City, and this was the only place where there was a miniature secret realm that had been modified specifically for the examination. After sitting around and talking to each other and listening to the description of General Lu Xiang, a group of generals were all interested in Qin Chuan and were looking forward to meeting him in the next 2 days. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, had already returned to the residence that Senior General Lu Xiang had prepared for him, and next to him was Suzuer, who had awakened and had a head of long snow-white hair. Looking at Susie's head of white hair, Qin Chuan felt inexplicably heartbroken. Seeing Qin Chuan's expression, Susie hurriedly took his hand, her delicate little face filled with a relieved smile. Brother Qin Chuan, I'm beautiful like this too, aren't I? Qin Chuan nodded and stroked Suzaku's little head. Suzaku is the prettiest. This was not Qin Chuan's perfunctory words about Suzaku. The latter's face was already very playful, a rare beauty. Now this head of silver hair like snow, but also set it off as a snow country princess, beautiful and noble. People feel pity, but this beauty comes at a price, and Suzaku's life expectancy today is less than 10 years. In an era where the average lifespan of a mortal arrived at 100 years, she had sacrificed decades of her own life in exchange for Qin Chuan's new life. Moreover, this loss would not be compensated for as she awakened to become a cultivator. No matter how strong a cultivator she became, this lifespan route had already been considered destroyed. Unless one obtained the kind of heaven and earth wonders that could increase her lifespan, one could restore her damaged lifespan. However, this kind of heaven and earth wonders were too precious, and even saint-level powerhouses could not easily obtain them. Even if they got it, they wouldn't just give it to others. After all, saint-level powerhouses also needed to increase their lifespan. No one is too old to live too long. Don't worry Suzaku, I won't let you die. Qin Chuan read silently in his heart. For the acquisition of this heaven and earth wonders, he had his own source, which was the resource carousel. Qin Chuan had seen this kind of precious medicine that could increase lifespan to restore the damaged foundation on it, although the chances of obtaining it were terribly low. But Qin Chuan was completely confident that he would obtain this precious medicine within 10 years. It was just a matter of killing more demonic beasts and getting more energy points to spin. If killing 10,000 demonic beasts wasn't enough, then kill 100,000, a million, or 10 million. Even hundreds of millions or hundreds of millions of heads are not out of the question. As long as he could make up for Susie's damage, he would be willing to let Qin Chuan kill all the demonic beasts under the sky, even if he had to kill them all and exterminate them. Anyway, he already had an undying hatred with demonic beasts, not to mention that it would save Suzaku. This was a silly girl who had given up her own life to save him, so naturally Qin Chuan would not fail her. This was the first time after the death of his family that Qin Chuan had developed such a strong protective desire. In his heart, from now on, there is another inseparable attachment. Suzaku, brother swears that as long as I am alive for 1 second, I will never let anyone hurt you for a single moment again. Qin Chuan stroked Susie's head, and the latter blinked her big fluttering eyes as her little face nodded solemnly. After Susie had fully recovered, Qin Chuan brought her to the Imperial Beast Hall, where Grand General Lu Xiang was also waiting for a long time, and beside him were other Grand Generals from various base cities. They had come here both to meet with Qin Chuan and to witness a naturally awakened person. It was said that this kind of existence would all become at least a party of Imperial-level powerhouses in the future, and there was no one present except for the Song Yen Grand Admiral, who was relatively young and had the chance to punch his way through. Although the other several great generals looked to be only 30 or 40 years old, they were actually 70 or 80 years old, not to mention the royal level. If they had the chance to break through to the king level in this life, it would already be a blessing. Although they all had 5-star qualifications, the gap between the great general to the king level could be partially filled by their qualifications although they were barely up to par. Yet it requires more resources, and without stronger background support beyond that, it takes a long time to accumulate. 10 or 20 years is considered short. However, with the lifespan of a general level powerhouse, at least 200 years, 10 or 20 years was not that long. and it is said that as the process of Earth's aura recovery gets deeper and deeper, the lifespan of all people will get longer and longer, and the lifespan of cultivators will even double. Today, though, the process of Earth's recovery seems to be stuck at a critical part of the process, and the world hasn't changed drastically in many years. It is important to realize that in the earliest centuries, every single day the Earth was being turned upside down and changed drastically. Sea beasts land, ancient civilizations revive, plate size increases, aura slowly grows. Qin Chuan took Suzier's small hand, and after greeting a group of generals, they entered a large hall. In the center of the main hall was a translucent crystal that looked exceptionally mysterious. This is the awakening crystal, which can help ordinary people awaken their beast pets to become cultivators. The annual output was very limited, so naturally it was also extraordinarily precious, and apart from the country, there would be almost no other forces in possession. Although Suzaku had not reached her age, after naturally awakening her own talent, her soul had also tended to become complete, fulfilling the requirements for awakening. In the past 2 days, Qin Chuan had learned from his conversations with Suzier that her own talent was about healing, and that she still possessed 2 excellent healing attributes, the light attribute and the wood attribute. At the same time, in the future, if you specialize in healing martial arts, it would be like a tiger with wings. Even if you only have a sliver of blood left, it would instantly bring you back to full strength. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Suzaku's beast pet's qualifications were also good. If Suzaku's beast pet talent was low, then that meant her future was limited. Generally speaking, the talents here referred to cultivation talents, while Suzaku's healing talent belonged to special talents, which could also be called ability talents, and cultivators' cultivation talents were often tied to the cultivation talents of their beast pets, or the cultivation talents of their beast pets would be influenced by the cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation talent was hard to change, but a beast pet's would improve with the quality of its bloodline. Suzaku's ability talent was strong, but the cultivation talent was something that could only be learned after awakening the beast pet. Watching her place her hand on the crystal, Qin Chuan was not worried about Suzaku awakening a beast pet that was lower than 6 stars, but was more hopeful that she would awaken a 9-star beast pet. In that case, in the near future, Suzaku would definitely grow by leaps and bounds to become a saint-level powerhouse, and that would qualify her to be cultivated by other saint-level powerhouses. They would also immediately give the precious life-enhancing wonders to Suzaku to use, and Qin Chuan wouldn't have to worry about being able to draw them. Despite his confidence, he didn't want to make Suzaku wait too long. Not to mention that after awakening the 9-star beast pet, Suzaku's future would be brighter. But unfortunately, when Suzaku's beast pet egg broke its shell, just a line of words appeared on the awakening crystal. 6 stars. Qin Chuan revealed a bitter smile, his heart somewhat gloomy, but he then smiled to himself. 6-star quality was already standing at the tip of the pyramid in the entire country of Kyushu, so what qualifications did he have to be unsatisfied? His beast pet was only a 4-star today. Would attribute elf lineage. Your sister seems to be able to specialize in the healing lineage. Senior General Lu Xian laughed. Qin Chuan nodded. Suzaku looked at the turquoise elf floating beside her and also revealed a joyful smile. Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw this. As long as Suzur is happy, it's just a longevity-enhancing treasure medicine. I'll get it. He talked to a few more great generals for a few moments, and it was only then that Great General Song Yan realized that this Qin Chuan was the one from the Dezhou base city in the past, and was shocked beyond words on the spot. The two of them also had a lot of private conversations about the Mountain Deer Group, and Grand Admiral Song Yan made a point of reminding Qin Chuan not to frighten the snakes. There might be a big tiger behind the Mountain Deer Group. Qin Chuan naturally nodded in agreement. He basically wouldn't go back to Dezhou nowadays, and he wouldn't have any interactions with the Mountain Deer Group at all. Of course, if the other party came to the door on their own, it would be hard for him to say. Returning to his residence with Suzier, Qin Chuan then began to prepare for his cultivation. Qin Chuan had saved the entire Fengcheng Bay City, and this credit caused him to receive a large amount of contributions and hundreds of star yuan stones as a reward. And General Lu Xiang heard of his inability to mobilize his own contribution nowadays, and specially applied to the above, giving Qin Chuan an early approval of the authority. Originally, this permission was to protect some people's contributions from being claimed in advance by others, such as some gifted children who did something in favor of the country of Kyushu. There will always be other people with bad intentions who will devise all sorts of tricks to top up their contributions. Nowadays, Qin Chuan was a strong major general, so he naturally wouldn't worry about this. With such a large contribution, Qin Chuan could have broken through to the king level without leaving his home. Of course, his plan nowadays was to cultivate while heading to the front lines, or hunting demonic beasts among the small stargates to be developed. The absorption of the star elemental stone is very fast, 1 is the top of the general level of 100 times the increase in spiritual power for 8 hours, and it only takes a few minutes to absorb 1. Of course, there was a limit to the amount that could be absorbed each day. If not, the body would crack because it couldn't withstand the special substances in it. Star elemental stones were derived from the special energy that the country extracted from the Stargate secret realm through certain means, which contained marvelous and mysterious laws, as well as all kinds of powerful and pure energies. The number of astral elemental stones that a person could afford per day was probably related to his own qualifications. With Qin Xuan's current qualifications, he couldn't absorb even 1. But fortunately, he didn't need to cultivate himself. He could just give the star elemental stone to his beast pet to absorb. If others knew about Qin Xuan's move, they would have to say something about the atmosphere. After all, other cultivators couldn't afford to give star elemental stones to their beast pets to use, and would instead choose to exchange them for more resources. Beast pets were able to withstand far more medicines than human cultivators because of their bodies, so for the same price, it would be more cost-effective to switch to other resources supplied to beast pets for cultivation. Only the speed of cultivation will become much slower, but in the long run, it is more than a bargain, because it's not time that people are missing, it's money. But what Qin Xuan lacks is just the opposite. Not money, but time. His contribution value was enough to exchange for thousands of star yuan stones, which when converted into Kyushu coins would be an unknown number of billions. There was enough in the mortal world for him to get away with a few lifetimes, but that's not what Qin Xuan wants. After unreservedly using the star elemental stones for the 4 beast pets to cultivate, coupled with the daily grand carousel return of at least 10 times, Qin Xuan's cultivation progression rate was considered to have skyrocketed. In just 3 days, he had risen from General Grade 1 to General Grade 3. One must know that even with a 4-star qualification, it would take 40 to 50 years to break through a weight at the general level without using other resources to augment it. Nowadays, Qin Xuan's cultivation speed is probably equivalent to at least 7-star qualifications, and if he is lucky, the cultivation carousel pulls to full. The daily cultivation speed could even exceed 9 stars, and in these few short days, he had spent dozens of star elemental stones in his hands, which when converted into Kyushu dollars was billions, which could simply be described as burning money. And after 3 days had passed, Qin Xuan didn't continue to cultivate, but pulled Suzier out of his residence. He was invited by General Lu Xiang to attend the swearing-in ceremony for the Bongchang martial arts examination. Originally, Senior General Lu Xiang had also asked him to become a deputy examiner and participate in the secret realm guarding for the great examination of martial arts, but Qin Xuan had refused. He was too lazy to waste time on this, and only wanted to quickly cultivate and then go hunting demonic beasts. And on top of the departure square outside the Imperial Beast Hall, it was already filled with tens of thousands of candidates, many of whom were students from other base cities, including Dazhou Base City, Qin Xuan's hometown where he had stayed for several years. Lu Jiyang also came as the leader of the Dazhou 9 Middle School. In the center of the plaza was a high platform with several wide chairs placed on it, prepared for those general-level powerhouses who participated in the swearing-in ceremony, and underneath the field was a line of martial arts students from various high schools in order. Dazhou 9th High School's team. Su Peng looked at some of the general-level powerhouses that had already taken their positions above the high platform, revealing envious eyes. I'm a 3-star qualification. I guess it's impossible for me to become a general-level powerhouse in this lifetime. Alas. He shook his head and sighed repeatedly, with a strong sense of resignation within his eyes. Nowadays, he was already at the 5th level of cultivation of the soldier grade, and he could be ranked in the top 300 within the students who participated in this grand examination. But so what? At most, he could only get into a second-rate martial arts university, and later on, he would only graduate as a commander level. The limit of this life was the peak of the commander level, and without a great chance, it was impossible to become a general-level powerhouse. Gao Shuexin on the side also revealed a look of regret. Although her cultivation was much stronger than Su Peng's, reaching the 9th level of the military grade, it was enough to rank in the top 100 inside this time's candidates. A little bit of luck could even get into a first-class martial arts university, but the end result would basically be similar to Su Peng, only a commander level, without the help of a nobleman. The general rank was basically out of her reach. Lu Jiyang looked at the envious or disheveled looks of the crowd of students and was also overwhelmed with emotion. Although he had once said that everyone would have the opportunity to cleanse the quality of their beast pets, he also knew that it was just giving them a shot in the arm. Lu Jiyang's beast pet quality wouldn't have been able to arrive at a 4-star quality if it wasn't for someone's help, but his own cultivation talent was only 3 stars. Now that he was in his 40s, he had been stuck at the 10th level of the commander rank for a long time, and he didn't know how long it would take before he could break through to the general rank. The quality of the beast pet arriving at 4 stars only gave him an extra glimmer of hope, and his own cultivation talent did not arrive, yet it was ultimately 1,000 times more difficult. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, you're also in Fengchang. I wonder how you're doing nowadays. Since Qin Xuan left, Lu Jiyang was also busy training these students and had no time to contact Qin Xuan. Moreover, he also believed that Zhuang Tong of the Blood Rose Squad, who was the sister of his comrade in arms, would definitely take care of Qin Xuan, so he didn't think much about it. On the other side, in the ranks of Dazhou First High School, Wang Ruohong stood by Li Zhao's side, and his gaze towards the general-level powerhouse on the high platform was a little different. I'm a 4-star qualification. I'll definitely be able to arrive at the general-level realm in the future as well. At the most I won't be more than 50 years old, and I, Wang Ruohong, will definitely become a major general. His eyes were thick with ambition. Looking at his nephew's expression, Li Xiao patted his shoulder. Right, that's your goal, not that so-called Qin Xuan. As soon as Qin Xuan was mentioned, Li Xiao was reminded of the Gale Squad that he had contacted. He didn't know the Gale Squad well, he just knew that the squad could be hired to do some black jobs, so he spent a little bit of funds to let that squad teach the Blood Rose Squad a lesson. But the squad actually took his money and then didn't contact him. This made Li Xiao very angry, and if he hadn't been unable to spare the time, he would have come to Fengchang to properly question the other party. The dignity of a commander level is not so easy to fool. Dare to deceive me, Li Xiao, will definitely make you suffer. This time, Li Xiao did not forget about coming to Fengchang, and was prepared to wait for Wang Ruohong to finish the big exam, and then go to find that squad to settle the score properly. What he didn't know was that this squad had died out dozens of days ago. Hearing his own uncle mention Qin Xuan's name, Wang Ruohong revealed a snort. In the past, I was short-sighted, so I shouldn't have bothered with a guy with wasteful qualifications. Now that I'm already at the 5th level of the guard rank, that kid doesn't know which corner he's making a living in, right? How many weights is he at soldier rank now? This square had many of Qin Xuan's old acquaintances, who were more or less reminded of Qin Xuan in their hearts at this time. This guy who was once famous in Dezhou Bay City and later awakened a trashy qualification even brushed another wave of existence because of his battle with the 4-star genius Wang Ruohong. And now dozens of days have passed. Wang Ruohong is still the same Dezhou Bay City's renowned genius, that Qin Xuan who could once fight with one. But not many people remember it anymore. Qin Xuan pulled Suzier and arrived at the gate of the Imperial Beast Hall. And the gatekeeper did not stop this very ordinary-looking teenager. He recognized this one. Or there was almost no cultivator in Fengchang Bay City who did not recognize Qin Xuan. After all, this was the benefactor who had saved their lives. Major General Qin Xuan. The guards respectfully saluted Qin Xuan, who nodded before entering. Seeing Qin Xuan responding to himself, the guard's waist straightened a few more points, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. This was the hero of Fengchang Bay City, and being responded to by a hero was considered a chatty talk for a minor cultivator. Qin Xuan pulled Suzier to the entrance of the departure square, where dozens of squares were already neatly lined up, with their respective leaders standing before each of them. Under a casual glance, Qin Xuan was able to see a familiar figure. He had long known that the school in Dezhouji City would also come to Fengchang to participate in the grand examination, and naturally knew that Lu Jiyang would come. Qin Xuan pulled Suzaku towards that side. Along the way many of the teachers of the party were frowning, wondering who this young-looking fellow was that dared to enter here at this time. Now is the moment before the big exam. The atmosphere is very serious and solemn. How can you casually let idle people enter, and even pull a little girl? This time, the cultivator in charge of holding out was just too careless. Only the teachers of Fengchang Bay City did not have such thoughts. They all recognized Qin Xuan and naturally would not find anything wrong. If they had known what the other lead teachers were thinking, they would not have bothered to open their mouths. Now the whole Fengchang Bay City is not where Major General Qin Xuan cannot go to the place, but the district came to the square formation inspection just. What is the big fuss? And as Qin Xuan walked slowly, he arrived in front of Lu Jiyang who stood erect and solemn, and slowly smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, long time no see. Seeing Qin Xuan, Lu Jiyang did not show a happy smile, especially when he saw him pulling a little girl beside him. His expression became even more serious. Seeing that there weren't any patrolling cultivators in charge of order around, Lu Jiyang hurriedly pulled Qin Xuan into the group behind him as soon as he could to keep him from being so conspicuous outside. Bastard boy, do you know where this place is? Dare to hang around here. Eat your bear heart and leopard guts. Lu Jiyang sounded very anxious. Hurry up and blend in and leave quietly on your way out later. Asshole, if you get caught you'll have to go in for a few days in jail. Disrupting the pledge ceremony is the same as going into an ordinary person's college entrance exam room to cause trouble. And a couple of years in jail is not a heavy punishment if it is serious. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous Ms. Lu. It'll be fine. Everyone knows me. Seeing Lu Jiang so nervous, Qin Chuan hurriedly explained, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a scoff. Qin Chuan, who do you think you are? Is your father a mortal saint? Such a big face, and everyone knows you. I'm laughing my ass off. It's fine if you make a fool of yourself. Don't drag us into it. The one who vocalized was none other than Qin Chuan's old acquaintance Lan Xiaohao. It's been a long time since I've seen him, and he's still as beat up as ever. Lan Xiaohao spoke in a not-so-low voice, and several of the surrounding squads didn't hold back from looking over, their gazes fixed on Qin Chuan and the little silver-haired girl. Keep your voice down. Lu Jiang let out a low gulp, and Lan Xiaohao was so scared that he hurriedly shut up. In these days of training, Lu Jiang hadn't tormented them much and was called Lu Devil. However, Su Pang, who was on the side, snorted. Teacher Lu, if you're going to harbor this guy, don't involve us, we don't want to be implicated. When these words came out, the students of the martial arts class of the 9th middle school all changed their faces, and Lu Jiang was even more pale. Su Pang smiled at the sight. Now that the big exam is coming, he is not afraid of offending Lu Jiang. After all, it is difficult to even meet in the future, and he does not need this person at all. So what if the other party was at commander level? Didn't he himself graduate from college and was also a commander level? Moreover, Su Pang also knew that Lu Jiang didn't like him, so even if he pleases the other party, it's not much use. Instead, he could now take revenge on Qin Chuan and also Lu Jiang in the process. As long as the matter is deliberately made a big deal, neither Lu Jiang nor Qin Chuan can escape being held accountable. Qin Chuan looked at Su Pang, a hint of coldness shooting out from his eyes. He could see what Su Pang was thinking. I guess we all don't want to be dragged into this, so let's ask Mr. Lu to kick this messenger out. Otherwise, everyone's future may be damaged. Wushu University doesn't admit students with bad records. If we harbor this kind of troublemaker, we may not have a chance of going to Wushu University. Su Pang continued to add fuel to the fire, and Lan Xiaohao laughed coldly and walked up to Qin Chuan to clamor. Qin Chuan, you'd better get out of here, or I'll call the patrol guards. Are you on fire? Qin Chuan stared coldly at Lan Xiaohao and uttered these words. Lan Xiaohao laughed and scoffed, his gaze not the least bit intimidated. Then I'll take the heat off you. Qin Chuan hooked up, and then threw out a slap, directly knocking it to spinning in place a few times, and then dizzily sitting on his butt on the ground. Lan Xiaohao looked around with a dazed and confused face, looking incredibly dumbfounded, as if to say, who am I? Where am I? Qin Chuan exerted his force in a very measured manner, or else with his current strength, he would have been able to blow this guy's head off with a casual slap. Before, when he was in school, Qin Chuan could still tolerate these guys' provocations, but now it was different. At that time, he had no strength or qualifications, and randomly hitting someone would only result in a conviction for provocation. But now this guy dares to provoke himself? Provoking a major general? A major general who had made such a great contribution to Fengchang. Even if he crippled the guy, I guess no one would blame him. The guy will even be held accountable. Of course, even if Lan Xiaohao didn't know that Qin Chuan was a major general, it didn't matter. Qin Chuan wouldn't say anything anyway, and neither would anyone else. Don't you dare hit anyone here. Su Pang was very excited in his heart, thinking that Qin Chuan was now finished. He's lucky if he doesn't get a year and a half for hitting someone here. Lu Jiang was also scared pale at the sight, not knowing why Qin Chuan would be so impulsive. As far as he could remember, the kid had been pretty cool. Hit? Qin Chuan smiled and looked at Su Pang. I'm just taking the heat off of you guys. He's pretty much done. You're up next. As soon as the words fell, another slap was thrown at Su Pang's face, and the latter, just like Lan Xiaohao, spun around in place a few times before planting his butt on the ground and looking around in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Lu Jiang's hands were shaking in fear now. Qin Chuan, you're crazy. He hurriedly looked around and found no patrolman. You hurry up and stay out of sight. Qin Chuan smiled and was about to explain, telling Lu Jiang not to panic, but at this time, a loud shout came from inside the first middle school team that was a few squares away. Where's the guy from that dares to disrupt the pledge ceremony? The one who spoke was none other than Li Xiao, and he had specially incorporated spiritual energy into his voice, causing it to travel very far and attract the attention of many people. Lu Jiang, this big mistake. See if you are heavily punished. Dare to grab a woman with lousy? Oh, Li Xiao laughed wildly in his heart, but on the surface, he was very serious as he walked quickly to Qin Chuan and grabbed his shoulders. At the same time a low, sardonic laugh. Little bastard. Still want to run? If I don't let you go to jail for a few years this time, I won't be surnamed Li. Having been grabbed by the shoulder like this, Qin Chuan did not panic and looked at Li Xiao with flat eyes. Being looked at by this gaze, for some reason, Li Xiao felt hairy in his heart. and he exerted his palms and grasped Qin Xuan's shoulders with a death grip, thinking that with his commander-level strength, this guy would definitely cry and beg for mercy after taking the pain. Let's see if he still dares to look at himself like that. What are you doing? Let go of brother Qin Xuan. Seeing Li Xiao like this, Suzaku immediately shouted nervously, "White-haired stinky girl, get out of here." For a little girl, how could Li Xiao be polite? In his heart right now, the thought that not only would Qin Xuan have to go to jail, but Lu Jiang would also be dismissed and heavily punished, filled him with excitement. However, Li Xiao did not realize that the moment he angrily shouted at Suzaku, Qin Xuan's eyes instantly changed. "You seek death? What did you say?" Seeing Qin Xuan gritting his teeth and uttering these words, Li Xiao showed a snicker on his face while snapping his ears as if he hadn't heard them. "I mean, you seek death." Qin Xuan opened his mouth word by word, while a fist blasted out. Without even utilizing his spiritual energy, it abruptly struck Li Xiao's stomach. The latter's face instantly changed. His body bent into a shrimp, then bowed and flew out backwards, smashing into the ground like a broken sack, splashing up dust all over the sky. Everyone froze when they saw this scene. Gao Shuoxin covered her mouth with an unbelievable face as an unimaginable thought surged through her mind. She shook her head repeatedly, telling herself that it was impossible, but she couldn't think of any other possibilities and could only look at Qin Xuan blankly. Even Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao, who were sitting on the ground in a daze, stood up in a flash and stared at the fallen Li Xiao over there, their eyes glaring round. Blowing away a commander with one punch? Doesn't this mean that Qin Xuan is now a commander-level powerhouse? How fucking fast is that? We're still just a soldier grade. Seeing Qin Xuan punching Li Xiao away, although Lu Jiang felt some relief in his heart, but then he was like falling into an ice cave. I didn't expect your kid to actually break through to the commander level. It's considered to be a good thing. But you brat, why are you so impulsive? Lu Jiang patted Qin Xuan's shoulder with a face of relief and lamentation. If you want to fight, it's also my old man who should do it. Do I need you brats to do it? He sighed with a helpless smile. Seeing the worry in Lu Jiang's eyes, Qin Xuan shrugged with a bitter smile. Mr. Lu, I told you not to panic. I know everyone here, and talk poorly. Qin Xuan was about to explain carefully, but not far away, Wang Ruohong was pulling in two patrolmen. The attire these two were wearing indicated that they were both official commander-level powerhouses. Two commanders? It's this guy that's making trouble here and beating people up. Look, my lead teacher is being beaten and spitting blood. Wang Ruohong pointed at the dying Li Xiao on the ground, and the other party kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Wang Ruohong didn't think to help his uncle, but continued to point at Qin Xuan. Please, two commanders, put this guy on the spot. The two commanders looked at each other before aggressively walking towards Qin Xuan. When the people around them saw this, they couldn't help but open their mouths. This kid is finished. He actually dared to hit someone at the swearing-in ceremony. A few years in jail is inevitable. He looks very young. So young to be a commander-level cultivator. Still quite impressive. What a bully. So bull-headed that you're in jail? Oh, a pockmarked teenager opened his mouth to snicker, and the people around him nodded in agreement. This guy's cultivation was very strong, but he was too arrogant and obviously wasn't someone with a brain. Gao Shuoxin looked at Qin Xuan, shook her head, and muttered to herself, although you surprised me greatly, it's a pity that you possessed strength but lost your mind. It seems that my original choice is still correct. While the two commander-level cultivators walked up to Qin Xuan, the crowd was waiting for the two of them to lash out and then Qin Xuan to fight back to the death, so that they might be able to watch a good show. But a scene that made the crowd's eyes drop in shock happened. The duo actually bowed to Qin Xuan, took a bow, bow. This image played over and over again in the crowd's minds, and they were all frozen in disbelief and skepticism. Except for the teachers in Bangxiang Bay City, they are all as good as each other. Greetings, Major General Qin Xuan. Greetings, Major General Qin Xuan. The two spoke in unison and respectfully, and the crowd was now even more skeptical as to whether their ears were hallucinating. Less. Major General. Guys, did I hear you right? Yes, you did. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yes. And neither did you. The others froze, Wang Ruohong even more so than them. He swept around the room, his gaze a little lax. Seems to be asking, who am I? Where am I? Qin Xuan simply said a few words to the two commanders, and the two immediately opened their mouths in anger. To actually dare to provoke Major General Qin Xuan and insult your sister. You simply don't put Fengcheng cultivators in your eyes. Don't worry, we will severely punish all three of them. This lead teacher will be imprisoned, and these two will be directly disqualified from the grand examination. The two men did not hesitate to say this. If any other major general suffered such an outburst, he definitely wouldn't have handled it that way. But Qin Xuan was different. He was the hero of Feng City, Whoever offended him was offending the entire cultivators of Feng City. The two of them were even angrier than Qin Chuan, walking over to Lan Xiaohao and Su Peng and grabbing one in each hand as if they were carrying a small chicken. Major General Qin Chuan, let's go first. Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao were not just blinded now. They were already scared half to death after hearing Qin Chuan's conversation with them. Disqualification from the big test? It was killing them. The two men were completely flustered, and tears flowed down their faces like they didn't want money. Qin Chuan, please, let us go. Qin Chuan, we will definitely not go against you. Please, slap, slap. Two slaps sounded, and Su Peng's Lan Xiaohao's face was swollen high. Is Qin Chuan what you call him? This is Major General Qin Chuan. Do you all deserve to be called by your first names? With such a slap and a cry of rage, more tears flowed from both of them. Major General Qin Chuan, please, 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 I'll kowtow to you. Let me go, okay? It's all because Su Peng instructed me. I don't want to offend you either. Lan Xiaohao cried so heartbreakingly that it made people look a little soft. Please, will you forgive me? Please, I can't not take the exam. My parents are both mortals. It's not easy to produce me with cultivation qualifications. Please give me a chance. Please forgive me. Hearing Lan Xiaohao's words, Su Peng was scared and angry, but he didn't forget to beg Qin Chuan for mercy. He is a 3-star qualification, destined to be a senior student at the University of Martial Arts, and if he is disqualified his future is basically over. With his family's accumulation, becoming a free cultivator could only rely on him to fight for his life. But he didn't want to fight for his life. Major General Qin Chuan, don't listen to this asshole. I was ghostly and egged on by this guy, and I didn't want to. It's too loud. Qin Chuan said indifferently. The two commander-level patrolmen immediately took off Su Peng and Lan Xiaohao's shoes and stuffed their socks into their respective mouths. Only then did Lan Xiaohao and Su Peng shut their mouths. Then the two of them were again dragging Li Xiao on the ground like a dead dog with one hand and left the place. The surroundings were silent, and no one dared to speak freely. All of them looked at Qin Chuan with awe in their gazes. How could they not have imagined that this was actually a major general? Such a young major general. The people in the 9th grade were even more shocked. Everyone is raising questions in their minds. Is this really Qin Chuan? Why is he cultivating so fast? Many of us aren't even soldier level, but he's already general level? Some were incredibly remorseful that they were actually classmates with a general level powerhouse, but had failed to strike a good relationship. The one with the most complicated and ugly face was undoubtedly Gao Shuoxin, whose mind was blank at the moment, and whose heart was filled with various emotions. Qin Chuan didn't look at them, but instead looked at Wang Ruohong, who immediately trembled. His eyes filled with panic. Wang Ruohong, long time no see, how have you been? Qin Chuan had a warm smile on his face, but to Wang Ruohong, it was tantamount to a devil's greeting. He remembered that he had repeatedly framed Qin Chuan and repeatedly tried to put him to death, and then he thought of Li Xiao's tragic situation just now, and his body was as scared as a sieve. Major General Qin Chuan, you what you? Qin Chuan suddenly bellowed, his voice carrying a few hints of the majesty of a general-level powerhouse. Wang Ruohong's mind was instantly like an earth-shattering explosion, and his knees went soft, straightening up and kneeling down for Qin Chuan. When the crowd of martial arts candidates from Dejiaoqi City saw this scene, they all couldn't hold back from covering their mouths, their hearts and minds shaken apart. This is Wang Ruohong, the first genius of Dejiao City. You're just going to give me an E? What about the dignity of being a genius? What about the dignity of being the son of the Mountain Deer Group? Did you feed them all to the dogs? The crowd threw contemptuous looks towards Wang Ruohong, as if they were looking at a fallen dog. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy cold. The pressure of being a general-level powerhouse enveloped Wang Ruohong. The latter was like being stared at by a ferocious beast, not daring to move the slightest bit. His body curled up in a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. Qin Chuan won't let me go. He's going to kill me. Wang Ruohong's heart had long been on the verge of collapse. He seemed to have substituted Qin Chuan for himself, and if anyone dared to frame him like this, he would definitely do whatever it took to get him killed. Now Qin Chuan is a major general, and it looks like in this Fengcheng base city status is still very high. Under the coordination of the outside world to get himself killed is not very simple. Qin Chuan does want to kill Wang Ruohong, but will not be as unscrupulous as the other side would like. He will only squarely find a convincing reason. Wang Ruohong, do you remember what you did to me during the beast hunting conference? Qin Chuan's aura was like a huge mountain, deadening Wang Ruohong, causing him to be jittery in his heart. With no extra room for thought, he simultaneously executed the martial law eating fury, and wisps of thick black fury chi covered it as well. In Wang Ruohong's eyes, there was only one Qin Chuan today, and the other party's body was as tall as a god's, and was looking down on him from above. The world around him was dark. Everyone had disappeared and only he was left. He knelt at Qin Chuan's feet. This demon was covered in black aura and looked like he would rush over and kill himself at any time. Wang Ruohong was trembling, and his mind directly collapsed. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's obsessed. I'm the one who's out of my depth. Please, let me go. I don't want to die. When the crowd heard Wang Ruohong's words, they were all a bit confused. It couldn't be that this guy had really framed Qin Chuan? How did you set me up? One by one, Qin Chuan continued to exert pressure, continuously pressing Wang Ruohong's spirit to a certain range, so that he couldn't have any extra thoughts, and only had fear and dread in his heart. Wang Ruohong trembled as he shook off how he had used the beast immortal powder to get Qin Chuan surrounded by a wave of beasts, then how he had worked with Li Xiao to occupy his number one spot, and in the end, even shook off the fact that he had sent people after Qin Chuan. Only this guy, perhaps out of his survival instinct, actually pushed all the black pots onto Li Xiao in his narration. If Li Xiao had been present he would have been so angry that he would have spat out blood and then shouted a sentence to the sky. What a great nephew for an uncle. In full view of the public, Wang Ruohong told all his crimes. This repeated attempted murder of others, although the crime is not death, but the target of framing for a major general, it is a bit of righteous indignation. All the Fengcheng cultivators were eager to rush up and smash Wang Ruohong with one fist after hearing this, and all of them were furious, cursing the ancestors of the Wang family. And Qin Chuan reached his goal, also withdrew the pressure. This time Wang Ruohong only suddenly awakened, reacted to his own "this is a big mistake." He looked at the surrounding cultivators who were pointing and cursing angrily at him, and muttered with trembling, "It's over. It's over. It's all over. My future." After this experience, not only would he have another black mark on his resume, disqualifying him from getting into WKU, and you will also suffer jail time. 3 to 5 years is probably not a bad idea. Thinking of this, Wang Ruohong first angrily scolded himself why he was so timid, and he did not do anything to Qin Chuan. The other side in front of so many people cannot be able to kill himself not. Bastard Qin Chuan, you have spoiled my future. May you be killed while fighting demonic beasts, and be crippled for life if not dead. Wang Ruohong continuously cursed Qin Chuan in his heart. His head hung low, and the inside of his eyes were filled with a malicious color. Even if he went to jail, so what? He still had a syndicate behind him and a 4-star qualification. After he came out, he still had the chance to break through to the general level and lead the Wang family to glory. It's just going to take longer. But his Wang Ruohong's future is still bright, and status, money, and beauty will all be in his pocket. And with his family's connections in Dezhou Bay City, secretly operate some more. Find more credit to offset the crime. At most squat for a year and a half. You can still come out and have a good time then. And a day in a cell is not that tough once you hit the ground running. It's almost like a vacation. Wang Ruohong was calculating in his heart, but he didn't see Qin Chuan shaking his head to himself, and his mouth seemed to be saying something. Pity. Lu Jiyang, who was on the side, seemed to have expected something when he heard Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan, don't rush. However, before the words fell, he saw Qin Chuan aiming one hand at Wang Ruohong, and then his spiritual energy burst out, and a fierce wave of air arrived instantly. When Wang Ruohong felt this terrifying might, he immediately raised his head, and it was then that he saw the mockery and disdain in Qin Chuan's eyes. How dare you? Kill! The airwave rushed against Wang Ruohong's body, immediately breaking his bones and tendons, and his internal organs were all churned into pieces. Kill me! Wang Ruohong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs from the corner of his mouth. Then his head lolled and he completely lost his voice. He's dead. Wang Ruohong probably didn't know that with his strength, he couldn't hide his killing intent towards Qin Chuan. And yet, with Qin Chuan's strength, he could clearly feel his killing intent. This kind of guy who repeatedly did not change his ways and plotted against himself again and again, Qin Chuan would not tolerate it at all. The reason they didn't do it before was because they didn't have the strength and because of the circumstances. But now, he doesn't have to hold back. Everyone was stunned to see Qin Chuan kill Wang Ruohong with a single move. Even the Fengcheng cultivators. Although they also hated Wang Ruohong very much, but at the same time, they also knew that according to the laws of the country of Kyushu, this guy was not guilty to death. And now that Major General Qin Chuan had casually killed it seemed to be challenging the official authority of the Kyushu state, which was to be heavily penalized. Qin Chuan, you really? Lu Jiyang looked at Qin Chuan and wanted to say that he was really too impulsive, but the words turned into a sigh. He actually realized now that Qin Chuan had endured so much persecution without realizing it. As the other party's enlightened teacher on the path of cultivation, he himself didn't seem to have taken on the responsibility of protecting him at all. Thinking of this, Lu Jiyang felt a bit ashamed, and at the same time seemed to understand Qin Chuan's action of killing people in a fit of rage. However, he only froze for a moment, but he realized that Qin Chuan was again leading Suzier in a direction. Qin Chuan, where are you going? Lu Jiyang didn't know why, but suddenly asked this sentence. He had always believed in his heart that Qin Chuan was a calm person, so he believed that even if he killed someone in a fit of rage, he had thought of a good countermeasure. However, he did not expect Qin Chuan to even turn his head before opening his mouth to reply. Go kill another one. Lu Jiyang instantly froze when he heard this, and the other kind of students and lead teachers were also petrified in unison. They all knew who Qin Chuan wanted to go kill Li Xiao, but to actually say it in front of so many people is too arrogant, isn't it? Although they all felt that Li Xiao should be killed, but according to the laws of the country of Kyushu, the most this guy could do is to be sent to the front line, which is not a crime punishable by death. I can only say one thing, Major General Qin Chuan is awesome. A pockmarked teenager spoke in an uplifted manner, his face filled with adoration. It was this kind of strong person who had clear grudges and dared to fight and kill that was the object of this kind of middle-aged teenager's greatest admiration. As long as a little bit of anger, hate to kill the other party's whole family, a little bit of tolerance, will be called a shrinking violet. Right now Qin Chuan was in the eyes of people like the pockmarked teenager, the kind of dragon Aotian who dared to provoke everything by daying the sky and the earth and the air. Of course, Qin Chuan, as Lu Jiyang thought, had never been an impulsive person. He arrived at the door of the Imperial Beast Hall's holding facility, then spoke slowly to Suzaku. Brother went in for a moment and will be right out. Suzaku nodded curtly. She knew what brother Qin Chuan was going in for, and in fact, Suzaku was also very angry after hearing the things Wang Ruohong had said earlier. Little face red with anger, did not hold back, has been stomping feet, cannot wait to rush up to Wang Ruohong, violently beat a meal. So even if Qin Chuan killed Wang Ruohong, Belle didn't feel anything wrong, and didn't even close her eyes for fear of blood. In her eyes, all such guys who plotted against Qin Chuan's brother deserve to die. She will support whatever brother Qin Chuan does. It's just another scum to kill. What's the big deal? The guarding cultivators didn't stop Qin Chuan, and they couldn't stop him, so they had to let him in. It was only after Li Xiao was knocked out by Qin Chuan's punch that he recovered. His mind confused for half a day before he finally remembered what had happened. Qin Chuan, this scumbag, has actually been promoted to the general level? How is that possible? Didn't he only have 0-star qualifications? Li Xiao was running his spiritual energy to recover from his injuries. He was also a peak commander level powerhouse, and Qin Chuan had not dealt a deadly blow, so his life was not in danger. While recovering from his injuries, Li Xiao thought, I know, this little bastard must be carrying some kind of supreme treasure, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. He seemed to be brewing some kind of poisonous plan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and just at that moment, the door slowly opened and a familiar face appeared in front of him. When Li Xiao saw this face, she was frightened and shivered, then trembled as she opened her mouth. Qin Chuan, Major General Qin Chuan, I was unintentionally rushing just now. Please forgive me. In the past, I also had a ghostly mind. I hope that you are generous and don't take it personally. Li Xiao's demeanor was humble, like an old dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. He and Wang Ruohong are worthy of being a close uncle and nephew. Even the pretext of talking is the same. Qin Chuan looked at Li Xiao with a warm smile. Don't worry, although you have repeatedly plotted against me as an official cultivator, and your usual style is one of reckless disregard for discipline and favoritism towards your students. Qin Chuan counted Li Xiao's ills, news that he had heard other students complain about before when he was still a high school student, and now that he had counted them one by one, Li Xiao's face suddenly looked very ugly. But don't worry, I still choose to forgive you. Hearing this, Li Xiao's face was happy, thinking that this guy is really young at heart, and he let himself go by pretending to be pitiful with such a lull. But you have to do me a favor, too, okay? Qin Chuan smiled and looked at Li Xiao, who didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Of course I'm obliged. If Major General Qin Chuan has any favor to do, I, Li Xiao, will not hesitate if I can do it. Li Xiao patted his chest and spoke with a confident expression. Don't worry, it's just a small favor. Qin Chuan smiled and looked at Li Xiao. I just hope you'll be a good person in your next life. Sure, I'll be. Li Xiao just agreed in general, before she suddenly woke up and sensed the meaning in Qin Chuan's words. Next life. His eyes were wide, filled with horror, and just as he looked up, there was a blackness before his eyes. Qin Chuan's palm covered Li Zhao's head. Power poured out, and in an instant, the other party's brain became a pile of paste. With his current strength, killing a guy at this level was easier than killing a chicken. Li Xiao is dead. Before he died, his face had a very complicated expression. There was surprise, fear, and a few moments of disbelief. He didn't understand why Qin Chuan dared to kill himself here. So bright, so fearless. General Lu Xiang, who had learned the news, also came here, and he looked at Qin Chuan helplessly. You. He suddenly thought of something, and then again, he continued to speak. Is it hard to believe that you want to go to the front and fill up the army? With Qin Chuan's current status, killing 2 people would not be sentenced to death at all, and at most, he would go to the front line as a daredevil, as cannon fodder, to utilize his remaining strength to kill a little more demonic beasts. Moreover, these 2 guys admitted their crime of plotting against Qin Chuan in front of tens of thousands of people, so Qin Chuan's crime was even lesser, and even if he was dispatched to the front line, he would still be able to maintain a certain status. As long as he killed a certain number of demonic beasts, he would be able to take the credit for his crimes, and it would have absolutely no effect on his future. Qin Chuan's purpose was originally to kill the demonic beasts, so he had long ago hit upon this idea. Going to the front line to kill is killing, going to the secret world to kill is also killing. It's the same anyway. To kill Wang Ruohong to go to the front line to offset the crime, why not kill one more? It is just to increase the quota of the number of demonic beasts. After seeing Qin Chuan nod his head in response, Senior General Lu Xiang could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This kid, really a talent. Others are to go to the front line to avoid like a tiger. He seems to be happy to go. Do not see a little fear. The frontline battlefield that was a meat grinder. Countless cultivators died there every year, including general-level powerhouses. Since you've thought about it, I won't say anything else. Let's go. Go back after attending the pledge ceremony. Senior General Lu Xiang patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. I'll make arrangements for you, so don't worry about the inspectorate coming to your door. As a great general, without his permission, even if Qin Chuan was now wearing the sword, no one could move him. The general who guarded the base city had an absolute status, and it was estimated that there was no white-eyed wolf in Fengcheng who wanted Qin Chuan to go to his death nowadays. Senior General Lu Xiang led Qin Chuan to the high platform of the departure square, and then a crowd of general-level powerhouses also took their seats. Qin Chuan hugged Suzy and sat on a wide chair, which was exquisitely modeled and sat as fluffy as a sofa, and the touch that came back was very comfortable. Leaning against the backs of their chairs, a group of general-level powerhouses looked down at the students below, and someone took a step forward and began to dominate the pledge ceremony. Even without the use of microphone speakers, under the stimulation of spiritual energy, the sound was still able to be clearly transmitted throughout the room. After a few general-level powerhouses simply finished the process, it was General Lu Xiang who spoke. When he spoke, he gave a special thanks to Qin Chuan, saying that without Qin Chuan, it would be impossible for Fengcheng today to hold the great examination of martial arts on time. Then he praised Qin Chuan profusely, proclaiming his outstanding performance during the demonic spirit invasion. Now the rest of the base city candidates realized why Qin Chuan had such a high status in Fengcheng. The eyes of the crowd of candidates looking at Qin Chuan couldn't help but all have a lot more admiration. This kind of move to save a base city with one's own strength. In the eyes of these young boys and girls, it was undoubtedly a hero who could only do it. At this moment, Qin Chuan in their eyes, is not a person, but a glittering human statue for the crowd to worship, venerate. Gao Shuoxin under the stage looked at the crowd's worshipful expression, biting her lips and raising her head, but because she was facing the sunlight, she couldn't see Qin Chuan's face. In her eyes, today's Qin Chuan seemed to be more than so far away from her, in which it was as if there was a heavenly moat separating them. Qin Chuan's figure is getting higher and higher and farther away. Am I really wrong? Gao Shuoxin revealed a rueful smile, then shook her head herself. Turns out, I was really wrong. All approaching with profit in mind ends up in nothing, for eyes blinded by profit cannot see far. Gao Shuoxin was already regretting why she was so realistic and why she was so snobbish. Qin Chuan has given himself a chance, as long as he treats him like an ordinary friend. Now the distance between the two will not be so far away, but no matter what, it was too late now, and it was simply impossible to make up for the distance between Qin Chuan and her. She looked enviously at the little girl sitting on Qin Chuan's lap. Seeing the way Qin Chuan treated this girl, and with her understanding of Qin Chuan, this girl should have paid a lot for him. Gao Shuoxin knew Qin Chuan's character, but whenever he gave him a little favor, he would return more to the other party. In the beginning, she merely saw that Qin Chuan had come to Dazhao to be alone, and she was the class president at that time, so she politely cared for him a few times. But Qin Chuan afterward didn't even seem to blame himself for deliberately alienating him. If it weren't for, LOL. The more she recalled, the more remorse Gao Shuoxin felt in her heart, but she didn't have the brazenness to go to Qin Chuan, knowing that it was nothing more than a self-inflicted humiliation. From the words Qin Chuan uttered that day, she already knew that the love between the two was gone. After all the ceremonies were completed, Senior General Lu Xiang even asked Qin Chuan to open his mouth to boost his morale, and the latter simply said a few words, which led to a boil below. It wasn't long before the pledge ceremony came to an end. The great generals led a group of students to the secret realm of examination, while Qin Chuan called out to Lu Jiang and handed him a box before returning to his residence with Suzaku. According to Qin Chuan's instructions, Lu Jiang waited for him to leave before he opened the box, but he found dozens of neatly arranged stones lying inside. This is Star Dollar Stone. Lu Jiang wanted to cry without tears, had to secretly sigh. Qin Chuan, good big handwriting. This is several billion Kyushu coins. Just so said to send. Even inside the army, a single mission for him was just a few star elemental stones, and that was still based on the fact that star elemental stones were cheap in the army. If it was in the outside world, it would be impossible to exceed 10 star elemental stones at a time if it wasn't a playful mission. Qin Chuan had also reached 10 pills and 1 higher before because Li Weigua thought more highly of him, and that mission was already very dangerous. Those 10 star yuan stones had included a few days of siege, and at that time, other than Qin Chuan, the other commander-level cultivators, after playing with their lives, had only gained a little more than 10 of them. Looking at these star yuan stones, Lu Jiang again remembered what Qin Chuan had said to him back then. The boyish face wore a smile that said he would return the resources he had given him several times over. At that time, Lu Jiang was still a bit unconvinced and didn't want Qin Chuan's repayment. Only now Qin Chuan actually did become a general-level powerhouse. The boyishness is gone from that face, and there's a lot more fortitude in that face. Does this brat know that I'm preparing the resources to break through the general rank? With these star elemental stones, I will definitely be able to break through the general rank within a year. Lu Jiang clenched his fists and looked at the direction Qin Chuan disappeared in. There was a point of relief in his eyes, as well as a point of moving. Qin Chuan returned to his residence and prepared for his future plans. In a few days, he'll be going to the front. Suzaku would naturally follow him, and in the future, he would not let this girl who was willing to lay down her life to save him suffer half a bit. Moreover, today's Suzier possesses a 6-star qualification and a powerful healing talent, which will also be of great benefit to Qin Chuan after learning many related martial arts. These past few days, Suzier also seemed to be afraid of dragging Qin Chuan down, and every day, she was concentrating on her cultivation, and with her talent, it was like riding a small rocket. The first day was the completion of foundation building, breaking through to the soldier level, and a few days after that, she even flew through the soldier level and came to the guard level, which was when her cultivation speed slowed down. Qin Chuan this was also considered to have witnessed the terrifying speed of the 6-star qualification. When he thought that it had taken him dozens of days to reach Suzaku's realm with no accumulation at the beginning, he couldn't help but reveal a look of emotion. Qin Chuan naturally didn't fall behind in his process while Suzy was practicing, throwing large piles of star elemental stones to the 4 beast pets. He himself studied martial arts and martial techniques. A few days later, in the middle of the room, there was a huge amount of precious bloodline crystals placed here, ranging from the 1st rank to the 4th rank, and even the 5th rank. Looking at the arrival of the large amount of supplies he had used his contribution points for, Qin Chuan muttered and opened his mouth. It's about time for the 5th beast pet. Even though Qin Chuan had a lot of contribution points before, he had consumed most of them after exchanging them for bloodline crystals that were enough to strengthen the 5 beast pets to the 6th rank level, and the rest of them were estimated to only be able to support his cultivation up to the 10th level of the general grade, which was the great general realm. However, Qin Chuan was not distressed. Well, it would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt. Watching with his own eyes as the massive amount of contribution points were consumed at a rapid pace, Qin Chuan had the act of wanting to cry. But as soon as he thought of strengthening the beast pets to a 6-star qualification, after adding the grand carousel, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise when even without consuming any resources for cultivation, his daily cultivation speed could reach a minimum of 7-star level, with the maximum even exceeding 9 stars by an unknown amount. As for the evolutionary route of the 5th beast pet, Qin Chuan had thought about it for a long time before he was able to settle on it. Of course, there was an opportunity in it. And that was a strange incident he had encountered in Fengcheng some days ago. On that day, the demonic spirit invasion had just ended, and many low-ranked cultivators found a strange creature while cleaning up the battlefield. The creature was shaped like a dog and bore all sorts of weird organs, with 2 horns on its head and all sorts of weird patterns on its body. At that time, the creature was frantically tearing into the corpses of those demonic spirits, devouring their entrails and brains as if it had some kind of blood feud with these guys. The crowd judged that this should be an ordinary dog that had mutated from eating the corpse of a demonic beast, but it was still an ordinary dog that hadn't broken through to the soldier level. These cultivators were about to kill the dog, but they were stopped by Qin Chuan and sent someone to keep an eye on the dog. Later, The cultivator in charge of the stakeout told Qinchuan that it turned out that the dog was a stray dog that lived in that area of the battlefield, and most importantly, many of the people in that area died during the invasion of the demonic beasts. According to the resident who survived, the people in that neighborhood were very nice to the stray dog and would feed it to anyone who had nothing to do. This dog is very good-tempered, and does not make any noise when it sees people, and even if someone beats it, it just wails and leaves, never barking toward people. It even used to help residents chase away thieves who stole in the middle of the night and traffickers who abducted children. Although this was the age of the imperial beasts and many crimes could no longer be avoided, after all, the people were still the same. After hearing the report, Qinchuan probably guessed why this dog hated demonic beasts so much, and was even not afraid to gnaw on each other's corpses as if they were not afraid to die. It was important to know that the corpses of demonic beasts were tantamount to poison for ordinary mortal beasts, and the strength of their bodies made it impossible for them to digest the energy in them. Even when cultivators eat these demonic beasts' blood and flesh, they all need to be processed, or else there will be many hazards. After all, it's not a creature of the same world, and there will always be many things that will make a difference. Moreover, according to the follow-up report of the cultivator who was on the lookout, this mutated big dog still looks the same when he sees people, not noisy, but always running to the tombstones of those residents to sit in front of a whole day. Qinchuan took the supplies back to his secret treasure ring and then went to that mausoleum with Suzaku. This was the mausoleum that Bong City had built for the residents and cultivators who had died in this demonic beast invasion, burying tens of thousands of souls who had just recently departed. There are people paying their respects all over the place, and every now and then there are cries. Qinchuan arrived at an area and saw a monster that looked like a dog and was was sitting peacefully in front of a tombstone. Not far away was none other than the cultivator who was responsible for staking out the area. And when he saw Qinchuan arrive, he silently left. He received a message from Qinchuan and knew that his mission was over. Although he was curious as to why Major General Qinchuan was interested in such a monster, he did not ask much. Seeing the monster's somewhat ugly appearance, Suzu couldn't help but tighten her grip on Qinchuan's palm. Don't be afraid. It's ugly, but it's also gentle. Qinchuan walked over and touched the monster's head. The latter did not resist, but only gave Qinchuan a flat look, his eyes not like a mortal beast, but like an old man who had seen the vicissitudes of life. The monster's body was a pale yellow color, but many parts of it were indeed shrouded in odd black patterns, making it look grotesque and ugly. It seemed that because it couldn't withstand the energy of the demonic beast's corpse or certain idiosyncratic substances, it had many blood scarring on its body, and many places were even cracking and spilling a trace of blood. Qinchuan looked at the photographs on the tombstones of the victims in this area. Among them there were old men with kind faces, children with innocent smiles, men with full beards, and women with warm faces. These may be just an ordinary tombstone and a dead effigy in Qinchuan's eyes, but in the eyes of this old yellow dog, once it was a familiar figure, and countless warm memories, starting from when he was just an abandoned little yellow dog, and ending with an old yellow dog. Those horrible and hideous demonic beasts ate one of these faces that used to spend time with each other, and see it would smile and call out a rhubarb in front of its face. The old yellow dog rushed over to try to stop these demonic beasts, but he was kicked over and fell to the ground, breaking several bones. The demons didn't look at it. For such lowly creatures, delicious humans were their favorite. The old yellow dog could do nothing but wail and see those familiar figures being swallowed by the demonic beasts until those demonic beasts were killed. The old yellow dog walked up to the corpses of the demonic beasts and devoured them like they devoured humans. At first, he could only lick the foul-smelling blood of these demonic beasts, but as his body mutated, he was also able to bite a part of their bodies that were not enhanced by demonic power. The old yellow dog was frantic, and in this moment, it was more like a vengeful human. The old yellow dog looked at Qinchuan, its eyes flickering with a hint of spirituality as it recognized this human. It remembered that this human had killed many demonic beasts, and those demonic beasts were like papier-mâché under this human's hands, easily killed. The old yellow dog looked at Qinchuan, his mouth opened, but he couldn't make any sound. His body was on the verge of cracking, and all kinds of organs, sinews and bones in his body were crumbling. Big Yellow, let's call you like this. Are you willing to go on a quest with me? Go together and kill all those demonic beasts. Qinchuan inquired about this old yellow dog, and the latter seemed to understand Qinchuan's meaning as a bright light suddenly erupted from his eyes. Then I'll take that as a yes. Qinchuan summoned Xiao Chang, who had specially shrunk her body to avoid crushing the nearby tombstones. For the fourth class subclass, Green already had this ability. The native beast pet released the primal contract and approached towards the old yellow dog, who didn't reject it, allowing the contract to copy and then enter his mind. The old yellow dog rubbed against Qinchuan's hand, and in the next moment, its body began to change. Name, Mutant Field Spaniel. Quality, 0 star. Cultivation level, 10th mortal grade. The gift, the unseen. Qin Xuan looked at the old yellow dog's information. Especially when he saw that talent of his, he could not help but reveal a thoughtful look. This talent was subtle and hard to explain in words, but it exactly corresponded to the evolutionary route Qin Xuan had prepared for the 5th beast pet. One of the messages of this no phase indicated that the old yellow dog could be strengthened with other types of bloodline crystals, unlike Qin Xuan's other beast pets, which could only be strengthened with bloodline crystals of the same type. Of course, it's not to say that other beast pets can't, it's just that there are certain risks. What was created by haphazardly using other types of bloodline crystals would most likely not be a powerful beast pet, but a bizarrely ground monster. Just like Qin Xuan's plan route for Dahei ended up being Xuanwu, the latter being a collection of turtles and snakes. But right now he didn't dare to use snake bloodline crystals to strengthen Dahei, unless one waited until Big Black's bloodline truly arrived at a level that was enough to dominate other types of bloodlines. At that time, a few more snake-type ones would have a chance to create the Xuanwu bloodline. But rhubarb was different. As long as Qin Xuan felt that any kind of bloodline that was useful could be used to strengthen it. After the contract, the rhubarb was fed by the power of heaven and earth, and its cracked body healed rapidly, and it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Come on, go home. Qin Xuan stroked Big Yellow's head, and the latter slowly stood up, then glanced at these tombstones for a moment before leaving right after Qin Xuan's back. Returning to his residence, Qin Xuan looked at the rhubarb in the soul sea space, then invested a bloodline crystal of various classes: iron-horned deer, red-blooded wolf, wind-chasing sheep, scaly crocodile. The bloodline crystals from the 1st to the 5th order were gradually put into the big carousel and then spun rapidly before being returned. A steady stream of bloodline energy was injected into Big Yellow's body, continuously transforming its body. The surface of its body grew a piece of arcane brown scale armor, and the horns on its head began to twist and change, and began to become beautiful and complicated. From the forepaws to the tail, from the surface of the body to the inside, rhubarb was changing radically. It was no longer as ugly as it had been in the beginning, but instead had become incredibly handsome, exuding an aura of auspiciousness all over its body. Name Mo Lin Beast. Quality, 6 stars. Cultivation level, Guardian level triple. Because of the powerful bloodline energy attached to it, Big Yellow's cultivation had also entered the way level as a matter of course. But more importantly, it was its quality, being the first beast pet under Qin Xuan to enter the 6-star category. When the other 4 beast pets saw that Big Yellow had transformed from an ugly monster into such a handsome inkling beast, they all showed envy, and one by one, they scrambled to come under the large roulette wheel, wanting Qin Xuan to strengthen it first. Don't panic, you're all in on it. I've got plenty of energy points. Qin Xuan could not cry, laughing and cursing the several beast pets. His voice echoed in the soul sea space, and only then did Little Green and the others settle down and line up. Greenie first. Qin Xuan began to put in 4th order Python bloodline crystals, then 5th order Jiao types. Xiao Qing's body surface changes are still not big, just the double horns on the top of the head is more and more complicated and handsome. The scale armor on the body is also more beautiful and noble. The long beard at the corner of the mouth is also inexplicably good-looking and domineering for a few points. Name, Emperor Qingzhou. Quality, 6 stars. Cultivation level, General Grade triple. And then the Great White. The same process was completed, and the latter was so relieved that he leaned up to the sky for a few moments, his metal-filled voice echoing in the soul sea space. Name, Vajra White Tiger Emperor. Quality, 6 stars. Cultivation level, General Grade triple. One thing that changed for Great White in the process was that the guy encountered another 1,000-fold bloodline. This guy seems to have had more luck. This is the second time its bloodline was pulled up to full when it was strengthened, so it's mutated again with an extra prefix. The mutated bloodline was a 5th order Vajra Tiger King's bloodline crystal, so this big white fellow had another half a talent, and his weakest defense was once again enhanced. At the same level, it was only a little weaker than Big Black and the 4 beast pets, but the guy was happy bad. A strong in front of the small green and red show off. Was it too a beast to claw? Directly beat to find Big Black to complain. It's just that Big Black is good-tempered and stayed ignored. If it were a poor-tempered beast pet, he would have directly told Big White to get as far away as he could. I told you to show off. You deserve it. Next up is Little Red. 4th and 5th order fire attribute bird bloodline crystals were continuously invested and then returned, and Little Red's magnificent and noble appearance once again produced changes. Named Inferno Sky Sparrow. Quality, 6 stars. Cultivation level, General Grade triple. There weren't as many Imperial characters as Little Green and Big White, but that didn't mean that Little Red's bloodline was weaker than the two of them. In terms of explosive ability, a few Great White plus Little Green can't compare to Little Red. The next one is Big Black. The process goes through and the energy is returned. Big Black's eyes became deeper and deeper. as if there was a vast black sea hidden in them, and behind his back, the Xian armor flowed with inexplicable runes, which looked extremely mysterious, as if it contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Name, Underworld Turtle. Quality, 6 stars. Cultivation level, General Grade Triple. Hades? Why does that sound creepy? Looking at Big Black's appearance, Qin Chuan muttered to himself in his heart. When the 5 beast pets gathered, Qin Chuan began to cultivate, wanting to pull up Big Yellow's cultivation level a bit. After all, he only had a few days before he would be leaving Fengcheng for the front line. Star elemental stones were thrown to the 5 beast pets without counting, and with their current quality, plus the minimum 10-fold return of the cultivation carousel, each one's cultivation was increasing by leaps and bounds. The fastest lifter is without a doubt rhubarb, with 100 times the energy of the star elemental stone, coupled with the great spinning wheel and their qualifications. Their cultivation speed at this moment had arrived at the minimum of the 9-star level. How many 9-star level existences were there in the current Kyushu kingdom besides saint-level powerhouses? In just a few days' time, Big Yellow was the one who jumped to the commander rank, before finally arriving at the general rank, and then staying at the 4th level of the general rank. However, Qin Chuan's and their realms had already arrived at the 6th level of the general grade. As long as Qin Chuan broke through one more weight, he would arrive at the admiral realm. The first 3 weights are major generals, the middle 3 weights are lieutenant generals, the last 3 weights are admirals, and the 10th weight is a major general. Between the general levels, the cultivation gap between each realm was extremely huge, and for Qin Chuan to be able to break through so many minor levels in just a few days was already very intimidating. If General Lu Xiang knew about this, he would have patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder and praised him. "You're so not human." A few days passed by in a flash, and it was the day Qin Chuan left. This time, he would be facing a wider, more menacing, and grander heaven and earth front line. There were countless powerful demonic beasts there, and countless strong men who used their lives and youth to hold down the frontier. And Qin Chuan, with a sword in his hand, will open up an era that belongs to him, personally destroying the Demon King, decapitating the Beast Emperor, and even killing the Emperor and slaughtering the Saint. Qin Chuan was different from other criminals who were sent to the front line. Instead of being escorted by a special military vehicle, he was given a road map and told to just report at a specified time. So it could be said that there was a great deal of freedom. After all, Qin Chuan's identity is very special, and the crime he committed is not too big, and there is also a great General Lu Xiang as a guarantee, and it is only under the heavy factors that he does not look like he is going to pay for his crimes, but rather, he takes the initiative to conquer as if he is going to war. When they left Feng City, a host of general-level powerhouses came to see them off, and if Qin Chuan hadn't signaled ahead of time not to make too much noise, it was estimated that the entire Feng City's cultivators, and even a host of civilians, would have come. In his post-war morale-boosting efforts, General Lu Xiang made it a point to use Qin Chuan as a key propaganda figure, rendering his near-death experience and then breaking through to the rank of general, and publishing it on top of many media outlets. Therefore, now there is almost no one in the whole Fengcheng city who does not recognize Qin Chuan. From 80 old men to 3-year-old children, wherever there is drinking water, all can recognize Qin Chuan's image. After bidding a brief farewell to the group of cultivators, Qin Chuan then summoned Little Red and then pulled Susie to jump onto its back. Little Red slightly spread his wings. More than 10 feet long crimson feathered wings rolled the air. Under the power pouring out was to leap hundreds of meters into the air. Looking at this familiar and incomparable city from top to bottom, at least he had stayed for a few months, Qin Chuan still had a few reluctance to leave this place. As for Susie, she even revealed a look of longing. She had stayed in Fengcheng for a much longer period of time, and even had many familiar sidekicks. Now that we've parted ways, we don't know how long it will be before we return. A cold wind pierced the bones high above the sky. Qin Chuan waved his palm, and spiritual energy overflowed his body to form a protective shield, wrapping him and Susie in it. Looking at the diminutive city below that was getting farther and farther away, Qin Chuan shook his head and sighed before looking at the sky in front of him again. That was his world, with a much wider horizon for him to roam freely. As Qin Chuan set off towards the front line, he didn't know that there were already a few vipers that had been waiting for him for quite some time. A few days ago, when the news of Wang Ruohong's and Li Zhao's death spread back to Dezhou Bay City, a painfully furious cry came from the 100-story building of Shanlu Group. Impossible? Impossible. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit, who looked like a successful man, threw off the computer in his hand, and then smashed it down with a fist, and the expensive seat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was shattered into a pile of wood slag. How can Ah Hong die? My son Ah, Wang Yanyan, the president of Mountain Deer Group, fell to the ground on his butt, his shoulders drooping with both hands spread out. Raging softness was the first thing to catch the eye. The proud headlights of the car were more attractive than Yuan's pretty face. As soon as Gu Wenqing entered the broadcast room, Yuan's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, "Welcome big brother fondness." And then, the tone of voice with some grudges, "Now you finally think of the little girl?" Recently, when she messaged her idol Gu Wenqing, she ignored herself after a couple of chats, making Yuan a little aggravated. "Oh, shit, Mr. Love is here? List 1 big brother is here. Everyone come and worship." At this time the audience in the live broadcast room, many people brushed, "Welcome Mr. Love." Some other advertisements, private messages seeking adoption, also approached Gu Wenqing. At this time, Gu Wenqing casually emptied all the private messages with a single click. For a long time did not log on Douyin, because the last time to brush millions of money of the ho-ho-ho, Gu Wenqing's fans directly increased by tens of thousands. Seeing that, the little anchor's attitude shifted so dramatically. So enthusiastic about this, Magic City's #1 deep love, while paying no attention to the gold master who just swiped $150. 000. Fighting sound, "I'm the most magnificent," there was more or less a taste in his heart. Shit. And this dog audience, it's just a top one. What's there to lick? Anchor, you come to me in Deep City, I'll second you to the top of the list. Fighting sound, "I'm the most magnificent," refers to the overall chart. He's already #1 on the weekly list. Ha ha ha. Mr. Hao has crossed the line. Support Mr. Hao. As long as you swipe enough, this little girl is definitely yours. It's time for a battle for the girl. Some gloating viewers, swiping pop-ups, and some viewers who had heard of Magic City's #1 deep love, swiped their pop-ups. #1 on the list? I think Mr. Ho is still not strong enough. Remember An's total list 1. It's the love chief Ah. One day, he swiped 200 rounds of Supreme Salute, and directly swiped over $1.3 million in gifts. What? The overall leaderboards, Magic City's #1 deep love, swiped more than $1.3 million? In one day? See the pop-ups from the audience. Duyo, "I'm the most hoity-toity," was shocked. He wouldn't be shocked if the total cumulative gifts were 1.3 million, but he can't give $1.3 million to a female anchor in one day. At this point, Yuan who saw the General Hao pop-up, how could she not understand what it meant? She spoke slowly and said, "First of all, thanks to Mr. Hao for the 50 carnivals, but things like airborne and thousands of miles of deliveries, anchors don't do that." Her tone was tinged with indifference, with distance. Completely lost the feeling of being a neighborly sister facing Gu Wenqing just now. Douyin, "I'm the most magnificent," tapped on Yuan's overall leaderboard to take a look. Sure enough, the overall list #1 is the first deep love in Magic City, totaling over 1.3 million renminbi in spending, swiping 1.3 million a day. Magic City's #1 deep love is also too scary. "I'm a rich kid, and I've spent about $3 to $4 million in 2 years playing Douyin. Let him swipe a 130W gift a day and he'll get meaty too." Heatedly, he glanced at Yuan's waves, with some regret in his heart. He looked at the live broadcast and the rhythm, simply chose to pretend to be a shrinking violet, ignoring those pop-ups. Since you can't penetrate it, what's the point of brushing the hammer? Douyin, "I'm the most luxurious," it's not stupid. The live feeds are all carrying the beat at this point. Fuck, where's Mr. Hao? Where's the promised second list one? Impotent? Diving in when you see Mr. Fondness coming? I told you to look down on the little anchor. The little anchor's list 1 big brother is not comparable to you. 1 word for 1. Or the big man with the deepest feelings. With just a name alone, you can't even say anything to scare Mr. Hao. Fighting sound, "I'm the most magnificent." Seeing these pop-ups, he was furious. However, through the words of anchor Yuan's refusal, and the bravado of the first deep love of Magic City, angry is angry, but he's not so brainless as to swipe money. It's a lot of work. Obviously the little anchor Yuan and Magic City first deep love have a leg to think of here. Douyin, "I most luxurious," heart envy to the extreme. This devilishly fit, angelic-faced anchor was shortchanged by someone else. Child's face and breasts. It's a shame. For the rhythmic pop-ups in the livestream, Gu Wenqing, of course, ignored it. He directly typed and asked, "What is the best gift for a female friend's birthday?" Since he was in the live room, he simply asked Yuan, who was also a woman. Don't look at Gu Wenqing's appearance of being a debauched veteran of love affairs, but he hasn't really given a girl a birthday present. If you go directly to the schoolmarm and ask her, you will make her feel less expected. Today's ID card are brought. Bound to take down the school sister. Carefully prepared a gift is still necessary. Hear the question from the deeper big brother. Before Yuan could say anything, the audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing with activity, and pop-ups were floating all over the screen. Hey, 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 don't you like the smell of giant sperm? Yoo-hoo, Big Brother Fondness is so awesome. Which girl is so honored to get a gift carefully prepared by Big Brother Fondness? Oh, not all girls love money. And there are women that even the affectionate bigots can't get. Not all girls love money. Some girls are very kind, like some small animals, such as horses cows jaguar Land Rover super like Tmall. Yuanan ignored the pop-ups in the live stream. With a visibly stunned expression, she asked, "Is that girl pretty?" "It's beautiful, and it always catches my eye." Combining Wang Yanyan's looks, body, face value, and especially her provocative personality, she definitely ranked among the top 3 among the girls Gu Wenqing knew. Beautiful? It can make Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Yuanan went on to ask, "Do girls have feelings for you too?" "Affirmative. Can you not feel it? I've had verbal benefits. I've had a lot of teaching. I've had a lot of hand-holding." Yuanan was silent for a moment. She's obviously a little shy. Then she'll love whatever she gets. "For me, it's not the gift that's important. It's the person who gives it." Yuanan finished speaking and turned off the live broadcast in one go. Inside a certain apartment in Magic City, Yuanan's entire body was like a boiled shrimp. Her pretty face red. How did he know he was going to be born? Thinking about what my idol said, "It's beautiful and always makes me look good." When they were together, Gu Wenqing was always staring at his soft. His eyes couldn't be brighter. She was in a suddenly cheerful mood, and very much looking forward to her idol's gift. "Mud, what do you mean for you to say it for nothing?" Gu Wenqing looked at the black live broadcast screen and bristled. He thought for a moment. "First, let's start by recording last night's lovely woman, which is definitely going to be for schoolgirl. Sister's collarbone is so pretty. It's a shame she doesn't wear a necklace. Simply give a necklace." After thinking about it, Gu Wenqing drove out of Mordor University in a Ferrari Laffa. Amidst the roar of the mechanical raptor, find the nearest recording studio, recorded Moon of Luzhou, Nocturne and Lovely Woman together, and then drive to Huahi Street. Go to the luxury category section. Cartier. Cartier is a famous French jewelry and watchmaker, founded in 1847 by Louis-François Cartier at Rue Montorgueil 31 in Paris, and is regarded as one of the most prestigious jewelry makers in the world. Cartier has a long history of supplying jewelry to royalty and became famous in the 19th century, when it was called the King of Jewelry and the Emperor's Jeweler. In May 2018, the Forbes list of the world's most valuable brands was released and Cartier was ranked 59th. Cartier's contemporary character combined with traditional craftsmanship is the highest level of excellence to which the Cartier high jewelry collection has always aspired. And of course Cartier jewelry is worth a lot of money. Gu Wenqing had just walked to the transparent glass when a uniformed female sales clerk opened the door with a smile. "Hello sir, welcome to the Cartier store. May I ask what you need?" Gu Wenqing was succinct, "Buying a necklace." Upon hearing this, the sales clerk led Gu Wenqing towards the Cartier necklace section. Under the introduction of the shopgirl, Gu Wenqing also looked at the style of the Cartier necklace. At that moment, a man and woman who had entered the store long ago were also looking at the jewelry. They look at the rings. Cartier pair rings range in price from a few $1,000s to tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Judging by the ages of the men and women, the women are in their early 20s and the men would be in their 40s. The woman has her eye on a 600,000 plus Cartier diamond ring. The men, on the other hand, said it was a bit pricey, and they might as well have bought a $100,000 or $200,000 pair of rings. A $600,000 or so ring might as well have been a car. From the conversation between the two parties, the man is still quite rich. No wonder you can eat an old cow. Both sides have their own views and have been negotiating. Gu Wenqing also only casually glanced at it, and then continued to listen to the shopgirl introduce the necklace. For Gu Wenqing, as long as the necklace looked good, the price was secondary. After looking at it for a short while, Gu Wenqing pointed at a necklace that was over $3 million and said, "This one. Wrap it up for me." The shopgirl covered her mouth, a little surprised. She really didn't expect the young customer in front of her to pick one of the most expensive necklaces in the store. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is a Cartier limited edition necklace. Exquisite necklace with diamonds, platinum texture. This highlights the unique beauty of the texture. Exquisite craftsmanship exudes sexiness and luxury thus exudes, highlighting the unique Cartier style." Inside the transparent crystal box, Cartier's limited edition necklace is lying quietly. This necklace is priced at $3,650,000. It's limited to 100 pieces worldwide. Bowing slightly, the saleswoman respectfully introduced the necklace to Gu Wenqing. The teenager in front of her was less than 20 years old, but the saleswoman had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's spending power. Putting aside the extravagant clothes Gu Wenqing was wearing, what he was wearing on his hand today was a $10 million Vacheron Constantin Malta watch. The Cartier saleswoman, who could be very familiar with Vacheron Constantin, which was also a luxury product, instantly recognized the watch that Gu Wenqing was carrying. which was worth a lot of money. The $10 million Vacheron Constantin was on her hand, so she had no doubt about the young Gu Wenqing's spending power. Smell. The girl who had been arguing with the middle-aged man about buying a ring had her eyes round with shock. What did she hear? A handsome guy younger than her age wants to buy a $3,650,000 necklace. It's a crazy world, isn't it? She had thought that the man beside her was good enough, driving a $1 million luxury car and buying her a ring with a minimum of $100,000 in standard. Who would have thought that the teenagers they met today were the really rich ones? In comparison, she found a ring that cost over $600,000 a bit tasteless. What would she buy if she had $3.65 million? She wouldn't hesitate to put a down payment on a house or a fancy sports car, not a little necklace. She hated it and said to the man beside her, "Look at the others, so young to give the object more than $3 million of necklace without blinking an eye. And you're in your 40s buying a $600,000 plus ring and still here hesitating, do you love me or not?" The middle-aged man. His face turned the color of pig's liver. Gu Wenqing frowned when he heard the conversation between the two beside him. If you don't buy a $600,000 ring, you don't love her? Holding a pet and favoring it? Another value spoiled by toxic chicken soup, but one would like to fight the other. Gu Wenqing wouldn't care about their shit. Pay the bill. Gu Wenqing just wanted to leave quickly. "Sir, our Cartier store just happens to have a complimentary activity. You purchase this $3,650,000 necklace, with a single total consumption of more than $3 million. Our store will send you a Cartier bracelet worth $280,000. Then thank you for your kindness." Gu Wenqing didn't refuse. Someone who can afford a $3+ million necklace cares about a $280,000 Cartier bracelet? The answer, of course, is no. But Cartier stores do it because, well, respect. For Cartier stores, there are only a handful of people who can afford to buy a necklace for over $3 million. Lower your stance and offer a little perk for a big client like Gu Wenqing. It will make Gu Wenqing feel valued, and she will also choose Cartier for her next jewelry purchase. And the man and woman buying the ring were numb when they heard the saleswoman's words. Cartier's privileged treatment of the godly is quite enviable. A $280,000 bracelet was given away just like that. That's how a tycoon looks like, right? Cartier store. Gu Wenqing completed the swipe. The women looked at Gu Wenqing's back, and in their hearts, they were envious of the woman who could receive a necklace of more than $3 million to the extreme. Gu Wenqing carried the flashy and delicately packaged gift box in his hand. Of Cartier he knew something. The first thing is that he definitely has a collection of limited edition ones that he buys like this, and they retain their value superbly. But Dia jewelry, if it is not a limited edition of the kind of words, simply does not have the value of the collection. The role of preservation of value is also not. The limited edition can be collected, but forget the rest. After all, it's a better buy now. So it's not Cartier limited edition. Gu Wenqing will not buy, not because of the value retention rate, but because the unlimited necklace is too popular. Time passes quietly. It was time for dinner. Senior sister Wang Yanyan sent a locator to Gu Wenqing, the address of her birthday party. Wang Yanyan had all planned her 20th birthday to have a romantic candlelight dinner with her schoolmate and enjoy the world of two. It turned out that the three roommates in the dormitory not only gave her gifts, but also ordered a birthday cake for her, and according to their previous rules, the birthday girl inevitably had to treat everyone to a meal. Seeing their faces of anticipation, Wang Yanyan was embarrassed to move her birthday party back. She was just a little bit sad that the two of us with her brother were gone. The dormitory was at the Radisson 5-star hotel when Li Jinxiu had her birthday. When Qian and Li Jinxiu again craved for the food at the Radisson Hotel, Wang Yanyan simply booked a dinner table at the Radisson Hotel. By the time she sent the message to her schoolmate, she had already arrived at the Radisson Hotel in her Porsche Cayenne, driving the three girls from her dormitory. Wang Yanran's birthday only invited housemates Wen Qian, Li Jinxiu, Lin Yuanlu. Among the four, both Li Jinxiu and Lin Yuanlu have boyfriends. The families of both men also came, and it was waiting in front of the Radisson Hotel a step early. Wang Yanyan parked her car in the basement, and as soon as the four of them arrived at the entrance of the Radisson Hotel, Wang Yanyan's face went ice cold. In front of the Radisson Hotel, in addition to the two boyfriends of the housemates, there was another uninvited guest, Li Jinxiu's boyfriend. He Ruian was also embarrassed. The man beside her who had upset Wang Yanyan was He Ryan's friend. At noon when Ho Shuayan was having lunch with his friends, he accidentally blurted out that Wang Yanyan was celebrating her birthday today. Among them, Lu Kuan's eyes lit up. Wang Yanyan he had seen, the department flower of Mordor University. The face value of the sunken fish and geese, especially those soul-stirring, long legs, the rounded slender jade legs, the delicate and jade-like icy skin and jade bones are really tingling. Wang Yanyan's legs were really beautiful. Slender, white and sexy. The legs were warm and white, slender and playful. It was really unforgettable to Lu Kuan. At first, Lu Kuan is from Li Jinxiu's V-letter friend circle. See the four of them together. When see Wang Yanyan and Wen Qian, Lu Kuan shocked for heavenly simply too beautiful. After comparing Wen Qian with Wang Yanran in many ways, Lu Kuan finally chose to pursue Wang Yanran. A long time ago, Li Jinxiu had also set the two up once, tricked the dormitory trio out in the name of shopping, and his boyfriend, Ryan Ho, brought his brother, Lu Kuan, to hang out with them. Lu Kuan boasts that he is in good condition and his family has rich assets. He also worked for his family's company after college and had a bright future. Lu Kuan thought that with his condition, pursuing a college student must be easy as pie, which had thought that he would hit a wall in front of Wang Yanyan for the first time. Wang Yanyan ignored him. In the following period of time, Lu Kuan also tried countless ways, all to no avail. After adding Wang Yanyan's V-mail countless times, she didn't pass. Today, when he heard that Wang Yanyan was celebrating her birthday, his mind came alive again, and after picking out an extravagant gift, he brazenly went to the Radisson Hotel. Li Jinxiu reproachfully glanced at her boyfriend He Ruian. How to bring this goods? Also, this is not purely to make the birthday girl Wang Yanyan unhappy. If she had known, she should have revealed to them earlier that Yanyan Wang had a boyfriend. Although Wang Yanyan was unhappy, she couldn't kick people out of politeness. The waiter led a group of 7 people to the Radisson's elevator. Come to the reserved private room. Wang Yanyan took out her cell phone and sent a message to her schoolmate. There's an abomination coming. Don't be mad at me, poor. Gu Wenqing also arrived at the garage at the moment, and after seeing the message, he didn't reply. The abomination? Nothing more than some more of Yanyan Wang's suitors. There shouldn't be anyone else pursuing Yanyan Wang at Mordor University. After all the students know that Gu Wenqing's strength is not bad at all. They won't get their hands on girls who are involved with Gu Wenqing. This person must be someone from outside the school, Gu Wenqing thought. Inside the private room at the Radisson Hotel, in order to flaunt his uncommonness in front of the good people, Lu Kuan said blandly, "Waiter, my family has a Radisson Platinum card. I remember Radisson's Platinum card every year. Has 3 times to give away 888 wine privileges. Today my friend had a birthday, I use once privileges." After saying that, Lu Kuan also deliberately explained to everyone, "My dad spent $1 million to do the Radisson Platinum card. This privilege is not used for nothing. $1 million to reload a platinum card?" Hearing Lu Kuan's words, Lin Yuanlu and her boyfriend froze a bit. Even Wen Qian and Li Jinxiu who were present were a little surprised. Not to mention college students. Even for those white-collar workers who are working in the society, $1 million is not a small amount. Lu Kuan's family charged $1 million at the Radisson Hotel. But after the initial slight shock of hearing it, people weren't overly surprised. After all, present, Li Jinxiu boyfriend's family conditions are not bad. Only Lin Yuanru's boyfriend with a little envy in his eyes. He thought he should be befriended with Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan was waiting for everyone to brag about himself. But this? Lu Kuan's entire body was a bit confused. Why isn't everyone surprised? Or are they just unseasoned college students? Why does it feel wrong? Of course he will not know that Wang Yanyan dormitory several people have seen Gu Wenqing sent 3 million luxury car scene for $1 million, although surprised, but not shocked. Lu Kuan was a little depressed in his heart. The script didn't develop the way he wanted it to. Ryan, I heard that the villa your family bought is getting renovated? Yeah, it's already halfway through the renovation. Ryan didn't understand what he was asking himself that question for. Lu Kuan said, my home is far away from the company and it's not comfortable to live in. So I also bought a house in Huafeng real estate. Hearing this, Wang Yanran, Wen Qian, Li Jinxiu, and Lin Yuanlu were attracted by his words. Huafeng Realty? No wonder it felt so familiar. Isn't Gu Wenqing's family a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? This is something that many students at Magic City University know. Not waiting for them to speak, Lu Kuan pretended to be modest and continued, and I bought a different villa from yours. My family bought me a detached villa in Huafeng, as my future wedding house. Feeling that Wang Yanyan and the others were attracted to him, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. A single family house? Hearing this, Ryan, who had a good family, was slightly taken aback. The villas at Huafeng Real Estate don't come cheap. Ruian are backed to buy townhouses. I did not expect Lu Kuan. This kid does not move in Huafeng purchased a detached villa. Lin Yuanlu's boyfriend has been shocked. The detached villa is just unthinkable for him who is just a well-off family. Lin Yuanlu's boyfriend was shocked and asked, Huafeng's detached villa? It should be very expensive, right? Not much, just 100 million or so. Lu Kuan continues to play hard to get. It wasn't a full payment purchase, but a couple $100,000 a month in mortgage payments isn't worth it to my family. and then he explains. Full payment. My family has the strength to do this, just to ensure the capital chain of the family company. So the mortgage. It's still a bit of a shock to hear that. In particular, a couple on Lingyuan Road was shocked at the fact that Lu Kuan had bought a detached house. Looking at the dejected Lu Kuan, Li Jinxiu said, the shareholders of Huafeng Group, we also know one. That was just as the door to the compartment was opened. After verifying the platinum card, the waiter carefully placed the red wine worth 58,888 on the table. The waiter's intrusion. Lu Kuan was so focused on the red wine that he didn't pay attention to Li Jinxiu's words. Lu Kuan said, ladies and gentlemen, this is a privilege that only the platinum card has, the value gifted by Radisson Hotel. At that moment, the door to the booth was opened again. He cut off Lu Kuan, who was about to act like a pimp again. A handsome, suave, jade-like boy walks in. Ha ha, the boys nodded their heads in greeting to a couple of the girls. When Qian very consciously gave up her position, allowing the boy to sit next to Wang Yanyan, Lu Kuan's eyes went round when he saw it. Who's this? Pointing at Gu Wenqing beside Wang Yanyan, Lu Kuan inquired. This is my man, Gu Wenqing. What? What did he hear? Wang Yanyan has a boyfriend. Hearing Wang Yanyan's words, Lu Kuan was filled with incredulity. He was a bit hostile to Gu Wenqing, who had embraced the beauty. After all, he had been pursuing Wang Yanyan for a long time, but he had been shortchanged by this kid. Look at Gu Wenqing, a dress is not expensive. Lu Kuan thought to know the enemy and know yourself 100 battles are not dangerous. He simply inquired, brother, what does your family do? Gu Wenqing had yet to speak. Li Jinxiu, who was not used to seeing Lu Kuan pretending to be a pussy, opened her mouth first and said, schoolmate Gu's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. And then, Li Jinxiu continued to add, my boyfriend, he Ryan, and the detached villa you bought at your house is the property of someone else. Gu Wenqing's family, shareholder of Huafeng Group. Hearing Li Jinxiu's introduction, those present who didn't know Gu Wenqing's identity were a bit confused. Who here hasn't heard of the Huafeng Group? That's a well-known real estate company in Magic City. Huafeng Group's business covers real estate development, commercial operation, rental housing, intelligence services, housing rental and sale, etc. As of today, Huafeng Real Estate is valued at nearly $100 billion. Think about it. The four Wang Yanyan people who had long known Gu Wenqing's identity were okay, and he Ryan and Lu Kuan who were present were the most shocked. Being local to Mordor, and the villas they purchased were all developed by Huafeng Group. They knew more about the energy of Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group can be said to be one of the leaders of local real estate in Magic City. This Gu Wenqing's family was actually a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. Oh, my god, that's too scary. The three men present were dumbfounded, especially Lu Kuan. He couldn't believe it was true that Wang Yanyan's boyfriend's family was a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. He had just bragged in front of Wang Yanyan that he had bought a detached villa in Huafeng Group. And, smugly, I think I'm awesome and my family is rich. But how do you know that Wang Yanyan's boyfriend's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Lu Kuan was a bit ashamed. His own family loaned money to buy a mansion villa, but also in front of the goddess Wang Yanyan show superiority. Is Wang Yanyan that bad? Her boyfriend's family are all shareholders in the Huafeng Group. Wouldn't the villas developed by Huafeng Real Estate be at Yanyan Wang's disposal? In contrast to Gu Wenqing, Lu Kuan instantly felt that he was pulling his crotch. At this moment, the superiority in Lu Kuan's heart had long since vanished. Contrast that with Huma Wang's boyfriend. One is simply a clown. Gu Wenqing's appearance gave Lu Kuan a good lesson in what was called disparity. As soon as everyone arrived, the food began to come up one after another. After the food was served, another waiter brought 3 bottles of high-grade red wine and placed them on the table. Mr. Gu, the red wine you want, do you need to open it now? The waiter respectfully asked Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing nodded. He Ruan and Lu Kuan looked at the red wine on the table. Their family is very good conditions, often have access to high consumption. A glance at the value of the red wine. It's over $100,000 a bottle of red wine. And there's still a price for this wine. Lu Kuan clearly remembers that his father once invited important guests to a banquet at the Radisson 5-star hotel, and wanted to beg for a bottle of this red wine as a platinum member, but was politely rejected by the Radisson hotel side. The other party claimed that this valuable red wine Radisson is also extremely rare. Generally Radisson are not for sale. And today, where things are rare, the Radisson Group took out 3 bottles of red wine in one go. The 888 bottles of red wine given to him by his platinum members were so insignificant in front of these 3 precious limited edition bottles of red wine that they just couldn't make it to the stage. Hey! Lu Kuan sighed long and hard, struck by a double blow. In order to chase Wang Yanyan, he had the cheek to come here uninvited. But Wang Yanyan already had a boyfriend and was countless times better than herself. He couldn't stay here any longer and left disoriented. The original birthday girl, Wang Yanyan, was very unhappy with Lu Kuan's uninvited visit, and now that he took the initiative to leave, Wang Yanyan certainly would not stop it. After dinner, the slightly drunk Li Jinxiu did not have enough fun and said she wanted to go upstairs to sing. Everyone is in agreement. The 5-star Radisson Hotel is a 47-story building with 520 rooms offering guests a range of convenient facilities including 5 restaurants and bars, KTV, 10 meeting rooms, a multifunctional grand ballroom, gym, indoor swimming pool and spa, a revolving restaurant and star lounge at the top of the hotel. The birthday girl, Yanyan Wang, hasn't chosen a box yet. The group was led by the waiter to the upstairs KTV area. The box number is 99,999, the Supreme Imperial Box. Ryan has seen a lot of knowledge. No Radisson 5-star hotel. The Supreme Emperor Box is only open for Diamond members. The Imperial Box, with a room count of 999, is never open to the public. What is the meaning of 99,999? 9 to 5. 9 to 5 is said to be the exclusive luxury box for the owner of the Radisson Hotel. At this moment, Ryan's mind was enlightened. No wonder, with a pricey red wine, the Radisson 5-star hotel directly gave Gu Wenqing 3 bottles. It turns out that Gu Wenqing's family owns the Radisson Hotel. Big brother, what a horrible boyfriend Li Jinxiu's roommate got. Before Ruyan also scoffed at Wang Yanyan, thinking that she did not know what to do. Lu Kuan's family is richer than his own family. This Wang Yanyan even looked down on the. It's almost as if he's above his head and has no self-awareness. Now that I think about it, I feel that my previous thoughts could be ridiculous. In front of Wang Yanyan's boyfriend nowadays, Lu Kuan's family is not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. Thinking of this, Ruyan's mind rose to make friends with Gu Wenqing. Maybe by relying on Gu Xiao's introduction, he could get to know more bigwigs of uncommon status. Expanding the connections of the big shots is very important to the company and Ryan Ho's family. Entering the KTV box, Ruyan and Lin Yuanlu's boyfriend frequently toasted Gu Wenqing, especially Ruyan, who had already graduated and was already out of society. His posture was very low in front of Gu Wenqing. When talking to Gu Wenqing, Ruyan was careful to say something that might make Gu Wenqing unhappy. Ruyan, who had stepped out of the ivory tower, was well aware of how bullish Gu Wenqing was. The family is not only a shareholder of the Huafeng Group, but also the owner of the Radisson 5-star hotel. You can imagine how huge the financial power and connections behind it are. It's not comparable to his family at all. Moreover, a top-ranking rich young man like Gu Wenqing played in a circle that was not at all accessible to him, and was definitely not rich or noble. Ruyan's information is backward. Simply do not know that at this time the Huafeng Group already belongs to Gu Wenqing alone. Otherwise his posture in front of Gu Wenqing will only be even lower. Li Jinxiu saw that her usually arrogant boyfriend was like a little follower in front of Gu Wenqing. He kept pouring drinks and lighting cigarettes for Gu Wenqing. She was a bit dissatisfied in her heart. Ruyan looked like a dog's leg, making her lose face, but in the way of Gu Wenqing's status, she couldn't afford to have a seizure. Hey! Li Jinxiu sighed a long breath in her heart and glanced at Wang Yanran, who was leaning on Gu Wenqing in a bird-like manner. Li Jinxiu was even more envious. Not only is the 9 to 5 private room spacious, but the various karaoke equipment is also top of the line. Over time, everyone had a great time as well. Everyone sang. Only the birthday girl, Wang Yanyan, and Gu Wenqing were cuddling in the corner. The 3 girls who were slightly smoky from drinking coaxed Gu Wenqing to sing Lovely Woman. Wang Yanyan also had a blush on her face and an inexplicable expectation in her eyes. Gu Wenqing then sang Lovely Woman again. When the song was done, all 4 girls were lost in song. Compared to Yanyan Wang's recordings, the songs sung live sound many times better. Truly worthy of the name of great talent Gu. It's really so good. Wen Xian's 3 girls' ears are getting pregnant. After singing, Gu Wenqing, with a smile on his face, looked at Wang Yanran in the dim light and said, "This song Lovely Woman is for my sister Wang Yanran, forever 18. Wang Yanyan also looked at her schoolmate fondly, and at this moment she even thought of a name for her child. Until the end, Wang Yanyan's heart was like honey. Today was the happiest day she'd had in 20 years. Wang Yanyan's birthday party is over. Senior sister, what are you giggling about?" Gu Wenqing interrupted Wang Yanran's nymphomania and, "Let's go. It's time to fulfill the promise." "Oh, I'm going to check out first." Wang Yanyan drank some wine. Her face looked like she had smeared blush. A face of pure lust. Eat bully food. No need to buy it. Gu Wenqing pulled Wang Yanyan back into his arms. The group walked out of the Radisson 5-star hotel. At this time, Wen Xian asked, "Yanyan, do you want to go back with us?" Wang Yanyan didn't say anything, and her entire little face was buried in someone's arms. Watching the 2 men with their hormones exploding, Wen Xian understood and sighed slightly in her heart. Remembering the very beginning, She had warned Wang Yanyan not to play with fire. Wang Yanyan was still unimpressed and said that she was not that stupid. The result? It's true what they say. Women in love have zero IQ. The Wang Yanyan who couldn't take advantage of anyone in the past. I'm afraid she'll be taken down by Gu Wenqing today. Wang Yanyan just kept relying on Gu Wenqing, and it seemed that he couldn't bring it back today. But as Wang Yanyan's best friend, Wen Xian didn't want her to make this decision because she had been drinking. In other words, Wen Xian didn't want Wang Yanran to regret tomorrow morning. Wen Xian used her cell phone to send a message to Wang Yanran. Have you made up your mind? Not drunk? Don't be impulsive. Huma. You must think clearly. Panicked. Wang Yanyan, who was snuggled in someone's arms, had her cell phone vibrate. A glance at the screen was a Vmail message sent to her by Wen Xian, who was not far away. Curious, she clicked on it. Seeing the message, something in her heart moved her. Actually, I purposely put my ID in my bag this morning. Showing teeth. When Wen Xian saw this, she knew that her best friend did not make the decision on impulse, so she stopped paying attention to Wang Yanran. Li Jinqiu and Lin Yuanlu both have boyfriends. Wen Xian could only be lonely and call an online taxi on his cell phone. Netflix. Thinking about the fact that all three of her roommates had significant others and she was the only one still alone, there was also a flutter in Wen Xian's heart. It's sophomore year. She hadn't even been in love yet, and suddenly she had some visions of love. Those who leave, stay. It's after 9 o'clock at night and the lights are dim. Wang Yanyan in the shadows. Her skin was white and delicate, and it was set off even more crystal clear in the dim light. Under the light, only to see the good people in the arms, lipstick smeared red, bright Rueli, sweet and coy. Gu Wenqing was amused in his heart. It's not often that a senior sister is coy. Sister Scholar has changed her style today. She was wearing a pure white strapless dress, with her sexy collarbone shadowed, and the dress's bodice was so white that it seemed transparent and slightly reflective, like an angel's wings, but not revealing at all. The hemline of the dress was curved from low to high, elegantly slightly puffed up, revealing the young girl's jade-like white and slender legs. The corner of the skirt was full of starry diamonds, like countless beautiful morning dew. Wearing a white dress, Wang Yanyan seemed like an unassailable fairy. Schoolboy, is it nice? Why are you wearing that today? Because ugly ducklings, too, dream of being fairies. If an ugly duckling looked like you, you'd be quacking. Wang Yanyan gently shook her head and did not speak again. Gu Wenqing gave a look to the Radisson Hotel's security guard. The security guard immediately understood and took the exquisite gift box from the front desk and handed it to Mr. Gu. We really do have a heart-to-heart. The necklace I bought you is a match made in heaven with your schoolmate's white dress. Open it and look at it. Wang Yanyan took the gift from her schoolmate and carefully opened it. Under the moonlight, the diamonds of the Cartier necklace glowed faintly. A perfect match for Yuma Wang. With her starched skirt, Wang Yanran approached Gu Wenqing's ear and gently exhaled hot air in his ear. It's so pretty. You put it on for me. After wearing the Cartier necklace, Wang Yanyan became more and more dynamic. Standing in the moonlight, it seemed like a fairy who had just entered the earth. It made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. This kind of dress-up was the first time he had seen it on his schoolmate. The styles are different, but Wang Yanyan manages them all perfectly. Let's go. Senior sister. Gu Wenqing was a bit impatient. Wait, schoolmate. Wang Yanyan suddenly stopped her footsteps before continuing. I purposely bought a lot of things yet, and put them in the car. Schoolboy and I will go to the garage to get it together. It's guaranteed to be all very much the schoolboy's favorite. The schoolmistress murmured, her face peachy red, and the wine got the better of her. Charming moonlight. You've got me all riled up again. The two came to the garage, and Wang Yanyan raised a bag of clothes in the trunk for outfits, and then she slipped a wooden carved box to Gu Wenqing as she whispered, Nah, you've always been the one to give schoolmates gifts, and today I have a gift for you too. Sister is very poor. Even the Parisian family, Valentino bought high fashion so the gift is shabby, but you cannot be too much schoolbrother. Also, this box can't be looked at right now. I'd be shy. Gu Wenqing responded, Good. Gu Wenqing walked into Radisson. The moon is so beautiful. During the night, spiders repeatedly fell from their webs. Wang Yanyan woke up. She looked at Gu Wenqing next to her. His features were straight and his looks were picturesque, as if he was a man who had stepped out of a cartoon. The domineering president in the novel she reads. The appearance setting referencing her schoolmates is quasi-correct. Wang Yanyan opened her big, beautiful eyes and inquired, Senior, this hotel is also yours? I didn't have to pay for yesterday's meal. Plus the general manager of the hotel was all respectful to my schoolmate. Yes, the schoolboy's family has quite a lot of properties. Wang Yanyan thought about it. Just what she knows. There are 10 sets of storefronts on Huaxi Street. Movie theaters, debonair Western restaurant, shares of Huafeng Group, and this 5-star hotel. Wang Yanyan's stomach rumbled. Think of it, those high leg raises, deep squats, her dance poses are really developed. With a vicious look on her face she said humph. Badass. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat your hotel. Gu Wenqing looked amused. Good-looking schoolmates. Mo fierce. Noon. Gu Wenqing drove the Ferrari back to the school. Gu Wenqing entered the system. Ding. The host unlocks the new title, Long Time in the Field. Reward Tiger Shark Live streaming platform with 1 billion shark fins. Reward Tiger Live platform with 1 billion cat's teeth coins. Strike reward, a security company. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. System prompt finished. Gu Wenqing froze. In addition to security companies, the other two are virtual currencies. What about the pattern of the system? Last time, the reward of $1 billion of Duyun still has more than 900 million bucks to eat. Is this for him to go to the live streaming platform to brush up and be the earthy big brother? Ugh. Gu Wenqing let out a long sigh, and his lost hand slapped on the Parisian family of the co-pilot Wang Yanyan. He also shamelessly touched more. Wang Yanyan gave him a blank look. It's déjà vu all over again. Why do you always like to take pictures of her? After he watched Wang Yanyan walk into the dormitory, the two had a deep friendship. Gu Wenqing could then use the good sense probe. 95%? His hunch was right. Wang Yanyan's favorability was also surprisingly high. That said, 3 girls. At the very beginning, and afterward, only Wang Min's favorability didn't go up to 90. Nowadays, Wang Min's favorability is the highest, directly 100. Until today, the favorability ratings of the 3 towards Gu Wenqing are Wang Min 100, Sumo 99%, Huma Wang 95, 90 to 100 favorability for till death do us part. Meaning, from today onwards, there is one more beautiful person who is faithful to Gu Wenqing until death. Suddenly, I remembered what elder sister said yesterday. High-quality imitations of Balenciaga and Valentino. A genuine Parisienne is a couple $1,000s. Valentino heels are a minimum of 5,000 towards the top. It really is ridiculously expensive for the average college student. However, with her temperament and proud figure, it doesn't matter at all if what she's wearing is authentic or not. It's going to be seductive and striking to look at anyway. Think about it. Gu Wenqing realized that for 3 people, other than knowing that Wang Min was born of divorced parents, he didn't know much about Su Mo and Wang Yanran's family. However, Su Mo and Wang Yanran's family certainly wouldn't be a big rich family either. What is the concept of till death do us part? If the two of them walked down the road and someone shot Gu Wenqing, they would not hesitate to take the bullet for Gu Wenqing, even if they were to die themselves. To him Gu Wenqing is all till death do us part. Gu Wenqing certainly won't be stingy. He transferred some money to his schoolmate through bank transfer. When it comes to material things, one wants the best for all one's women. A security company. This unlocking of a new title is the most rewarding thing the system has to offer. Without a doubt, this is exactly what Gu Wenqing needs. No matter how rich his assets are, he can't hide the fact that he has no one in his hands. Especially dealing with dirty, tiring jobs requires people who are absolutely loyal. Gu Wenqing checks out the rewards. A security company. Huafeng Security Company Limited. With a total of 150 security personnel, all of whom are absolutely loyal to the host. All employees of Huafeng Security Company Limited. The system has implanted permanent loyalty to the host alone. The system is simply horrible as it is. The best part is that Huafeng Security Limited is permanently loyal to him, and that's what counts. And according to the system, these 150 people are all retired from the military, and many are retired from the special forces. Professional when the security personnel. With this team of 150 people, Gu Wenqing was considered to have a real foundation and a firm footing in Magic City. There was no security company under the Huafeng group before. The system directly eliminated the hassle and directly merged the security company into the Huafeng group. Although Gu Wenqing possessed the skill, invincible, a few more people to protect him secretly were also needed. After all, the size is also a rich man worth hundreds of billions of dollars. If you don't have a team to protect yourself, that's a little too low. The girls' dormitory. The usually energetic Yanyan Wang, walking is surprisingly slow today. With a limp, it aroused the curiosity of many familiar girls. A concerned female student asked, "Yan Ya, what happened to you? Did you accidentally fall? The Parisian house is all lassoed, how can you be so careless?" Wang Yanyan's face rose a touch of peach blush, and then calmly responded, "A degree squatting in the gym and exercising my buttocks. I accidentally strained my leg. Does it matter? It's okay, it'll be fine in a couple days." Although the girl was curious as to why she went to the gym and wore black silk high heels, but this was Wang Yanyan's personal matter, so she couldn't continue to ask. For the department flower Wang Yanyan, familiar people know that she is a man's nemesis. So long since no man has taken advantage of her. The girl didn't think much of it and just left. Wang Yanyan slowly and leisurely returned to her dorm room. At this point, none of the 3 people in the dormitory were absent. They all stared at the alien Wang Yanyan with wide eyes. When Qian asked superfluously, "Did you really give it to your schoolmate?" On the side of Li Jinxiu, Lin Yuanlu was also curious. Wang Yanyan bristles and sits gingerly in her chair, smiley face. "How can it be? Do you think I, Wang Yanyan, am that stupid? At most, I'll just let someone take advantage of my hand." When Qian was inexperienced and almost believed it, Li Jinxiu and Lin Yuanlu, as people who had been there before, were filled with questioning looks. This scene of Wang Yanyan's, they could have all experienced it before. Li Jinxiu noticed the necklace around Wang Yanyan's neck. Wang Yanyan used to not wear any jewelry. Li Jinxiu studied luxury goods from time to time, and at a glance, she could tell the difference between the necklace Wang Yanyan was wearing and the ordinary Cartier necklace. Some time ago, Li Jinxiu and her boyfriend shopping has also been to Cartier stores, and finally chose a 20,000 necklace. She was impressed with the one worn by Yanyan Wang, because it was a global limited edition and one of the most expensive styles in the Cartier store. Li Jinxiu even made a point of looking at it more. At the time, she also exclaimed with her boyfriend that I'm afraid that such an expensive necklace was placed by Cartier in the store for people to admire. After all, $3.65 million for a necklace is a bit too much. It's completely beyond Li Jinxiu's knowledge of necklace prices. Beside the excellent family conditions of He Ruian is also a bit shocked. Even if his family assets over 100 million, will not spend $3,650,000 to buy useless necklaces. This is a necklace sold by Cartier. Li Jinxiu covered her mouth in surprise and inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you have one too?" Wang Yanyan was curious. What's so surprising? She recognized the Cartier logo and knew that the necklace that her schoolmate had sent her was from Cartier. But it's not like she's ever had an in-depth understanding of Cartier's styles, so she didn't know the value of this Cartier necklace she was wearing. "No, Huma, you don't understand. The difference between a regular Cartier necklace and a limited edition Cartier necklace is simply huge. The one I'm wearing doesn't even deserve to be compared to the one around your neck." Li Jinxiu took a close look at the necklace and made sure it was the 3 million plus one. Her eyes were all envious. "That's too much to be jealous of." Gulp. Faced with a necklace of over $3 million, Li Jinxiu couldn't help but gulp. The more she looked at it, the better it looked, and it looked better than the one she wore. "No, the one I'm wearing doesn't even deserve to be compared to Yanyan Wang's." After admiring it, Li Jinxiu was filled with envy. "Yanran, I'm afraid you don't know the value of your necklace. This Cartier necklace you're wearing around your neck is limited to 100 pieces worldwide and sells for over $3 million. The exact selling price is $3,650,000. That's more expensive than that Porsche Cayenne of yours." Hearing this, when Qian and Lin Yuanlu's mouths were open in shock, their faces filled with horror. Even Wang Yanyan herself was frightened. What did they hear? $3,650,000 Cartier necklace. They were both terrified. When Qian and Lin Yuanlu stared blankly at Wang Yanran's necklace, envious to death in their hearts. A necklace of over $3 million. That's too extravagant. Huma Wang, the owner of the Cartier necklace, was also surprised, though she always knew Cartier wasn't cheap. "But I never thought that a necklace from a schoolmate could be so expensive." She thought it was about the same price as Li Jinxiu's necklace, not to mention $3 million. She'd think a $20,000 necklace from a schoolmate is very expensive. Froze for half a second. When Qian admired the Cartier necklace with astonishment and envy, and her tone was full of marvel. "It's schoolmate Gu Wenqing who gave it to you, isn't it?" Seeing Wang Yanyan nod her head, Lin Yuanlu was envious and said, "Yanyan, schoolmate is really too good to you." Li Jinxiu also said, "Yes, Senior Gu Wenqing is really generous. The birthday gift for Huma is so heartfelt. Not only is there a song written specifically for Hanya, but there is also a $3 million limited edition Cartier necklace that simply makes us envious to the point of being red in the eyes." This moment, Gu Wenqing's crushing strength made Li Jinxiu unable to raise her jealousy at all anymore. She was filled with nothing but envy. "I envy my roommate, Yanyan Wang, for being able to climb the big tree of Gu Wenqing. Not only is he young and handsome, but his family's wealth is unimaginable." The car Gu Wenqing's schoolmate drove was a $20 million Ferrari Laffa. The license plate was worth hundreds of millions, and the watch he wore was also worth 10 million. What's more, he's not stingy with women. More than 3 million top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne, 3,650,000 Cartier limited necklace. Simply Wang Yanyan as a fairy spoiled. Looking at the necklace worn by Wang Yanyan, the three of them were envious in their hearts. Wang Yanyan looked into the mirror and carefully removed the necklace and put it into the delicate gift box. "Wear it from now on, for the appreciation of the schoolboy alone." Buzz off! Buzz off! A vibration came from the cell phone. It was Gu Wenqing who sent her the recorded Lovely Woman. Wang Yanyan couldn't wait to enjoy the session and then set Lovely Woman as her full ringtone. That way, whether it's the alarm clock or the phone ringing, she can hear the song that her schoolmate wrote for him. Thinking of this, Wang Yanyan's heart was sweet. That's when the cell phone rang. Lovely Woman. Hey mom, what's wrong? What? How is that possible? Snap. Wang Yanyan's cell phone fell to the ground. Wen Qian, who heard the sound of the restroom, ran over to ask, what's wrong with Yanyan? Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory and faced his 3 sons asking him which young lady he was with yesterday. Gu Wenqing answered directly and went home. Huang Zicheng was filled with curiosity. Old Gu, where is your home in Magic City? When you have time you can go to your home to play. Tianyue number 1. Block A, Building 1 inch. Crap. What a coincidence. My classmate's family's property. Huang Zicheng was filled with surprise. Skyjoy 1. Because it's a classmate's property. Huang Zicheng had more or less had an understanding. Tianyue number 1. A large-scale property of Tianyue Group. Except for Area D, which is high-rise with townhomes. Areas A, B, and C are all villa areas. Area C is for townhouses and Area B is for single-family homes of 860 square feet and below. And Area A is a 1,060 square foot single-family home. And one block in Section A is the king of villas. I remember my own cousin's family also specifically went to see the villa of Tianyue number 1. Came back in front of Huang Zicheng a burst of bragging. But the result is that the cousin's family, because the price exceeded the expectations, did not buy Tianyue number 1's villa. Mud. The dog is big. The king of villas in Tianyue number 1. That's your house. Invite me to go and enjoy it when you have time, so that I can blow my bull back in front of my cousin. Huang Zicheng said with a face full of marvel. No one is surprised that Lao Gu lives in a villa. After all, Lao Gu has shown extraordinary wealth. But everyone is still more or less in awe of the king of villas at Tianyue 1. After all, a large villa area. There can only be one villa king. Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong light in the mind YYY down. They live in the villa king life. Are enough to make them excited overnight. And their roommate, Gu Wenqing owns villa king is such a presence. The 3 men were envious to the core. Zheng Xiaohong held up his glasses and said with a lewd look on his face. Huang Zi, that classmate you're talking about, is it a male or female? Huang Zicheng bristled. Male. Why are you going to sell your ass? Zhou Tao laughed on the sidelines and said that Zheng Xiaohong could have this one. Zheng Xiaohong said disdainfully, get lost. I'm not poor enough for this. Huang Zicheng, but he has a sister. Zheng Xiaohong said excitedly, Huang Zi, you'll be my big brother from now on. Zhou Tao was even more direct. Big brother, please accept a bow from little brother. The wood carving box is not large, almost half the size of a shoebox. Gu Wenqing opened it curiously. The top layer was full of pictures of Wang Yanyan secretly taking pictures of him. People who don't have a bad face look good in any photo. I'm sure you'll like it, but I'm not sure if you're going to like it. By the time you see the gift I'll already be a schoolmates. You can't look down on these photos. I hope we'll be together for a long time. Underneath the note, it was full of pictures of Yanyan Wang. Various styles are available, and they were all in Gu Wenqing's favorite style. Gu Wenqing cried and laughed. Gotta! This style of gift-giving is indeed a unique characteristic of schoolmates. Gu Wenqing locked the wooden box and then locked it again in his suitcase. Such, too, could only be appreciated by him alone and by himself. Buzz off. Ong buzz. Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. It was a Vmail message from Sumo. Sumo or boss, what movie do you want to see? Question mark. Gu Wenqing, action movie, I guess. Sumo, are you talking about youth action movies? Skimming, heaven and earth. Gu Wenqing really didn't mess with the colors. Gu Wenqing breathlessly replied. Is that what I am in your mind? Tapping. Sumo mischievous, I don't know what you're talking about, boss, question. And then, Sumo posted a picture. Cat ears is a kind of mo element. Has a very cute charm. Sumo is a cosplay cat ear lady, with the necessary mo element cat ears on her head, and the bell on her neck, can directly attack the heart. Fluffy at first glance let Gu Wenqing want to go to pull the cat ears. Okay, I, Gu Wenqing, am willing to bow to. Niu Tianzi, the vice president of the student council, is very efficient. Go through the list of publicity department members in the backstage of the party. It quickly locked on to the officer in charge of track playback. Niu Tianji led a huge crowd and broke into the man's class, taking Gong Xian out of the classroom to the curious stares of the class. Inside the building, Niu Tianji frowned. I don't need to tell you. You should know the purpose of our search for you. Chairman Bull. I don't understand what you mean. Snap. A resounding slap in the face. Gong Xian's eyes are burning. Put on a brighter move. You're being fucking used and you still don't know it? Gu Wenqing Gu Shao's background you do not know. Ha? Gong Xian covered his face in confusion. His eyes revealed confusion. There are always some people in the school who don't listen to anything outside the window, who live only in their own world and don't pay any attention to the outside world. And Gong Xian is this kind of person. This is also Wang Hongliang's cleverness, using Gong Xian's information lagging behind, in order to earn Gu Wenqing a hand. Otherwise, a smart person would know Gu Wenqing's identity, and would not dare to make small moves against Gu Wenqing. Ha! No tears until you see the coffin. Then you know the strength of my Niu Tianqi. The corners of Niu Tianji's mouth crooked into an exaggerated amplitude, somewhat pretentious. After 3 years in school, Niu Tianji thought to himself that his big name still worked. Gong Xian nodded honestly, the same as the student union members. On the cattle Tianji still have a little understanding. The family assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. Arrogant and domineering people. Gu Wenqing is an existence that even my boss, Niu Tianqi, wouldn't dare to mess with. Mentioning this, Niu Tianqi still had some palpitations in his heart. He calmed down for a moment and continued. Let me put it to you this way. Gu Wenqing's family has assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you want to clean you up, all you need is a look. And there will be countless people like me who will step in to clean you up. To put it bluntly, a little person like you isn't worth Gu Xiao's personal attention, understand? Rumble. Hearing Niu Tianji's words, Gong Xian's entire body was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his entire body was trembling in horror. What? He tripped up the $100 billion Gu Xiao. He's about to piss himself. Wang Hongliang, the Minister of Student Propaganda, is using him. He's trying to kill him, offend the ordinary students. For this little thing at most quarrel, the big deal is to move their hands. As long as the other side dares to make a move, Gong Xian will dare to pick up the car tomorrow. But Niu Tianji cleaned him up. Gong Xian didn't dare to think that way. The person he offended was even more terrifying. But it was the boss of Niu Tianji, a figure that was feared. A wave of dizziness washed over him at the thought. It's just a small thing, but for some big shots who can't get sand in their eyes, a little thing can be a big deal. Especially these rich kids who value face more than life. At the welcome party, everything he did was a bastard thing to make Gu Wenqing lose face. The more he thought about Gong Xian, the more scared he was, and cold sweat dampened his entire body. His legs went weak and he sat paralyzed on the stairwell. Now get this. Honestly, you're not to blame for this. As long as you give up the mastermind Wang Hongliang, to make up for his mistakes, I can let you go. If you are still obsessed, Niu Tianji eyes sternly stared at Gong Xian, put a pass of harsh words. At this moment, Gong Xian has been scared half to death, which still needs the harsh words of Niu Tianji. Gu Wenqing's identity alone is enough for him to drink a pot of water. Gong Xian's tone was trembling. It was Wang Hongliang who instructed me to delete Gu Wenqing's soundtrack, and made me hide all the guitars in the background. He promised to recommend me for head of publicity next semester, and in a moment of haze, I said yes. Snap! Niu Tianji threw another big earful. He said fiercely, Gu Wenqing is not a name you can call out in full. Call me Gu Xiao. You don't know how to show respect. Looking at Gong Xian, who was paralyzed on the ground and already overwhelmed with fear, Niu Tianji orders his 2 dog legs to rack Gong Xian against the wall, and he grins. You can't just talk about it. Everything is about evidence. Give me the proof and I'll make sure you're okay. Coco, I have no proof. Wang Hongliang verbally ordered me to do it. Gong Xian said weakly. Smell. Niu Tianji's frown deepened. Wang Hongliang is a villain. There is no doubt about that. Do some underhanded tricks, all to keep yourself out of it. But without evidence, Niu Tianji was able to violently beat up Wang Hongliang to give Gu Xiao a chance to take out his anger. The result Gu Xiao wanted. Niu Tianji was a bit unsure of what to do. In the end, he simply asked his boss, Lu Yangwei, for Gu Xiao's phone number. Lu Yangwei is also a head of Too Big, where he has in the end, or in his old man to ask for the number, gave Niu Tianji. Hey, Gu Xiao, it's Niu Tianci. Xiao Niu. Niu Tianqi, who had dialed the phone, reported the specifics to Gu Wenqing, and then waited for Gu Wenqing's order. After waiting for half a minute, Gu Wenqing's voice came from the cell phone. Don't want to see him again. Gu Wenqing, who hung up the phone, was expressionless. For those who made trips, Gu Wenqing would definitely always make the other party pay. It was not his style. Gu Wenqing, to be a womanizer. Buzz off. Buzz off. Gu Wenqing's phone rang again. Gu Wenqing pressed the answer button. Mr. Gu, Huafeng Security has sent 7 ace bodyguards on standby to protect your safety. Please instruct Mr. Gu. Across the room came the resounding voice of Huafeng Security's general manager, Zhang Jun. Just hearing his loud and powerful voice, full of energy, made Gu Wenqing have the illusion that Zhang Jun's skill should be extraordinary. Well done. Have them secretly protect me? I'll stop by the office sometime. Roger that. All of Huafeng Security Company's personnel are ready for Mr. Gu's inspection. After hanging up the phone, Gu Wenqing nodded. This GM Zhang has a pretty good work ethic. Gu Wenqing walked into the dormitory from the balcony. Zhou Tao was cheerfully unpacking the delivery. Earlier, the four of them were drinking in TAXX, and Zhang Xiaohong was so drunk that she threw up on Zhou Tao's shoes. After waking up the next day, Zhang Xiaohong patted his chest to ensure that he would never let his brother suffer, and he would definitely give Taozi a beautiful job on this matter of shoes. The courier that Zhou Tao was unpacking is the shoes that Zhang Xiaohong bought online. Zhang Xiaohong in a side coaxing, Taozi, I bought you Nike although not genuine, but I bought 1:1 high imitation. Absolutely better than your 60 a few postal quality. Hearing Zhang Xiaohong say this, Huang Zicheng also stood aside and looked at Zhou Tao who was unwrapping the package. Zhou Tao quickly took out the red and white dual-color Nike shoes. Selling is really good. Enough brother. Zhou Tao gave Zhang Xiaohong a thumbs up. His heart was happy. I thought to myself, I'm not ashamed to say that it's a high-quality imitation. Much more upscale than the ones I bought for $60 or so. And the Nike logo hooks are not crooked. They are the same as the real thing. Huang Zicheng, who was standing behind Zhou Tao, couldn't hold back his laughter and let out a squeal. Zhou Tao frowned and said, what's so funny? Are you laughing at me for wearing bootleg Nike? Huang Zicheng laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and after slowing down for a while, he pointed to the English letters on the shoes. Tao Z, look at what is this pronounced? The English word for Nike is Nike. Zhou Tao took a look. On the spot dumbfounded looking at Nki, Tuchug sell. Amug sell Mike? Ngi? Are you hemp sell flowers? Zhang Xiaohong you fucking buy what shoes? Zhou Tao back to God immediately yelled. It's even more fake than the one I bought. At least mine has the right letters. This one is way off the mark. Honestly, how much did you buy into it? Zhang Xiaohong replied, $98. Zhou Tao frowned, let go of your brood bullshit. Speak human. Really 98? Don't believe me. Look at the purchase record. Zhang Xiaohong took out her phone and opened the app to prove her innocence. Zhou Tao came close to look. It is really 98. Just wanted to say Zhang Xiaohong is the wrongdoer. The result is to see the following line of small words, merchants great benefits. Buy one get one free. Mike's genuine, trustworthy. Zhou Tao's face. A burst of green, a burst of white. I Jiao. 98 also buy one get one free? Zhang Xiaohong and you are incompatible. Gu Wenqing's stomach hurt from laughing at this scene. It's really too funny. Half a dozen times. Gu Wenqing rounded off the scene, by some Hongxing Erk. Anta and so on is not worse than Nike. Not expensive but also wearable. Zhou Tao depressed. Said Zhang Xiaohong quickly go to return this thing. He cannot afford to lose this person. Unlike the cheerfulness of Gu Wenqing's dormitory, Gong Xian on the other side of the room was in tears. He followed Niu Tianji's instructions and sent a text message to Wan Hongliang. Brother Liang, according to what you said Gu Wenqing's performance soundtrack I deleted, and guitars are hidden. Next year's ministerial nomination you cannot forget me Being in the bedroom with a cell phone brush short video Wang Hongliang, a glance at the message sent by Gong. Once he read the message, Wang Hongliang was not happy in his heart. He cursed the other side as a bureaucratic junkie. Little Gong things are done, but the end is not at all pretty. Instead, Gu Wenqing was given the opportunity to show off his superb piano skills, allowing Gu Wenqing to make his pussy-whipped act even more compelling. It doesn't pay for itself. Wang Hongliang replied vaguely, say it again. The minister won't forget you. Wang Hongliang wouldn't know that the sentence he replied to would have serious consequences. Wang Min has been in a foul mood lately. The school's intranet and many people around her are rumoring that she's been adopted by a rich man. It's also rumored to have a nose for it. It started with the school website breaking the news that classical beauty Wang Min was suspected to have received a large bank transfer from her gold master. There were many other students who initially scoffed at the rumor mongers and simply didn't believe in them. After a while, the storm is coming harder. In front of the school, photos of Wang Min getting into a Rolls-Royce Phantom are also circulating wildly on the school's intranet. The photo is a solid one. Shocked countless people at the school. Countless malicious words spewed across the intranet. In front of Wang Min, everyone would at most look at Wang Min with surprise or contempt, not so much as to speak out sarcastically, but it can be different online. Freedom of speech. People, you don't know who I am through the internet. Human malice erupts in the intranet. Wang Min is a green tea whore and a classical goddess? I'll laugh my ass off. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the peak of the traffic jam at the end of the day. On the congested street, a Ferrari Lafa with Shanghai A11111 followed the traffic and exercised slowly. The vehicles exercising on the road also have to have deliberately closed to give way. The supercar Ferrari logo most people recognize, even if there are drivers who do not recognize. But from the cool appearance of the model, as well as the unique license plate Shanghai A11111, so that people cannot go to doubt the value of this car. The green light at the intersection. Gu Wenqing gently kicked the gas. The engines sound like a giant beast roaring. Lava top displacement roar? Behind a group of car owners enviously looking at the Ferrari exhaust emissions. School entrance. At this moment, Suemo was standing at the intersection waiting for Gu Wenqing. She had an appointment to go to the movies with her boss today and her mind was full of anticipation. Long, fine, dark hair fell over her shoulders, and her white face was lightly made up, dressed in a black and white dress with a low bare neckline revealing a sizable flash of snowy white. Especially the half-knee white silk at her feet made the already pale skin look even whiter. In the small amount of time waiting for the boss, there were already so many passing boys who were attracted to her and couldn't help but measure Suemo with their eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice came. Great, wearing a black and white maid dress today. Are you going to a cosplay? Xiao was just outside returning to school when she bumped into her roommate, Suemo, at the gate. I remember that there is no cosplay show in Magic City now, and you don't play this. Honestly, are you going to secretly meet your boss? The city will play Suemo, a burst of exclamation of surprise. Honestly, she wore this one out or relatively shy, all the way to avoid acquaintances, which can think of the final or let acquaintances to bump into, and it's still roommate Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss would be the first to see it, she wouldn't have to wear it so early. To hell with you. I don't give a damn. I'm just curious what he looks like and if he's really as handsome as you say. Go away and don't be a light bulb here. Next time I'll sneak a picture to show you. Xiao, yo, now you know to be shy? Do you know what you look like now? Like a licking dog. Just like your licking dog. Mr. Bai Lin. Sumo has been a bit of a fiend lately. Open mouth is our boss. Daily chat with Xiao also always talk about Gu Wenqing. And what's a woman who pleases a man without a bottom line that isn't a dog licker? Although it's not true that Suemo is a face dog, there's no need to be submissive to men either. The maid's dress that Suemo wore today was more than likely requested by her boss. After buying it, Suemo also tried it on in her dorm room. And cat ear jewelry. Little bells, little tails. Xiao spat in her mind. What's it like? Most of these things were kept in Sumo's bag. To be honest, as a friend, Xiao really didn't want to see Suemo get too deep into the drama. The man who can acquire TAXX must be a rich second generation who is not poor. In case the rich second generation is just playing with Sumo's feelings. If you get tired of it, you can kick it away. What about Sumo? Men eventually get tired of women who are submissive, and the women he can't have are always stirring. In an instant, Xiao brainstormed a lot, and then she said in a serious tone, Fomi, you have to keep an eye out. Don't just focus on your boss. Be careful. Suddenly, came the boy's voice with a magnetic tone, beware of what? Xiao was startled and looked back. I Jiao. Oh, tearing manga man. It's a ridiculous amount of color. Gu Wenqing had arrived long ago, and when he saw Suemo and a girl whispering something in the car, he walked over. Xiao looked at the Ferrari's taillights, and his mind was not calm for a long time. Is this Sumo's boss? This face value. No wonder it can make Suemo, a face dog, become a licking dog. Handsome and golden. She'd be happy to do it. Xiao thought dirtily, I just don't know. Is that aspect powerful or not? The Ferrari was traveling. Master, do you see any difference in me? The co-pilot Sumo put her cat ear jewelry on and cocked her head at her boss. There must be a young girl turning into a woman? Gu Wenqing teased, getting into role-playing so quickly. Sumo's little nose wrinkled, pouted her lips, and said vaguely, look at it, just waiting for the traffic light. Gu Wenqing turned his head to take a closer look at Suemo. Light makeup like a plain face, bright eyes, bright and clear. She looked at herself with a faint smile, her eyes curved like crescent moons, her tiny red lips more distinct from the whiteness of her skin, her pouting mouth without lipstick. Gu Wenqing said, you're not wearing lipstick. Suemo giggled, her curved eyes beautiful. Yeah, I purposely didn't paint it. At the sound, Gu Wenqing understood. That's when the green lights up. Gu Wenqing kicked the gas, and the feeling of pushing back hit him. Take the cat-eared headdress that Sumo is wearing and shake it gently. Fluffy at first glance let Gu Wenqing want to go to pull the cat ears. There's one to say. Sumo's eyes were really good looking and curved like a crescent moon when she smiled. It's on par with Levenhoen's good looking eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul, and they are very attractive with just their eyes. Gu Wenqing himself owns 2 international cinemas in Magic City. Suemo removed the bells around her neck, with the cat ear jewelry, and put them in her bag. Neither of them were hungry yet, so they just went to the movies first. It was 7 o'clock when I arrived at the international cinema. At this time, it was the busiest time in the shopping district, with huge crowds. The Magic City International Cinema was also packed. Waiting in the lobby, many of the patrons had bought movie tickets and were waiting for their favorite movie to start. The receptionist lady at the door recognized the boss at a glance and respectfully said, Good evening, Mr. Gu. Gu Wenqing nodded slightly, then inquired, "Is there any more in the VIP hall?" "Yes, Mr. Gu. I'll arrange it for you right away." Movie theater employees lead the way. Gu Wenqing and Sumo followed behind. Sumo curiously surveyed, "International cinema. There are 2 whole floors. 5 and 6 floors are all the area of the movie theater. And the decoration is also magnificent atmosphere, killing all the movie theaters Sumo has been to before. Other movie theaters, when compared to international cinema, are not even close. After all, the system rewarded, Magic City International Cinema, is currently the largest area in Magic City, has the most screening halls, has the largest seating capacity of the 5-star luxury cinema, but also currently one of the most luxurious movie theaters in China. Seeing that the employees of the studio were very respectful to Gu Wenqing, Sumo's blinking eyes were full of curiosity. "Boss, is this also your property? Don't you want to see a movie?" "Solely I'll acquire the movie theater." Gu Wenqing stroked her cat ears. "Humph, liar. Such an inferior lie." Sumo would certainly not believe it. But what girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? Even if you know it's coaxing, still heart is as sweet as honey. Gu Wenqing is definitely a package deal to see a movie in his own studio. The employees also understood and knew to turn off the cameras in the VIP room that Mr. Gu had chartered. It's more convenient. And the owner concentrates on the movie, looking at Sumo, whose face value was not bad. The employees of the studio worshipped Mr. Gu to the extreme in their hearts. The boss came to see 2 movies with different female companions. The value of the face are sunk. They can't imagine how happy the boss is. VIP hall. Within the immense and incomparable space, there was only Gu Wenqing and Sumo. On the screen, a movie was playing. Sumo was dressed as a good cat-eared lady, and said "master" in every breath. Such a good view. Who's going to watch a movie properly? Gu Wenqing admired Sumo's outfit, and then the corners of his mouth turned up and he wrapped his arms directly around the thin waist. The movie continues to play. The atmosphere is set to perfection. Love is strong when it's deep. A long time to watch a movie. Walk out of the VIP lounge. Just heard someone making a scene. A man's exasperated voice echoed down the hall, before Gu Wenqing could approach. Snap. Fuck. Did I give you face? Explain to me why I don't have a VIP lobby anymore? The female employee of the studio covered her face and suppressed the sound of her crying. The employees of the studio, on the other hand, dared not speak out in anger at this time. The one who did the hitting was called Yan Shangbin, who was a valued guest of the former owner of the studio. Yan Shangbin's family is very rich, with assets of over $10 billion. He often comes to the movies with a group of rich kids who drive luxury cars, and every time he packs the VIP room. When the previous owner, there were 2 VIP halls in the studio, one of which was dedicated to receiving only Yan Shangbin. Believe it or not, I'll tell you to get lost. Damn it, can't you remember my face? Didn't your boss tell you? There's a VIP hall that's exclusive to me? I think you're fucking looking for a fight. After Yan Shangbin finished speaking, he directly slapped the girl employee again. The female employee was scared silly and just stayed and waited to be beaten. Snap. A resounding sound. The female employee of the studio is intact, and Yan Shangbin was hit by a sudden slap in the face. Dizziness, nosebleed straight. Yan Shangbin was stunned. He looked at Gu Wenqing dumbfounded, not expecting him to dare to hit himself. Fuck. How dare you fucking hit Yan Shangbin? Hitting my brother? Are you tired of living? Brothers fuck him. A group of rich second generation saw Yan Shangbin being beaten and staggeringly shouted, "This kid in front of me, with a girl, he dares to meddle? Wouldn't they be incompetent if they didn't bleed him a little bit today?" A dozen or so rich kids, angrily clamoring to make Gu Wenqing look good. At this time, dang, 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 there was a violent sound of the floor rubbing and vibrating. A dozen rich kids turned to look. The eyes are caused by the eyes. In an instant 7 stout men came up surrounded, tall and strong, with powerful arms, a steady gait, and a frame so burly that it seemed like a wall. 7 burly men with uniforms and uniform glares in their eyes, as if they were going to eat them alive. 7 burly men surrounded a dozen rich kids. That's right, 7 big men surrounded the rich kids who outnumbered them, like 7 wolves, rounding up a dozen shivering sheep. The 7 bodyguards from Huafeng Security Company had been secretly protecting Gu Wenqing. As Gu Wenqing entered the VIP hall to watch the movie, they waited quietly in the waiting hall of the studio. When there was danger, they were also the first to protect Gu Wenqing's safety. In the face of the aggressive bodyguards, the rich young men who had just clamored to make Gu Wenqing look good were all mute. Yan Shangbin's group of people smelled of alcohol, and it looked like they had drunk too much. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and ordered the bodyguards, "Blast them all out." A group of rich kids with gloomy faces. The other party had bodyguards with them, either rich or famous. None of them dared to be arrogant anymore, and were undecided. Yan Shangbin, who slowed down, said, What are your qualifications to let my old man out? I'm a platinum member here, and I still have a balance of over $1 million on my card. What gives you the right to blow us out? You think you're great because you have bodyguards? I'm acquainted with the boss of the studio. Believe it or not, I'll blow you all out with a word. Yan Shangbin wiped the bloodstains on his face, stared menacingly at Gu Wenqing, and said in a threatening tone, "You thought you hit me, that you can just walk away?" Gu Wenqing sneered, "Return his card," and returned the full balance of his card. "By the way, manager, remember to deduct 200,000 cash from him as compensation for the beating. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for an incense burner." Slapped in front of everyone. Yan Shangbin couldn't swallow this breath. Besides, there are so many little ones behind us watching. If Yan Shangbin leaves in disgrace, how can he still mix in the circle? The crowd watching was growing, and it was Gu Wenqing who had the most to lose from a clash here. He's not a bad guy, but he has to consider the feelings of the theater patrons. A cold smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. "I'll be waiting for you today. Let's see if you have the ability to beat me." And then, Gu Wenqing waved his hand, "Take the people and go out to settle it." Soon, under the eyes of the bodyguards that seemed to want to eat people, Yan Shangbin and his group were obediently driven out of the Magic City International Cinema. Some of the people waiting to see the movie at the theater, seeing this, gathered in twos and threes and said, "It looks like that young man is the new boss of the studio. He has bodyguards with him, so his background is definitely not simple, and I'm afraid that those dozen youngsters will have to suffer." The strength of being able to acquire Magic City International Cinema cannot be underestimated. Cleaned up only good. Just now those rich second generation staggering. Look at the annoying mud and beating up a studio employee. If I were the owner of the studio, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Some people heard these words and knew that Yan Shangbin, they have a different point of view and speak out. "I'm afraid the owner of the studio is in big trouble today." Yeah, that group of people are all members of the SSCC, and their family backgrounds are not weak, especially Yan Shangbin, who was beaten up. His family has assets of $10 billion. A veritable top-tier rich second generation. The owner of the studio is in big trouble. Once they heard that Yan Shangbin and the others were members of the SSCC, everyone was silent. "We all still hear something about SSCC. SSCC is the Magic City Supercar Club, and its members are all rich and famous. The minimum requirement for SSCC membership application is to have owned at least one European sports car over $1 million. SSCC club members' cars range from the most entry-level Porsche 911 by comparison. The Bugatti Veyron, which costs tens of millions of dollars, is included, and some of the more popular supercars, such as Ferrari and Lamborghini, are even more numerous." The young owner of the studio, who had messed with a dozen or so SSCC members at once, had definitely had bloody bad luck. LOL. For the sake of a female employee, staged a heavenly trouble. I do not know whether to say that the boss is stupid, or brave. Fuck nigga. I'll call someone to get you killed. Did you know SSCC? You're in big trouble. Mud. Believe it or not, I'll shut your studio down? The rich kids who were pushed and shoved into the shopping street screamed. The wind blew when the wine sobered up. They feel like they can do it again, but they do have arrogant capital. Among the dozen or so people, the worst of the family had tens of millions of dollars in assets, and usually when they walked out to have fun, they were usually surrounded by people's presence. Never have I been in such a mess as today. The bodyguards wouldn't do anything without the boss giving the word. After all, these dozen or so people looked like they came from a good place. The bodyguard wasn't afraid of these little mongrels. He just didn't want to get his boss in trouble that he shouldn't be in. Gu Wenqing said indifferently, "If you push Lai Lai any further, all of you will be beaten to break your legs. Whoever breaks a leg will be rewarded $100,000. I, Gu Wenqing, will take the blame if anything goes wrong." The moment Gu Wenqing's words came out, the scene was instantly quiet. The 7 bodyguards had a fierce aura coming out of their bodies. Hearing Mr. Gu personally speak, a wave of blood rushed straight to their heads. Nothing else. Mr. Gu is bullish. Simply too domineering. With Mr. Gu's order, the 7 bodyguards wouldn't be half-hearted, counting 15 people, 30 legs, all broken. That's $3 million. Not only exercising the duty of a bodyguard, but also making money. The rich kids, they're getting mad. The teenager in front of them was just like a terrorist, breaking people's legs at the drop of a hat, and they all dared not insult them anymore. They had no doubt that Gu Wenqing dared to do so. Even the name of SSCC doesn't matter anymore? Is this teenager a human tiger? Or is he really a bully? At this moment, there was no bottom in their hearts. The bodyguards don't take kindly to that. "You think we're okay if we don't talk?" The bodyguard had a clear memory of the few people who had exited and insulted Mr. Gu. Singled out the guys. "Swing your arm round and it's a big ear slap. Snap, snap, snap." tiger back and waist of the bodyguard strength of his great. A big slap directly called them planted on the ground. More teeth were knocked out a few. The rich kids who had insulted Gu Wenqing planted themselves on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Yan Shangbin has already called for someone. He was not afraid that Gu Wenqing would run away. And he could not run away from the monk. But not from the temple. The conflict had escalated. And that was something Yan Shangbin was happy to see. That way a group of them can hold together better. Yan Shangbin laughed out loud and opened his mouth. They are all SSCC members. You have offended all of them at once. I'm afraid it's very difficult to make peace today. The rich kids at SSCC aren't scary. It's the energy behind them that's scary. I'm sorry. Yan Xiao, it's all my fault, the female employee said warily. Sorry? Sorry is useless. So many of us from SSCC were beaten up. And a word of sorry is all it takes? Yan Shangbin snapped. He glanced at the silent Gu Wenqing, thinking that he was afraid. And after, Yan Shangbin viciously chided. First kneel down and apologize. Slap yourself 100 times. And I'll think about it. Looking at the female employee is about to kneel down to fan her own. Yan Shangbin heart sneers. So naive. You really think it's going to be that easy? Next to him, Gu Wenqing gave a look. The bouncer intended to do so. And with one hand he lifted the female employee who was about to kneel. As a boss, I will definitely seek justice for my employees. In any other employee's place, I would have done the same, said Gu Wenqing slowly. The light words moved the female employee to tears. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and had a bodyguard send the female employee back to the studio. SSCC? I'm really quite looking forward to touching base with you guys. Gu Wenqing spoke faintly. In my Gu Wenqing's dictionary, there is no such word as fear. Gu Wenqing walked up and gently patted Yan Shangbin's face, saying slowly word by word. Being lightly slapped in the face a few times is more humiliating to Yan Shangbin than that heavy slap just now. Feeling violently insulted, Yan Shangbin was furious and going crazy. Yan Shangbin clenched his teeth in anger. Wait a little longer. I'm going to make you kneel on the ground and live like hell later. The bouncer who brought the female employee back brought a couch. Gu Wenqing, with a big brotherly demeanor, sat on the sofa and waited quietly, waiting for Yan Shangbin to call for help, also waiting for security from Wafeng Group. Gu Wenqing wanted to see what this group of big-name SSCC rich kids could do. Yan Shangbin made the call in less than half an hour. A roar of sports cars came from the garage road across Commercial Street. Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Ferrari, McLaren. Usually the road is not often encountered supercars. At this time do not want money like one after another parked in the garage roadside. Next to the supercar, there were a dozen nanny vans. As soon as the nanny van opened, over 100 security personnel descended from the vehicle in great numbers. Led by the rich second generation, more than 100 people aggressively walked towards Gu Wenqing. Wang Hao, the vice president of SSCC Magic City Ultra Racing Club, walked up and saw the distinctive Gu Wenqing from a long way away. Of the two groups of people who clashed, most of them were standing, and there were also trips to the ground. But Gu Wenqing was the only one who sat on the sofa with his legs crossed in an imposing manner. The cigarette butt in Gu Wenqing's hand was exceptionally bright in the dark night. The firelight, like a tiny lone boat in a vast sea. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose with disdain. A single spark? How dare you start a prairie fire? Wang Hao led a group of people to the opposite side of Gu Wenqing. Wang Hao kept his eyes on Gu Wenqing and said, Who's in charge? Do you know who you hit? Gu Wenqing, SSCC. Knowing that you are still so arrogant? After beating up our SSCC members, you still dare to smoke here in style? Looks like you don't have a small background either. Wang Hao swept a glance at the bodyguard beside Gu Wenqing. Each of the 7 bodyguards was like a dragon. So it was no wonder the dozen or so members didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that Gu Wenqing was not an idle person either. Wang Hao said sorrowfully, What are you? What am I? Gu Wenqing took a drag on his cigarette and slowly said, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Gu Wenqing's answer. The room was in an uproar. Especially the group of people led by Wang Hao. Their eyes looked at Gu Wenqing as if looking at a madman. Cocky enough, it's very bossy, but arrogance also requires strength. Everyone's face showed a touch of cruelty. Pretending without strength would only become a tragedy. The members of SSCC could clearly know the strength of Wang Hao. SSCC Vice President Wang Hao, a top-ranking rich kid whose family is in real estate, lives in a big villa with more than $1 billion, owns a Rolls-Royce, a limited edition Ferrari 599 GTO, a Lamborghini LP 700, Lamborghini SVJ, Porsche 911, Bentley Continental GT, Mercedes SLS AMG, Nissan GTR, Ferrari Rafa and more. In the SSCC club, Vice President Wang Hao was definitely the top of the line. The moment, everyone looked at Gu Wenqing, who had spoken out of turn, and their eyes were filled with silence. Poor rich kid, you have no idea what kind of existence you're messing with. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao laughed angrily when he heard this. I can't afford it? You're the only one, kid. Although Wang Hao's surface is an overbearing posture, but his heart is really a little bottomless. After all, Gu Wenqing calm really scary, but in front of a group of SSCC members, he certainly wouldn't show his cowardice. Wang Hao played it just right, making all the SSCC members think he would get the scene back. A group of SSCC members behind him, arrogantly said, ha ha ha, Gu Xiao. Hearing Lu Yangwei address the teenager, the SSCC members were a bit dumbfounded. Did they hear right? Lu Yangwei and his group actually called the opposite teenager Gu Xiao? Even SSCC's vice president Wang Hao was a bit surprised. This pussy Lu Yangwei has always been eye candy at SSCC. If the SSCC member's family didn't have a few $1 billion in assets, Lu Yangwei wouldn't even bother with people, especially Yan Shangbin, who looked at Lu Yangwei with a face full of mischief. Lu Yangwei and Jin Yi, the bunch of pushovers they are, eating out of the palm of their hands? Lu Yangwei frowned, glared at Yan Shangbin, and spoke in a shocking manner. Why aren't you convinced? Is Xiaogu not an existence you can mess with? Lu Yangwei several people, without hesitation, walked behind Gu Wenqing and stood on the opposite side of the SSCC. Before Wang Hao could get angry, Zheng Jihong also stood out. Gu Xiao, long time no see. Zheng Jihong also stood behind Gu Wenqing. Lu Yangwei had already surprised the crowd by standing up to Gu Wenqing with his little brother. Unexpectedly, the usually svelte Zheng Jihong also supported the other side despite his status as a member of the SSCC. Wow, the SSCC members who saw the scene were in an uproar. I'll go. It looks like the other party is a hard opponent. Even Lu Yangwei and the others are willing to give up their SSCC membership and offend SSCC in turn. SSCC membership is certainly hard to put a value on. For a few people SSCC membership is worthless. But for rich kids SSCC membership is a status symbol. Today SSCC is no longer simply a supercar club. It is now the high society of the Magic City. We can not only play together, but also talk about business together. Mutual advantage and benefit. Mutual promotion. Giving the family business resources to help each other in a win-win situation. This is a lot of rich people. Rich second generation rack their brains want to enter the circle. Lu Yangwei they said to give up just give up. Lu Yangwei and the others saw the surprised eyes of the SSCC members. They didn't bother to explain. What kind of existence is Gu Wenqing? One person is in sole control of the Huafeng Group with hundreds of billions of assets. 30 billion to get the king of land. More than 90 billion of Huafeng Group was acquired by him overnight. This kind of terrifying existence could not be compared to this group of straw men from SSCC. To put it bluntly, in front of Gu Xiao, the entire SSCC may be the president and vice president Wang Hao qualified to arm wrestle with Gu Wenqing. Others in front of Gu Wenqing is like a mole cricket. Seeing the SSCC members dueling, Wang Hao's face turned green for a while and white for a while. There was a half-dozen moments of silence. Wang Hao spoke up and said, brother, no matter how powerful you are, it should always be your fault for hitting someone. I don't want to see the conflict today. Since you are acquainted with Lu Yangwei and the others, and are half friends with us at SSCC, you should always be the one to settle this matter of beating people. When faced with a small person, Wang Hao would simply clean up by crushing them. Gu Wenqing can be more tricky. Wang Hao will not be brainless on the fight. The scene is evenly matched. We can completely sit down and talk. Both have the strength to do so. The jungle is not about fighting and killing. The jungle is about people. Although Gu Wenqing was ready to go toe-to-toe with SSCC, it was still time to speak clearly. Gu Wenqing pointed at Yan Shangbin and said indifferently, first of all, he was the one who started the trouble by hitting my employee first. If you SSCC are all such a bunch of bullies, I don't think the SSCC club in Magic City even needs to exist. Smell. Wang Hao's anger had overflowed and his entire face was distorted. He wasn't shaken by Gu Wenqing's words. Rather, it was Yan Shangbin's deception. Wang Hao was full of anger. Didn't you say on the phone that you were beaten up for no reason while watching a movie? How exactly did the incident start? You'd better say it clearly, or else take the consequences. Facing Wang Hao's questioning, Yan Shangbin was filled with panic. Seeing Yan Shangbin's appearance, Wang Hao already knew the answer. Ha ha, good, very good. Wang Hao laughed angrily. Because of one of your lies, we at SSCC sent hundreds of people to back you up, and in the end, it was you who started the trouble in the first place? From this moment on, you, Yan Shangbin, are no longer a member of the SSCC club, so behave yourself in the future. After the matter is clear, SSCC Vice President Wang Hao is not stupid. The fault is on their side how to take sides. Plus, Gu Wenqing's background was also horrible, and he didn't want to offend Gu Wenqing, so he led the crowd and was about to leave. At this point, dozens of nanny vans wind up. The bodyguards from Huafeng Security arrived. A group of tiger-backed bodyguards equipped with rubber truncheons, helmets, leather boots, round riot shields, stab-proof undershirts. More than 100 people tigerishly surrounded all of Wang Hao and the others. Zhang Jun, the general manager of Huafeng Group's security company, was already sweating profusely because of his haste. General Manager Gu, we're late. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and didn't blame. Huafeng Security Company is more than an hour away from here. The bodyguards only used 30 minutes to arrive. Has proved their excellence. Security is also a person, not God. How could Gu Wenqing blame them? Mr. Gu, what does this mean? Looking at the heavily armed 100 or so people, Wang Hao pretended to be calm and inquired. In fact, he's so scared. His feet are weak. Visiting the SSCC Magic City Supercar Club? Wang Hao undoubtedly valued Gu Wenqing's energy and wanted to pull him into the club. To be honest, Gu Wenqing couldn't raise any interest in the SSCC Club at all. In his opinion, SSCC is a gathering place for a group of rich kids to spend time and have fun. Though SSCC can also be a business mutual for a win-win situation. But how much wealth is in the hands of a bunch of rich kids? Even if someone's family has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, it's already considered excellent for a rich kid to be in charge of his family's $1 billion in assets. Gu Wenqing, who was in charge of hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, was many notches above the level of this group of rich second generation. There was also the benefit of befriending their elders and such through SSCC. But Gu Wenqing didn't give a damn. To be honest, Gu Wenqing's Huafeng real estate status in the Magic City was not low. And it was also the elders of the rich second generation who wanted to befriend him, rather than Gu Wenqing putting his posture down to befriend others. With Gu Wenqing's worth nowadays, he could almost be said to be a top-notch existence in Magic City. What's the concept of $100 billion in assets? Follow the list of the top 10 richest people in the Magic City in 2022. First place goes to Huang Chang of Pinyin, with a fortune of $197.2 billion. The second place is Yu Rinrong of Weir, with a fortune of 100 million yuan. And everyone knows the founder of Meklam Tour, Kai Hao Yu, www.uxs.org, ranked 6th in the Magic City Tycoon. Of course, that's just the data that came to light in the media. After all, the Magic City is full of bigwigs. Many powerful bigwigs simply don't look at the rich list. For example, Lin Hongtian, the former chairman of Huafeng Group, had a notable fortune but did not make it to the rich list. It is evident that the Magic City rich list, too, is just the tip of the iceberg. Many really rich people don't expose their assets at all. As for any hidden families, Gu Wenqing could only smile. In China, there may be families with a long heritage, but there are certainly no hidden families. Only the red-in generation. Things are settling down. Wang Hao fled in a sorry state with a group of people from SSCC. Lu Yangwei's eyes swept over the SSCC members who had messed with Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, what about them? The group was full of small-time characters who were more than good enough for the job. Only to Yan Shangbin, Lu Yangwei was still very scrupulous. After all, Yan Shangbin's family assets are not bad. It is simply not something that Lu Yangwei can provoke. Yan Shangbin, who is arrogant in SSCC, also often offends him, and several times he has made Lu Yangwei hate his teeth. Hearing Lu Yangwei's words, a few of them bent their legs in fear and were close to kneeling on the ground. Yangwei, my brothers didn't play poorly with you at SSCC Club. Don't drive them to extinction. They are truly intimidated. Their position in SSCC is not even as good as Lu Yangwei, but the person they offended was an existence that even Lu Yangwei had to respect. Moreover, the black pressurized piece of heavily armed bodyguards in front of them is undoubtedly to tell them, the new boss of Magic City International Cinema is a wolf exterminator. Yan Shangbin simply killed them. One word from the other side and not only would they themselves suffer, but they would also involve their own father. All those who didn't speak out of turn were let go. The others slapped themselves 100 times. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, the few SSCC members among them who hadn't ranted and raved breathed a sigh of relief and said something about Gu Xiao's generosity and gratitude before running away in disgrace. The 5 people who had spoken out of turn were now trembling, and then began to slap themselves. SSCC's Vice President Wang Hao didn't even dare to get tough with Gu Wenqing, let alone them. They slapped themselves as hard as they could, reporting the number as they did so, and soon the faces of the 5 were swollen, and their noses and corners of their mouths were covered with blood. But they didn't dare to stop until they had slapped them 100 times. You come here. Gu Wenqing, who was sitting still, pointed at Yan Shangbin. Yan Shangbin's entire body was already on the verge of collapse. He walked to Gu Wenqing's front with a frightened heart and plopped down on the ground. Gu Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. Facing, the tiger eyeing more than 100 bodyguards, he was really scared. Although Yan Shangbin was scared half to death by a group of heavily armed bodyguards, he was still unconvinced in his heart. Yan Shangbin thought in his heart, A good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand. And it is not too late to deal with Gu Wenqing after figuring out his bottom line. Which hand just hit the man? Hearing this, how could Yan Shangbin not understand? He was straight up scared with tears and snot smeared all over his face. Left hand. Gu Wenqing looked down from above. Huh? No, it's the right hand. Why do I remember it was two hands? Gu Wenqing revealed a touch of mockery. Not waiting for Yan Shangbin to react, two bodyguards with rubber truncheons pressed Yan Shangbin's hands to the ground. With Yan Shangbin's face full of panic, the rubber truncheon struck him hard on both hands. In the darkness of the night, Yan Shangbin's heartbreaking cries resounded. Looking at Yan Shangbin's fractured hands, Gu Wenqing's heart also skipped a beat. It was the first time he'd ever handled things so bloody well. Although she felt a bit cruel, Gu Wenqing would never be a womanizer. If he didn't have the strength, the one kneeling on the ground today with his hands broken would be him. Gu Wenqing has no doubt that Yan Shangbin will do this. That's the way the world is. The weak are the strong. Yan Shangbin was appalled. He's not dreaming, is he? Flyer properties worth more than $10 billion? The teenager in front of him couldn't possibly bankrupt his family's Feiyang real estate even if he was a bully. Could he? Even the 5 SSCC members who had slapped themselves, their swollen eyes stared in disbelief. All of them in the group were honored by Yan Shangbin. If the teenager in front of him could easily clean up Feiyang real estate, how terrifyingly big of a person would he be? No wonder. How can a character that even a prick like Liu Yangwei has to curry favor with be a generalist? I'm afraid he's the same as the president of the SSCC club, an existence they need to look up to. Feiyang real estate? Gu Wenqing frowned. The feud with Yan Shangbin has been made, and it is not ruled out that the old one who hit the young one will come. Being in the same real estate industry, Yan Shangbin's father definitely knew Gu Wenqing's strength. It may not move on the surface, but there should be no shortage of small moves in the dark. Anyone who can mix $10 billion in assets is not a good person. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to hurt. He beat Yan Shangbin so badly. If Yan Shangbin's father didn't say anything, it would be the most terrible. After all, mad dogs that bite don't usually bark. Gu Wenqing is convinced that it is better to kill 1,000 mistakes than to let one go. As the saying goes, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Surprisingly, they have already formed a feud and are looking for an opportunity to uproot them directly. Think long and hard first. Let the security company secretly probe the bottom first. Gu Wenqing thought in his heart. Liu Yangwei and the others looked at the man who had been sitting blandly on the chair from the beginning to the end, especially when they saw the girl who was obediently standing behind Gu Xiao. It's TAXXX beauty marketing. F***CK. She had climbed up to Gu Xiao. It was like her ancestors' graves were smoking. Niu Tianji and others are also very envious of Gu Wenqing. Whether it is in front of Sumo or Wang Yanyan, the face value is an excellent beauty, which cannot be met. It's really worthy of Gu Xiao. Even the chicks they pick up aren't comparable to the sultry goods around them. Only after witnessing all the people slapped, did Gu Wenqing turn around and walk towards the studio. The heavily armed bodyguards also left one after another. As for Yan Shangbin, who was rolling on the ground in pain, his companion also called the emergency services. Back to the studios. The female employee who had been waiting for a long time was grateful. Mr. Gu. Thank you. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. There is no need to thank. As a boss cannot possibly sit back and watch employees being innocently beaten. Gu Wenqing then had all the studio employees meet. Gu Wenqing told everyone, in the future, encounter this kind of thing, have reason, do not wimp out. Out of the matter he Gu Wenqing take responsibility. After tonight's events, the entire staff of the studio worshipped Gu Wenqing to the extreme. They all definitely embrace bosses who treat their employees well. Many of the girls, their eyes just kept on Gu Wenqing. They all admired Gu Wenqing. Previously, they were not less harassed and bullied by Yan Shangbin, but they dared to be angry. After all, the previous bosses were all in awe of Yan Shangbin. Yan Shangbin, who was respected by his former boss, was cleaned up, so it was a big surprise. Gu Xiao, I've got my hands on Wang Honglian's evidence, and when public opinion festers, it won't be long before he definitely won't be able to stay in school, Niu Tianji said. Gu Wenqing nodded his head. For a small person like Wang Honglian was not worth his concern at all. On the contrary, Yan Shangbin, who clashed today, must beware and find the right opportunity to clean up Feiyang real estate. Gu Xiao, I take the liberty of asking about our family's cooperation. It won't die for a while, Gu Wenqing said. Niu Tianji and Genius family has over 100 million in assets, and the old capital can still be eaten for a while. Watching Gu Xiao leave in stride, Jin Yi and Niu Tianji's hearts are not in the right place. It seems that eliminating the gap in Gu Xiao's heart will take a long time. I hope the company at home must hold up. Gu Wenqing, who left, burst into a sneer. How long has it just been since the blockade began? Niu Tianxi and Jinya's father is not yet at the end of the mountain. Strike the snake 7 inches. Gu Xiao, you haven't left yet? Gu Wenqing stopped to inquire. Zhang Jihong said, I've been waiting here for Gu Xiao. What is it? The president of SSCC wants to invite you to a party. Gu Wenqing smiled and asked, is your chairman so sure I'll be there? Our president said that as long as you mention that the president is the chairman of the Tianyue group, you will absolutely go? Chairman of the Tianyue group? The group that gave him a 30% discount on Villa King? A 70% discount on the villa gave Gu Wenqing a discount of over $90 million. A mere $90 million or so, and you want Gu Wenqing to listen to him? Are you underestimating me? Gu Wenqing. Or does Chairman Tianyue think he has a big face? Although the market capitalization of Tianyue Group is higher than that of Huafeng Group. So what? Reply to your chairman for me. Tell him to come to Huafeng Group to buy a suite and I'll give him a 50% discount. Gu Wenqing finished speaking and left without looking back. Park the Ferrari on the side of the road. Let's go and see what some snacks are, Gu Wenqing said as he closed the car door. Aha! Suemo nodded her little head and got out of the car as well. A valuable Ferrari sports car, parked on the side of the school road. It had attracted a lot of spectators early on. As soon as Suemo got off the bus, it was even more many people whispering. Neither Gu Wenqing nor Suemo would care about this. There are many girls on the roadside who are dying of envy for Suemo, a handsome man, and in a Ferrari, young and rich. Who can't be envious? Ha! At this moment, it just so happened that a girl came out of the school and saw Suemo coming down from the luxury sports car Ferrari. Wow! Sumo, is this your boyfriend? The girl asked in awe. The tone of his voice was full of astonishment and envy. Gu Wenqing took a look at the girl. The long is very good. Is TNT? Sumo smiled and said, yes. Hearing the affirmative answer, the girl got a bit of a ghostly look in her eyes. Such a high-quality man was met by Suemo first. Are you guys having a late-night snack too? Bring me alone. Will you? My treat. I'm too bored to eat alone. The girl pouted and said, but her eyes seemed to drift towards Gu Wenqing. The way the girl spoke was very soft and gentle, but it always gave Gu Wenqing a whiny feeling. No. You have too many whats. We need to enjoy the world for two. Suemo skimmed her mouth and refused. Small sample. TNT. One pout and I know what kind of fart you're going to make. Suemo took Gu Wenqing on her arm and left, paying no attention to the tea lady. Yu Han didn't leave either, smilingly following behind Suemo. Gu Wenqing looked funny. He would like to see how Suemo deal with this green tea. Suemo came to a barbecue stand and asked Gu Wenqing what he loved to eat. Gu Wenqing said meat. When Yu Han, who was on the sidelines, heard that, he took a lot of meat skewers. Yu Han handed the meat skewer to the owner, pointed at Gu Wenqing and said, I'll treat that little brothers. Sumo's good-looking eyes narrowed slightly. He's my man. Do I need you to give an order? Yu Han cheerfully said. No little brother said he likes to eat meat. Then it's not your turn to treat. Boss, this girl's order can't be given to us. If she doesn't eat it herself, you can just throw it away. Suemo was a bit exasperated. This green tea is shameless, flirting with her own man in front of her. What's more, this Yu Han was familiar to her. Not only were they in the same class, but they also shared the same dorm room. Yu Han smiled gently. Oh, it's a pity to throw it away. I can eat it myself. Kitty Sumo was about to blow up. No matter what she said, Yu Han went against the grain. It was as if each of Sumo's punches were smashed on cotton. After ordering the food, Sumo said she wanted milk. There was nothing on top of the barbecue stand, so she thought about going to the supermarket next door to buy it. But then she thought of the leering tea lady next to her. With an aggrieved face, he looked at Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, then I will accompany you. Suemo spread a smile. The boss is so nice. The two walked to the grocery store and bought Wonky's little milk, returned to the barbecue stand and found a seat. Yu Han also smiled and stuck up. Suemo coldly said, Yu Han, what are you sitting over here for? Yu Han drummed his little mouth. Ow. There is no place next to share a table with you guys. Suemo looked around. Now it was the time for a late-night snack, and the business of the barbecue stall was particularly good. There was really no room. Sumo was really convinced. How come I didn't realize before that this Yu Han was so capable of pretending? Which school is it? Little brother? Mordor University. Yu Han's eyes shone brightly. Wow. It's really super impressive to be admitted to Mordor University. Gu Wenqing saw that Suemo beside him was on the verge of crying with anger, so he simply stopped paying attention to Yu Han. Patting Sumo's little head, he let her lean into his arms. Suemo wasn't bossy enough. When you meet this kind of tea lady, you can simply ignore the emotion and just shout at her to get lost. Otherwise, the angrier you get, the more the tea lady gets. his own woman? Gu Wenqing couldn't see her sulking. Gu Wenqing shouted, "Boss, pack it up." Yu Han. Yu Han looked at, with a grudging face, Gu Wenqing and Sumo's backs. At this time, a boy who happened to come to eat barbecue, saw the poor Yu Han, as if he saw true love. "Missy, can you add a contact? I'm sorry I don't have my cell phone. It's okay if you say V-Signal and I add you." "Ow, I don't usually use V-Mail." After saying that, Yu Han also shouted for the boss to pack. Leave the boys messy in the wind. Denial is denial, as far as such outrageous excuses go. Phew, so spicy. Sumo ate while fanning her small mouth. "If you ask me, it would be better to buy a BMW 3 Series. It's full of power." Huang Zicheng used a cell phone app and said in comparison. Zhang Xiaohong said with a look of understanding, "The interior of Mercedes-Benz is fragrant. Girls like beautiful interiors. www.uxs.org. Normally I have to drive too." Huang Zicheng frowned and thought about it and continued. "Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Let's see what Li Wenhuan says then." "Old Gu, accompany us to see the car in a couple days?" Huang Zicheng was asked to ask Gu Wenqing out. "Yes." Gu Wenqing nodded, just as he was also preparing to buy another car. A Ferrari Laffa is nice to drive, but it's okay to buy a couple cars and switch them around once in a while. Besides, there is a Shanghai AZ8888 license plate. Buy a car or put the license plate. The door to the dormitory opened. Zhou Tao grinned widely. "Holy shit, you guys look at the school's intranet. The scandal in the student union's propaganda department broke. Mud. It turned out not to be an accident at the welcome party. It was the propaganda minister Wang Yanyan who messed things up." Huang Zicheng was shocked. "Crap. Even Lao Gu dares to backstab? We must give the post a top hit to let more people know the ugly face of the student union." Gu Wenqing's expression was bland as he took out his cell phone and entered the school's intranet. At this point, the front page of the on-campus forum is all dominated by the freshman party. The red, fire, character at the beginning of the post was very eye-catching. Plus, the vice president of the student council, Niu Tianzi, found a relationship to get the students who manage the intranet to put the posts on top. As long as the students who enter the intranet of Mordor University, the homepage of the cell phone intranet, clear all about the student union propaganda minister event. The accident at the freshman party was planned by him. Crazy. Freshman Gu is being targeted by the propaganda department. Wan Hongliang, head of the publicity department, conspired with his officers to make a fool out of Gu Wenqing. It's a shame for Mordor University that someone purposely screwed up the freshman party. Gu Wenqing looked at the fiery post on the school network. "Maverick, this is a good thing to do. Let the bullet fly a little longer." After the sound and fury, the end of Wang Hongliang was self-evident. This day, countless magic students who accessed the intranet witnessed the scandal. One of the hottest threads in particular posted screenshots of Gong Xian's chats with propaganda minister Wang Hongliang. "Gong Xian, brother Liang. According to what you said, Gu Wenqing's performance soundtrack I deleted, and the guitars are hidden. Next year's ministerial nomination you can't forget me. Wang Hongliang, let's talk about it. The minister won't forget you." Wang Hongliang's avatar also tartly used my avatar. After many students who have Wang Hongliang V letter confirmed that the screenshot of the chat 100% for real, not someone malicious forgery. Besides, the person who posted this thread is the person in question, Gong Xian. Gong Xian claimed that since he had assassinated Gu Shuedi, his conscience was not clear, and he lost sleep all night, and finally decided to make the incident public to atone for his momentary confusion. The incident came to light. It made countless Mordor University students angry. Tripping on a freshman in broad daylight? It's just lawlessness. This is a lot of power for a student union propaganda minister. In particular, a group of Gu Wenqing's face and song fans at Mordor University were furious. There have been comments under the post. Doesn't the school leadership care about scum like Wang Hongliang? Why is this person so disgusting? Sincerely jealous of Gu's talent. Luckily Gu Wenqing has superior skills. Even without a soundtrack, he can still play and sing by himself, defeating the propaganda department. There's one thing to be said for Wang Hongliang. What he did with this is truly outrageous. There were even some overly emotional people who popped a bunch of high-resolution pictures in the posting. All pictures of Wang Hongliang. See what I mean? That's the guy. Who's going to teach him a lesson? The behavior is disgusting. The more I see of him, the more I want to scold him. What should I do? There are even cowhide magic college students directly picking out the causes and consequences of why Wang Hongliang remedied Gu Wenqing. Because of a girl. Freshman year's white moonlight. Qin Munan. Because Qin Munan was suspected of liking Gu Wenqing. He even went downstairs in the boys' dormitory to give Gu Wenqing fruits. Many students also knew that the head of the propaganda department, Wang Hongliang, had been pursuing the white moonlight. Qin Munan. Love but cannot. And finally we'll be in the welcome party gu wenching poisonous. An antecedent that's been raked over the coals. Composition talent gu wenching. White moonlight Qin Mountain. And sinister villain Wan Hongliang burst into flames at Magic City University. The first two would have been highly visible at the school. Only Wan Hongliang, for the first time, tasted the flavor of fire. Wan Hongliang, who had just had a late-night snack from school, walked on campus. The streetlight illuminated his good looks and drew many passing students to gaze at him frequently. Some of the girls even whispered, "That's him, isn't it? Looks like him. 8 or 9. I think that's him. Ugh. Scum." Wang Hongliang couldn't hear the girls whispering, but he could intuitively feel that many girls were paying attention to him. A few fellow students who had just eaten a late-night snack had a look of jealousy on their faces. Crap. Wan Hongliang, you're suddenly so charming. Why are so many girls whispering about you? Smell. Wang Hongliang's heart even fell to the bottom. The orientation party was exposed? As soon as Wang Hongliang entered the dormitory, one of his roommates approached him and said, "Go check out the intranet. The whole intranet is yelling at you." Wang Hongliang panicked, pulled out his cell phone. Into a look, he nearly fainted, but fortunately his roommate's hands were quick to help him. Wang Hongliang was scared to tears. It's over. It's all over. This kind of violation of school discipline. The crime was also widely spread on the internet. Wan Hongliang dad, even the principal cannot escape a bullet. Not to mention his dad isn't a principal. This night he had a hard time sleeping all night. And Wan Hongliang's heart was scared. He was beyond sorry. Regret that you shouldn't have gotten in over your head and made such a stupid decision. Also regret. Should not have sent that message to Gong Xian, sitting on incriminating evidence. The most regrettable thing was that she shouldn't have been jealous of Gu Wenqing. Not to mention that she shouldn't have backstabbed him. He gave himself a big slap on the face and cursed himself as a stupid asshole. Knowing that Gu Wenqing is someone who can't be messed with, he still makes a fool of himself. But it was too late. Gu Wenqing's revenge is so swift and vicious. Directly let him never recover. At night, Wang Hongliang's tears of remorse never dried up. If God gave him another chance, he would definitely stay far away from Gu Wenqing and would not choose to pursue Qin Mountain again. Now, not only the white moonlight Qin Mountain more disgusted with himself, but also tomorrow he will face the school's punishment. Wang Hongliang is just a small person. His end, Gu Wenqing didn't care at all. If he hadn't secretly undermined Gu Wenqing wouldn't even know that there was such a person in the school. Gu Wenqing also didn't have any feelings about Wang Hongliang's super society death at Dormitory University. When you do something wrong, you deserve retribution. Gu Wenqing believes in, if people respect me, I respect them. If a man destroys a chestnut, I take away 3 buckets from him. He's $100 billion man. He's just reckless with life. Whether it's money, women, or treatment of enemies. Lights out in the dormitory. Everyone plays with their own cell phones. At this point, Wang Min sent a message. Husband, I'm going to stop living in the dorm tomorrow and move to Tianyuan number 1. Showing teeth. Seeing the message, Gu Wenqing was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say 2 days? Why are you moving tomorrow? Wang Min, the dormitory is too noisy. I have some trouble sleeping, so I decided to move early. Aggrieved, Gu Wenqing felt that things were not so simple. He replied directly, okay, I'll move with you tomorrow. Wang Min, love you husband. Kisses. Picture, JK style plus long legs with thin black stockings. Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up, clicked on it and replied, my Minmin is just beautiful. Save this outfit for me. A specialized school in the Magic City. Girls' dormitory. Wang Min, have you seen the posting? Everyone is saying that you are in favor of big money, but your face value is really favored by big money. The short-haired girl continued in a conspiratorial manner. Everyone says you're married to a rich old man. He even came to school in a Rolls Royce to pick you up. Hey, just thinking about a sinking flower girl being a mistress, I feel a little sick to my stomach. The short-haired girl's tone was all mockery. Facing the yin and yang of the short-haired girl, Wang Min just said lightly, yes that's right. What's the matter? $1 million from big money too. Are you satisfied with this answer? The school posting about me being adopted, huge transfer record, must have been blown up by you too. Hubby's $1 million transfer that only his dorm room roommate knows about. The posters who broke the story about the huge package deal must have been the ones in the dorm room who made it happen. 8 or 9 is short hair girls. The short-haired girl grunted lightly, you don't care if it's me or not. Anyway, I think you're shameless. Is it honorable to be a big shot? Your virginity is only worth $1 million? If you don't want to, you can try it too and see if someone offers $1 million for you. The short-haired girl was furious. Wang Min was insinuating that she was ugly. The short-haired girl scolded, oh, you're just a pretty bitch too. When the big money gets tired of playing with you and kicks you out, you'll be waiting to cry. So what? Do you know what this is? At the sound of SB's voice, When the short-haired girl saw Wang Min take out a red book, she was shocked. Was it a real estate license? Big money already bought her a house? The house price in Magic City is so expensive. The rich man who adopted her is really willing to put down blood money. Before the short-haired girl could be surprised, Wang Min's next words were like a bolt from the blue. Here's the real estate certificate for Skyjoy 1. The house is right across the street from our school here. Hearing this, the short-haired girl stared with wide eyes, her eyes full of shock. It's not just the short-haired girl, but the other two girls in the dorm room were also taken aback. The property at Skyjoy 1 is not far from the school. Real estate salesmen in suits and collars come to the school to hand them out. Hearing Wang Min's words made the two people in the dormitory a little confused. So Wang Min has a new boyfriend. $1 million to Wang Min is pocket money and more than $10 million to buy a building in Tianyuan No. 1. Her new boyfriend should be very rich. Just as importantly, her boyfriend is also a college student and a grade below them. The thought of it was too much for them. One of the girls who had a better relationship with Wang Min said in astonishment, Min, to be able to give you such an expensive gift, then your boyfriend should be a rich second generation. It's too awesome. The other girl next to her was also full of envy. Honestly, in the college relationship, on the object to send a huge amount of pocket money, and is to buy a house boyfriend, it is indeed difficult not to let people envy blah. What's more, Wang Min was still an old cow eating young grass. It makes you even more jealous just thinking about it. Short-haired girls are also jealous. Can't help but bring myself into Wang Min's identity. If I had a high-flying boyfriend, send myself money and send myself a room. How nice it would be. Nope, it's very wrong. Tall, handsome, young, and giving away money and a house? How can there be such a perfect boy? Just thinking about it makes me feel outrageous. Not to mention that these words are still coming out of Wang Min's mouth. She is simply bragging without a draft. Wang Min is lying to them. The short-haired girl said dismissively, don't listen to Wang Min's nonsense. She's bragging in front of us, trying to cover up the fact that she's being adopted. How did you come up with such an outrageous excuse? Fake couldn't be more fake. Wang Min bristled, believe it or not. Don't believe it. Wang Min didn't bother to explain. Although the school rumor did affect her a bit, she didn't care much at all. Rumor mongering is false and will always be discredited. At this point, the girl with the better relationship came over. Min, can I see your real estate license? Wang Min didn't refuse and handed it directly to the girl. The other girl gathered around curiously. The two girls opened the real estate license. Rights holder, Wang Min. Shared status, separate ownership. Location, Building 1. Zone A, Tianyuan No. 1. XX District. Magic City. Area, 1060 M2. See these. The two girls had been scared silly. Oh my god, what did they see? 1060 square feet of house. This big house surely can't be a high-rise building. It can only be a villa in Tianyuan No. 1. The most important thing is that only Wang Min's name is on the real estate certificate, which indicates that this Tianyuan No. 1 villa is Wang Min's private property. This is too crazy. Wang Min's man. He simply favors her too much, doesn't he? Tianyuan No. 1 1060 square meters villa bar with a total value of more than 200 million. Both men were terrified at the thought. 200 million villas gifted to Wang Min. Her boyfriend's background can be imagined. How horrible. Min, am I reading this right? You really own a villa of over 1,000 square feet? Looking at her roommate's shocked expressions, Wang Min gently nodded. The two girls were envious. Wow. I'm really sore. This kind of handsome, rich and extraordinarily generous boyfriend. Where did you find it? Hearing them praise Gu Winching, Wang Min's heart was happy. That's right. My man is that good. Hearing them talk, the short-haired girl's mind was broken. What did she hear? Villa It's still the villa at Skyjoy 1. Min Wang's house is worth more than $10 million. But in billions, and it's still 1,060 square feet, worth over $200 million. $200 million. What a horrible number. $200,000 is already an astronomical amount for a current college student, let alone $200,000 on top of that. The age of Wang Min's men doesn't matter anymore. No matter what, Wang Min has become a winner in life. Even after the breakup, once the $200 million villa is sold, Wang Min can still live a free life. Short hair girls at this time, surprised speechless. Oh, right. My husband bought me the Villa King of Tianyuan No. 1. You guys can go to my house to play when you're free. Wang Min pointed at the short-haired girl and continued. But she's even. Wang Min's every word was deeply inserted into the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl's eyes were red with anger, and she turned and ran out of the dormitory to find a place to cry. Wang Min bristled at the thought of bullying me every day when that's all the fighting she's got. In the past, Wang Min had always given way to her, not bothering with the short-haired girl. which knew that the more Wang Min tolerated, the more reckless the short-haired girl became. Even more disgusting in the bar rumors Wang Min was adopted. Wang Min simply no longer tolerate. Phew, look at the short-haired roommate who ran out of the room in sadness and tears. Wang Min let out a deep breath. Suddenly a little too much in her heart. Was what I said just now too. Buzz off. Buzz off. There was a vibration on the bedside cell phone. It was a message from the white moonlight Qin Mountain. She said something about what had happened at orientation, and there was some self-doubt in her tone. The two chatted for a while afterward. The victim, Gu Wenqing, instead comforted Qin Mountain, saying that it was not your fault. If there has to be a fault, it's that you were born too beautiful. Gu Wenqing's words made Qin Mountain giggle. The two chatted for a long time, and Gu Wenqing learned through the chat that Qin Mountain was also from Luzhou, and left Luzhou at the age of 11 to come to school in the Magic City. Qin Mountain also sent a lot of, before learning dance photos to Gu Wenqing to see. Gu Wenqing looked on with interest and inquired, why didn't you take art classes in college? Qin Mountain, dance is just a personal hobby. Compared to Wang Yanyan's sister I'm much worse. Aggrieved. How did Gu Wenqing feel that the words were full of knives? Ended the chat. Magic City University, girls' dormitory. Qin Mountain lifted her pink foot and fluttered it to kick the air a few times. I've posted so many pictures myself. How come he still didn't recognize it? The mole in the corner of her eye is very obvious. The mole of tears was there when I was a kid. Is Gu blind? Boring. If Gu hadn't flirted with so many girls. She confessed long ago that her former name was Yang Mu. Early the next morning. No classes today. But Gu Wenqing still got up quite early, and was brushing her teeth and washing her face when Huang Zicheng got up to wash her hair with a hazy look on his face, holding the shampoo. Old Gu, why are you up early? Did you go on another date with a young lady? Oh, I'm getting up to memorize my vocabulary. Don't I have to take English for? Huang Zicheng nodded, almost believing it. Suddenly I remembered that I couldn't take English for the first semester of my freshman year. Crap, Lao Gu, are you thinking that I'm easy to fool? Huang Zicheng bristles. We can't apply for English for until next semester. And you're flim-flamming people with too little class. Gu Wenqing laughed and said, oh, I'm not making preparations in advance. Are you? What are you doing up so early? Humph. Huang Zicheng snorted coldly. The old Gu must have gone to pick up girls. Pick up girls also never report the results of the battle. Then he cannot reveal the wind that he went on a date. Solely, Huang Zicheng simply replied. I was preparing to go for a morning jog. Gu Wenqing sighed and patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder. Must be going on a date with Li Wanhuan. Ah, how did you know? Oh, I took a wild guess. Shit. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Gu Wenqing, who had finished washing, measured his height. 185 cm. The last time he unlocked a new title, the system rewarded, secondary development of height, was a while ago. After this period of systematic guidance, Gu Wenqing gained 5 centimeters in height. It grew from 180 centimeters to 185 centimeters. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. The height was still quite good. Today is moving for Wang Min. Girls usually have more stuff. And Gu Wenqing's Ferrari sports car couldn't hold much. The driver from Huafeng Group that Gu Wenqing had ordered came to pick him up. After all, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is bigger and quite good for moving stuff. Gu Wenqing looked at the Vacheron Constantine. It was about time. The gateway to Mordor. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked by the side of the road, attracting many pedestrians passing by. One by one, all the eyes of individuals were drawn to this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ah, luxury cars. One of the romances of men. Anyone who can ride in a Rolls-Royce Phantom must be worth a lot of money. Just as someone was lamenting, a young, handsome man came forward. The white-gloved chauffeur, who had been waiting for a long time, respectfully opened the door and the teenager slowly walked up to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. That teenager was decidedly handsome and hard to match. Shit, it's a real pull. Wow. Many people silently envied in their hearts. At the door, some of the students of the University of Mordor were not surprised. After all, most of the school knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, but many girls still cannot resist the charm. Eyes with little stars. Gu Wenqing on the car temperament. Simply really too much like a young bully president. And in a corner not far away, Wan Hongliang, who was dragging his suitcase, also witnessed everything, and his heart suddenly became twisted. On what grounds? Why do I have nothing left? Not only was expelled from the Magic City University, but the goddess also drifted away from him. While Gu Wenqing can ride in a luxury car and pick up his favorite goddess, Wan Hongliang's clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were embedded in the flesh, and blood continued to drip down. At this moment, Wang Hongliang's hatred is incomparably huge. With a grim look on his face, he stared at the distant Rolls-Royce Phantom, and he murmured, I will make you pay a heavy price. Honestly, the short-haired girl calmed down after a while. It was found that Wang Min's words were simply full of holes. A freshman student who dated Wang Min transferred $1 million to her as pocket money and gifted a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars to Wang Min. If it had been a middle-aged man with a second wife, the short-haired girl would have believed it. But what Wang Min said, but the 18-year-old boy, an 18-year-old giving away a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the subject? It literally rubbed her intelligence on the ground. But Wang Min owning a villa worth over $100 million did make the short-haired girl jealous as hell. What's more, it's not an ordinary villa, but the king of villas in Tianyue 1. She purposely checked on her cell phone last night, and the villa king of Tianyue 1 was 300,000 a square foot. So the total value of the 1,060 square foot villa king is over $300 million in assets. Even in a first-tier city like Mordor, it's an existence that can't be underestimated, right? With just one face, Wang Min has surpassed 99% of the people in this city, living a life she envied. It's almost too easy, isn't it? Wang Min had met an ingrate who was willing to spend so much money for her. And at this point, the wrongdoer, as the short-haired girl called him, was resting his eyes in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Others may do the wrong thing, but Gu Wenqing would never be able to. Wang Min's favorability is 100%. Even Wang Min's whole heart is Gu Wenqing's, let alone a villa in the district. Women, the house is all his. Just a moment ago, John Hong, the chief planner of Huafeng Game Studio, spoke with Gu Wenqing on the phone. After reporting the recent work, John Hong was even more delighted to tell Gu Wenqing that the pre-publicity of Jedi Survival had all been deployed. And tomorrow would be the day that Jedi Survival would go live on all the major platforms. Tomorrow is a crucial day for Huafeng Game Studio. Sessions, popular gaming apps, the major app stores, are putting in countless ads for Jedi. Some popular game anchors on major live streaming platforms, such as Douyin app, Do Shark Live, Tiger Live, and others, have also received heartwarming labor fees and will spare some time to live stream a certain number of hours of Survival of the Jedi. Microblogging, posting, and other apps where the number of people are more gathered, also invited countless water army flooding. Tomorrow, the game, Jedi, will sweep through millions of people. $100 million down the drain just for tomorrow when Jedi Outcast takes off. Success or failure is at stake. Thinking of this, Gu Wenqing opened his eyes. Right. He also has a Cloud Dreams Mutual, Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment, a small entertainment company that incubates anchors and online celebrities, mainly operates on Do Shark Live and Tiger Live. The system had rewarded him with 60% of the shares of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment, but now it had been wholly acquired by Gu Wenqing. Moreover, the general manager of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment had also pulled Gu Wenqing into the company's Vmail group chat. Gu Wenqing set the group chat to message do not disturb, and usually didn't read much of the group's messages. Aha! Now is the time to need them. Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment focuses on the face value segment, so the company is full of female anchors, and even the company's executives are female. Of course there was a special reason why the entire company of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment was all female, but Gu Wenqing was quite clear about the reason for all of this. But it didn't stop Gu Wenqing from appreciating Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment. Very good. This kind of company deserves to be commended. Gu Wenqing opened the Cloud Dream Hub group chat. V-letter single red envelope maximum amount of 200 yuan. Group red envelope single maximum of 100 red envelopes. A single day zero money to send red envelopes maximum amount of 100,000 yuan. The Gu Wenqing directly chose the number of red packets 100 and the total amount of 20,000. 20,000 at a time. 5 in a row. He sent a direct red envelope in the amount of $100,000. To top it off, he set up a password bonus. Han Xianxue, I love Mr. Gu the most. Liu Chan, I love Mr. Gu the most. Qi Ruxue, I love Mr. Gu the most. Qi Ruxue withdrew a message. Gu Wenqing, I love everyone too. Han Xianxue, Che. The boss is very fraternal. Liu Chan, the youngest daughter waited with bated breath for Mr. Gu's inspection. But what happened? Gu Wenqing, ahem. The boss has a game Jedi Survival that goes live tomorrow. Everyone in the group will uniformly live stream Jedi Survival tomorrow. General Manager Qi Ruxue, Mr. Gu. They are face anchors, not in the game board. Gu Wenqing in front of the cell phone frowned. Aren't women's fans mostly men? And aren't there quite a few men playing games? It's hard to do even if it's hard to do. I won't lose a penny of everyone's advertising offers. I want to see the results tomorrow. Qi Ruxue was helpless. Roger. For the woman Qi Ruxue, the information given by the system was Lily. She's rather misogynistic, so the company staff is also all female. She's pretty, but it turns out she's gay. Oddly unfortunate. Mud. This woman is not going to ooh and ah my hostesses. On the way the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly and soon arrived at Wang Min's school. Outside vehicles were not allowed in, and he had the driver park and wait outside the school. Gu Wenqing knew the number of dormitory buildings where Wang Min lived, but was not clear about the route. It was the first time he had come to Wang Min's school, and he asked a few of the school's students. Who soon? Wu Zuyan explains, and no one in my family is a fan of Daniel Wu, because my mom gave me this name because she saw that I was handsome since I was a kid. Gu Wenqing sized him up, but he couldn't relate to the word handsome in any way. It's not surprising though. In the eyes of parents, their sons are the best. Wu Zuyan inquired, brother, are you waiting for your girlfriend too? Right. Alas, seeing as how my brother's face is indistinguishable from mine, I'm sure your girlfriend is very pretty. Not bad. Gu Wenqing was speechless, having met a chatterbox. It's okay, it's just average. Have you ever considered getting a new girlfriend? A high-color person like us would need to find a pretty girl anymore. Wu Zuyan skimmed his lips. Gu Wenqing didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Wu Zuyan continued to ramble on the side, saying that for the first time in his life, he had encountered a face value that could threaten his existence. Why don't we just debut the whole group and absolutely kill all the male stars in China? Honey, Wang Min, who was pushing her suitcase down, waved at Gu Wenqing. Wang Min was dressed in a JK outfit, a white shirt with a plaid skirt. The white shirt carried a bow tie of the same color as the skirt at the collar and long thin black stockings. Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up as he watched, and he steadfastly believed that a good-looking, well-built girl wearing black silk was the perfect sex goddess. Crap. Wu Zuyan's eyes widened in shock as he was filled with astonishment. Brother, you're not being fair. Your girlfriend is our school's classical goddess Wang Min. What the hell is this called, General? Gu Wenqing nodded and said, low key. Wu Zuyan looked on with a face full of envy, as the handsome man and beautiful woman went far away. Suddenly he became a little disoriented. The girls in the school, seeing the back of Wang Min and the boy god, they froze. Is the person the god of men is waiting for Wang Min? What the hell is going on here? Isn't it rumored that Wang Min was adopted? How come she got involved with a young handsome guy again? So the postings are all rumors? Definitely. Wang Min even has a little brother with such a high face value. The two are perfect for each other. But I still can't help but be sour. Woohoo! My handsome man. I really envy Wang Min. The girls were talking about it. They were envious of Wang Min. The short-haired girl upstairs, too, looked incredulous. Could it be that everything Wang Min said be true? This is the same handsome guy who gave her $1 million and bought her a villa. It's not possible. How can he be so young and have so much money? Maybe it's Wang Min who has her foot in both worlds and she's using the money she's being paid for to support a gigolo. The short-haired girl thought and ran after her. She's going to poke holes in Wang Min's lies. Wang Min must be lying. Wang Min asked curiously, hubby, you were just chatting with Wu Zuyan? You know him too? Oh, he's quite famous in our school. I heard that Wu Zuyan had some mental problems after being greened by his girlfriend. Through the chat just now, Gu Wenqing did also feel that Wu Zuyan's head seemed to have less tendons in it. Oh, why he was green. It seems like he resents Takeshi Zuhiko for being ugly. Then why is she still going out with Takeshi Zuhiko? Mujuyan has money. Gu Wenqing sighed long and asked what love was in the world. Takeshi Zuyan seems to have been hurt badly by women. Then if hubby goes bankrupt one day, you'll still like me, Gu Wenqing exclaimed. Wang Min tightly grasped Gu Wenqing's hand. If there really is that day, I will absolutely help my husband rise again and be the woman behind you. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, no, I like the feeling of having my back turned. Wang Min was puzzled. Why? Gu Wenqing lowered his head and somewhat stealthily ambled to Wang Min's ear and whispered, this way, I can hold your hair. The hot breath made Wang Min feel tickled, and her cheeks flushed a little. In his mind, inexplicably, many images came to mind. There was some petulance in Wang Min's tone. Nasty. Gu Wenqing looked at the shy Wang Min, with her slender legs in black stockings, could not help but gulp. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to get to Tianyua No. 1 villa quickly. Oh, it seems like you keep forgetting one thing? Gu Wenqing remembered something. Wang Min was puzzled. What? Vintage clothes. Wang Min blushed even more. It's in the suitcase and can only be appreciated by hubby alone. What kind? The little dragon lady fairy kind? Wang Min bristled. You want to be Yangguo so badly. Che, I'll be Yun Jiping if I want to be. The two men were fighting and attracting a lot of attention. Before that, Wang Min would have been somewhat well known in the school. The recent rumors of packages put the ridiculously handsome Gu Wenqing directly crushed Zhou Rail, and she also always feel Gu Wenqing eyes familiar, but cannot recall where to meet. Maybe handsome people are just as handsome. Shocking it. The woman's heart that strand, sees Wang Min man's sense of pleasure swept away. She purposely walked on top of the fence and said, hi, Wang Min, long time no see. Hearing someone call out to them, Wang Min and Gu Wenqing looked in the direction of the basketball court. Wang Min's small face turned pale. It's her? And the weekly track. One is the one who stole Wang Min's ex. The other is Wang Min's cheating ex. Although Wang Min had long since let go of it, it was hard for her to smile when she saw the pair of dogs with her own eyes. It's fine. I'm here. Gu Wenqing put down his suitcase and took her into his arms. Honey, it was so nice to meet you. Wang Min hugged Gu Wenqing tightly. Gu Wenqing gently patted Wang Min's back and comforted her. Gu Wenqing's eyes swept across the basketball court. The one with an angry face should be Wang Min's ex. And the woman next to him is the mistress? Junior looks really not so good. In addition to dress to expose a little, the overall posture has not reached half of Wang Min. Wang Min's ex is totally picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. And the mistress is an acquaintance. Gu Wenqing had met her once. You learned how to dress from this woman when you went to the nightclub? Gu Wenqing asked. Aha! Wang Min nodded. Gu Wenqing raised his hand to hit her pee-pee. You don't learn the good ones. You learn these crappy things. Only wear it for me from now on. Wang Min, who had recovered her mood, nodded her head obediently, then go quickly. I'll wear it for you when we get home. Gu Wenqing one hand around the small waist, one hand pulling the suitcase, ready to go back to do something loved to do. On the basketball court, Zhou Rail witnessed, with his own eyes, Gu Wenqing's intimate contact with Wang Min. What did he see? Not only did the two embrace each other tightly, but Gu Wenqing also hit Wang Min's buttocks and straddled her waist. All of these little gestures between lovers are things that Chukrai has never had. His half a year is still no match for Gu Wenqing's short time? What's more, Wang Min was in a JK uniform, wearing black stockings, slender legs. Let Zhou Rail look all hot. How could he have cheated on his own head in the first place with such a beautiful woman? I've put up with it for half a year, so maybe if I stay up for a while longer, I'll be able to do whatever he wants after I take Wang Min down? Zhou Rails really regretted it. Thinking about this and seeing the salty hands on Wang Min's waist, Zhou Rail burst into a rage. How could he let someone else touch something he hadn't even touched for half a year on his weekly track? The anger in Zhou Rail's heart was somewhat suppressed. He angrily shouted at the background of the two men. Wang Min, you are a bitch. Not only are you being adopted by a rich man, you are also secretly meeting a little white boy behind the back of your gold master. Smell. His own woman was verbally abused. Can a man stand it? Gu Wenqing stopped and pulled Wang Min to the basketball court. Without waiting for Gu Wenqing to speak, Wang Min directly said in a cold voice, "What's wrong with being a bitch to me? What do you care? I like to be adopted by rich people. I like white boys." Oh, Wang Min, you've changed. You weren't like this before, or maybe you used to pretend to be pure in front of me? Wang Min tightly hugged Gu Wenqing's arm. Funny, do I have to pretend to be pure? Gu Wenqing just listened quietly from the sidelines, letting Wang Min vent out the unhappiness in her heart. Watching Wang Min's movements, Zhou Rail angrily said, "You used to blush when you held hands, but now you're not ashamed to cuddle in broad daylight. It's really worthy of being adopted by a rich man. The more you play, the more you open up." Ah, Wang Min said softly, "Isn't this what you've been waiting for? It's just that I gave it to someone else." Oh, don't put a big hat on me. Maybe you cheated on me first and hooked up with a rich guy or this gigolo a long time ago. That's why you're hanging on to me, Zhou Rail said fervently. Zhou Rail's girlfriend also echoed, "It is Wang Min first." Green Zhou Rail, I am not a junior, and did not intervene in your feelings. This is her best chance to clear her name and take off the label of a mistress, and she's not going to miss it. Now that Wang Min is notorious, people will be convinced when all this dirty water is thrown on her. Hearing the words of Zhou Rail with his girlfriend, the people on the basketball court were all surprised. A two-level reversal? The previous posting that classical goddess Wang Min's boyfriend cheated on her is false. It turns out that the one who really cheated was Wang Min herself. So all those outbursts in the school's posters were arranged by Wang Min? The real victim is actually the basketball team captain, Zhou Rail? The moment dawned on everyone. No wonder. As soon as they broke up, Wang Min was revealed to have been adopted by a tycoon. And today she was even intimate with a handsome man. Does it mean that Wang Min is a watery woman? Not to mention greening Zhou Rail. Today she's greening that rich guy who's keeping her. Thinking about it, there are some people around who think they know the truth. They are disgusted with Wang Min and talk evilly. She has such a good-looking face for nothing. And her character really sucks. Green tea whore. Thanks to my previous heartache of her being green, it turns out she's the one who's greening someone else. Zhou Rail is really pathetic. Being scolded by so many people at the school posting. Wang Min is a big shot. The woman had been dazzled by Wang Min's words. There have been some words. As bad as I am, I'm a million times better than you. The old man's bow-raised mistress. Anyway, hearing this, the people around the basketball court also pointed their fingers at Wang Min. Listening to the wind is rain. Preconceived image. Most people think that Wang Min does not know shame. Ha, Gu Wenqing sneered. Old man? Do I look like an old man to you? Not waiting for them to speak, Gu Wenqing walked forward and picked up the basketball on the ground. When Zhou Rail saw it, he was full of disdain. What? You play basketball too? Come to a bullfight to compare? Zhou Rail was the captain of the school's basketball team, and he thought to himself that in the field of basketball, he could abuse Gu Wenqing badly even if he let one hand. The corners of Gu Wenqing's mouth revealed a touch of mockery. Just you. Are you worthy? Seeing how arrogant Zhou Rail was, he just happened to want to try out the power of the basketball master skill as well. Gu Wenqing lands a leg kick. Assisted running. 1 step. 2 steps. Gu Wenqing's feet instantly powered up, and his entire body leapt up in the air. Gu Wenqing's body gradually drew up in the air. Wow. This instantaneous scene let the basketball team players all clamor. Gu Wenqing's perverted air leakage ability was simply terrifying as hell. Even Zhou Rail was filled with horror. How is it possible? Invincible strengthens the host's body in multiple ways, optimizing the host's bones, flesh, strength, and resistance to blows in multiple ways. Basketball Master substantially improves the host's basketball technical ability, enhances the host's bounce, strength, confrontation, etc., and equips the host with the qualities of a professional NBA basketball player. The moment Gu Wenqing took the ball, both passive skills were released. Under the spotlight, Gu Wenqing leaped up from beyond the 2-point line and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Bang! Gu Wenqing dunked the ball into the basket with one hand. This snap is a combination of force and beauty, violent and elegant. Boom! And there came a violent clang afterward. Rebounds shattered all over the place. What's more, most of the rims are broken in small pieces or cracked, and Gu Wenqing directly to the entire rim are dunked in pieces. Direct violence will be the entire rim dunked to only a frame. Instantly, the room was silent. Wang Min's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Gu Wenqing, her heart full of admiration for her husband, and everyone else on the basketball court was filled with horror. What did they see? One-handed snap to shatter the blue frame. It's too outrageous in real life. Rumors circulate on the internet about which NBA player can dunk a rim, and dunking a rim is the most visual demonstration of an NBA player's strength, and the reality of a one-handed jump dunk to dry the rim to pieces. For fear of not seeing this kind of operation in the entire Magic City, all those who witnessed this scene were stunned. Looking at Gu Wenqing's ordinary body, he didn't expect him to be able to burst out with such terrifying power. Someone exclaimed, Nima, this power is too perverse. Finish off our school basketball team. Fuck, that's pretty cool. I'm envious. If only I were that good. I get priority for school choice. Their eyes were all wide open, filled with envy and admiration for Gu Wenqing's dunking of the rim. Zhou Rail's girlfriend's eyes lit up. This principal is also too horrible. Is not it countless times more powerful than Zhou Rail? And this man is also so handsome. She clamped her legs, her face flushed and looked at the pulling Gu Wenqing. I'm just trying to tell you that you're not as good as me at anything. If you fight me in a bullfight with this little body of yours, I'm afraid I'll accidentally cripple you. Gu Wenqing clapped his hands and blandly said to Zhou Rail. And at that moment, Zhou Rail was full of shock and disbelief. What the fuck is this? The power is too scary, isn't it? Half a dozen times, Zhou Rail, who had returned to his senses, grimaced when he heard Gu Wenqing's naked mockery, but he didn't dare say anything else. Joking, Gu Wenqing, that kind of perverted strength. I am afraid that a bump yourself will have to enter the hospital to lie for a long time. Zhou Rail still have self-awareness, but even though he can't play basketball, Zhou Rail's got a tough mouth, smiley face. So what if you're good at basketball? Your woman has been adopted by big money for $1 million, and you're still in the dark. I'm afraid. It's not that I'm bad-mouthing her. Wang Nin, this woman is just money-minded. After talking to her for half a year, she wouldn't even let me kiss her. But she ended up in a tycoon's Rolls Royce not long after we broke up. Bro, I advise you to be careful. Don't follow in my footsteps. This bitch has 2 feet in 2 boats right now. After saying that, a mocking smile came on Zhou Rail's face. His words were picked out plainly. Gu Wenqing is a big ingrate. It's a cuckold. The public court said these words. He is to discuss the little white boy in front of him. Facing the dark sarcasm, Gu Wenqing said indifferently, oh, that $1 million is the pocket money I gave her. And that Rolls Royce Phantom, that's my company car? And then, Gu Wenqing's face revealed a scoff. Just because of this trivial matter, you guys conclude that Wang Min is being adopted? It's really ridiculous. I'll tell you guys another piece of news. I also spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy Wang Min a Tianhua #1 villa. Can you guys make some more disgusting rumors after hearing this news? Gu Wenqing wrapped his arms around. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Zhou Rail was the first to disbelieve. Especially buying a villa worth over $100 million for Wang Min. Is that possible? Gu Wenqing is completely bragging and do not need to make any draft. Thinking of this, Zhou Rail felt better in his heart. Basketball, he admits he can't beat Gu Wenqing. Who dares to defend him with that kind of power? But if Wang Min breaks up with him and finds a boyfriend who is more handsome and richer than himself and treats her well, Zhou Rail will be very uncomfortable in his heart. Doesn't this mean that Wang Min was wasting her youth with him before and that Wang Min deserves better? Today, handsome himself is no match. If Gu Wenqing still has money, then he thinks he will collapse. The one thing that people are afraid of is comparison. And Zhou Rail is extremely facetious. Zhou Rail coldly smiled. Hundreds of millions of mansion villas? How can you prove it? And I'm also pretty sure that the $1 million definitely wasn't from you either. There's no way everyone's that young to be that rich. The other people around them didn't really believe it either. After all, it was ingrained in everyone's minds that none of this was plausible. Or rather, they live in circles that don't reach certain heights. Millions of pocket money and hundreds of millions of dollars of mansions are too far away from their circle of life to be an existence they dare to imagine. This is normal. After all, the rich live a life they can't imagine. A successful middle-aged man who sends women millions of pocket change they believe in. But who would believe a student who reads books and sends his girlfriend millions of pocket money? Not to mention the hundreds of millions of dollars in villas. Prove it? What do I need to prove to you? I just want you to know that you're inferior to me in every way. It's not just basketball, Gu Wenqing said slowly, while then glancing at Zhou Rail's girlfriend. He revealed a touch of sarcasm. Do you remember me? The little anchor? Ah, the woman gasped. How did he know he moonlighted as an anchor? She's not on fire. Not many people know about this, right? After all, what she does is not a serious anchor. As long as the big brother brushes more, she is willing to do something shy with the big brother. So she did a good job of keeping it a secret and didn't make a big deal out of the fact that she was on the air. Had he seen himself live? Ha! Gu Wenqing showed a touch of mockery on his face and said, last time in the Porsche 4S store, you were the one next to Xiao Yangwei, right? He was bragging about you living a good life before. Listening to Gu Wenqing's words, the woman was directly confused. Porsche 4S? Thinking about this, Gu Wenqing's face slowly overlapped with the Gu Xiao she remembered. It's really Gu Xiao. He is the Gu Xiao who bought a Porsche Cayenne from a 4S store and gave it to a woman. An existence that even the great young man Lu Yangwei looks up to. Lu Yangwei, what existence she is clear. The family assets billions. Because of the matter of buying a car offended Gu Wenqing, and also caused her to accompany Lu Yangwei for a night. Exhausted from being penetrated all night and not getting any benefits. It's a total loss. She asked in surprise, you're Gu Xiao? Yes. Gu Wenqing nodded. Receiving Gu Wenqing's affirmative answer, the woman's heart was appalled. Lu Yangwei are afraid to mess with the existence of Ah. She even scolded Gu Xiao's woman. It is Wang Min first green Zhou Rail. I am not a mistress, and did not meddle in your relationship. No matter how bad I am, I'm 10,000 times better than you. This little trio raised by an old man's bow. Anyway, the words from earlier echoed in her mind, and her entire body went limp in her feet. Gu Xiao is very spoiled for women. Last time Porsche 4S store? Because Wang Yanyan and Lu Yangwei contradictions. Directly Lu Yangwei remediation of obedience. Although this time changed a woman. But it is clear that Gu Wenqing very favor her otherwise would not have turned around and walked to the basketball court, lowering their own identity to scolding with them. At this moment, she was really scared. She's not Lu Yangwei, with her old man at home to protect her. She was just an ordinary college student who occasionally earned extra money. She simply couldn't afford to mess with a great young man like Gu Wenqing. Shareholders of Huafeng Group. Anyone who can do real estate in Mordor is not a good person. Thinking about it terrified her. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly at the thought. Gu Xiao. I didn't mean it. Blame my bad memory. If I had recognized you earlier, I wouldn't have babbled. The woman's tone is a little coquettish. If I can get Gu Xiao's forgiveness, I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. Finished speaking, she also winked flirtatiously at Gu Wenqing. The meaning of being an ox is self-evident. Hearing the woman's words, the people on the basketball court were appalled. Gu Xiao? The woman just called him Gu Xiao? Doesn't it mean that Gu Wenqing's identity is extraordinary? So Gu Wenqing wasn't bragging just now. And it's most likely true? Huafeng Group? Wang Min's boyfriend is a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Hearing the woman's conversation with Zhou Rail, many people beside him, jaws dropped. The students who had heard of the Huafeng Group were already shocked and dumbfounded at this point, with a look of disbelief. Too young? So young to be a shareholder of the Huadong Group. It is simply envious. They were envious in their hearts. There was a basketball team member next to him who was a little unconvinced. He took out his cell phone and went into his browser and searched. Huafeng Real Estate was established in 1996. The business covers real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, smart services, housing rental and sale, and housing renovation. As of September 2022, the total valuation of Huafeng Properties exceeded $100 billion. It was just the company profile, and he continued to scroll down. Soon the recent news reports of Huafeng Group appeared on the cell phone. Huafeng Group shareholder Gu Wenqing auctions Land King for $30 billion. Change of boss behind Huafeng Group. Mysterious big brother Gu Wenqing spends $100 billion to buy the whole Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group's former director Lin Hongtian broke the news, young and promising. I'm not as good as him. Lin Hongtian frankly, Chairman Gu 18 years old has been in charge of the 100 billion group. My 18 years old is still in the construction site to move bricks. Land King Shuzhou District Riverside Zone Land. Construction will start soon. Seeing this, the basketball team members were even more horrified, though no photo of the chairman of the Huafeng Group has surfaced on the internet. However, through the revelation of the former director Lin Hongtian, the new chairman is 18 years old and young, and the news revealed that the current chairman of Huafeng Group is Gu Wenqing. Just now, Zhou Rail's girlfriend called the teenager Gu Xiao again. She also said Gu Wenqing was a shareholder of Huafeng owning 10% of the shares. And the news has, Huafeng Group shareholder Gu Wenqing's $30 billion auction for Land King. This last shareholder, Gu Wenqing, also wholly acquired the Huafeng Group. Through these media exposures, after rationalizing from them, the basketball team players know deeply what kind of big brother they just faced. Gu Wenqing, the 18-year-old chairman of Huafeng Group, the existence of a $100 billion real estate company at the age of 18. Zhou Rail, you're really unlucky. Your ex-girlfriend found a $100 billion asset chairman. Looks like you don't deserve Wang Min after all. The basketball team members said heartily. He didn't mean to disparage Captain Zhou Rail. Rather, I genuinely feel that in front of the big man with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, Zhou Rail is simply not qualified to compare. The gap is too big. Zhou Rail glanced at his phone, and his whole body lost gravity and sat on his butt. As soon as the anger dissipated, he now had a disoriented look on his face. The basketball player was right. The difference was so great that he was not even qualified to be jealous. Since then, he and his ex-girlfriend Wang Min are two worlds. The basketball players were also heard on the basketball court. Oh, that young man has gone from shareholder to chairman again. Everyone has been laid back and isn't really shocked anymore, because whether he is a shareholder or chairman of the board of directors, the identity is to let them look up to the existence of the wealth is more than everyone's ultimate life cannot compare. Everyone already knew Gu Wenqing's identity. Then the matter of Wang Min being adopted by the old man is a ridiculous farce. Whether it's $1 million out of pocket, or a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick up Wang Min from school, more even Gu Wenqing said to buy hundreds of millions of villas for Wang Min. These outrageous behaviors became also trivial under Gu Wenqing's status as the chairman of Huafeng Group. Maybe these are delusions of grandeur in the case of ordinary people, but in the case of bigwigs worth hundreds of billions of dollars, they are nothing at all. In particular, some of the people who questioned Gu Wenqing's purchase of the villa as bragging, had somewhat embarrassed faces at this time. What's a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars to a real estate mogul? Huafeng Group has hundreds of billions of assets, not to say thousands of sets. At least dozens of unsold villas must be there. Let his girlfriend Wang Min casually choose a set of Huafeng Group villa. The value must be over 100 million. The villa may be an unattainable dream for them, but for Gu Wenqing, chairman of Huafeng Group, it's just steel and concrete. Just have the land to build as much as you want. It's not even worth mentioning. The gap between people is like a chasm. Some girls who paid more attention to details, after knowing Gu Wenqing's identity, instead became more envious. Some of them said, reality of the domineering president and the little petite wife to spoil Wang Min right. Yeah, obviously he is a real estate tycoon himself, but he still has to spend money to buy Wang Min a villa in Tianyuan No. 1 just for her to go to school closer. It really makes me so envious. It's over. I'm just feeling in love and I'm out of love. This is the real life male lead. Hubby, I'm not usually this grumpy. Didn't scare you? Wang Min bristled. She was referring to the pair of lines with that pair of dogs. Nope. You've done well to be brave enough to fight against the malice of others. Gu Wenqing scratched her little agaric nose. Back to the villa. Lots of places to leave footprints. Early the next morning. Bad egg. Wang Min woke up and hugged Gu Wenqing's arm. Feel the slippery skin. Soon the war was fought once more. Honey, there just happens to be a storefront across the street that's being transferred. I want to open a milk tea store next door. Wang Min said as she hugged Gu Wenqing. Open it. Is there enough money? Gu Wenqing asked. It's enough. You haven't used any of the money you gave me. Wang Min put her head on someone's chest and listened to his heartbeat. That's pocket money for you. The money for opening the store is separate. Gu Wenqing casually transferred 10 million to Wang Min. Wang Min was touched in her heart and said sweetly, Hubby, you are so good to me. Gu Wenqing hugged her tightly and said, You've called me husband. If I don't treat you well, then who will I treat well? As long as you want to do something, husband will support you. Are you okay? Damn. Underestimating your husband. He's a system-enhanced man. How can you be underestimated? Gu Wenqing decided to give her some color. After getting bored for a while, Gu Wenqing went back to school. I met Wen Qian on the road, and suddenly I remembered that I had recently chatted with Wang Yanyan, and Wang Yanyan's recent characteristic style was not obvious. Maybe it's been tightened up since becoming a woman? Drink? Wen Qian was at a milk tea store on the side and ordered a cup of milk tea for Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing didn't refuse. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? The way Wen Qian looked at him made Gu Wenqing feel weird. How can I put it? It was like the feeling of a man looking at a banknote. Look at how good you look. You're not the first to say that. Wen Qian sucked a mouthful of milk tea. Say, do you have a brother or something? It's best to be indistinguishable from your face. Yes, it's just that he's not very nice. Wen Qian continued to inhale. What happened to your brother's character? Gu Wenqing stared at her mouth, seeing a beautiful woman. Not Ruan weak. Wen Qian's eyes shone brightly. Boys are just that good. How about introducing him to me? Her heart fluttered a little when all the dorm rooms were off the hook. Find someone with a better face that you like and try to have a relationship first. It's only the rest of fall, and her body is already smelling spring ahead of time. Wen Qian was wearing a tight cartoon short t-shirt and short jeans. Her body was concave and convex. Her face was slightly powdered and she was looking at Gu Wenqing with a smile. Gu Wenqing looked at it, and was propped up into a 3D mold of large eyes. Very playful. Mud. All these girls, how come they all look the way he likes them? Also, wasn't I an innocent boy before? System, golden gun. Gu Wenqing asked the system in his mind. What do you mean? This skill enhances certain kung fu of the host, inevitably giving the host some potential changes, but they are all changes for the better. So the host need not worry. What changes? Seeing beautiful women with the host's aesthetic as 90 points will make the host want to take them into his arms. The golden shot is a whore. Her, 2A. Break skills. Wen Qian looked at the dazed Gu Wenqing and frowned with a small frown. Was she so unattractive? Gu Wenqing could get lost in conversation with her. What is Gu Wenqing fuming about? You haven't answered me yet? It says you better stay away from him. Thank you for the milk tea. I'll buy you a drink someday. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Wen Qian looked at Gu Wenqing's tall back and rolled her eyes. Fooling the ghost? Just now is obviously in a daze. But also contact your brother? Big liar. After seeing Gu Wenqing walk away, he remembered that he forgot to give Gu Wenqing that Wang Yanyan was a little off lately. Count on it. And give it to him next time you run into him. And Huma might have told him all about it. When Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory, he saw that his three sons were playing with each other in the dormitory, especially Huang Zicheng, who was lying down in his dorm room with his hair done up in a delicate manner. Old Gu, you didn't come home for the whole night. Did you at least go on a meat diet again? Huang Zicheng looked envious. Although the old Gu never reveals anything about his feelings, but everyone is not stupid. Gu Wenqing often stay out at night. What else can he do besides being with women? He can't be at an internet cafe all night, can he? Oh, I'm a bit tired after playing CF all night, Gu Wenqing said carelessly. Mud? Really went to play the game? Zhou Tao didn't believe it. Huang Zicheng smiled. Tomorrow there is no class. Lao Gu together to see the car? Zhou Tao envied in his heart and inquired curiously. Have you decided what car to buy? Huang Zicheng didn't look good either, and was a bit torn in his mind. Budget 40W. Let's take a look first. Gu Wenqing was silent for a while and spoke out. Have you thought about it? The car is really given to Li Wenhuan? Hi, I'd love to, but Li Wenhuan doesn't want it. She said she could drive it for her, but put my name on the upper account. Huang Zicheng rubbed his head, a big smile on his face, smiley face. I thought to myself, Wenhuan is such a good girl. She's all for me. Thinking about it is hard in my heart. Shouldn't add female marketing female. Feel like I'm mentally derailed. Gu Wenqing nodded her head. Li Wenhuan did do this quite well indeed, not asking for anything inordinately because of Huang Zicheng's liking. Not bad. This kind of girl is quite appreciated. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also nodded their heads, saying that Li Wenhuan was a bit arrogant, but his character was really no match. Hearing everyone praising Li Wenhuan, Huang Zicheng smiled smugly. Hey, dude's got a great eye. Remember to let Huang give you guys a look when you're looking for a girlfriend in the future. Zhang Xiaohong smiled and joked. The sister of that Tianyua #1 classmate of yours. Introduce her? In case she's blind and has her eye on me. Huang Zicheng skimmed his lips and said unflinchingly. Mard. Save your breath. I heard that woman is 10 years older than my high school classmate. Estimated 27 to 28. With your monkey-like body. Can you eat it? Zhang Xiaohong, F***CK. Aren't you just as skinny? Okay. Then give me the bar marketing girl's V-mail and I'll help you get rid of your sins. You're thinking about fart eating. Not to mention, Wanya found me for a chat. Wanya is the marketing of TAXX. The girl that Huang Zicheng added Vmail to. Zhang Xiaohong was speechless. F***ck. 1 second you have a guilty conscience. The next you're chatting with Wanya. Where's your conscience? Huang Zicheng? One buzz. Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, it was Wang Min again. Husband, what are you doing? I miss you. I don't want to leave you for a minute. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but smile. The two had only been separated for how long? And they missed him again? Stickler, her divorced parents, each with their own family, had long forgotten her, and Wang Min was raised by her grandmother. The factors of her upbringing had made Wang Min insecure inside, and ever since her whole heart belonged to Gu Wenqing, she would seem clingy. Gu Wenqing certainly wouldn't be offended. It was a responsibility that he cherished for the first woman with a 100% favorability rating. Going to class soon. I'll arrange for someone to negotiate for you about the milk tea store. Baby, you just collect the money and recruit people. Showing teeth. Wang Min, good. So I'll have extra time to do some lovey-dovey things with my husband. Shy. Hubby's basketball pose yesterday was awesome. The wheels of the car directly crushed Gu Wenqing's body. It seems, since yesterday to help Wang Min to solve the school gossip, opened her Pandora's box now. The speed of the car is more stable than Gu Wenqing, an old driver. That said, why was Gu Wenqing so superfluous yesterday? Crushing it with a basketball and uttering hundreds of millions of dollars of villas? It's all about suppressing Zhou Rail and indirectly avenging and taking revenge for Wang Min. Honestly, Gu Wenqing himself knows that his behavior is no better than Zhou Rail. Gu Wenqing understood in his own heart. He's not a scumbag. He just wants to give every girl a home. Hey, it's done. Gu Wenqing then compensate them from the other side. Whether it is money, feelings, he will not have any favoritism. One step is one step. As long as all the girls reach 100% favorability, he's not afraid to roll over. Actually, of the three girls, Wang Yanyan and Su Mo probably guessed Gu Wenqing's fraternization. Otherwise, with Sumo's 99% favorability, it hasn't reached max even after so many days, and Wang Yanyan was at school. Very clear that Gu Wenqing was entangled with many girls. She was more or less clear in her mind. Only Wang Min was still in the dark, and her whole heart was in Gu Wenqing alone. Thinking about this, Gu Wenqing was not troubled. It's just a bit of a headache. After all, living recklessly is what he was meant to do. Gu Wenqing opened the Vmail, found the Vmail of the assistant, Li Chiawei. If you need anything, just call Jia Hui, who made her brother's assistant to the chairman. Jia Wei, find a storefront near XX University in Magic City, with a good location for high-end milk tea. Li Jiawei, buried in work. After seeing the news, there is a little helplessness in her heart. Chairman Gu, this is what things are pushed to her coupled with some of the recent things at home. She has some small emotions. Mr. Gu, this is not within my scope of work. Aggrieved, Gu Wenqing was certainly aware of this, including the last acquisition of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment, which was also outside the scope of Li Jiawei's work. As the saying goes, there are secretaries who do nothing. Ahem. Gu Wenqing, transferring $100,000. Not enough to add more. From today, you're promoted, not only the assistant to the chairman of Huafeng Group, but also my private secretary. Salary fu. Youth is like a leaf in the fall. No one knows when it fades. 18-year-old Gu Wenqing decided to firmly tug it in her hand, not letting her youth have a single regret. In the early fall of the Magic City, there is not yet a trace of coolness. The temperature is still considered hot. Schools are filled with girls coming and going, many of those wearing hot pants, short skirts, bold dress styles, and elaborate makeup are generally sophomores and juniors, and the girl in jean pants and a baggy top is probably a freshman. This is the experience told by the highly vocal Huang Zicheng. Zhou Tao skimmed his lips and had a different opinion. Impossible. Now that the network is so developed, small city high school students, in private, are wearing stockings and tights. At most the makeup is not good. Zhou Tao said. Huang Zicheng, from which book you read the bridge? To us as Mr. Huan? Zhang Xiaohuan laughed loudly. Think about your goddess Li Wenhuan, and the girls in their dormitory. Which one of them isn't dressed fashionably and beautifully? Huang Zicheng, also embarrassed a batch. Martyr labor to see, is out of date? At that moment, he happened to see two girls walking towards him, and one of them was wearing long jeans. Huang Zicheng's eyes lit up. What's the bet? Those two girls are definitely freshmen. Zhang Xiaohuan grunted. What the hell do I need you to say? I'm nearsighted enough to see that it's Yun Weiwei. Isn't that bullshit? Yun Weiwei? Huang Zicheng really did not pay attention. After all, Yun Weiwei, a look of social fear. The sense of existence is too low. Gu Wenqing had also discovered Yun Weiwei a long time ago, and now, after a period of baptism, she had become less timid. There is no longer a slight bowing of the head and burying of the face in the face of strangers. Aha! Much more cheerful. Pretty good. Everything is moving in a good direction. Yun Weiwei, who wore large eyeglass frames, also spotted the four Gu Wenqing, and she still felt hot and shy when being stared at by four people of the opposite sex. However, she chose to ignore the three insignificant boys and glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was smiling at her, her eyes averted as she took out a roll of money from her bag. This is what I've been earning on the side lately, so I'll pay you back some of it first, and then I'll slowly pay you back the rest when I get paid. Afraid that Gu Wenqing wouldn't want it, she continued to whisper, I have enough money on me. I always lose sleep when I don't pay it off. Yes, Gu Wenqing didn't refuse. 10,000 yuan. According to the normal part-time job, more than one semester should be able to pay off. And then he glanced at the girl next to Yun Weiwei. Next to her, Jin Yu scowled and said, hello Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Huh? Gu Wenqing's eyes were a bit fierce. Jin Yu was a bit scared and whispered, oh, Weiwei and I just took the class. I'm not the same as before. It's quite good. Friends are meant to help each other. Gu Wenqing revealed a smile. Aha, I know. Jin Yu nodded her head. She wasn't stupid. Gu Wenqing was warning herself not to think of bullying the kind Yun Weiwei. In fact, Gu Wenqing was so fierce before. Give her 100 guts would not dare to bully Yun Weiwei again. Jin Yu was indeed also touched by Yun Weiwei. A kind, heartless girl. Though no one had publicized the fact that Goldmoon had stolen the money. But many people, more or less, can guess. The three girls walked out of the stairwell. Just Kim Moon's face was red for no reason. For a while, the class was rumored to be scandalous and secretly unashamed of her behavior. This is Jin Yu can be bad luck. The beginning of the school was already bad-mouthed, not good. She did not have any friends. After stealing money fiasco, even more ostracized by everyone. In her daily life, she has no friends of the opposite sex at all, except for a few men who want to chase her. On the contrary, Yun Weiwei in the same dormitory didn't dislike her. Not to mention that she didn't have any grievances against her for stealing money, and Yun Weiwei's attitude was still like a spring breeze to her. Over time, the two became pretty good friends as well. Jin Yu genuinely recognized Yun Weiwei as a friend. It was too late to like her. How could she bully her own friend? See you later then. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. He had a class to attend. Aha! Yun Weiwei flushed red and nodded her little head. Two girls walking arm in arm. Weiwei, do you like Gu Wenqing? Yun Weiwei thought about it. The matter of falling in love was too far away for her. I don't know. Goldmoon asked again. Do you know what it's like to like? Seeing Yun Weiwei beside her shaking her head, Jin Yu explains. When you like someone, you can't help but think of them no matter what you're doing, and it's like the other person lives in your head, thinking of them and hanging on to them all the time. Yun Weiwei asked curiously. So, you have a favorite? Goldmoon shook his head as well. Yun Weiwei curiously said, then how do you know these truths? Jin Yu reminded, oh, read it online. But Weiwei, there are some sought-after men. You have to grab them in advance, or you won't have a chance if you're late. Yun Weiwei frowned with a small frown. Oh, she knew that Jin Yu was referring to Gu Wenqing. Actually, you're slightly. Gu Wenqing sighed with the tone of a person who has been there before. Women are like tigers. With your small body I suggest you become a monk. Zhang Xiaohong bristled. I'm still a fucking virgin. Being a F** king monk. Alas, you'll know when you're done. And you're advised to exercise more. Just in case. Gu Wenqing patted Zhang Xiaohong's shoulder and looked at Huang Zicheng, who was laughing loudly. He said lightly, what are you laughing at? You and Zhang Xiaohong are half a catty. Still don't work out. Beware of being sat on your ass by a woman. Huang Zicheng's smile came to an abrupt end. Gu Wenqing's words are with some jokes, but also advised the two pay more attention to the body. Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng really cannot a weak look. During class, Gu Wenqing received a message from his schoolmate Wang Yanyan. I'm coming home. Don't miss me too much. Photo. And then Huma Wang posted 3 pictures of the Parisian house in different colors. The genuine one is different. It feels much silkier, happy, because he was in class. Gu Wenqing scratched his head and didn't move his face. He replied, I paid for my shares. I'm losing money if I don't mouth full. Wang Yanyan, then you wait for sister obediently. Sister will come back to let you enough. Okay, daddy's waiting for you. The two of them chatted for a while longer. And the schoolmate's hometown was in the city of Su, more than 200 kilometers from Magic City. Wang Yanyan said she drove for almost 2.5 hours. Originally, she wanted to take an airplane, which would only take half an hour to arrive in Sioux City. The last few flights were booked out and plane tickets weren't available until 5 p.m., so she just drove back. What's the emergency at home? Gu Wenqing was curious. After all, it was almost the national day. And if there was no emergency, Wang Yanyan was perfectly capable of waiting until the National Day holiday to go home. After half a minute of silence, Wang Yanyan's V-message reply came in. I miss my mom, so I'm going back for a visit. That's the time to go back and visit and say hello to my aunt and uncle for me. Wang Yanyan, bah, if my mom knew about us, she'd definitely beat you with a broom. Gu Wenqing, as long as you can betroth your sister to me, not to mention one meal, even 10 or 100 beatings, I'm willing to take it. Wang Yanyan, schoolmate back to chat. Driving. Wahahaha. Looking at the naughty chat records, Wang Yanyan's depression in her heart dissipated some. This time back, it's time for my mother to move out. Otherwise, his son and wife do this every time and it hurts the mother too much. Like most people, Yanyan Wang originally had a happy family, and the family is quite well off. Huma Wang's childhood has been wonderful, full of fun and sunshine. From the time she was 12 years old, her father began to stay out at night occasionally. He said he was busy with work and did not arouse the suspicion of Wang Yanyan's mother, and for some time afterward, her father intensified his efforts, so that he only came back once a month or once every few months, and when he came back, there was a lot of arguing in the house. 12-year-old Yanyan Wang understood and probably knew that her parents' marriage had come to an end. There is no doubt that custody of Huma Wang went to her mom. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the mother took Wang Yanyan's hand and cried, saying, Degree mother is sorry for you, can no longer give you a complete home? Plus or minus. Her father pulled open the door and got into the car. The co-pilot sat a young and beautiful woman. He looked back at the two mothers and daughters. A foot gas pedal directly away. Wang Yanyan reached out her small hand and dried her mother's tears. Her tender tone carrying a sobbing tone, Mommy don't cry. You still have Yanyan. Yanyan will always be with you. For some time to come, Wang Yanyan lived with her mother, relying on the house left by his father with enough money to live on each month. He has been able to get by for 8 years. Unpleasantly, the father's son, Wang Yanyan's half-brother, often came to the door to drive the mother and daughter away. Of course, what does that 7 to 8-year-old brat know about anything? All instigated by the bitch behind him, tolerating anger for so long. This time the little kid is even more excessive to take a brick to throw the head of the king's mother. Wang Yanyan's mother hit the head of the blood. It's funny, the house was left to my mother by my father. The mistress, who is now the main house, nonetheless says the house is theirs. She often brought her son and came to Wang Yanyan's house to cause trouble. It made many of the neighbors watch a lot of jokes at Wang Yanyan's house. Thinking of this, Wang Yanyan's brows knit tightly. It's really not possible to let them have it. It's been 7 or 8 years, and mother should have had enough. The mother's character is weak. Even if she knows that her father has a mistress outside, she only argues with her father for a couple of sentences, and then alone in the room with tears. With the mother's character, not because of Wang Yanyan, has long given the house to that hateful woman. After all, that woman was a snake and mother couldn't even fight her. Mother can hold out so long. Classes are always long, nowadays. With Gu Wenqing's worth, even if he doesn't attend classes, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have a college diploma. After all, he's all worth hundreds of billions of dollars. But Mordor University is Gu Wenqing's hard work to get into the exam, to be worthy of his own efforts. Otherwise it would not be a waste of his 3 years of hard work and sweat. What's more important is to give an account to the parents at home. Besides, college is only 4 years. School days are to be cherished. After stepping into the society, you can really say goodbye to the campus. After all, his future career is not a teacher. So it's fun to have classes or go to them and see more of your vibrant sisters. Before class was over, a message came through on my cell phone. At first glance, it was the assistant and private secretary, Li Jiawei, sending a V-mail message. Li Jiawei, I've already found a good location. The facade outside the school is almost interesting. So I found a facade in the commercial street inside the school. The transfer fee is a bit more expensive than off-campus, but the location is great. Transfer $100,000. Hard work. Gu Wenqing direct transfer $100,000. I thought to myself that this secretary is pretty efficient. Horses run fast. Give some grass to eat. Li Jiawei, then where are you now? Contracts those need you to sign in person. Or, Gu Wenqing would have liked to let the secretary directly on behalf of the signature. The second thought of the milk tea store would have been to Wang Min opened. Let her sign the contract to do business license these more involved. Let the milk tea store become a business for Wang Min. More things to do. Gu Wenqing, you come to Mordor University to find me first. Li Jiawei, okay Mr. Gu. Wait for me. I'll be right there. After sending the message, Gu Wenqing raised his head. Next to him, Huang Zicheng looked at him with a grimace. Huang Zicheng had envy in his tone. Lao Gu. Who is she? Extremely talented. Huang Zicheng, however, had spied on Gu Wenqing's screen, and had wanted to take a peek at which girl Lao Gu was chatting with. As a result, I saw Li Jiawei's V-mail avatar. Because it was the group's work number. Li Jiawei's avatar was a photo of the upper half of her body. White shirt, light makeup, but it still couldn't resist Li Jiawei's outstanding looks. Nima. So imperial. He then focused on admiring Li Jiawei's avatar and forgot to look at the Gu Wenqing chat log. Marred. You say this people then people why the gap is so big, why is there always beauty around you? Huang Zicheng's face was so tangled that he couldn't figure it out. Lao Gu was very rich, but usually very low-key did not write the word rich on his face. Huang Zicheng asked himself, besides money he wasn't much worse than Lao Gu, right? Why do high-colored girls always like to move towards Gu Wenqing? Huang Zicheng thought to himself. He and Gu Wenqing is one of the two male gods in the boys' dormitory. And Gu Wenqing contrast. My yellow male god is very pull crotch. Gu Wenqing thought for a while and replied, maybe I'm more handsome. More handsome then? I'm not that bad. Huang Zicheng straightened his angled bangs. Gu Wenqing glanced at Huang Zicheng's hairstyle and faintly said, handsome, it's 2022. It would be better to reveal the other eye. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Lao Gu. What? Who is that imperial woman? Oh, my secretary. F***CK. Lao Gu. You're really good. Are you looking for a secretary to compare to the imperial actresses you're looking for? One glance makes one's blood boil. Gu Wenqing disdained, fart. Those actresses with serious beauty face deserve to be compared to my secretary? Hey, not worthy. I'm not being metaphorical. The bell rang for the end of class, and Gu Wenqing was the first to walk out of the classroom. The little secretary has been waiting for her at school for a long time. According to the positioning posted by Mr. Gu, Li Jiawei came to the dormitory of Magic City University not far away. A professional outfit of Li Jiawei Imperial Sister Wind, full of aura. Many boys cannot help but sneak a look at Li Jiawei. Was Li Jiawei's god swept to the boys' eyes panic? Face instantly red into a monkey butt. The boys were saying to each other privately, could this woman be the new teacher at the school? How come I've never seen her before? Li Jiawei extraordinary temperament, workplace inculcated aura, raised his hands and feet inadvertently released, is not at all in the school of the brats can be shaken. A woman with top quality looks and temperament like Li Jiawei gave men a desire to conquer. The boys present all have self-awareness. The current level of their segment is not worthy of conquering this kind of superb imperial sister. But it didn't stop the boys from being attracted to her. A boy exclaimed, cute is worthless in front of a sexy royalty. Du Zitung, who was on the side, also sized up Li Jiawei, confirming with his eyes that he could not hold this beautiful imperial sister. Although he drove a Maserati and had a high-grade milk tea store, a slight inferiority complex would always unconsciously rise in his heart when he faced the imperial sister Li Jiawei. Du Ziting can be more thorough than the average person. This woman reveals the temperament, is definitely the top of the workplace, or has a super high academic background. Otherwise why she raised her hands and threw her feet. That. Li Jiawei raised her eyebrows lightly, and that touch of flair made many boys swoon. The simple words and actions of the imperial sister are simply titillating. I really don't know which man is so lucky to have such a beautiful woman's favor. Gu Wenqing walked in front, followed by the three followers of the dormitory. He came to the dormitory not far away and saw Li Jiawei standing by the flower bed. Li Jiawei was still in professional attire. Professional blouse, wrap skirt, black stockings, high heels. At this moment, she was bored with her hands wrapped around and placed under her chest. Her white blouse was strangled right out of the OO landscape. Especially the glasses she wore on her face added a mature imperial, indefinable flavor. Assistantly, Gu Wenqing had a spring-like smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Gu. Li Jiawei also saw Mr. Gu and hurriedly drew out a hand, ready to shake hands. Which nose? Gu Wenqing directly gave her a warm hug. Was someone's chest directly squeezed deformation. The sudden enthusiasm made Li Jiawei's face heat up. She suspected that Mr. Gu was premeditated. Long time no see. After the hug, Gu Wenqing said with a smile, naturally taking Secretary Li's sparkling water and taking a sip as if nothing had happened. Looking at General Manager Gu's calm demeanor, Li Jiawei felt that she should be overthinking it. Maybe this is Mr. Gu's characteristic way of meeting and greeting people. Gu Wenqing inquired. O2 feels that his people are living young, getting rid of the money loser. O2 has recently got a lot more hair, drinking tea and raising flowers every day, living a good life. Humph, hot chicken game. I'm afraid that youngster has already cried countless times. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. O2 couldn't help but spit in his heart. As soon as he got home, Otto heard that his son was playing a game in the living room. www.uxs.org. Who wants who? Here's an AK, and secondary armor. I'm marked. Smell. Otto's entire body couldn't believe it. What did he hear? www.uxs.org? Level 2A? Wasn't this something from the game he had invested in before? Jedi Outcast? Otto's shocked face. It can't be? Otto walked up to take a look at the familiar animation production on the screen, and the game scene made his brain fill with blood. You play Jedi? Otto inquired of his son with wide eyes. The son, who was busy playing the game, replied without lifting his head, Dad, you know it too. This game is so hot these days, a lot of people around me are playing it. If you had a better eye for the game studios you invested in before, and made a game half as fun as Jedi Outcast, you'd never have lost any money. Boom! The son's words were like a thunderbolt. It made O2 directly freeze in his tracks. What did he hear? The Jedi are on fire? A lot of people are playing? Until this moment, Otto was still incredulous. How can a game this trash be hot? Fake, right? Son, is this game fun? Is it really hot? It's fun. 5 of the top 10 microblogging hot searches are about this game. Dad, do you think it's hot? The traffic of microblogging is very huge online communication platform. The amount of traffic a microblogging hot search can bring is at least $1 million. At this point, Jedi has 5 hot searches hanging in the top 10 on Twitter right now. Upon hearing his son's words, Otto burst into a rage. Otto snatched his son's cell phone and slammed it right on the ground. Have fun my ass. Get to work. You didn't play the game I invested in when I let you try it out before, but now that you sold it, you're playing it up, aren't you? The son angrily roared, Dad, you're sick. What's with the temper for a good reason? My game is still on. You know shit. O2 watched his son go back to his room angrily and let out a long sigh. If his son knew that Jedi Survival was developed by the studio that he sold, Gu Wenqing also played a few games of Jedi Survival with his roommate. That's when the door to the dormitory opened. Zhou Tao is back. Zhou Tao has recently taken a part-time job off campus. Zhou Tao looked mysterious. Guess who I just saw at school? Huang Zicheng was playing a game and ignored him. It was Zhang Xiaohong who raised her interest. Who? Shoto's big grin. I just saw Wang Hongliang in front of the school. Wang Hongliang? Wasn't he expelled? Zhou Tao had a look of certainty. I can't possibly be wrong. It's definitely that bastard. Gu Wenqing frowned. Wang Hongliang? Yeah, how could I forget about this one? Think of it this way. The biggest suspect in slashing Ferrari tires is none other than him. Gu Wenqing looked for Wang Hongliang's picture in the posting bar and sent it to the bodyguard. Only then did I realize that there was an unread message from Sumo. The two of them chatted. Sumo shared all the interesting things that happened on a daily basis with Gu Wenqing, and took pictures of any delicious food she ate and sent them to Gu Wenqing to see. The little girl loved taking pictures and posted a few selfies. Boss, is it good? Gu Wenqing said it looked good. Sumo, what was the boss doing just now? Why did it take so long to pay attention to me? Gu Wenqing was amused. Checking in? Anyway, Gu Wenqing didn't do anything bad and directly dialed the video call. Hey, what's up? Sumo said in a jarred voice. She was giggling in her mind despite her normal tone. Her boss still cared about her. And then, as a senior face dog, Sumo saw Gu Wenqing giggling in front of the screen. It's so pretty. Nothing much, boss checking in, said Gu Wenqing, deliberately using a serious tone. Sumo pouted her lips. I'm in the dormitory. If you don't believe me, turn the camera around. Sumo did as he was told. At this time in the dormitory room just showered, wearing only 3-pointed Yuhan just walked over. Foamy, who are you talking to? The front camera. Only the upper half of Yuhan's body was in the picture. As a senior fan of Gu Wenqing, Sai is really rounded ah. Unfortunately, before Gu Wenqing could return, Sumo on the other end hung up the video call. It took a while before Sumo sent a message. Boss, you were staring straight at me just now. Mine is no worse than hers. Yuhan, this green tea is simply abominable. Angry, Gu Wenqing's discussions and words reply frowny face. What is it? Who is Yuhan? Sumo was also not sure if Gu Wenqing has seen it. When Yuhan came over, Sumo was only concerned about dealing with Yuhan in a panic, and also about the video call. She really didn't have time to pay attention to Gu Wenqing. As for, eyes are looking straight. This was Sumo's own brainwave. After all, Yuhan's curves are very full. Sumo aggrieved. Then boss, what were you doing just now? Gu Wenqing did not hesitate, watching the ball. Sumo was relieved. Oh, the boss has a lot of hobbies. Awesome. Love. Sumo, does the boss have any plans for the National Day? Gu Wenqing honestly said, back home. And you? Sumo, my arrangement is to think of you. Shy. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Miss me? Then I'll open a hotel here? How about Radisson? Sumo, then I'll prepare my outfit now. Shy. Hurry up. It's too cold for the boss to live alone in such a big hotel room. Sumo was petulant. Bah. Pervert. Gu Wenqing, don't wear lipstick. Too lazy to rub it on. The dormitory room where Sumo was located. Yuhan watched. Sumo took out the clothes in front of the mirror to compare. A moment to change this. A moment to take this again. Yuhan knew that Sumo was mostly the boyfriend of the Ferrari Lafayette who drove the Ferrari at the nightclub. That said, from that day after meeting Sumo and Gu Wenqing, Yuhan felt unable to mention any interest in the 5 fish in his fish pond. All 5 of them combined were no match for Gu Wenqing, who drove a Ferrari. The car is what series Yuhan do not know, but can recognize the Ferrari logo, and in her knowledge Ferrari sports car at any time to a few million it. After returning to her dorm room, she also deliberately searched online the model of the Ferrari that Gu Wenqing drove. Using Gu Wenqing's Ferrari, after comparing pictures of Ferraris online, Yuhan was surprised by Gu Wenqing's car, Ferrari Lafa, worth over $20 million. For a moment, Yuhan was even more certain of Gu Wenqing's financial power. Even the car he drove was over $20 million. So wouldn't Gu Wenqing's family background be even more amazing? At this moment, Yuhan was even more envious of Sumo in his heart. Ask yourself, Yuhan Long is not worse than Sumo. Some parts are even better than Sumo excellent, such as the bare circumference. How did Sumo find such a wonderful boyfriend? Fortunately, Yuhan light attention to the Ferrari car label, did not notice the Shanghai A11111 license plate, otherwise it would be more wet. Radisson Presidential Suite. Gu Wenqing is in love with Pikachu. Sumo pouted and said, "Boss, isn't it like a big bear?" Seeing Gu Wenqing nodding, Sumo disguised as a curious baby continued to ask, "Why? Soft and vague and gullible. Humph, are you talking about me?" "No." Sumo's little nose wrinkled, "That means I'm small? Hey, you're still fighting with the boss?" "Letter. Bah." Sumo spat lightly, "Bad egg. Men aren't bad. Women aren't good. I'll show you the horrors of badassery today." It was a sleepless night, though a good man was in his arms, but still sleep. 9 a.m. the next day, Gu Wenqing, who had finished his morning workout, sent Sumo back. Under the envious gazes of many people, Sumo stepped out from the passenger side of the Ferrari. Sumo had already changed her clothes by now and walked towards the dormitory all limp. Yuhan, who was buying breakfast, just happened to bump into it and saw Sumo's strange posture. The inexperienced Johan thought to himself, "Does this hurt? How does it feel, Sumo? And it doesn't look like it's very comfortable?" Johan's large eyes were full of doubts. "Chill, come quickly." A boy not far away waved his hand towards Yuhan who was standing still. The two met and went to the playground together. Yuhan's small face slammed. "I haven't promised you yet. Don't yell so meaty." "Oh, and when can I shout?" Yuhan skimmed his lips, "Not at any time." "Oh." The boy was also surprised, and in his heart, he thought even more that Yuhan was a good girl. It seems that chill is an affectionate term of endearment that he can only use when he's caught up with someone. The boy said, "Come on, let's go to the door and get a cab." Yuhan nodded, and the two of them kept a distance, walking towards the gate one after the other. Yuhan was a little depressed in his heart. It was especially depressing when he remembered that Sumo came back in a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. Why is it that for the same pretty, I travel by taxi, and Sumo gets to ride in a $20 million sports car? Yuhan's envy of Sumo had gone deep into his bones. When she moved, she compared herself to Sumo. Yuhan had just walked to the front door when he heard a number of people exclaiming something in surprise. "What? What a cool car. That badge is a Ferrari. Is someone this awesome? All the way to school in a Ferrari? What's a Ferrari? Look at his license plate. Crap. Shanghai A11111. The license plate is worth more than the car." Gu Wenqing, sitting in the car smoking sake, opened the windows to ventilate. To everyone's shocked words, he vaguely also heard, but Gu Wenqing's heart no ripples. The novelty has worn off. When he first got the Ferrari Rafa, Gu Wenqing was as amazed as they were. But it's the kind of thing that, once you've had it for a while, can feel tasteless. Tasteless. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and rejected several girls who wanted to come up to talk to him, and some of them had a pretty good face value, but no surprises, all of them were rejected by Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing opened the good-feeling probe. Min Wang 100%. Sumo 99%. Huma Wang 100%. Gu Wenqing frowned. He couldn't figure out why Sumo's favorability was still 99%. Even Yanyan Wang, who came later, improved from 95% to 100%. Sumo is still Jedi first, yet still stable at 99% goodwill. Could it be that this last 1% of Sumo's favor has not yet reached that opportunity? Gu Wenqing couldn't find sis in 100 thoughts. Out came Yuhan, slightly shocked. The boy behind her also looked at the Ferrari sports car with a face of envy. Is a man have sports car dream? He is no exception. In particular, Yuhan heard someone say Shanghai A11111 license plate is awesome. License plates are more expensive than cars. Yuhan's entire body stood in shock. What did she hear? License plates cost more than cars? Sumo's boyfriend's car is worth more than $20 million. Does that mean the license plate Shanghai A11111 on the Ferrari Laffa is also worth tens of millions of dollars? Yuhan's whole head is dizzy. What kind of fairy boyfriend is housemate Suemo looking for? Yuhan looked at Gu Wenqing, who was opening the window of his Ferrari and swallowing clouds. Simply not too handsome. An idea popped up in Yuhan's mind. And although a hint of it popped up last time at the barbecue stand, this time the idea was very bold. As soon as the idea popped up, Yuhan ghosted towards Ferrari Rafa. Facing the approaching Yuhan, Gu Wenqing also noticed. Yesterday in Suemo call video. Sudden. Yuhan is depressed. Not knowing where he went wrong and made the rich second generation Gu Wenqing reject him. Am I worse than Sumo? It's impossible, right? Yuhan is not able to see his toes when he lowers his head. He seems to be quite a bit bigger than even Suemo, right? Yuhan skimmed his lips, then why was it rejected? At this time, the boys behind Yuhan, their hearts were not in the right place, especially remembering what Yuhan just said. I'm Fomi's roommate Yuhan. You can call me Han Han. Didn't you say you weren't allowed to call her that? Women sure are fickle. The boys didn't feel awkward when you refused to call them chill. But just now, when she saw Yuhan, who had refused herself, and turned her head so that the other Gu Wenqing could address her as Han Han, she said, I don't know what to say, but I don't know. He also enthusiastically took the initiative to try to get into Gu Wenqing's co-pilot, and the boy's old face stiffened, especially when he noticed that Gu Wenqing had left, and Yuhan was still obsessively thinking about the direction that Gu Wenqing had left. The boys felt bad in their hearts. The boy hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to remind, Yuhan, I remember you don't like boys who smoke. Oh, that was before. Now I think men who smoke are handsome. Hearing Yuhan's fickleness once again, the boys' faces were complicated to the extreme. After being rejected, Yuhan didn't have the heart to have fun anymore, and the two of them went back to their respective dormitories with their own thoughts. The date the two hadn't even been on ended. The culprit, Gu Wenqing, didn't know. He drove to the Huafeng game studio room in his Ferrari. Once inside the studio, look at all the busy people. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. John Hong, the game's chief planner, was the first to spot Gu Wenqing and hurriedly got up and shouted, Hello, Mr. Gu. As soon as the other busy employees looked up and realized Gu Wenqing, all of them also exited their greetings. One time, the voice of Mr. Ku, a constant stream of, Gu Wenqing nodded, telling everyone not to be affected by him and to continue working. Now Huafeng Game Studio is back from the dead, and its game Jedi Survival is exploding all over the internet. It all depended on Gu Wenqing. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu's acquisition and investment, I'm afraid the studio would have been disbanded long ago, and Jedi Survival would have definitely shut down for good. It's doing quite well. It's about time everyone's environment and wages were properly raised, Gu Wenqing said to, in front of him, John Hong, the finance assigned by the Huafeng Group, as well as the studio's chief planner. John Hong reported on the work. Mr. Gu, we expect to promote the game for 3 more days, and when the game has accumulated enough players, we'll launch the first season. There will then be paid prop skins, and Huafeng Studio will turn a loss into a profit. Gu Wenqing nodded and reminded, don't just circle the money in penguin like eating ugly. Do the game also need to make pattern? It is better to do something that contributes to the society, like the welfare lottery. For example, a $2 2-color ticket. www.uxs.org. The recharge of the Jedi game could follow suit in exactly the same way, taking from the people and giving to the people. The pattern should be opened. For example, in some parts of the country, some children don't even have school bags, reading supplies, etc. The words made Jiang Hung ponder. After looking back, he admired Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was the real entrepreneur. It's not all about making money with a bad conscience. It's about doing something for this country. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that Mr. Gu is selling his name. But even if they knew that Mr. Gu was selling his name, how many company owners would dare to do so? It's a real loss of money because of this kind of name dropping. The entire Huafeng studio is owned by Mr. Gu alone. If according to the registration volume of today's Jedi Survival, the thin water donation Gu will lose money, is calculated in billions of units. In billions. Thinking about this, sweat broke out on the face of Jiang Hong, the game's chief planner. It is better to slightly remind Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, Jedi Survival's downloads have surpassed 100 million. Gu Wenqing said blandly. Oh, pretty good. Then how about this? 10% of each player's recharged money comes as a public welfare donation. How about that? Mr. Gu, atmosphere. Also, take out some of the total profits from Jedi Survival every quarter to set up a foundation. Passing on love starts with Jedi Survival. This matter of the foundation, I'll send someone special to lead it, Gu Wenqing said thoughtfully. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, Jiang Hong and the finance of Huafeng Group worshipped Gu Wenqing to the extreme. Passing on the love starts with Jedi survival. Jiang Hong even kept Mr. Gu's words in his heart. After inspecting the work, Gu Wenqing drove away. A gentleman loves his money and takes what he can get. There is a saying that Gu Wenqing, who got the system, realized the freedom of wealth. But he didn't make any contribution to the society after owning a huge amount of property. Why don't you just take advantage of the Jedi survivor craze and do something meaningful with it, and not waste God's goodness on you? Gu Wenqing knew that this decision might cost him some of his money, but he didn't care at all. Gu Wenqing is a man of nature, and since he thought of it today, he'll do what he can. Flyer real estate Yin family, hold off on this one for a while. It is imperative that the villain Wan Hongliang be dealt with first. Gu Wenqing went back to his dormitory and chatted with Huang Zicheng and a few others before resting. Early the next morning, Gu Wenqing received an unexpected phone call. Mr. Gu, are you free today? Gu Wenqing picked up the phone and a loud middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. Director Lin? Gu Wenqing was a bit surprised. Lin Hongtian? In the past, Gu Wenqing was a shareholder of Huafeng with a slight relationship. Now Huafeng is Gu Wenqing's private property. Lin Hongtian looking for his own. What do you want? Wenqing I've privately organized a gathering of the rich and powerful in Magic City. Come over and have a seat if you're free. Lin Hongtian stated his intentions. Gu Wenqing inquired. Flying real estate Yan Jun is also there? If it was there, Gu Wenqing would have gone. After all, Yan Jun of Fei Yang Real Estate is 55% hostile to himself. There was still 5% of hate value waiting for Gu Wenqing to brush it off. Yan Jun hasn't invited yet. Don't worry, I set this up. I'll make sure he's not there. Lin Hongtian had also heard about the two of them, and Lin Hongtian had gotten the wrong idea that Gu Wenqing didn't want to meet Yan Jun from Fei Yang Real Estate. Oh, then you must invite him. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth. Why? Gu Wenqing gave Lin Hongtian a detailed account of the bodyguard's investigation. Lin Hongtian hung up the phone. The heart of the cold sweat cannot help but look high at Gu Wenqing. No young people's pride is not inferior. Do things watertight? Then Lu Guoqian's son Lu Yangwei is too strong. On second thought, and thinking of Yan Jun, Lin Hongtian felt that it was to think of a foolproof plan. Not only would it lower Yan Jun's suspicions, but it was also imperative that Yan Shangbin attend the party. The other side, the Yan family, having received Lin Hongtian's party invitation just now, Yan Jun was still in a pretty good mood. In the past, Yan Jun would almost never be notified of these rich and powerful gatherings. It's not because Yan Jun isn't worth enough. Rather, Yan Jun had too bad a reputation and did two black things. Many rich people simply looked down on Yan Jun. Before Yan Jun could prepare, the phone rang again. Yan Jun took a look and it was still Lin Hongtian's. Why is Mr. Lin making another call? After hanging up the phone, Yan Jun's breathing was uneven with anger, and only got a little better after a few mouthfuls of tea. The bald bodyguard next to him asked with concern, Mr. Yan, what's wrong? Mud blood. Lin Hongtian is using his power to pressure me, warning me to be honest with Gu Wenqing at the party. This is a damn slap in my Yan Jun's old face. Yan Jun said, trembling with anger. Gu Wenqing? The bald bodyguard had a fierce look on his face. The young man who broke Mr. Yan's hands? After the bodyguard secretly investigates, he learns that Gu Wenqing is the new chairman of Huafeng Group. Facing Gu Wenqing, who acquired Huafeng Group for $100 billion, Yan Jun had some scruples and was ready to let Gu Wenqing bounce around for a few days before slowly cleaning him up. I don't want to see the bigwigs from Mordor calling to apply pressure so soon. Before Yan Jun could speak, his cell phone rang again. Yan Jun took a look and frowned. The caller ID showed that it was the chairman of the Tianyue Group. Tianyue Group, with a market value of more than 150 billion yuan, is the existence of Yan Jun look up to, and he was only lucky enough to add the contact information of the chairman of Tianyue No. 1 at a land auction, in order to curry favor with the chairman of Tianyue No. 1. Yan Jun also made it a point to have his son Yan Shangbin join the SSCC. It was no exaggeration to say that the background of the chairman of Tianyue No. 1 was such that even Yan Jun, who was not afraid of the sky, had palpitations. Yan Jun didn't dare to slack off and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Ling. Yan Jun, who picked up the phone, had a very respectful tone. But in the next second, what the opposite party said made Yan Jun's face grimace. The chairman of Tianyue Group was also calling about Gu Wenqing's matter. Although the other party's tone was polite, every sentence revealed that don't hit Gu Wenqing's idea, or else you'll have to eat your fruit. Warnings and threats from across the room filled the call. After hanging up the phone, Yan Jun's face was gloomy, and the anger in his heart was hard to describe. A person like Yan Jun, who eats softness and refuses hardness. Lin Hongtian and the chairman of Tianyue Group. The more they suppressed Yan Jun, the more ferocious Yan Jun bounced back. A cruel smile appeared on Yan Jun's face. Very well, that's what makes it fun. The bald bodyguard at the side knew well that when Mr. Yan usually showed this kind of expression, it meant that someone was going to have bad luck. The bald bodyguard makes a throat-swiping motion. Mr. Yan, isn't it a good idea to have someone take Gu Wenqing? Of the Huafeng group? No. It's too hasty. Before figuring out the background, you can't be reckless. Yan Jun raised his hand to stop it. Yan Jun was ruthless, but not stupid. Otherwise he wouldn't have managed to clear his name and mix it up to be worth nearly $10 billion. Yan Jun sighed. It's the impulse that's the worst. Mr. Yan is right. If you can't find out Gu Wenqing's family history, check the people around Gu Wenqing. And if you can't fix Gu Wenqing, you can take revenge on the people around him. Yan Jun gave the order. And looking at the bodyguards who went out to do their work, the anger in Yan Jun's heart could not be suppressed at all. Lin Hong Tian. Yan Jun is not afraid. Yan Jun was jealous of Tianyu's chairman. If Gu Wenqing had climbed into the relationship with Tianyu's chairman, then Yan Jun would have been really. Little brother is awesome. Add of email. We can hack together in the future. Gu Wenqing's wave of operation made Huang Zicheng pull the game friend girl. Praise. Directly took the initiative to ask for Gu Wenqing's contact information. The game is just an excuse. The main thing is that the magnetic voice of Gu Wenqing, who opened the microphone, made the girl's heart itch as if a kitten was scratching. No, just add me as a game friend. Gu Wenqing directly refused. Huang Zicheng, who was on the side, was on the verge of shedding heartfelt tears. Shit, I fucking took the girl you a night. Wonderful operation, not to say cowhide it, but to 1 against 4 to eat chicken several times. Also do not see you take the initiative to add my yellow male god contact. I, Mr. Wang, have no face at all? I'm done with this lickspill. After 1 round, Huang Zicheng was about to exit the game. Magic City de Yellow Male God. Wait a moment to open the game. I pull a girlfriend. Mordor de Yellow Male God is the game name of Huang Zicheng. Upon hearing that there is a girl again, Huang Zicheng, who was not going to lick, got a new motivation and he said without hesitation, no problem, there's no rush, let your BFF take her time getting online. Gu Wenqing directly exited the game. The girl was too vegetable. Not interested. Oi oi oi. Where is that little brother? My best friend is running for the little brother's good voice to open. How to retreat? Ah? The voice of the hacking girl comes out in the open mic of Huang Zicheng's game. Huang Zicheng's little mouth sadly picks up the slack. Just about to sing about the sad Pacific Ocean. Chen Yunxue, National Day, go back together? Gu Wen saw the high school flower Chen Yunxue's message. The Rhoda companion is not bad. Thought about replying. It's okay. Not a moment later, Chen Yunxue sent 2 screenshots. It is a record of online airfare from Mordor to the city of Luzhou. Chen Yunxue, I've already bought it for you. Airline tickets for the National Day holiday are in high demand. You have to buy them in advance. Showing teeth, Gu Wenqing replied back with a thank you and sent the money for the airfare to Chen Yunxue. And then, Gu Wenqing got up, ready to go change his outfit. It's better to dress formally for a party of the rich and famous in Magic City. Gu Wenqing dressed more casually on weekdays, not really suitable for formal gatherings. As the chairman of Huafeng Group, attending this kind of party was like a walking postcard for Huafeng Group, and it was necessary for Gu Wenqing to dress maturely. Gu Wenqing dialed her secretary, Li Jiawei, and asked her to accompany her to Huaxi Commercial Street to pick out clothes. The girls' dormitory at Mordor University. Chen Yunxue sent a screenshot of 2 airplane tickets purchased online to her friends with the caption, long time no see in Luzhou. Chen Yunxue's dynamic had just been posted for a while. The airplane ticket dynamic is already buzzing with likes and comments. Especially those high school boys who had a crush on the schoolgirl were heartbroken at this time. Why does it hurt? Because of those 2 airplane tickets. Goddess buys 2 plane tickets for 1 person, which is a great indication of the probability. The goddess is off the hook. It used to be that the first thing that came to mind for the boys in his high school class was Chub Trace. Since graduating from high school, everyone has gone their separate ways, except Chubo Trace, who is still in the same university as the schoolgirl, Chen Yunxue. Moreover, Chubo Trace often shared in the group some of Chen Yunxue's dynamics. It's not really together, is it? Thinking about it, the male high school students were envious of Chubo Trace. There were even good people in the group Chubo Trace, asking if schoolgirl Chen's airplane ticket was bought for him. At this time, Chubo Trace also saw the message in the group, and after looking at Chen Yunxue's circle of friends, Rhymesnow is really high and cold on the surface, but in reality, she's very warm-hearted. She'll even prepare my airplane ticket in advance. Chubo Trace's mouth quirked into a smile. Chubo Trace was convinced that the extra airplane ticket that Chen Yunxue had bought was definitely for him. After all, the 2 men's families are world friends, and 2 days ago, Chubo Trace's parents also deliberately emphasized the National Day home to take care of Chen Yunxue. I think that Chen Yunxue's parents also explained her in this way, letting Chen Yunxue come back with him. Chubochuan. Chu Botrace put on a smug smile and said in the group, "What's the point of guessing? Schoolgirl Chen only knows me as an old-timer at Magic City University. Hey, actually, I should have bought the airfare." Chu Botrace was in the high school group, pretending to be a pussy. I soon received a private message from a few of my adoring buddies who played well in high school. Crouching, Botrace cowhide, envious Jill hair purple. After Chu Botrace saw the message, he became more and more dejected. How can you let Rhyme Snow pay for the airfare? And then Chu Botrace transferred the airfare money to Chen Yunxue. Chen Yunxue, Chub Trace, this is what you'd pay for 2 airfare tickets. Chen Yunxue, what's it to you if I buy a plane ticket? Chub Trace, oh, Mr. Gu, I've arrived at Mordor University. Gu Wenqing clicked on the voice, and his assistant Li Jiaowei's voice came from inside. Mr. Gu? The other 3 people in the dormitory were shocked. Lao Gu was going on a date with his royal assistant again? Thinking of Li Jiaowei's charming body, Huang Zicheng felt that hacking and playing games with girls was tasteless. After Huang Zicheng finished his game, he also sent a message to Li Wenhuan. Wenhuan recently released a good movie, go see it together? Show your teeth. Li Wenhuan, that's fine. I'll call Mo Lu up and you ask Gu Wenqing out. Huang Zicheng frowny face Lao Gu just went out, embarrassed. Li Wenhuan, if Mo Lok doesn't go, I won't go either. Dry. Huang Zicheng is depressed as hell, but his hands don't stop. Then I'll definitely ask Lao Gu out next time. Showing teeth, Li Wenhuan, okay, I'm going to read a book. Huang Zicheng cries out, okay, studying hard is awesome. Applause. After ending the chat, Huang Zicheng was speechless. Li Wenhuan is so close to Mo Lu that he wears the same pants? He has to bring Mo Lok with him in everything he does. Yours truly, Mo Lu, you are simply a big obstacle on my yellow male god's way to getting girls. Huang Zicheng thought in a depressed manner, it seems necessary to quickly push this Mo Lu chick to old Gu. Otherwise she's always being a light bulb. It's really in the way. The entrance to Mordor University. A Jeep Wrangler has been waiting for a long time. When Gu Wenqing got into the Jeep Wrangler and left, driving a Porsche Cayenne, Wang Yanyan just happened to bump into Gu Wenqing on the SUV. Wang Yanyan deliberately glanced at the driver's side of the Wrangler. Through the window can be vaguely seen is a long-haired woman. Wang Yanyan's small face became white. Schoolmate has a new love so soon? Although Wang Yanyan was psychologically prepared a long time ago, but when she saw it with her own eyes it was still a bit unbelievable. And the moment her heart dropped dramatically, it was hard to die in her heart. What girl doesn't want all the love of the other? Wang Yanyan is no exception. At this moment, Wang Yanyan's nose is sour. In a split second, Wang Yanyan thought a lot. Does schoolmate still love her? Will schoolmates get bored with her? Could the 500 million given by the schoolboy be a breakup fee? $500 million, that's a lot of money. It was so big that Yenya Wang had never dared to imagine it before. In the past, if she had this much money, Wang Yanyan would have been very happy. But, how could she not be happy nowadays? Schoolboy's word for schoolboy's domineering protection of her, especially, under the leafy tree in the mottled old neighborhood. The schoolmate with a gentle face, it really made her so warm. Of course Wang Yanyan was not aware that her favorability towards Gu Wenqing had reached max, which belonged to till death do us part. All she knew was that her heart ached like a knife. The rambling Wang Yanyan parked her car in the parking space. Before she could emo for long, she received a text from her schoolmate. Gu Wenqing, sister, did you go back to school? Wang Yanyan in the driver's seat had red eyes. She tried her best to hide her emotions. Just got back. What's wrong? Schoolmate? Cute. Gu Wenqing, oh, you came back without giving me a word? Do you have anything missing? It just so happens that I'm shopping with my company's assistant. Do you want to join us? The address is at Huaxi Commercial Street. So that woman is the assistant of my schoolmate's company? It turned out to be a misunderstanding on his part. Wang Yanyan wept with joy. Oh, I don't lack anything. Only one thing is missing. Losing and regaining it gave Wang Yanyan a pang of fear. If she loses her schoolmate, she really doesn't know how she'll spend the rest of her life. So senior, no matter how many girls you tease, you have to have a place in your heart for senior sister. Okay? Wang Yanyan said to herself. In this moment, she figured it out, turning a blind eye. As long as her schoolmate doesn't abandon her, Wang Yanyan is going to rely on her schoolmate for the rest of her life. Gu Wenqing, lack of my love? Wang Yanyan, no. One of our children is missing. Shy. Jeep Wrangler car. Gu Wenqing was thunderstruck by her schoolmate's news. Sister, this is the stimulation of the big. Even considering their children? I'm only fucking 18. Gu Wenqing shamelessly thought, I am still a child. And then, Gu Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like her schoolmate's mood had recovered. Just a moment ago, the good feeling probe skill prompted frantically. Because host Yanyan Wang is depressed. Because host Yanyan Wang is extremely depressed. Because host Yanyan Wang's happiness value -100%. Gu Wenqing was directly startled. Did you see him getting into the car of his assistant, Li Chiawei? Definitely. How else could you be happy at minus 100% when you're fine? LOL. Wahi Commercial Street. Luxury section. Armani counter. The price of Armani formal wear is divided by grade. Where the grade from low to high, Emporio Armani. Armani Calalesi Irayo Armani. Armani suits are generally 10,000 up. Many of the classic models can even reach more than 100,000 to hundreds of thousands. Gio Armani in the international fashion industry is a charismatic legend. He designed the fashion elegant and subtle, generous and simple, exquisite workmanship, concentrated on representing the style of Italian fashion. He once bagged more than 30 clothing awards around the world in 14 years. Assistant Li Jiawei directly skipped the lower grades and walked directly to the most upscale area to select clothes for Gudong. Royalty Li Jiawei's vision certainly can't be bad. With Li Jiawei's selection and the busy sales staff, many sets of clothes were chosen. When Gu Wenqing came out wearing a formal Armani outfit, all eyes in the counter were drawn. The face is like jade and the body is like a pine. Gu Wenqing's already not bad face value and temperament, usually wearing casual clothes like a teenage sense of the schoolboy. When Gu Wenqing, who had changed into Armani formal wear, combined with the powerful aura on him, the whole person's domineering temperament came out. Handsome, with a face as distinct as a carving, his angular face masculine, the buttons of his formal blouse unbuttoned twice, his appearance looking even more debauched and uninhibited. A pair of sword eyebrow, is like a star eyes, charming deep let a person accidentally will fall, coupled with tailored formal wear. It's simply stunning. The domineering president in the female genre has a character archetype. Obviously has a face that is overly handsome and so successful, totally can rely on the face to eat. On the contrary, is still the chairman of the Huafeng Group, and Li Jiawei also knows that the recent fire game Jedi Survival is also Gu Wenqing single-handedly planning. Half a dozen times. Back to God Li Jiawei. Saw the Armani store clerk and many customers are stunning look at Chairman Gu. The heart inexplicably a wave of jealousy. What's wrong with you? Li Jiawei shook her head, shaking off the unrealistic fantasies in her mind. The two of them shopped a bit more, and Gu Wenqing bought an LV bag for his personal secretary, Li Jiawei. Assistant Li Jiawei still has a good eye, which is a reward for picking out her clothes. After strolling around for a while, the two left Huahi Street. At this time, the driver of Huafeng Group has been waiting for a long time. Li Jiawei said goodbye to Gu Wenqing and drove away in the Jeep Wrangler. The white-gloved driver respectfully opened the door for the chairman, and Gu Wenqing got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce car. Gu Wenqing reported the location of the party, and the driver methodically drove the car towards the party location, Riverview Manor. An hour ago, Summerview Villa, the Lin family. Lin Hongtian, who was about to go out, just happened to bump into his daughter Lin Yingying, who was returning. Lin Hongtian opened his mouth and said, Yingying, is there a very interesting party to go to? You go by yourself. I'm not going. Lin Yingying refused with a small frown. Lin Yingying looked at her departing dad, and snorted coldly in her heart. This party definitely had the young man who acquired Huafeng Group, and Lin Yingying wasn't going to fall for it. It is also strange that Lin Yingying usually do not pay much attention to the real estate group, otherwise she would have learned from the news. Leading the acquisition of Huafeng Group of people called Gu Wenqing, she actually would be wrong. Lin Hongtian now cannot at all want to set up Gu Wenqing and his own daughter. Ostensibly, it's a gathering of the rich and famous in Magic City. It's actually a gathering of local real estate bigwigs in Magic City. The Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at Riverview Manor. At this moment, outside the security booth of the Riverview Manor, there were security personnel with upright postures standing. One of the security officers came running up in a huff. Running up to the Rolls-Royce, he politely said, Sir, this is a private party venue. Please show your invitation or membership. Without rules, Gu Wenqing will not make things difficult for the staff. However, Gu Wenqing was a newly invited member of Lin Hongtian and only spoke on the phone without an invitation. Gu Wenqing lowered the window and said in a conciliatory tone, I'm Gu Wenqing, the chairman of the Huafeng Group. Mr. Lin specially called to invite me. Mr. Lin? Lin Hongtian Lin always? Seeing Gu Wenqing's nod, the security made a confirmation call, and then with respect in his tone, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I've wasted your valuable time with my duties. Gu Wenqing nodded, not caring, and then the security guard said over the intercom to the security booth, Open the door. It's Chairman Gu of the Huafeng Group. After the driver parked the Rolls-Royce, Gu Wenqing stepped out of the car to feel the river view at night, and then, an attendant brought Gu Wenqing into the second floor of the manor. VIP, please. The attendant opened the door to the second floor of the manor and respectfully extended his hand. Gu Wenqing stepped into the hall on the second floor. Inside, the decoration style is unique, both luxurious but not vulgar, classical with a hint of flair. Inside there are already many early to the big brother is sitting on the position. 3 or 2 gathered into a ball chatting. Gu Wenqing or the first time to participate in this kind of rich people party. Also not imagined so mysterious. This person with a special identity was Ling Ruoqing, the chairwoman of the Tianyue Group, the woman who was in charge of the 100 billion Tianyue real estate group. Ling Ruoqing, with a cool temperament, walked straight into the hall on the second floor of the Riverview Manor. Many of the bigwigs were surprised as to how Ling Ruoqing, the chairman of Tianyue Group, could have come. In the past, Ling Ruoqing had never shown up for this kind of party. After all, the powerful background of the family behind Ling Ruoqing was simply not something they could compare. Previously, some people have invited Ling Ruoqing many times, but without exception, all of them have been rejected by Ling Ruoqing is busy with business. Mr. Ling from Tianyue Group is here. As expected of Mr. Ling, his temperament is extraordinary. Seeing Ling Ruoqing of Tianyue Group, I feel like the years are wearing on me. As Ling Ruoqing appeared, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became noisy. Everyone present rose to show their respect for Ling Ruoqing. There were even some bigwigs who wanted to befriend the chairman of the Tianyue Group, and they all walked towards Ling Ruoqing. For a while, Ling Ruoqing's side was filled with people who complimented her. Ling Ruoqing's deep family background is an open secret in the real estate circle. Many bigwigs, but also inspired the juniors to take Ling Ruoqing, but the juniors simply do not dare to go on. Ling Ruoqing's family is not bad, and she is worth a lot of money. Coupled with her in a high position, control of the Tianyue Group warmed up the proud temperament. Is not at all the second generation of winebags can take down. The rich second generation who didn't have something to do was even more ashamed of themselves in front of Ling Ruoqing. What's more, close to Ling Ruoqing is to first pass her brothers that pass. Just Ling Ruoqing brother are difficult to deal with the existence of. Faced with a swarm of people gathered around, the chill on Ling Ruoqing's face became even more pronounced as she suddenly spotted Gu Wenqing, who was sitting blandly in the hall. Ling Ruoqing then ignored the crowd and walked directly towards Gu Wenqing. Everyone was puzzled at the sight. What was Ling Ruoqing doing going to that junior? Although Gu Wenqing's face value was not bad, they wouldn't be idiots to think that Ling Ruoqing would look at Gu Wenqing just because of one side of the story. Is it because they are both younger and have something in common? Gu Wenqing, who was sitting steadily, also spotted Ling Ruoqing, who was walking towards him. And from everyone's mouths just now, they also already knew that the woman in front of them was the chairman of Tianyue Group. Buy a villa and give Gu Wenqing a discount. After the SSCC Yan Shangbin incident, this woman even invited him to the SSCC Club. She is the chairman of Tianyue Group and president of SSCC Magic City Sports Car Club. Honestly speaking, a young and beautiful woman in charge of the Tianyue Group, or quite out of Gu Wenqing's expectations. Ling Ruoqing looked like she was 25 or 26 years old. She was tall, lithe, cool and proud in her speech and behavior. Her hair was like paint, her skin color was like jade, her eyes looked forward, and her words and actions exuded a ripe sense of, at first glance, it looks beautiful and cold. However, this age is the most charming time for a woman to blossom and make people unable to take their eyes off her. The temperament is cold. Gu Wenqing wasn't far apart and could feel her icy coldness from within. Noble and elegant, cool and unassuming. I wonder if she's pretending to be aloof, or if she was born with this cool temperament. It will arouse a certain desire to desecrate her. To see her embarrassed and shy, everyone was wondering why the high and mighty Ling Ruoqing was heading towards Gu Wenqing. Then the next second something even more shocking to them happened. Ling Ruoqing sat directly across from Gu Wenqing, facing straight ahead with that junior. What was even more exaggerated was that the young junior had no fear of Ling Ruoqing's icy cold eyes, and the two of them were eyeing each other tightly. The moment, all the bigwigs present thought that Gu Wenqing was unaware of the fear. After all, who was present who wasn't a big shot worth billions or tens of billions of dollars? But they simply didn't dare to be so reckless in the face of Ling Ruoqing, who had a profound background. Facing Ling Ruoqing's eyes, Gu Wenqing disdained them. He even cried out in his mind, "Look straight at me, bastard!" Gu Wenqing even took a sip of red wine and changed into a comfortable big brother stance, looking at Ling Ruoqing in a condescending state. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this woman wanted to play today. Half a dozen times, Ling Ruoqing was the first to speak out. Her tone condescending. Tianyue Group, Ling Ruoqing. The other party had a condescending tone, so of course Gu Wenqing wouldn't spoil him. Oh, good name. Gu Wenqing frowned, his tone flirty. I am Gu Wenqing, who is known as the handsome, suave, jade-like in popular Huafeng groups Gu Wenqing. Ling Ruoqing's face was expressionless. Has Mr. Gu always been this oily? Ling Ruoqing, have you always been this arrogant and uncaring? Gu Wenqing smiled and bluntly called Ling Ruoqing by her full name. Mr. Gu is really something else. Overrated. At least I don't think highly of myself. Both of them have hidden sarcasm in their words. If the surrounding tycoons hear Gu Wenqing sneering at Ling Ruoqing, who has a strong background, they are afraid that their jaws will drop in shock. Before the bigwig's words fell, outside the Riverview Manor, a Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop, and the initiator of the party, Lin Hongtian, walked out. Lin Hongtian was no longer the chairman of Huafeng Group, but he now had huge amounts of liquidity, and the bigwigs in the Magic City real estate circle still respected him. After Lin Hongxia got out of the car, he walked straight into the hall on the second floor. Before everyone could come forward to greet him, Lin Hongtian caught a glimpse of the leisurely Gu Wenqing. Lin Hongtian immediately walked over in the direction of Gu Wenqing. Seeing this scene, the other bigwigs in the hall were filled with disbelief. How was it that Lin Hongtian, like Ling Ruoqing, similarly headed towards that young man as soon as he entered the hall? Could it be that the young man wasn't going the wrong way? I'm afraid that a teenager who can make two top bigwigs take the initiative to befriend him has an extraordinary identity. All the bigwigs in the room had in their heads 3 words: Gu Wenqing. That's it. Shouldn't be wrong. Rumor has it that the new chairman of Huafeng Group is only 18 years old, and this teenager in front of him was similar in age to the chairman of the Huafeng Group. All the bigwigs had their eyes fixed on Lin Hongtian. Want to witness yes and no? Chairman Gu. Coming before and after Gu Wenqing, Lin Hongtian first shook hands with Gu Wenqing before greeting Ling Ruoqing next to him. Lin Hongtian's voice was not loud, just enough for everyone to hear with the crowd purposely silenced. Crap. Sure enough, it was Gu Wenqing of the Huafeng Group. They should have known that. How could a young man who could make even Ling Ruoqing take the initiative to befriend him be a junior? Gu Wenqing never showed up, but the Magic City real estate circles are full of the legend of Mr. Gu. It's no exaggeration to say that Huafeng Group's Gu Wenqing is the most discussed topic in the Magic City real estate circle these days. $30 billion to take down the king of the land, hundreds of billions of dollars to acquire the Huafeng Group. Some time ago, he even broke the hands of the son of the boss of Flyer Real Estate. Thinking about this, there was some remorse in the hearts of many. I should have thought of it earlier. If only I hadn't misunderstood before and seized the moment to go up to Gu to summarize and exchange some words. Mr. Gu is the big shot who bought Huafeng Group with $100 billion. At this moment, many big brothers couldn't wait to slap themselves twice, that they had missed such a good opportunity. What is Gu Wenqing's presence here? Not to say that it was comparable to Ling Ruoqing, but Gu Wenqing's strength definitely ranked in the top 3 here. No, it should be second in line. Lin Hongtian, who had been acquired by Mr. Gu, didn't deserve to be ranked ahead of Gu Wenqing. Just one thing alone could prove that Gu Wenqing's background was not bad. That's it, a $100 billion acquisition of the Huafeng Group. All the bigwigs present, worth billions of dollars, or even tens of billions of dollars, but that's all valuation and real estate. Let them take out $1 billion liquidity is bad enough. Then can take out $100 billion Gu Wenqing is how horrible? After knowing Gu Wenqing's identity, the few people who had just talked about Gu Wenqing not being worthy of Ling Ruoqing were a bit embarrassed. In terms of age and status, Gu Wenqing is the only one present who is worthy of Ling Ruoqing. Gu Wenqing are not even worthy of words. Do they make them? They make keys? How many? Gu old brother. I'll introduce you to the bigwigs of the Magic City real estate industry. We all hang out in the same area. It's still beneficial to have a good relationship, Lin Hongtian said with a smile. Thank you Mr. Lin for your kind words. Not for now. You know the purpose of my coming. Gu Wenqing directly refused. Gu Wenqing came here with a goal in mind. Befriending people is unnecessary at the moment. What's more, there were some people who spoke out against themselves just now. He was just here to brush up on Yan Jun's hate value and then finish him off. Seeing Gu Wenqing's refusal, Lin Hongtian understood the situation and continued to speak out, saying, just as well. They did almost have the strength too. Lin Hongtian nodded. Those real estate bigwigs are not half a star worse than Gu Wenqing. It is normal that Gu Wenqing does not care to know them. Today, the two of them were not only going to clean up Yan Jun. Lin Hongtian revealed another reason for inviting Gu Wenqing this time. Simply put, the current new energy vehicle is the big trend. Lin Hongtian got a new energy vehicle production license. This year, the state of China announced the new energy automobile production enterprises and product access management regulations. The access threshold for automobile companies will make it more difficult for companies to obtain production qualifications. Lin Hongtian is ready to build a car, and building a car from 0 to 1 is not a grind. It requires a lot of labor, time, and money. Lin Hongtian initiated the purpose of this party is to pull investment. After all, car building is a bottomless pit. Pull more investors, but also can share the risk. Gu old brother, Mr. Ling, new energy vehicles are the big trend in the future. Look at the current BYD and Tesla. I have acquired a domestic automobile company, The two of you who are interested can invest in investment. Lin Hongtian said to the two. Building a car? Gu Wenqing wasn't interested in investing money in billions to be someone else's shareholder. Gu Wenqing, of course, refused. It was Ling Ruoqing who had some interest in the project. While Lin Hongtian struck the iron while it was hot and continued to introduce Ling Ruoqing to car building, Gu Wenqing directly got up and left his seat. As soon as Gu Wenqing left his seat, the surrounding bigwigs who wanted to befriend Gu Wenqing swarmed around and spoke out. Mr. Gu, long time no see. Mr. Yen, long time no see. Mr. Yen. The few bigwigs who were left out in the cold by Gu Wenqing greeted Yen Jun. Although it was Yen Jun's first time attending a party, everyone who hung out in a circle had met. Yen Jun nodded flatly. The heart is disdainful. Are some of the value and their own similar, or lower than their own boss? Yen Jun simply do not care to talk to them. Yen Jun's expression was bland, but his eyes kept a close eye on Gu Wenqing. Yen Jun has a daughter and a son, and Yen Jun has always had the idea of emphasizing children over daughters. The youngest son Yen Shangbin from the moment of birth. Yen Jun was overjoyed, and did his best to give the best to his son. What to buy? Reading Yen Shangbin spoiled a lot of women, broke a lot of people's legs, but also Yen Jun for his son to wipe his ass. This not only did not let Yen Jun disappointed, but instead praised his son Yen Shangbin. The blue is better than the blue, worthy of their own species, is capable of doing great things. In the Yen family in the mouth for fear of melting, held in the hands of the baby son Yen Shangbin for fear of falling, but was broken 2 hands. How could Yen Jun not hold a grudge? Yen Jun started out as a street hustler, and in those stormy times, he went from being a mud-legged man to being worth tens of billions of dollars, relying not only on luck, but also on a ruthlessness. At this time, although Yen Jun's face was bland, his heart hated Gu Wenqing's death by 1,000 cuts. The reason why Yen Jun still didn't move Gu Wenqing wasn't because he was afraid of Ling Ruoqing and Lin Hongtian's warning. Quite the contrary. The warnings from the two bigwigs not only didn't make Yen Jun fearful, but instead, he became even more hateful towards Gu Wenqing. Yen Jun delayed the reason, is unable to feel the bottom of Gu Wenqing. After all, Gu Wenqing a step into the real estate circle, do everything, are too bluffing, surely can't be no background of the rich second generation. The moment, a smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Good, the main character is here? Gu Wenqing's face was bland as he took large strides toward where Yen Jun was sitting. At this time, the real estate bosses in the hall, looking at Gu Wenqing's pace, were surprised in their hearts. They had long known that Gu Wenqing had a conflict with the Yen family. Then, what is Mr. Gu of the Huafeng group doing? Not only do you not turn away from the haters, but on the contrary, you actively walk up to them? Could it be that Gu Wenqing was ready to bow down and put the Yen family on ice? Or maybe Gu Wenqing will come up with some benefits and the two families will turn their differences into peace? Anyway, no one would think that Gu Wenqing would mess with the Yen family of Feiyang real estate again. After all, even they knew that the Yen family had once been involved in blackmail, and only turned to serious business after the strict day. However, Yen Jun's character is still fierce and bloody, and he is a vengeful man who does things ruthlessly without leaving any room for error. Even they knew about it, there was no reason why Gu Wenqing of the Huafeng group wouldn't be aware of it. Doing business was all about harmony and wealth. Gu Wenqing wouldn't be crazy enough to mess with the Yen family again, would he? Even if Gu Wenqing has more money and a big background behind him. There's a saying from ancient times, a barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. What's more, Yen Jun is even more aggressive than Lightfoot. A few of the real estate bigwigs who were snubbed by Gu Wenqing. There's a bit of gloating going on. Mr. Gu must have gone to seek peace. I guess so. Although Yen Jun isn't worth as much as Gu Wenqing, but when he's ruthless, I guess Gu Wenqing is also afraid. After all, he's still too young. Yen Jun has always had a big appetite. Gu is expected to pay a big price. Their words dripped with water. They were all very plain, and there was no tone of mocking Gu Wenqing. But the faint words all revealed that Huafeng Group's Gu general manager had gone soft. Everyone nodded subconsciously when they heard it. Thinking about it differently, if they had offended the mad dog like Yen family, they would definitely choose to ease their relationship instead of repeatedly offending the Yen family again and again. Another part of the hall, Ling Ruoqing from the Tianyue group, and Lin Hongtian also noticed. Ling Ruoqing's brows were even more furrowed. Facing a Yen family in the district, had Gu Wenqing really gone soft? At this moment, Ling Ruoqing was a little disappointed in her heart. She had looked away. It seemed that she had to search for another person again. Ling Ruoqing gently shook her head. Not a weak man like Gu Wenqing. When everyone thought that Gu Wenqing of Huafeng Group was there to express his apologies to Yen Jun, even Yen Jun of Feiyang Real Estate, who was sitting quietly, had a touch of sarcasm on his face, and thought smugly in his heart, degree young people always have to pay for their impulsiveness. And knowing my Yen family's means of action, they know how to come to soften up. After all, the Yan family of his Fei-Yang real estate was known to be vicious and venomous. Yan Jun didn't believe that Gu Wenqing would still dare to offend himself to death. All eyes on the world. Gu Wenqing walked over to where Yan Jun was sitting and sat down with a dashing but directly opposite him. Mr. Yan is so elegant. Your son is crying out in pain in the hospital. As a father you don't go to accompany your son, instead you still have the time to party at ease? Simply not a competent father. And then, Gu Wenqing's words turned violently, with a few points of harshness in his tone. Shall I, Gu Wenqing, give you a ride into the hospital and let the... Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Ling Ruoqing's eyes lit up. Very strong. It's very bossy. The other side. Hearing Gu Wenqing's big words, Yan Jun's face was already gloomy to the extreme. It had always been him, Yan Jun, who had threatened others. But he couldn't imagine being threatened by an 18-year-old young man today. You want me, Yan Jun, to be hospitalized too? The more rampant Gu Wenqing became, the more cautious Yan Jun became instead. Yan Jun's heart was gloomy, but his face was changeless as he said, Is Mr. Gu too aggressive? My son did something wrong and has been taught his due lesson. But my Yan family didn't offend you afterward. Has Mr. Gu gone a little too far? Ha! Gu Wenqing had a cold smile on his face, and his entire aura became stern. Your son made the first mistake. Breaking his hands is what he deserves, and whether I clean up the Yan family or not is not in conflict with what happened to your son. Yan Jun, you also think too highly of your Yan family, and you think too little of me. Gu Wenqing, packing up your Yan family is as simple as crushing an ant. I, Gu Wenqing, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to others? Gu Wenqing who owns the system. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. This east wind was, naturally, the last bit of Yan Jun's hate value. As soon as the Yan army's hostility reaches 60%, Yan Jun will be facing 2 prop cards, Dawn Killer, and Primary Revenge card. With the 2 prop cards activated at the same time, not only would Yan Jun's property that he had fought for his entire life be gone, Yan Jun's life would also be mercilessly harvested by Gu Wenqing. That was Gu Wenqing's real purpose. Gu Wenqing's words echoed throughout the second floor hall. Present, all the real estate bigwigs held their breath. Gu Wenqing's words were just too domineering. At this moment, everyone felt that they had misjudged Gu Wenqing's massive strength. Is Gu Wenqing, who is in charge of the $100 billion group, stupid? No, definitely not. He must have a powerful background for him to dare to face Yan Jun in such a rampant manner. It's simply rampant to the extreme. Just because Yan Jun's son, Yan Shangbin, slapped a female employee, Gu Wenqing not only broke Yan Shangbin's hands, but today he even let slip that he would clean up the entire Yan family? A female employee gets a slap on the wrist, and the entire Yan family of Fei-Yang real estate has to be implicated. Such a deed is simply unheard of. Gu Wenqing's acting style is more vicious and brutal than Yan Jun. Hearing the words of Gu Wenqing, Lin Hongtian surfaced a look of horror. The heart of the truth is not a ripple. After all, he had known that Yan Jun today to be bad luck. Ling Ruoqing, who was on the side, had bright eyes instead and said, Very handsome. How dare you, you son of a bitch? Yan Jun had gone mad with anger. Yan Jun was instantly enraged and had been holding back his anger. The bolder Gu Wenqing became, the more aggressive he became. The more Yan Jun was afraid, the more he could take out $100 billion to acquire Huafeng Group. The family behind Gu Wenqing must be extraordinary. Yan Jun didn't want his impulse to bury the entire Yan family with him. At least, one couldn't make an enemy of Gu Wenqing now. Gu Wenqing, this kid is afraid that his head is missing a tendon. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill you. At this moment Yan Jun's mind has made up its mind. Wait for Fei-Yang real estate to sell, then clean up Gu Wenqing. Take care of everything, clean up and run directly. In Gu Wenqing's line of sight, Yan Junchon was furious, and it turned back into a face full of blandness. Where's Ding? What happened to the promised +1 hate value? What happened to the promised Yan Jun's viciousness and vindictiveness? That's it? Yan Jun, who had transformed into a ninja turtle, was something Gu Wenqing had never expected. It seems like the mockery needs to be increased. Gu Wenqing thought in his heart. I'm afraid you don't know. I've arranged for someone to go to the hospital where Yan Shangbin is staying. I'm going to break his 3 legs tonight, so that he knows that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Gu Wenqing lit a cigarette, his tone sorrowful. Try touching him if you dare. Yan Jun exploded with anger, pointing at Gu Wenqing with his hand outstretched. The sun is Yan Jun's scales. Try? Gu Wenqing sneered. But no one has ever dared to point at my Gu Wenqing's nose. Before the words fell, swiftly, Gu Wenqing instantly snapped, pinching Yan Jun's finger that was pointing at him. With a force, ka-chow. The crisp sound of Yan Jun's hand bone breaking resounded throughout the hall. The bones of his hand were broken into an inverted 7 shape. and Yan Jun's body broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, but he, in addition to muffled grunts from the great winds and waves out of the Yan Jun, did not scream loudly and miserably. Great! Yan Jun's eyes were crimson beyond measure, and his voice grew louder and louder, finally resounding throughout the hall. I don't care how much background you have. You beat my son and insulted my Yan Jun. Today I'm going to chop off one of your hands. At this moment, he no longer considered Gu Wenqing's background. After saying that, Yan Jun fiercely chopped his foot. His body quickly pounced on Gu Wenqing. Yan Jun fought his way up from a gangster to a big brother, and over the years, he had never given up exercising his life-preserving punching and kicking skills. Yan Jun, who had been a great killer, thought that even with a broken finger, he could easily pin down a well-bred rich young master like Gu Wenqing. Hey, out of your depth. Gu Wenqing sighed. What goes around comes around, was activated, and with a quick bow of his arm, he turned around and slammed into the back of Yan Jun, who was pouncing over. This smash of the arm was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. There's no dare in what I, Gu Wenqing, want to do. Gu Wenqing stood up his body and lightly said, only if I want to or not. Oh, are you crazy? Are you really not afraid of the law? Yan Jun's voice carried a tremor. It's not like back then. It's easy to kill, but hard to make good. What business is it of mine, Gu Wenqing, that the Yan family disappeared on their own? And then, Gu Wenqing stepped on Yan Jun's body and leaned down to whisper. Even if the east window comes to light, casually finding a scapegoat to take the blame is not a trick your Yan family is accustomed to. Count me I, Yan Jun, have misjudged you. You're not a pampered rich kid at all. You're really a complete madman. Yan Jun wanted to make a final struggle. Thank you. Compliments. Gu Wenqing gave Yan Jun a hard kick as a reward. How powerful the body had been transformed. Gu Wenqing's kick directly knocked the resisting Yan Jun unconscious. A generation of Jianghu lords, Yan Jun of Feiyang real estate, fainted to death at Gu Wenqing's feet in a sorry state. Gu Wenqing slowly got up with a smile on his face. Everyone, Mr. Yan and I have dealt with some personal matters. Please forgive me for disturbing your pleasure. The whole place is dead silent. Whether it was Ling Ruoqing or Lin Hongtian, or any of the other real estate bosses, none of them dared to speak. It took less than a few minutes for Gu Wenqing to walk to Yan Jun's side, but it turned countless people's imaginations upside down. At first, everyone thought that Gu Wenqing was going soft, which had thought that reality ruthlessly taught them a lesson, so that the bigwigs present know what it means to be ruthless. Gu Wenqing went over and first had a mouthful, but then he even made Yan Jun half dead in 3 strokes. The exaggerated reversals all shocked them deeply, especially Gu Wenqing's glib look, stepping on the $10 billion ruthless Yan Jun. Even more, they were appalled. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Only Ling Ruoqing covered her small mouth in surprise, revealing a hint of a young girl's appearance. The few bosses who had just whispered about Gu Wenqing couldn't wait to throw themselves 2 slaps in the face. The general manager Gu, who even Yan Jun had casually cleaned up, was not something they could talk nonsense about. Ling Ruoqing, who was sitting quietly, looked at Gu Wenqing, who was blandly at ease, and instantly remembered her own dilemma in the family, and how only a fearless character like Gu Wenqing's could help her. After today, Huafeng Group's Gu Wenqing will be famous throughout the Magic City real estate circle. In the face of the shock of a group of real estate bigwigs, Gu Wenqing was blandly incomparable. For others, Yan Jun of Feiyang real estate, a former gangster lord, a ruthless executioner, a real estate boss worth tens of billions of dollars, an existence that even a host of real estate bosses are wary of. But to Gu Wenqing, Yan Jun is just like the street gangster Sun Daily, a mole cricket that only needs a little bit of tactics, and since he wants to touch the people around me, he can just trample them to death. Tonight, he came to Riverview Manor, not to poetically look at the riverview, not to boast about doing business. Instead, the night is dark and windy, a night of murder. Gu Wenqing swept his gaze over, and the many bigwigs in the hall averted their eyes, not daring to look directly at him. Wherever Gu Wenqing passed, the bigwigs avoided. Who dares to offend a young big shot who is richer and more powerful than they are and ruthless? Only Ling Ruoqing looked at him with glowing eyes. Gu Wenqing frowned. This chick is not afraid? Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you more today. And then, Gu Wenqing didn't pay any attention to Ling Ruoqing. The bodyguards were all waiting outside the second floor, so Gu Wenqing had to do it himself, dragging the dead pig like Yan Jun out of the hall. Looking at Gu Wenqing's back, eventually the initiator of the party, Lin Hongtian, let out a long sigh and said slowly and falsely, young and frivolous, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. This time the 2 families are considered to have no trace of leeway. I'm afraid that Feiyang real estate will be removed from the Magic City tomorrow. Hearing Lin Hongtian's words, the other real estate bigwigs, too, were overwhelmed with emotion. Spending all your time hunting geese will end up being pecked blind by geese. Yan Jun would never have imagined that he would encounter a more ruthless being. AI. After today, there will be no more Yin family. No wonder you're in charge of the $100 billion group at such a young age. Mr. Gu acts in a thunderous manner and is quick to anger. There was a big man who had palpitations in his heart, and he said, I'm afraid that Yan Jun will also have his hands ruined. Someone on the side nodded in agreement. I think so. But Mr. Gu himself said that he would let them reunite father and son in the hospital. It seems that in the future, we have to let our juniors polish their eyes, so they don't offend Mr. Gu of the Huafeng group. Yeah, go back and warn the juniors. The soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the evil, and the evil are afraid of those who don't want to die, and don't want life. Mr. Gu not only is ruthless, but also extraordinary financial strength, horrible background, not at all they can provoke the existence of. Lingru watching looked at the hall, a group of Mr. Gu, good tactics. A man stepped out into the night, the cold wind whipping along the river. Say, what do you want from Fei Yang Real Estate? Gu Wenqing opened his mouth. The man shook his head. Or how much do you want me to invest in building a car? Half a rate. Lin Hongtian was silent for a while and slowly spoke. I only have one condition. Stay away from my daughter Lin Yingying. You think I'll listen to you? Gu Wenqing asked rhetorically. No matter what. I don't want Lin Yingying's other half to be someone with blood on his hands. Mr. Lin is wrong. If I hadn't found out that Yan Shangbin had designs on Lin Yingying, I'm afraid that when Yan Shangbin is discharged from the hospital to implement it, the one who wants to kill someone will be you. Lin Hongtian. Lin Hongtian let out a long sigh. Mr. Gu. This is a request as a father. Gu Wenqing shook his head. Just now in the hall you pretended to be quite decent. I'm afraid everyone doesn't know that this matter also has half of your credit. As for Lin Yingying, nowadays it's all about free love. You as a father should look away. Gu Wenqing finished his speech and left in a straight stride, leaving Lin Hongtian alone standing by the river. All the bigwigs gathered in the hall. No one would have thought that targeting Yan Jun was not an accident, but was premeditated. Lin Hongtian is the key figure. Yan Jun, who had never attended such a party before, was deliberately invited by Lin Hongtian, and Lin Hongtian's warning call was intentional to make Yan Jun lower his suspicions. Oddly enough, Yan Jun's son, Yan Shangbin had set his sights on Lin Yingying, wanting to take control of the Lin family's wealth. The Yan family really has a big heart and dares to do anything. Hey! Lin Hongtian let out a long sigh, his heart somewhat helpless. He intended to call Lin Yingying to the purpose, is to let Lin Yingying see through Gu Wenqing as a person. Gu Wenqing is to achieve the purpose of unscrupulous ruthless people, rather than the same age kind of simple teenagers. Who would have thought that Lin Yingying simply refused to come? Thinking of Gu Wenqing's ferocious methods, at the loss of his own previous attempts to set up his daughter with Gu Wenqing, now Lin Hongtian couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps in the face. But then again, if not Gu Wenqing, Lin Hongtian would not have known that the Yin family was preparing a plot against Lin Yingying. Otherwise, there are pros and cons. Just go with the flow. The other side. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that drove to the estate, loaded with Yan Jun and the bald bodyguard left first. Gu Wenqing, who walked out of the Riverview Manor, got into the nanny car that had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Gu, where to go back now? Today was the day to deal with the Yin family, and the entire staff had been deployed, and Gu Wenqing, who had single-handedly planned it, definitely wouldn't choose to go back to school. Gu Wenqing said directly, go to Huafeng Security Company. Tonight, he would watch the Yin family go up in smoke. Back to the security company. Gu Wenqing gave a direct order. Yan Jun has always liked to sink people in the river, so let's let his preferences dictate. Upgrade him and sink him directly into the sea. Yan Jun, who was tied up in 5 pieces on the side, had woken up by now. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, his entire body trembled. But Yan Jun didn't open his mouth to beg for mercy, because begging for mercy was futile. Gu Wenqing wouldn't let him live at all. Mr. Gu, I only ask that my family be let live. The disaster of the jungle is not as bad as my family. Seeing that Gu Wenqing didn't say anything, the bodyguard on the side said, don't worry, those who deserve to live will live, and those who will die will not escape. Yan Jun continued, undeterred, I'm willing to give you all my possessions. Spare my son Yan Shangbin's life. Send it on its way. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, not wanting to listen to any more nonsense from Yan Jun. Yan Jun, who was being dragged by his bodyguards, suddenly burst into tears, and he cried out with his heart and lungs ripped out. Mr. Gu, please spare my son's life. He's still young. He's just a child. Gu Wenqing ignored it. The bodyguard dragged Yan Jun, revealing a touch of mockery. Yeah, it's not often that such a cruel kid Q rapes a lot of young girls. To make some plots against the Lin family's daughter with you is quite a good boy to die for. At the sound of the voice, The overly sad Yan Jun fainted once again. After a while, Mr. Gu, all of Fei Yang's evil security departments have been eliminated in one fell swoop, and Yan Shangbin has been captured and sunk into the sea together? The bodyguard inquired. Sink it, Gu Wenqing said lightly. For solving a group of evildoers, Gu Wenqing's heart would not produce pity. On the contrary, Gu Wenqing was happy to give them a ride. With the Yan family's father and son being arrested one after another, the dust has settled on the Yan family. A mad dog that could bite at any time was solved. Gu Wenqing had no sorrow or joy. He got into the nanny car and said, "Go back to Tianyuan number 1 villa, Magic City." Inside a certain villa, Ling Ruoqing opened the door and found Wang Hao sitting on the sofa still awake. Ling Ruoqing inquired. Still awake? Wang Hao is Ling Ruoqing's half-brother, whose mother passed away when he was a child. Growing up with his sister Ling Ruoqing, who was 6 or 7 years older, Wang Hao had always taken care of him since he was a child. So Wang Hao had a lot of respect for his sister, Ling Ruoqing, and listened to her. As for why the same father, what Wang Hao doesn't know is this. Ling Ruoqing didn't just want Gu Wenqing to be a shield. The two direct descendants of the Wang family were just Ling Ruoqing and Wang Hao. Wang Hao's mind is not on the group. Then, if Ling Ruoqing wanted to rule the trillion-dollar Wang family as a woman, she absolutely could not marry outside the family. It would require a strong man who could withstand the trouble stirred up by the elders of the other branches of the Wang family, and who could overpower the second-generation men in the imperial capital who were greedy for her body. And tonight, Gu Wenqing's style of acting made Ling Ruoqing change her mind. Perhaps, Gu Wenqing can be recruited as the Wang family's son-in-law. As for the two not having a relationship, Ling Ruoqing didn't give it a second thought. The matter of feelings could be cultivated slowly. It's important to get Gu Wenqing's approval before. Ling Ruoqing was all cool and clear, her brows furrowed as she pondered a foolproof plan. Skyjoy 1, Villa Area. Gu Wenqing, who had just stepped into the front door, sneezed and looked at Wang Min, who was dressed as a maid, and smiled and said, "It's which woman misses me again? Welcome home, master. Surely your little maid missed you. She misses you every day," Wang Min said with a pout. Vegan. At the sound of the voice, Gu Wenqing understood. Sunrise, Gu Wenqing woke up and Wang Min had already left for school. It made Gu Wenqing lose his mind for a while. Morning exercises were out of the question. Gu Wenqing ate the breakfast prepared by Wang Min and prepared to go back to school. Walking to the entrance of Tianyuan number 1 neighborhood, a Maybach stopped in front of Gu Wenqing. "Where is Mr. Gu going?" "I'll give you a ride," Ling Ruoqing said. It wasn't a surprise to meet Ling Ruoqing at the Tianyue group. After all, this was Ling Ruoqing's industry. Gu Wenqing didn't refuse, and he didn't drive a Ferrari, so why not if he could rub a car? "Get in the car." Ling Ruoqing inquired, "Where is Mr. Gu going?" "Magic City University." Ling Ruoqing then ordered the driver to go to Mordor University first. On the way, Ling Ruoqing asked, "Mr. Gu, what do you think of me?" Gu Wenqing subconsciously looked around. Ling Ruoqing's body is live. Her speech and behavior are cold and proud. Her hair is like paint. Her skin color is like jade. Her eyes are flowing, and her words and actions are full of flavor. Noble and elegant, cool and unassuming. Typical pretty lady president. A temperament cool. High cold temperament than the iceberg school flower Chen Yunxue, also better. It's pretty good. Saves money. Ling Ruoqing was a bit puzzled and faintly asked after him, "What do you mean? Save money on air conditioning in the summer?" Ling Ruoqing was speechless in her heart. "Can we talk properly anymore?" Ling Ruoqing was a bit annoyed. "I mean, how am I as a person?" Gu Wenqing hummed, "It's meaningless for Mr. Ling to ask that. Are you short of people to praise you or what? Asking such an idiotic question." Ling Ruoqing resisted the urge to hammer Gu Wenqing. "Then how about me being your girlfriend?" "Forget it. Summer's over." Ling Ruoqing was deflated again. Did Gu Wenqing mean that he didn't need a mobile air conditioner once summer was over? "What do you take me for?" By this time, it was already at Mordor University. Gu Wenqing thanked him and left. On the Maybach, Ling Ruoqing looked at Gu Wenqing's distant back, and bit her teeth lightly. How come Gu Wenqing can't take in oil and salt? Ling Ruoqing couldn't figure out why Gu Wenqing was so cold to herself. It is reasonable to say that he is a rich white beauty is interested in pouring. Other men are overjoyed. How Gu Wenqing instead looked like avoiding it. Ling Ruoqing arrived at the Tianyue group with a complicated mood. Her good mood for the day was lost by Gu Wenqing. A rich white girl who pays for it. Gu Wenqing didn't believe in this kind of pie in the sky. With Ling Ruoqing's face value, what kind of man can't be found? Gu Wenqing wasn't stupid. Ling Ruoqing was incredibly high and proud. To be able to talk to himself in such a lowly manner, he must be asking for something. It was usually not a good thing. Gu Wenqing was not related to her. Why should he help Ling Ruoqing? Gu Wenqing was still some distance away from the boys' dormitory building. He saw it. Qin Maonan was standing in a pavilion downstairs in the boys' dormitory and was typing on her cell phone. Buzz off. Ong buzz. Unsurprisingly, Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. Lazy bastard. Get up. What are you doing? I'm downstairs in your dorm room. Usually a girl. Nothing. Just often send messages to ask you what you are doing. 9 times out of 10 is interested in boys. What's more, the girls were carrying fruit. Gu Wenqing, I'm behind you. Seeing Gu Wenqing's message, Qin Mernan turned his body to look behind him and saw Gu Wenqing looking at him with a smile. The two of them were separated by almost 10 meters, and Gu Wenqing could clearly see White Moonlight's sweet smile. Gu Wenqing glanced at what Qin Mernan was carrying in his hands. In the clear bag, bananas, peaches, and a bottle of sparkling water. Okay, it's all things Gu Wenqing likes. It goes without saying that Qin Mernan is giving the. Gu Wenqing suddenly remembered Wang Yanyan, who had gotten bolder since being expelled. Before, the orientation party only dared to do something small. Now you have the nerve to slash the tires of a Ferrari Rafa? Wang Hongliang hasn't been looking for you lately, has he? No, I've blacked out the contact information, Qin Maonan hurriedly explained. Well, that's good. Hearing Xiao Gu's words, Qin Mernan was somewhat pleased in her heart. Gu still cares about her. Qin Maonan got the wrong idea, thinking that Gu Wenqing didn't want her to have contact with other boys. In fact, Gu Wenqing was just afraid that Wang Hongliang would do something bad to Qin Maonan. When they returned to the dormitory, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong were playing Jedi Survival. Old Gu was back? Huang Zicheng heard the sound of the door opening and greeted him while playing the game. Come to hack together? No. You guys fight. Gu Wenqing looked at his cell phone screen, which was exchanging fire with the enemy. In the next second, Huang Zicheng opened his voice and cursed. Shit. Number 4, are you fucking stupid? Can't you rack a gun? Fuck. Yellowy, it's me on number 4, Zhang Xiaohong, who was on the side, said. Huang Zicheng, Gu Wenqing, not hacking with them is the right thing to do. Gu Wenqing went to the balcony and dialed the phone number of Zhong Jun, the general manager of Huafeng Security Company. Gu Wenqing asked Zhong Jun to send 2 human bodyguards to secretly protect Qin Maonan. Wang Hongliang is secretly taking revenge. There's no doubt about it. Aside from him, Gu Wenqing, the person most likely to be harmed by Wang Hongliang was Qin Yunan. Since he knew that Wang Hongliang was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate, Gu Wenqing would definitely lay out a good plan in advance. It's easy to hide from a gun in the open and hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. The vengeance of a sinister villain is often the most deadly. Last time, long time ago. System rewarded. Tiger Shark live streaming platform 10000000000 Sharkfin. Tiger live platform 100000000 Tiger coins. It just so happens that Jedi Survival is being promoted like crazy on live streaming platforms these days. Gu Wenqing downloaded 2 live streaming platforms. The reward issued by the system was the account that was bound to Gu Wenqing's cell phone. Gu Wenqing directly logged into his account. Both platforms are called Magic City First Deep Love. Tiger Shark Live and Tiger Live have 1:1 virtual currency to real money. $1 billion for one platform. 2 platforms is $2 billion. Converted to RMB that's $2 billion in cash. How crosses. The Jedi are on fire. The Tiger Live platform, which has a Jedi Survival subsection in the gaming section. Gu Wenqing clicks on the Jedi board. There are quite a few anchors who are on in the morning, and there are a couple of big anchors with millions of heat. One of them is also a sister. Facing 4 million hot anchors, 3 men and 1 woman, playing a competitive game like Jedi Survival. Female anchors are generally not as good as male anchors. So, Gu Wenqing entered the anchor woman's live room without hesitation. He really didn't have any other ideas. He was just curious about how good the anchor woman was. And to top it all off, the anchor woman's name is Cloud Dreams Share. His own employee, the anchor woman of Cloud Dreams Mutual Entertainment. Gu Wenqing had no reason not to pick her. As soon as the screen zoomed in, Gu Wenqing saw the anchor woman's face. Isn't this anchor woman Han Xianxue from Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment? Gu Wenqing, who just came in, witnessed Han Xianxue being mercilessly crushed to death by a jeep. Today's luck is too bad. Teammate sacrificed plus no hand. When I come the touch definitely won't be this week, Han Xianxue said with a serious face. On the 100 ways for an anchor to die. 666. The game doesn't matter. I'm a fan. Brothers here to learn how to dress again? Vegetable gouging. I can't take it anymore. Anchor should go back to the face zone. This game is not for you. Han Xianxue glanced at the screen and selectively ignored the spammers. The sudden rise of Jedi Survival. Han Xianxue ate the dividends. As the first live broadcast of the Jedi Survival of a group of female anchors, Han Xianxue rely on the pure face value, round soft, and 100 kinds of fresh death. Let Han Xianxue burst into flames. Although Han Xianxue was popular in the face value area before she didn't broadcast the game, the effect of live broadcasting through Jedi Survival directly made Han Xianxue fire out of the circle. The girl plays the game as a vegetable, but the various ways to die are exceptionally funny. Usually tired of watching, Han Xianxue would occasionally sing. Besides, everyone is here to see the girls. The game is secondary. Another game, Skyfall Justice. Han Xianxue Pawn. Another game started at Airport 4-1 was, by a single player. Destroyed the team. Han Xianxue Pawns again. Also opened a game. The opening of the two teammates sacrificed to the sky. It is not easy to play to the final round after the other teammate quit the game. Said he was going to catch cheating wife. Han Xianxue was shaded by Voldemort. Another and another pawn. Nice guy. Neutralizing Gu Wenqing won't work. Come in less than 30 minutes. Han Xianxue hole open 4 games now. Is it really like the pop-up say, on the 100 ways an anchor can die? But there's one thing to be said for looking at the different ways a girl can die. And it's really kinda. How long has it been since this fool of a man has been here? If you don't like it, get lost. Crap. The feuds in the face zone are all chasing the game boards? Han Xianxue's fans are not used to, whoever is with the frontier. A time with mom pop-ups in the live broadcast room. All scolding, whoever is with the frontier. Han Xianxue was also a bit angry. If you don't like to see it, just leave. I'm broadcasting it for people to see. After Han Xianxue finished speaking, countless, 6,666, pop-ups filled the screen. Han Xianxue's fans swiped another wave of gifts. And then, Han Xianxue entered the game. Jedi Survival is a skydiving simulator. Han Xianxue pawns again. The privilege of anti-banning is based on the fact that he is a VIP emperor. Who's with? Another wave of mouthfuls. Gu Wenqing purposely turned on the pop-up and looked at it. This, who's who, at first glance, is a canyon pianist. And this typing is ridiculously fast. Not only spraying anchor Han Xianxue, and sprayed the Waterboy audience, even laughed at Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment. What kind of grudge is this? How can you be so persistent in withholding words? Han Xianxue was also a bit speechless. This, who and what, wasn't aimed at her alone, but rather at the entire Cloud Dream Mutual Entertainment's anchors. The entire Tiger platform Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment's anchors were sprayed all over the place by whoever is with the frontier. What's more, this, who in the frontier, is also not bad. Playing PK often targeting Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment's anchors. In a villa in Magic City. A man with a grim face. The reason why he hates Cloud Dreams Mutual. The main thing was that the goddess he was pursuing in reality had been cut off by the general manager of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment. That's right. His goddess was chased by Qi Ruxue. It's a strange shame. He's a rich kid and he lost to a woman? Qi Ruxue broke the goddess she was pursuing. This incident made him the laughingstock of his friends' tea time. The young man's fingers flew up at the thought. Cloud Dreams Guild. All a bunch of bitches. Explicitly rotten. General manager of the Post G. In front of the cell phone screen, Gu Wenqing frowned. It's not over yet, is it? Sprayed the employees. Sprayed my company? And what GM's after G? Can this Gu Wenqing endure? It's obviously my Gu Wenqing's. That's right. Han Xianxue exited the game and glanced at the computer. With special effects flashing below. Emperor. Someone opened the Emperor on his livestream. Wow. Thanks to the first deeply open Emperor of Mordor. As soon as Han Xianxue's words fell, even more dazzling special effects flashed out at the bottom of the screen. Thanks. www.uxs.org. www.uxs.org is currently the highest noble title on the Tiger platform. Emperor's Foundation. www.uxs.org. www.uxs.org $1.5 million a month. Synchronized with other privileges of Emperor. Born an Emperor but higher than Emperor. Directly interface with Tiger Supervisor and enjoy 24-hour ultimate service. Crap. Here comes the real god. Real cowhide. www.uxs.org. Big Brother is really rich. Is there still a lack of pendants for the thighs? The first deep love in Magic City? Why does that name sound familiar? Some water friends suddenly realized. Magic City First Deep Love, is not that god on the Douyin hero? The water boys are excited. Do youngs love Chief? Is that you, Mr. Love? Get out of the way. Welcome to our mystery motion. Chief Love. You finally showed up. Anchor is seen by the Chief of Love. Woohoo take off. Some of the unsure viewers, wondering? The most affectionate man in the city. Is this Mr. Love famous? Why is the screen of the live broadcast room all filled with the 4 words, Welcome Mr. Love? The internet has a memory. Curious, they searched with their doujinshi. Oh, and bountied a small anchor. Supreme Salute X200. The total value is only $1.3 million. A brush of 1.3 million gifts at a time. In the Tiger platform is not uncommon. Used to seeing the Tiger Live God Hero brush gifts. They do not have too much surprise. That's it? The platoon of the general emotion is not very stable. The short video of the Doogie cut continues to play. The next image, like a hammer blow, horrified them. What did they see? Doyen's doing. A full 9-figure balance. And this one is still a 9-letter word. My goodness. 999333340 for the bucket of coins, together with the doujinshi swiped out by general emotion in the video. It just so happened to be a whole billion doujinshi. As we all know, the do currency is 10:1 to the RMB. Then, a billion doodas is 100 million yuan. Their sky instantly collapsed. This is too much of a hangover. The ruthless man who charged 100 million renminbi into Douyin. This makes them not even dare to dream about it. And Mr. Love really did. $100 million in cash recharges into the bucket. Gu Wenqing's appearance made the rhythm that Who's With had managed to bring up disappear. Inside the Magic City villa. Seeing that the love chief is so big, the young man could not help but be curious and went to learn more about it. Bullshit. This is the pinnacle of life I aspire to. When will I ever be as dashing as he is? The youngster was envious in his mind. To be able to charge 100 million RMB to the virtual platform. How terrifying should the Magic City's first deep love's worth be? The young man's family is very rich, but as soon as compared with the first deep love of the Magic City, he is obvious to pull the crotch. After a moment of envy, the youngster started swiping the cursing pop-ups again. Aha! Curse some more and then go eat. The Who's Who, Emperor's characteristic golden-colored pop-ups refreshed the screen one more time. Fuck. Whoever fights with you, your mouth stinks because you ate too much. Sure. Fuck. Dare not give face to the love chief. Big guys wait for the female anchor Evan live broadcast united to blast. A sneer appeared on the youngster's face as he continued to type curses in his hand. Charging 100 million renminbi is always a great love. But so what? Should I curse or swear? Come down the net and hit me if you can? Thinking about it, the youngster sprayed along with Gu Wenqing. What about Mr. Love? Mr. Love has a big face? What can he do about my typing? If you have the guts, ban me, or don't blame me for pushing lie. My $150,000 emperor won't drive for nothing. And no god can forbid me to speak. See, who in the fight, bitchy text. The audience in the live room angry teeth. But the other side is right. The other side of the emperor VIP knighthood privilege there. No one can ban. Everyone could only watch as whoever ran rampant. Who's fighting? You're sick, aren't you? It's enough to scold me. Why are you involving the love chief? Han Qianxue said angrily. Han Qianxue, of course, to choose to defend the big brother. The love of the total is a real god. In case by the who is with the front, to spray away. In the future do not come to our live room. How to do? Love always counts for nothing. You like him so much? Eat his Jedi. Gu Wenqing watched the clown show of Who and What. www.uxs.org. $1.5 million a month. Synchronize with other privileges of emperor. Born an emperor but higher than emperor. Directly connect to Tiger Live Supervisor and enjoy 24-hour ultimate service. Gu Wenqing typed directly on the public screen. Is the superintendent here? In the general of love, spending money gives you privileges. Less than 3 seconds later, the pop-ups characteristic of the super pipe appeared. That mouth full of shit. Who's With the fighter is banned. And all the live rooms on the entire Tiger Live platform are banned. As soon as Gu Wenqing's pop-up was sent out, not even waiting for SuperTubes to reply. Frowny face, haha, banning the emperor's words? Sure you're not joking with me? Buddy, you cannot be the first time to play the Tiger Live. Right, lousy is the emperor VIP knighthood. No one can ban me. No one can ban me. I didn't spend my money for nothing. And after that, who with the big words snapped the words. If you can ban me, I'll eat shit live on Twitter. I'll do it. We both same name. Everyone can testify. The superintendent didn't reply, so he should have reported it to his superiors. Whether it was Magic City's #1 deep love, or Who's Who was Tiger Live's top spending customer, it was not at all up to him as a small superintendent. Tiger Live headquarters. General Manager's office. What? Mr. Love? Isn't it the #1 deep love in Magic City? Tiger Live's general manager inquired. Magic City's first deep love, this ID is deeply imprinted in his mind. Not a moment to be forgotten. Mordor's #1 deep love, but it's recharged a whole billion RMB, making Tiger Live's financial statement for this quarter look much better with a single move. The earnings report is about Tiger Live's stock. A simple recharge by Mr. Love made all of Tiger Live's stock go up. A godly man can pull up Tiger Live's stock by himself, versus an ordinary empire. What's the lesser of the two? Is that even a choice? SuperTubes nodded, yes. Then there's no need to ask? Directly ban that emperor for me. He's also worthy of calling out to Chief Love? You just follow the words of the Magic City's #1 deep love, and I'll cover for you if anything goes wrong. The youngster was smug. What's wrong with being rich? Not yet. Only watch him spray the anchor woman. This feeling, it's awesome. The youngster continued typing and clicked send. You have violated the relevant regulations of Tiger Live, and have been permanently banned from the entire live broadcast room. What the hell? Tiger Live, are you messing with me? I'm an emperor who spent 150,000 a month recharging. Where are my imperial privileges? Did the Love Chief really ban me? The young man dialed customer service directly. What you get is an official polite response, meaning, Chief Love has banned the entire live broadcast of Who's Who. SuperTube special pop-ups appear on the screen. Seeing the pop-ups from the SuperTubes, the fans in the broadcast room boiled over. Crap. It has to be that my love always has a platoon. Emotion is always bullish. And Tiger Live is the first in the entire network to ban the existence of the Emperor. Love is always a god. For a time, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room is full of Love Always, Cowhide, Magic City First Deep Love account, but also from zero attention, directly rose to the attention of thousands of. Gu Wenqing ignored it and directly typed, Anchor, sing a song. Han Xianxue said, what song does Mr. Love want to hear? Cheer up. Don't look at me like I'm just a sheep. Anchor Han Xianxue was confused for a moment and thought to herself, isn't this the theme song of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? Gado also. It's really quite unique. Is Mr. Love nostalgic for his childhood? Although Han Xianxue was confused in her heart, she licked her mouth fiercely. Mr. Love is really different. Is there a moral to ordering this song? Gu Wenqing took a while before posting a pop-up. A childhood song for my good grandson, who's with it? Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, boiling goat, slow goat, soft red wolf, gray wolf. Don't look at me like I'm just a sheep. Pust. Han Xianxue was singing. Saw Gu Wenqing's pop-up. Couldn't help but let out a piggy laugh. Seeing Mr. Love's pop-up screen, the live broadcast room also boiled with excitement. Nigel Water friends uneducated. Crouch, go all over the world, smiley face. Crap. It's really worthy of a Love Chief. From Grandpa's Love. Who's up for it? Grandpa's Love is so great. This song is worth $1.5 million. Inside the live broadcast room, the face of the band, whoever, was the color of a pig's liver. Mud. Who's with the competition, was taunted, but also can only dry watch. In a fit of anger, he directly exited the app. He just realized that 99 plus messages on Twitter. Speed to master live eat sure. Must be fresh. Smoking kind. Save him. Sheet food and drink all day long. Sure is going to be eaten up by him. Shocked. A certain Emperor's VIP on the Tiger platform eats 10 tons of sure a day. It's nice to eat this to save money. Wouldn't it be awesome to have a continuous waste stream? Blasted tweets are full of mockery. Who's with, saw it and turned green as a pig's liver. Han Xianxue finished her song. Singing is good. Reward. Gu Wenqing popped up as soon as it was sent out. The pattern of a spaceship slowly rose from the live broadcast. Mordor number 1 fondly sends Spaceship X1. Han Xianxue smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mr. Love, for sending. What gift? A spaceship? Han Xianxue suddenly confused. This gift she lived career unheard of. Halfway through her words, Han Xianxue was about to inquire about it. The live broadcast slowly lit up the huge spaceship pattern again. Mordor's first deep sends Spaceship X10. Mordor's first fond delivery of a Spaceship X20. Mordor number 1 sends a Spaceship X50. Boom. One after another, spaceships appear on the screen. The pattern of the spaceship directly fills the screen of Han Xianxue's live room. One time, both the anchor, Han Xianxue, and the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond words. The moment, they were all dumbfounded as they watched the spaceships that kept appearing within the live broadcast, one after the other. It didn't stop at all. Mordor number 1 sends a Spaceship X100. Mordor number 1 sends out a Spaceship X400. Mordor's number 1 sends a Spaceship X800. Mordor number 1 sends a Spaceship X1000. Finally, after sending out the 1000th spaceship, the cell phone screen returned to silence. Swiping gifts is so boring. Gu Wenqing yawned and stopped moving. And the anchor, Han Xianxue's entire shocked body forgot to speak. It was as if the viewers of the live broadcast had their fate by the throat. It's suffocating. When have they ever seen such a dominating scene? The moment, Han Xianxue's live broadcast room was filled with silence. There wasn't a single pop-up. It was quiet. It was as if the screen was horrified at the madness. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. The audience finally came back to their senses. And the waves were still in their hearts. Smiley face. What the hell is a spaceship? Same question. I've never seen this gift on the Tiger platform before. Crap. Brothers list a love total contribution value of 10,000,000 Total Love swiped 1,000 spaceships for 10 million contribution value, meaning the gift, spaceship, 1 is $10,000. This is too much. This, Magic City's first deep love, was the first time she came to her live room. A whole 10 million yuan. After deductions with platforms and guilds, there are still millions in hand. Millions of dollars a day? Even Han Qianxue, who was already famous in the face value area, couldn't help but feel elated in her heart. Thank you, Mr. Love, for the 1,000 spaceships. What do you want to see, Mr. Love? Dancing? Singing? Or get in the car and eat chicken? Mr. Love, are you still there? Han Qianxue asked several times, but no one answered. Gu Wenqing, who swiped the gift, returned it directly. Anyway, the system sends tiger coins. It's a waste not to spend it. That said, Han Qianxue also sent a private letter V letter. Gu Wenqing copy and paste plus. It's not the V signal in the Cloud Dreams Hootsuite group chat. Little man. Still using a trumpet. Gu Wenqing switched to a smaller number and added, swiping some of the tiger coins rewarded by the system. Gu Wenqing had no sorrow or joy. And at this point, the entire Tiger Live platform, however, all exploded. The ID, Magic City's first deep love, swept in again. The first time it came out, it was a swipe of over 1.3 million renminbi. The second time it appeared, a reward, swipe 10 million renminbi, one exaggeration at a time. At this point, the countless anchors that swarmed the room, along with the viewers, caused the heat of Han Qianxue's live broadcast to reach 3 billion. The gold-colored imperial pop-ups, which were usually rarely seen, took up half the screen. How come I don't have the spaceship by Emotion Chief? Emotions are always awesome, but I, Mr. Wang, have also spent hundreds of W. Why don't I have the spaceship? I'm also an emperor and I don't have. Some people typed pop-ups frowny face. Is it a new official gift? The imperial bigwigs didn't update so they don't have it? Some people even clamored in disdain. What is the emperor? Is it as powerful as my love chief? The real big shot is Mr. Love. Emotions always 2 words banning. The emperor even gave you a seal. The normally noble emperors were horrified after seeing everyone pop up. What? The first deep love of Mordor, you can still seal the emperor? This is fucking outrageous. Okay? Isn't this making fun of everyone's imperial privileges? Imperial bigwigs have called customer service in anger. The sweet voice of the customer service girl rang out. Hello? As long as you also recharge 1 billion RMB. Exclusive subscription gifts. And special banning function you can also enjoy. Oh, please, do you need to recharge? The imperial bigwigs have been frozen in place. What did they hear? A billion? The exclusive gift of Magic City's first deep love, cosmic spaceship, and the invincible banning function is a top-up of $1 billion? Not a billion Zimbabwean dollars, nor a billion happy beans. Instead, it's a whole billion yuan. The hearts of the imperial bigwigs who learned of this news were filled with horror. This, Magic City's first deep love, is also too strong. It's almost like you don't think of money as money, right? A sense of powerlessness rose in the hearts of the imperial bigwigs who usually stood tall and were curried favor by many anchors. The gap between them and Magic City's #1 deep love is too big. At this moment, they are envious of the love always. Hey, are you still there, sir? Do you need to recharge? Snap. The phone hangs up. Fuck. I'm charging a hammer. Let's not talk about whether or not they can get that much money. And even if they can, they won't charge virtual currency. The following is a list of some of the most important things that you can do to make sure that you get the best deal. 1 billion yuan. Rushing into Tiger Live is a joke. It's almost unbelievable just to think about it. Only a true godly man like Mr. Love would dare to have such a big hand. Mr. Love is the most deserved #1 godly man on the whole internet. At this moment, all the emperors had a sigh of relief and worshipped Gu Wenqing to the extreme. And at this point, facing everyone's most curious gift prop, spaceship, SuperTube gave the answer. Spaceship is the exclusive gift for Mr. Love. More dangling gifts are still being made for Mr. Love. So stay tuned. SuperTube's answer brought the entire broadcast room to a boiling point. Oh, shit. Let's see what's in store for us. Compared to the platoon, I only serve Mr. Emotion, not a cultured person. A line of Sleeper walks the world. Sleeper, once the Love Chief comes out, I'm afraid there will be no more rivals on the whole network. Dog official. Licking is damn good. The total love affair hangs in the air. For a time, countless pop-ups of General Love hanging in the sky. General Love 666 swept across the entire screen. It's not just limited to one platform. It spreads to the whole internet. Douyin and major live platforms. Many anchors of the pop-up screen have been water friends of the Love Always Cowhide brush screen. Let Magic City first deep love this ID. Even more than some big anchors still have popularity. Tiger Shark Live was not to be outdone and soon Weibo public. If the lover was a rich second generation who was good in all aspects, Han Qianxue could still consider it. Isn't live broadcasting all about making money? If you really have your favorite rich kid, marrying into a rich family is also the best place for a female anchor. Step by step is best. Things that are easily obtained are not cherished. Gu Wenqing didn't know that his one sentence had caused Han Qianxue to brainstorm a lot. I don't think I've been in Magic City recently. If Mr. Love is so generous, when Schwer goes back to Magic City, please invite Mr. Love to dinner. Not in Mordor? Falsehoods. Is Han Qianxue afraid? The defense is very deep. Gu Wenqing replied back, oh, I want to eat seafood. Han Qianxue's brows knitted. Is this serious talk from Mr. Love? Han Qianxue skillfully plays dumb. Coincidentally, a new store has opened in Mordor, and I heard that much of the seafood in the store is flown into Mordor. So when I come back and take Mr. Love to eat there, she then thought about it and added, and, I understand what Mr. Love means, but we haven't met yet. We'll see you later. If it's fate, if it's right, we can have a date. If it doesn't work, we can be good friends too. Chief Love, do you think this is okay? Han Qianxue breathed heavily as she looked at the screen. For one thing, she really doesn't send it 1,000 miles. Secondly, she also does not want to lose Magic City First Deep Love, this god ho. After all, the daily income of a few million feeling is to let a person on the head. Gu Wenqing looked at the message, somewhat breathless. He didn't drive. Talk about proper seafood. Why would Han Qianxue think otherwise? But Han Qianxue sent a big message. To put it nicely, she was answering in drips and drabs. To put it crudely, it's being a watchmaker and a poker player at the same time. And don't want to lose the support of the big boys and refuse to pay the price. Want to meet Prince Charming and talk about relationships? This chick's mindset is still not normally high. The pattern is as big as her balls in general. Unlike that little anchor girlfriend of the weekly track. As long as the money is spent, you can get through. As a boss, Gu Wenqing was quite appreciative. So, air it out. The initiative has to be with him. Honestly, in the beginning, Gu Wenqing was just casually rewarding his employees. He really didn't have any other ideas. But by Han Qianxue saw a misinterpretation. No ideas have become some ideas. Noon. Qin Mernan, come downstairs. Let's go eat together. Gu Wenqing, okay. At this time Huang Zicheng, who had been playing the game all morning, also got hungry and shouted, go, eat in the cafeteria. Since Zhou Tao has recently been spending his after-school time working part-time, there are just 3 people in the dormitory. Gu Wenqing, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong had just walked out of the boys' dormitory. More than 10 meters away from the entrance of the male dormitory, Qin Mernan was waving at them. Huang Zicheng was filled with envy. Shit, you had a date in the morning, and you still have to have a date at noon. Zhang Xiaohong looked pained. Old Gu, go and accompany your white moonlight. Don't care about us. Really don't care about us. Gu Wenqing ignored his teasing roommate and walked towards Qin Maonan. The two were walking side by side, and Qin Maonan, with some vague memories, said, what do you want to eat? Shredded potatoes and meat or? Qin Monan reported some ordinary home cooking. Gu Wenqing was puzzled. Wasn't this his previous taste? Gu Wenqing opened his mouth to inquire. How do you know my favorite fruits? Home cooking and all that, with your eyes around me? The first thing that Gu Wenqing thought of was Huang Zicheng, who knew a little bit about Gu Wenqing's preferences after the school that started for so long. Moreover, Huang Zicheng is also a big fan of white moonlight. When you think about it that way, it's not unreasonable. Guess. Qin Maonan winked mischievously. For some reason, at first, I wanted to tell Gu who she was as a child, but as time went on, Qin Mernan felt that getting along like this now was quite good. Step by step, letting him unravel the mystery on his own really gave Qin Mernan a sense of anticipation. You can't guess what's on a girl's mind. Gu Wenqing is not going to guess. Love to say nothing. The two ate. Qin Monan pushed Gu Wenqing to go for a walk. Gu Wenqing, what kind of girl do you like? As the two of them walked down the road, Qin Maonan asked. When I was a kid, I asked Gu what kind of girl he liked. His answer was like Yang Mu's sister like this. I like, Gu Wenqing couldn't say which kind of girl he liked for a while. Pure, flirtatious, cute, but in Gu Wenqing's mind, he always remembered as if someone had asked him this question, but can't remember who asked. Feel it, start with the face value, get stuck in, Gu Wenqing replied. Oh, Qin Maonan seemed to be a bit unhappy and responded weakly. Maybe, girls mature earlier than boys, a youthful and hazy favor, which might not be called a. Gu Wenqing bent down to take the napkin in Qin Maonan's hand, wanting to wipe himself. The position was too awkward. That's right this time. The classroom door opened. Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong walked in. Ha, Lao Gu, you're here too. The 3 men talked and laughed all the way in. Before Zhou Tao could finish his words, they were shocked to see two images that made them incredulous. Gu Wenqing stood with a slightly bowed body, while a girl was directly in front of Gu Wenqing, and her head seemed to bob. Since Gu Wenqing was sitting in the last row, the trio could only see the girl's bobbing head. However, Gu Wenqing was with Qin Maonan at noon. Then, this girl is undoubtedly Qin Maonan. The three men froze in their tracks. What did they see? In broad daylight, Gu Wenqing even let the school's white moonlight do such a nasty thing. It's unbelievable. Because they were too shocked, all three of them forgot to leave and just stood there dumbfounded. Gu Wenqing looked up. Qin Maonan also raised his body. The two gazed at the three people who had suddenly intruded, their complexion unchanging. Gu Wenqing and Qin Maonan didn't know that they had misunderstood. Hey, you guys became so active in class today? Gu Wenqing took the paper and rubbed it into a ball. Huang Zicheng, three people, looking at the old Gu unabashedly take the incriminating evidence, simply also too calm and composed? And Qin Maonan on the side is not flustered. It seems that the two are repeat offenders are already accustomed to it? I didn't realize you were such a white moon. Fan Huang Zicheng feels his faith crumble. Everyone's white moonshine is impure at MU. At this moment, Huang Zicheng's heart is complicated. Your roommates have come to look for you. Then I'm leaving. Oh, Qin Maonan finished, smiled sweetly at Xiaogu's three roommates, and then left. White moonlight is gone. The atmosphere sank for a good few seconds. Look at the three roommates' weird looks. Gu Wenqing inquired. What's wrong? Huang Zicheng walked forward, took a look at the suspicious water stains on Gu Wenqing's pants, and said with a long sigh, Lao Gu, you have to pay attention to your image. This is a classroom. It's a good thing we saw it. It would be embarrassing if other people saw it. Zhou Tao also nodded. Lao Gu, you're not poor. Going to the car is better than being in the classroom. Only Zhang Xiaohong tartly raised his glasses with an expression that he understood Lao Gu. You guys don't get it. Lao Gu is thrill-seeking. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao were inspired when they heard. So that's it? Gu Wenqing knew they misunderstood and said, purely a misunderstanding. Just now the bubbly water poured out, and Qin Maonan helped me wipe the water stains on my pants. Misunderstanding? Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong did not believe it at all. The action of the crime, the tools of the crime are all there. How can this be a misunderstanding? Old Gu is bullying them for being inexperienced, isn't he? Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? Although the guys are inexperienced, they have not seen many small movies. Gu is talking nonsense with his eyes open. Old Gu doesn't need to explain. Huang Zicheng had a complicated look on his face. The more you explain, the sadder I get. The more envious. That's Qin Maonan. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also nodded. Equally envious. White moonlight Qin Maonan could do such a thing. You can imagine how much you like Gu Wenqing. If the rest of the school found out, I'm afraid those white moonlight admirers would go crazy. Gu Wenqing saw that his three roommates didn't believe him and didn't bother to explain. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. They can brainstorm all they like. Three people won't spread it around anyway. It won't have an impact on Qin Maonan's reputation. Classroom. Huang Zicheng hesitated for a long time and opened his mouth to say, I have a friend who, every time he asks his girlfriend out, she has to bring her best friend. Huang Zicheng said a lot and finally inquired, Gu, what did you say about my friend and his girlfriend? A friend from nowhere? Gu Wenqing looked at Huang Zicheng oddly and slowly said, but you wouldn't be so passive if you were half as flirty as you were in the dormitory when facing Li Wenhuan. Sniff STH. Huang Zicheng hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not me and Li Wenhuan. It's my friend. Zhou Tao on the side had a big grin on his lips. Your friend is like you? Also a temporary boyfriend? Huang Zicheng. Huang Zicheng ignored Zhou Tao. Spit in his heart. Lao Capital is at least a semi-boyfriend. Which is like you directly is a lost love. Forget it. Understand Shoto without stabbing him in the heart. If I were Li Wenhuan's boyfriend, I would. Huang Zicheng got angry. Your sister. Zhou Tao, how do you talk? What do you mean you're Li Wenhuan's boyfriend? Hey, I'm not helping you out. Zhou Tao touched the difficult. And this is defending him? Good for you. Sure enough you're secretly internet dating, Daishi said with a smirk. Suchocho sophistry, I absolutely did not. He just plays the game well and can easily take his sister to eat chicken. Otherwise I wouldn't want to double row with him. Daishi looked skeptical. Really? Aha! That's good. With the screen name Magic City's first deep love. You can tell he's a sea king. How can it be? Other people are the number one deep love. Suchocho was not happy. Look. Still saying you don't have an online relationship? We're being good sisters and you're defending an online friend you've only known for a few days. Dihi's white face makes an aggrieved expression. It's just so heartbreaking. Oops. Stop it. Anyway, I think he's okay as a person, Suchocho said. Internet-addicted girl Suchocho. in the game by the Magic City First Deep Love, to take care of very well, not only every time to her as a driver, as a pot of medicine. The in Suchocho operation error, also will not be like other netizens like spraying people. He lightly a sentence, alright, have me, let Suchocho adored. Suchocho was in a very fairy dress. A pure white strapless dress. The beautiful collarbone is hidden. The material of the skirt is so white that it seems to be transparent, and it is slightly flooded with light dispersing a fairy atmosphere. You all don't play games. You don't understand how handsome that kind of expert demeanor is. Online love is not so much. It's not like I know him, Suchocho explained. Lavan, who was painting her nails, said, why can't we have an online relationship? Magic City First Deep Love, yeah. He is also in Magic City, you guys are so close. You can meet and get acquainted with the feelings. Not wanting to discuss herself any further, Suchocho changed the subject. Speaking of getting acquainted with your feelings, you don't see Wanhwan dating your boyfriend either. All day long you're with us singles, just like you don't have a boyfriend. Him, feels weak in the week. Li Wenhuan bristled. Mo Lu, who was on the side, nodded at this. Huang Zicheng is like this. Feel in front of Li Wenhuan cannot raise the courage. Li Wenhuan said what is what, and never refused. It's like being a puppet on a string. Mo Lu thought in her heart, it's still Gu Wenqing who is manly. That body is really too good. And then, Mo Lux said, isn't Huang Zicheng going to buy a car? There's a car show in Magic City on the National Day. We can go to the car show together. Li Wenhuan nodded, good. Car shows can be much more interesting than 4 stores. Thinking of Gu Wenqing, Mo Lu sighed, Wenhuan, do you think I'm bad? Moloch is wearing athletic tights, plus gym shorts, and usually enjoys working out. Working out regularly made her body lines look much more fabulous than the average girl, especially her peach butt, and swapping her gym shorts for jeans would certainly turn heads very well. Even Li Wenhuan, as a woman, had to praise Mo Lu for indeed making a boy's heart flutter. There are quite a few boys in the school who want to chase Mo Lu, but they are just all rejected by Mo Lu. If you're considered bad in this mold, then I guess all the girls at school should be crying. Mo Lu frowned, then why is Gu Wenqing always ignoring me? The styles are different, I guess. I'll ask Huang Zicheng which style of girl Gu Wenqing likes. Warlord Li Wenhuan's good-looking eyes narrowed slightly. It was such that it couldn't be wrong. And then, Li Wenhuan sent a Vmail message to Huang Zicheng. Lavan exhorted her friend as she typed, Mo Lu, are you really going to hang yourself from one tree? That Lei who is chasing after you is not bad. Are you really not marrying Gu Wenqing? Mo Lu shook his head and didn't say anything. After liking someone, especially if it's still someone you've never been able to get, this situation would make Mo Lu become more and more infatuated with Gu Wenqing, and deeply unavailable. Gu Wenqing has a high face value, good figure, and can play the piano and guitar, and can compose lyrics and music. The better Gu Wenqing is, the more Mo Lu feels that she has a good eye. As for, hard to chase this? The one-track-minded Mo Luck didn't even think about it, and chased after it anyway. A flower girl, she had a lot of time to spend on Gu Wenqing. Li Wenhuan sighed, alas. Don't turn back until you hit the south wall. How can you be so stubborn? Li Wenhuan feels bad for her best friend. Our Mo Lu is not bad. Why Gu Wenqing has to be so high and mighty? Magic City University. Lesson. Huang Zicheng saw that Li Wenhuan sent a message, and immediately filled with joy, clicked to see. What kind of girls does Gu Wenqing usually like to ogle? Or what type of girls do you like to dress up as? Huang Zicheng didn't think much about it, most likely giving Mo Lu advice again. The chats in Huang Zicheng and Li Wenhuan's Vmail almost all centered around Gu Wenqing and Mo Lu. Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng typed perfunctorily, old Gu and I are as handsome as each other, and usually it's the girls who look at the two of us, showing teeth. Li Wenhuan, speak properly. Huang Zicheng thought for a moment. Old Gu. Wenhuan said that there is a car show on the National Day, so when you come back from your hometown, let's go to the car show together. Huang Zicheng inquired. Huang Zicheng had never experienced buying a car before. There is no bottom line in his heart, and I don't dare to tell my family about it. If I tell my parents about it, I'll lose the car. Let's do it first and then we'll do it later. He thought to himself that Gu Wenqing had experience, and it would be good to help look at it together. Gu Wenqing nodded and didn't refuse. Gu Wenqing is also ready to buy a car. There is a car show would be great. There are more choices. Huang Zicheng then asked the other two if they wanted to go to the car show together for fun. Zhou Tao shook his head. He had to work part-time on the 4th of July. Zhang Xiaohong said she wouldn't go either. Huang Zicheng didn't force himself, as long as Gu Wenqing went. After all, Li Wenhuan had specifically explained it. If Lao Gu doesn't go, Huang Zicheng should be scolded by Li Wenhuan again. Let the bullets fly for a while. Today, the 3 words Gu Wenqing shook the entire real estate industry in Magic City with their fame. Among his peers, I am afraid that there is no junior in the Magic City who is not afraid of Gu Wenqing. Although, in the past, no one knew about Huafeng Group's Gu Wenqing in the real estate circle. The difference was that today, Gu Wenqing's heavenly means had caused many people to be afraid. And even more so, some of them were in awe. One night. It only took one night. Magic City's Flyer Realty collapses. Flyer Real Estate is not only worth tens of billions of dollars, but more importantly, it is the enterprise of ruthless big shot Yan Jun. Yan Jun was notoriously difficult to deal with in the circle. Yan Jun's existence of threatening people's lives at the drop of a hat. And it was such a ruthless man who was now being cleaned up by Gu Wenqing of the Huafeng Group in an incomparable manner. According to rumors, the Yan family's entire family was forced to leave Mordor. And Yan Jun's life's work, 10 billion assets of Fei Yan real estate, was also eaten by the Huafeng Group. When the news broke, no one was shocked. Many of the bigwigs attending the party had long known that the Yan family was going to be unlucky, but when they actually heard the news, their hearts still couldn't hide the shock. The young man's tactics are pretty relentless. Countless real estate gurus, warning their offspring in the family of, remember, in the future, when you meet a young man named Gu Wenqing outside, remember to show me some respect. Gu Wenqing is an existence we can't afford to mess with. Especially those juniors who were familiar with Gu Wenqing were even more shocked in their hearts at this moment. For example, Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianji. The moment they're at a bathhouse, Lu Yangwei exclaimed, Mr. Gu is still really powerful. Having revenge, this is what a great man should do. Simply awesome. Yes, it's fortunate that we didn't go too far before, or else it wouldn't be as simple as terminating the cooperation. I'm afraid that the entire Jin family would be forced to leave the Magic City. Hearing Jin Ye's words, Niu Tianji, who was on the side, nodded with a palpitating heart. The three finished getting comfortable and left. Road. 3 luxury sports cars roared to life. Looking at the envious gazes cast on the street, Lu Yangwei's trio was pleased. Joyfulness. Driving in the back of the last Lu Yangwei, he was just paying attention to the girls on both sides of the street. Did not pay attention to the car speed slowed down. Boom. Lu Yangwei's sports car, rear-ended. Gu Wenqing is sitting in the classroom. The system sounded a beep. Ding. The host unlocks a new title, Sound and Fury. $1 billion of incentive money has been paid out. Mordor Sky Orange Media Company. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Magic City Sky Orange Media Company Limited was founded in 2004. The company's core business is artist agency, music production and film and television drama production. There are many artists signed to Sky Orange Media, which is valued at around $2 billion. Not bad. Gu Wenqing nodded, and had previously planned to enter the entertainment industry with Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment. Now that he owned the Magic City Sky Orange Media Company, Gu Wenqing dismissed the idea. It's better to be separate. Netflix incubation is Netflix incubation and star companies are star companies. It's better to be thorough. One more industry. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. After class, the dormitory 4 walked through the school. The three of them, Huang Zicheng, were admiring the beautiful women of the school. At that moment, a sweet girl dressed nicely came over to say hello. The girl was tall and well built, wearing a white t-shirt with jean shorts and a sensational figure. Before he even came over, Huang Zicheng had already noticed it, and Huang Zicheng signaled everyone that there was a beautiful woman ahead. Zhou Tao immediately looked over, then whispered, I'll go. It's pretty good looking. Zhang Xiaohong revealed his signature move, lifting the frames of his glasses upwards with a lewd look on his face. He suddenly whispered, coming. She's close to us? She's not here to ask for Lao Gu's contact information, is she? Not necessarily. Maybe it's meant for my yellow man. Zhou Tao heard this and disdained it. Come on. Just you? I think it's also hitting on Lao Gu. Just as the three of them were discussing, the girl who was rushing straight towards the four of them shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at them before handing a note to Huang Zicheng and running away. Huang Zicheng was smug at this moment. He smiled disdainfully at Zhou Tao. Han Qianxue looked at her cell phone. It took a long time to get a response from the first deep love of the Magic City. Problems with your own answers? Is it bad to be a girl like me? Doesn't a normal relationship smell good? Han Qianxue couldn't figure it out. A couple of messages in a row went stone cold. She clicked through to Chief Love's circle of friends. Gu Wenqing's small number of V-male dynamic only 1. That is a photo taken when he just got into the university and the system rewarded Ferrari Rafa. The first young man gets a good thing and has nowhere to show it off. In the end, Gu Wenqing then used his trumpet to post a bragging dynamic. It's not like you don't have that power to take it in full. Picture, Ferrari Rafa's matching picture. Car is what series Han Qianxue do not know, but can recognize the Ferrari logo. and in her knowledge Ferrari sports car at every turn to several million. Right. She purposely searched the internet. The model of the Ferrari in the picture. After comparing the pictures of Ferraris on the internet, Han Xianxue was surprised by the price of the pictures on the car. Ferrari Rafa. Worth tens of millions. Also, a casual brush of gifts is a $10 million godly man. And it's not surprising that the driver is a limited edition Ferrari Rafa. Han Xianxue said to herself. Han Xianxue's best friend walked out of the room and heard Han Xianxue's words and inquired. What 10 million goddamned dollars? And what's with the Ferrari Rafa? Did someone reward you with 10 million? My best friend is also an anchor, but she's in the night slot and broadcasts a secondary sleep aid kind of thing. She had just gotten up and didn't know about the big things happening online. Han Xianxue said. Hey, you help me out. BFF Moon doesn't believe it. What? You've really been rewarded $10 million? You're not daydreaming, are you? It's not possible that someone filled up 10 million joy beans for you, is it? What level is a gift of $10 million in reward? For ordinary people monthly income of tens of thousands of even good. Monthly income of 100,000, hundreds of thousands of our elite level. And the liquidity of 10 million people. And then how the assets are also in the billions of dollars. Is the existence of countless people look up to? And what kind of horrible existence is a godly man who can reward millions of RMB on the internet? As a professional anchor, Moon knows the inside story. The kind on the platform that doesn't move to brush tens of millions to the anchor. Many are the internal number of the guild. Is dedicated to the anchor operation with the internal number of the guild and live platforms are associated with. Such as what we often say, Big Brother's money as much as the money back. The tourist's money 37 divided into. So as a professional anchor, it's true that you don't believe in the 10 million renminbi bounty, because it's unbelievable, okay? Really? Look at it. The other party is a real godly man. The video that broke out on the internet. He recharged 100 million renminbi just for Douyin. BFFUU is still a questioning face. Took Han Xianxue's cell phone, carefully looked at a few eyes. The whole person's complexion became horrified. What did she see? Han Xianxue's list 1 is 10,000,000 fan value. She also counted several times without dying. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Brother, father, master. Yes, it's 8 digits. The ensuing flurry of understanding was more than enough to make her legs close up. The live streaming platform officially that's a lick. What with the special gift road and the exclusive privilege of sealing the emperor. More and more hanging is that the Douyin on the explosion of the Ducoin balance. Look at her legs are soft. God oh, truly divine. Worth at least 100 billion trillions. Spending money is simply capricious to a fault. And he looks so young in the video. No doubt he's a rich kid. Moon is envious of her bestie to the core. After stabilizing herself, you said, general love is craving for your body. www.uxs.org. Another $10 million of reward. Okay, this still needs you to say it. You quickly help me think of a way. The first deep love of the Magic City are ignoring me already. Han Xianxue took back the cell phone. I give you ideas? It's not like I know what you think. In case it harms you, you could know Han Xianxue's nature and had never accompanied her big brother. But you knew that Han Xianxue's heart must have wavered, or else she wouldn't have been so torn. You continued. But how can I say this? If I were in this situation, I would definitely go out without hesitation. Han Xianxue sucked in a breath of cool air and said incredulously, Suzuki, are you serious about this? Yeah, why not? It's a $10 million reward, Han Xianxue said. Honestly, have you done this kind of thing before? I'd love to. The problem is that not to mention $10 million, there's not even $100,000 to swipe for me. So, Suzuki sighed, so I have ideas and no one to ask me to repay them. And then, Moon looked enviously at her bestie. Depends on your own thoughts. www.uxs.org. Another $10 million for you to swipe. It's true love. The University of Business and Industry. Happiness appeared on Mo Lu's face. Gu Wenqing finally cared about himself. Just now, I heard Li Wenhuan ask Huang Zicheng to order milk tea. Mo Lu followed suit. It seems that you need to use more sugar-coated bombs on the way to chasing a male god. Mo Lu remembered the way Gu Wenqing double-cupped the milk tea and sighed in her heart. I really want to be the milk tea in my brother's hands. If tainted Gu Wenqing knew about this, he would have added, so I can use a straw. Magic City University. Boys' dorm room. Do you drink milk tea? Huang Zicheng asked his roommate. At this time, the dormitory room is Zhang Xiaohuang alone except Huang Zicheng. Zhang Xiaohuang shook her head to indicate that she does not drink. I've just ordered milk tea for Li Wenhuan, and he wants to drink it too. And then it suddenly occurred to him that just now, Li Wenhuan had taken the initiative to ask for his dormitory address. Is that so? Wan Huan also volunteered to order him milk tea? Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng was overjoyed in his heart. Huang Zicheng takes out his cell phone and asks, Wen Huan, what do you want my address for? Li Wen Huan, oh, Mo Lu is going to order milk tea for Gu Wenqing. I threw. Huang Zicheng was depressed. This person is really angry compared to others. Mo Lu was also too good to Gu Wenqing. If a girl did the same to me, Huang Zicheng, I'm sure. Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng hurriedly shook his head. No, cannot be sorry, Wen Huan. At this point, Huang Zicheng saw that Gu Wenqing, who came back, was holding a crying tea in his hand. Boo! Gu Wenqing ruthlessly pierced the milk tea with a straw. Looking at Huang Zicheng, he was envious. Hey! Huang Zicheng sighed in his heart and secretly sighed. Both are born with the same spirit. My yellow male god is always that $1 billion weaker. Huang Zicheng said with an envious look on his face. Old Gu, is the milk tea sent by Mo Lu good? Gu Wenqing was puzzled. Aren't they all the same? I said feeling. What a feeling. Gu Wenqing shrugged his shoulders and said honestly, it feels average. Huang Zicheng couldn't believe it. Fart. Shouldn't it be cool? Huang Zicheng thought differently. If Li Wenhuan had ordered milk tea for himself, Huang Zicheng, would have been all smiles and bragged about it. Fuck. Gu Wenqing must be in Versailles. On the side of Zhang Xiaohong spoke up and said, Old Gu is used to it. Think about how many goddesses have sent him things. Chen Yunxue, Wang Yanyan, Qin Wanan, and there is no shortage of Mo Lu one more. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed, Lao Gu has had the youth of many girls, while we work our asses off to have a girl that someone else has had. Sang Xin. Huang Zicheng said with a disdainful face, Fart. What do you mean we? I wasn't. Wan Huan hasn't been owned by anyone else. Zhang Xiaohong shrugged. Hey, I didn't just see it on the internet and emote about it. The other side. 2 hours ago, Lu Yangwei frowned and got out of the sports car. First, he checked his sports car and saw that it was sparsely populated in the ass. Lu Yangwei was relieved that there was nothing wrong with the sports car's rear engine. This Maserati MC20, but begged Grandpa and Grandma begged for a long time. Father Lu Guoqiang only to Lu Yangwei buy. Lu Yangwei was different from Jin Yi and the others. Lu Guoqiang usually controlled Lu Yangwei's spending very strictly. If it were not for Lu Guoqiang's control, otherwise Lu Yangwei's character would never drive a car that is worse than his little brother. After all, Lu Yangwei's family has billions of assets. Even his little brother Jin Yi was driving a Lamborghini of several hundred, while Lu Yangwei could only drive a 3 million Maserati MC20. Based on the control of his father, Lu Guoqiang, Lu Yangwei knows that he wants to change. I'm afraid to wait until the monkey years to go. So, Lu Yangwei usually loves the Maserati MC20. The moment Lu Yangwei looked at the car's sparse ass, a wave of anger welled up in his heart. Little brother Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi saw his big brother had an accident, also stopped the sports car to get off to check. Lu Yangwei led to little brother, then angrily went forward, vigorously slapped the window of the Mercedes-Benz. Dog days. You will not drive? Lu Yangwei character is already arrogant. At this time is even more clamoring today. If you do not give me a satisfactory solution, I'll let you eat it all. The Mercedes owner got out of the car and wasn't freaked out. He also slowly lit a cigarette and slowly voiced, a broken Maserati. You are qualified to be arrogant in front of me? How do you want to clean me up? Tell me. Hearing, Lu Yangwei is even more furious. Do you know the rules of the road? You're responsible for the rear end? And you're still acting like an asshole? I am arrogant is justified. What are you so arrogant about being rear-ended? On the side, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi also supported their big brother, yelling, what a big mouth. You have a broken Mercedes E and you look down on Maserati. A group of tall bodyguards came down. Chen Nianza pointed at the Maserati MC20 and said blandly, smash it. The bodyguards swarmed over the Maserati MC20 and smashed it. Chen Nianza said in an unusually arrogant manner, let me eat my words? This is the answer I gave you. Satisfied? Looking at his beloved Maserati was smashed. Lu Yangwei eyes red. Hey Chen Nianza, 1,000 cuts. Arrogant. The other side is too arrogant. Jin Yi said at this time, we are members of the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club. And then, seeing that the other party was full of unconcern, Jin Yi lied. Our big brother is Gu Wenqing of the Huafeng Group, and the Yin family of Fei Yang Real Estate have all been cleaned up by my big brother. You'd better weigh your own strength. Smell. Ha! Chen Nianza snorted coldly and spoke slowly. SSCC? Your vice club is Xiao Wang, right? As for what you guys said about Gu Wenqing of the Huafeng Group, is he very powerful? How come I haven't heard of his great name? Chen Nianza doesn't care. I've smashed your car into this dangling mess, and you guys still put up with it? Simply too cowardly. Chen Nianza stepped forward and slapped a business card in Lu Yangwei's arms. The Chen family of the imperial capital. To pay for the car, just call and ask for it. And after, Chen Nianzhua looked at the three with a disdainful face, stepped into the Mercedes and left with a kick of the gas. The next morning, Gu Wenqing was ready to check out the villa. Gu Wenqing calls and informs his assistant, Li Jiawei, to act as a guide to show him the house. Huafeng Group. Li Jiawei called ahead to notify the villa property. Ready to meet Chairman Gu. Traveling on the road. Ferrari Rafa Center. What? You're still not satisfied with me? A titular chairman of the board. Giving you a driver? Gu Wenqing inquired. No, Gu Wenqing inquired. Then why are you crying? Chairman Gu is simply too shameless. Li Jiawei skimmed her lips. Brother Gu, can you remove the hand on my thigh? Su Rue, can't help it. Gu Wenqing thought it was quite slippery. Li Jiawei spat lightly. Bah, LSP. It seems that it was a misunderstanding only before. Chairman Gu, it's the real rogue that's right. Huafeng Junting, as a villa development within the University Town Villa Plate. Each villa covers an average of 5 acres of land, and there are 21 single-family villas in the community, consisting of 21 different architectural styles. The community of Huafeng Junting has an excellent ecological environment, with every household enjoying large gardens, swimming pools and jacuzzis, and each villa is fitted with an indoor elevator and a ground source heat pump system. The greening of Huafeng Juntian has reached 60%. www.uxs.org. Standing in the community is even more of an illusion of entering a universal architectural complex of unimaginable, oversized, beautiful buildings standing amidst a vast expanse of large trees and greenery. At this point, Huafeng Junting sales office. I heard that it's the chairman of the Huafeng Group, Director Gu, who wants to see the house. All the employees can't dare to have the slightest negligence. More than 24 salespeople in suits and uniforms set out to greet the customers, quietly waiting outside for Mr. Gu's grand entrance. Huafeng Junting's service. That is, not just for Mr. Gu, but for all customers who have the intention to buy a house. The row is very grand. After all, the capital verification condition for the purchase of Huafeng Junting is a value of $3 billion. Unlike the reception of other tycoons, at this time, as long as everyone thought of Mr. Gu in their hearts, they were both apprehensive and expectant. After all, Mr. Gu was too good. Rectify the dismissal of Du vice president, but in the group's internal shock waves. And Mr. Gu is only 18 years old. 18 years old has been in sole control of the 100 billion Huafeng Group, and think of their own 18 years old, are still studying it. This way a comparison. 18 Gu total is simply too powerful. Thinking about this, especially the female salesmen were looking forward to Mr. Gu's arrival in their hearts. In the impression of the system implantation, Mr. Gu is ridiculously handsome. 18-year-old 100 billionaire. The looks are also unusually handsome. It's almost like the archetypal bully in the middle. They've long wanted to see the real Mr. Gu with their own eyes. Just then, the high roar of a sports car engine came slowly from far away. The long-awaited employees' eyes lit up. They knew that Mr. Gu, whom everyone had been waiting for a long time, had come. When the reddish-red Ferrari Lafa pulled into the parking space, the sales office manager got up to greet it. The butterfly wing doors on either side of the Ferrari Rafa slowly rise. Gu Wenqing and Li Jiawei, who was dressed in professional clothes, got down from the car. The female sales manager stepped on her high heels and jogged all the way over, handing Mr. Gu freshly squeezed juice. All the staff of Huafeng International Grand Court Sales Office welcomed Mr. Gu's presence. Gu Wenqing nodded in response. Mr. Gu, inside please. Sells. Based on what happened before when Gu Wenqing bought the villa and Ling Ruoqing got a discount, Wang Hao has been feeling the loss of more than $90 million. Not only did Gu Wenqing not read good thoughts, but he also put his sister, Ling Ruoqing, in a bad mood. By chance, from Ling Ruoqing's mouth, she learned that Gu Wenqing had said boldly that she should come to Huafeng Group to buy a villa and give a 50% discount. A villa is 50% off. www.uxs.org. Ling Ruoqing meant to let Wang Hao know that Gu Wenqing was not a simple person and was not a greedy person. Results. Wang Hao didn't read deeper into it. Wang Hao only knows that his family has been taken advantage of, and Gu Wenqing does not want to do anything yet. Moreover, after learning Gu Wenqing's true identity, Wang Hao's scruples against Gu Wenqing dissipated. Gu Wenqing's identity became clear. Wang Hao then wasn't as careful as he had been during the previous conflict at SSCC. Wang Hao also deliberately sent people to the imperial capital to check the Gu family. There is no Gu Wenqing this number of people, so that means Gu Wenqing wouldn't be from Titus. As long as he wasn't a young master of the imperial capital, Wang Hao despised Gu Wenqing in his heart. It didn't matter if it was Gu Wenqing who had thunderously cleaned up the Yan family, or Gu Wenqing's $100 billion acquisition of Huafeng Group, or even the earliest previous $30 billion purchase of the Land King. These events that made the second generation of Magic City very jealous were not worth mentioning at all in Wang Hao's eyes. I'm afraid that the only ones who can make me, Wang Hao, jealous are those top second-generation people in the imperial capital, Wang Hao thought in his heart. Wang Hao walked into the purchasing hall and saw Gu Wenqing. The main man is here. Just in time. Wang Hao shouted with a big grin. Gu Wenqing. Wang Hao's voice seemed like a bomb. Straight away, the entire sales department was in an uproar. Who dares to call Mr. Gu by his full name? The sales department of the female manager's eyes sternly swept over. Is a young man, and a luxury brand name. Clothes brand name logo is not big, more low-key, but a temperament is very frivolous. A quick glance reveals a rich kid. The sales manager cast an inquiring glance at the receptionist, who shook his head, indicating that he was not a customer with an appointment. The manager of the sales department first glanced at Mr. Gu's face, which looked uncharacteristically pale, calling Mr. Gu by his first name. But Mr. Gu obviously didn't know him well, right? The visitor is a guest. Huafeng International Grand Court had long since had someone to receive Wang Hao. Politely inquired over, "What villa is sir ready to see?" Wang Hao simply ignored it and rushed straight towards Gu Wenqing. Wang Hao stepped forward and inquired, "Gu Wenqing, why didn't you reply when I called you?" Li Jiawei, the assistant at the side, knew at a glance at the situation that Mr. Gu and the other party were definitely not considered familiar. Li Jiawei gently reminded, "Sir, try not to call Chairman Gu by his full name within the Huafeng group. This is a big no-no. Unless the two are very well acquainted pretty much. It's really rude for people who don't know each other well to come up and call the old boss by his first name in front of his subordinates. It's best to respect each other when the sedan chair is carried by all. Go. I'm talking to your boss. Why are you interrupting? Funny, if I don't address him as Gu Wenqing, do I still address him as Mr. Gu?" And then, Wang Hao glanced at Li Jiawei, and sighed in his heart that Gu Wenqing was still playing quite a flowery game. Finding such a beautiful female secretary? Gu Wenqing frowned and inquired, "Who are you? Do I know you? Are you qualified to tell my assistant what to do?" Li Jiawei, who was on the side, looked at Gu Wenqing with a bright look in her eyes. Mr. Gu was really a good boss. At the sound of the voice, Wang Hao's pretentious look stuck. What did he hear? Gu Wenqing said he didn't know him? This is a huge joke. Did Gu Wenqing really not recognize him? Or did he resent that he called him by his full name? Wang Hao's face was a bit unsightly. Explaining, "I'm SSCC's Vice President Wang Hao. Before we had some small misunderstandings, but now that they're all resolved, there's no need for you to keep holding on to them. Gu Wenqing, right? Nagging?" Gu Wenqing laughed and shook his head. His pattern wasn't that small. Last time there was a crowd of people in the dark in the middle of the night. Who would memorize a man's appearance specifically? It's not like Wang Hao is a beauty like Ling Ruoqing, nor is it RMB, much less Yan Jun who had messed with Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing wouldn't even pay attention to an unrelated minor character. That's right, Wang Hao was the vice president of the SSCC. Maybe his family's strength was good, but in Gu Wenqing's eyes, he was a minor character who wasn't worth mentioning, regardless of the status and position, or a temperament. Wang Hao was properly a second-generation model. If Wang Hao could be in charge of a side of the business as well as Ling Ruoqing, Gu Wenqing might still think highly of Wang Hao and might remember his looks. Unfortunately, Wang Hao is clearly not. "Oh, President Wang is also here to buy a house?" Gu Wenqing waved his hand for the home-buying sales on the side to come over and asked the sales to take Wang Hao to see the house. "Ling Ruoqing is my sister. I don't know if your previous words still count, Gu Wenqing?" Gu Wenqing's heart was clear and said, "Make it count." Ouch. Wang Hao slapped his thighs and glanced at the flyer of a one villa on Gu Wenqing's desktop and continued, "There's no need to look at houses. You bought the king of villas in Tianyue last time, then I also today." "False?" Gu Wenqing disdainfully said, 400 million villa with a 50% discount is only 200 million. The district of 200 million can be compared with my Gu Wenqing's credibility? Wang Hao recognized it and said, "That's fine. I'll just choose another set again." Gu Wenqing waved his hand to greet the reception of Wang Hao's home purchase sales should do what to do. Do not need to receive Wang Hao this pussy. It's not like Wang Hao is here to buy a house. So what's the point of being so respectful to Wang Hao? Pick your ass. I, Gu Wenqing, promise to be the chairman of Tianyue Group, not her brother, or any of her other relatives. Please get your facts straight. Gu Wenqing snapped. Gu Wenqing, you are really strong words. If you don't want a discount, just say so. There is no need to play this. Make everyone unhappy. Wang Hao said with dissatisfaction. No, I'm not unhappy. Gu Wenqing glanced at Wang Hao's gloomy face and continued. As long as Ling Ruoqing comes, it's a 50% discount. As for other cats and dogs to come, don't blame me, Gu Wenqing, for not giving face. Cats and dogs? A descendant of the imperial capital Wang family, but to be caricatured as worthless? Satirizing Wang Hao is still less than a pawn in his game. The insulted Wang Hao's face was gloomy to the extreme. Wang Hao spoke sorrowfully. Very well, remember what you said. I hope you can still be so confident in the future. After saying that, Wang Hao left with a big stride. The last person who threatened me like that has been chewed up by a fish to the bone crumbs. Hearing Gu Wenqing's warning, Wang Hao, who had walked to the front door, paused in his steps before leaving in a lurch. For this kind of self-conscious rich second generation, Gu Wenqing directly forced him to leave. Not a bit will scrutinize the occasion. The words were filled with contempt for Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing certainly wouldn't spoil him. The salesman watched Wang Hao, who drove a Bugatti, come in high and leave in a mess. And in their hearts they had more and more respect for Mr. Gu. Wang Hao drove his car, depressed to the core. It was the first time Wang Hao had been taunted like this since he came to the magic city from the imperial capital. Gu Wenqing simply had eyes that didn't recognize him to Tai, and it seemed that there was no need to go through him at all. When I directly spread the word that Gu Wenqing is Sister Ling's boyfriend, I hope you, Gu Wenqing, will still be so emboldened in the face of the second generation of the imperial capital. The other side. Gu Wenqing led Li Jiawei to arrive at Huafeng International Grand Court. Officially stepped into the Huafeng International Grand Court. A one-villa king, Li Jiawei, although the heart to be prepared, but still was stunned. The overall space of the villa is dominated by this year's popular high-grade marble and modern minimalist style. Every detail inside is filled with distinctive design and style. The villa is also equipped with a full parlor, dining room, recreation room, nanny's room, gym, plus a heated swimming pool. Li Jiawei's entire body was a bit shocked. This villa was really too good-looking. Truly the king of villas in Huafeng International Grand Court. The more Li Jiawei looked at it, the more she liked it, but unfortunately she couldn't afford it. Is this a rich man's house? Li Jiawei looked somewhat enviously at the villa's distinctive, simple and stylish atmosphere. Gu Wenqing on the side looked changeless. The house is even better as his. There is nothing at all to sigh. After all, he would often live in this villa from now on. Mr. Gu, this is simply the dream love room in my heart. Li Jiawei looked at the luxurious villa, yearning in her eyes. Li Jiawei wants to have such a villa. According to her current annual salary, I do not know to save money until the monkey years and months to go. Although Li Jiawei was originally in the real estate industry and had seen quite a few villas, this A1 villa king really amazed her and made her want to own a set as well. After all, what woman doesn't have a luxury villa can? Then isn't Mr. Gu, who lives in the dream love room, your dream lover? Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Li Jiawei spat lightly. Gu Wenqing didn't care and slowly said, if you like it, I can give you a set. Li Jiawei was shaken when she heard Mr. Gu's words. And then, Li Jiawei skimmed her lips and said, Mr. Gu, that's really generous. On the way here, Gu Wenqing deliberately put his hand on his black silk-wrapped leg. What's even more assholish is that he touched it for a while. Li Jiawei already knew about Gu Wenqing's philandering. Just a little SP. With the age gap in front of her, Li Jiawei naturally couldn't fall for it. It doesn't matter if the villa is there or not. Why don't you believe me? Gu Wenqing came to Li Jiawei's side and said parting ways. I believe it, but I don't need it. I'm not a materialistic woman. Oh, since you don't materialize words, then the salary will be halved. Gu Wenqing said casually. Li Jiawei was a bit exasperated, showing a rare hint of her girlish demeanor. Mr. Gu, how could you be like this? That's what I deserve. Swim with me and I'll raise you back up. Gu Wenqing asked the salesperson to deliver the swimsuit, and specifically explained that the ladies should be sexy. Xia Wei Li, who was that guy Jia we just sent you back? Ah, Li Jiawei was startled by the sudden appearance of her mother, Wang Qin, while she then replied with a forced composure. Oh, that's the president of our company. What's going on with your hair? Li Jiawei replied. Swimming. Oh, well, get back then. After the question, Wang Qin walked into the neighborhood with her daughter on her arm. Wang Qin was calm on the surface, but she was thinking a lot in her mind. Chairman? If I remember correctly, the chairman of Jiawei seems to be in his 40s? Driving such a slutty sports car in your 40s? The chairman of a conglomerate has a lot of work to do, and he still takes the time to send his daughter back? No matter how you think about it, it just doesn't feel right. Looks like it's time to speed up the matchmaking for Jia Hui. Met up and got my daughter an early job change. Assistant to the president. Always feel there is office subterfuge. Do not blame Wang Qin, think too much. The mainly Jiawei really pavilion. Beautiful unlike words. It is said that those rich old man is good for this mouth. Huafeng Security Company. Mr. Gu has found out that Ling Ruoqing and Wang Hao are both from the imperial capital's Wang family and have the same father and mother. Zhong Jun reported the information he had found out. The woofers? A shield? The corners of Gu Wenqing's mouth rose. Interesting. It's not good for life to be too monotonous. And it's nice to add a little spice once in a while. Wanting me, Gu Wenqing, to be a shield is simply too much of an underestimation of me. Gu Wenqing, Have you found Wang Yanyan's whereabouts? Gu Wenqing looked at Zhong Jun and shook his head as he continued. All around Mordor University lined up. Wang Hongliang wants to retaliate against me, will definitely step around the school. Wang Hongliang had a cautious personality and would definitely be somewhere around the school watching Gu Wenqing's every move. Gu Wenqing's eyes narrowed. Or else he lured the snake out of the hole? And then, Gu Wenqing dismissed the idea. He's not scared. Rather, before seeing the righteousness of Gu Wenqing to one against many, Wang Hongliang and not stupid. How can face Gu Wenqing alone? Well, it's pretty clear. If Wang Hongliang is just some slashed tires, this small revenge is harmless. The worst thing that could happen is that Wang Hongliang would hold Qin Mountain hostage and then make Gu Wenqing obediently submit, which is the most likely at the moment. Of course, the bouncers have been lining up around the school for a long time, perhaps having slashed the Ferrari's tires earlier. Wang Hongliang was cautious not to venture out. Zhang Kuan said firmly, "Please don't worry, Mr. Gu. There are bodyguards secretly monitoring all around the school." Gu Wenqing nodded and continued. "Second thing, my parents are also assigned a team of bodyguards to keep them safe at all times, although both parents stayed in the county and were honest people. But what if you run into some incomprehensible people? A team of bodyguards to protect the parents at all times would also give Gu Wenqing a lot of peace of mind when he wasn't at their side." Zhong Jun replied, "Yes, Mr. Gu. Buzz off. Buzz off." A message came from Gu Wenqing's cell phone. It was a message from schoolmate Wang Yanyan. "Wang Yanyan, schoolmate. Schoolmate misses you, crying. Figure. The new Parisian house. Did you miss it?" Looking at the message, Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face. "Yeah, right. That's the schoolteacher's style. Long legs plus black silk. It's eye candy." After all, apart from her face value, the most outstanding thing about her schoolmate was those probably long legs. Gu Wenqing zoomed in on the picture and admired the picture of his schoolmate. Gu Wenqing typed response. "Hokage, how did you interpret what I said last time about the one-liner?" "Wang Yanyan, all according to you." Shy. Gu Wenqing drove back to the school. Wang Yanyan's skin like condensed fat, warm as jade. Slender neck, wearing a Cartier necklace sent by a schoolmate. To the seductive Wang Yanyan added a point of nobility. Tight white t-shirt with short skirt. Wang Yanyan's white and tender legs were exposed in the air. And those long legs that captivated the hearts and souls of the rounded slender jade legs. The delicate and jade-like icy skin and jade bones are really tingling. Wang Yanyan's legs were really beautiful. Slender, white and sexy. The legs were warm and white, slender and playful. After Wang Yanyan got into the car, Gu Wenqing inquired, "Where are the pictures?" "It's in the bag. It's only for schoolmates to enjoy." Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. "What do you want to eat, school teacher?" Wang Yanyan winked. "You guess?" "In all seriousness, it's just about time for a late-night snack. And schoolboy, I need to eat enough so I can plow the fields." Let's go eat grilled fish then. There's a grilled fish in front of the school that tastes exceptionally good, and it's highly recommended to schoolmates. You can also bring your friends to try it in the future," Wang Yanyan said, wrinkling her nose, smiley face. "But you're not allowed to bring female friends." "Of course, you're the only one I have, baby," Gu Wenqing said in a serious manner. That's good." Wang Yanyan was sweet in her heart. Wang Yanyan said it was next to the school. "Actually, there is. It seems that the grilled fish restaurant is quite a name in this part of the college town." Both the store and the outside area were filled with customers. The two entered the grilled fish restaurant, and Wang Yanyan skillfully ordered the grilled fish. The owner said there was no room in the store, so the only way to sit was outside. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanyan had not yet spoken. A voice from the side. "It's okay, boss, I know them. Let him share a table with us." Gu Wenqing looked along with the voice and couldn't help but stare. "Isn't this Yuhan? Their school is quite far from Mordor University. Why did they come here?" There were 3 people at Yuhan's table, and all 3 were girls. Except for Yuhan, who was not bad. The other 2 girls had average face values. The other 2 girls also noticed the 2 of them. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran. Wang Yanran's beauty made the 2 men's eyes light up. Even if they were both women, they couldn't help but be amazed by it. And then, their eyes focused on Gu Wenqing. The boy's face is too high. Gu Wenqing was used to the gaze of the opposite sex. 10 points for the system. www.uxs.org? Other than someone who was holding a cell phone at the moment, looking at the contents of the screen and smiling, what other man would dare to compete with Gu Wenqing in terms of face value? 2 of Yuhan's high school classmates attend a nearby university. The 3 of them had a crazy day during the day, and one of the students indicated that there was a great grilled fish place nearby. The 3 of them came to this grilled fish restaurant as soon as they made the call. A situation? Wang Yanyan's eyes flowed between the 2, trying to spot something, but no matter if it was the schoolmate or the sitting cow, the expression was normal. Wang Yanyan was satisfied in her heart. It seemed that her schoolmate did not have any entanglements with her. The schoolmarm is staring intently. Gu Wenqing pretended to have a normal face and directly sat down with a big grin. If you can share a table, why not? Doesn't it smell good with the air conditioning blowing in the store? Plus, a green tea like Yuhan definitely wouldn't say anything about Gu Wenqing having her feet in two boats. Why wouldn't she dare? Because Gu Wenqing secretly gave Yuhan a warning look. Any girl with a brain knows that she can't easily mess with a rich guy like Gu Wenqing. Seeing that, Yuhan nodded his head slightly, indicating that he would not speak out of turn. The schoolmates all sat down, and Wang Yanyan followed and sat next to Gu Wenqing. Yuhan said, "Sister, you're really pretty." Okay. Wang Yanyan humbly made a sentence, and then curiously asked, "How did you and Gu Wenqing meet?" Yuhan subconsciously glanced at Gu Wenqing and saw that Gu Wenqing had no intention of opening his mouth. So his name is Gu Wenqing? Oh. Yuhan's small eyes rolled, and after a pause of 2 or 3 seconds he spoke directly. "I went to college with her sister." As a green tea, Yuhan's deceitful bullshit is a mouthful. Suemo is Gu Wenqing's sister. No problem. Yuhan winked at Gu Wenqing as if to say, "I helped you. How are you going to repay me, sister?" Wang Yanyan's eyes revealed a hint of inquiry. Gu Wenqing said, "My uncle's daughter." Wang Yanyan nodded. Her schoolmate did mention this to her. At that moment, the owner brought the grilled fish to the table. Wang Yanyan sterilized the cutlery with boiling water and placed it in front of her schoolmate. Just as Gu Wenqing was reaching for her chopsticks, something silky and soft touched Gu Wenqing's calf. Gu Wenqing did not care. Thought it was a schoolmate touched. Just tasted the mouth of grilled fish. And then came. "Silky? I don't think you're wearing black silk." The chopsticks fell off. Gu Wenqing looked down to pick up the chopsticks, and it was Yuhan who was wearing the stockings. Gu Wenqing frowned and glanced at Yuhan. As it happened, at that moment, Yuhan was also looking at Gu Wenqing, with a pair of big eyes that were vaguely teasing. This Yuhan doesn't realize he's playing with fire? Wang Yanran took a new pair of chopsticks for Gu Wenqing and asked her schoolmate, "Schoolmate, how's the flavor?" Gu Wenqing nodded as another abnormality came from his calf. "Today out to play." Yuhan deliberately dress up. Upper body and navel exposed white short tee, with a pleated short skirt, plus silk white stockings, white silk length just in the calf. Especially that pair of bears was especially conspicuous against the slim-fitting white tees. In particular, the corners of her mouth revealed a smile that hooked out like a fox, leaving Gu Wenqing somewhat speechless. Yuhan Wei smiled and said, "Your sister was complaining in her dorm room last time about you not going to play with her." After saying that, Yuhan winked mischievously towards Gu Wenqing. At the sound of the voice, Wang Yanyan, who was burying her head in her food, also looked at Gu Wenqing. "No time, I've been busy lately." Fuck. Johan is adding to the drama. Gu Wenqing had some egg on his face and caught the opportunity to educate her. Let her experience the beatings of the lower society. The other side. Wang Yanyan kept pinching fish for Gu Wenqing. With a look of a schoolmate you know. Gu Wenqing bristled. "Eat more, plow the field?" That's a lot of drama for just 2 women. At this point, thinking about this, Yuhan was very curious about the price of the necklace in his heart. Yuhan took advantage of Wang Yanyan's inattention and secretly took a picture. Yuhan opened the search engine and put up the picture of the necklace. Seeing the results that came out of the search startled Yuhan. Cartier limited edition necklace. Limited to 100 pieces worldwide. The necklace is priced at $3,650,000. Yuhan covered her small mouth in surprise. What did she see? A necklace worth over $3 million? Yuhan as a student. Usually $10,000 for her is a huge amount of money. The value of more than $3 million of necklaces on her, how big the impact? Simply unimaginable. As for whether what Wang Yanyan is wearing around her neck is authentic, Yukon could have no doubt. Gu Wenqing is so rich, surely he won't send fake goods. Gu Wenqing is simply too proud. Send a girl more than $3 million Cartier limited edition necklace. You cold just think about it, is envious to death. What would she do if she had over $3 million? Buy a car, buy all kinds of designer jewelry and cosmetics, etc. Not just a little necklace anyway. Thinking about it, Yuhan felt that the gifts she received before were tasteless. If only she could also have a necklace of great value. At this moment, Yuhan looked at Gu Wenqing with brighter eyes. Yuhan knew that Gu Wenqing had his foot in 2 boats. Or N boats. There was no doubt that Gu Wenqing was a mercurial person. In that case, wouldn't I, Johan, also have a chance? Green tea. Yuhan is extraordinarily fond of climbing. Whether it was body, looks, or dress, Yuhan did not want to be inferior to other girls. I'm no worse than Suemo and Wang Yanran, right? The Gu Wenqing they found is so good, and I, Johan, can't find a man worse than them, can I? Yuhan, who has been practicing the tea ceremony for 2.5 years, is more interested in Gu Wenqing. Seeing Yuhan covering his mouth, a girl from the opposite side of the room asked with concern, "What's wrong with you, Yolan? You're not going to get a fish poke, are you?" Yuhan shook his head and said it was fine. And then, she even used her feet recklessly, ruffling Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing was already annoyed. Gu Wenqing's face didn't move and he quietly reached a hand under the table. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Yuhan by the calf. Gu Wenqing's hand came a soft and tender, and with white silk unique seemingly silky feeling. Well, someone's sudden sneak attack made Yuhan suddenly yelp. Everyone at the table, their gazes looked at Yuhan in amazement. Gu Wenqing even spoke out to inquire, "What's wrong?" It's okay. I just burned my tongue eating fish." Yuhan's face burned a little. Gu Wenqing's hand still held the white silk calf and said, "Pay attention to what you eat. Otherwise you'll get burned again next time." "Oh," Yuhan responded weakly. "Is this a warning from Gu Wenqing? What's the matter? He's not happy with the benefits?" Yuhan was a little upset. Wang Yanyan, who didn't know the situation on the side, only felt that Yuhan was a bit startled. But, this nervous look of Yuhan is good, so the schoolboy won't have any thoughts about the nervous Yuhan. After all, Yuhan's appearance is not bad, especially the pair of soft, scale of greatness, so that Wang Yanyan has a bit of a sense of crisis. Color embryo, asshole, badass. Yuhan cursed Gu Wenqing in his heart, and in his mind, he regretted his actions just now. A period of leg lifts. Yuhan's legs are a little numb. Gu Wenqing noticed Yuhan's tearful appearance and had to pretend to eat normally. The heart was refreshed. Small sample. You don't know me until I teach you a lesson. Gu Wenqing saw the good and let go of Yuhan by letting go of his hand. Yuhan blankly glanced at Gu Wenqing, feeling the roots of his thighs go numb. So cool. Yuhan couldn't help but grunt lightly as his leg hit the ground. "I'm going to the restroom." Gu Wenqing frowned, a little disgusted to touch the hands of white silk for so long. "Find an excuse to wash your hands." Yuhan looked at Wang Yanyan vainly. She should not have noticed. And then Yuhan got up and said she was going to the restroom too. Yuhan dragged his tingling legs and slowly walked towards the restroom. The two female classmates saw Yuhan's abnormality and wondered what was wrong with Yuhan. Is it because his legs are numb from sitting? Wang Yanyan also opened her eyes wide and wondered curiously. Is it difficult? Could it be a cripple? Yuhan walked outside the restroom and spotted Gu Wenqing who was washing his hands, with the two leaving one after the other. There was no way Gu Wenqing could have finished using the restroom so quickly. So Gu Wenqing was coming to wash his hands under the guise of going to the toilet. Yuhan, am disliked? For a while, Yuhan was a little angry, thinking that Yuhan is also a beauty. What if Sumo finds out and it wasn't me who leaked it? Yuhan weakly inquired. Or punish you? After Gu Wenqing finished speaking, he directly left. Yuhan looked at her blushing self in the mirror, and looking at the handprints on her clothes, she thought to herself, is this the punishment? Seems pretty good, yeah? And after, Yuhan got some water to get rid of the wet palm prints someone had left on his chest. Otherwise what if Wang Yanyan finds out later? Yuhan has a feeling of being a thief. Yuhan was slow enough to return to his seat for 3 or 4 minutes. After being taught a lesson by Gu Wenqing, Yuhan became honest and didn't dare to make small moves against Gu Wenqing again. The crowd ate and chatted for a while longer before breaking up. After Gu Wenqing paid, she smiled at the other two girls and said goodbye, not forgetting to give Yuhan a warning look along the way. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanyan got into the Ferrari one after the other. The engine roared, and left in a crowd of envious eyes. The two girls sharing the table were full of shock. The couple they just had dinner with came in a Ferrari? I'll go. So awesome. Simply awesome. For a moment, the two girls were very shocked. Only Yuhan had a calm face. After all, she had known for a long time that Gu Wenqing was rich. Returning to their senses, the two girls opened their mouths and asked, Yuhan, your roommate's brother's family is rich? Oh? Yeah, Ferraris are cool. Yuhan nodded perfunctorily. The moment, Yuhan looked at the distant headlights, she cursed Gu Wenqing in her mind, bastard, philanderer, on the Ferrari. Wang Yanyan took out Parisienne from her bag. It went right on in the car. Is schoolmate good? Wang Yanyan stretched her legs out straight and showed it to someone. Gu Wenqing tried the silky smoothness and said, crooked rigged, the Ferrari Rafa is picking up speed. After some time, it came to the neighborhood of Huafeng International Junting. Schoolmate, are you going the wrong way? Wang Yanyan looked at the unfamiliar street. This was not the way to the Radisson 5-star hotel. Oh, I have a villa here, Gu Wenqing said. The two of them drove to one villa in Area A. Wang Yanyan had been amazed by the villa. Entering the villa is the 7-meter-high entry foyer, which is as luxurious as it gets. The villa has all home appliances, all luxury brands. In addition to this, the villa is equipped with a private pool, nanny's room, gym, private theater and a host of other facilities. The villa has huge gardens in the front and backyards. And the gardens are all designed by masters with great care. Gu Wenqing had already jumped into the pool and said to her schoolmate, "Schoolmate, come on." Wang Yanyan was a bit dumbfounded as she pointed at the swimming pool. "Is schoolmate going to be here?" A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face, and in one fell swoop he pulled Wang Yanyan into the pool. Gu Wenqing had been spending time in the villa lately, occasionally looking for Su Mo, or Wang Min, then Wang Yanran, and the time was spent in pleasant company. Time rushes by. All of a sudden it's the 4th of July holiday. Gu Wenqing broke into his dorm room to see what he needed to bring home. Before the national day came, Gu Wenqing prepared some gifts for his parents in advance. "Old Gu, what are you busy with these days? A day in the dormitory cannot see you people also even if online to find you open black game, how you still refuse it?" Huang Zicheng inquired with a skittish look. "Since the last time we hacked together." Every time Huang Zicheng invited Gu Wenqing to play Jedi Survival together, he was ruthlessly rejected by Gu Wenqing. "Oh, recently living at home." Gu Wenqing was packing her things and continued, "Lately I've been enjoying solo rows by myself. There's no heavenly reason. I'm a local who doesn't go home much. And don't you feel empty living in the villa all by yourself, Lao Gu?" Gu Wenqing shook his head. "No. One person? How is that possible?" Wang Yanyan has been living with Gu Wenqing lately and is almost played out by Gu Wenqing. The Parisian house doesn't even know how many S's. Huang Zicheng suddenly said in a bitchy manner. "Lao Gu, honestly explain. Who is that Qiao not wearing autumn pants on Jedi Survival? I see the profile is a girl." Gu Wenqing glanced at him lightly and said, "You still peeked at my game records? Ha 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 ha. Saw it purely by accident. Just an online friend who usually plays games together." Zhou Tao, who was on the side, opened his big mouth and said, "Old Gu's peach blossom luck is still really prosperous. Playing a game can attract a girl." Zhang Xiaohong chimed in, which is like Huang Zi licking his face to ask for a girl's contact information all day long and being rejected. Huang Zicheng has the feeling of being hurt. "Don't I, Huang Zicheng, want to lose face?" After the meeting, Huang Zicheng reminded, "Old Gu, remember to come back 2 days earlier. I'm still waiting for you to go along to watch the car. Don't water me this time. Okay? I'll give you a heads up if in case I can't make it back early." "Don't, big brother. It's hard for me to explain to the goddess when you're like this." "Good morning, schoolgirl Chan." Gu Wenqing went down to the dormitory, and the first thing he saw was the well-dressed Chen Yunxue. "Good morning, Wenqing." Chen Yunxue spread her face and smiled, then said in a brittle voice, "What schoolgirl Chen is hard to hear. Call me Yunxue from now on." Rumble. Schoolgirl Chen's voice was like a bolt from the blue. What did they hear? Was it really good to let Gu Wenqing address her so intimately? Where's the promised high-strung schoolgirl? Schoolgirl Chen's admirers were a bit lost. In addition to Chen's schoolgirl admirers' heart sour, of course there were the more discerning male students who whispered, "Gu Wenqing is more than enough to match schoolgirl Chen." No, on the contrary, I feel that schoolmarm Chen is too high up. Gu Wenqing is too good. Yeah, the face is leading the school, and so rich, and more importantly so talented. Okay, school mistress Chen. Gu Wenqing nodded. Chen Yunxue. Chen Yunxue glanced at Gu Wenqing breathlessly. Even if it was just a white loose t-shirt, it couldn't resist Gu Wenqing's extremely high face value. His three-dimensional and shapely face was coldly handsome with sharp angles, and his dark and deep eyes were glowing with a fascinating color. It made Chen Yunxue look stunning. What a man who saved his life. Heroic rescue of the filter added. Let Chen Yunxue think Gu Wenqing good-looking absolute. What to look at? Seeing that schoolmarm Chen kept staring at herself, Gu Wenqing inquired curiously, "Did you not wash your face well?" Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, Chen Yunxue's pretty face blushed. Oops, a slip of the tongue makes a nymphomaniac. Chen Yunxue quickly adjusted her state and calmly said, "Nothing, it feels like you've grown your hair long. It's so handsome." Chen Yunxue unabashedly praised someone. Ever since Gu Wenqing's act of bravery, for the first time, the usually high-strung Chen Yunxue wanted to approach a boy so much. A glance at Gu Wenqing from afar made Chen Yunxue feel secure in her heart. Did Gu Wenqing say I don't look good with short hair? Good looking. All of them. The surrounding melon-eating students, just listening to schoolgirl Chen praising Gu Wenqing, watched the two get into the Ferrari Laffa and leave. Envy and jealousy. Jealous to the core. Envious of the Ferrari Laffa driven by Gu Wenqing and the Ferrari co-pilot Chen schoolgirl. One of the students couldn't help but exclaim, "So much for winning in life." Yeah, the car, the ticket, the horse. Gu Wenqing has it all. Chu Bo Trace in the distance was helpless in his heart. It seems like he is getting farther and farther away from schoolgirl Chen. Parked the Ferrari Laffa in the airport parking lot. The two walked into the airport, picked up the tickets. After checking their tickets, the two of them followed their flights and found the exclusive waiting area. After sitting down, Gu Wenqing sized up Chen Yunxue. Chen Yunxue in a JK uniform was really quite pretty. It's not like she's obviously dressed in an imperial style, but it always gives off a cool vibe. How do you know I like sparkling water? Gu Wenqing inquired curiously. Freshman military training. Schoolgirl Chen started off with milk tea, which later turned into sparkling water. Airplane security does not allow water, so the sparkling water has just been Gu Wenqing ton finished. I learned it from sister Yanran Wang. Do you believe me? Black silk too? Chen Yunxue nodded and said, everyone says that you like Wang Yanyan, so I also want to learn how she dresses. And then, Chen Yunxue felt a bit embarrassed and changed the topic and said, I heard there's a good movie coming out on the 4th of July. How about it? Let's go see it together on the holiday? Hearing Chen Yunxue's words, Gu Wenqing thought it would be fine in his hometown anyway, so he said, yes, just let me know ahead of time when you do. How come you didn't receive the money for the airfare that I've emailed you? Let's do it this way. I'll book the airfare back to Magic City. Chen Yunxue nodded her head, with some small leaps in her heart. Not only can they watch movies with Gu Wenqing during the holidays, but the two of them are still together when they go back to school, and there is a hint of anticipation in Chen Yunxue's heart. Schoolgirl Chen, who is high-strung and rarely smiles in front of others, cute and easily satisfied in the presence of Gu Wenqing. The two talked a lot. From high school to college, Chen Yunxue asked how come I haven't seen you in high school. Gu Wenqing laughed, who said I haven't seen it? We even played badminton together. It's just that you don't have any impression. Smell. Chen Yunxue had some regrets that she had missed the opportunity to meet Gu Wenqing in advance. Gu Wenqing said flatly, I was too green and introverted in high school, and you were the famous high school flower. Usually there was not much interaction. Chen Yunxue shook her head, there's no high spirits. I just don't like them. Gu Wenqing bought water and came back just in time to hear the boys hitting on her. Gu Wenqing glanced at him lightly and said, how would you like to play? I'm from the same neighborhood as you, so do you want to have some fun with me? Smell. The young man turned back to look at Gu Wenqing, and originally wanted to say something to Chen Yunxue, but when he saw Gu Wenqing's aura, with the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, his whole body was a bit appalled. What did he see? A $10 million Vacheron Constantin. Young people usually like to look at luxury goods online, although they cannot afford it, but it does not prevent him from learning more about it. No, it was used today. The young man recognized at once that the watch Gu Wenqing was wearing was the $10 million one. Crap, a house in Mordor on your hand? It's just horrible. Okay? The young man stared blankly for a dozen seconds before coming back to his senses. The young man thought in his mind about what Gu Wenqing had just said. How do you want to play? I'm from your hometown too. Do you want to have some fun with me? His heart was complicated. Play? How? We're not all on the same level. The young man would like to befriend a rich man like Gu Wenqing, but he expensive self-awareness, can wear 10 million watches. The circle is not at all he can enter the other people's circles are supercars, famous watches and the like. While the young man's family conditions can only be said to be not bad, but there is still a certain gap with the really rich. Ugh. The young man let out a long sigh and said, dude, I didn't mean to. I wish you guys a long and early life. After saying that, the young man left in style. The young man who left was embarrassed. The girl you want to tease has a boyfriend who wears a $10 million Vacheron Constantin. You're not a clown yourself? What is it? As for whether Gu Wenqing is wearing a high-fashion Vacheron Constantin, isn't this a joke? Gu Wenqing is an extraordinary temperament. If this temperament is wearing a fake watch, he also recognized it. Anyway, the young man would not be easily offended by a, seemingly, unassuming person. An early child? What do you think of this proposal? Yunxue? The passers-by have all given us their blessing. You must show it, Gu Wenqing said shamelessly. Bah! Chen Yunxue secretly spat and said, is this jumping the progress bar? Which is so fast? Gu Wenqing teased her in a small voice, fast? I've always been long-lasting. Other people were so mouthy. Chen Yunxue would have gotten angry a long time ago. Chen Yunxue didn't hate it when Gu Wenqing was dirty like this. Instead, it gives Chen Yunxue a gangly and handsome feeling. She glanced sideways at Gu Wenqing. It's simply not too handsome. An hour or so later, the plane arrived smoothly at the airport in the city of Luzhou. Both were transported out of the airport. Chen Yunxue nostalgically waved at Gu Wenqing and said bye-bye. After watching Chen Yunxue get into the Mercedes and leave, Gu Wenqing also walked up to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Driving the car was a bodyguard from Huafeng Security. Gu Wenqing had previously arranged for a team of bodyguards to secretly protect his parents' safety, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was also driven by the bodyguards from Mordor to Luzhou City at that time. Nowadays, Huafeng Security Company, Limited is a bird in the hand. Nanny car all eliminated, all replaced with Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and pick up Gu Wenqing's car uniform are Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Rolls-Royce Phantom and so on. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove smoothly down the road. Gu Wenqing's hometown. in a county in the city of Luzhou. Earlier both parents worked in the county. When he first unlocked the system achievements, Gu Wenqing left hundreds of thousands of dollars for his family on the grounds of winning the lottery. The parents used the money to open a neighborhood supermarket, earning enough to feed themselves, though not great wealth. Now it's time to reveal some wealth with your parents. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards. Nowadays, Gu Wenqing not only has more than $20 billion of liquidity in his bank card, the industries under his name are even more numerous. Debonair upscale Western restaurant, 2 top movie theaters in Magic City, 2, Huafeng Game Studio, 10 sets of Huaxi street facades, Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment, Huafeng Security Company, TXX nightclubs, Radisson 5-star hotels, Huafeng Group, Magic City Orange Entertainment Media. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards. Buzz off. Buzz off. Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying, have you arrived safely in Luzhou? Gu Wenqing typed response. Just got off the plane. On my way home. Lin Yingying, humph. Is Gu Wenqing, who acquired my family's business, the same person as you? Lin Yingying's message was tinged with doubt. It shows that Lin Hongtian did not reveal Gu Wenqing's identity to his daughter. Gu Wenqing pretended to look shocked. What? You are the daughter of director Lin Hongtian Lin? Question. Lin Yingying, yeah. Hey, I just saw it on the news. No picture but the media exposed your name and age. Sure enough, it's you. Gu Wenqing, the world is really small. I also did not think that you are Chairman Lin's daughter. Early to know. I am sure that early on. The moment. Lin Yingying adored Gu Wenqing. Everyone was only in their freshman year. And Gu Wenqing was already in charge of the $100 billion Huafeng Group. 18-year-old chairman of the group. That's just awesome. Road trip. Gu Wenqing pondered how to show his parents. Ding. That's when the browser on your phone pushed a message. Huafeng Game Studios' Survival of the Jedi grossed 190 million renminbi in 10 days online. 10 days ago, Warframe Game Studios launched the first season of Survival of the Jedi with paid skins. In particular, the Jedi Love campaign is also present with the first season. There was an instant uproar. In this parallel world, it's the first game maker that dares to do such a heartless thing. For a while, it attracted countless netizens to praise it, especially the Jedi Survivor official microblog. The fans simply don't want to die to rise. 10 days revenue of 190 million renminbi, 10% for public welfare activities. Meaning, Jedi will be giving $19 million to good causes. What's more, the game officially says it will, every quarter, use 10% of the total amount of players' recharged money to do public service activities. It's not just that. There's also some money that comes out of the total profits from each quarter of Jedi Outcast to set up a foundation. Once the official Jedi Survivor tweet was released, it instantly dominated the top of the Twitter charts. The Jedi are on fire once again. It's only been a few days since the heat went down on Jedi and it's once again dominating the Twitter trending search. Even more awesome this time is the top of the hot search list. The last time it was on fire, it was because of the money taken for marketing, plus the creativity of the game. And this time, it's because of the pattern of the bosses behind Jedi. 10% of the total amount of money recharged by players each quarter is used for public welfare. Every quarterly revenue, Huafeng Studio will take out a portion of the money to set up a foundation and continue to income and the fund to be used for love donations. This Twitter explosion couldn't have happened without a good deed from the game's officials. Good. Well done. This pattern can't be said. From now on I'm a fan of the Jedi. Nothing to say first charge for respect. Bull. I just want to say that the owner of Jedi is so awesome. I'm part of the $19 million in donations. Jedi Outcast roll me up and roll the other game makers. Suckers indeed. It's hard not to love a game maker like this. Survival of the Jedi has been downloaded to support the game wave. Kneel down and ask for the owner of Jedi Outcast's Twitter. I want to follow him so bad. Same request. Same request plus 1008611. The moment. Countless people are commenting. Some people praise it. And of course some people denigrate it. What kind of garbage game? Coming out with such an event is just simply to trick people into charging more money. Wake up people. Jedi Outcast is gathering everyone's money for charity. Another way to think about it is that the owner behind Jedi Survivor didn't contribute a penny and used everyone's recharge money. Just a name dropper. It's nothing to worry about. The setup of the bosses behind the scenes is really deep. I'm most disgusted by the hypocrisy of this name dropping. Keyboard warriors are everywhere. And even more so some of them are screaming online that, since the Jedi is so fond of doing good deeds, why don't they just donate all their profits? Wouldn't that be doing a bigger good deed? Twitter comments. There is praise and there is resistance. There are those who admire Gu Wenqing's big pattern, and there are those who feel that Gu Wenqing is a person who sells his name. Polarization. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 eyes. Gu Wenqing simply ignored the ones that hacked him. In any case, He's just doing something he wants to do, and what other people think doesn't matter. The Jedi love charity is just a temporary thing in Gu Wenqing's mind. Having an idea and then doing it, it's as simple as that. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. Just when there was a lot of hot air, another heavy hitter that blew up in the internet. This news, straight away, has made Jedi Outcast the #1 hit on the internet, not only in microblogging, a variety of Douyin, shorthand, and so on short video platforms or browser on the hot search, but also by the survival of the Jedi to the round. It's official. The official account came out and liked and commented on the tweet from Jedi. Whack, be the sunniest version of yourself and brighten up others. Huaxia News, the heart has good intentions. No matter how big or small, the benefit goes to the world. Is a good thing. Two of China's most influential media outlets spoke out one after another. Anyway, the official Jedi is real money for a good cause. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to the neighborhood. The towering flying goddess in front of the car. A sign that the car is worth a lot of money. A Rolls-Royce. Some people who love cars even recognize the car as a Cullinan model owned by Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce Cullinan naked car price offer are 600 plus W. It's rare to see cars in this neighborhood that cost $700,000 to $800,000, let alone a Rolls-Royce Cullinan that costs more than $6 million. And many people are curious about who's sitting in the car. When the bodyguard opened the car door, Gu Wenqing stepped out of the car, facing the envious or curious gazes of many people. Gu Wenqing ignored them. The house in this neighborhood was bought less than a year ago. To be precise, Gu Wenqing only bought it after graduating from her senior year of high school. It's not like the old days, when you used to walk the streets. Since we all live in high-rise buildings, exaggerated people do not even know the neighbors in the same building, not to mention the other residents in the district. Maybe the parents knew them, but Gu Wenqing was a no-no anyway. Gu Wenqing is so young. His car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Many young people are envious. A proper rich kid, no doubt. I had talked to my parents on the phone at school, and they knew that Gu Wenqing was coming back this morning. After 11 o'clock at noon, Gu Wenqing knocked on the door of the house. Brat, you've changed so much after not seeing you for over a month. It seems that college is indeed quite a workout. As soon as he opened the door, his father Gu Rong noticed the change in Gu Wenqing, and it's changed quite a bit. Not only did my appearance become distinguished, but my temperament. Gu Rong took a closer look. His son's features are still the same, and it's impossible to go to the H country for plastic surgery. How can he look up to be much more handsome? And a lot higher? Gu Rong can't think about it and lazy to think about it. Anyway, it is his Gu Rong's seed. Maybe it is the secondary development of the long open. Dad, where's my mom? Gu Wenqing inquired. Your mom is in the kitchen making you something delicious. The father, Gu Rong, said, taking a pair of slippers to his son at the entrance hall. After Gu Wenqing changed her shoes, she ran to the kitchen to find her mother, Lin Chunmei. Mom, what's cooking today? Son is back. Quickly let mom take a good look. Lin Chunmei revealed a smile and checked to see if Gu Wenqing had lost weight or something, only to find that not only had Gu Wenqing not lost weight, he had also become more handsome and taller. Lin Chunmei's happy mouth smile did not stop. The son became excellent. How can a mother not be happy? Son, is Magic City fun? Fun. When one day you and dad can come to Magic City together and travel, my son will be your guide, Gu Wenqing said cheerfully. As soon as he went home, Gu Wenqing's whole body was relaxed. There's no time. Your father and I still have to guard the store, Lin Chunmei said as she stir-fried the vegetables. The supermarket is open for long hours and we can't get away, so your father and I take turns changing the hours to guard the store. Today you come back, mom and dad just specially closed the door for half a day. Mom specially made you your favorite home cooking. The mother, Lin Chunmei, was right there in the kitchen, rambling to her son, Gu Wenqing. For a long time, Gu Wenqing just stood by and helped her mother pick vegetables, quietly listening to her words. After frying the food, Lin Chunmei saw the big bag on the table and she inquired, people just come back. Why do you still buy so many things? Made some money to buy it specially for you. Gu Wenqing's back. Keep the family happy. At the dinner table, Gu Wenqing directly showed his cards. I just heard mom say that it takes so long to guard the supermarket, so why don't you just hire a salesperson? We're doing a small business. Hiring a cashier wastes money, and the profit will be low, Gu Rong said. Lin Chunmei, the mother on the side, also nodded, agreeing with her husband. Work hard and earn more money. Your son will need it to get married. Your son is making a lot of money now. Gu Wenqing gave his parents the speech he had thought of in advance. Mother Lin Chunmei asked Gu Wenqing with a trembling voice, how much did you say your game company made in 10 days? Gu Wenqing said, $190 million. Lin Chunmei put her hand on her son's forehead. There was no fever. And then she said, you kids aren't getting any excitement out there, are you? Gu Rong on the side was a bit more composed. He asked Gu Wenqing, "What's the name of your game? How's the revenue?" Gu Wenqing replied, "The name of the game is Jedi Survival, which has been super hot lately, and the revenue, if any, mainly relies on selling skins." Gu Rong frowned. "Jedi? Seems like I've heard a lot of young people talking about it in my neighborhood. It seems to be a gunfighting type of game." Gu Rong also saw someone else operate it. "You've only been developing that game for a month and you're making money?" Gu Rong continued to ask. Gu Wenqing had only gone to Magic City for a month or so, and the game couldn't have been developed so quickly. Smell. Gu Wenqing can only continue to make it up. "I'm not winning the lottery, left some money. Just Jedi Survival developed out, not fire, was bought by me, and then slowly operated under which no suddenly burst into flames. Because of." After dinner, Father Gu Rong felt like he was still in a dream. www.uxs.org. If it wasn't for all the hype on the internet, he said he wouldn't believe anything. www.uxs.org. That's 19 million a day. What a concept. Gu Rong used to think of his son as the university to read a famous university. After graduation, monthly salary of tens of thousands is very good. Can be mixed to a monthly salary of tens of thousands or 100,000 are already burnt incense. Who would have thought that Gu Wenqing would go to Magic City for just a month and come up with a Jedi survival game? One day revenue of 19 million. Exaggerated beyond Gu Rong's knowledge. He's also too good for this species. In popular parlance, the wall doesn't even hold up. So I'll take you up on it. Gu Rong said. "Wen Chang, you're not small in skills. The blue is better than the blue." Lin Chunmei, her mother, who had washed the dishes and came out, heard her and said nonchalantly, "What do you mean the blue is better than the blue? Lao Rong, have you ever had a son so successful?" "Ha ha, my success is having such an awesome son." Lin Chunmei gave her husband Gu Rong a blank look and said, "You're fat. And you're still wheezing?" Night. The two Gu fathers and sons talked for a long time in the living room. Gu Rong gave his son, Gu Wenqing, great praise for his love of charity. In Gu Rong's words, "A man cannot forget his roots, a heart cannot forget its grace, and a tree cannot forget its roots." Gu Wenqing smiled. The first time he heard his dad could say something so philosophical. Go. Your dad doesn't read much, but his thoughts are absolutely correct. After chatting with her parents for a while, Gu Wenqing returned to her room. Gu Wenqing first transferred 100 million renminbi to his father's bank card, because Gu Wenqing Showdown used the game of Jedi Survival. Currently the Jedi www.uxs.org. Transferring too much money can make your parents suspicious. However, according to the current hotness of Jedi Survival, just like a snowball, it will only get bigger and bigger. Then in the future, Gu Wenqing's value is even more horrible. Parents will not be suspicious. The other room. The bank is extraordinarily efficient with large transfers from the godly Gu Wenqing. Ding! Gu Rong's cell phone rang. A text message from the bank was sent. Gu Wenqing's transfer of $100 million reached his father Gu Rong's account. Although the son Gu Wenqing had long ago told his parents about the transfer of money. But when a real $100 million is transferred to a bank card, how many people can face it calmly? 1 billion. 9 figures. It's enough to do nothing for a year and just eat the interest from the bank. Anyway, Gu Rong and Lin Chunmei had trouble calming their hearts. Father Gu Rong exclaimed, "I did not expect me to work hard all my life. Did not let my son become a rich second generation, not to mention, but instead rely on my son to reverse the. Tomorrow we'll go and pay off the loan on the house," Lin Chunmei said from the sidelines. Evening. It's hard to sleep when there's a family event. Gu Rong and Lin Chunmei lay on the bed, neither of them closing their eyes. Gu Rong asked his wife Lin Chunmei if it was time for our family to buy a car. Lin Chunmei grabbed him a hand. Said, "Just no buy. When we open a big supermarket, say, other money for the son to save, in case the future need it." Gu Rong said smilingly, "Yes. He's been around most of his life and there's no rush to buy a car." Gu Wenqing returned to his room and took a shower. Buzz off. He had just gotten into bed when his cell phone vibrated. Take out the cell phone to see. In addition to Wang Yanyan, Sumo and others, there are high school classmates Ding Liang's. Ding Liang was Gu Wenqing's best friend in high school. Both of them got good grades. Gu Wenqing took the Magic City exam, while Ding Liang went to the Imperial City to study. In college the two would occasionally get in touch with each other by V-mail. Some guys' friendships are just so unreasonable. It's clear that they don't usually get in touch, but the friendship has never changed. Ding Liang asked Gu Wenqing back to Luzhou City yet? Come out and play together tomorrow. After Gu Wenqing replied to his friend Ding Liang, Chen Yunshue's message happened to be sent as well. Chen Yunshue, Moshi, what are you doing? When Gu Wenqing saw this Moshi, she inexplicably wanted to laugh, which does not fit the setting of the high school flower. Gu Wenqing replied, "Just took a shower. You miss me so soon?" Chen Yunxue didn't deny it as she replied with the message frowny face, ask what type of movie you like to watch so I can go and book a ticket. Seeing Chen Yunxue's message, Gu Wenqing felt that although the schoolgirl was outwardly cool, she still knew how to respect people. Dating knows to ask for a guy's opinion. She's really quite good for a relationship. As for what type of movies you like, Tainted King Gu Wenqing's first image is that of a love action movie made by an island player who has had a good little life. Don't ask why. The question is because Gu Wenqing is colorful and dirty enough. Chen Yunxue chatted with Gu Wenqing for a while. At this point, a message from Chub Trace has arrived. Chub Trace, there's a high school class reunion tomorrow. Want to go together? Seeing Chu Bo Trace's message, Chen Yunxue clicked on the high school group chat and looked at it. And there were a lot of high school classmates in the group who were talking about getting together. We've all only graduated a short time ago, and our feelings haven't faded yet. And it's during the National Day holiday. It's not unusual for a group of people studying in the south of the country to come back for a party, as almost all of them are back. There are a lot of high school classmates in the group of Chan schoolgirls. Many of the boys in the class, in particular, were very much looking forward to seeing schoolgirl Chen again. After all, schoolgirl Chen was the favorite object of many young boys, the object of admiration when he was a teenager. Just when everyone was full of joy, Chen Yunxue's words threw a pot of cold water on everyone. I can't come tomorrow due to something. Have fun everyone. Chen Yunxue replied politely. She had asked Gu Wenqing to watch a movie with her tomorrow. Rumble. The news of schoolgirl Chen was like a bolt from the blue. Split everyone's heart into pieces. Schoolgirl Chen refused. At this moment, many of the boys who were looking forward to seeing the schoolgirl again had a hard time in their hearts. Many people were self-aware and were only there to meet Chen Yunxue more often and had no other thoughts. After all, we all know it in our hearts. As time passes, the memories of those who once adored the human child will become more and more blurred, until no matter how much they think back, they can't recall what she once looked like. Everyone was sorry that Chen Yunxue didn't come to the party. Chen Yunxue has no idea about what her high school classmates think. Chen Yunxue was thinking about which dress would be more appropriate to wear on a date tomorrow. No, it's more suitable for watching a movie. The other side. Gu Wenqing chatted about life with Wang Yanyan and the others. Long nights with no desire to sleep. Gu Wenqing logged into the game Jedi Survival. Just logged in and an invite popped up. Magic City de Yellow Male God invites you to play together. Before Gu Wenqing could agree, another invitation message was sent. Qiuqiu not wearing fall pants invites you to play with. Ah boy God Huang. It's not that I'm not double rowing with you, but all your invitation messages are bouncing. Gu Wenqing accepted the invitation from Qiuqiu doesn't wear autumn pants. 2 people on the mic. 2 people in 4 rows. A pleasant female voice came from Gu Wenqing's cell phone. Hey, 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 Deep Love, can you hear me? Gu Wenqing smiled and said, what's wrong with not being able to hear? Humph. I can't hear you and you're talking back to me. Big liar. Ha ha, teasing you. Turn on the game. Brother will take you to eat chicken and fly you to the top of the game. The two have hacked together many times and are considered to be more familiar netizens. Sure. Gu Wenqing still didn't know that Qiuqiu doesn't wear autumn pants was Su Qiuqiu. It's Li 101's roommate. And Su Qiuqiu didn't know that the first deep love of Magic City was Gu Wenqing. After all, who would think of such a coincidence? There are no coincidences. So blame the author. The first deep love of the Magic City called Su Qiuqiu to open the game. But Su Qiuqiu just wouldn't open it. She said she would talk for a while first. Su Qiuqiu was a bit aggravated. Fondness, why haven't you been on the game these days? I've been waiting for you every day. Gu Wenqing is full of nonsense. Oh, this is not the National Day. Working. A part-time job? You mostly? Gu Wenqing said, almost 24. Making ends meet, a big sister. It's not easy to live in the Magic City. Oh, I'm in Magic City too, Su Qiuqiu said sweetly. It was as if she was expecting something. For example, the other person's surprise. Oh, such a coincidence? Hurry up and turn on the game. I'm going to fall asleep if you don't. Gu Wenqing's faint voice came from the cell phone. Su Qiuqiu was dumbfounded. How was it different from what she was expecting? Normal lurkers that know everyone is in the same place. Let's not talk about facepalms. But at least it will be surprising. It will be exhilarating. How come the first deep love of Magic City is so bland? Exasperated, Su Qiuqiu hammered the pink bedsheet with her small hand. Broken deep love. Old man. 24 minus 19 is equal to 5. 5 years difference. It's not so bad. Ugh. Su Qiuqiu spat lightly. How do you scold yourself for thinking crooked? I blame Daehi for having to say that she likes the first deep love of the Magic City. Hurt Su Qiuqiu himself to think in that way. The other side. Gu Wenqing was not surprised to hear that the other party was in Magic City. Can you believe what Netflix says? Gu Wenqing himself is full of shit. Besides, the total population of Mordor is more than 20 million. It's normal to play the game and run into the same area. Mainly, Gu Wenqing only thought of the girl as a tool person, and didn't even think about the aspect of face or online dating. Unlike Su Qiuqiu, who has some other ideas about the first deep love of the Magic City. So the two men see things differently and their ideas must be worlds apart. No drive. I just want to talk to you for a while. No, then I go? Su Qiuqiu pitifully said, humph. Open. You cannot take care of a beautiful woman. Women only affect how fast I can draw my gun. Su Qiuqiu said with an affirmative face, Che, don't understand the mind of a girl. Deep love. What's your real name? Seamus? Su Qiuqiu sweetly inquired. Wine is beautiful when it's aged. People are crowned. Things are rare. You can call me Chen Guanxi. Ugh. Be decent. Will you? Like the sea? Gu Wenqing's light tone. Love it. The beach is so romantic. Want to walk me through it? Ah. Su Qiuqiu was dumbfounded. This asked her to face the base? And then, Su Qiuqiu replied in a whisper. All according to you. In the next second, Su Qiuqiu was even more dumbfounded. Gu Wenqing parachuted onto the beach and said, see how romantic the sea is. Look more, or wait for the people to come down. After saying that, Gu Wenqing went off to search for supplies, left alone Su Qiuqiu alone facing the sea, a head full of black lines. Whoa. Damn deep love. The two searched for supplies for a while. Autumn pants. Get in the car. Gu Wenqing found a car nearby and drove, Qiuqiu not wearing autumn pants, around looking for someone to kill. Can Seamus discuss something? Say, can you stop calling people autumn pants? It's better to call them Qiuqiu. Okay, fall pants. Su Qiuqiu, are you a fucking human being? Passing through a housing area, gunshots rang out. The jeep in which the two men were riding made a bam sound. Hearing the gunshot, Su Qiuqiu tensed up. Suddenly I remembered that the one who hacked together was the first deep love of Magic City. Yeah, the best of the best. Su Qiuqiu completely being necessary like and other people forrose as nervous. Mixed scores and it's over. Gu Wenqing drove the smoking car to the fence. The four people in the housing area saw that there were only two Gu Wenqing in the car. Without hesitation, he went down. 4 for 2. They are not afraid at all. Gu Wenqing a probe. Da. Several consecutive shots rang out, and two of the other men fell in response. Gu Wenqing had also noticed just now that the other two were encircling from the rear. And then Gu Wenqing rushed to the back as gunshots rang out. Da. A team of 4 that turned into boxes. Seamus, you are amazing. Oh yeah, lick the box. Su Qiuqiu said happily. Gu Wenqing had been transformed by the system, and his hand speed and awareness had been improved, so he didn't expect to use it in the game to be so bullish. What a pull. Gu Wenqing couldn't even help but sigh. And some time after that, Gu Wenqing drove around looking for the enemy. When you find them, you send them to the movies with a da. Another burst of da. Directly to the movie watching teammates also killed all 4 people into a box. The movie cannot be watched. For a while, game kill corners were everywhere. Magic City's number 1 deep love knocked down XXXX. Mordor's number 1 deep love killed XXXX. Straight swipes. Many players who have been scoring points are thinking, I'm not going to run into a plugin, am I? Fucking hell. How long has this game been out and there's seconds hanging around? Gu Wenqing didn't know what they were thinking. A period of kills that went straight into the final round. Remaining survivors 6. Across the street is a group of people. For colon 2. Deep love. Do you want me to tempt them out? Su Qiuqiu searched for half a day without finding anyone. Seduced how? Wearing black silk. Gu Wenqing said. Hey, you're not making any sense, huh? How come you're the same as our roommate's boy crush? All like black silk. Su Qiuqiu said with a bulging mouth. Hey, you don't understand the significance of black silk for men. Without it, the pleasure is half as much. Gu Wenqing's favorite is it. Yeah, I'll wear it for you. Don't talk. Hear the footsteps. Gu Wenqing bellowed. Totally forgot about the black silk status he just said. Su Qiuqiu also depressed. Stinky man. When Voldemort's Gu Wenqing arose, his gun came out like a dragon. Da. 3 shots rang out and 3 men fell in response. Of the 4, the other survivor was shocked. My goodness. It's Magic City's first deep love, again. I'm afraid this asshole has killed over 24 people this game. It's unbelievable. It's just a bunch of kills with the hang-on. Nima. The corner of the kill broadcast has almost become the Magic City first deep love, personal kill show. He tried to turn on the full mic and said, Dude, can dude hear me? Dude, let's box and fight it out. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing's open team mic couldn't hear what he said. Seeing that, Magic City's first deep love didn't answer. The survivor threw all of his guns away, leaving a pan. The survivor thought to himself that his opponent was open anyway, and that he couldn't win with a gun, so he might as well try to spar with his fists. A man wielding a pan is running this way. Gu Wenqing also knew the other party's intentions. Boxing? I, Gu Wenqing, am not afraid of anyone. Autumn Pants 125 direction. I left you ahead. Gu Wenqing said. Wow. Fondness, you're so nice. Su Chocho found the right direction of 125 and made a flurry of crappy pressure shots. Da. The pan daubers turned into a box. Ness. Chicken. Su Chocho was overjoyed. Early the next morning. Gu Wenqing had wanted to sleep in, but ended up being called up early in the morning by his mother, Lin Chunmei. For breakfast. Had breakfast and slept in. High school friend Ding Liang said yesterday that he wanted to find Gu Wenqing to hang out. Definitely not at noon. Gu Wenqing has a date with Chen Yunxue. Why don't you just go out for a spin with Ding Liang in the morning? Hello, who? When he answered the phone, there was Ding Liang's confused voice. Me, Gu Wenqing. I'm up early. You're still fucking sleeping? Say goodbye to playing together, hurry up and get up. Crap. Can you be a human being? Interrupting dude's beauty sleep early in the morning. What's wrong with morning? A day is a day. Ding Liang said. I doubt you're driving. End of call. After disturbing his best friend's beautiful dream, Gu Wenqing was in an inexplicably better mood. Gu Wenqing changed into a set of clothes and walked out of the room. Mother Lin Chunmei inquired. Son, did you ask your classmates to play with you today? Yeah, high school buddies. Gu Wenqing said without a care in the world. Classmates? Male or female classmate? The father Gu Rong on the side asked curiously at once. Boys in the morning, girls in the afternoon. Gu Wenqing didn't hide it. The man must be Ding Liang. Right. Who is the woman? Gu Rong froze. Ding Liang and Gu Wenqing had a good relationship and used to come to the Gu family to play. It wasn't hard to guess. As for girls, I hadn't heard of my son Gu Wenqing getting close to any girl during high school. For a while Gu Rong and Lin Chunmei were both a bit curious. Is your son in love? That's a good thing. Double happiness. Love and career. As for Gu Wenqing falling in love, Gu Rong and Lin Chunmei would not only not stop it, but would encourage it. Nowadays, society is a scarce one, so it's advantageous for your son to start early. The perception of many parents these days, if your son falls in love, so be it. It's not like he's going to lose out anyway, but if you have a daughter, most parents will be on guard, fearing that their hard-earned cabbages will be overrun by pigs. If Gu Wenqing knew what his parents were thinking, he would be sweating, and exclaimed, My lord, times have changed, and boys are the ones who have to protect themselves when they go out. Son, your father is asking you, who is the girl? Lin Chunmei had a gossipy face. Chen Yunxue? You won't recognize her even if you say so, Gu Wenqing said. Smell. Lin Chunmei froze for a moment, as if when the high school had a parent-teacher conference, had never heard of this person in her son's class. And then, Lin Chunmei looked at her husband Gu Rong suspiciously. Chen Yunxue? Gu Rong thought for a moment and said, I've often heard the kid Ding Liang recite this girl's name, as if saying she's some kind of Yayang first middle school schoolgirl. What? Son dating a schoolgirl? Lin Chunmei was a bit surprised when she first heard about it, and then it went back to being flat. It's good to date a schoolgirl. If she was named School Beauty in a high school, she must not look bad. Lin Chunmei secretly said, Wenqing's vision is quite high, aiming directly at the high school School Beauty. Not bad at all. Gu Rong, who was on the side, nodded in agreement. The better the girlfriend found by his son Gu Wenqing, the better his face as a parent. The two of them were thinking of inquiring more, but Gu Wenqing went out directly, leaving behind a sentence. Mom, I won't be back for lunch. Gu Wenqing went out of the neighborhood. That Ding Liang kid should still be on his way here. Gu Wenqing crossed the street and bought a pack of 9 to 5. Gu Wenqing had only just lit a cigarette. He ended up realizing that there was a coolly dressed young lady staring at him in the alley next to him. Gu Wenqing subconsciously touched his face. Very systematic. www.uxs.org. Little brother. Coming to play? The cool young lady at the entrance of the alley threw winks towards Gu Wenqing. Shit. Are all industries so rolled up these days? Start soliciting customers in the morning? Gu Wenqing took a look at the depths of the alley and couldn't help but hum. Love that you walk alone down dark alleys. Love that you're not expensive to look at. Love that you've confronted despair and refused to cry a single tear. Love your tattered clothes and the wound on your knee. Love that you and I are so much alike and think alike. Going? Battle. This wallet is empty. Zip. The sound of tires scraping against the ground rang out. A Cadillac, parked in front of Gu Wenqing. Wenqing, over here. Ding Liang shouted as he lowered the car window. Exempt, only a month or so apart. You've become the little prince of the bath? Gu Wenqing got into the passenger seat and continued. Wouldn't it be possible that you asked me Gu Wenqing out just to meet the young models of the clubhouse? Ding Liang's family is well off. Yesterday chatting Ding Liang said that his family bought a Cadillac and wanted to take Gu Wenqing for a ride. Are you kidding me? Am I Ding Liang this kind of person? Gu Wenqing said with a bashful smile. No, you're not human when you're flirty. With two sleeves in the breeze. How dare I miss a beautiful woman? Ding Liang sighed. In this small town, Ding Liang's family is not in bad condition, but it's a far cry from Tudor one. Prices in the inner ring of the empire are ridiculously high these days. If they were ordinary friends they might have been fooled by Ding Liang. Gu Wenqing obviously didn't believe it. Speak human. Don't pretend in front of me. Ha ha, there's a target. Let's see if there's any chance of a reversal. Gu Wenqing inquired. Local to the imperial capital? Ding Liang said with a deep look on his face. Yes, although she is average looking, she gives me a peculiar feeling. A feeling that I can't help but want to be close to her. If you're craving someone's body, just say so. What's the point of finding such a refreshingly unorthodox excuse? Ha ha, it's you Gu Wenqing who understands me. The other side, Chen Yunxue is trying on clothes in her room. First date with Gu Wenqing. Chen Yunxue was looking forward to it. Which dress is good to wear anyway? Suddenly remembered the appearance of Gu Wenqing color billet. Chen Yunxue picked a short dress. In front of the mirror, Chen Yunxue gave it a try. Inside a drink store. How about you? So handsome now. I'm afraid you've charmed a lot of girls, haven't you? Ding Liang took a sip of milk tea and continued. Honestly, is there a rich white girl after you? I don't blame Ding Liang for saying that. The main thing is that the current Gu Wenqing's face value is just outrageous. Okay? From the time the two came inside the drink store, the eyes of the girls in the store almost never left Gu Wenqing. Smell. Speaking of rich white men, Gu Wenqing's mind then popped up. Lin Yingying and Ling Ru watching. Especially Ling Ru watching this woman. The purpose is not simple at all. The two sat and talked for a while, chatting from college anecdotes to high school days. Right. Ding Liang suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to say. I heard that Schoolmarm Chen is also at Mordor University. The same university as you. Have you met Schoolmarm Chen at school yet? Gu Wenqing smiled. More than meets the eye. Chen Yunxue still brings water to Gu Wenqing every day in military training. This time, the air ticket back to Luzhou City was also bought by Chen Yunxue. Mentioning the school flower, Ding Liang's mind inexplicably conjured up the appearance of Chen Yunxue, who was the common goddess of all the boys in Yeyang No. 1 middle school. Ding Liang helplessly continued to sigh. Hey, the schoolgirl looks so good. I don't know which man will be cheap in the future. Eyes in the sky. Eyes near. What? You? Ding Liang was a bit unconvinced. He shook his head and said, Dude, stop daydreaming, okay? Although I have to admit that you're handsome against all odds. Schoolmarm Chen's kind of high and cold personality won't easily fall for a boy. Otherwise she wouldn't have seen her move in 3 years of high school with so many boys chasing after her. Relationships are forbidden in high school. But privately, many of the schoolgirl's admirers would quietly confess their love for the schoolgirl, send gifts and such, but they were all rejected by Chen Yunxue, especially the flower protector Chu Botrace, who was simply too much of a dog and often spoke out to taunt those boys who wanted to get close to Schoolmarm Chen. Ding Liang didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing also did not open his mouth again. Gu Wenqing said the truth he did not believe even if. Ding Liang inquired, What's for lunch later? Go eat by yourself. I have a date. Ding Liang's eyes were ablaze with the fire of gossip. Straight to the trifecta of questions? A date? Who? Do I know her? Would you believe me if I said it was Chen Yunxue? Schoolgirl Chun? Ding Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It's off the charts. No wonder Ding Liang didn't believe it. Major. For 3 years in high school, the two were not in the same class as Chen Yunxue, so Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue were not familiar with each other at all either. And let's not even talk about college. The school of 10,000 people at Mordor University. Let's not talk about knowing each other. The school is so big and there are so many people. Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue are lucky to meet each other. Besides, nothing else is talked about. University opening is also only a month or so. Gu Wenqing can cover the high cold school flower hot. Anyway, Ding Liang couldn't believe it. Ding Liang opened his mouth in a teasing manner and said, Wenqing, you didn't get much excitement in Magic City, did you? Gu Wenqing smiled and continued. Mordor stimulates me Gu Wenqing to be worth $100 billion, and many beautiful women in Mordor are chasing after me. Ding Liang also laughed, ha 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 ha. Is this the latest episode you've been reading? Which book? Recommend it to a buddy to read. I'm telling you the fucking truth. Ding Liang didn't believe it. He said, forget about the real thing. Have you played Jedi Survival lately? It's hot. Let's go back and hack together tonight? Gu Wenqing shook his head no. 3 years of bad friends. Whenever watching Ding Liang play the game, Gu Wenqing felt Jinji pluck vegetables. Buzz off. Buzz off. At this point, Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. Chen Yunxue, Wenqing, where are you? Just now, when Gu Wenqing was chatting with Ding Liang, he used V-message to send a location to Chen Yunxue. I'm at XXX Drinks. You can see me when you come straight in. Through the glass of the drink store, Gu Wenqing had already locked Chen Yunxue in the crowd. Chen Yunxue in the crowd was stunning. It was hard not to notice. Chen Yunxue's upper body was still a white JK shirt, but the skirt was shorter than before. When Chen Yunxue pushed open the door, she attracted the attention of many people. Wenqing. Chen Yunxue waved her hand and walked towards Gu Wenqing. Chen Yunxue's face value was not bad, plus the small short skirt made her look very sexy. Her black straight hair was draped in front of her body, and it was as if the surroundings were brightened by her arrival. Beautiful today. Gu Wenqing sized up Chen Yunxue, all appreciation. Chen Yunxue sat down next to Gu Wenqing with a big smile on her face as she was complimented by Gu Wenqing. When schoolgirl Chen sat down right next to Gu Wenqing, Ding Liang on the side looked dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Yunxue smile so sweetly, being so close to a boy. Staying by Gu Wenqing's side, it's as if Chen Yunxue's icy temperament becomes convergent, especially seeing Chen Yunxue unabashedly taking the initiative to approach Gu Wenqing. At this moment, Ding Liang admitted that he was envious. This is the cool schoolgirl of the high school. Why do you feel like Gu Wenqing's follower? The high and mighty schoolgirl's persona is falling apart. On her first date, Chen Yunxue was a little happy, especially after noticing that Gu Wenqing's gaze had been on her legs. Chen Yunxue's heart was a little shy, with a bit of delight. Gu Wenqing really likes this stuff. Gu Wenqing appreciated Chen Yunxue's black silk legs after a while. I can't help but sigh. This is challenging his weakness. The three of them chatted for a while, and as a brother, Ding Liang was undoubtedly the one with the eyes to see. Ding Liang sat down for a while and then left of his own accord. Let Gu Wenqing and Chen schoolgirl enjoy the world for two. Walk out of the drinking establishment. Ding Liang all seemed to be in a dream world. If it wasn't for the intimate Gu Wenqing and schoolmarm Chen that could be seen through the glass, Ding Liang would have thought he was having a dream. It's so shocking. It's simply awesome. Gu Wenqing unexpectedly fell in love with the goddess schoolgirl of all the boys in his high school. As a close friend, Ding Liang really wanted to give a thumbs up to the cowhide Gu Wenqing. Remembering the girl he wanted to pursue, Ding Liang secretly said, "It seems like I can ask Gu Wenqing for advice sometime." Ding Liang directly selectively forgot about the matter of Gu Wenqing's words about the 100 billionaire. Compare this to being in a relationship with a schoolgirl, and the $100 billion in assets thing is even more fucking outrageous. It's exactly noon. Neither one had eaten. After walking out of the drinking store one after the other, Gu Wenqing inquired, "Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat?" Chen Yunxue points to the KFC on the second floor and says, "You're not averse to fried chicken, are you? Let's have KFC if we can." "No problem." Gu Wenqing nodded. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, to be a civilized person, say base not to say it. After eating KFC, the movie tickets booked online were for 3 p.m. The two of them strolled and walked to Yeyang First High School. Gu Wenqing thought that it would take some words to get in, but it turned out that as soon as the doorman saw Chen Yunxue, he just opened the door and let him in. The doorman looked at the two and said, "Chen girl, is this your boyfriend?" Chen Yunxue subconsciously glanced at Gu Wenqing and replied, "Not yet. I'm courting him." "Yo, then this young man excellent ah." After looking at Gu Wenqing a couple more times, the grandpa continued, "The man and the woman are quite a match. Now that school is out for the 4th of July, you two can go in and walk around if you want." After Gu Wenqing dispersed a cigarette to the janitorial master, he and Chen Yunxue walked into the school, stepping onto the campus of a high school after a long absence. Chen Yunxue's heart was pleasant, and she spoke surprisingly much. Talked to Gu Wenqing about many interesting things about high school. The two walked from the classroom to the playground. After circling the playground, Gu Wenqing pointed to a piece and said, "This is where I played badminton with you in the first place. I remember very well a licking dog who kept picking up badminton for you." Chen Yunxue let out a light laugh, refused. As a result, he didn't listen. "Yeah, I think I remember he went to Mordor University too." "Right." Chen Yunxue nodded and explained, "My parents are very close to his parents, and I explicitly rejected him." Gu Wenqing nodded. Along the way, Chen Yunxue asked the most concerned questions. Chen Yunxue asked, "What kind of girl do you like?" "You do." "Really?" Chen Yunshue's eyes suddenly lit up as if they were stars in the dark night, and her face blushed a little. "Gu Wenqing, is this a confession? 9 out of 10 boys in the entire Yeyang First Middle School have a crush on you, and it's normal to appreciate the beauty of liking you." Oh, Chen Yunxue was a bit sullen. So it was like this? The two men, who were returning to their old haunts, left the school, found a milk tea store and went back to talking. Gu Wenqing was very talkative and could always make Chen Yunxue giggle. 2:30 p.m. Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue entered the movie theater. Speaking of movie theaters, Gu Wenqing recalls his days at Magic City International Cinema. Unfortunately, this movie theater was not his Gu Wenqing's property. Moreover, Gu Wenqing can feel the relationship between the two has not yet reached the point of piercing that membrane. This face, put in Yang a middle school. High and low is also the school grass class party. A group of people ate lunch first. Someone proposed to watch a movie. Not yet enjoyed. The crowd went to the cinema together. Then he saw Chen Yunxue and Gu Wenqing. At this point, a girl took the initiative to go up and greet Chen Yunxue, inquiring curiously, "Re-stick Snow, is this handsome guy your friend?" Chen Yunxue looked up and said, "Yes, still friends for now." Friends for now? The relationship speaks for itself. From the words, one could more or less guess that schoolgirl Chen Yunxue had a crush on boys. The girls think it's normal. If a handsome guy with such a high face value was chasing them, I'm afraid they would have said yes. At this time a boy walked out. His name is Wang Feng, is Chu Botrace's good buddy. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng fought for Chu Botrace. Good buddy Chu Botrace whole 3 years pursued Chen Schoolflower. In the end but into a blank. Wang Feng inquired a bit unconvincingly, "Oh, so this boy is also schoolgirl Chen's suitor?" "It's me who is pursuing him." Chen Yunxue glanced at her high school classmates and replied calmly. Schoolmarm Chen's faint words were like a bolt from the blue. What? What did they hear? Schoolgirl Chen is chasing a boy backwards? Currently still friends? That means the boy hasn't accepted his love for Chen's schoolgirl. Mud. The goddess who is the crush of countless boys in Yeyang No.1 middle school is actually chasing a boy backwards. Just thinking about it can make one's heart go sour. So many guys in high school chased you down. And you refused. But instead you set aside your high spirits and chased one guy down? This is an absolute blast. The boys' hearts have been indescribably saddened by the thought. This is the cool schoolgirl Chen Yunxue who has countless suitors. I don't know how many suitors I turned down in my 3 years of high school. The handsome ones, the ones with good family conditions, and the ones with great talent all ate the door in front of Chen Yunxue, the famous rich second generation in the class. Xu Bochuan even regarded Chen Yunxue as an unassailable goddess, saying that Chen Yunxue was his Chu Bochuan's future girlfriend. On more than one occasion, he has used mocking attacks, violent intimidation, etc. against Chen Yunxue's suitors. Thinking about this, many boys looked at Chu Botrace in the crowd as if to say, "Brother on why are you impotent?" As the saying goes, the fat is in the pot. The boys in the class were more than willing to see Chu Botrace chase after the schoolgirl. After all, Chu Botrace had realistically pursued the schoolgirl for 3 years, and the Gu Wenqing who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In such a short period of time, what virtue and ability to make the schoolgirl so admired? Many of the boys were very confused. Seeing Chu Botrace smothering his head and not making a sound, his friend Wang Feng hated it and whispered, "Brother, if you continue to be a shrinking violet, I'm afraid that Schoolflower Chen will have no chance with you." A few of the boys who usually play well with Chu Bochuan also spoke out in favor of Chu Bochuan. "That's right. That kid isn't just more handsome. Yes, and just a little bit more classy. Yeah, and just, one boy got stuck. He couldn't really find a reason. He thought about it and suddenly his eyes lit up. Chu Botrace, your advantage is that your family has money. Sniff. A few people nodded. They thought to themselves it's not easy. Finally found Gu Wenqing's weakness. It's also that they don't know what they're talking about. Not normally exposed to luxury levels. Otherwise it wouldn't have been said. Hearing, Chu Botrace's heart was bitter. He was just about to say something when Chen Yunxue and Gu Wenqing got up and walked into the theater. Chu Botrace witnessed until the two figures disappeared. At that moment, Chu Botrace let out a sigh of relief. Chu Botrace knew that he was no match for Gu Wenqing, but he also refused to admit to Gu Wenqing's face that he was inferior. He, Xu Bochuan, will defend his last shred of face. Wang Feng's face was filled with hatred. "Botrace, you've disappointed me too much. Yeah, think about what you're paying for. And you're in the same university as schoolgirl Chen, so you're close to the water." Hearing everyone's words, Chu Bochuan's heart wasn't feeling good either. "Hey." Chu Botrace let out a long sigh and said, "Don't bring this up again. I've already given up my pursuit of Chen Yunxue." Facing everyone's curiosity, Chu Botrace continued to explain. "That boy's name is Gu Wenqing, and his face value, as you can see, simply hangs the existence of countless boys. I'm afraid that only the man who is holding a cell phone and looking at it right now could be more handsome than him." Upon hearing this, both boys and girls nodded in agreement. Only Wang Feng patted Chu Botrace's shoulder and cheered for his friend. "Even though you're not as handsome as him, your family has money. Hear the comfort of your best friend." Chu Botrace's heart was sore. He continued, "Compared to Gu Wenqing's wealth, my family's money is practically worthless. It was only when I got out of the city that I realized that there are people out there. The car Gu Wenqing drove was a Ferrari Laffa worth $10 million. and the Magic City license plate was said to be hundreds of millions of dollars. In addition, hearing Chu Bo Trace's words, a portion of the class thinks Chen Yunxue is high on the list. Inside the movie theater, Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue sat down next to each other. The movie is just about to start. Buzz off. Ong buzz. At this point, Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. Gu Wenqing looked at it. It was a Vmail message from Wang Min. Wang Min told Gu Wenqing about the decoration of the milk tea store, and then said, "Hubby, I miss you." Wang Min spent the national day at her grandmother's house and missed Gu Wenqing very much. Gu Wenqing comforted her a few times and said that he would definitely accompany her when he came back on the national day. Wang Min, a promise is a promise. I prepared a new outfit. Oh. Gu Wenqing understood for a second, and the two continued to chat for a few moments. Chen Yunxue didn't bother to look at the contents of Gu Wenqing's cell phone. Once the movie started, Gu Wenqing watched the movie quietly. Chen Yunxue glanced sideways at Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing did not have crooked thoughts about her. Thinking of this, Chen Yunxue was more satisfied with Gu Wenqing. She was pursuing Gu Wenqing, but she was still somewhat resistant to Shibuya at the moment. Although the school had a bad reputation for Gu Wenqing, mostly it was about Gu Wenqing messing with too many girls. For this piece, Chen Yunxue was very experienced. After all, she also had many suitors. That's normal. Opposites attract. It's not unusual for people with a good face to be surrounded by people of the opposite sex. Gu Wenqing wasn't stupid. Chen Yunxue bought 2 buckets of popcorn. In Chen Yunshue's mind, doesn't this properly mean that it's not quite enough to get on base? For intimacy between a man and a woman, a bucket of popcorn for 2 at the movies is enough. I feed you. You and me. This relationship is truly a step up. Chen Yunshue's personality made her rather slow to warm up. Chen Yunxue has to follow a step-by-step approach in all her relationships. A good meal was not afraid of being late. Gu Wenqing was willing to wait. A movie that lasts at least an hour and a half. The air conditioning in the theater was again relatively cool. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, isn't this just creating an opportunity for him? Gu Wenqing glanced at Chen Yunshue's side face. Schoolgirl Chen's side face is truly stunning. Among several girls, Wang Yanyan is flirty and her long legs are to die for. Wang Min is endearing, with a classical temperament that is gentle and dignified. Suemo is quirky, with a pair of beautiful eyes that seem to be able to seduce the heartstrings. And Chen Yunxue, cool and unassuming. This naturally cool nature of schoolmarm Chen, it will arouse a certain desire to desecrate her. To see her embarrassed and shy, Gu Wenqing waited for a moment and inquired, "Re-stick snow, are you cold?" Chen Yunxue was a bit baffled. What was Gu Wenqing asking for? Without waiting for Chen Yunxue to reply, Gu Wenqing touched Chen Yunshue's small hand with a jade-like complexion with concern. I don't know if it's because of Chen Yunshue's temperament or if the air conditioning is too low. Anyway, Gu Wenqing felt a bit icy. You're cold. Chen Yunxue wanted to shake her head and say that it wasn't cold, but she suddenly remembered something and ghostly nodded her head. Gu Wenqing pointed at a couple in the front row and shamelessly said, "Come here and get close to me just like they did so you won't be cold." The couple in front of us are watching a movie with their arms around each other. Chen Yunxue looked at it and was a little shy in her heart, but seeing Gu Wenqing's face of concern, Chen Yunxue, who had been struggling internally for a long time, finally leaned her body towards Gu Wenqing's side, with a very stiff posture, not at all as natural as the couple in front. Gu Wenqing laughed and let Chen Yunshue's head rest on his shoulder, while then one arm was wrapped around Chen Yunshue's shoulder and the other was unluckily placed on the legs of the wrapped black silk. Chen Yunxue was in a daze at the moment. All she could think of was, where am I? What have I done? Instead, she ignored Gu Wenqing's hand. The silky smoothness in the hands of the victorious Gu Wenqing, and the fresh fragrance in his arms, made someone's heart happy. Honestly, watching a movie with a girl who was serious about the movie. After Gu Wenqing touched his legs, he said, "How are your legs so cold too? I should have known I'd bring a jacket." Chen Yunxue, who had returned to her senses, was already too shy to do so, and she whispered Chen Yunxue tried to pull back and sit upright, but after thinking about it, it's all been taken advantage of. Chen Yunxue simply leaned quietly against Gu Wenqing. Her heart was deer in the headlights. Chen Yunshue's eyes were staring at the big screen, but her mind had long drifted away. You used perfume? No. Gu Wenqing was curious, then why do you smell so good? It's probably shower gel. No way. Gu Wenqing denied. Gu Wenqing came closer and first sniffed Chen Yunshue's hair, and then sniffed from the neck down. Gu Wenqing was very, very close, and Chen Yunshue's skin could feel the heat waves from Gu Wenqing's breath. In the face of Gu Wenqing's shamelessness, Chen Yunxue could only use diversion to hide her shyness and discomfort. Could it be body odor? Gu Wenqing said. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Chen Yunxue made a big red face. At this time, Chen's schoolgirl's cool temperament is all gone. As if she fell into hot love with a young girl, Body odor is mainly due to the sex hormones that are contained and released in the human body, and some dietary chemicals interact with the. Watch the movie. Chen Yunshue's house is in the neighborhood. Send Chen Yunshue back to the neighborhood. Gu Wenqing was just about to turn around and leave when two beeps came from behind him. Gu Wenqing turned around to see that a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan had stopped. A middle-aged man opened the car door and stepped down. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Wenqing and said, "You're Ristic Snow's classmate?" "Right." Gu Wenqing didn't need to guess that he had met Chen Yunshue's parents. "Where did you go to college?" "Mordor University." "Quite good. Does the young man smoke?" the middle-aged man said, handing Gu Wenqing a cigarette. Gu Wenqing didn't refuse and skillfully lit the cigarette. Chen Mingwen looked at the unassuming Gu Wenqing. He secretly said that this boy was really calm, much better than boys of his age. Big boss Chen Mingwen has a strong aura. If other boys came back with their daughter Chen Yunshue and bumped into Chen Mingwen, not to mention smoking calmly, "I'm afraid I'm going to stutter when I speak," just like that kid Chubo Trace. The teenager in front of him was different, calm as could be. Looking at Gu Wenqing's outfit, his family was in good condition. Chen Mingwen is quite satisfied with Gu Wenqing, whether it's his education or his unassuming character. Being able to send her daughter back proves that her daughter Chen Yunshue has a crush on Gu Wenqing. However, Chen Mingwen still had the feeling that the little cotton jacket was leaking. The cabbages that have been painstakingly planted are going to be arched. Chen Mingwen's eyes looking at Gu Wenqing are also getting weirder and weirder. "Uncle, I'll go first." "Wait, stop." Gu Wenqing turned back, thinking that the dog blood plot is coming. A scene emerges in Gu Wenqing's mind. As long as you leave my daughter, the numbers are yours to fill in." Chen Yunshue's father took out a check and told Gu Wenqing to fill it out at will. It was obvious that Gu Wenqing was overthinking things. Chen Mingwen asked if he needed to give Gu Wenqing a ride. Gu Wenqing shook his head and said no. "Give me a ride? Why does that feel like a double entendre?" Not far away the bodyguard's Rolls-Royce Cullinan had driven up. Gu Wenqing smiled at Chen Mingwen and left in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Chen Mingwen froze instead. "Young man, the ride is better than even his Chen Mingwen's." Back inside, he finds Chen Yunshue, who is watching TV, smiley face. "What does the boy who sent you back do for a living at home?" Surprisingly seen by her father. Chen Yunshue didn't hide it. "I heard it's in real estate." "Oh, you guys are in love?" "No. I want to chase him." Hearing his daughter's words, this is now completely to Chen Mingwen whole will not be. This little cotton padded jacket is really leaking. She's even chasing after boys? Chen Mingwen educated, girls should be reserved. "Oh," Chen Yunshue responded faintly, taking her cell phone and typing a message to Gu Wenqing. "Remember to give me a message back when you get home safely." Seeing the scene Chen Mingwen shook his head. His daughter this is completely take his words as a whisper. "It's all in college, let her be." Gu Wenqing returned home just in time for dinner. Gu Wenqing had just sat down after washing his hands. Lin Chunmei then inquired, "Son, are you in love?" Gu Wenqing looked up and nodded. "Talked quite a bit. You are not short of daughters-in-law." Mother Lin Chunmei continued to ask, "Do you have a picture of the girl? I heard your dad say that the girl is the school beauty of Yayang No. 1 Middle School. She must be very pretty to look at." Gu Wenqing said vaguely, "No pictures, they're all beautiful. Su Mo, Wang Min, and Wang Yanyan are all above 9 out of 10, each with their own face value." Gu Rong on the side did not feel surprised. Our 18 boys at this age to fall in love is very normal. Lin Chunmei and Gu Rong didn't care about Gu Wenqing's word all. The two men thought their son Gu Wenqing was only referring to Chen Yunshue alone. Gu Rong he is a man from the past. It's okay to fall in love, but as a father, there are some things he still has to urge. A relationship is a relationship. You don't mess around. I'm well aware that I don't want to be a father so early. Lin Chunmei glared at her mouthy son, and Gu Wenqing hemmed and hawed, concentrating on eating. Back to the room. Chen Yunshue, my dad didn't give you a hard time outside, did he? Gu Wenqing got out of the shower and received a message from schoolgirl Chun. Gu Wenqing, our father asked me when he's going to have a grandchild. The high cool Chen Yunshue didn't know how to reply frowny face. Gu Wenqing, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. It's our father who's in a hurry. It was a while before Gu Wenqing received a reply from Chen Yunshue. How can I be as thick-skinned as you? After chatting with Chen Yunshue for a while, Mo Lu's message was sent over. Mo Lu, you don't even pay much attention to me. Aggrieved. It was only then that Gu Wenqing realized that Mo Lu had sent him a number of messages. Once Mo Lu was dressed, she took a few pictures with her legs, and her face turned slightly red just after posting them. Would she look bad in black silk? I can't tell you the strange feeling. How could Gu Wenqing like this? Mo Lu, nah, sorry if this doesn't look good for the first time. Figure. Mo Lok sent 3 in one breath. After seeing the diagram, Gu Wenqing was also confused. How did Mo Lok know about his own hobbies too? These girls, they're challenging his soft spot. Is Gu Wenqing this kind of person? He's decent. It was also just a matter of zooming in on the pictures and enjoying them a little for a few minutes. It's quite nice. It would be great with a cheongsam. Gu Wenqing said seriously, almost feel I want to see the back leg photo. Frowny face back. I take a picture? Wearing a wraparound skirt. Mo Lu walked over to the mirror. Finding an angle, she used the rear camera to take a picture of herself in the mirror. Used tough poses and finally got a few decent shots. Then clicked to send it to a certain color embryo. Mo Luck, is this okay? Figure. Gu Wenqing repeatedly appreciated the pictures for a while. The time of appreciation was not long. The 3 pictures were only about 10 minutes. Peaches. That's nice. Ugh. Into the goo. Blah blah blah. I've made a friend of Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing, oh soulmate. Fellowship. Not right. We hate to meet each other. Mo Luck, he. Give an opinion. Is it good? Gu Wenqing reminded, looking good is good. Going out is not. Your skirt is too short. Mo Lu, oh, I think so too. Then I'll go buy a longer skirt. Gu Wenqing made an astringent joke. Oh, Mo Lu, question? Mouth me. Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't reply. Night. Played a few games with Suchocho. Took Suchocho to eat chicken a couple times. Gu Wenqing was a little sleepy and said next time, I will take you to play Jedi Survival. It is time to sleep today. Autumn doesn't wear fall pants, came the sweet voice, saying that she hadn't had enough of Jedi Survival yet. Gu Wenqing was speechless, playing Jedi Survival for 2 or 3 hours now. You can really top that. Then add a female friend. There is time for you to log in, Jedi Survival, to take me to eat Jayat. Gu Wenqing frowned, hey, say base or not, civilize you and me. Don't bring the pure me down. What's wrong? I'm not shy as a girl. Why are you? Suchocho is coy in reality and heavy-handed on the internet. Okay, then look at the legs. Gu Wenqing did this trick again. As the saying goes, a woman's beauty depends on her legs. If the legs aren't beautiful, the face doesn't need to be. Ugh, you're thinking beautifully. Hurry up and add me. My V signal is XXXXXXXXXXX. Okay, no problem. Gu Wenqing went offline. The network. Gu Wenqing used a small number. Switching V letter. Gu Wenqing added, Jocho does not wear autumn pants. It had been a few days since he had switched the V letter trumpet, and Han Qianxue had sent him a few messages. Anchor woman for your own company? It's a great value. Or it wouldn't have been able to kill it in the face zone. Reality is also really realistic in that it's not just money that's required of a significant other, but also a significant other with looks she can look at. The idea is quite beautiful. Han Qianxue want a face value plus money are not empty? Just by Han Qianxue dream to send so many messages. Undoubtedly on the Magic City First Deep Love, have in-depth ideas. Is still entangled in the Magic City First Deep Love, in the end looks good or not? Otherwise, Han Qianxue wouldn't have said that last time. I understand the meaning of the total love, but we haven't even met yet. We'll see you downstairs normally later. If the fate is right, if it's suitable, we can get married. If it doesn't work, we can be good friends too. Chief love, do you think this is okay? Most of all, the hint given by the system when rewarding Cloud Dream Mutual is C. Gu Wenqing has quite a few fetishes, except for the black silk, big headlights. There's also a little-known fetish for collectors. The collection speaks for itself. Although the $10 million that Gu Wenqing rewarded was 1 billion tiger coins recharged by the system, the equivalent of white whoring, but it's kind of a real money reward. With 10 million tiger coins, Han Qianxue is realistically able to share a few million RMB. The money is all rewarded. It was impossible to still let the female anchor take the money rewarded by Gu Wenqing and spend it with other men, right? Gu Wenqing he didn't have this kind of fetish. Various live broadcast platforms. I do not know how many female anchors in the name of singles, relying on the Big Brother reward money, and boyfriends live in style? The big man and Big Brother rewarded the anchor woman, in every night and early morning, do not know by whom to destroy it. Is it solid? Anyway, take advantage of. In his 3 years of high school, Gu Wenqing had a good time with his classmates. Gu Wenqing was moderately popular in his class, and was neither distant nor close to many of his classmates. Since there's a party, there's no harm in going. Gu Wenqing also knew the significance of Ding Liang initiating the party. It was nothing more than a party in the name of Ding Liang saying goodbye to his youth. Ding Liang already has someone he likes in the Imperial City, so he should have let go of his obsession with class president Zhou Yuan. Ding Liang once pursued class president Zhou Yuan for 2 years, which ended in failure. There are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word love hurts the most. Knowing that you can't do it, giving up is one of the best things you can do. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was already waiting at the entrance to the neighborhood. Gu Wenqing gave the bodyguard the exact address. On the V-mail trumpet, most of the friends are online friends. Gu Wenqing looked at it and swiped the circle of friends. There was a selfie of Han Xinxue that Gu Wenqing appreciated, and then swiped a picture of Autumn. Su Qiuqiu's Vmail screen name is Qiuqiu. Autumn posted a picture of her legs. Gu Wenqing smiled. Yesterday let, fall pants, look at the legs do not give. But as a result, today sent a circle of friends? Not a bad figure. Gu Wenqing arrived at the address of the party. When Gu Wenqing walked into the box, he swept a glance. There were quite a few people from the class. Class president Zhou Yuan, and his best friend Ding Liang had already arrived. The box was large enough to have 5 tables. Ding Liang isn't sitting at the same table as Zhou Yuan. As soon as Gu Wenqing pushed open the door, he attracted everyone's attention. The students recognized Gu Wenqing at a glance, but they were indeed surprised by the change in Gu Wenqing, and some of them spoke out. I'll go. Gu Wenqing, you've changed too much, haven't you? Yeah, it feels like the most obvious change among the classmates. So much more handsome. Some of the girls were even looking a little red in the face. How long has it been? It's amazing how out of place Gu Wenqing has become. What a true face potential. Class president Zhou Yuan teased. Gu Wenqing now this face value in high school can definitely rate as a school grass. Maybe even chasing schoolgirl Chen to her hand. Gu Wenqing responded in a low tone. Huh? Exaggerated. No exaggeration. Don't believe me? Ask the girls in the class. Class president Zhou Yuan laughed. At the sound of the class president's voice, for a moment the shy girls came back to their senses, and someone spoke up. Yeah, Gu Wenqing, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Another girl with good posture was even bolder. If you're single, how about considering me? Gu Wenqing's arrival became the focus of the girls for a while. Who would have thought? Gu Wenqing, once average, had managed to grow so handsome. Some of the girls did have some interest in Gu Wenqing, thinking that they were all acquaintances, so it was a good idea to start early. The boys were also a bit envious of Gu Wenqing's change, and some of them spoke up to ask Gu Wenqing what kind of face wash she used. Facial cleanser? Gu Wenqing was a bit confused by what he heard. He never used face wash. He uses the system. If you all had a system, you could be as handsome as me. Gu Wenqing had yet to speak in the face of the girls' incessant inquiries. A close friend Ding Liang stepped in to relieve the situation. Ding Liang said Gu Wenqing already has a girlfriend. Smell. The girls, whose hearts had only just rippled, were a little lost in their minds. It's kind of what everyone expects. Yeah, too. Gu Wenqing had become so handsome, and he wasn't the ordinary face he had been in high school, so he would definitely be liked by girls now, especially in school. Good-looking students, both boys and girls, are well liked by the opposite sex. Halfway through the meal, Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. It's a message from Chen Yunxue. Chen Yunxue, is Wenqing free? I'm too bored at home. Schoolgirl Chen was close to sending over the words ask me out. Gu Wenqing smiled and typed. We're having a class reunion and are having dinner. Come find me after you eat. Gu Wenqing sent a location. The place for today's party and dinner is in the shopping street where they watched the movie yesterday. It's close to Chen Yunshue's house. Chen Yunxue, I'm all done eating, so I'll come find you. After the reunion, everyone AA paid. Ding Liang and class president Zhou Yuan didn't say a word on the way. Both had a tacit choice to avoid talking about it. Gu Wenqing wondered how his best friend Ding Liang thought, and what was Ding Liang's purpose in initiating this party. Maybe it's just a simple get-together. Everyone walked out of the restaurant and saw Chen Yunxue standing not far away. Gu Wenqing said to everyone that they would get together again sometime. Then the bodyguard opened the car door for Gu Wenqing, and Gu Wenqing led Chen Yunxue into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Class president Zhou Yuan and all the students in the class looked stunned. Rolls-Royce motor cars? Mrs. Chen? Gu Wenqing's girlfriend was Chen Yunxue? After the initial surprise, it wasn't hard for everyone to accept it. After all, Gu Wenqing's face value was also very capable. No worse than schoolmarm Chen, and the two were also considered to be a talented couple. But Gu Wenqing in a Rolls-Royce is outrageous. Okay? Everyone in high school knows Gu Wenqing. Ding Liang was also confused. To say that Gu Wenqing was a rich second generation, Ding Liang was the first to disbelieve. Nima, who the hell pretends to be poor if you really want to be rich? Who would want to work hard all day long? And Gu Wenqing's parents were undoubtedly not wealthy. Ding Liang suddenly remembered what Gu Wenqing said yesterday. Mordor stimulates me. Gu Wenqing worth $100 billion. And many beautiful women in Mordor are chasing after me. And last night when I went back, the two of them were talking. There was a chat about Jedi. Gu Wenqing seemed to have mentioned that Jedi survival was his company's game. Ding Liang saw the chat log at the time and thought it was his best friend joking. Ding Liang didn't believe it. Now that I think about it, what Gu Wenqing said should be true. How else can you explain Gu Wenqing's ownership of a multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Of course there was the possibility that it was from Gu Wenqing's other girlfriend. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was a gift to Gu Wenqing from his girlfriend for her 60th birthday? At the thought of this, Ding Liang was struck by a chill and quickly eliminated the disgusting thoughts from his mind. Then it's obvious. Gu Wenqing wasn't kidding, the boss behind Jedi Survival was his good buddy Gu Wenqing? At this moment, Ding Liang's heart was indescribably shocked. Faced with the student's questions, Ding Liang opened his mouth and said, Gu Wenqing isn't a rich second generation. The boss behind Jedi Survival is Gu Wenqing. That's what Gu Wenqing said. Ding Liang's words shocked his classmates. The owner of Jedi Survival, the game that exploded in popularity, is actually their high school classmate, Gu Wenqing? We are all young people, and many of our students are even very fond of Jedi. I didn't realize that the game everyone was enjoying was Gu Wenqing's? Oh, my god, it's just horrible, isn't it? Gollum. One male student gulped. Supposedly the Jedi www.uxs.org. Someone nodded and said, that's right, this isn't even the scariest thing, Jedi Survival. As long as it's operated well, it will constantly create money for Gu Wenqing. Think about it. People can envision that in a few years Gu Wenqing will be an existence they look up to. I'm afraid. Jedi Survival, a game of paid props, has only been online for 10 days and has brought in hundreds of millions of dollars for Gu Wenqing. As time goes on, Gu Wenqing's wealth will only get more and more terrifying. At this moment, everyone was very impressed with Gu Wenqing. It's only my freshman year and I'm making a big name for myself and making so much money. And the Jedi is still heavily promoting the charity of love. Since the high school graduation, Gu Wenqing is if hanging, not only become handsome, career and love double harvest. The real winner of life is no better than this. Some of the girls have a little regret in their hearts. If only they had been wise enough to spot Gu Wenqing, who has yet to rise to prominence earlier. According to this development, Gu Wenqing will surely become the most outstanding alumni of Yayang No. 1 Middle School. Yayang No. 1 Middle School to add a grand amount of glory. The 4th of July holiday passes day by day. Period. Gu Wenqing spent most of his time with Chen Yunxue, except for getting together with Ding Liang. The relationship between the two has heated up quite a bit. October 5th. Gu Wenqing finished his breakfast and was ready to go back to the Magic City. 6 accompanied Huang Zicheng to the car show. On the last day of the national day again and Lin Yingying agreed to see the star Yang Wanning together. Dad. Mom. I'll go back to school first, Gu Wenqing said. Gu Rong nodded. Be safe on the road. Mother Lin Chunmei also waved his hand and said, to the Magic City to call home to report safety. Mothers worry when their children travel 1,000 miles. Although it wasn't the first time Gu Wenqing had traveled out of town, his parents were still worried. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, Mom, I know. Chen Yunxue had wanted to return to the Magic City with Gu Wenqing. As it turned out, her parents wanted their daughter to stay home more, so Gu Wenqing had to go back to Mordor alone. Car. Gu Wenqing received a message from Chen Yunxue. Chen Yunxue, I'm sorry I broke my promise. Gu Wenqing, it's okay, I've kept the airfare for you. Chen Yunxue, a promise is a promise. Be safe on the road. I'll go for a walk together in a couple days when I'm back in the Magic City. An hour or so later, the plane arrived in Magic City without incident. Gu Wenqing walked out of the airport. The bodyguard, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Gu Wenqing sat on it. The bodyguard inquired, Mr. Gu, where are you going back to? Go to Skyjoy 1. Wang Min is waiting at Tianyue 1. I don't know what outfit Min Wang is talking about. Gu Wenqing inexplicably had some expectations. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was exercised on the road in an organized manner. On the congested roads of Magic City, the Rolls-Royce Phantom followed the traffic slowly. Vehicles around them were also deliberately avoided. The towering flying goddess in front of the car, a sign that the car is worth a lot of money. Early the next morning, Gu Wenqing woke up and Wang Min was already in the kitchen making breakfast. Gu Wenqing walked into the kitchen and hugged from behind. Oops, be careful not to get burned, Wang Min said. Millet porridge and pickles. It was a simple breakfast, but Gu Wenqing enjoyed it. Wang Min, who can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, is really Nessie. Gu Wenqing back hugged, close next to Wang Min's ear and exhaled hot air. There's no rush for breakfast yet. Wang Min flavorfully blanked Gu Wenqing. Morning exercise begins. Table. The two, freshly showered, were sitting down to dinner. Wang Min gave Gu Wenqing a big bowl of millet porridge. Honey, make up more. Gu Wenqing was puzzled. Where can millet porridge mend? Tonic for spleen and stomach. Kidney. Hey, do you want to be cleaned up again? Gu Wenqing felt connoted. Make up for it while you're young. Gu Wenqing revealed a smile. It seems very necessary to fill you in at the living room. Don't. I really can't. Wang Min was shy. It's fine. I just didn't put on any lipstick. It fits. After eating a billion things, Wang Min said she wanted to go back to her grandmother's house. The Ferrari Laffa in the airfield parking lot had been driven to the villa by a bodyguard. The two got into the Ferrari and drove out of Skyjoy 1. A Maybach is parked at the exit of the neighborhood ahead. A high-strung woman stepped out of the back of the Maybach. Knock knock. Ling Ruoqing knocked on the window of the Ferrari Laffa. Something's wrong? Gu Wenqing lowered the window. Ling Ruoqing handed Gu Wenqing an invitation. Remember to come and sit at my birthday party tomorrow. Ling Ruoqing's icy words traveled into the Ferrari, and Gu Wenqing nodded without refusing. Ling Ruoqing took another look at Wang Min, the co-pilot of the Ferrari. Ling Ruoqing's eyes were strange, making Wang Min uncomfortable. Road. Wang Min couldn't help but open the door and ask Ling Ruoqing about her identity. Gu Wenqing replied, "She is the chairman of Tianyue Group." Wang Min exclaims enviously, "She's pretty impressive then, so young to be managing a group. Our Minmin isn't weak either. She'll be the owner of the milk tea store soon. Hey, I'll try then." Gu Wenqing nodded and asked Wang Min if she had thought of a name for the milk tea store. Wang Min said called Changwon Milk Tea. Lightly kissed milk tea? Gu Wenqing was given a whole lot of confusion. This name was too unhealthy. Changwon, Wang Min said with a warble. She used the word Wenqing, which is very meaningful to Wang Min. Ahem. Gu Wenqing cleared his throat and said, "Our milk tea store is going upscale, and the word Chingwen is more or less inappropriate. Have a prop card and open 100 stores nationwide within a year." The name Green Man Milk Tea doesn't really fit a chain of milk tea stores. If it was a milk tea store, so be it. Chain or forget it. Then I'll think about it again. Wang Min obediently nodded. Wang Min said, "By the way, that Ling Ruoqing is weird." Wang Min thought to herself, Ling Ruoqing couldn't be liking Gu Wenqing. Why else would you look at yourself that way? Wang Min thought it was very likely. After all, when the two bought the villa at Tianyue 1, they were given a direct discount of 70%. Over $300 million for a villa. A direct savings of over $90 million. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Ling Ruoqing, the chairman of the Tianyue Group, definitely had impure motives. Gu Wenqing shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. I have nothing with her." Wang Min said seriously, "It's fine. As long as my husband likes it, I don't mind. Icebergs are cold to hug and I don't like them. By the way, Minmin, you go get a driver's license. After the test hubby will give you a car." Wang Min obediently nodded and said, "Good." Following the navigation, we reached the neighborhood where Wang Min's grandmother was. Wang Min kissed Gu Wenqing and ran out of the car. Gu Wenqing watched Wang Min walk into the neighborhood before driving away. What a good boy. Obedient. Wang Min is gentle and watery, and her kind of character Gu Wenqing likes it very much. Buzz off. Buzz off. Gu Wenqing's cell phone vibrated. As a master of time management, Gu Wenqing's cell phone was never on vibrate mode. It was Huang Zicheng who called the V-voice, and as soon as it was connected, Huang Zicheng's voice of anxious inquiry came. "Hey, Gu, you didn't get back to me last night, did you not make it back yet?" "Last night? I'm in the middle of a good time. Who's paying attention to the cell phone?" Gu Wenqing said indifferently. "Back. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." That's good. That's good." Hearing that Gu Wenqing was in Magic City, Huang Zicheng thankfully took a deep breath and continued. "I'm at school. Let's have lunch and then go to the car show this afternoon." Hang up. Gu Wenqing drove the Ferrari single-handedly towards Mordor University. Waiting for a stoplight, Gu Wenqing picked up the invitation and glanced at it. Unsurprisingly, the party Lin Yingying was talking about was Ling Ruoqing's birthday party. It was organized quite grandly, and it seems that a lot of stars were invited. Oldest. Gu Wenqing nodded and didn't hide it. Huang Zicheng was shocked and said, "Crap, it's really you, isn't it?" Magic City's #1 Deep Love is Cloud Dream shares #1 on the overall list. Fans are worth 10 million, meaning, Gu Wenqing really swiped $10 million in gifts. Huang Zicheng knew that Gu Wenqing was rich. Being rich and swiping $10 million for an anchorwoman are two different concepts. Okay, $10 million can buy expensive sports cars and watches, so it's really a shame to swipe it for the anchorwoman. Huang Zicheng sometimes really couldn't understand Gu Wenqing. Maybe this was the bravado of a godly tycoon. What's in it? Gu Wenqing shrugged and said, "She's my company's anchor. The money she brushes she'll double it and earn it back for me. It's equivalent to an early share investment. Into the stock. That's what it means." After Gu Wenqing finished speaking, he looked at Han Qianshue's livestream. Hearing old Gu's words, Huang Zicheng nodded. "So it's the anchor of Lao Gu's company. It's normal to brush $10 million then." Huang Zicheng thought Gu Wenqing swiping money was a company operation. www.uxs.org. As soon as he entered the room, anchor Han Qianshue noticed. Han Qianshue said excitedly, "Welcome, Mr. Love." As soon as Magic City's first Deep Love entered the room, the pop-ups were instantly lively. "Crap, Mr. Love is here. The anchor smiles so brightly once the love chief arrives. Human reality nonsense. Mr. Love is a big man. Welcome, Mr. Love. Anchor Han Chenshua's small mouth deflated and said, Mr. Love is here I thought you forgot about Schwer when I didn't see you for so many days. www.uxs.org, remember the promise. Gu Wenqing finished posting this pop-up. Spaceship, with a dangling special effect rises up from the end of the screen. Wow. Thank you for the cosmic spaceship, from Mr. Love. Han Xianshua's words had yet to fall. Spaceship, is just the opening. In a few short minutes, Gu Wenqing directly swiped 100 cosmic spaceships. Han Xianshua said excitedly, thank you for the 100 cosmic spaceships sent by Mr. Love. Love you. Moa. Mamma mia? I'm going to touch dough only. Gu Wenqing can't just give a gift of $1 million. Another wave of output. Spaceship, X900. Aha! Swiped $10 million. Almost there. Gu Wenqing glanced at the pop-ups twice before slipping away. Swipe some randomly to pass the time. Crap. Another 10 million. The mood is always atmospheric. Martyr. A pact? What's the deal between the host and the lover? Are you nuts upstairs? The $20 million spending is obvious. It's over. I'm afraid the anchor will be bombarded with cannon fire. Mr. Love is really rich. Che, I'm not bad. I just don't want to brush for the anchor. I can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by giving people a side job. The upstairs every day. Now casually engage in a side business 1 to 2 million is very normal. Right. Like our neighborhood basically 18-year-olds are earning 200 W a year. Manpower a Porsche. Every family has several listed companies. You have to ask me which neighborhood. That is the major platform pop-up area. Ha ha ha. Bull. Magic City University. Crap. Old Guyu swiped another $10 million? Huang Zicheng had was shocked. Gu Wenqing nodded in a low-key manner. Well, it's just the company number. Nothing to make a fuss about. Looks like your company is going to strongly promote this share. Yeah, she's pretty good. More than good. It's simply too beautiful. Otherwise playing the game so novice couldn't be so hot. Gu Wenqing nodded. He definitely wanted to take Han Qianxue anyway. Inside the live feed, Han Qianxue looked down at her cell phone and typed. See the scene. The audience's hearts went cold. I don't need to think about it to know that Han Qianxue is contacting Magic City's #1 deep love. Maybe Han Qianxue will go airborne when she gets off the air. Han Qianxue, did you go back to Magic City, Mr. Love? Gu Wenqing returned. Han Qianxue, so how soon are you free? I'll make an advance reservation for the seafood restaurant and I'll treat you to dinner. Tomorrow. Gu Wenqing thought about how there would be nothing to do during the day tomorrow. Han Qianxue, okay, it's a deal. Han Qianxue put down her phone and looked at the pop-up screen. Thousands of miles of deliveries, airborne and other pop-ups that are swiping. Han Qianxue ignored it and said, Anchor has some personal matters for now, so he's off the air for now. Bye. Han Qianxue is off the air though, but the comments on the live stream continue to be lively. Many aquanauts are saying that the anchor is booking a plane ticket to go. The anchor game didn't get the J and went for the real Jedi at night. Han Qianxue's fans are a little hard to accept. Is the anchor Han Qianxue really airborne? She wasn't like this before, but it had to make fans think more. Time passes. For lunch, Gu Wenqing and Huang Zicheng casually dealt with it at school. Occasionally, I eat in the cafeteria, and it still tastes fine. Lao Gu, take the Ferrari. Let me experience the pushback feeling of a Ferrari. Huang Zicheng rubbed his hands together and said. Huang Zicheng had long wanted to experience what it was like to ride a Ferrari Lafa. I had a chance to go to TAXX before, but it turned out that Lao Gu drove a Bentley. Gu Wenqing also wanted to buy a car. Originally Gu Wenqing wanted to take a taxi. It's also convenient that you can just drive away when you buy a car at a car show. But hearing that Huang Zicheng had said so, Gu Wenqing nodded. The two men got in the car. Huang Zicheng couldn't help but sigh. Old Gu, I'm afraid you've had a lot of women in this car. Gu Wenqing thought about it and said, 5 or 6. Crap. That's awesome. After I buy a Mercedes, it would be great if I can be half as dashing as you. Huang Zicheng was envious. Gu Wenqing spoke faintly. You're not afraid of Li Wenhuan? Afraid. I'll just mouth off. Gu Wenqing didn't speak again. Huang Zicheng is a typical thief with a heart but no guts. Huang Zicheng never forgets to flirt with girls at any time, but unfortunately they all end in failure. Besides, Huang Zicheng was held to death by Li Wenhuan, and in front of Li Wenhuan, Huang Zicheng did not have the slightest opinion. The other side, University of Business and Industry. Mo Lu and Li Wenhuan also returned to school early. Both are from Mordor. Going back to school is to make it easier for everyone to travel together, especially since Mo Lok had been expecting a lot. The two put on light makeup. Mo Lok then asked Li Wenhuan if she looked good like this. Li Wenhuan nodded her head, and La, you are so beautiful. Be more confident. As an aside, Li Wenhuan had a strange feeling. In Mo Lu and Gu Wenqing, she saw the shadow of her Li Wenhuan and Huang Zicheng. The difference is that Huang Zicheng is Li Wenhuan's licking dog. Mo Lu, on the other hand, was Gu Wenqing's licking dog. Mo Lu was completely taken by Gu Wenqing. Li Wenhuan also didn't know why Mo Lu was so obsessed with Gu Wenqing. She spoke out to ask, Mo Lu, what exactly do you like about Gu Wenqing? Is it that he's handsome or talented? Mo Lu shook her head and said, anyway, I just like him. Like, is a kind of feeling. Many times, when like a person, cannot say like the reason, but just like him, is not him, even if he is not so perfect, but in your heart is to want to be with him. That's how Mo Luck felt. At the very beginning of their acquaintance, they just thought that she and Gu Wenqing both worked out and had something in common, which had thought that the fascination would grow to like Gu Wenqing more and more. By now it has become a heavy sufferer, and is unstoppable to Gu Wenqing. Li Wenhuan shook his head and said, although I admit that Gu Wenqing is very talented and handsome, Gu Wenqing like this may be popular in school, but out in society all of this is all a bubble. A man should have strength in the end. The strength to which Li Wenhuan refers is self-evident. She means money, ability, status. Mo Lu shook his head and didn't say anything. After dressing up for a while, go. Huang Zicheng said they're already on their way. Let's go wait in front of the school. Li Wenhuan looked at his cell phone and said, in front of the University of Business and Economics. There was a steady stream of traffic coming and going. At this time, Li Wenhuan and Mo Lu stood at the school intersection. Both of them were so good looking that the opposite sex passing by couldn't help but view them. Mo Lu stood in front of the school, a little nervous about the prospect of seeing Gu Wenqing again. Counting today, this was her third meeting with Gu Wenqing. The first time was the beginning of the school year and we all had dinner together. The second time was an orientation party at Mordor University. This time, everyone didn't tell Gu Wenqing that there was her Mo Lu. Because before, Gu Wenqing was more distant to Mo Lu, belonging to the kind of love and care. Li Wenhuan was afraid that Gu Wenqing wouldn't come after she told him. But, after the vacation chat, Mo Lu knew that Gu Wenqing didn't resent himself. He just talks less online. The two of them had gone through a grinding process, and now Gu Wenqing was chatting joyfully with her. From time to time, it made Mo Lu giggle. Mo Lu's heart was expectant and nervous. Mo Lu looked at what she was wearing. It wouldn't be weird, would it? Would Gu Wenqing like it? In the presence of her favorite person, the young girl is always worried. Just then, a man rushed over to the two. Beauty. As soon as the two looked up, they saw the man, grinning at the two. The man was in his mid-20s. His eyes measuringly swept the two, and finally landed on Li Wenhuan's body. At that moment, the man flashed a self-consciously handsome smile at Li Wenhuan and said, are you waiting for the bus, beautiful? Mo Lu and Li Wenhuan ignored it. Without embarrassment, the man continued, it looks like you guys are students at the University of Business and Industry, right? Are you guys going out to play? If you don't mind I'll drive you there. I'm idle anyway. Mo Lu and Li Wenhuan took a few steps forward. Li Wenhuan frowned and said, don't bother, we'll wait for the boyfriend. Hearing, at the intersection, Li Wenhuan and Mo Lu of course noticed the sports car. Li Wenhuan's gaze moved along with it. Li Wenhuan loved excitement the most, especially sports cars full of wildness. Li Wenhuan was curious. Could it be that there were people at the University of Business and Industry who drove Ferraris? As the supercar continued to get closer and closer, Li Wenhuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A pure admiration for the supercar. The supercar stopped beside Mo Lu and Li Wenhuan. The butterfly wing door on the passenger side of the Ferrari Lafa opened, and Huang Zicheng walked down with a wide smile. Huang Zicheng greeted. Before Li Wenhuan could react, Huang Zicheng actually got down from the Ferrari? So the people who drive Ferraris speak for themselves. No one else but Gu Wenqing. There was some slight shock in Li Wenhuan's heart. Was Gu Wenqing so rich? Next, unsurprisingly, Li Wenhuan. Gu Wenqing got out of the driver's seat and his hand was fumbling in his arms. Gu Xiao. At this point, a man's shocked voice came from the sidelines. Li Wenhuan and Mo Lu turned around and looked. Wasn't that the man who had just accosted them? The man quickly stepped forward, and before Gu Wenqing could pull out a cigarette, the man handed Gu Wenqing a cigarette with a flattering face and lit the fire, and then stood aside as a little follower. Facing Gu Wenqing's puzzled face, the man carefully explained. Gu Xiao, I'm a member of SSCC, and I had the honor of meeting the big man the other night. Gu Wenqing nodded. Gu Wenqing had no impression of the man. Gu Wenqing hadn't even memorized the appearance of SSCC Vice President Wang Hao that night, let alone these minions. After Gu Wenqing finished his cigarette and chatted with Tan Yuan for a few moments, he turned to Mo Lu and said, get in the car. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, Mo Lu obediently sat on the co-pilot. And then, Gu Wenqing said to Huang Zicheng and the two of them. Then you guys take a taxi first. I'll wait for you at the auto show venue. Okay, Lao Gu, you guys go first. Huang Zicheng responded. The Ferrari doors lowered. The roar of the engine resumed. And the sports car traveled away in a puff of smoke. At the intersection, after seeing Gu Wenqing leave, Tan Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Yuan was glad that he had just politely struck up a conversation. Otherwise the consequences of offending Gu Wenqing would have been very serious. Yan Shangbin is the previous warning. He was not only broken hands, causing the family's business Feiyan Real Estate was Gu Wenqing low price acquisition. I heard that the Yin family was also forced to leave the Magic City. Tan Yuan finished his cigarette and looked deeply at Li Wenhuan, keeping Li Wenhuan in his mind so that he wouldn't lose out if he accidentally offended Gu Wenqing's friend. And after, Tan Yuan got into his sports car and left. Li Wenhuan watched the Ferrari go away in silence, and in his heart, he was a little envious of Mo Lu, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Li Wenhuan also quite wanted to experience the feeling of riding in a Ferrari. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing's sports car only has 2 seats. Gu Wenqing can drive a sports car, so his family must be rich, right? It was only then that Li Wenhuan remembered that it seemed they had never inquired about Gu Wenqing's family conditions. Li Wenhuan and Huang Zicheng are waiting for the car. Li Wenhuan curiously inquired, Gu Wenqing owns this sports car? Huang Zicheng nodded and said, this sports car is so racy, but it's a pity I can't afford it. A Ferrari has to be a few $1 million, right? What does Gu Wenqing's family do? Real estate, restaurants, bars, all of those seem to be involved. In the face of the goddess's curiosity, Huang Zicheng had questions and answers. Honestly, after experiencing the Ferrari, Huang Zicheng also wants to buy a cheap sports car. Smell. Li Wenhuan was a bit surprised that Gu Wenqing was so powerful. Moreover, the man who had just accosted Gu Wenqing in his Porsche sports car was also very respectful towards him. It seems that Gu Wenqing should have a high status in the circle of the rich or the second generation of the rich. Li Wenhuan suddenly remembered the words he said to Mo Lu in the dormitory. Although I recognize that Gu Wenqing is talented and handsome, Gu Wenqing like this may be popular in school, but out of society all of this is a bubble. Men in the final analysis still need to have strength to do. Li Wenhuan witnessed it with her own eyes, and she realized she was wrong, and very wrong. How could Gu Wenqing, who could drive a Ferrari and command the respect of another rich kid, be ordinary? This instant, Li Wenhuan suddenly had some admiration for Mo Lu's vision. Mo Locke had been foolish enough to chase a perfect male god backwards. Gu Wenqing's multiple wealth and billions, not to mention his outstanding face value. Li Wenhuan inwardly sighed. Mo Lu was really lucky to the core. The sports car. Mo Lu's black hair was draped over her shoulders, and a little bit of light makeup was laid on her delicate face, making the whole person look a little bit youthful and playful. Suitable dress outlined her perfect curves, undrawn green silk like satin flowing all over. A slight light makeup so that Mo Lu's skin is significantly fairer and brighter than ever. Underneath were ripped jeans, with a smattering of black silk peeking out of the knee holes. Mo Locke, after all, sprinting all the way, parked the Ferrari in the underground parking lot. Gu Wenqing and Mo Lu got on the elevator and entered the car show hall. Magic City International Automobile Exhibition. The car show attracted a total of 1,000 automobile enterprises actively participating in the exhibition. The total exhibition area of 360,000 square meters. The 12 indoor pavilions of the Magic City National Convention and Exhibition Center were opened, and in addition to 9 of the pavilions used to sit for the car show, the other 3 pavilions were set up with lounges, infirmaries, and other functions and service areas. Entering the showroom from the stuffy underground parking lot, the air conditioning in the showroom refreshed Gu Wenqing and Mo Lu. There were quite a few heads in the car show at this time. There are even many car webmasters with cell phones or live streaming, explaining some newly launched cars. There were also many young people attracted by the Magic City International Auto Show Festival, and young people are usually attracted by the supercars in the show. The arrival of Gu Wenqing and Mo Lu. Many people's gazes also converged on the two of them. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally attracted passers-by to look at them more. Facing everyone's gaze, Gu Wenqing smiled bashfully, and then, Gu Wenqing looked at the signage and led Mo Lu towards the supercar area. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Cullinan are owned. The rest of the Gusto, Obsidian, and Phantom were left for Huafeng Group to order as well. Rolls-Royce models are not very different, but Gu Wenqing is like collecting collection. Occasionally change the bed. A little fresh. A car for business trips is definitely enough. Gu Wenqing is so young again. Definitely choose to buy a supercar. Mo Lu didn't say anything, just obediently following behind Gu Wenqing like a little daughter-in-law. Gu Wenqing glanced back at Mo Lu, reached out to hold Mo Lu's small hand, and led Mo Lu towards the ultra-running pavilion. Mo Lu opened her eyes wide and stared at Gu Wenqing's back. still a little bewildered for a moment. As soon as you walk into the showroom of the supercar, dazzling sports cars, supercars of internationally recognized brands are on display here. Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Pagani, McLaren, Aston Martin and some other famous supercars are all gathered here. This time the Magic City International Automobile Exhibition is really grand. Usually can rarely see so many first-line supercars at the same time convergence. At this point, many of them are also taking pictures with their cell phones. Mo Lu curiously said, "Can the sports car be photographed clearly when they take pictures from such a close distance?" Gu Wenqing took a look. Certain people's cameras are hating to touch closer and closer. This is a fucking shot of a supercar? What about these LSP drunken shots of models showing off their bodies in front of supercars? Those models were tall and dressed sexy, attracting men's attention more than supercars. Gu Wenqing also appreciated Two Eyes' car model. Should say not to say that some car model although the long is not good, but that sexy little waist is still very hot. Gu Wenqing subconsciously looked at Mo Lu, with a slim waist that outlines the beautiful curves of the upper body. Mo Lu is tall and perfectly proportioned. Sheesh, the most beautiful waist, right next to the body. With such a comparison, Gu Wenqing lost interest in the car models with revealing clothes. Mo Luc's body and peachy ass are the most attractive. Mo Lu herself knew that. So today Mo Lu wore loose jeans and tried to hide her but as much as possible. However, Gu Wenqing knew where Mo Lu's charm lay, and would sometimes stand back and admire it without noticing. Slender waist, if you hold. In addition to looking at the beautiful car models, there are many car enthusiasts also shocked to look at the sports cars in the showroom. Sports cars that are usually rarely seen on the road are parked in rows in the showroom of the auto show at this time. Dazzling fans? Wow! It's a Porsche 911. www.uxs.org and the top of the line costs $2.4 something million. Lamborghini's Maverick Huracansto, still continuing the Lamborghini classic, looks so dominant. And the Aston Martin DBS. As Gu Wenqing walked, he heard the exclamations of many car fans. Many fans are attracted to these supercars, but money is a very real problem, and those who don't have it can only drool over them. Gu Wenqing took Mo Lu to look at the Ferrari showroom first. The Ferrari showroom has 4 different models. Ferrari SF90, Ferrari F8, Ferrari Roma with Ferrari 296. The most expensive of the 4 Ferraris is the Ferrari SF90, which sells for over $5 million bare. On the side of many people are sighing Ferrari really handsome if casually buy a Ferrari to drive out is not a batch of wind. Gu Wenqing looked around and lost interest in the Ferrari in the showroom. Compared to a Ferrari Rafa, these Ferraris still fall short of the sensation. Gu Wenqing looked at the McLaren again and didn't feel anything, and then walked over to the Lamborghini showroom next door. Except for Lamborghini's Maverick Huracansto, which a fan just lamented. Then there's the first SVU under the Lamborghini umbrella, the Lamborghini Urus. The Lamborghini Bull has SVJ. Parallel worlds. Currently SVJ can't get new cars. Please don't be serious. And next to it is a special limited edition Lamborghini model. Lamborghini SVJ 63 Special Edition. Gu Wenqing has a knowledge of Lamborghini SVJ 63 Special Edition. Lamborghini SVJ 63 Special Edition. Created to commemorate the founding of the Lamborghini brand in 1963. Limited to 63 units worldwide. Lamborghini SVJ 6. Limited edition Lamborghini SVJ 63. I'm afraid it's tens of millions too. Just looking at it makes your mouth water. It's just beautiful. Crap. You're fucking drooling at the sight of a car model. Hang on. If only I could own one. One time, fans gathered around the Lamborghini SVJ 63 Special Edition can't help but gulp. Who wouldn't want to own a limited edition sports car? Unfortunately the Lamborghini SVJ 63 that sells for $10 million. People don't have that power and can only look at the ocean. Besides, in the face of limited edition supercars that can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, some rich people with assets of hundreds of millions of assets will not easily buy them. Right? Upwards of a few $1 million in luxury cars. Car shows are cordoned off and no one is allowed to go near it. In addition to the car models, there were a couple of suited salespeople standing off to the side. Lamborghini SVJ 63 Special Edition. Between adults, it's all about the word interest. There is a lot of information revealed from the words of Chen Nianza, a male son with trillions of dollars of assets in the empire. His embarrassing position in the family can be reflected by the fact that he likes Koenigsegg but drives a Mercedes E. Although with the prominence of the Chen family, it was true that they could eat outside. But it's just bluffing the uninitiated. And I'm afraid everyone in the imperial city knows the awkward position of the Chen Nian seat. It was evident from Wang Hao's contempt for Chen Nianzhua. Wang Hao and Chen Nianzhua have no power though, but much different. As the Wang family's first and only son Wang Hao is his own unwillingness, and the Chen I seat is not in power at all. The two are worlds apart. This point Gu Wenqing and Chen Nianzhua two people know well. Neither of them will words broken. When the two can reach the same level of conversation, then they can become friends. Obviously, the current Chennai seat is simply not good enough. The two were able to talk and laugh all because Gu Wenqing had no strong concept of class. Otherwise, for another 100 billionaire, after knowing Chen Yan's was embarrassing situation in Chen Group, I'm afraid to avoid it. I would like to see my fallen friend, step by step from the bottom to the top. But what do I get as a snowflake? Gu Wenqing looked at Ling Ruoqing and Wang Hao at the bottom of the steps and pointed and said, just like them, not paying any price yet trying to use me. Gu Wenqing, as a gun, something I don't want to happen a second time. Gu Wenqing pulls out a business card. Come to me when you've thought it over. With a glance at the silent Chen Nianza, he walked straight into the banquet hall. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If this is the case with enemies, how much more with friends on one side of the fence? Banquet hall. Lin Yingying hasn't come back yet. It was clear to Gu Wenqing that it was most likely that Lin Hongtian was again deliberately dragging his feet in defense of Gu Wenqing. There is no excuse for this. If Gu Wenqing's daughter, deadbeat to a philandering man, Gu Wenqing will certainly break that man's 3 legs. At this point, Lu Yongwei and Jin Yi came to Gu Wenqing and said something to him about what happened in the previous crash. Tailgate Lu Yongwei and smashed Lu Yangwei's Maserati? I have to say that this stale seat is pretty awesome. There are those bodyguards I'm afraid is the big brother Chen Chuchao arranged in Chen Nianza's side. Chen Nianza every day's every move Chen Chuchao are all eyes. Chen Nianzua are driving a Mercedes E. I'm afraid that the money for smashing the car is also paid by Chen Chuchao. A dude has to be a dude. It was all done for Chen Chuchao. The anger is also out, but also pitched Chen Chuchao a fortune. Chen Nianzua is really quite shady. No wonder Chen Nianza borrowed someone from him. I'm afraid he was cleaning up the bodyguard who was spying on him. As for the Chen family, the two brothers Chen Chuchao and Chen Nianza have any grudges, which is not known. But as the second youngest member of the Chen family in the imperial capital, Chen Nianza can be so miserable, all thanks to Chen Chuchao. Gu Wenqing was looking forward to the fact that Chen Nianzua would stir up the imperial capital. Wenqing, what are you guys doing out there? At this time, Lin Yingying walked over. She wasn't beside Gu Wenqing, but had noticed Gu Wenqing and his group walking out of the banquet hall. It's just smoking between men. Gu Wenqing said blandly. Ling Ruoqing's dinner party is over. Broker's sister Yi and Yang Wanming were trying to leave and were unsurprisingly blocked by Chen Nianza. Where to? I can give you a ride. Yang Wanming shook her head. No need. I have a nanny car. Yang Wanming's tone was icy cold, and the agent on the side, Sister Yi, was somewhat helpless. Chen Nianza wasn't annoyed either. Then let's have dinner together? No need. Gu Wenqing happened to go out and bumped into the Chen family's youngest hitting on the actress. Yang Wanming's eyes lit up when she saw Gu Wenqing, as if Yang Wanming had seen a savior. She jumped and waved at Gu Wenqing. Boss, stop bouncing. The boss saw it. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Was she afraid she wouldn't see it? That's right. Yang Wanming is the artist signed by Magic City Sky Orange Media Company. And Yang Wanming is the popular artist that the company has been promoting. What? Yang Wanming is your reason for smoking Xuana sect? Gu Wenqing stepped forward to inquire, waving his hand in the process for Yang Wanming and the others to leave first. Chen Nianza shook his head. It's just a look-alike. Chen Nianza dashingly lit a Zuanheman and said, I can't believe she's an artist in your company. Don't worry, I don't have any idea about her. It's just a love affair. After all, it's just similar. Watching Chen Nianzua with a sighing face clamping a cigarette, the smoke is mesmerizing. Cigarettes end up as ash, and stories end up being sad. Gu Wenqing said blandly. Chen Nianzua looked into the night sky and said, when I was young, I always regarded parting as the beginning of the next reunion, but no one thought that perhaps a certain parting would never meet again. Fuck, why does Chen Nianzua look like a hypochondriac? Gu Wenqing is ready to leave. Stay with this guy again. Gu Wenqing is afraid that he will be infected by his emo. 1 second he was in deep emotional distress. Chen Nianzua suddenly said, coming to Mordor without going to a nightclub to have some fun would really be a wasted visit. I've booked a table at TAXX. Join us? TAXX? Gu Wenqing's own business. Lin Hongtian picked up Lin Yingying and Lin Yingying's promise was not kept. It's not a bad idea to go to TAXX and have some fun. Just as a boss inspecting the work. Plus the 3 people behind Gu Wenqing, Lu Yongwei and Jin Yi, also had faces of anticipation. Gu Wenqing then nodded in agreement. Road. Yuban King's Koenigsegg bears the brunt of this. Behind them followed Jin Ye's Lamborghini, with Nyo Tianqi's Ferrari. In the dangling Mercedes-Benz E, the Chennai seat has its foot in the gas tank. Mard Baco. When I rise up I'll say anything to get $100 million sports car. Chennai seat can't even see the taillights of 3 supercars after 1 sentence. And the most miserable than Lu Yongwei. Chen Nianzua at least there is a Mercedes E. while Lu Yangwei only rubbing the car. 3 supercars appeared on the streets of Mordor, the roar of their engines ebbing and flowing, attracting eye after eye. As one of the most famous nocturnal venues in the country, the Magic City at night is brightly lit and booze-soaked, and TAXX, as the top nightclub in Magic City, is the choice of many young people's nightlife. Night falls at this moment. The TAXX has long been overcrowded. TAXX, the top nightclub in Magic City, is even more crowded with luxury cars at the moment. There was even a group of men and women gathered at the entrance, and some were even holding their cell phones, broadcasting live outdoors. This is the time for a group of netizens to party. Ferrari, Lamborghini and McLaren are the cars of many outdoor anchors, and at this time, they are even parked in a row, attracting the eyes of countless passers-by. Both the ladies who went to TAXX to play and the masses passing by couldn't help but be attracted by their rowdiness. One of the male anchors at the head of the show is broadcasting live. Brothers, this row is still there. A casual stop attracts countless people's attention. The male anchor is shooting at his Ferrari SF90. Grandmaster Tong shocking city, stop shooting the car and shoot the female netizen behind you. I'm tired of saying the word envy. Tong change female companion again? A crooked body is not afraid of the shadow, dog's head. Tong Jingchang said, brothers, I've invited 30 or so beautiful hostesses to this party. Remember not to blink when you watch the live broadcast later. Suddenly, there was a roar. When the Koenigsegg supercar led by Gu Wenqing appeared in TAXX, the surrounding anchor sports car fleet was directly seconded to the dregs. Holy shit, Koenigsegg Onu won. Tong Shock City was also a bit shocked at what he saw. Koenigsegg Onu won? When the 3 supercars were parked, the leading Gu Wenqing trio got out of the sports car and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Some of the anchors were even privately talking about it. Who's the guy in the Koenigsegg? He looks so grand? One of them I recognize. Lu Yangwei Lu Xiao. He's a regular at TAXX. His family's assets are in the billions. I'm most interested in knowing who drove the Koenigsegg. Anyway, it's awesome, that's all. Can't you see that Lu Xiao is lighting him a cigarette? Except for a few main. In particular, some customers who were still lining up to enter were envious when they saw that Gu Wenqing and the others were able to enter directly. That's the privilege of being rich. It's not even close. Tong Jingchang and a group of other netizens were separated by a distance and didn't hear the staff address Gu Wenqing as the boss. They only saw that even Tax's general manager personally greeted them. What a man to drive a Koenigsegg. There's no one else in this row. Boy, go check on Koenigsegg. Stop shooting your Ferrari SF90. I'm tired of seeing it. Yeah, or a tens of millions of dollars of Koenigsegg with a row. Grandmaster Tong shocked the city at the request of the majority of water friends. Came to the front of Gu Wenqing's car to shoot. Live broadcast for a while. Not only Child Amazing City, but also other netizens have been live streaming in front of Koenigsegg's car for a while. Crap. HUAZ 8888. Now that's rowdy. The big guy's license plate almost tops one of your sports cars. The words of the water friends directly let many anchors on the spot to break defense. Just now and the ordinary people to find superiority instantly disappeared. Led by the general manager of TAXX. A wall full of ace of spades is the first door to enter, and the style is industrial cold style. The promenade of extreme shimmering light dazzles, and the further in you go, the more ear-splitting the music becomes. The walls were lined with the ace of spades, earthy atmosphere prevailed, and the road was filled with companionable men and women. The arrival of Gu Wenqing's trio attracted even more attention from countless people. Many of the men and women who often hang out at TAXX are no strangers to Lu Yangwei, and the trio of Lu Yangwei and Jin Yi are regulars at TAXX. A tycoon who spends over $100,000 a night casually. The Chennai seat is ordered as an A1 card holder. Gu Wenqing and the others sat on the card seats in the A1 area, and at that moment, even more envious gazes were ushered in from many people. Card placement. A 1 card is best closest to the DJ table, a 2 next, and finally a 3. Normally, the minimum for a card seat in the A1 area is $100,000, and on holidays like this it's $150,000 or $200,000 minimum. After waiting for a while, Chen Nianza finally came. As soon as Chen Nianza arrived, Lu Yangwei's trio sat down towards the other side. Obviously still not a fan of Chen Nianza. It's an inning for the Staley seat, though, but Lu Yangwei is the one who hates Chen Nianza's smashed car to death. If it wasn't for Gu Wenqing in this bureau, the 3 of them wouldn't have said anything to sit at the same table with Chen Nian. Chen Nianza glanced at Lu Yangwei and didn't care. What are Mr. Gu's orders? Seeing that people had arrived, Tax's general manager opened his mouth to inquire. The norm is usually to speak up first and ask the person who ordered the card. But there is a boss Gu Wenqing on this card seat. The boss is the biggest in heaven and earth, and the general manager of TAXX should of course be the first to ask the boss. Gu Wenqing looked at Chen Nianza. Chen Nianzi shrugged indifferently. Then let's start with 5 sets of Divine Dragon, Gu Wenqing said. And then Gu Wenqing pointed at the marketing little sister who followed along and walked in. Normal buying process. Commission should be raised however you want. Sniff. Marketing little sister was a little excited. A set of 5 colored Divine Dragon 78. 888. 5 sets will be close to 400,000 consumption. For her can be a lot of commission. Chen Nianzi had some toothache. 400,000 is gone. After all, Chen Dishao's pocket money was really small. Chen Nianzi said after a while, "You're actually the boss of TAXX? Right. Mud. If I had known that, I would have just whored myself out. Ordered 5 sets of the Divine Dragon set. You can whore yourself out later. Let's see what you can do," Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Coming to a bar to hang out with 5 big guys must be boring. How can you have fun at an event like this without the opposite sex? Order 5 sets of dragon sets to help out. Many of the girls at TAXX are nearby college students, or corporate white-collar workers, and most of them are bouncing off the wild side. Not Tax's resident atmosphere group. They like to rub their cards, and they go wherever there's a card. Equal relationship. As to whether or not you can interact with the girl intimately, it depends on the ability of each. Of course there is also a part of this is specifically rushing to catch the kaiju. Unusual card is not yet rubbing, specifically rubbing the high spending card seat. Lu Yangwei and the others also came to be interested. It's still Brother Gu who knows more. What you play in a nightclub is the atmosphere, the paperwork. The higher the spending, the more cowhide the atmosphere and rowdiness, the more those high-quality girls will come toward our deck. For the status of the people present, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for a good time is nothing, and this amount of money is nothing. Although Chen Nianzi was a bit of a pain in the ass, it wasn't so bad that he couldn't afford to give it. After he got the support of a part of the family, this amount of money was just dregs. And thinking of this, Chen Nianzi also revealed a smile. That's right, playing is all about having fun. Fond of pretending to be a bully. Niu Tianji cheerfully, waiting for the next 5 sets of Divine Dragons. This card is definitely the brightest in the whole scene. Genie also revealed a smile. He. The girls sure are a lot coming up to this card. Lu Yangwei was even happier to be able to ruthlessly slaughter Chen Nianzi once, and the anger in his heart dissipated a bit. Lu Yangwei said, "Hey, these won't work. See what Lu Yangwei, can arrange for you. Take it or leave it. It's up to you." Lu Yangwei's cell phone has a lot of girls' contact information, but also specializes in building a high-quality group, which is full of some of the beautiful girls he did not get. A1 card. 5 sets of Shenlong packages. Come quickly. As soon as Lu Yangwei's message was sent, the group quickly became lively, and many girls said they wanted to come and rub their cards. All 3 are veterans of nightclubs and know a thing or two about playing them. It hadn't even been a minute since Gu Wenqing had ordered the wine, and the exclusive music for the arranged Divine Dragon package rang out. Exclusive shocking music bursts, brilliant lighting, eye-catching dazzling color, directly to the whole TAXX atmosphere to explode. Wow! Whether it's a card holder,